I am clearly the strongest demon hunter of the Demon Suppression Division, yet I have crossed over to Blue Star during the invasion of the demon race. At the moment of life and death for humanity, I simply formed a sword gesture with my hands and opened the heavenly gate with a single strike. In the next second, countless evil demons were utterly shocked. What is happening? How can there be demon hunters in this world? Just not long ago, I had teamed up with the legendary swordsman Yen Qixia to slay the Black Mountain Old Demon on the 10,000 Demon Continent, only to be ambushed by the heavenly demon that had been lying in wait. Just as I was about to perish, I saw Yen Qixia forming a gesture with both hands. The universe is boundless, the sword technique of heaven and earth. In order to save me, a secret method was used to tear apart the void. At the same time, above the southern province of Blue Star, dark clouds loomed, thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning directly tore open a space crack. In the void, an ancient sword fell straight down, embedding itself on the highway of the southern province, stopping a convoy of black Mercedes. At the same time, above the port of Fengyang City, a fireball streaked through the rainy night, rapidly descending and crashing into the sea hundreds of miles away. The loud bang sounded as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Those who witnessed this process were left dumbfounded, staring in shock at the wildly surging tides, completely stunned. Run! Run! Get away from the fishing boats! Everyone began to flee the port in a frenzy, desperately running towards the shore. By the next morning, the port was completely sealed off, with a long warning line set up. Fengyang City also dispatched over 1,000 inspectors to begin searching the sea area. However, after 7 or 8 hours of salvage operations, hundreds of submarines found almost nothing. At that moment, a voice came through the walkie-talkie from the search team. Team leader Lin, we have a discovery. What is it? Lin Sinny immediately inquired about the result. However, the person on the walkie-talkie hesitated. Team leader Lin, it's a body. Upon hearing this, Lin Sinny's expression darkened. If this involved a loss of life, it would become quite tricky. Just as she furrowed her brows, a startled voice came through the walkie-talkie again. Boss, that person is alive, with weak heartbeats and breathing. Listening to the conversation on the walkie-talkie, Lin Sinny issued an order. Immediately send the person to the first hospital of Fengyang City, and ensure that he stays alive. In the blink of an eye, it was already nighttime, and there was nothing to be found in the ocean. At that moment, Lin Sinny suddenly thought of something. Right, what happened to the person they rescued? If that person wakes up, there might be some valuable information. Just as Lin Sinny and the others arrived at the hospital, they happened to run into a doctor coming out of the emergency room. When Lin Sinny mentioned the patient they had just rescued, an elderly doctor with a head full of white hair shook his head repeatedly. It's simply a miracle. I've been a doctor for so many years, and I've never seen a patient like this. This person originally had severe injuries to his internal organs, and logically, he shouldn't have survived this long, but it seems there is a force within him that is repairing his body. Lin Sinny was not interested in such mythical stories. Instead, she looked at the long-haired boy who was pushed out of the emergency room, covered in wounds. She asked, when will he wake up? According to his current self-healing speed, he might wake up tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Sinny and a group of inspectors examined the boy sitting on the hospital bed, all of them speechless with surprise. Just one night had passed, and the boy's wounds had remarkably healed, no longer resembling the severely injured person he had been. Before Lin Sinny and the others could speak, I broke the silence first. Where is this? Lin Sinny replied with a serious expression. This is the first hospital of Fengyang City. As soon as the words fell, my pupils suddenly constricted. Is this Earth? What year is it now? Looking at the ultra-modern furnishings in the ward, the first thing that came to mind was my hometown, Earth. Years ago, I accidentally crossed over to the Demon Continent and became a demon hunter in the Demon Suppression Department of the Great Qian Dynasty. For countless days and nights, I had hoped to return to Earth. However, Lin Sinny's answer disappointed me once again. This is Blue Star Continent, the year 2243 of the ancient Qin. Upon hearing this, I could only shake my head and smile bitterly. Clearly, even after crossing over again, I still couldn't go back. Then, Lin Sinny revealed her identity as a level 3 inspector in the Major Crimes Unit of the Inspection Department of Fengyang City. At this point, I calmly replied, Chen Mo. At that moment, Zhao Chang, who was behind Lin Sinny, got straight to the point. Mr. Chen, you should be the only close-range witness to what happened last night. There are some things we would like to ask you. Hearing this, I furrowed my brows. Last night? What happened last night? As soon as I said this, everyone was taken aback. Mr. Chen, do you mean you don't remember anything? With no other choice, Lin Sinny had to recount what happened last night again. After listening to a few people's descriptions, Chen Bei probably had an understanding in his mind. The fireball that fell from the sky in Lin Sini's mouth was mostly herself. Could it be that Brother Yen sent me to the temporal rift, and that's why I'm here? Chen Bei pondered to himself, and on the eve of losing consciousness, he seemed to have heard Yen Shisha's incantation for casting the time rift technique in a trance. Heaven and earth are limitless. Jianquan borrows the law. Yin and yang are reversed. The art of starting time and space. Open up for me dash. It seemed that old man Yen was still a good person, although the temporal rift had the potential to bring about one's own doom. But in front of the heavenly demon, there was at least a chance of survival. I just don't know how Brother Yen is doing. He was able to open the space-time rift, so he should be able to go in himself. I just don't know where he went and if he's still alive. Mr. Chen? Remember anything? Chen Bei was secretly thinking, when Lin Sini's voice rang in his ears. I remember some of it, but not all of it. All I remember is that a round of fireballs smashed into the sea, not very far from me. Chen Bei made up a bunch of nonsense, describing the scene at that time, and even the feeling also said, sounds really fanciful. Is not a sentence of useful information. Can't say that the thesis fireball is himself. Looking at the room furnishings, this blue star continent is mostly similar to Earth. Before thoroughly understanding or recovering his strength, Chen Bei won't easily disclose any information. Excuse me, this is my phone number. Mr. Chen, if you remember anything, remember to tell us at the first opportunity. It could be important to us. Sure. Chen Bei nodded slightly and accepted Lin Sini's note with a fairly sincere attitude. After all, if it comes, it comes. Seeing the other party accepting the note, the group of inspectors got up and left, but still somewhat incredulously sizing up Chen Bei. This self-healing ability, all individuals would be envious. However, it was in the slot where the crowd was getting up. Chen Bei abruptly frowned slightly. He raised his head with a huff, his gaze fixed on Lin Sini without letting go. Mr. Chen, is something wrong? Worthy of being a serious crimes unit inspector? Lin Sini was the first to notice Chen Bei's abnormality and took the initiative to ask. It's okay. Chen Bei shook his head slightly, stretching his brows, and did not say much, waiting until the crowd had disappeared from sight before frowning again. The first thing Chen Bei did after awakening was to sense over the characteristics of this world. There is no such thing as an aura of heaven and earth. By all rights, this blue star continent, with its own hometown, should be much different, without any heaven and earth aura. But, demonic energy? When Chen Bei was recovering his mana just now, he sensitively sensed a trace of demonic aura. As a demon hunter, he was extremely sensitive to demonic auras. And this trace of demonic aura was exactly what was sensed on Lin Sini. And there was also a trace of it on that Zhao Chang. The two were clearly not demons. Where did they get their demonic aura? Chen Bei was confident that he wouldn't sense it wrong. That was the demonic aura, which could only mean one thing. These two had recently come into contact with demons. That's just not right. This world does not exist aura. Then there is no demon. The demon also needs aura to open the spirit. Even after opening the spirit to rely on sucking the essence of the demon cultivation, but also need aura to assist. Then this demonic aura. With doubts in his heart, Chen Bei wanted to figure it out and clarify it. Seeing no one around, he uncovered the covers, got up and out of bed, and reappeared on the roof of the hospital rooftop, looking at the sea of lights, neon reflecting the sky, and tall buildings in the city. Chen Bei's pupils contracted infinitely. What a heavy demonic aura! Chen Bei muttered, his eyes full of astonishment. Even in the 10,000 demons continent, he had never seen such a thick demonic aura in a city. Over that 10,000 lights, where normal people couldn't see, the demonic aura had become almost too thick to melt. In other words, there were quite a few demon clans hidden in this city. There was no aura, but a demonic aura. Chen Bei couldn't figure it out even more. And while Chen Bei gazed at the sky above the city of Peak City, at his feet, the first floor of the first floor below the hospital, Lin Sini raised her head and took a deep look at the window of the hospital room where Chen Bei was and slowly sat down in the car. In the car. I was counting on him to provide some information, even if he couldn't find that thing, even if he knew what it was. It's a good thing he doesn't know anything. A wasted trip. Zhao Chang sat in the car then full of helplessness, a moment deflated. Not nothing. He's lying. Lin Sini, on the other hand, bowed her head in deep thought, her beautiful eyelashes blinking slightly as she spoke in a deep voice. Lying? Team Lin, what makes you think that? Zhao Chang didn't feel quite like it. After all, the man's words were impeccable. Intuition, Lin Sini said, adding after her words, the intuition, or rather, the experience, of a third-level inspector. All those years of experience told her that the man was lying. Though his words were perfect, the sights, the feelings, and the words were immersive and seemed almost flawless, yet the more so, the more likely it was that something was wrong. Plus, He was too lucid in describing his experience last night for me to feel that heartfelt feeling. A normal person, seeing that scene up close, like looking directly at death, it is impossible not to have a fearful mind. Even after the robbery, every time he mentions it, he will show some emotions, but he didn't. After Lin Sini said that, Zhao Chang and the others also felt that something was wrong. If that's true, then why did he lie? There's no reason to lie. It's just that we can't think of it. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have a reason. This person, maybe there's something wrong with him. Of course, that's my speculation. Li, you return to the hospital at once, retrieve the surveillance, transfer his portrait into the system, and let your colleagues in the inspection division look into this person's origins. Yes, pull over. About 20 minutes later, Lin Sini got a call from Li. Team Lin, the results are in. What's it say over there? They said they couldn't find out anything about this guy. He just came out of nowhere. Can't find out? How is that possible? Zhao Chang exclaimed out in shock and couldn't help but ask in return. Nowadays, it was the year 2243 of ancient Qin, the information age. With technology flourishing ahead of its time, how could it be possible that one could not find out any information about a person? Lin Sini was equally surprised, and quickly reacted as if she was waking up from a dream. There is something wrong with this man. Go back immediately. Quick. Chapter 4, The Man Who Went Awry. The first hospital in the city of Fonyang. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the car's sharp brakes, Lin Sini and the others did not wait for the inspection car to stop, but grabbed the car and rushed out, dusty towards Chen Bei's hospital room. Bang! The door to the wardroom was heaved open. However, what met his eyes was the empty room and the still warm hospital bed. Where was Chen Bei's half-figure? Find! Lin Sini frowned slightly, yet the crowd had searched the hospital inside and out, even going so far as to call up the surveillance cameras, but there was no trace of the teenager anymore. It was as if he had evaporated. 3 days flew by. For 3 days, Lin Sini never figured it out. How did that man fished out of the sea evaporate under 360-degree surveillance? But right now she couldn't care less about that. So much had happened in the meantime that she, the leader of Team E's 9th Division, had her hands full. There is no result in the sea area, and the case in hand has been tracked for almost 2 months without half a clue. Everything is not as good as it should be. Speaking of that case, Lin Sini frowned. It was a strange thing to say. The suspect that she had nearly caught several times was also the same as this Chen Bei, and every time she surrounded him, the other party always disappeared without a trace in plain sight. In all her years as an inspector, this was the first time she'd encountered this, and 2 in a row. How on earth do these people do it? While Lin Sini was puzzled, Team Lin, word came back from our colleagues outside that the suspect in the case of the missing young adults has reappeared. Zhao Chan walked into the office with fire and spoke. Appeared again? Where? Lin Sini rose from her seat following the sound of miso. On the outskirts of South City, in an abandoned factory, Zhao Chang said back. Notify all personnel in Division 9 to drop everything they're doing and move immediately to make the arrest. Lin Sini when both conveyed the instructions. Fonyang City in recent months, people disappeared one after another. People are on edge. She has long been unable to withstand the pressure of public opinion. Just want to hurry to solve this disappearance case. Zhao Chang heard is also with the same as the chicken blood, when both turn around ready to convey action. But was Lin Sini abruptly opened his mouth to stop. Wait, she thought for a moment, pondering for a little while before adding. Tell everyone to go to the depot to get their sidearms and bring their weapons with them over there. This time, no matter what, we can't let him escape again. Team Lin, is this necessary? Take it with you. There's been so much going on lately. Just in case, Lin Sini always felt that something was wrong, and being cautious was not a bad thing. Good. Zhao Chang nodded and didn't retort. Their team was a major crimes unit team, and they were authorized to apply to carry weapons if necessary. Not long after, the entire inspection division of 5 cars roared and drove out of the city of Peak City. In order not to spook anyone, Lin Sini and the others didn't choose to drive the patrol car, and it was even more unlikely that the alarm or anything would be pulled. That kind of siren arrest is nothing more than an exaggerated representation to set the mood in a movie or television drama. The real arrests made by the Inspector General's department have always been based on stealth. In the meantime, on the outskirts of the southern city, the night was shrouded in darkness. Outside the deserted suburbs, as Lin Sini arrived with a large group of people, a figure suddenly appeared outside the factory that had long been deserted for an unknown number of years. This person was dressed in cloth, sword eyebrows, starry eyes, jade tree, long hair flying, windless, a natural ancient attire. Who could it be if not Chen Bei? Since leaving the first hospital in Peak City 3 days ago, Chen Bei then began to walk around, first utilizing the Black Mountain Old Demon's Demon Dan to restore his mana while also trying to unravel the doubts in his heart and figure out what kind of world this really is. For example, if there is obviously no heaven and earth aura here, but the demonic aura is overwhelming, then these demons, where exactly do they come from? It's not really hard to figure out where demons come from. Catching one and torturing it is simple and brutal. As a demon hunter, people like Chen Bei were the nemesis of the demon race, even though his mana recovery is still less than 100. However, against a small demon with only 300 years of cultivation, as long as he doesn't talk about martial arts, the same line is as easy as drinking water. Chen Bei's purpose for coming here silently at this time was the spider demon in the factory that had been practicing for more than 300 years. Meeting me can only be considered bad luck for you. Slowly, he shook his head. Chen Bei's pupils gradually deepened, seeming to be able to pierce through the steel-finished concrete wall and see the scene inside. However, it was the moment before he was about to strike. The whole person, however, suddenly frowned and could not help but look sideways in a certain direction. But there, a large number of plainclothes inspectors were feeling their way up silently, forming an encirclement around the factory. Not good. This demon is trying to escape. Chen Bei's face changed slightly as his figure flashed and he quickly rushed into the interior of the factory. He had to admit it. Lin Sini and the others were indeed well trained and did not make any noise during the encirclement. The one inside, however, was not a human, but a demon. And the demon race could not be said to be insensitive to the scent of the living. Chen Bei, as a demon hunter, was still able to use secret techniques to conceal his own breath to approach. However, Lin Sini and the others, even if they were silent, in the eyes of the demons, they were almost as exposed as they were undoubtedly exposed, and their arrival would surely alarm the other party. As expected, the spider demon inside had already spotted the large group of inspectors outside and had made a trail of escape. Around his Chen Bei reaction quickly rushed into the factory. The inside has long been empty. Almost at the same time. Freeze, Inspector. Whoa. Lin Sini and the others also flocked into the factory one after another. Dozens of people raised their handguns in their hands and surrounded the first figure they saw. However, what appeared in the eyes of the crowd, which was no suspect, but rather Chen Bei, who stood in the very center of the factory in a coat of cloth. It's you? Upon seeing Chen Bei's appearance, everyone was stunned. However, remembering the object of her arrest on this trip, Lin Sini, fearing that the other party would escape, immediately instructed Zhao Chang to bring people to search for the factory while she looked at Chen Bei with dismayed eyes. Why are you here? Lin Sini was quite surprised. How could she not expect to run into an acquaintance here? Chen Bei, on the other hand, had a torch-like gaze as he looked around the dilapidated factory building, sensing the direction of the demon's escape to himself, as if he hadn't heard Lin Sini's words. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Lin Sini said with a slight frown on her beautiful brows. And that's when Chen Bei's eyes suddenly became abnormally sharp as he fiercely looked in a certain direction. Lin Sini also noticed Chen Bei's line of sight. She followed it but found nothing. When she turned around again, her whole body was staggered on the spot. The man disappeared again. Lin Sini immediately looked around, but a glance around the bottom of the eye. The person, really gone. Just a blink of an eye. Will be gone under her nose? As out of thin air disappeared in general bizarre and incomparable. Chapter 5, Demon Hunter? Phew. Under the night, a figure flickered. Chen Bei mobilized his body's mana. His body was as light as a swallow. His feet stepped on the branches and leaves, swept through the treetops and cut through the air, moving quickly at the top of the jungle. After leaving the abandoned factory, he searched for the residual demonic aura along the way and chased after it for more than 10 miles in a single breath until the oceanic vastness of the city surfaced at the end of the horizon. When he finally saw the figure, the direction in which the other party fled was clearly the brightly lit city of Peak City. Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly when he saw this. Why did this demon enter the city instead of fleeing to the deep mountains and old forests? The other end. The ugly man who was currently dashing around playfully was full of fear, and his entire body seemed to be terrified. He glanced back at the ancient-robed young man who was rapidly approaching him, and wasted no time in burning his demon blood to escape far away. Half an hour later, the two figures had clearly entered the city, one after the other, and were rapidly leaping over the high-rise city. Same time, South City, Peak City, inside Fengyang University, it seemed a bit more tranquil compared to the bustle outside the campus. And right now, somewhere in a remote grove of trees on a wooded and warmly lit campus. Not here, it'll be noticed. A hungry couple hiding in the shade, sneaking around, seemingly sublimating their love. No, it's so remote. Who would come? Baby, I think. Bring it on. It was while the two of them were in love with each other. Suddenly, phew, there was a gust of wind in his ears, followed by light footsteps. The two college students sniffed like birds of prey. instantly scrambling to straighten their clothes. Who's there? The boys immediately looked alert and followed the sound. And through the bright moonlight, the two could vaguely see a glimpse of a silhouette. Chen Bei walked out of the jungle and faintly scanned the two without paying any attention. Zhang Lin, it's not that pervert again, is it? The girl's voice reached her ears. The boy named Zhang Lin immediately sniffed with some annoyance. He had heard a little about that pervert. It is said that a perverted man has recently appeared in Fengyan University, often sneaking towards the grove, just to secretly film the intimate behavior between them. The couples. There were also couples who were secretly photographed a while back and it was all over the campus groups. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It must be him. Mother asterisk 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 her. Looking for a beating? Zhang Lin immediately jumped in anger at the thought that his behavior just now might have been secretly filmed. It was fine for him, a boy. But the possibility of his beloved woman being photographed was a definite no-no. Think about it. Zhang Lin, who was about 5 feet 8 inches tall, immediately got up and rolled up his sleeves, and was about to reason with this perverted man with his fists. However, it was at the stall where he was preparing to show off his power in front of his beloved. Phew! A loud noise came from the other end of the jungle, and a black shadow violently rushed out of the sky and flew towards the other end of Peaksun University. Chen Beihe turned his head sideways with a hesitant brow. When both flew up and chased after him, Zhang Lin's clenched fist suddenly froze, staring blankly at the scene in front of him, so shocked that he could barely speak, until a few dozen seconds later. Zhang Lin, did he fly away? A girl's voice came from behind her, but it was stuttering a bit from emotional tension. Well, it seems like it. Zhang Lin is also a blank brain. Stunned wildly gulped saliva, as if living ghosts in general. Chen Bei naturally didn't care about the opinions of the two men, and at this moment, he had already chased him to the library of Fengyan University. In front of the large library, which is crowded and lit up, many college students are coming and going, picking up company in twos and threes. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, above their heads, at the top of a certain red maple tree, there was a figure standing with its arms folded. Chen Bei looked at the endless stream of people under his feet, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle into a Chuan character. Disappeared? That smudge of demonic aura had unexpectedly disappeared. Chen Bei kept surveying the people coming and going in front of the library, and for the first time, he felt a little tricky. The sky above this city was still filled with demonic aura. However, the only place where not a single trace of demonic aura could be felt was within the Peaksun University. Obviously, the spider demon desperately ran towards this place, and must have known beforehand that it could conceal its own demonic aura. This meant that there was something in this group of universities that could absorb demonic energy, or that there was a great demon hidden within. It's a pity that my mana hasn't fully recovered, or else I would have been able to pull you out by performing the empty Ming Sense Demon technique. Chen Bei deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, gazed at his feet once again, turned and flew away, quickly disappearing into the night. The immediate solution was to hurry up and restore the mana. If this was the 10,000 Demons continent, where aura was abundant, he would be able to recover as good as new in just 1 hour. However, this was the Blue Star continent, and I was afraid that meditating to recover would take a year. However, it was fortunate that Chen Bei still had the demonic pills of the Black Mountain Old Demon in his hands. The demon pills contain aura essence as well as demonic power. He would not absorb the demonic power since, but the essence of aura helped in the recovery of mana, though it was also slow and did not come as quickly as aura. One evening a week later, Fengyang City's Ronghua Street, in front of a certain crowded night food stall. Boss, 1 beef noodle and 2 plates of small dishes. After ordering their meals, Lin Sini and Zhao Chang returned to the open-air table and sat down. The disappearance case is once again at a standstill. The suspect hasn't been seen since that night when the abandoned factory arrest failed. There's nothing on the maritime side either. The salvage teams have been fishing for 10 whole days and have found nothing. Not only that Chen Bei, too, faded out of sight. Lin Sini even began to wonder if what happened over there in the sea had something to do with that person, and the disappearance case seemed to have something fishy to do with him as well. Or else how did he happen to show up in both places? It's hard not to connect the dots. Also, why can't the entire inspection department find out a single bit of information about his identity? Lin Sini felt unusual everywhere. It was while she was pondering and thinking. A faint voice, however, suddenly rang out across the two. Should I address you as Ms. Lin? Or Team Lin? Lin Sini and Zhao Chang were both startled when they followed the sound, and the two of them raised their heads in surprise. But they saw that there was a person sitting across from them at some point. Chen Bei? Lin Sini was the first to speak out, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This name, she didn't know how many times she had recited it in her heart during this period of time. As for the consternation, because she is a third-grade inspector, she thought that her 5 senses were sharp, just now, although she was lost in thought, but not so much that she didn't pay attention to the surrounding area, but she didn't see when the other party was sitting opposite her. Zhao Chang was likewise somewhat caught off guard and reflexively rose to defend himself. Why are you so nervous? It's not like I'm a bad person. Chen Bei looked at Zhao Chang and smiled slightly. He smiled, full of gentleness and sunshine. Indescribably handsome. Zhao Chang, sit down. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. And after a full dozen seconds or so, it was finally Lin Sini who took the lead in reacting and placating Zhao Chang to take his seat. Zhao Chang also came back to his senses, only to realize that he was being overly sensitive. But he still looked a bit stiff. At first, he didn't believe Lin Sini when she said that Chen Bei had disappeared under her nose. But at this moment, he believed it. I'd rather call you Ms. Lin. It seems more personal. Chen Bei didn't care what kind of expression the two people had. The corner of his mouth spread a comfortable smile as he opened his mouth to Lin Sini on his own. Lin Sini's pupils narrowed slightly as she quietly stared at Chen Bei, seemingly calming down only after a long time. When did you get here? When you see me. Who the hell are you? In the face of Chen Bei's reply, Lin Sini's beautiful eyes contracted infinitely. Chen Bei, on the other hand, stared at her for a little while and after pondering for a moment, he slowly spat out three words. Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter? Lin Sini and the two of them spoke almost simultaneously. Chen Bei then shook his head and looked at Lin Sini for a little while. I know that you must have a lot of questions in your heart these days. Since I appeared in front of you, I won't hide anything. Whatever you want to know, you can ask now. But after that, I need you to do one thing for me. Lin Sini sniffed and Zhao Chang exchanged a glance. Did the information come so suddenly? However, since there was an opportunity, she would not let it go. When both threw out a series of questions, after listening to Chen Bei's various answers, Lin Sini and Zhao Chang completely froze. You mean, the fireball that day? It was you? The suspect in the abandoned factory? A demon? And you? A demon hunter from another continent? That night, you were there to hunt demons? Lin Sini summarized Chen Bei's words. Something like that. Chen Bei nodded. However, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Why pull this nonsense? What demons and masters? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Lin Sini's face was displeased, and her pretty face climbed up into an ugly expression. Chen Bei, on the other hand, shook his head and smiled. It was within his expectation that the other party could have this reaction. But facts speak louder than words. He did not intend to explain anything. The other party would naturally believe it later. It didn't really matter if he didn't believe it. It didn't affect him in any way. A little silence. You just said you wanted me to do you a favor? What favor? Although her heart was upset, Lin Sini still asked. Compared to the demon Master Ah, she felt that perhaps this topic was more rewarding. Find me one thing, and in exchange, I'll catch the suspect you want for you. What is it? Lin Sini automatically filtered the latter sentence and asked. A sword. Swords? This time, it was Zhao Chang who issued the query. What age is it? People still throw swords? What kind of sword? Lin Sini wondered. Now is a technological society. The information years, the era of cold weapons has long been history. But the sword is still not uncommon. Only mostly as a collection or personal hobby to have. Since you let me look for the sword, there must be a feature to do. Chen Bei pondered for a moment before speaking. A sword that fell from the sky. Chapter 6. I can't sleep until I find him. Team Lin, what do you think of what he said? After some more pulling, Zhao Chang looked at the figure that slowly disappeared into the crowd and said to Lin Sini thoughtfully, what else is there to see? It's all a bunch of nonsense. It's just nonsense. Seen godly men talking about ghosts. I've heard Taoist priests talk about corpses. It's so fresh today. Someone said demon. Lin Sini was filled with speechlessness, saying that she blankly glanced at Zhao Chang, rather disgusted. As an inspector, you can't be referring to this, can you? Do you really believe what he said and also think there are demons in this world? I certainly didn't mean that. Zhao Chang immediately lost his voice and denied it. I mean, what do you think about the fact that, in exchange, he said he could catch the suspect for us? Did he say that? Only after Lin Sini finished speaking did she remember that the man had indeed said something like this just now. Zhao Chang nodded and mused. This guy might really be able to help us. After experiencing 2 great changes, to be precise, it should be 3 great changes. Zhao Chang was almost certain that Chen Bei was unusual, or at least it seemed so for now. Hearing Zhao Chang's words, Lin Sini also couldn't decide for a moment. That guy was able to make a miraculous appearance, so he might really have some tricks up his sleeve. However, when she saw the bell that Chen Bei had left for herself just now, she instantly felt that this person was unreliable again. Let's not talk about any demons or masters for the moment. Asking her to help find a sword that fell from the sky would have been a bit ridiculous. How do swords fall from the sky? Taking a step back, even if there really is a sword that falls from the sky, when you ask how to contact him after you find it, he goes so far as to throw a bell at you, with the fancy name of saying that he'll show up if you ring the bell. What era is this? Still making up stories here. WeChat doesn't have one? If you don't have WeChat, QQ will do. If you don't have a cell phone, you can leave a phone number, but you don't have to ring a broken bell, right? Playing God. Lin Sinny shattered her words for a while and directly turned around to leave the night market stall. At the crossroads, the two parted ways. Lin Sinny returned to the rented single apartment, paralyzed into the sofa, scrutinizing the exquisite bell in her hand. Although subconsciously do not believe in what the demon Master but associated with all the things that have happened recently, her mind is still hard to avoid floating thoughts. Lin Sinny, Lin Sinny, has your brain gone wacky as well? As a third-grade inspector? How can you believe such nonsense? After thinking for a moment, Lin Sinny smiled to herself. Even though that Chen Bei was a bit weird, the concept of education and establishing three views on life since she was a child told her that this was impossible. Shaking her head to herself, Lin Sinny no longer thought about it, tossing the bell in her hand with an unthinking casualness, directly throwing it to the energetic cat on the side, turning around and walking into the bathroom. What she didn't know was that the moment her own cat saw that bell, she couldn't help but show a look of incomprehensible cat fear, and the cat proceeded to freeze in place. Lin Sinny's cat looked stunned and froze for a long time, seemed to have summoned up enough courage, and finally could not resist picking up the bell in his mouth, jumped up on the windowsill, and threw it out. It wasn't until Belle was out of sight that the cat regained her composure, turning her head to look deeply at the silhouette of the figure in the bathroom. Compared to Lin Sinny, Zhao Chang just didn't seem to be enjoying himself as much tonight. It was his night shift tonight, and after separating from Lin Sinny, he rushed back to the inspection division. Inside the quiet office, Zhao Chang was sitting alone, seemingly lost in thought. At a certain moment, he seemed to have made some kind of decision. He looked up, got up, and walked towards the door. Zhao Chang pulled open the office door and went to the duty hall. Sister Li, post an assisting culvert in the inspection system for me, and have your colleagues keep an eye out to see if there are any swords falling from the sky within ancient Qin recently. Zhao Chang was a little out of breath himself when he said the latter. A sword that falls from the sky? Sister Li was at a loss. What the hell is this? Don't ask. Send it. Zhao Chang held the attitude of giving it a try, and after speaking, he once again fell into deep thought, wondering what was wrong with him. Same time, Crested Butte University. Somewhere in a park immediately adjacent to this university, in a remote corner, after Chen Bei met with Lin Sinny and the two of them, he turned back the way he came and sat down on his knees in a hidden place in the park, and in his hand, he was clearly placing a white bead. The bead was not big, only the size of a thumb, but it was all luscious and clear, and inside, there was a trace of white gas visible to the naked eye melting into Chen Bei's body. Reiki essence. After absorbing a burst of aura essence within the demonic pills, Chen Bei slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the Pekyang University in front of him. In 3 more days, 1/12 of your mana will be restored, so I'd like to see how long you can hide? The reason why Chen Bei chose to recover his mana here was the purpose of the demons in the Pekyang University and the things in there that could absorb or hide away the other party's demonic energy. In fact, he didn't have to catch this demon. The entire Peak City was filled with demonic energy. There must be other demons in this city. However, before his mana was completely restored, Chen Bei did not want to be too vocal for the time being. Furthermore, the demon beheading sword was nowhere to be found now. He was only a demon hunter, who could sense the demonic chi in things in a radius of tens of miles, and if he wanted to quickly retrieve the demon beheading sword, he still had to resort to Lin Sinny's convenient identity, which was why Chen Bei had taken the initiative to find the other party. And in exchange, catching the demon from Peak Sun University seemed somewhat necessary. Make up your mind. Chen Bei once again closed his eyes and rested his mind, recovering his mana with the help of the demon pill. Time turned to the 3rd day. It was late in the evening on this day. Team Lin. Lin Sinny was about to fall asleep when she suddenly heard Zhao Chang banging on the door. Wearing her pajamas and cuddling her cat, she frowned slightly as she opened the door to her room and let Zhao Chang in. What's so urgent? Can't you tell me on the phone? Just happened to be eating in the neighborhood and ran up here on my way. Zhao Chang's face was overflowing with suppressed excitement as he casually explained. Sit down and talk. Lin Sinny put the cat down and poured Zhao Chang a glass of water, putting it down and asking, so anxious, something happened in the division? Not Sri, but Team Lin. Guess what I found? Zhao Chang sold a secret, lifted the water cup and canned a mouthful, pretending to be mysterious. Seeing Lin Sinny staring at him, Zhao Chang instantly felt like he was making a fool of himself, so he hurriedly said, Didn't that Chen Bei ask us to find him a sword that fell from the sky some time ago? You really went looking for it? Lin Sinyi's frown tightened. I looked for it, and at first I took it with a grain of salt, but guess what? I really found it. Found it? Well, I've received reliable information that just some time ago, there really was a sword that fell from the sky, and the timing coincided with the fireball's fall. It all happened on the same day. Lin Sinyi didn't care at first, but as she listened, she felt more and more that something was wrong. The fireball falling, the falling sword, these two things, happened on the same day? What about the sword? Lin Sinyi, who reacted only a little later, immediately asked after him. Since he had found it, where is the sword? Mention the sword. Zhao Chang, however, frowned and shook his head. The sword was found, but I'm afraid it's a bit troublesome to get it back. What do you mean? The sword is in the northern part of Tiannan province. The Wang family. The Wang family? Which Wang family? Could it be that king from the King General clan? Lin Sinyi seemed to think of something. Her pretty face changed slightly, and when she saw Zhao Chang nodding, she even climbed up a touch of shock. Zhao Chang's attention was not here, but he reminded Lin Sinyi. Team Lin, it's not about the sword now, it's about Chen Bei. Chen Bei, what happened to him? Team Lin, why are you confused? Think about it, he was in the south, the sword was in the north, and where was he at the time the sword appeared? In the emergency room? Lin Sinyi looked up with a sudden realization. Yes, he's in a coma. So how did he know there was a sword falling from the sky? Before Zhao Chang's words fell, Lin Sinyi's brain thought rapidly. Shocking colors gradually appeared in her beautiful eyes, associating too much with her. Her breathing was even a little short, her chest rising and falling. Team Lin, where's the bell? Zhao Chang abruptly opened his mouth and asked Lin Sinyi for the bell. Bells? What bell? Lin Sinyi had yet to return to her senses, but her subconscious was looking for that bell. However, the two of them searched the room all over, just short of digging up the ground, but they could not find any trace of the bell. Zhao Chang looked at Lin Sinyi, who had lost the bell in just 3 days, and was daring to be angry. Now that the two had news of the sword, they wanted to find Chen Bei. Seeing that Bell was slow to show up, both of them sat on the couch in depressed silence. However, at a certain moment, Lin Sinyi raised her head abruptly and looked at Zhao Chang, the direction he left that night. Zhao Chang was also as if he had been enlightened. It's Peak Sun University. There doesn't seem to be much over there besides Peak Sun University. Lin Sinyi's eyes rolled rapidly, following which she immediately got up and went to change her clothes. Team Lin, what are you? Go to Peak Sun University. Now. I can't sleep tonight until I find him. But the neighborhood of Peak Sun University is so big, how can we find it? Gotta try. What if we do find it? Chapter 7, The Image That Turns the World Upside Down. For Lin Sinyi's proposal, Zhao Chang is rather tinged with resistance. It was so late and the neighborhood of Peak Sun University was so big, it was not easy to find someone. However, Lin Sinyi didn't think so. She felt that Chen Bei's cloth clothes and long hair were so peculiar that if they appeared near the Peak Yan University, they would definitely be noticed by passers-by, and as long as the two of them made inquiries, they would not necessarily have no chance to find them. Moreover, visiting and investigating is what the two men are good at, and this is nothing difficult for the two inspectors. Lin Sinyi and the two of them drove towards Fengyan University at the same time. Crested Butte University. Uncle Liang, still not sleeping? Auntie Cafeteria asked with a smile as she locked the door and looked at the ugly man standing under a tree gazing in the direction of the park. For some reason, she noticed that Uncle Liang often stood there looking in the direction of the park these days, and didn't know what he was looking at. Oh. Uncle Liang gesticulated at the other man for a while, holding up his hands like a mute man. Uncle Liang, I can't read sign language. The cafeteria aunt waved her hand, said goodbye, and turned to leave the area. The campus, which was already quiet, immediately became incredibly silent. The ugly man named Uncle Liang watched the other party leave, but his gaze gradually became gloomy. He looked in the direction of the park and seemed to be able to see into the darkness of the night, a look of anxiety and ferocity on his face. Uncle Liang looked around and then clenched his fists as if he had made some sort of decision. He could feel that the person outside was getting stronger day by day, seemingly recovering his mana, and at this rate, he was afraid that it wouldn't be long before he could find himself out. It's obvious that you can't hide yourself here. In the meantime, inside the park outside the University of Crested Butte, somewhere in a remote jungle, Chen Bei sat cross-legged, like an old monk in meditation, not moving at all, but his body was undergoing radical changes, and his mana was getting stronger and stronger. 3 days had passed, and now the demonic pills in his hand, the light had obviously darkened quite a bit as well, but the demonic power was still plentiful. Time passes slowly. 1 hour later, when the heavens and the earth are completely quiet. At some point, Chen Bei, who had originally meditated and settled down, violently opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction at Fengyan University. Can't help it at last? It's too late to think of escaping now. Mumbles for a while. Chen Bei got up and looked around for a moment. Then with a flash, his body was almost about to turn into a stump, heading towards the southeast direction of Pekyang University. Same time, Crested Butte University is 2 miles away. Lin Sini and Zhao Chang full more than 2 hours of investigation. All can ask the passers-by almost do not spare. However, the two asked from the crowd to the people less, and then asked to the street park basically do not see what people, is still nothing. The people here were as if they had never seen Chen Bei before, but the undeterred duo still didn't want to let go of any place, and even drove around to out-of-the-way places. Team Lin, let's not look for him. Maybe we're mistaken and he's not even over here. With this time, why don't we go back and look for Bell? Zhao Chang on the main driver yawned, his whole body sleepy. Lin Sini also sighed when she heard this, secretly blaming herself. If she hadn't lost the bell, there wouldn't have been this accident. As for where she had lost the bell, she really wasn't sure, except that she seemed to have thrown it to the cat that night 3 days ago. As for the 3 days after that, it might have gotten out during cleaning, and it might have gone into the incinerator at the landfill. Go back. The search was fruitless, and Lin Sini was discouraged. In fact, she also knew that it wasn't necessary to find Chen Bei right now. It was just that she wanted to be sure of something too much. In the back of Lin Sini's mind, she still didn't want to believe those words. Is it possible that this is all just a deception by that charlatan, who actually knew about the sword in advance, but only skillfully used it in a deception? While Lin Sini thought randomly, Zhao Chang started the engine and drove back. The two of them, each with their own thoughts, drove back to the car. When the car drove to a remote three-way intersection, suddenly, Zhao Chang slammed his foot on the brake, stabilizing the car in place. Lin Sini, who was leaning forward due to inertia, was startled, and while she opened her mouth to ask Zhao Chang what was going on, she also saw the cat that had suddenly scurried out and was fleeing in a panic. Luckily it's a cat. Zhao Chang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the cat was fine. It would be too unlucky if a person suddenly came out and then got himself hit. Go! Lin Sini urged. Zhao Chang nodded, refired the car and started it, and was about to drive away. And just then, bang! A loud noise deafening. The body shook violently. This time is really just easing the two people really startled. The two of them looked up in a panic, but they saw that in front of Zhao Chang's car, a figure had been smashed from nowhere, and the figure was being set in the front of the car, collapsing and sinking the hood. What is it? The shocked Zhao Chang was full of aftershocks when he looked up, but he saw that the figure had actually climbed up from the middle of the dented hood, and his tall body almost blocked the line of sight of the two men. Without waiting for the two to get a good look at it, the figure let out a strange chirp, then bounced violently up and out of their sight. The figures rushed up into the sky, and the light ahead opened up. However, after the figure left the road in front of the windshield, another figure then came into view, and that person, dressed in cloth and with long hair like an ancient, was standing a few meters away. Who could the person who appeared be if not Chen Bei? When Lin Sini and Zhao Chang recognized that person, they both paused, with indescribably complex and changing looks on their faces, as if there was surprise mixed with panic, shock in the surprise, and a hint of being caught off guard in the shock. Chen Bei, on the other hand, fatally scanned the two in the car, then raised his eyes to the ugly man who had seized the air and fled. At this moment, Chen Bei dodged, and his entire body rose up in the air, flying up in the eyes of Lin Sini's duo, crossing over the body that had long been smashed beyond recognition, and flying towards the back. Lin Sini's eyes nearly fell out of her head as she watched the scene. The two people in the car glanced at each other, and both saw incredulity and disbelief in each other's eyes. Bang! Bang! The two scrambled out of the car and looked back at the figure that gradually disappeared into the night sky. After them, Lin Sini was worthy of being a third-level inspector of the Serious Crimes Unit, and having undergone rigorous training, she immediately reacted and shouted at Zhao Chang, taking the lead and running towards a private car that was more than 10 meters away. Zhao Chang stared blankly at the night sky, sniffing back to his senses. He panicked and followed Lin Sini. Peak City City Inspection Division's Serious Crimes Unit. I'm Lin Sini, the captain of the 9th Division of the Serious Crimes Unit. Because of the emergency situation, we now need to temporarily requisition your car according to the law. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin Sini to the big brother standing next to the car brightly identification, but also do not wait for the other party to respond. When both sat in the main driver, greeted Zhao Chang on the car, a beautiful in situ drift turn around, toward the direction of Chen Bei disappeared and sped away. The poor oldest brother was still standing frozen in place, shocked beyond words by the scene he had just seen. Lin, Team Lin, is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhao Chang sat in the co-pilot, stagnant, pupils full of shock, wildly swallowing saliva said. He couldn't believe his eyes from the beginning. That Chen Bei, he flew away? Buckle up. Lin Xinyi's heart was likewise beating fast and she felt bad about her whole body. She couldn't answer Zhao Chang's words. She could only say something about fastening her seatbelt. The car, speeding at high speed, flew down the dimly lit road. On the other hand, at the top of that light, in the slightly dim overhead area, two figures were flying in the air, one after the other, one chasing and one fleeing, the picture indescribably shocking and unscientific. Chapter 8: The Fear of the Demons. Boom! A loud bang came from the endless barren outskirts of the countryside, and a figure slammed heavily into the ground once again. Smoke and dust rising up in all directions, and the knowledge of the world was shocking. There are so many demons within Peak Sun City. Why me? Why? A mouthful of blood gushed out from the ugly man, covering his chest and stubbornly crawling up, staring viciously at the ancient robed figure that slowly landed under the night, killing intent in his eyes. If the cafeteria ants of Fengyang University were here, they would be shocked to find that the mute Uncle Liang, who had been cleaning the cafeteria, had actually opened his mouth to speak at this moment. At this moment, the ugly man's eyes were filled with ferocity and unwillingness, snarling at the teenager who shouldn't have appeared in the first place. Why? Of all the evil demons in Qingfeng City, why him? Because you're unlucky, the first one to crash into my arms. But don't worry, human and demon are not two sides of the same coin. Subduing demons and eliminating devils is the vocation of my generation of demon hunters. As long as it's an evil demon that has done evil things, no one can run away. Chen Bei landed on the ground with a calm face, his feet stepping on the barren weeds as he approached the ugly man step by step. Chen Bei is a demon hunter. In addition to his own cultivation and strength, the demon hunter also has a demon hunter's ability to make the demon race most fearful. That is, demon subduing techniques. Demon magic is also known as the magic of elimination. Both demon hunters in the process of cultivation can be communicated with the Tao of heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the two poles of heaven and earth to perform the demon magic. Often this type of demon subduing technique requires the demon hunter himself to accumulate merit, and the higher the merit, the more abundant the Tao, and the deeper the Tao. There are three ways of accumulating merit and virtue. First, by purifying the mind and asceticism. Second, by subduing demons and eliminating devils. And third, by performing good deeds on earth. Therefore, every time a demon hunter got rid of an evil demon, the merit would be added on its own, and the power of the two paths of heaven and earth that could be borrowed would be even more terrifying. This is also the terrifying thing about demon hunters. Not only do they have their own cultivation, but they also have a Taoist practice to add to it. And this kind of Taoist practice is the nemesis of demons and devils and the demon race. Of course, heaven is merciless, but also the virtue of good life. Heaven and earth is not allowed for the evil demon. Did not do evil demon tribe also leave a line of life? Hard to cultivate is not easy. If they are dedicated to the road, can also be certified to ascension. However, at the moment, this spider demon, which was causing trouble on earth and sucking the essence of the human race, had been forbidden by heaven and earth. Along with Chen Bei's approaching, his body's vast and righteous qi grew more and more exuberant, and the power of the two paths called out. The ugly man looked at the ancient robed young man who gradually melted into the sky and earth. His heart was greatly shaken. The original ruthlessness in his eyes turned and began to change into uneasiness, fear and trepidation. Obviously, the demon hunter in front of him got many years. The Tao end is horrible like this. Non-heavenly demons can't match. Don't bully people too much. The ugly man seemed to be unable to withstand that pressure and growled hideously at Chen Bei. Although he was terrified, yet he didn't fold his hands. In order to seek a great increase in demonic power, he had already committed a crime, and it was useless to beg for forgiveness. It's deceiving the demon too much. The human race is the head of all races, the spirit of heaven and earth. You committed such a demonic act. How can you be worthy of being called a human? Chen Bei snorted coldly as the mana in his body surged, looking about to strike. Suddenly, phew, a demonic wind whipped through the mountains and wilderness. Rolling demonic aura shrouded the night sky, obscuring this heaven and earth. Chen Bei raised his head in a huff. What a heavy demonic aura. At this point, demon nephew, go quickly. Second uncle will stop him for a moment on your behalf. A voice exploded at the top of the sky, and a tidal wave of demonic power surged and suppressed Chen Bei. Demon of the devil? Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly, his brows furrowed slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. I can't imagine that a world without aura is not only infested with demon races, but has even given birth to a demon that has entered the devil. I can't keep you. Boom. After Chen Bei finished speaking, he rushed up into the sky and plunged headfirst into the rolling demonic clouds. Same time, Lin Sini and Zhao Chang, who were driving fast after them, were filled with dismay. Both of them looked up at the suddenly darkened sky, and both of them felt inexplicably uneasy. Originally the last moment was a bright moon hanging high. Stars dotted the dome of the sky. In an instant was rolling black cloud shrouded, out of reach. Although the two could not tell whether this was a magic cloud or a normal black cloud, but the heart had already guessed. Not only that, the two could vaguely hear that there seemed to be muffled sounds coming from the front, and even flashes of light. Team Lin. Zhao Chang was breathing heavily and couldn't help but look at Lin Sini with a sense of withdrawal. However, Lin Sini was furiously stepping on the gas pedal, maximizing the car's speed. Soon, the two came to a wilderness area until they approached the depths of the rolling demonic clouds and placed the car at a stop. The two were filled with shock, almost mute, opened the door and got out of the car, holding the edge of the door and staring blankly at the shocking scene above. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankun borrows the law. Chen Bei stood above the void and continuously pinched his knives, following which he shot up into the sky, and the entire person flew into the rolling demonic clouds and disappeared without a trace. As Lin Sini and the two of them searched for Chen Bei's figure, the voice filled with a vast and righteous aura sounded once again. Exterminate the demons and suppress the evil. Seal the sky and trap the earth. Shun. Boom. Along with this soft drink, this world suddenly exploded with golden light, only to see that above the devil clouds that could not be seen, a huge light curtain with dense inscriptions and complex shapes, like some kind of formation, descended from the sky, shrouding this world, illuminating the rolling devil clouds, and suppressing them with a loud bang, and the sky full of golden light curtain. A huge thing was ruthlessly suppressed and fell. To Lin Sini, two people to see that huge thing, all of a sudden is scared to lose color, because that thing is not other things, is actually a strange and incomparable colorful spiders. Its hairy spider legs, has reached more than 10 meters long. People look in cold. Not only that, Chen Bei's two fingers pointed to the ground. From the sky, the curtain of light suppressed down at the same time. A bizarre golden curtain of light likewise surfaced above the earth below. When it was said to be a golden curtain of light, it was more like a kind of formation map, as the ancient lines on it were clear and well defined, covering every corner of the earth. Lin Sini and Zhao Chang were too surprised to speak as they looked at the golden formation diagram that had suddenly lit up under their feet. In the meantime, boom! The two light curtains rejoined, and the large spider smashed heavily on top of the light curtain. Being crushed twice, the light curtain penetrated the spider, erupting into a mournful and incomparable strange cry. Chen Bei's figure was fixed in mid-air, and then he rolled over and stood, slowly falling down. As for the large spider, it symbolically struggled to get up a few times before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Same moment, Peak City Center. In the midst of a city of tall buildings like an ocean, the scene being played out on the outskirts of the city was difficult for the average person to see that far away, and even though the occasional light flickered there, it seemed difficult to draw the public's attention to it under the cover of the city's neon. However, there were people who stood at the top of a towering building, their eyes full of fear and unease, and there were even people who were trembling all over, feeling the power of heaven and earth there, and each of them had a pale face. If Lin Sini was in these places, she would have no difficulty in realizing that a large portion of these people were big names in the city of Peak City, mostly business tycoons, syndicate controllers, or celebrities, etc., who were either famous or rich. However, these people, in fact, are lurking in the human race of demons, has long been integrated into people's lives. In addition to not dare to touch certain taboos, this kind of demon life cannot be said to be not nourishing. At the same time that the demons of Pekyang City were gazing at the outskirts, the young man dressed in cloth seemed to have a sense and also looked at Pekyang City through the air. Snap! Some demons were scared out of their wits at the sight, stepping back and sitting on their asses at the top of the towering building, breathing heavily and full of fear. Demon hunter? Several demonic shadows, their faces bloodless and their voices trembling, looked across the sky at the coat of cloth standing with its arms folded in the night, gasping for air. In this world, how can there be a demon hunter? Similarly, inside some luxury villa, a lively dinner table with 3 rounds of rice and 5 flavors of food, an old man with white hair was also shaken by a tiger. He looked up in the direction of the outskirts, his eyes instantly filled with unease and fear. Dad, what's wrong with you? Beside the old man, his son and daughter-in-law, who had a puzzled look on their faces, were all confused when they saw the demeanor of their own master. Nothing. The old man returned to his senses and revealed a forced smile, looking at the birthday celebration hall full of children and grandchildren in a bout of disorientation. Chapter 9 Sister, why don't you believe me too? Slap. The oddly large and incomparable spider legs dangled helplessly beside Lin Sini and Zhao Chang, and both of them subconsciously took a step back. The scene from just now lingered in the minds of the two of them for a long time. Lin Sini stared blankly at the landing figure. Her chest rose and fell, feeling that her entire mouth was dry. The image of Chen Bei performing the demon subduing technique was hitting her heart all the time, destroying her three views. Zhao Chang even kept swallowing his saliva as he looked at the colorful spiders that looked like small mountains not far away, his scalp tingling and frozen as if he were a wooden chicken, and the two gawked at the stall. Chen Bei took a light step, cloudy and clear, slowly walking towards the dying colorful spider, walking to the head of the spider that fell to the ground and could no longer lift up, only to see his fingers together, gently pointing at the center of its brow. The countless demonic forces within the spider's body instantly collapsed, and the huge spider's body was rapidly shrinking, and then transformed into the size of a thumb, attaching itself to the tip of Chen Bei's finger. "Leave you a demon life for now. You'll be needed later," Chen Bei muttered, and then he put the colorful spider demon into his sleeve and once again raised his steps towards the other end. Lin Sini's two gazes moved along with Chen Bei, and only then did she realize that there was another buffalo-sized pitch-black spider not too far away, but it had obviously already cooled off. "How can I give it to those two when you're like this? It's better to return to form." Chen Bei shook his head and smiled bitterly. In exchange for letting the Lin Sini duo find the sword for him, he had promised to capture the suspect for them. Now that this suspect is showing his true form, he is naturally not to hand it over. Heavily exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Chen Bei then raised his hand and waved it, and a channel of talismanic light was struck into the spider demon's body. This originally had been about to cold spider corpse, in the blink of an eye once again transformed into a human form, restored its ugly male appearance. Only has been breath all. In this scene, the two Lin Sini were dumbfounded and inwardly exclaimed, "How could this be? Miss Lin." After doing this, Chen Bei turned around and looked at Lin Sini, who was still somewhat mute not far away, and opened her mouth to call out. "Ha!" Lin Sini woke up in a dream at the sound of her voice and answered in a panic. Her face was full of hand-wringing. Obviously she had not yet awakened from the shock. "We've chased you here. Why are you still standing so far away? Come over here and see if this is the suspect you're looking for?" Chen Bei greeted the two men as they went over. Lin Sini and Zhao Chang glanced at each other, both subconsciously licking their dry lips and swallowing a mouthful of apprehensive saliva. They raised their steps forward. The two were looking down at the spider demon that had redisguised itself into a human being, carefully examining each other's features as they did so. Chen Bei opened his mouth. "What I promised you, I did. And if you ask about the sword, remember to let me know as well." After Chen Bei finished speaking, in order to ease the constraints of the two, he yawned and stretched out in his dress, dropping a sentence of sleepy before turning to leave. Lin Sini and Zhao Chang, on the other hand, were staring blankly at the cold corpse on the ground, and it was obvious that the duo had already recognized that this person, oh no, this demon was none other than the suspect in the disappearance case that they had been chasing for more than 2 whole months. It was only at this moment that the two believed in Chen Bei's words. No wonder they had been unable to catch each other. So the other party was actually a demon. Until this moment, the two men are still inside a huge wave, that originally incomparably strong 3 view of the fortress, as if at this moment collapsed, broken. "Chen, Mr. Chen." A little later, Zhao Chang, who had come to his senses, was filled with respect and turned around to try to call out to Chen Bei, who was already preparing to step into the air. Lin Sini also remembered something and turned back to try to tell Chen Beijian the news they had already inquired about. However, the two turned back as they did. Phew! Chen Bei had risen up in the air and flew away in front of the two, quickly disappearing into the night. The two of them once again looked at Chen Bei, who flew to and fro, and were once again greatly shocked as they glanced at each other, both revealing a bitter smile. Zhao Chang looked at the ugly man on the ground and couldn't speak for a long time. The two of them had seen it with their own eyes just now. It was a huge big spider, although it was not as huge as that colorful spider, but it was still intimidating and scalp-numbing, and the most shocking of all was the scene seen just now, which could be described as a double layer of shock. The breeze is cool and the night air is blowing. The two stared at the ugly man's already progressively cold body for a long time before they gradually calmed down. "Have Li and the others come over to collect the body. Just say the suspect has been found." Lin Sini was a bit hexed. "What am I going to say when they come over?" Zhao Chang looked at the ugly man who was already dead, and his face looked worse than crying. "What do you say when your co-workers come over? What about this report? You can't say I killed him, can you? Does that mean he's a demon? Decapitated by a demon hunter? That's not as bad as me beating it to death." Zhao Chang threw a look of help to Lin Sini. "Think of what to say. Don't look at me like that. I just want to go somewhere to calm down right now." Lin Sini's eyes were lax, and after speaking, she took a step towards the car and drove away in a short while. What she had seen and heard tonight was a shock to her, to Zhao Chang, and it was simply too much to take in. Zhao Chang looked at the gradually distant taillights, sighed heavily, but suddenly felt eerily cool around, hastily dialed a colleague's phone. In the bachelor pad, when Lin Sinny came back, her entire complexion was dull, as if she was thinking about something. She hugged the cat in her arms and didn't know how long she was silent before she looked at her own kitten and said to herself, "Maiken, do you believe there are demons in this world?" After Lin Sinny finished speaking, the body of the cat in her arms trembled slightly and jerked its head up, staring blankly at Lin Sinny. Lin Sinny, however, didn't notice Michi's expression, but fell into her own memories. Demon. She's a demon. Why don't you guys believe me? She's really a demon. 5 years ago, my brother pointed at the little girl my parents had adopted and said she was a demon, and everyone said my brother was crazy, but the next night, my brother died strangely, and the little girl disappeared. Sis, she really is a demon. Why don't even you believe me? She is a demon. After 5 years, my brother's voice of near despair and heartbreak still echoed in my ears. In the past, Lin Sinny was in pain and thought, like everyone else, that her brother was crazy. But now, tears flowed unintentionally from the corner of Lin Sinny's eyes. He never lies, so why don't any of us believe anything he says? How helpless he was then. The more she thought about it, the more Lin Sinny's eyes reddened and tears snapped down her face. Crying and weeping, she looked up with a huff, her eyes getting messier by the second. If her brother had not lied to himself back then, and she really was a demon, then his death. Think about it. Lin Sinny suddenly stood up. Her breathing became more and more rapid. Pausing for a moment, she seemed to think of a lot of cases that she had once ignored, and while grabbing the door, she dialed Zhao Chang's phone, and as Maiken looked at Lin Sinny who disappeared behind the door, the cat, surprisingly, exuded a humanized look. It looked at the photo of Lin Sinny and her brother on the desk, and actually jumped to the front of the frame, slowly crawling under the photo of the boy with an unusually sunny smile, and letting out a mournful meow. Chapter 10, A Visit to the Door. At night, the bright moon hangs high and the stars are like the sea. Amidst the endless dappled woods, bright moonlight poured down on the earth, and a cloth coat stood deep in the mountains and forests. In front of Chen Bei, there was a pale black-clothed man kneeling. The man's face was terrified and trembling, and the fear of death, as well as the desire for life, was written in his eyes. What do you want to know? I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The colorful spider demon that was forced to transform into a human being had cold sweat running down his forehead and had long been scared out of his wits, and kept begging. I don't need you to tell me what I want to know. I have my own way of doing it. Just bear with me. It might hurt. Chen Bei's face was expressionless. After speaking, he lightly lifted his right hand and slightly opened his 5 fingers. And the next moment, boom! A terrifying mana surfaced in the center of his palm, and ripples of mana transformed into countless runic lights at first glance. Chen Bei's hand slowly covered the top of the colorful spider demon's head, and the tidal wave of runic light immediately disappeared into the other party's body, surging into the deepest part of the memory of the Sea of Consciousness. Demon hunting secret technique. Memory soul searching technique. I want to know why this world is full of demons when there is no aura in heaven and earth. The simplest and most direct way. It is to capture a demon for memory reading. Chen Bei's initial target was the spider demon that was only 300 years old, but unexpectedly, this 800 years old colorful spider even took the initiative to send it to his door, and it naturally became Chen Bei's first choice for solving his puzzles. As the memory soul searching technique proceeded, the man in black gradually showed a grimace, his features distorted, as if he couldn't withstand the pain caused by that secret power that searched his mind's memories, and his body trembled extremely badly. Chen Bei turned a blind eye and closed his eyes to search his soul. The memories that belonged uniquely to this demon flashed through his mind as if it was a movie. A full 15 minutes later. So it is. Chen Bei quietly opened his eyes and muttered. By searching through the colorful spider demon's memories, he finally gained some understanding of this world. Demon invasion? Kind of interesting. The corner of Chen Bei's mouth arched. To be precise, it should be an other world called the Demon Realm that was invading the Blue Star continent. However, it was blocked by a group of so-called transcendent martial artists from the human race outside of the countless otherworldly battlefields, and this colorful spider demon. But is the two worlds fight for thousands of years in the process, since the otherworldly battlefield lurked over the leaky fish only. Like this leaky fish, now in the Blue Star continent has been in the minority. However, even though they had lurked in the great rear of the human race, they didn't dare to expose themselves too much. Otherwise they would attract the cleansing of the transcendent martial artists. Not only that, some demons, due to lurking in the world of the human race for many years, even gradually accustomed to the quiet life over here, and even secretly married the human race's daughter as their wives and gave birth to the shrine of 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 the shrine. In the city of Fengyang, there are more than 10 big demons have a family, of which the most representative. When the number of Fengyang Lu family old man, this Lu old man is now not only the Peak City is notorious as a rich merchant, but also the Peak Yang city is recognized as a great benefactor. Prestige is extremely high, the camouflage is also extremely good. The entire Peak City, in addition to a small number of demonic races, know its identity. Almost no one understands, even if it is its children and descendants, has been kept in the dark. People and demons are different. Heaven forbid. Chen Bei sighed deeply and shook his head to himself. Even though the good deeds and virtues of the demon, but once the combination of demon and man, is contrary to the way, let alone the birth of offspring. A man is born of a man's mother, and a demon is born of a demon's mother. Although the mother of the children of the Lu family is immortal, but its children, is a demon or a person. Since ancient times, controversial, whether it counts as a demon, or counting half-demon, these have to be screened face to face to be able to determine. Chen Bei shook his head helplessly. As a demon hunter, it was the vocation of a demon hunter to act on behalf of the heavens and maintain the righteousness of the heavenly way. But he had his own perceptions and was not a stubborn person. But this Lu family thing came with a hint of interest. Maybe make a house call. If it is an evil demon, get rid of it by hand. If it is a good demon, enlighten it with your hand. All of them can accumulate merit. As for Lu Tiannan's children's offspring, it was a troublesome matter. Non-demon and non-human, both human and demon, with both demon and human bloodlines. It was a bit tricky to deal with, and the colorful spider demon's memory removes all of the above. Chen Bei also learned a new piece of information: transcendent martial artist. According to the colorful spider demon's memories, there were a total of 2 reasons why this world had never been completely invaded by the demon domain. First, the gate of the demon region is restricted by the boundary wall and has not yet been fully opened, so the demon race above the heavenly demon level cannot cross the boundary and invade. Secondly, the human race gave birth to transcendental martial artists, and after 1,000 years of precipitation, this force, though small in number, was growing stronger, stifling the demon race to a certain extent. Of course, these weren't what Chen Bei was most concerned about. What he was most concerned about was the 5-colored spider demon's perception of transcendent martial artists. This type of human powerhouse seemed to be quite secretive, and it was difficult for ordinary people and ordinary lesser demons to come into deep contact with them. They were the guardians of this world, calling themselves Nightwalkers and relying on some kind of mysterious energy to cultivate. As for what kind of mysterious energy it was, the colorful spider demon was not segmented enough and obviously did not know much about it. Mysterious energy? Is it similar to aura? Chen Bei frowned in thought and had a guess. If it was similar to aura, then could one cultivate with the help of this energy? Thinking about it this way, the matter of visiting the Lu family's old man seemed even more imperative. After all, compared to the low-segmented colorful spider demon, this elder Lu's segment was a bit higher, and surely knew only a little more information. For example, why did the demon domain want to invade the Blue Star continent? What was that mysterious energy? Where could it be obtained? And so on. Your mission is complete. For the sake of contributing memories, let's give you a pain in the ass. Finish searching your memory. Chen Bei no longer stayed his hand. His big hand shook. Endless runic light engulfed it, and the colorful spider demon directly flew away and evaporated. This demon was surrounded by evil sins, and it was obvious that it had not lost much of its conscience and deserved to die. After resolving the spider demon, Chen Bei slowly looked towards the Lu family in Pekyang City. His future direction in this world could be planned out visually. With this in mind, he took a step out and his figure disappeared into the night, heading towards the Lu family residence. Same time, Fengyang City, Lu family residence. Today was the 60th birthday of the Lu family's oldest son, Lu Tiannan. Said 60th birthday? In fact, only to deceive the world. This Lu Laozi has more than 1,000 years of cultivation. The age is almost as long as half of this ancient Qin when the country was founded. At this moment, the Lu family is full of guests, although it is already close to the end of the night. However, it is still full of friends, lively and extraordinary. The Lu family's oldest son, Lu Tiannan, sat on the main seat, his face extremely ugly. Dad, are you not feeling well? Lu Zhenxiong had long since noticed that his own master's complexion was not right, and inquired with concern. Appropriately, for some reason, he was surprised to find that the old man's face seemed to show a flash of panic. Lu Zhenxiong does not understand. The old man has always been cloudy and breezy. In this city of Fengyang City, although not to say that only hands cover the sky, but by virtue of the Lu family's wealth now rivals the wealth of the country, Even if you look at the entire city of Fengyang, there is almost no one who dares to easily offend the old man, not to mention letting him reveal the panic attitude. "Oh, I'm fine." Jin Xiong remembered to greet every guest. The silver-haired Lu Tiannan was pulled back to reality by his son's voice, forcibly holding back his uneasiness and apprehension as he shook his head. However, the look on his face was still somewhat less than natural. However, since that force of heaven and earth in the suburbs subsided, his heart gradually calmed down, no longer as aptly that Ben panicked. Lu Tiannan thought that although he was a demon, but he was carrying a treasure to conceal his demonic aura, together with the appearance of concealment accumulated for so many years. Even if that person was a demon hunter, he would not be able to perceive it on himself. Thinking so, Lu Tiannan was relieved. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, outside of the mansion, an uninvited guest had already arrived. Chapter 11 Terrifying Paper. The lights were dimmed and the streets gradually chilled. Chen Bei, who was dressed in cloth, stood outside the Lu family residence and raised his eyes to look at the sky above the residence. His pupils could not help but narrow slightly. Despite the fact that he was personally standing in front of the Lu family's mansion at the moment, he still couldn't sense any demonic chi filling up inside. Another place with no demonic aura. Kind of interesting, Chen Bei muttered with even more interest. Looking around, the entire Pekyang city over the demonic gas in the sky, but only the Pekyang University and this Lu family residence on the head of the clear sky. There is not a trace of demonic gas leakage. Chen Bei looked at the scene in front of him and secretly said that it really should be the old saying that there must be a demon when things go wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that the memory search technique had been used beforehand to read the memories of the five-colored spider demon, Chen Bei might have really overlooked the Lu family elder, but would never ignore that abnormality over the Lu family residence. However, in the sky above this Lu mansion, there was no sinful chi surrounding it. It seems that this old man of the Lu family is not some great evil demon, but intermarrying with the human race, even if there is no killing, is not justified by heaven. Chen Bei stood in front of the gate of the mansion at the same time. The person that the Lu family had arranged to be in charge of receiving guests outside naturally noticed him. It's a man and a woman. The man was lanky and tall, and the woman was quite handsomely born with a clear brow. When the two of them inadvertently saw Chen Bei in an ancient attire, they were both confused, not understanding when this person was standing there, and thought that they had been careless, although the people dressed in strange clothes. But these days there are not a few people filming. Perhaps it is a certain old man Lu's showbiz just off-duty friends and relatives. The two looked at each other. They did not dare to slow down, and immediately went up to inquire about their origins. "This, sir, is he here to wish old Mr. Lu a happy birthday?" The young girl walked up to Chen Bei and asked politely. Chen Bei looked at the two of them and pondered for a little while. The corner of his mouth spread into a meaningful smile. Even so, once the two heard that they had come to celebrate their birthday, their attitude became more friendly. Then, "Sir's invitation, may we have a look at it?" The young girl opened her mouth and asked. Chen Bei, on the other hand, frowned slightly at the words. As an uninvited guest, he did not have any invitations since. The two men seemed to understand what was going on when they saw this, but they didn't have a fit over it, instead patiently explaining. "Sir, I hope you understand. After all, old Mr. Lu is a highly respected person in Pekyang City. Plus the people who are coming to celebrate his birthday today are all dignitaries in Pekyang City. And the main family had specially explained to us that in order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation, so the invitations must be read. Although the people in this world will not be as dog-eyed as in the novels, meeting and spraying mindlessly, this is also a world that looks at people." If Chen Bei could not produce the invitation card, proving that he was not a guest invited by the Lu family, he was bound to be stopped at the door. "I don't have an invitation," Chen Bei bluntly said. After the words, shook his head and smiled bitterly, as if in self-deprecating general, their hall demon hunter, if in the sky demon continent, just with a demon sword, can be unimpeded. I never thought that in this blue star continent, a demon hunter who came to subdue demons and eliminate devils would still need some kind of invitation. No invitation? What the? The young girl couldn't help but stare at the words, and turned her gaze to the stout youth beside her. After all, they weren't from the Lu family, they were just listening to the people and couldn't make the decision. "Oh, sir, if there is no invitation, we can't let you in. I hope you won't make things difficult for us. Of course, if you are a guest of the Lu family, we can also go in and inform you. Xiao Xiao and I are just temporary workers that the Lu family pulls over at the Lu group. We can't be the masters of the boss's house. I hope you can understand," the young man said softly. The reason why the Lu family let the two of them come over to check the invitations was naturally because they didn't want their own family members to personally step in to do this kind of out-of-the-blue thing, which could easily offend people. Chen Bei nodded at his words and did not make things difficult for the other party. As the saying goes, when you enter a village, do as the Romans do. Although he was in possession of cultivation and Taoism, he was not some self-possessed immortal emperor lord, who was not interested in demons. But since we're all here, Chen Bei wouldn't just leave either. Just as the two thought that Chen Bei would know what to do, Chen Bei abruptly opened his mouth and asked a seemingly unimportant question. Do you two have any paper on you? Paper? What kind of paper? The young girl wondered. Anything, hard paper is best, Chen Bei returned. Although Mu Xiaoxiao was a little unsure, she still ran back to the Lu family's gift table set up outside their residence and quickly retrieved a brand new gift book and handed it to Chen Bei. Is this okay? Could be. Chen Bei took the gift book and casually opened a page, then tore off a sheet with a swish before handing it to Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded and exchanged a glance with the young man beside her, both of them not understanding what this strange man was trying to do. After getting the paper, Chen Bei took a deep breath, only to see him holding the paper in his left hand, while his right hand flicked across the surface of the paper, and then handed the torn-down paper to Mu Xiaoxiao again under her extremely puzzled gaze. You take this piece of paper inside and hand it over to Lu Tianan, and he will naturally let you guys let me in, Chen Bei said with a mysterious smile. The two of them, Mu Xiaoxiao, however, were flaxen and frozen. I didn't get it. You mean, I'll go in with this piece of paper and show it to old Mr. Lu, and then his old man will let you in? Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her beautiful eyes incredulously as she stared at Chen Bei, and that look was just like looking at a little cutie. The same. No, he's treating me like a cutie. Ah, the paper is the Lu family's paper, so you tear one off and let me take it in, and then the Lu family's old man will let you in? Are you out of your mind or am I out of my mind? Mu Xiaoxiao thought, and repeatedly looked at the paper. There is no change. If I have to say there is any change, but also with the hand gently flicked a little. This is not to make fun of me? She originally thought that Chen Bei asked for the paper because he was going to write something. Who would have thought that he would have staged such a show? Just take it in and give it to him. You don't have to bother with the rest. You don't even have to say a word more than that. I'm not going to make things difficult for you guys, and you're not going to make things difficult for me, Chen Bei said with a gentle smile. If he hadn't just learned that there were transcendent martial artists sitting in this world, coupled with the fact that there were too many guests at the Lu family residence at the moment, he didn't want to be too ostentatious. He would have simply fought his way in. So, I don't want to go in hard, and you two had better not embarrass everyone. Actually, the most important point is this. While Chen Bei did not sense a demonic aura in the sky above the Lu family residence, he also did not see a sinful aura surrounding it, and he would always leave a silver lining for demons who were bent on the Tao. Therefore, Chen Bei would not make a hasty move before determining the colorful spider's evaluation of Lu Tianan, but once he is sure that the other party is an evil demon, he will also get rid of it, and will never be merciful, even if it is its half-human, half-demon sun shrine, as long as the heart of the evil thoughts, as well as cut off the roots and roots. Are you sure that if I take it in, old Mr. Lu will let you into the mansion? Even though she felt absurd in her heart, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Sure or not? You'll know if you go. Seeing Chen Bei's unwavering determination, Mu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and pondered for a long time before she said with a face full of embarrassment. Well, it has nothing to do with me anyway. She was pulled over from the company by the Lu family as a temporary worker, and was supposed to have the responsibility of delivering the message, in case this was a signal agreed upon by both sides of the family. Wouldn't it be a dereliction of duty if she didn't go to deliver it? Furthermore, there is no one who stipulates that one must write on it when revealing one's identity. Very often, it is just a tacit understanding between each other. After a moment of brainstorming to herself, Mu Xiaoxiao finally agreed with full reluctance. Yet as she entered the mansion and walked through the high-powered banquet hall, she hesitated a little, and seemed to struggle for a long time before she found the courage to go up. Old man, there's a man outside who doesn't have an invitation, but he asked me to give you this. Mu Xiaoxiao came behind Lu Tianan and after whispering, handed the paper to Lu Tianan. Oh, let's see. The old man of the Lu family, who was greeting the guests, smiled and took the paper, while Mu Xiaoxiao was embarrassed. However, it was while she was somewhat groundless. Suddenly, phew, Lu Tiannan's face changed drastically. Looking at the paper as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes full of horror, he threw the paper on the dining table. The whole person was so scared that he retreated back and forth. His lips were white, and his body was trembling. Not only that, but Mu Xiaoxiao also looked at the paper on the dining table with her mouth wide open and her eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 12, The Paralyzed by Fear Master of the Lu Family. How did this happen? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the paper that slowly floated down on the dining table. Her mouth opened wide in surprise, and she froze on the spot as she looked at the changes on the paper. The last moment was as white as a wash. There was obviously nothing on the white paper. When it fell into the hands of Lu Tianan, It slowly coalesced out of thin air a lone wolf portrait. How is that possible? He clearly just flicked the sheet. And having seen it over and over again when I brought it to myself, it was a plain piece of paper. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of disbelief at the same time. Lu Tiannan's face was filled with horror, looking at the paper's expression as if he had seen a severe ghost, as if he had been subjected to some kind of extremely horrible fright. Other people don't know what this piece of paper represents, but he, Lu Tiannan, was struck by lightning. The voluminous energy on the paper was so exuberant that it pressed him nearly out of breath. And the lone wolf floating above it was also clearly the very essence of his Lu family's old man. Not to say exactly the same, but simply the same. What does that mean? It meant that the demon hunter with the unfathomable Dao had obviously set his eyes on him and on the Lu family. Dad? Beside Lu Tiannan, Lu Zhenxiong had a surprised look on his face. In just a few moments, he had actually seen a look of horror on the old man's face for the second time. That's right, panic. If what was on Lu Tiannan's face just now was panic, then at this moment it was horror, fright and fear. Not only did Lu Zhenxiong see the look of horror on Lu Tiannan's face, countless gentlemen throughout the birthday banquet hall similarly noticed the change in the Lu family's old man. Master Lu, to be scared like this by a piece of paper? Countless gentlemen had stretched their necks to see what was going on. However, in their eyes, it was just a simple picture. And although the lone wolf on the painting was painted in vivid, it wasn't so scary, was it? Dad, what happened to you? Lu Zhenxiong looked at his own old master. His breathing followed. Due to the close proximity, he could feel Lu Tiannan's body seem to be trembling. That kind of fear, apprehension, uneasiness, fear, as if it was innate. It wasn't until his son pushed Master Lu that the latter reacted. But he ignored Lu Zhenxiong's call and turned to look at the dumbfounded Mu Xiaoxiao, his voice trembling a little. Ms. Wood, the person you said, where is he now? Old man, he's right outside the door. Mu Xiaoxiao also came back to her senses, her words similarly stuttering. Obviously, she was also shocked by the change in the paper. Lu Tiannan's face became even more pale and bloodless at the words, and he could no longer withstand the trepidation within his heart. His body stumbled and directly fell limp on the seat. Old sir, the man also said. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, and there was hesitation in her beautiful eyes. What else did he say? Lu Tiannan asked in an urgent voice. He said that you will definitely let him in when you see this piece of paper. In her heart, Mu Xiaoxiao basically already believed that the Lu family's old man would more than likely really let that oddly dressed man in. Lu Tiannan gasped loudly following the sound. But at least he was a wolf king who had lived for 1,000 years. When both let himself try to calm down, the other side used this way of arriving. And most likely there was room for maneuver. Quick, invite him in. Lu Tiannan urged as he held onto the chair and tried to get up. But he suddenly felt that his limbs were weak and he once again slumped into the seat. This caused Lu Zhenxiong, as well as all the guests in the audience, to be shocked. I see. Master Lu isn't afraid of that piece of paper. What he's afraid of is the person outside the Lu mansion. Just what kind of person can scare a person like this? And this person is still Lu Tiannan of the Lu family. There was a lot of talk among the gentlemen guests in the audience, and all of them were moved. Although the Lu family in the city of Peak City is not to say that no one dares to mess with, but those who can call the shots with it, very few, let alone being scared like this. For a while, all of these dignified figures of Peak Yan City were stunned in their hearts, yet while the people were looking at each other in suspicion. However, he saw a coat of cloth slowly striding across the Lu family's court gate, stepping into the courtyard and walking slowly. Lu Tiannan sat on the chairman at the end of the crowd, looking across the room at Chen Bei, who was walking towards him step by step, his eyes filled with shock and apprehension. At this moment, Chen Bei in the eyes of Elder Lu, as if from the end of the age of the ancient line, invisible pressure to take the heart, and the righteousness to suppress the universe. What a deep Tao. Lu Tiannan's heart was about to jump out of his throat. Just now, when he sensed that force of heaven and earth in the outskirts, he was terrified, and now that the other party had personally come close, that unfathomable depth made his soul tremble along with him. That's the gap. Chen Bei was an 8th order demon hunter at his peak, strong enough to kill ordinary 10,000-year-old demons. Even though his mana is now 1 in 10, however, his Taoism is still there. Facing an 8th order demon hunter, a 1,000-year-old small demon like Lu Tiannan was as simple as crushing an ant in front of him. Who is this person? When facing him, Elder Lu seems to be afraid. No, I should say terrified. Don't recognize it. Never seen it before. I think I shouldn't be a local of Peak City. If so, those sitting here are people of some status. It's impossible that they don't all recognize each other. Looking at Lu Tiannan's reaction, the entire Lu family guests whispered, and they seemed to be more surprised compared to Lu Tiannan. All the emotions were almost written on his face when he looked at this man who looked like he had walked out of ancient times. Elder Lu's birthday. Mr. Chen has come uninvited and is being abrupt. Chen Bei walked all the way here, his eyes never leaving Lu Tiannan, and after sitting himself across from the other party, he faintly smiled and said, however, this smile, when it landed in the eyes of the Lu family's old man, it caused him to feel suffocated. After Chen Bei sat down, his gaze fell on Lu Zhenxiong, Lu Xiaoxiao, and Lu Feng and other Lu family ancestors. Looking at Lu Zhenxiong unnaturally, the eyes of the entire birthday banquet hall fell on that coat of cloth, but no one dared to strike up a conversation. Even Lu Zhenxiong, who was the eldest son of the Lu family, did not dare to open his mouth rashly after seeing Lu Tiannan's reaction. Chen Bei's gaze was like a torch as he scanned the Lu family's crowd one by one before his eyes fell on the seat full of delicacies. It's worthy of being the birthday banquet of the Fengyang Lu family. It's been a long time since I've seen such a sumptuous dinner. Chen Bei slightly surveyed the table of delicacies, then saw a pair of unopened bowls and chopsticks in front of the table, and took matters into his own hands. Lu Tiannan looked at the demon hunter who was close at hand. His face was pale and incomparable. His chest continued to rise and fall as he gasped for air, but he didn't know what to do for a moment. The old man did not know Chen Bei's intention, but his superficially aged body was trembling madly under the cover of his clothes. After Chen Bei spoke, he ate and drank, but he no longer opened his mouth to talk. For a time, the entire Lu family residence was silent, and everyone quietly watched this bizarre scene. The Lu family's old man didn't make a sound, and none of them dared to break the tranquility. Chen Bei feasted on a few mouthfuls before picking up the napkin on the table and wiping his mouth, and then poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. It tastes good and the tea is good. After murmuring a sentence and giving a pertinent comment, Chen Bei snapped his head up, his incomparably sharp gaze looking straight at Lu Tiannan. The latter instantly showed all his fear. His body visibly trembled, and even the chair behind him made a clunking sound. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, and all the guests raised their heads in disbelief. Chapter 13. But he's not human. As a qualified demon hunter, a simple deterrent, even in the face of a good demon, seemed necessary. With this look in Chen Bei's eyes, he nearly scared Lu Tiannan right off his chair. The atmosphere in the room was indescribably strange. Seeing that the deterrent effect had been achieved, Chen Bei was suddenly smiling at the corner of his mouth. Elder Lu, things might not be as bad as you and I think. I'm not the king of hell. You don't have to be afraid like this. A slightly teasing voice. It rang out in Noda's birthday hall. Chen Bei gazed at Lu Tiannan with a smile on his face, followed by a slight sideways glance, sweeping the corner of his eye at the full of guests and raising his eyes again. Elder Lu, are you sure we want to talk here? Chen Bei stared at Lu Tiannan with a smirk. This statement was made. Lu family old man just woke up. Immediately hands and feet get up, hard gasping on a few breaths of air after, full of fear and trepidation. Mr. Chen, inside please. Although he didn't know what Chen Bei's intentions were in coming here, Lu Tiannan naturally didn't want to talk to Chen Bei in plain sight, in case the other party revealed his true identity. At that time, he as well as the entire Lu family would become a target. Even if the demon hunter in front of him didn't kill him, the ancient Qin Nightwalkers wouldn't let him go, as well as wouldn't let go of Lu Zhenxiong, who had already awakened his demonic bloodline, and even Lu Xiaoxiao's descendants would be in trouble as well. The crowd was stunned beyond measure as they looked at the coat of cloth that had been invited to the back hall by the Lu family's old man, as well as the scene of Lu Tiannan trembling and following behind. The two disappeared completely behind the crowd's eyes. One time, the Lu family's entire birthday banquet hall directly exploded. Jin Xiong, what is this man's origin? Beside Lu Zhenxiong, an old man with white hair inquired. Uncle, I don't know. I didn't hear my dad say anything. Lu Zhenxiong was equally bewildered, thinking of some possibilities, but not completely. At this very moment, inside the back hall of the Lu family, in the middle of the empty hall room, Chen Bei sat quietly on a tie-shirt chair, his face looking quite serious, and at his feet, he was clearly kneeling on the shivering Lu Tiannan. At this moment, Chen Bei doused quite a few points of the Haiman style, eyes slowly gazing at the body-trembling awesome wolf demon, calm for a few moments before faintly speaking. As a demon race, to combine with a daughter of the human race, and to give birth to a child's shrine, heaven's justice is unforgivable, Chen Bei said slowly, shaking his head and even sighed. As soon as these words fell, the wolf demon's body trembled even more obviously, and the entire person prostrated at Chen Bei's feet, no longer able to hide the terror within. Lord, spare my life. Although the little demon is a demon, but can be bent on seeking the way, never harmed a life, and on weekdays, I also do good deeds, and for a moment, I have gone astray. Please, beg Lord, The terrified wolf demon could no longer spit out half a word because his lips were trembling so badly. His heart was beating wildly, and his chest was so tight and short of breath. On the outside, he was the esteemed Lu family master of Pekyang City, the rich and powerful Lu Dishanrun. Yet here, he was just a 1,000-year-old demon that was humbled to the dust. In fact, 1,000 years of cultivation is not much of a small demon race, but it is in front of Chen Bei, who is in the 8th order of the Tao. 1,000 years of wolf demon is indeed not enough to look at. The wolf demon spoke after a pause. How dare you argue? Bang! Chen Bei violently and angrily slapped the case jaw, and the foreign dress burst into a rage. The wolf demon's body also trembled with the muffled tiger sound, and his forehead made up for it in cold sweat. Seeing that the other guy was pretty much in shock, only then did Chen Bei continue. Humans and demons have different paths. Your birth to a descendant with a woman of the human race is already a taboo in the heavenly Tao. It is already incompatible with the heavenly principles, and there is no way to atone for it. But I never thought that you would dare to help your son awaken the demon bloodline. His heart is execrable. After Chen Bei's chiding ended, the wolf demon had long been bloodless and ashen. However, not waiting for the wolf demon to completely despair, Chen Bei sat upright, pretended to think for a moment, and sighed with a face full of difficulties. I see that you do not have sinful qi surrounded. Not what evil demon. And in the peak city of Yangyang also heart for good, accumulated a lot of good fruit. The gods have the virtue of good life. On the good demons still leave a line of life. As long as you are dedicated to the Tao, today I will not kill you. The wolf demon's breath fluttered at his words, and he looked up at Chen Bei with eyes full of dismay, but he was somewhat afraid to look directly at him, not giving the wolf demon a chance to rejoice. However, capital punishment can be avoided, but living punishment is hard to escape. From now on, you will follow me, wash the demonic qi, and cultivate with dedication, and eventually you will be able to achieve the Tao. Are you willing? Chen Bei finished his speech and quietly looked at the wolf demon on the ground. He is now new to this world and does not understand it very well. A lot of things need to be done personally. If he can subdue some of the good demons, no matter what he does, he can get twice the result with half the effort. In the heavenly demon continent, there is no lack of examples of demon hunters who have taken good demons for their own use, and some imperial masters, the winners, have raised demon immortals. There are 3 million flying immortals in the heavenly court, and 1/12 of them are demons. Of course, have done evil demon race. Demon hunter cannot act so. Demon subduing. Remove the demon. Remove is also evil demon. Into the demon of the demon. Hearing that the unfathomable demon hunter in front of him wanted to take himself by his side, the wolf demon's emotions could be described as up and down. Chang, I am honored that your excellency is looking at little demon. Little demon begs for it. The wolf demon is somewhat flattered, under the sudden realization of the voice of concurrence, as if catching a straw, lest the promise of some slower to the convenience of the other side of the backtracking intention. Looking at the wolf demon's reaction, Chen Bei was quite satisfied. Then he let the other party raise his head, only to see his fingers together, gently pointing at Lu Tiannan's forehead, and the golden light disappeared into his brow. What was just driven into your brow is the demon subduing seal and the demon cleansing technique. The demon seal can connect you and me. Your every move and word will be transmitted to me through the demon seal, and if you dare to do evil in the future, I will activate the demon seal and beat your soul into oblivion. As for the demon cleansing technique, it is the technique of seeking the way of the demon race passed down by the demon suppression division. Go down and cultivate it properly, and when you have washed away the causes of the demon race and severed the fruits of the demon race, I will naturally return your freedom. But right now, I have 3 more things I want you to do. 3 things about Chen Bei. One of them was naturally the memory soul search technique, where he would read Lu Tiannan's memories. The second is that the Lu family descendants may not awaken the demon bloodline in their bodies again. For generations, until the light if particles, has awakened Lu Zhenxiong, must be sealed to the power of its demon blood. As for the third, I want you to gather all the good demons you can find in Pekyang City. I want to see them tomorrow night. The time and place is up to you. After Chen Bei explained the 3 things, he began to perform memory reading on the wolf demon. Half an hour later, inside the back hall of the Lu family. Dad, what did you say? Lu Zhenxiong, who had heard Lu Tiannan's words, exclaimed in shock as he looked at his old master, whose face was pale and whose expression still had palpitations. Until this moment, he did not know from Lu Tiannan's mouth that coat of cloth was actually a demon hunter with an unfathomable Tao. Lu Zhenxiong, as the first son ancestor of the Lu family to know the identity of the old master, coupled with the awakening of the demon bloodline, naturally understood what a demon hunter meant. And when he learned that the old man was going to personally make a move to suppress the power of the bloodline in his body, His entire body was even staggered on the spot. The other end. Chen Bei left the Lu family residence at the same time. Peak City Inspector General's office. Tell me, what is so important that you have called me here in the middle of the night? Lu Long, the head of the inspection department, looked at the duo of Lin Sini and Zhao Chang in front of him, and his expression seemed a little less than happy. After Lin Sini and Zhao Chang glanced at each other, the latter pondered for a little while before looking at Lu Long and said with some undertones, Director, we've caught the suspect in the Qing Xuanyan disappearance case. When she heard Zhao Chang open his mouth, Lin Sini's heart was in her throat. After she left her bachelor pad at that time, she called and contacted Zhao Chang, and after the two of them got together and shared their memories of the many cases they had worked on over the years, as well as going through quite a few files, they eventually got a result. Division where there is a strange or special case, they are investigated every time to half, will be Lu Long for various reasons to call a halt in a hurry, and then not long, the case will be solved. As for who is solved, how to solve the case, these are not mentioned, or ambiguous, so Lin Sini guessed. Maybe Lu Long would have known something. His own brother's case back then was handled by the chief secretary himself, and perhaps he wasn't handling it at all, but there was someone else behind it. But in any case, the case of his brother became an unsolved case, and if the director really knew what the common people did not know, and if he could show his face to himself, perhaps he could ask something from it. Lin Sini desperately wanted to know that if her brother had really been victimized by a demon back then, had the demon that had harmed him been brought to justice? Therefore, the two of them, under a combination of plans, which did not hesitate to top the pressure of dissatisfaction of the boss, will be called over Lu Long. Oh, caught that? Well done. Lu Long heard that the suspect in the disappearance case had been apprehended and returned to the case, and immediately said with joy, soon, though, he looked at the duo again in wonder. Because of this? Why don't you just tell me on the phone? Why did you have to call me here at night? Lin Sini and the two of them looked at each other again when they saw this, and the former similarly stared at Lu Long, her heart beating a little faster. Seeing that the two were hesitant to speak, Lu Long pulled a face. I say, you youngsters, you always like to make a big deal out of things. If something's wrong, say something. If nothing's wrong, I'm leaving, Lu Long said, getting up and heading for the door. And that's when, Director, the suspect was caught. But, Lin Sini, who was standing in place, breathed heavily and opened her mouth in a tone of rapid speech, saying that she looked up at Lu Long's back and said word by word, but he's not human. Boom. This statement was made. Lu Long, who had walked to the door, was struck by lightning, his eyes snapped upward, and his footsteps froze. He then quickly turned back and stared at the Lin Sini duo with eyes full of disbelief. With that expression, it seemed as if they were surprised as to why the two Lin Sini had said such a thing. Chapter 14, Lu Long's thoughts. Lu Long stared at the Lin Sini duo for a long time, and when he saw that both of them looked determined, he couldn't help but narrow his pupils slightly. His eyes took on a thoughtful look, followed by a wary glance toward the door, closing the open door of the room behind him and walking slowly back. Lu Long sat back in his chair again, his hand on the joie case, thinking for a while, and then looking at Lin Sini's duo for a while. Finally, Lu Long sensed something. Did you just say that the suspect wasn't a person? Then what is he? Lu Long was visibly cautious, as if Lin Sini's words had touched on some sort of sensitive topic. It's a demon. Lin Sini chopped her head off. She had never imagined that as a third-level inspector, such words would one day come out of her mouth. But at this moment, Lin Sini was speaking so firmly. Demon? Lu Long felt slightly stunned, his eyes full of scrutiny, as if he wanted to see through hearts. When the words came to this point, Lin Sini did not intend to cover up, and immediately told the two of them what they had experienced tonight one by one. Are you saying that a man named Chen Bei claimed to be a demon hunter, and he called that suspect a demon? And you saw him subdue the demons with your own eyes? Lu Long listened more and more surprised, eyes full of incredulity and unexpected color. Yes. Lin Sini nodded and continued to speak, relating how Chen Bei had gotten rid of the demon, how he had turned the behemoth colorful spider into the size of a thumb, and how he had turned the black spider that had transformed back into its original form into a suspect once again. It had to be said that Lin Sini was worthy of being a third-level inspector. Her description of the scene of the crime was colorful, and she listened to Lu Long's eyes filled with astonishment. He was even able to copy the image of Chen Bei performing the demon subduing technique in his mind through Lin Sini's words. After listening to Lin Sini's description, Lu Long was flabbergasted, and from time to time, he made perceptions of the two. With years of experience, he could tell that the two were not lying. All right, I know this matter, I will look into it. You guys go back to rest first. Lu Long nodded. Although he was surprised, he didn't have the absurd questioning that Lin Sini's two imagined. This reinforced the suspicion that the two had at the beginning. Lu Long really knew a lot of things that they didn't know. Director, is there nothing you wish to say to us? Lin Sini didn't intend to let this opportunity go. It was obvious that the director was still trying to hide something. If she didn't ride out the heat tonight, she might come up with some kind of words to put it off tomorrow. Lu Long sniffed and stared at Lin Sini, then at Zhao Chang. That's just it. Since you guys have already been exposed to it, it would be a bit here and there if I were to deliberately conceal it. I can tell you something I know. Lu Long see things have been concealed, can only helplessly sighed, chose to compromise, but it is a sudden turn of phrase. Pupils infinite slightly narrowed scanning two people said, but before that, you'll also need to sign a confidentiality agreement, guaranteeing that this matter is known only to you, and that even your closest people can't reveal it at will, or else. Lu Long did not say further. Since the inspector driver's secret, that is the ancient Qin secrets, the consequences of leaking state secrets, do not need to tell him too much, although Lin Sini and the two of them had already been mentally prepared, but when they heard Lu Long's words, they were still quite surprised, and sure enough, the director knew. With this in mind, the two men did not hesitate and promised that they would not divulge their secrets. Lu Long sighed again at the sight and turned to the safe to fetch the two agreements. He had the two men sign individually and then repeated the authority and seriousness of this agreement. Director, can you tell us what that is now? After signing the non-disclosure agreement, Zhao Chang couldn't wait to open his mouth. From the agreement signed just now, he had already detected a hint of unusual. That agreement was actually a joint agreement of the 6 ministries and 9 divisions of ancient Qin. Its authority had already reached the highest level, and there was one thing he didn't understand even more. As far as he knew, after more than 2,000 years of pushing the boundaries, nowadays ancient Qin clearly only had 6 ministries and 8 divisions, so why would there be an extra division? Zhao Chang paid special attention when he signed. That extra division was named Xing Night Division, an organization he had never heard of before, which made his curiosity even more overwhelming. To Zhao Chang's question, Lu Long also did not hide again. Zhao Chang and Lin Sini are inspectors, naturally know what the 6 ministries and 9 divisions of the confidentiality agreement represents. Do not worry about them to keep their mouths shut. After all, the more inspectors, the more they understand the consequences of leaking such agreements. Thinking to this point, Lu Long spoke up. What you have met is at a level that is almost impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with, and you were able to cross paths with it, and the accident came out of that Qin Bei. As for the suspect, mentioning the spider demon that Lin Sini and her 2 friends were talking about, Lu Long's face obviously flushed with a touch of scorn as he continued to explain. According to the Walking Night Division, they are higher dimensional species, that is, beings from another, higher latitude world that invaded the Blue Star continent, and not demons as you call them. But if we have to say that these kinds of high-dimensional species are demons, it seems to make sense. They do resemble, no, super resemble, the demon race described in our mythology, Lu Long said, slowly falling into self-reflection and doubt himself. At a certain point, he looked up with a huff, as if a realization had dawned on him. Could it be that they're not some kind of higher dimensional world species, but really demons? Once this thought occurred, Lu Long's body shook, his pupils immediately became huge, and he breathed rapidly. As far as he knew, the unscientific beings that had invaded the Blue Star continent had always claimed to be a species from another higher dimensional world, and they never called themselves demons. Not to mention, nowadays, technology is super prosperous. The human race's thoughts have been solidified. The entire ancient Qin, no, I should say that the entire Blue Star continent similar to the Xing Night Division have subconsciously accepted this title, without thinking in certain aspects. The more he pondered, the more Lu Long felt that things were not right. He got up violently and looked at the 2 Lin Sini with eyes full of dismay. What do you guys say? That person called Qin Bei, who claims to be what he is? Demon Hunter. The 2 Li Sini replied almost in unison. Lu Long slowly sat down after hearing this, the 3 words Demon Hunter lingering in his mind. Where is this man now? Is there any way to find him? Lu Long asked again. The 2 of them looked at each other and shook their heads in shame. Originally there was a bell that could be found, but it was lost by Lin Sini. That person was so godlike that there was no trace of him. Did you check his identity? Checked. No information. And the Inspector General's office couldn't find out anything? Now Lu Long was even more shocked. Find. Immediately send people out to find it for me. And also, this matter, don't let other co-workers know about it, let alone spread it, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. After Lu Long finished speaking, he seemed to have something he was in a hurry to deal with and gave Lin Sini an eviction order. It's come to this. Lin Sini couldn't wait to ask about her brother's case, yet the answer she got was a big disappointment. But what she could be sure of was that her brother did die that year at the hands of a high-dimensional species, or at the hands of a demon race. After Lin Sini and Zhao Chang left, Lu Long sat alone in the office. Thinking for a long time, he took out his cell phone and froze for a moment, and finally chose to dial that phone again. Hey, this is Lu Long, the director of the Fengyang City Inspection Division. Picking up the Tiannan Province Line Night Division Fengyang Squad Line Nightman. There's a special significant situation emerging in Fengyang. Yes, a special significant situation. My identity verification password is? Chapter 15, no, and no, neither. Downstairs in the inspection division of Peak City. Don't worry, sooner or later the water will come out. The net of heaven will catch the murderer. Zhao Chang looked at the disoriented Lin Sini with a sympathetic face and spoke out to comfort her. In response, Lin Sini just forced a smile and then drove off like a walking corpse. Now that she learned that her brother did die at the hands of the demon race, her heart was like a knife. If she was willing to believe in her brother back then and prepare in advance, perhaps he would not have died. Still Sister Long Sister Short called, and her parents would not have grayed their heads overnight. But now, it was too late to say anything, leaving her with nothing but tears of remorse and regret. No, it wasn't just remorse and regret. She had to find the demon that killed her brother herself, and the demon that she had once seen as her own sister as well. Before her brother died, the only message he left behind was that she was a demon. And since her brother's strange death, she has disappeared and is highly suspect. At this moment, Lin Sini only wanted to catch the murderer. Whether it was a human or a demon, she would personally bring him to justice to comfort her brother's spirit in heaven. But how could she find the clues on her own? How could she start a case that the Nightwalkers had no trace of? At this moment, Lin Sini thought of Chen Bei and that bell. Perhaps there were others she could rely on. Thinking of this, Lin Sini couldn't help but drive faster. Time passes. Early the next morning, in the middle of a dense forest on the outskirts, Chen Bei, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. After another night of absorbing the essence of the aura within the demon pills, he felt the mana filling up more and more in his body. Chen Bei's mana at this moment had basically recovered to about 30% of its peak. Still too slow. Murmuring for a while, he once again closed his eyes and meditated. Time flew by and it was dusk again. At some point, Lord, Lu Tiannan's voice came from Chen Bei's mind. This is thanks to the demon seal. As Chen Bei said before, the demon surrender seal connects the demon to the demon hunter. Within a certain range, the demon hunter is able to monitor every move of the demon he has subdued through the demon subduing seal. Likewise, demons can use this as a medium to do simple communication with demon hunters. Of course, the initiative was in Chen Bei's hands, and he could cut off this connection, or shield it, at any time. Lu Tiannan contacted Chen Bei at this time, naturally for what Chen Bei had explained last night. Ever since Chen Bei had asked him to gather the good demons of the entire city of Peak City together, the Lu family's old man didn't dare to be slow, and that night he started contacting all the demon clans that he had dealings with and were bent on doing good. Time, place, Ronghua Street, Peak City, above valley. The valley above? What is that place? Back to my lord. It's a hotel under the little demon. But don't worry, my lord, the hotel has already been cleared, Lu Tiannan trembling said. After the words carefully asked if he needed to send a car over to pick up Chen Bei. Chen Bei politely refused. He is in the wilderness at the moment. The car certainly cannot drive in. In addition, he is not in a hurry. Really in a hurry. The car does not see him flying fast. Moreover, according to the agreed time, it was too early to go over there now. The good demons did not see all of them, so it was impossible for Chen Bei to degrade himself to wait for them. As for where the Ronghua Hotel is, there is no need to worry. Chen Bei had read Lu Tiannan's memories, and the reason why he had subconsciously asked what the upper valley was just now was that this kind of irrelevant memory had been eliminated by him. A little searching at the moment and information about the valley above is readily available. In the meantime, Peak City's #1 hotel, the valley above. What's going on in the valley above tonight? I heard it was clearing out early in the morning. A lot of people in the neighborhood were talking about it, and as an after-dinner conversation, it was always a good idea to find something to talk about. It's rumored that someone has bagged the entire upper valley, as if someone is coming. Hiss, what kind of person is so bold? How dare he bag the entire upper valley? How much money must this cost? The world of the rich, so incomprehensible. What do you know? Such a big deal. You know what that means? Explain what? It means that our Peak City is going to come to a big shot. Every time a big shot comes over, he either settles in the upper valley or in the Bright Moon building. But it's still the first time I've seen one that directly packs down the entire upper valley. If you want to put it that way, it seems to make some sense. People who were dining at a nearby restaurant whispered. Although the clearing of the upper valley was done in an extremely low-key manner, there was no impermeable wall in the world, and there were still quite a few people who had learned of the news. At this very moment, Upper Valley, a luxury car slowly drove up, all of them stopping in front of the gate of the valley above. People were shocked as they looked at the people coming down from the car. These people were all big names with faces in Peak City, mostly old men with a head full of silver hair, each one of them calling out from the front and the back, not angry and authoritative, and the breath of the superior was compelling. The helmsman of the Tian Rong family, and the chairman of the Dragon Group, the old master of the Long family, the Dragon family's old man. As more and more big names walked towards the valley above, the surrounding onlookers felt immense consternation. Gosh, just what kind of big shot is coming? How could it require so many mobiles to receive it? People's eyes were full of incredulity, counting the characters gathered here. Almost all of them were characters that would shake 3 times if they stomped their feet in Pekyang City. And so many, almost more than half of the number of bigwigs in Peak City. One time, the entire Upper Valley was far surrounded by a crowd of eaters, all guessing what kind of status top bigwigs were coming in a while, and was beginning to boil around the valley above. Chen Bei, who was dressed in cloth, had already arrived not far from the Upper Valley, but was stopped by 2 demonically dressed women. Little brother, very stylishly dressed. One of the women looked at Chen Bei, who looked like an ancient man, and her eyes were glowing. In fact, the 2 women had been paying attention to him for a long time, excluding his peculiar costume, the handsome and uncharacteristic features, and the aura that Chen Bei had if anything. Faced with the 2 young girls surrounding him, Chen Bei frowned slightly, but he didn't have any big stance and nodded with a smile on his face. And at that moment, the woman who was dressed most demurely, with almost half a kilogram of flour smeared on her face, explained her intention. Little brother, can I add a WeChat? The woman looked expectant. Sorry, I don't have WeChat, Chen Bei said truthfully. Although he had been in this world for a while, he had been busy restoring his mana, but it was true that he had not dealt with these things yet. Yet the woman sniffed with a frown. There's no WeChat, so QQ will do. Sorry, I don't have QQ either, Chen Bei cried and laughed. Yet the woman's face went a little cold. I'm just asking for your contact info because I think you're a good person. Who doesn't have WeChat or QQ these days? So don't be so ungrateful, okay? WeChat does not have. QQ does not have. Then there is always a phone, right? The woman did not die said. None of them? Sorry, coming through. Chen Bei shook his head helplessly and directly spared the 2 of them as he walked towards the upper valley. The woman's face completely pulled down at once. Give you face, right? What are you pretending? You really think you're something? I've seen a lot of handsome men. What the hell? After the woman was rejected, she felt that her face was a bit untenable, and she was outspoken in public, and her heart was not happy to pretend to be full of dislike, and her voice line was slightly elevated. The surrounding crowd sniffed with odd faces, not knowing what their mentality was. Some people felt that this kind of woman was too much, while others felt that Chen Bei was indeed a bit pretentious. Chen Bei naturally heard the woman's words, but didn't care, and after the corners of his mouth flared up with a touch of helplessness, he walked straight towards the upper valley. In the meantime, in front of the upper valley, countless bodyguards brought by bigwigs stood densely in front of the hotel and were looking around. Upon seeing the conspicuous cloth coat, all the bodyguards waiting outside were overjoyed and greeted Chen Bei in unison. Although they didn't know why their boss wanted to see this ancient robed man, Lu Tianan and the others had explained that when they saw Chen Bei, they mustn't be slow. Looking at the densely ushered-in suits of men, the surrounding crowd seemed to have sensed something, and their gazes all fell on the one in cloth that slowly walked over. And the next moment, a sea of suited bodyguards stationed themselves, all of them bowing slightly to the cloth coat, while saying in unison, Mr. Chen. Chapter 16, Fear and Trepidation. Mr. Chen. A sea of suited bodyguards bowed in unison. The scene was indescribably shocking. Chen Bei frowned slightly at the sight, but it was only a slight frown for a moment. This kind of small scene, in the 10,000 Demons continent is simply child's play. That kind of row of 10,000 people kneeling to thank is not unheard of. Again, the brightest people don't pretend to be the darkest. This was Chen Bei's style of behavior. He didn't like the whole pretending to be a pig in a poke thing. If I want to eat, I'll eat in the open. Not to mention, when you're new to the country, proper exposure of your position and raising your status can be of great use in many cases. Mr. Chen, the chairman and the others have been waiting inside for quite some time, and the old man has instructed me to personally bring you in. The Lu family bodyguard slightly jawed his head, his attitude full of respect and importance. With pleasure, Chen Bei patted the other party's shoulder and walked towards the upper valley in large strides. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned at the sight. This was the most unassuming big brother he had ever seen. So easygoing that it was a bit unbelievable. To be able to make close to half of the big brothers in Pyongyang City wait for a long time, the origin of such a character. He could think of his terror with his toes. Perhaps the other party only needed a simple sentence, and it would be enough to make a small bodyguard like him fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet. This kind of character, although it is not to say that all of them are high and mighty, but Chen Bei is the first one to say to him that he is grateful for the labor and so on. Mr. Chen, please. Lin Xiao, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly followed quickly, leading the way for Chen Bei. The two walked slowly into the valley above through the army of suits, and at that moment, the surroundings immediately exploded and instantly boiled over. What is this man's origin? Why are these bodyguards treating him with such respect? Could it be that the big shot that the valley above cleared to greet tonight is this young man? Guess that should do it. But, he looks so young. Many faces were dismayed. When did such a character appear in Fengyang? You know, this isn't a family of 2 bodyguards. That's countless bigwigs' personal masters, all bowing to him? Not only that Mr. Chen was even more surprising. The crowd. The woman who just asked Chen Bei for WeChat was also dumbfounded on the spot, her eyes full of disbelief, and at the same time, she felt her face burning hot. They're not pretending. You're just not worthy enough. Someone remembered the scene of the woman despising Chen Bei just now and couldn't help but sneer at the crowd, but after finishing, they dodged and hid to the side. In the eyes of some people, this woman with heavy makeup, however, is not another kind of disgusting. Not to microblogging on the verbal attack. Make it look like she is gracing others. Not to accept it is not good enough. The woman followed the voice and didn't have a fit, immediately pulling her best friend and walking away quickly with her head down. At this very moment, Upper Valley, many of the waitresses were also whispering. The people outside were curious about the great man who had arrived in the valley above tonight, and how had they not been the same? More surprised, I should say, because this group of beautiful girls who had been handpicked by Lu's group had seen the big brothers' jitters with their own eyes. Among them was Woody, the hotel's general manager. Elder Lu, are you sure that that person really won't take it out on us? There are bigots who are apprehensive and fearful. In other people's eyes, they were meeting a certain big shot tonight. However, in the eyes of the demons, it was no different from meeting the king of hell. That one is a demon hunter. There is no need for all of you to be so flustered. Am I not still fine? Think about it, gentlemen. If the great Lu Tiannan was about to say something, raised his head and scanned the beautiful waitresses coming and going, and immediately changed his words. If Mr. Chen were to turn against you all, how could you all still be standing here? You would have been slapped to death by now. Lu Tiannan laughed bitterly. Before this, he had already told the crowd that Chen Bei had only asked him to gather the good demons that he had summoned this time, and that it should not be against them. Not only that, he also revealed the matter of Chen Bei teaching himself the demon cleansing technique to the demons as well. Of course, this was with Chen Bei's permission. The eyes of all the good demons glowed when they heard about the demon cleansing technique. The good demons were already bent on seeking the way, and this demon cleansing technique was undoubtedly the key that would open the way for them. In that case, is Mr. Chen trying to grace us with his presence? There were bigots who were terrified and at the same time a little excited. Since ancient times, there have been demon hunters who have found a good demon, collected in the body of their point of view, and often this kind of demon can quickly get the recognition of the avenue, and even a demon certificate ascension. If that was true, it would be a great gift to them. The good demons, to a certain extent, although the demon hunter does not represent the two extremes of heaven and earth, but similar to the spokesman, can follow the demon hunter to accept the enlightenment, although the evil demon is not ashamed, but for the good demon's honor. Of course, following a demon hunter, the same accompaniment of a king is like accompanying a tiger, but if it is tainted with a trace of sinful qi, it will die a death that cannot be repeated. And while the crowd was talking about each, Mr. Chen, please, Lin Zhao's voice was the first to ring out and everyone looked around, but he saw a coat of cloth, slowly walking, reflected in the eyes of the crowd. Is he? Mu Xiaoxiao, who stood in the middle of a group of young female waitresses, was slightly stunned and seemed to be a bit surprised. She didn't expect that the person that Lu Tiannan and the others were receiving tonight was actually Chen Bei from last night. Chen Bei's arrival immediately caused countless bigwigs to fidget and get up, and although the scene was clattering, they were all filled with uneasiness and palpitations. See, Mr. Chen. It was still Lu Tiannan who took the lead and bowed to Chen Bei. The crowd only came back to their senses when they heard the words, and hurriedly followed the worship in fear and trepidation. And a group of young waitresses who looked as beautiful as flowers also looked up at the young and handsome Chen Bei. However, when they saw all the bigwigs bowing in worship, they all lowered their handsome and pretty heads, while 1,000 questions arose in their hearts. Who is this young-looking person? Why was he able to make the crowd of Pyongyang bigwigs bow and worship like this, compared to the handsome waitresses? Mu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was full of surprises. Last night at Lu's house she had already guessed that Chen Bei was not a small person, but she still seemed to have underestimated the identity of this magician. Facing the worship of the demons, Chen Bei swept his gaze across the room one by one. A slight nod. For the title of Mr. Chen, he was kind of happy with it. At the very least, it sounded a lot smoother than Lord. This group of good demons did know how to keep up with the times. After briefly browsing around the crowd of demons, Chen Bei secretly said that Lu Tiannan's efficiency was quite good. In just one day's time, he was able to gather nearly 100 good demons, and his popularity in Pekyang City wasn't too far off from his memory. It was obvious that all of these good demons seemed to be in a non-trivial position in Peak City nowadays. However, when Chen Bei was about to finish browsing through all the demons, he suddenly frowned and locked his eyes on a certain figure at the very back of the demon group, and a touch of killing opportunity rose up from the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 17. What a terrible origin. Evil demon. This was Chen Bei's first reaction. Even though the demon's concealment methods were very skillful, however, it still hadn't escaped his eyes. However, Chen Bei did not pull it out in the first place, but instead glanced meaningfully at the demons. Was this a demon deliberately testing to see if he could detect it? Or were they indeed negligent? According to reason, demon hunters are sensitive to the sinful chi of evil demons, and the same goes for good demons, so there is no reason for the demons not to be able to detect it. However, there was really an evil demon mixed in with the group. Chen Bei frowned. If this was an intentional act by the good demons, then he wouldn't mind ending it all in one go. Most of the demon hunters are willing to give the good demon a chance of life, but does not mean that the demon hunters do not kill the good demon. The demon is a demon. Do not kill is to think of the gods have the virtue of good life, but as long as the demon into the human world, to kill is also in accordance with the way of heaven. So whether to kill a good demon or not, it all depends on the mood of the demon hunter. However, right now, Chen Bei was in a position to use people, and he would not go easy on them until things were clarified. Chen Bei's reason for gathering the good demons of Fengyang City was twofold. One of them was for them to mobilize the people under their hands to look for the demon chopper sword. In the continent of 10,000 demons, the good demon is originally a lineage of the demon race, far more than the evil demon unity. The best 5 lakes and all over the world good demon all friends. Just like the peak of the city's good demon, each other have contact, can be said to be a call for 100 responses. From this, it could be seen that the demon domain demons that invaded the Blue Star continent were very similar to the 10,000 demons continent. That is to say, they and the neighboring regions, and even the entire Blue Star continent's good demon, all may get on the line, so that the good demon to use more than 1,000 years in the accumulation of contacts in the search for the demon chopping sword, do not have to be weaker than the Lin Sini duo. That's one. The second is these good demons. Chen Bei may be useful in the future. As stated above, it was not unlikely that the good demon would spread his connections throughout the entire Blue Star continent at the drop of a hat. This was an unimaginably huge information network, and in the future, Chen Bei could collect massive amounts of information through his good demon connections, such as the mysterious energies used by transcendent martial artists for cultivation. Examine that evil demon for a little while. Chen Bei abruptly raised the corners of his mouth slightly, following which he marched to the chief of the demons and sat down. Phew! Seeing this, the evil demon was obviously greatly relieved while a touch of smugness spread across the corners of his mouth. When he was stared at by Chen Bei just now, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, when the other party averted his eyes and sat down, the latter couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What profound Taoism! What powerful cultivation! But nothing more than that. The evil demon was suddenly in admiration of his own stealthy tactics. Mr. Chen, the ones standing here are all the good people within Pekyang City that I have contact with on a regular basis now. If you have any commands, just let us do them. We will definitely follow your arrangements. Seeing Chen Bei sitting down, Lu Tiannan took the initiative to step forward and bowed. He was even a little bit proud that he was able to gather so many good demons for Chen Bei in a short period of time, but he was still careful in his speech. We are but at your service, sir. Nearly 100 good demons bowed in unison and hurriedly took their positions. However, this scene fell into the eyes of the handsome teenage waitresses in the valley above, and their beautiful eyes were flooded with ripples. Nearly 100 bigwigs from Peak City, all at your command? My God, who is this young man? How can he mobilize almost half of the giants of Pekyang City? What a terrible force is this? Mu Xiaoxiao was similarly shocked, yet what shocked her even more was yet to come, for all the demons to take the initiative to take a stand. Chen Bei, however, was silent. The quieter he was, the more uneasy the demons became. Even Lu Tiannan seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and that's when, step forward yourself, or, let me pull you out. Chen Bei picked up the tea served by a beautiful waitress and slowly blew the floating tea leaves. the sound of a ghostly voice faintly recalled. When these words came out, all the demons were slightly stunned and filled with confusion. However, in the next moment, the demons seemed to understand something, and all of them raised their heads in a heady manner, their eyes full of panic. Lu Tianan also thought of something and turned around violently, scanning the good demons he had gathered with a panicked expression. Chen Bei's words were already obvious. Among them, there were non-identical demons, both evil demons. The evil demon standing behind the demon group, however, was shaken and dumbfounded at the words. Apparently, the demon hunter had found himself. The evil demon's breathing was instantly shortened. Where was the color of complacency and contempt from the previous moment? The whole person's face was pale, and cold sweat was flowing from his forehead. But he, still hiding in the crowd. If you come forward on your own, perhaps I can still save you a pain. My patience has a limit. You only have one chance. Make good use of it yourself. Chen Bei took a sip of the piping hot tea and continued to say nonchalantly, his gaze not looking at the evil demon again since the beginning. The entire room remained silent, and although the evil demon had begun to tremble, he was gritting his teeth and holding on to his heart. Mu Xiaoxiao and the others, on the other hand, were filled with confusion. Lu Tianan and the others had already guessed what had happened, but these handsome young girls were listening to the clouds. And that's when Chen Bei's face gradually turned cold as he brought the teacup in his hand to 3 centimeters above the desktop, and his gaze finally slowly looked at the evil demon. That means, I'll give you one more chance. Stand out yourself before the teacup falls on the table. I'll leave you a pain. Otherwise, as the demons were following Chen Bei's gaze, they were about to discover the evil demon. Suddenly, plop, the evil demon finally couldn't carry the mental defense and plopped down on his knees, bean-sized beads of sweat crossing his forehead, his body shaking terribly, but he couldn't say a word. Lu Tianan and the others looked at the evil demon with dismay. Although this demon was an evil demon, yet it only had 200 years of cultivation. Just now, he used a secret treasure to conceal the sinful qi on his body, coupled with the fact that he was inconspicuous. He was accidentally overlooked by Lu Tianan. However, at this moment, Lu Tianan returned to his senses, and under careful probing, his face changed drastically on the end. Evil demon. After Lu Tianan saw through the other party's concealment, he was equally shocked and bloodless. That one told me to contact the good demon. However, there is an evil demon hiding in the demon group, and it is highly stealthy. It's deadly. In case that person mistakenly thinks that this is what we use to test his strength, then the consequences. It was as if Lu Tianan had seen the end of the world and the destruction of the universe. However, he soon recognized the little demon. But instead, he turned his gaze to the other big brother, Master Lang, the man you brought. While Lu Tiannan's eyes were filled with fear, he pointed at the evil demon and said angrily to the Lang family's old man, "Are you trying to get us killed?" All the demons were in shock and indignation. Elder Lang, on the other hand, was breathing heavily. He had naturally recognized the evil demon and had indeed brought it on himself. But how did he become an evil demon? Obviously, Elder Lang realized that he had also been tricked. He was merely a good demon with 500 years of cultivation. So naturally, he had failed to see through the evil demon's disguise and concealment methods. But at this time, Elder Lang, too, had long been scared out of his wits, his body trembling uncontrollably. Next moment, poof, Elder Lang also poofed and knelt down. "Chen, Mr. Chen. I didn't know it would be like this. He deceived me. I understand, he must have gotten wind of it and that's why he insisted on coming. He wanted to follow Mr. Long Zhang was terrified, fearing that he would be mistakenly thought to have brought himself to test the depths of this lord, and that would simply be asking for death. So what if they are good demons? They have all entered the human world, and if they offend the demon hunter, they will be killed as usual. The virtue of a good life is nothing more than a phrase after all, not a good demonic amulet." Lu Tianan and the others were also filled with fear, and when they saw Chen Bei's delay in speaking, they all did not dare to breathe a single breath. This scene couldn't be more normal in the eyes of the demons. However, when they fell into the eyes of the many beautiful waitresses in the valley above, they all stared with wide eyes. "Oh my god, isn't that the Lang family's old man?" Some young girls who knew Lang Zhang's heart was flooded with monstrous waves. The status of Elder Lang in the eyes of these ordinary people of theirs was so honorable that even Lu Tianan had to be inferior. Yet at this moment, because of a few inexplicable words from that young man, he was frightened to such an extent? What horrible origin did this strangely dressed man have? Shasta, a group of handsome young girls fangirl. They were full of shock at the same time. He was also stealing glances from time to time at the teenagers sitting on the chief. Same time, the entire Pekyang city also boiled over. But this time, the ones who were boiling were not the demon race, but those truly well-informed human bigwigs. "What did you say?" That old thing Lu Tianan and about half of the top bigwigs in Pekyung City have chartered the Upper Valley and are hosting a young man? The bigwigs who learned the news. All of them were stunned. In particular, some of the bigwigs who had a relationship with the Lu family instantly panicked. Master, this matter is true. They are in the Upper Valley at this moment. You say, could it be that some big shot has come from Pekyung City? Why report such a big deal now? I just got the news. 2. Check. Immediately send someone to check for me, to see what kind of young man they are receiving. And also, it's best to figure out if it's from the Qingjing side, and if it's coming at us. Yes, I'm going to check. Do it. Chapter 18, Subduing the Good Demon. Getting rich overnight. Upper Valley. The old man of the Lang family was sweating profusely and in fear, and the entire Upper Valley was dead silent. A needle could be heard. Lu Tianan and the others quietly stood aside, not daring to breathe a single breath. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the only seated man of cloth to open his mouth. The atmosphere indescribably depressing. Chen Bei looked at Elder Lang, who was trembling with fear, as if he could penetrate his heart. The atmosphere of the entire Upper Valley was such that even the girls in Mu Xiaoxiao's crowd had some difficulty breathing. Finally, after a long time, get up. There's nothing more for you if you don't know. Chen Bei looked towards Leng Zheng who was waiting to be sentenced. His mood eased quite a bit and said, obviously, the old man of the Lang family was indeed kept in the dark before he muddled through and brought this evil demon with him. The evil demon's concealment methods were brilliant, and if Chen Bei hadn't pointed them out, they would indeed have easily overlooked them. This could not be hidden from Chen Bei's eyes. Lang Zheng heard as if relieved, as if from the ghost gate walked a time, almost paralyzed on the ground. Even if the trembling get up, still palpitating wiped the cold sweat on the forehead. After Chen Bei finished speaking, he lowered his gaze on the evil demon again. When the evil demon saw Chen Bei looking at him, he couldn't help but look as if he was ashen and was paralyzed with fear. But he was still struggling and frantically begging for mercy. No, I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. In the future, I'm all for goodness. I'm all for the path. I'm begging Mister to give me a way out. I'm begging Mister to give me a way out. Mister! Facing the evil demon's plea for mercy, Chen Bei was familiar with the situation. He was a demon hunter, not some reincarnation of the Virgin. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it. Wouldn't it be better to be a good demon? I don't need to tell you what to do, do I? Chen Bei turned his head to look at Lu Tianan and said with intent, a small demon with 200 years of cultivation. It was not necessary for him to do it himself. Don't worry, sir, we know what to do. Lu Tianan immediately bowed. Seeing that this had passed, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a big sigh of relief. When both let a few young demons take the evil demon away, the consequences of the evil demon could be imagined. After dealing with the evil demon, Chen Bei went to the conference room with a group of Fengyang City bigwigs in the eyes of Mu Xiaoxiao and the others. And naturally, they, the waitresses, were not qualified to go in, let alone knowing what all these bigwigs talked about inside. Inside the conference room, Chen Bei was consistent with the means used to subdue Lu Tianan, passing on the demon cleansing technique to all the demons, accepting them as his own under grace and authority, and letting them do their best to find the whereabouts of the demon beheading sword. With our good demon connections in the Blue Star continent, I think we will definitely be able to inquire about the news in less than 3 days. There were good demons eager to perform, when both patted their chests to Chen Bei and assured him up. As expected, it was just as Chen Bei thought. Things come in groups, and demons come in groups, regardless of which world. The world's good demons are all one lineage, and they are connected to each other. Even if they are not, they can still respond to each other. This was the way for good demons to survive. After all, they were an extremely rare group, caught between evil demons and the righteous path. Unity seemed to have become a tacit agreement. Chen Bei was satisfied with the performance of the crowd of good demons. Unfortunately, however, the good demons seemed to know very little about the mysterious energies used by transcendent martial artists for cultivation, and some powerful evil demons might have come into contact with them. Of course, Chen Bei had not gained nothing. As far as Lu Tianan and other good demons knew, that mysterious energy was similar to spiritual qi, and even more domineering and pure than spiritual qi, and some powerful evil demons that lurked over would fight with the human race for it, because not only could that energy be used by transcendent martial artists for cultivation, but the demon race could do the same, which in other words meant that Chen Bei should be able to do the same. That is to say, this energy is basically in the hands of transcendent martial artists, both those who walk the night, or rather, in the hands of the ancient Qingjing Night Division. Basically, Lu Tianan and the other good demons nodded their heads. Chen Bei's brows furrowed slightly as he sniffed. It seemed that dealing with transcendent martial artists was essential if he wanted to obtain this kind of energy. Nightwalkers come and go without a trace. It's hard to find them in the mundane world. But one thing is for sure, where there are evil demons doing evil things, there are bound to be Nightwalkers, and they have some connection with the inspection divisions all over the world. But it's a bit more subtle. The demons opened their mouths and spoke to solve Chen Bei's confusion. The duties of the Nightwalkers are to guard the peace of the Blue Star continent, to spot and clear out the demon race that infiltrates and hibernates in the Great Backlands, as well as to stop the invasion of the demon realm. And these types of people are known as the Nightwalkers since they are not publicized to the world. Not only that, but there seems to be a delicate relationship between the Nightwalkers, and they seem to be in competition with each other. And it's a complicated situation that we don't understand very well without having been in contact with the Nightwalkers. After listening to the words of the demons, Chen Bei nodded and didn't inquire too much on this. Instead, he swept his eyes over the demons one by one, and after pondering for a moment, he took out a bunch of demonic pills from within his storage bag and placed them in front of the eyes of the good demons. These demon pills are all his harvest in the 10,000 demons continent, but the essence of the aura inside is almost used to set up some killing formations over there and consumed. But the demon power is still there. This is some demon pills. Since you guys have followed me, I won't treat you poorly. Although the aura essence within the demon pills is gone, the demonic power still exists. The demonic power inside has already been purified by me. You guys can devour its demonic power. It won't produce the sinful cause of the chi. Take it down and share it. After Chen Bei finished speaking, all the good demons were filled with astonishment. Their eyes were glowing, and at the same time, they were also filled with shock. Because the demonic pills taken out under Chen Bei's grace and mercy had almost piled up into a small mountain. A demonic Dan represented a demon, which meant that there were countless evil demons that had died in Chen Bei's hands. And that, perhaps, is just the tip of the iceberg. Received the demon Dan. All the good demons are grateful, thinking that they have such a great chance. It is inevitable to show some loyalty. Half an hour later, Chen Bei walked out of the conference room and, surrounded by more than 100 Pekyang bigwigs, took a step to leave the upper valley. On foot, Lu Tiannan, after understanding, in knowing that Chen Bei is still living without a fixed place, immediately gave Chen Bei a villa in the eastern suburbs under his name. Not only that, the 100 demons also took the initiative to ask for help when they heard the words, and offered a large amount of wealth one after another. In this regard, Chen Bei naturally did not make any pretense, but also did not requisition the properties of Lu Tiannan and others, but the money was all coming. And so, overnight, Chen Bei changed from penniless to 100 billionaire, leaving the hotel with a thick pile of checks in his arms. As for why it's a check, because not only does he not have WeChat QQ and a cell phone, his bank card is even less. At this very moment, the hall inside the upper valley gate. Lin Xiao, take care of Mr. Chen. From now on, you don't need to go back to Lu's group. Follow Mr. Chen and be at his disposal at all times. Lu Tiannan and the others personally sent Chen Bei out of the hotel, and the former instructed Lin Xiao, who was at the side. At this moment, Lin Xiao was so nervous in his heart, he never dreamed of it. When Lu Tiannan offered to have someone follow that coat of cloth at his disposal, he would actually admire himself. Chapter 19, Far More Than First Thought. Chen Bei patted Lin Xiao's shoulder once again. He did need a right-hand man to follow him around. Adding the fact that Lin Xiao was of the human race, he couldn't be more suitable. And in the future, many things in the mundane world could be thrown to him to deal with. Mr. Chen, in the future, if you have anything, just instruct Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao will do his best to live up to Mr. Chen's high expectations. Lin Xiao was a bit flattered to be able to follow such a great man. For him, it might be a chance to turn his life around in the future. If he had the potential to become a human being, who would be willing to be a small bodyguard? Not for long. Lin Xiao then personally drove Lu Tiannan's car over. This car Lu Tiannan also gave Chen Bei. Compared to the demon pills Chen Bei gave them, these are all things outside the body. Obtaining the demonic Dan. The crowd of good demons remained excited until this moment. They are demons. In terms of cultivation growth, there is nothing faster than devouring. Devouring the human essence, the essence of all races, the essence of heaven and earth, etc., can make the cultivation of the demon race rise greatly. And the demon Dan is naturally one of them, and it is the best tonic pill. Thinking that there might be more opportunities to obtain demon pills in the future, the crowd of bigwigs were boiling with excitement, and all of them clustered around Chen Bei as he walked out of the door of the upper valley hall and walked towards the stretched Range Rover parked in front of the door. And right now, the surroundings of the upper valley had long been surrounded by people, including many people sent by various forces in Pekyang City to spy on the news. Even the inspection division also received wind of the arrival of a number of inspectors. Reporting to the director and Team Lin, let's say that the person Lu Tiannan and the others received is indeed the person that Director Lin and the others are looking for. An inspector looked at Chen Bei, who was sitting in the car in front of the upper valley gate, and opened his mouth to the colleague beside him. The co-worker, however, had a bitter smile on his face. Just tell the director. Team Lin should just forget it. Why? Here, the people have arrived. The inspector followed the sound and looked, but saw that Lin Sinny's car, which had appeared not far away, was slowly coming to a stop. The ones in the car were no one else either. It was none other than Lin Sinny, who hadn't seen her for a day, as well as Zhao Chang. The first time the two received the news, they hurried over. However, the two men came sniffing around. Just in time, he saw that a large number of bigwig-level figures in Peak City as well as countless bodyguards were seeing Chen Bei off in front of the gate of the valley above. Both of them looked at this scene, and both of them had a surprised look on their faces. Didn't he say he wasn't from this world and had just arrived? What is this? Zhao Chang looked at the huge row of the upper valley with a bewildered expression. The two froze in the open. Chen Bei's car had slowly driven away from the upper valley and gone. Lin Sinny didn't hesitate and immediately stepped on the gas furiously, chasing after him from afar. Inside the Range Rover. Mr. Chen, are we going directly to the eastern suburbs villa now? Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Bei in the rearview mirror and asked softly, although Lu Tiannan's instructions were for him to send Chen Bei to the eastern suburbs villa, but it doesn't say when it will be delivered. Lin Xiao felt the need to ask this new boss of his. As for the identity of the new owner, although he was puzzled in his mind, he did not ask more questions. As a senior bodyguard, he knew very well that many times it was more important to pretend to be deaf and dumb than to be transparent, and he just had to do his part, like protecting the new boss. Chen Bei slowly opened his eyes at the words and pondered for a moment. To Peak Sun University. Until now, Chen Bei remained curious about this university. The entire Peak Yan city is full of demonic gas, but only this university and the Lu family residence over the blue sky and moon, a clear sky. The reason why there was no demonic aura in the sky above the Lu family residence was because Lu Tianan had a lock-scattering demon belt in his hand, which was able to lock his own demonic aura at the same time, dispersing the demonic mist under the night sky. And Peak Sun University is different. Such a large school, covering such a wide area, but also demonic atmosphere. Not only that, when Chen Bei chased the spider demon, the other party fled into this university, but also immediately disappeared without a trace, actually able to evaporate under its eyes. The reason for this was that there was an ability to conceal the demonic aura within this university. Exactly what it was, Chen Bei did not know. After all, at that time, he had 100% of his mana, so it was difficult to see through it. However, it was different nowadays. His mana had recovered more than 30%, so if he went over again, he might be able to see a few clues. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, didn't think much about it and directly drove to Peak Yan University. Same time, inside Lu Lon's office, in the inspection department of Fengyang City. Director Lu, you're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? We can still understand describing a high-dimensional species as a demon. But that demon hunter you're talking about. Oh no, it's that self-proclaimed demon hunter. Is it really that outrageous? At this moment, Lu Long was sitting directly across from two men with sword brows and a young girl with a cold and arrogant face. None of the three were very old, but there was a regal pressure on their bodies, and their hands and feet were all unusual. Three of you, don't you still believe me? Lu Long frowned slightly. He contacted the Nightwalking Division Fengyang detachment of the Nightwalkers. Unexpectedly, the expected ones were who did not come, but instead sent these three young men and women in front of him, although it was not true that these three were also Nightwalkers. How they looked like interns who were honing their skills. Obviously, the Nightwalker didn't take his reported situation seriously. Director Lu, it's not that we don't believe you, it's that what you're saying is too much of a deification. According to you, this person named Chen Bei, not only can he fly to the sky and hide from the world, but he also has a magical spell? And he looks still very young, right? Zhao Yi and Zhao Yan looked at each other and both shook their heads and laughed bitterly. If this matter is not to see in the identity of Lu Long Division Chief, the Line Knight Division simply do not quite want to pay attention to, so let the three of them first come to see the situation. In the view of the Xingyi Sea, what flew in the sky, what filled the sky with talismanic light, and also made the spider, which was as huge as a small mountain. Smaller, these were all too heavenly. After staying in the Nightwalking Division for so many years, the two Zhaoyi brothers also thought that they had seen a lot, and it wasn't like they hadn't seen the mountainous high-dimensional species before, but they had never heard of any Nightwalker being able to make them smaller. Again, flying around? I wonder how much this Lord Director knows about the Nightwalkers, and I wonder how much he knows about the Nightwalkers who can fly. But to Zhao Yi, Zhao Yang and the others, there are also people who can fly and hide in the sky, but those transcendent martial artists are either masters or saints, who are not full of gray hair and dying of old age. As a result, now it's good. You're telling me that guy looks young? I want to see your master. Lu Long frowned tightly, although he is not the night people, but at least a division of the head. Let 3 interns night people to this side of the mill is not opposed, but so questioned a division head. Let a person's old face to where to put? He can't communicate with young people at all. However, Director Lu, as you know, the Nightwalkers have always been understaffed. If you had initially reported that there was a high-dimension species committing murder in Pekyang City, Master and the others might have come over in person, but you chose the most outrageous reason of all. And Master and the others are too busy every day to probably come over unless what? Unless we are allowed to meet this Chen Bei first. If he is really as miraculous as you say, then not to mention Master and the others, I'm afraid that the entire Tiannan province's lineage night division will be shaken by this. Lu Long sniffed with a black face. How many times has it been said? I can't reach that one. I can't reach him. Thinking of this, Lu Long was a little discouraged, and was planning to send the 3 away as if nothing had happened. When the phone rang, Lu Long, who was in an irritable mood, took out his phone and immediately picked it up when he saw that it was Lin Sini's number. Well, did you see anyone? Is it him? Are you sure it's him? Okay, tell me, what direction are you in? Peaksun University? Hanging up the phone, Lu Long laughed openly and couldn't help but look at the 3 people. Since the 3 of you do not believe, along with me to go along to see will know. In fact, is it or not? I also want to know. After all, I'm the same as the 3 of you. Is also hearsay well. Lu Long finished his sentence and took the lead in striding out of the office. The 3 of them were slightly stunned by the situation, but then they were filled with helplessness. So you, the director of the division, is also a hearsay? You think that the night division is too busy, right? Go and take a look. I'd like to know how Director Lu will explain it to you and me later. Zhao shook his head. Since the other party's heart is not dead, then there is no harm in taking a trip. If it's a Jianghu cheat, then it's not under the control of their Xing Night Division, but it's a matter of lifting a finger to dismantle it. The trio drove to Peaksun University at the same time. Chen Bei was already standing in front of the gates of Peaksun University, but he was staring at the sky above the university with an unexpected face. Kind of. Chen Bei had a smile on his face and his eyes were full of curiosity. A few days ago there was a clear sky over the Peaksun University. At the moment, it had turned into the place where the demonic aura was the thickest. At one point, it even surpassed any place in the entire Pekyang city. Now there is something to play for. With such erratic changes, I am afraid that the situation is far beyond what Chen Bei had imagined at the beginning, and the more so. Instead, Chen Bei became more and more energized, and he had to figure this place out tonight. Chapter 20, Not Too Little Action. In front of Peaksun University, Chen Bei raised his head and gazed for a while before turning to look at Lin Xiao who was standing beside him. Your name is Lin Xiao, right? Sir, you can just call me Kobayashi. Lin Xiao opened his mouth in a panic and placed his posture extremely low. After all, standing in front of him was a figure that Lu Tianan and a host of other bigwigs had to salute with respect. Yeah. Chen Bei nodded, then instructed, you go back to the eastern suburb villa first. I'll go there myself in a while. In the future, you can temporarily live there for the time being. I'll let you know if there's anything. Lin Xiao nodded his head when he heard this and then drove slowly away. Chen Bei, on the other hand, looked around. Lift your step to the root of a hidden fence, after he briefly scanned his surroundings. Next moment, phew, Chen Bei flew up. His right foot fiercely stepped on the crooked nectree outside the wall. His body leaped up. His left foot once again lightly stepped on the wall rock, and he used the force to soar. An endless sky over the Peaksun University, the top of the lush ancient trees, the slightly dimly lit night sky area. Chen Bei's body was as light as a swallow, slicing through the sea of forests and sweeping past the heads of countless teachers and students. Chen Bei entered Pekyang University at the same time as his front foot. The 2 Lin Sini also drove there. Appropriately, before the 2 of them brushed past Lin Zhao's car, they saw Chen Bei, who had gotten out of his car to gaze at him. From a distance, he should be going in. Zhao Chang looked at the empty corner of the wall and opened his mouth. The 2 clearly saw Chen Bei walk to this corner, but at this moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Thinking about the previous image of seeing the other party coming and going in the air, Zhao Chang's first thought was that Chen Bei had already entered Pekyang University. As for how it got in, he could well imagine it. It's nice to be able to fly. Zhao Chang envied in his heart for a while and had to march towards the janitor's room with Lin Sini. What do you guys do? Can I help you? Fengyang University's gatekeeper Moncler outlet half of his body. His brows slightly knitted as he looked at the dusty Lin Sini duo walking towards him and asked. Peak City Inspector General's Office. Serious Crimes Unit. On official business, Lin Sini's 2 men pulled out their work permits, identifying themselves while jogging quickly into Fengyang University. Serious crimes? The two janitorial lords looked at each other. What are the Inspector General's Major Crimes Unit doing at Peking University? But the duo had been campus escorts for over a decade, and this was not an uncommon occurrence. Of course, two Moncler Jackets outlet in security uniforms immediately reported the matter to the defense section. When the leadership of Peking University learned that the Inspector General's Serious Crimes Unit had entered the university, they were all surprised. Unbeknownst to me, there are other people entering college. Phew, under the night sky, Chen Bei flew all the way, and due to the lush greenery of Peking University, there were few people who would see him as he drifted and swept over the woods. A few moments later, same place, still the same trees. Chen Bei stood at the top of the tree tip with his arms crossed, quietly looking at the library directly in front of his feet. It was here that he lost sight of the spider demon when he was chasing it. Let me see what secrets this place holds, Chen Bei muttered, and after he finished speaking, he was about to perform the Empty Mind Sense Demon technique. Empty Ming Ji Demon Art, also known as Empty Spirit Art, Empty Ming Ji Demon. All things manifest, this kind of art, not heaven and earth to borrow the power of the two poles and two roads, but the demon hunter's own art. So Chen Bei does not need to recite incantations to communicate with heaven and earth, only need to be moved by the idea of the slightest movement. However, just as Chen Bei was about to execute the emptiness technique, suddenly, Chen Bei frowned and subconsciously looked in the direction of the northeastern corner of Fengyan University. What heavy demonic power! Caught off guard, Chen Bei sensed a terrifying demonic force. That's right, it wasn't demonic chi, but demonic power. This was the manifestation of the evil demon about to use its demonic power to harm people. Even though that trace of demonic power was just a flash, it was nevertheless keenly detected by Chen Bei. Great demon! With just a hint of that fleeting demonic power, Chen Bei had almost judged the cultivation level of the other party. It was a great demon no less. The so-called great demons, both possessing 3,000 to 5,000 years of cultivation. The strength of the demon race is unfathomable, and 5,000 years upwards, and 30,000 years or less, they can be called old demons. These two types of demons are not afraid of ordinary demon hunters. He has already possessed the power to fight with demon hunters, and even often can Jedi anti-kill the demon hunters whose Dao and cultivation are both weaker than theirs. And once the demon race stepped into the realm of 10,000 years, it would be incomparably terrifying. They could be promoted to the ranks of heavenly demons at any time, and even the oldest demon with the worst talent would be able to be in the category of heavenly demons after 30,000 years. For example, Chen Bei and Yan Qixia in the demon continent used a plan to kill the Black Mountain Old Demon, which is a big man of the demon clan with a 10,000 year cultivation. Although the Black Mountain Old Demon had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, because of the 10,000 People's Pit, he had continuously sucked in the essence and accumulated 10,000 years of Dao. Coupled with his constant chances, he was almost one step away from entering the ranks of the heavenly demons ahead of time back then. But unfortunately, he was stabbed by Chen Bei at the crucial moment. However, at this moment, a great demon had appeared at the Peking University, and even around Chen Bei. He was somewhat stunned, and according to his initial estimation, this demon was at least a great demon of more than 4,000 years, infinitely close to the ranks of old demons. With such a great demon hibernating in a university, it would be a nightmare should it be allowed to run amok. By all rights, it should have devoured 10,000 people's essence, but it didn't do so, indicating that it had scruples and didn't dare to expose itself. That is to say, even if it devours the essence of 10,000 people, there are still people in this world who can still suppress it, so it is why it is so jealous and careful to hibernate. It seems that this world of the Nightwalkers is also a dragon's den. Obviously, with the information that Chen Bei had searched for today, I'm afraid that the only one who could deter a great demon from easily devouring the human essence was the Nightwalker. The Nightwalkers didn't seem to be as weak as they thought they were, but that made sense. How else could they resist the invasion of the demon domain? Think here. Chen Bei temporarily put down his intention of checking out this place and instead, his body flashed as he took off in the air in the direction of the northeastern corner of Fengyan University. Same time, northeastern campus of Peking University. Boys' dorm room. Zhang Lin, resting here to tell the apotheosis story again? A few roommates looked at Zhang Lin, filled with laughter. This Zhang Lin was no other than the college student who drilled the grove with his girlfriend Li Wan that night when Chen Bei was chasing the spider demon. At this moment, Zhang Lin was a bit depressed. Obviously what he said was the truth. Why did no one believe it? I can't help it if you don't believe me. Li Wan and I saw it with our own eyes. Although the light was not good that night, there was moonlight. He was dressed in cloth, and in front of us, he really flew away in a swish. Hearing Zhang Lin's words, many of the boys shook their heads helplessly, disbelief and helplessness written all over their faces. and there were even a few moments towards making a fool of themselves. Zhang Lin was depressed at the same time. Li Wan was also helpless. Some shady campus path in the northeast corner. Nanshu, Zhang Lin and I didn't lie. Everything we said was true. Li Wan is also trying his best to explain that the two of them have been telling people around them what they saw that night, but no one believes them. Alright Wan, don't say these words in the future. We are at least college students. How can we believe in this kind of thing? If you keep insisting like this, everyone will think you're crazy and will stay away from you. Mu Nanshu was dressed in a long pink dress, holding a book in her arms. Her long hair was flowing, her face was clear, and her voice was very nice, like an oriole in the mountains and spring water in the forest, clear and pleasant to the ear. Worthy of being the recognized school flower white moonlight of Pekyang University, she was radiating a charming light all the time. Listen to the words of a good girlfriend. Li Wan had a rare silence. She sighed helplessly. Nanshu was right. It was better not to mention this in the future. Let it rot in the stomach better. Just as Li Wan was about to forget the scene she saw in the grove that night, suddenly, phew, on the gloomy forest path, a demonic wind suddenly blew, and for a while the forest was blowing sand and rocks, and the cold air forced people's attention. Li Wan intuitively felt a chill down her spine and a strange feeling hit her. Mu Nanshu was also scrunched by this real wind. Glancing at a few boys who were playing basketball under the dim light not far away, the two women couldn't help but speed up their pace and walk deeper into the path. In the meantime, phew, a coat of cloth cuts through the night sky. Chen Bei flew and his entire body landed on the roof of a building not far away called Yatfu Building. He stood with his arms folded. His clothes and hair fluttered and hunted because of the breeze from a high place, and his eyes were quietly looking down at the hidden figures of Mu Nanshu and Li Wan, as well as the lush campus jungle. What an abundant demonic aura! Chen Bei frowned slightly. With such an abundance of demonic chi, this great demon was more than likely in its peak state, wanting to get rid of the other party. Once they fought, I'm afraid the commotion wouldn't be small, and it wouldn't even be impossible to alarm the entire Pekyang University. One time, Chen Bei hesitated. Hesitation whether to strike at this time or not. But this hesitation lasted only a moment, and then it was instantly gone. As a demon hunter, surrendering demons and removing devils is a duty. Acting on behalf of heaven is a mission, and accumulating merit is a moral act. As far as moving around, that's not something he should be thinking about. Chapter 21, The Parties Are Alarmed. On the forest path. Phew, gusts of demonic wind came in wave after wave. Mu Nanshu and Li Wan's eyebrows were slightly knitted. The two girls were both rare beauty girls of Pekyang University. Although Li Wan was inferior to Mu Nanshu by a few steps, but her face value was not bad. However, at this moment, both female college students were inexplicably uneasy. This forest path they walked countless times, but tonight I do not know why. Always feel the surrounding cool, heart inexplicable fear. But the two women didn't think much of it, and just assumed that the climate was changing and their steps were faster. Nanshu, do you ever feel weird? Finally, Li Wan couldn't help but speak up. This road on weekdays there are a lot of students walking, but tonight it seems that the flow of people is incomparably sparse. At first you can still see bits and pieces of silhouettes walking. The whole forest seems to be only the two of them. Will you stop scaring yourself? Sometimes I walk alone. Come on, Mu Nanshu said with his mouth, but his heart began to throb. And suddenly, there was a tingle of electricity all around, and the streetlights along the path began to flicker regularly, fluttering a few times before going out completely. The two women suddenly tightened their petite bodies and fell into a dimness. Is the power out? Li Wan subconsciously gulped furiously. Ever since she saw Chen Beifei leave that night, her thoughts had undergone a subtle change. Would Nanshu at first also a power outage? But through the deep invisible woods, you can still see the opposite brightly lit girls' dormitory building lights. Not only that, that gust of demonic wind suddenly blew even harder, and the forest was suddenly filled with demonic mists, and the line of sight became more and more condensed. Would Nanshu looked around, forced to calm down, but was shocked to find that the forest is clearly windy, but she saw through the jungle. In addition to this forest, the shadows of the trees in the distance almost motionless. And where is this wind coming from? Nanshu, we're not going to meet something, are we? Li Wan tightened her collar and said, don't be ridiculous, people scare people. Mu Nanshu's heartbeat accelerated as well. In the end, she was just an untouched girl after all, with no hands, and her looks didn't add to her guts. Moreover, Li Wan has always been mentioning something about flying or not in her ear recently, and bypassing Mu Nanshu has been affected to a certain extent at the moment. However, she still comforted herself in her heart that there was no such thing as a demon or devil in this world, but it was just climate change. However, just as Mu Nanshu pulled Li Wan and started to trot, suddenly, GGG, a scalp-numbing strange laughter resounded in the forest. To be precise, it resounded in front of the two Munanshu. Following the sound, both women stopped their steps and looked at the already blurred path in front of them with horror in their eyes. That laugh. It didn't sound like it could come out of a person's mouth, and it made the hairs on one's body stand on end to hear it. Jia jia jia. Een yearing month een day een time born girl. I cannot imagine just come out. Will meet such a great compliment on earth? Eat you one person. 100 years of cultivation. Will not cause those guys attention. Really heaven help me also. It was accompanied by an odd and excited voice. Munanshu and Liwan's beautiful eyes stared round, but they saw that 100 or 10 meters away in front of them, a hideous figure with a cloak of hair and a face full of fish scale flakes was approaching them at great speed. The figure was so fast that it was like an instantaneous movement, and every residual shadow left by the body crossed out to a distance of more than 10 meters, not giving the two women a chance to react. Phew! The silhouette had already flickered away from Liwan's side, while Munanshu, who was on the side, had long since disappeared. Liwan subconsciously looked behind her, but she saw that Munanshu was already several meters away, and was being choked by an equally fish-scaled monster, against the trunk of a tree, its body in the air, its 2 feet stomping carelessly. Munanshu looked at the face that was close at hand, on the occasion of nausea, as well as the hideous fangs, blood-red and bizarre eyes. The whole person was scared to the point that his face turned white, and his eyes showed horror. Liwan looked at the bizarre scene, so scared that she let out a scream and shivered. She wanted to escape, but found that her feet could not move at all. And what makes the two women more desperate is that at this moment, everything in the woods is like being isolated. Let Liwan scream repeatedly, but outside is calm. What a beautiful human girl. Fine skin. Must taste good. The ugly monster covered in the smell of fish cocked its head, its eyes full of evil, and suddenly, it opened its bloody mouth, and a scarlet tongue darted out about half a meter, followed by a face of enjoyment as it licked at Munanshu's beautiful, but terrified, pretty face. Sticky saliva adhered to his face, and Munanshu's stomach churned with indescribable discomfort. If she hadn't been unable to make a sound with her neck clamped down, I'm afraid she would have been terrified and screamed. Until this moment, there was still this shock, dismay, disbelief in Munanshu's eyes, but more than that, it was fear. Where had she ever seen such a horrible scene? She had long been scared out of her wits. At this moment, Munanshu and Liwan's subconscious mind only had one thought. They were most likely to be in a bad way. The fear of death was not in any way more than that brought by this monster. Just as the two women were desperate, terrified, and trembling with fear. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. Exterminate demons and suppress evil. Qiankuan Tuluo. Go! A magnetic voice rang out abruptly. At the same time, in the white mango jungle filled with demonic mist, a flash of golden talismanic light emerged, which was in the shape of a huge mirror and flew through the jungle, through the trunks of the trees, and even through Munanshu's body, striking at the inhuman and ghostly great demon. Miraculously, the talismanic light was unharmed when it penetrated everything in Munanshu, yet when it struck the great demon, it exploded, directly blasting it out. The monster let out a mournful hiss, and its entire demonic body flew out backwards, landing heavily more than 10 meters away. Demon, don't be reckless. Munanshu crashed to the ground at the same time. Phew! Qianbei appeared flying at a 45-degree angle from above the jungle, quickly approaching the area. He landed beside Munanshu, but he didn't look at her. Instead, he stared at the great demon and didn't let go. Demon hunter? The great demon was forced back by the blow and prostrated itself in an extremely bizarre position, looking up at Qianbei with eyes full of shock. Qianbei, however, frowned slightly. Man is not like man. Ghost is not like ghost. Demon is not like demon. You are the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. What turned you into this appearance? Surrendering demons for so many years. It was also the first time for Qianbei to see such a disgusting monster, covered in fish scales and reeking with a foul odor. It was simply intolerable to look at. It was obvious that this was a mutated fish scale monster, a fish demon cultivated. The fish demon stared at Qianbei dead on, seemingly sensing that the vast righteousness in his body was too horrifying, and even directly felt the desire to retreat. When both leapt up and rushed up to the sky, ready to escape. Want to go? Depends on whether you have the skills. Seeing this, Qianbei similarly flew up while his right hand 2 fingers and quickly waved and scratched marks in the night sky. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law, the Tao and the earth's net, locking Qian and sealing the mountain. The formation rises. Bam! Accompanied by Qianbei's words, both of his fingers were raised and flung towards the sky, and in an instant, the night sky was filled with golden aura. Ancient patterns emerged, veins were clear, and countless runic lights coalesced out of thin air, shrouding the entire mountain forest. forming a transparent runic array that blocked this side of the sky and the earth. Boom! The great demon slammed headfirst on top of the rune formation, and the loud sound was deafening, almost spreading throughout the entire Pekyang University. In the meantime, the two of them, Lin Sinai, who were searching for Chen Bei's traces in the middle of the campus, followed the sound and looked towards the northeast, and both of them were stunned and alarmed. Not only that, the entire Pekyang University had sensed something, and countless college students raised their heads and looked towards the northeast campus where the golden aura was flickering. And outside of Pekyang University, Zhao Yi, who was driving with Lu Long, all three of them opened their eyes violently at this moment, and seemed to look in that direction as if they had a sense. The scent of a higher dimensional species. It's Pekyang University. All three of them were shocked and filled with astonishment. A high-dimensional species had appeared here? Lu Long froze at the words, although he couldn't feel anything, but subconsciously furiously stepped on the gas pedal and drove towards the Pekyang University that had appeared not far away. Chapter 22, The Attention of All. The Shock of the World. What's going on over there? What's going on? What's that? Crested Butte University. Countless college students gazed up at the northeastern campus. One was dumbfounded. Especially the students who were already on the northeast campus were all completely dumbfounded. The school full of teachers and students all put down their hands and stared flabbergasted at the lush jungle above. Inside the boys' dormitory. You guys, look, what the hell is that? The boys in countless dormitories boiled over and rose to the windows, where they stood on the windowsill or walked to the balcony, all looking in that direction. Zhang Lin sniffed and also came to the balcony with his roommate, and one was filled with dismay. But see, hundreds of meters away from the top of the jungle, under the dome of the sky, a translucent golden runic light in the shape of a bowl inverted earth. The light curtains sacred and solemn, bursts of complex and complicated runic veins flashing. Cannot say shocking. What's that? It feels as if it's some kind of big formation that can only be seen in movies and TV dramas, but it seems to be a little bit different from the ones in movies and TV dramas. What's going on over there? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. And just when all eyes are on it, howl! A deafening roar rang out from that forest. A blurry figure rushed up into the sky, crazily slamming into that golden talisman grand formation. Everyone saw that scene, and Factor dropped their jaws in shock. In the meantime, humph! A cold snort exploded over Pekyang University. Another figure drew up next. He was dressed in cloth, his robes fluttering as he kept pinching out in his hands. Heaven and earth are limitless. Jianquan borrows the law. Grass and trees are alive for my use. All things turn into swords. Kill the demons and suppress the evil. The sword comes, accompanied by the light drink of that cloth coat, only to see that the top of the lush and boundless jungle, just like the green ocean-like jungle, countless leaves seemed to be summoned by some kind of call, began to tremble madly, and then broke away from the branches of the tree to bind, soaring up to the sky. A green leaf cut through the night sky and soared upwards, dense and countless. These green leaves on the way up, suddenly golden light soared, with the blade as the center, absorbing the essence of all things in heaven and earth, coagulating a golden transparent sword shadow around the green leaves. That scene, it was like 10,000 swords flying together. Unspeakably shocking. Geez, tens of thousands of students and faculty throughout Pekyang University watched this scene. All of them were shaken inside. Everyone was as mute as a wooden statue, with nothing but disbelief and shock in their eyes. Over the jungle, above the green ocean, countless sword shadows formed by the green leaves as a medium to communicate the essence of all things in heaven and earth were suspended around Chen Bei, and the peaks of the swords were slowly raised, pointing towards the fish demon. Next moment, show me where the upper limit is for demons in your world. After Chen Bei finished speaking, his robes were windless, and his entire figure flashed, taking off into the air as a finger fell. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless sword shadows moved almost simultaneously, penetrating the night, filling the large formation, and chopping at the fish demon. For a time, 10,000 swords flew in unison over the entire forest, crisscrossing and changing trajectories, forcing the fish demon to be filled with panic and unable to retreat. But after all, it is a great demon with 4,000 years of cultivation. Although the sky full of sword shadows are scornful, but not so much as to not have the power to fight. Roar! The fish demon let out an eerie hiss, his body surging with demonic energy. Facing Chen Bei, it didn't have any nonsense and cast its demonic techniques with all its might. In an instant, countless black spears coalesced out of thin air and chopped into the void, blasting against Chen Bei's sword shadow. Fifth-ranked demonic arts? Chen Bei was slightly surprised in his heart, but without the slightest divine movement. He carried thousands of sword shadows. Boom! Terrifying demonic power ravaged the void. The vast righteousness was as deep as an ocean. The sky was full of golden sword shadows that were impenetrable. and runic light surged out as the two figures entangled and fought together. Sometimes the arts rushed to the heavens, and sometimes they were up close and personal to the bombardment. Above the night sky, all sorts of demon-subduing techniques dazzled and sword shadows steamed. Now Chen Bei's body is not enough mana. Many powerful demon-subduing techniques cannot be performed, although the fish demon is below, but has the power to fight, but has gradually fallen into a losing position. Suffering. The demon surrender technique originally restrained the demon race, not to mention the fact that Chen Bei could all be the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth, in addition to his own cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength had plummeted nowadays, it wouldn't have taken so long to deal with a demon race with a Dao like the fish demon. Chen Bei had practiced demon subduing for many years and was proficient in countless techniques. One of the most horrifying demon subduing techniques was a sword opens the gate of heaven, but even at his peak, he could only perform it once and then almost 70% of his peak mana would be used up. Of course, facing the fish demon at the moment, it was still wrong, but at this point in time, the entire Peak Sun University was already abuzz with excitement. Countless teachers and students stared blankly at that scene, their eyes wide with anger. They have never seen this kind of scene. Everything that happens in the sky, too heavenly, if not see with their own eyes. Who can believe that there are really people in this world flying in the sky, like a myth? What's going on here? Someone please tell me this isn't true. What kind of people are they? How can such people exist in the world? Countless teachers and students of Peak Yan University were frozen on the spot. Their mouths were dry. Their eyes were full of incredulity. And their looks were even more shocking than seeing a living ghost. However, some people soon came back to their senses from the stupor. And all of them took out their cell phones and filmed this amazing scene. The other end. Boys' dormitory balcony. Zhang Lin was almost about to be dumbfounded. Only felt his scalp tingling. Seemed to have a current straight to the sky. Shocked at the same time. He was also short of breath. So excited that he was incoherent. And even pulled the people around him to point to a scene in the distance that was greatly shaken. And opened his mouth in astonishment one after the other. Look. I'm not lying. I'm really not lying. It's him. It's him. It's the man I'm talking about. I can't see him clearly, but I remember the coat of cloth. It must be him. Zhang Lin's words were trembling a little. One was excitement, and the other was shock at the scene in front of him. However, in terms of shock and disbelief, it was Mu Nanchu and Li Wan who were deep in the woods at the moment. The two women looked at the dense golden sword shadows above their heads, as well as the closed runic light array around the jungle, and their beautiful eyes were filled with the kind of shocking colors that could not be described in words. In the meantime, Lin Sini and Zhao Chang were also flying close to the northeast campus, the two of them running through the dumbfounded crowd while looking up from time to time to see the shocking images, even though it was not the first time for the two to see a similar scene. However, at this moment, their eyes were similarly filled with undisguised fluttering. Same time, the four of them, Lu Long, who had arrived late, also walked into Peak Yan University. The four of them stood on an open field with a wide view, and their hearts were flooded with huge waves, especially the three of them. Zhao Yi Zhao Yang, whose faces were more intense than anyone else's, even the cold young girl. At this moment, his eyes were also full of suppressed astonishment, shock, disbelief, and disbelief. What kind of tactic is this? Zhao Yi stared there dumbfounded, his jaw dropping. Originally, the three sensed the breath of the higher dimensional species from afar, and were initially anxious that if a higher dimensional species really appeared here to commit an act of murder, then the three of them would probably not be its opponent, and could only investigate and report it to the Xingyin division, and report it to their master. However, I didn't expect to see the appalling images shortly after entering Peak Sun University. It was at the same time that the entire Peak Sun University completely exploded, over the sea of forests. Suddenly, Chen Bei's brows tightened as he fiercely looked towards the Fengyan University library. Others couldn't sense it, yet his face changed slightly. Obviously, there was a sudden change there, somewhat unforeseen. So that's how it is, as expected. I was the one who underestimated this place. Chen Bei's heart was flooded with a touch of astonishment as he came to a sudden realization. And this wipe of consternation obviously came from the direction of the library of the Peak Sun University. To be precise, it should be the underground of the library of the Peak Sun University. The situation there was even more alarming to Chen Bei than the fish demon. Chapter 23, Surprised by the Demon Locking Pagoda. Misty, roar dash. As Chen Bei was out of his mind in the gap, a mournful roar resounded through the night sky, and he fixed his eyes on it. However, the fish demon that had already been bound was suddenly hideous. His body's demonic power exploded and soared infinitely, and between the pieces of fish scales, there were dots of blood dipping out, staining the fish demon's entire body red in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the fish demon let out an incomparably painful wail, but his Tao was rising rapidly, leaping into the ranks of the old demons. Next moment, boom! The fish demon broke free of all its bonds and slammed its head into the sky full of runic light, breaking the formation and disappearing in the blink of an eye into the night. Why bother? Chen Bei shook his head when he saw this, but he did not make another move. The fish demon tried his best to ignite the demon Dan with his own blood, releasing the demon power within the demon Dan completely, and forcibly stepping into the ranks of the old demons, although he possessed more than 6,000 years of Dao lineage for a time. However, this was just a flash in the pan. Demon Danidon ignited with essence blood. It was almost impossible to stop. There was little hope that this fish demon would still want to live. Sure, there were 3 reasons why Chen Bei did not strike again. First of all, this behavior of the fish demon is tantamount to suicide, even if it is lucky not to die. I'm afraid that we can only find a place to sit down for 1,000 years before we can start all over again. Secondly, the fish demon had ignited the demon Dan with its essence blood, and its Tao had skyrocketed too much in a short period of time, so forcing it to be suppressed at this time would not be worth the loss. Furthermore, what he was most concerned about at the moment was the Peak Sun University Library. The demonic power there was sometimes silent and nothing, but sometimes it was as vast as the sea, so terrifying that Chen Bei felt a trace of fear. And that wasn't even the reason why Chen Bei was stunned. He was stunned that he had cast a sweeping glance with his Empyrean technique just now, and it was this glance that caused Chen Bei's heart to be stunned. After the fish demon vanished, Chen Bei did not hesitate. When both his figure flashed and took off into the air, his figure was quickly engulfed by the dimly lit area, and with him gone, the entire runic light array over the jungle and all around was also rapidly collapsing. The light dimmed, and in a few moments, it completely turned into nothingness, and the night sky returned to serenity. Even the pathway lamps beside Munanshu and Li Wan were also restored to illumination at this moment. Yet it's quiet here. The other end was boiling over. Phew! Chen Bei's figure flickered in the dimly lit area above the Peak Sun University, quickly descending into the Peak Sun University Library. Still the same red maple tree, still standing at the top of the tree. Negative. Chen Bei quietly looked at the superficially calm library. His eyebrows wrinkled into a Chuan character. However, in the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes, and his entire body was fixed at the top of the tree, not moving at all, while inside his body, another nearly transparent Chen Bei drifted out, turning into a flash of starbursts as it quickly headed towards the ground floor of the library of the Peak Yan University. Demon Hunter 7th Order Spell Out of Body Soul. 300 meters below the ground at the library of Peak Sun University, Chen Bei's soul slowly landed, and as soon as he first descended into this place, there was a scarlet red color in front of him. He looked down, but see Fengyang University Library under, apparently is a subterranean space, like a hollowed-out underground world. The head of the rock from the ground more than 300 meters, under the feet of the 10,000 feet chasm deep bottomless, a dark, while the surrounding rock walls are flooded with a strange red light, and at the center of the abyss, Hurley stood this extremely ancient tower body ancient pattern dense, layers of runic light flow, straight to the ground, I do not know how many layers, and on the surrounding rock walls, countless cold iron chains as thick as buckets firmly fixed the ancient tower, from time to time emitting bursts of crisp metal collision sounds. Chen Bei slowly landed on a cold iron chain and stood with his arms folded as he gazed at the scene in front of him. His face couldn't help but change slightly. The moment Chen Bei saw the countless layers of ancient towers secured by cold iron chains as well as the ancient runes on the ancient towers that were rich in history, his first reaction was, the Demon Locking Tower. This is 1,000 times a Demon Locking Tower, and inside the tower, there were still countless demon races being suppressed. Who would have thought that underneath the seemingly calm Fengyang University Library, there was a stunning Demon Locking Tower? There are demon hunters in this world too? Chen Bei could not help but frown slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. According to the memories of Lu Tianan and the colorful spider, demon hunters did not exist in this world. They only had transcendent martial artists. This was something that Chen Bei was almost certain of, because if a demon hunter existed here, then he would be able to sense the homologous chi from the two polarities of heaven and earth and the two paths of this world. Obviously, he didn't sense it, which meant that there were indeed no demon hunters here. But if there is no demon hunter, then what is the explanation for this demon locking tower? There were also incomparably ancient runes on it, as well as the terrifying formation that sealed the demon locking tower. This type of formation was naturally recognized by Chen Bei. It is the heaven and earth two poles two Dao demon sealing formation, which operates on its own, borrowing the power of the two Dao to suppress and seal. Normally, only for that kind of terrifying demonic powerhouse that was difficult to completely decapitate, the demon hunter would choose to use this method, simmering with time and borrowing the power of the two poles and two paths to slowly obliterate it. That is to say, Fengyan University Library below the seal, are all terrifying demon clan great powers. Inside the demon, the worst must be the peak level of the existence of the heavenly demon. How could this not make Chen Bei feel alarmed? Also, is such a demon locking tower the only exception to the rule underneath the library of Peak Sun University? Or is it found all over the Blue Star continent? If there were such demon locking towers all over the entire Blue Star continent, then who were the people who sealed these terrifying demonic powers? Where did they all go? Why are all the demon hunters in this world extinct? Did the demon domain invade this world in order to release these terrifying demonic powers that were sealed here? Chen Bei slowly shook his head. That's obviously not possible. By virtue of being from the same lineage, he could sense that this demon locking tower existed for an extremely long time. Inside, even though the suppression of the horror of the demon race great powers, most of them are also by the power of time and two poles of the two channels almost wiped out. Not much left of the Tao. The demon domain does not hesitate to raise a large number of people to save them to go back. It will only be more than worth the loss. Would that be another possibility? The demon domain had invaded the Blue Star continent as early as endless years ago, but at that time, the Blue Star continent was unprecedentedly bright with demon hunters, so they lost, and that was why they were sealed here. Or perhaps, the demonic domain that is now invading the Blue Star continent is a demon from another world, and is not the same domain as these demons that have been suppressed here? But if that was the case, then why did all those demon hunters from long ago go extinct in the Blue Star continent? Was there no legacy left at all? Also, there was no heaven and earth aura in the Blue Star continent. So how did the demon hunters of endless years ago come into being? Could it be the mysterious energy in the hands of transcendent martial artists? Then again, if Chen Bei's guess is right, this kind of demon locking tower is all over the Blue Star continent. That should be discovered by someone. Even if they are deep underground, there is always a time when they are dug up by mistake. Why is it that no one has mentioned it so far? Could it be that there has been a big invisible hand in the world that has been intentionally hiding something? Do the so-called Nightwalkers know about this? For a while, Chen Bei was caught in a fog. The reason why the sky was clear over the Peak Yang University was because there was a demon locking tower underneath the library, and the locking tower shocked and dispersed the demonic chi, which disguised the spider demon and the fish demon's aura. But this doubt is solved. However, Chen Bei fell into a deeper doubt. It was at the moment when Chen Bei was feeling misty. Suddenly, boom! The loud roar was deafening. The huge demon locking tower trembled violently, and it seemed that a terrifying force inside was impacting the seal, and every time it or they impacted, the runic light on the demon locking tower dimmed a bit. Chen Bei's heart was in shock while his brows were tightly locked. It was obvious that this demon locking tower was obviously too long in time, and the great formation seemed to have been damaged, and its power was not as great as it used to be. The demon race that was suppressed inside, obviously had not reached the point of running out of gas. And even when they impacted the seal, there was even a demonic power comparable to the level of the heavenly demon spreading out inside. If left unchecked for a while longer, the demon inside might really be able to break through the seal. Boom! There was another deafening roar, and the entire demon locking tower trembled violently and shook. Moment of truth. It's not that easy to get out, Chen Bei said. A wave of his hand, countless symbols of light to the array symbols, repairing the sealing array a moment of light, like a long drought. As if the sweet dew, such as cheering general, bursts of pressure suppression, crushed to the locking tower of the demon. While Chen Bei's soul was quickly repairing the demon locking tower sealing array, the body outside of it standing quietly on top of the tree was also losing mana rapidly, but it was still fixed under the night sky, fixed as a rock. However, it wasn't long before Chen Bei's main body moved its eyelashes slightly, as if it might wake up at any time. Same time, the entire Peak Sun University was also abuzz. Not only Peak Yang University, many places had exploded, especially Peak Yang City, which could be described as a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. One by one, the videos were spread quickly and soon circulated outside of Fengyan University, and some of the true giant dragon forces within Peak Yang City were also awakened at this moment and completely revived. It was not until this moment that the oceanic Peak Yang City truly revealed its deep roots like a dragon's den. It was like a sleeping dragon that had been awakened, and one by one, behemoths and ancient powers began to surface. Chapter 24, Chen Bei's name, sensationalizing Peak Yang City. Phew, under the night sky, over Peak Sun University, the dimly lit top of a red maple tree, a breeze was blowing. Chen Bei slowly opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. Adding the restoration of the large array used to seal and suppress the ferocious demons inside the demon locking tower underneath the library of Peak Yang University made the mana in his body that had originally recovered around 30% fall again, and compared to his peak period, 1 out of 10 was not left. However, the two merits of the two poles of heaven and earth had accumulated quite a lot. And with the recent beheading of the spider demon and the colorful spider, and the routing of the fish demon, Chen Bei's Tao had also been refined. He stood quietly at the top of the tree, his gaze growing deeper and deeper as he stared at the demon-locking pagoda at the bottom of the Peak Sun University library without letting go. After endless years of suppression, the terrifying demonic powerhouse suppressed within this demon-locking tower was surprisingly still lingering, and still had residual power comparable to the level of a heavenly demon. It's hard to imagine just how strong it was at its peak. Alternative to becoming immortal? Chen Bei muttered a guess. Although he hadn't come into contact with a demonic powerhouse of this level in the 10,000 Demons continent, but can suffered 2 road power wipe out endless years and still survive, and still have the remaining power of the heavenly demon ferocious demon, perhaps only the demon immortal can do. Alternative demon immortal, difficult to die, difficult to pass away, but where a soul is still alive, can be resurrected from the dead? The soul of the demon immortal is the most indelible. Such a terrifying demonic powerhouse, even if it was placed in the 10,000 Demons continent, it would still be an immeasurable demonic giant, yet it was sealed in this seemingly ordinary Blue Star continent. Intuition told Chen Bei, this world might have more unknown aspects buried in it, a world with no aura of heaven and earth, where a suspected demon immortal existence was sealed 10,000 ancient years ago. Was this world really weak a long time ago? How many more secrets are buried in this world? Chen Bei was caught up in his thoughts. Chen Bei's mind. An unmistakably ancient voice rang out abruptly. With your cultivation and Tao, you won't be able to seal this seat. Obviously, it was the terrifying demonic powerhouse suspected to be at the demon immortal realm within the demon locking tower that was conversing with Chen Bei across the air through some kind of voice transmission technique. Even if you repair the grand formation, so what? If we can't reopen a new demon sealing formation, how can it seal us? It's just stalling. The day this seat shatters this cage will be the day you are buried. The voice was flat and silent, as if it came from the ancient time river. There is no emotional fluctuation, but it is full of confidence. Let's talk about it when you can get out. Facing the naked threat, Chen Bei responded indifferently. However, he did not refute the other party's words. With his current cultivation and Tao skills, he really didn't have such a big hand. Even if he was at his peak, he couldn't set up this heaven and earth 2 poles 2 Tao demon sealing array. Although Chen Bei did not have such means, however, he still has the confidence to repair the original array to suppress the demons inside the demon locking tower. But it is essential to input mana every once in a while and repair the already shaky array base. Chen Bei just now personally stepped in to reinforce the demon sealing array. Not hot-headed, but thinking about For one thing, as a demon hunter, he had the obligation to fulfill his duties as a demon hunter. The second is the accumulation of merit, which allows one to get close to the 2 poles of heaven and earth and the 2 paths, and enhances one's Tao. All 3 are also considered to be for the benefit of the people. As for the 4, there is no alternative. When Chen Bei discovered the demon locking tower, the terrifying demonic powerhouse inside was already on the verge of breaking the seal. A fierce demon that still has the remaining power of the heavenly demon. Once out of the world, the first time is definitely sucking the human essence to restore mana. And Chen Bei as a demon hunter, the essence of the body to be far more than ordinary people countless times, will be the first choice of the fierce demon. Around the peak period of his, in the possession of the strength of the heavenly demon in the face of the demon also too late to hide away. There is nothing to be done. Chen Bei could only step in to continue sealing it, and this was undoubtedly tying the knot with the demon race within the demon locking tower. Actually, it doesn't matter whether the beam is tied or not. Demon hunters and evil demons were already incompatible, and even without all of the above, evil demons and Chen Bei were mortal enemies, and no matter for which reason, he had an absolute reason to strike. After the fierce demon inside the demon locking tower finished speaking, it never opened its mouth again, completely returning to silence. And it didn't even take the initiative to show goodwill to Chen Bei or talk about conditions. A gust of breeze stirred the robes. Chen Bei pondered for a little while, and without staying too long, his body flashed and disappeared under the night sky. Same time, the entire Peakyan city was like boiling water on a fire, completely boiling. The easternmost part of the oceanic and endless Peakyan city, the Long family residence. An old man with a head full of white hair sat in the Dragon Mansion, looking at the video that his family's children had sent back from Fengyan University, his eyes full of shock. The old man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, although he was pale and incomparable, but he was old, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and his body exuded a terrifying aura if nothing else. If someone from the Xing Night Division was here, they would definitely recognize this person. This old man is the true hidden giant of Peakyan City. The Dragon family, moreover, was one of the behemoths here, transcending the world and controlling the mundane world. A transcendent martial artist family with a truly ancient heritage. Dad, What do you think about this? The other old man within the dragon mansion frowned as he looked at the old man with a head full of white hair, seemingly even more shocked than the other. For no other reason. The images in the video are so shocking. What did Lu Long say? The white-haired old man pondered for a little while and looked at the current head of the dragon family, but the latter slowly shook his head. A son of the Long family had seen Lu Long's figure at Pekyang University before they made the first call to inquire. However, Lu Long only gave a name, and any other information was never mentioned. Check. Immediately send someone to check. This person has something in his hands that is enough to turn this world upside down. If the dragon family can't get it, they mustn't let those families get it either. But remember, check after check. Don't offend this person for the time being. He can fight in the air. His strength. I'm afraid that he's above the Transcendent Master, or even a powerhouse of the Transcendent Sage realm. The white-haired old man of the dragon family seemed to be keenly aware of a hint of heavenly opportunity, and those who had shaken at the moment were far more than just the Long family. The Long family was merely a microcosm. At this moment, all the transcendent martial artist lineages with ancient inheritance in the entire Pekyang city were equally sensational. For a moment, the name Chen Bei resounded in countless places. Sure, the most sensational ones were the tens of millions of ordinary people in Pekyang city, about what's happening over Peaksun University, by countless college students in the form of video plus verbal descriptions of 1 by 10, 10 by 100. The blink of an eye spread to every corner of the streets and alleys, and quickly spread outward. The moment people saw the video footage, they only felt their scalps tingling, their eyes full of unspeakable disbelief, and they felt that their worldview had been impacted like never before. Fengyang City, all of a sudden exploded. In the meantime, Crested Butte University. Lu Long's phone has been ringing non-stop. The already irritated him, but every call cannot not be answered, because these phone calls, all are comparable to the dragon family that level of people called. These ancient transcendent martial artist family, although the left and right not to him this inspector general, but ultimately a party hegemony, have to give a few thin face. For these ancient behemoths, Lu Long was extremely unwilling to take care of them, because these ancient clans only cared about their own interests, and obviously had clansmen that were comparable to the Nightwalkers, but they were living in a corner, preserving their strength, and not caring about other people's deaths and lives. Therefore, no matter what the other party asks, he only has one sentence. His name is Chen Bei, and nothing else. In fact, it wasn't that Lu Long didn't want to tell them, but the impact of this matter was too great. Just one word demon was enough to pique the entire existing worldview, and Lu Long couldn't decide where things were going. After hanging up the phone of the Zhang family, Lang family as well as the Meng family once again, Lu Long's phone rang once again. This time, though, it's clearly not one of the above behemoths. Lu Long just picked up the phone. Face to face is a head to face a drink. Director Lu, how do you work as a director? The video has reached me. What exactly do you want? Nanji, listen to me, and say what? Do you have any idea how much panic this will bring to the community once it's completely spread? Listen, I don't care what you try to do. Right now, squash this and minimize the impact. Also, that one called Chen Bei, the inspection division should leave it alone, and the people on this side of the Xingyi division will take over. What you have to do now is to stabilize the situation as much as possible. There are some things that are not yet time to go public. Otherwise, it will be chaotic. The entire Blue Star continent will be in chaos. Lu Long answered the phone at the same time. Still no answer? Zhao Yang looked at Zhao, who had been dialing the phone, and his breathing still seemed rapid. Zhao shook his head as he sniffed and frowned. Send a message. In addition, pass the video to Master. He will see it. Let's also immediately rush back to the Xing Night Division. This matter is too unbelievable. After Zhao Yang finished speaking, Zhao quickly sent the message out, passing over a video along the way, and the three of them left Pekyang University without stopping. Same moment, the northern part of Tiannan province, somewhere in the deep Grand Canyon. Boom! A huge celestial python descended from the sky, and was stepped down by a figure, smashing heavily on the ground and sending dust flying. The figure stood on the buffalo-sized snake's head, raised an arm-thick tree trunk, and ruthlessly stabbed down at the 7 inches of the heavenly python. A mournful roar resounded through the valley, and the giant python struggled madly, followed by gradually losing its breath. After Shurjian resolved this high-dimensional species, his entire body sat on the snake's head, panting heavily. At this point, Chief, your phone has been ringing off the hook just now. Who's calling? The woman who stepped forward wept. Shurjian exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air at his words and pulled out the cell phone he had on him and scanned it. It's the 3 little ones on the phone. Oh, could it be that the demon hunter Lu Long reported to have found? A demon hunter? Young in age? Magic spells? Flying in the sky and hiding in the ground? Oh, You believe in such nonsense? Shijian asked a series of rhetorical questions, followed by a shake of his head and a laugh. Of course I don't believe in it. I only believe in myself. The woman also rolled her eyes straight up and said, it's been more than 1,000 years since the high-dimensional invasion. If there really were any demons and any demon hunters, they would have jumped out a long time ago. Why would they have to wait until 1,000 years later? And the more godly Lu Long talks about it, the more she thinks it's nonsense. Besides, she's seen a lot of liars over the years. It was just a chance to get the attention of the Jyoka Shinji to see if he had the potential to become a Gyokushin. But this time the guy doesn't seem to be in his right mind. And to get attention in this way just sucks. Shijian didn't answer when he saw this and unlocked the phone for himself. Chapter 25 Nightwalker. Shijian's shock. The phone is unlocked. The first thing that popped into view was a dozen missed calls. Shijian briefly scanned it and skimmed right over it, following up by opening WeChat and habitually pulling the message to the new message box at the top. The first message surfaced in the WeChat chat box. Master, it's unscientific. It's too unscientific. How could this happen? Then comes the second one. Master, I can't believe my eyes. I can't even believe that this is actually true. See here. Shijian couldn't help but frown slightly as he continued to look down. Master, Lu Long, he didn't lie. No, not only did he not lie, he even said it too conservatively. That person, no, that demon hunter. It's too amazing. I've never seen this kind of fight before. It's just movie and TV dramas, you know? Oh, you definitely know. I feel that the movie and television drama is also shot too conservatively. That scene is just too shocking. Master, I think if you were here, you'd be as dumbfounded as I am, and you'd be as turned upside down as everyone else. Master, I believe it. Until this moment, I really believe in Lu Long's words. Those high-dimensional species, maybe we misunderstood them at the beginning. They might really be demons. Master, they must be demons. We've all been tricked by the demon race. Only a demon would be afraid of that kind of divine formation. Right. And that sword shadow that filled the sky. It's simply unimaginable. Shijian flipped through a dozen messages in a row, and his face gradually became gloomy. What the hell? Have these three little brats been brainwashed too? Until you read all the messages. It was only then that Shijian realized that there was a video at the bottom of the message box. He clicked the video on and watched the small white circle that kept spinning with a frown on his face. What kind of crappy signal? Spit one out. Shijian waited quietly for a moment. It wasn't long before the video cache ended and the screen gradually scrolled up. At first, Shijian still looked unimpressed. However, as the video played, the expression on his face began to change. From unimpressed, to slightly moved, then from slightly moved, to gradually stunned, and finally full of shock, as well as incredulity and disbelief. Through the scene that reacted in the video, Shijian was completely dumbfounded. If the video had been a movie or TV show, he might have thought the director was good, but it was obvious that the address, the setting, and the countless dumbfounded college students in the video were telling him that this was no movie or TV show. And the background of that image, it was so real. Here, at the university he attended when he was young, before he was secretly recruited for the night division, before he realized he could communicate those mysterious energies. This was his own alma mater. Even though it's now been more than a decade since I graduated and the campus has changed a lot, some things are still fresh in my mind. Furthermore, he had been to Peak Sun University countless times in recent years, and he was not unfamiliar with every blade of grass and tree inside. In other words, this is really Peak Sun University, and Zhao video of those college students, but also really is their own schoolmates. Schoolmates may be able to act, but will never perform so realistic effect, otherwise who are all movie stars. The kind of shock on their faces, the kind of horror in their eyes, and the kind of stagnant and mute look were so uniform that the only time a crowd would display this kind of uniformity was when they saw something unbelievable. One time, Shijian froze in his tracks, combining the location of the incident, the environment, the memories, the crowd, the images, and in recalling Lu Long's words and Zhao Yi's message, Shijian felt layers of goosebumps all over his body. If it was really a fraud, it could fool Lu Long, the director, but not the three Zhao. The three hadn't completely grown up yet, but they were still considered nightwalkers, so they could at least handle some low-level, high-dimensional species, and it was only right that normal deceptions couldn't escape their eyes. Could it be true? Shijian exclaimed out in shock, his eyes full of indescribable astonishment. If this is true, Shijian looked at the video of 10,000 swords ascending, and the large formation with bright runic light and clear inscriptions in veins, coupled with the various divine fighting images, and abruptly stood up in miso, with a look of incredulity on his face. Head. What's wrong? The woman standing below Shijian raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly at the sight. sensing the change on Shurjian's face, and opened her mouth to ask. This statement was made. A few of the Nightwalkers not far away came along, confused. It wasn't until the woman called out to Shurjian a few more times that he snapped back to his senses. Look at this, guys. Shurjian threw the cell phone to the woman, and a group of 4 or 5 people gathered around. With a puzzled look on her face, the woman looked down and checked all the messages and videos sent by Xiaoyi. When a few people finished reading it, they were all filled with shock that they couldn't hide. Chief, it's... Everyone, including the woman, looked at Shurjian in unison, their hearts flooding with huge waves. And that's when Shurjian's cell phone rang abruptly from the woman's hand. It's the Grand Secretary. The woman visibly froze. The director here, naturally, referred to the director of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan Ro Province. Shek Qin gestured for him to pick up the phone. After the woman answered the phone, however, her facial expression became even more shocked. What did the Grand Secretary say? Someone couldn't help but ask. The Grand Director said that he just received a call from the General Division of the Southern Inspection Department of the Tiannan Province, saying that an unusual person has appeared over in Pianyang City, but we're chasing after the Snake Man, and because of the urgency of the situation, we've already sent the other Rowan Knights to rush over there to deal with it. But after all, Pianyang City is our area, so we were notified of the situation. The woman covered the phone and stared blankly at Shurjian as she opened her mouth. Shurjian sniffed and breathed heavily. All signs indicated that the message sent by Xiaoyi was most likely true. Go! Shurjian came back to his senses, and without saying a word, he jumped off the head of the huge snake and quickly walked towards the outside of the canyon. Head. Where to? Pianyang City. And what does the Grand Secretary say then? Tell him that the Snake Man has been killed. Tell him to pull his men back. I'm on my way to Pianyang City. What gives me the right to let any other Nightwalker go over to my old man's slice of the city? After Shurjian finished speaking, he made a few leaps and his figure quickly disappeared into the night. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly followed, not forgetting to turn around and command. A few of you work hard and dispose of the Snake Man's snake body. I'm going to Pianyang City with my head. Several people looked at the woman who had also jumped hundreds of meters away in a few leaps, and they all looked at each other. The other end. Pianyang City, Eastern Suburb Villa. Inside the lighted villa, Lin Xiao, who had already returned to the villa to wait for Chen Bei for a long time, violently stood up from his position, and he looked at the video as well as the message sent by his cousin Lin Sini in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Xiao, I suspect that my brother's death back then was really the work of a demon. I don't know how to explain this to you, but you help sis. Help me find the person in this getup. You're Lu Tiannan's bodyguard. The Lu family has the most properties in Pianyang City, and their manpower is spread out in every corner, so I'm sure that we'll find him soon if he's willing to make a move. Lin Sini finished sending the message with the video. Standing in the night wind of Fengyang University Messy, will fly Chen Bei is too difficult for her to find. Come without a shadow to go without a trace. However, Lin Xiao was gasping for air. Until this moment, he seemed to understand why Lu Tiannan and the other group of business tycoons were treating Chen Bei with that much respect. Trying to calm down for a while, Lin Xiao picked up his cell phone. Although he was dismayed that his cousin, who was an inspector, could say such a thing, however, he was even more shocked by the contents of the video, to the point that his hand trembled a little when he replied to Lin Sini's message. Sis, I know Mr. Chen. I'm the one who sent him to Pianyang University. Although it was nighttime and Chen Bei's appearance in the video was extremely blurry, based on the cloth clothes, as well as the physical features and the location of the incident, Lin Xiao was sure of it almost immediately. That silhouette was Chen Bei, the new boss he had personally driven there. Almost at the same time, the other direction, the valley above Pianyang City. Nanshu, don't be afraid. Slow down. What did you say happened to you? Mu Xiaoxiao received a call from Mu Nanshu. She was confused by what she was hearing, but she was incredibly anxious. Nanshu, don't be in a hurry. Tell me, where are you now? At school? On your way to the inspection division? Who's taking you to the inspection division? The head of the inspection department? Why? Well, take your time. I'll be right over. Hang up. Mu Xiaoxiao, who was originally preparing to head to the eastern suburb villa, could only look hard at Lu Tiannan and Lu Zhenxiong. Old sir, chairman, something has happened to my sister. I have to go to the inspection division, but please rest assured, after I finish dealing with my sister, I will immediately rush to the eastern suburb villa to arrange for Mr. Chen's food, clothing, and shelter. Chapter 26, Gathering at the Eastern Suburbs Villa. Sis. Lu Lon's office. Inspector General's Department. Peak City. Mu Xiaoxiao pushed her way through the door, led by a young junior inspector. But inside the office, A well-behaved young girl whose appearance was somewhat similar to Mu Xiaoxiao's, wearing a pink dress, sat in the office. This young girl was no other than one of the 4 recognized schoolflowers of the northeast campus of Pekyang University, Mu Nanshu, who was also Mu Xiaoxiao's own sister. The 2 sisters were both rare and top-notch beauties, though their styles were very different. Mu Xiaoxiao is calm and introverted, with heavy social experience, and she knows the right balance. Mu Nanshu, on the other hand, is splashed with a few moments of pure white campus style, face value above Mu Xiaoxiao, but some green. At this moment, not too big office in addition to Wu Nanshu, beside another girl sitting. This young girl Mu Xiaoxiao has seen a few times, seems to be her sister's best friend, called Li Wan or something. Seeing Mu Xiaoxiao walk in, Mu Nanshu was like grabbing a straw to save her life. Her beautiful eyes were filled with peace of mind, but her pretty face still had the color of palpitations. Nanshu, are you okay? What happened? Why did they bring you to the inspection division? After the little inspector left, Mu Xiaoxiao squatted beside her sister. Looking at the look of shock that had not yet dissipated from the 2's faces, she couldn't help but ask, Sis, after listening to the description of the 2 Mu Nanshu people, Mu Xiaoxiao was all of a sudden shocked. If she hadn't witnessed the marvelous means of drawing wolves on white paper a few days ago, she could hardly believe her ears. The 3 women were talking in the office at the same time. Lu Long, who walked to the door with 2 confidentiality agreements in his hand, frowned slightly and couldn't help but look at the small inspector on the night shift. Who told you to bring someone in? Lu Long frowned slightly. She said she was the girl's sister, and the girl seemed pretty scared to me. So, the little inspector's voice became more and more whispered and said that he lowered his head, not daring to meet Lu Long's eyes. Lu Long's pupils narrowed slightly, with the intention to be angry, but seeing that it was a small inspector, he also held his temper and turned away again, secretly saying that he had to sign one more confidentiality agreement. When taking the agreement, Lu Long pondered for a moment and took one more copy. And for insurance purposes, that little inspector had to sign a copy as well. As a secretary of department, he naturally had the means to keep Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth shut. In fact, he only needed to explain the greatness of it and channel it. At this moment, Lu Long was secretly glad that he had brought back Mu Nanshu and Li Wan as fast as he could after receiving a call from the chief director of the Southern Inspection Department of Tiannan Province. As long as the 2 parties involved didn't fall into other people's hands, and they were made to keep their mouths shut until they told the truth, the incident over Pekyang University could be suppressed as it was. Obviously, this kind of thing is not the first time Lu Long did. Born in this world, to achieve this position, many times he is also very helpless. As expected, with Lu Long's operation, almost that night, things progressed, while the video over Pekyang University continues to circulate. However, public opinion seems to have taken a turn for the worse, but wherever there is talk about that video, it seems that a big invisible hand is swaying its winds. And it didn't take long for the video to go viral, as news about a certain special effects movie company setting up a scene at the University of Pekin Sunshine was also going straight through the air. Not only that, Fengyang University even appeared in the figure of the crew. A director is panting to run to personally apologize, a mouthful of apt to be in the scene, coupled with the school of Fengyang University to confirm, claiming that it is responsible for this piece of the teacher forgot to pass on the whole school teachers and students, and therefore caused a sensation. Even if these seem to be full of loopholes, but a huge change that is about to shock the world, in just half an hour or less, into a misunderstanding with the farce. Inside the University of Crested Butte, Zhao Chang looked at the crew members who were apologizing nonstop and secretly wondered how this scene was somewhat familiar. It must be said, Lu Long this wave of Operation Down, almost able to fake, not to mention online, even the students of the University of Pekyang are confused, although still maintain a half-believing attitude. But the commotion obviously sharply reduced by 7 or 8%. After all, no matter what, this world technology is also ahead of the boom. Some film and television companies, in order to picture realistic, did not choose to post-synthesis. There is indeed the scene using 3D analog projection and other technologies to shoot the situation. Furthermore, since the director of the other crew and the school have admitted it, it's more than likely that the real thing can't be fake, and the fake thing can't be real. Of course, most of the students at Pekyang University were still convinced that it was true, but none of that mattered, and it didn't matter if it was a real shooting or not. What mattered was to minimize the impact, and as time slowly faded away, this would pass one day. Failing that, we'll fake it and let the crew shoot a movie at Pekyang University to stabilize the situation. Some things, concealment is also for the consideration of the human race, will only cause unnecessary panic, if it really came to the time to publicize, natural public. However, at that time, it was mostly already a time of life and death for the human race. A time of great invasion by the demon region. And when it really came to that time, everyone had the right to know their own end. Half an hour later, Mu Xiaoxiao several people with a heart full of shock out of the inspection department. Zheng Lin picked up Li Wan, who did not say a word, while Mu Xiaoxiao drove to the eastern suburbs of the villa. In the car, neither of the sisters spoke, and their three views seemed to have been shocked like never before. After a long time, "That monster, why is it on you?" Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with worry. There were so many teachers and students at Peking University. Why did the other party focus on her sister? Intuition told Mu Xiaoxiao that it wasn't that simple. Perhaps there was something special about Mu Nanshu. That's why she was given special care by that monster. If so, will that monster come back? Will there be other monsters also targeting Nanshu? Mu Xiaoxiao had 10,000 unknowns and 10,000 anxieties in her heart. Facing Mu Xiaoxiao's inquiry, Mu Nanshu curled up into a ball and shook her head feebly. She was trembling with fear every time she remembered that scene. After a long period of contemplation, Mu Xiaoxiao raised her head abruptly. Maybe that guy knows something? She couldn't help but think of that man in cloth. Of the magical scene on the night of Lu Tiannan's birthday when he went to the Lu mansion. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoxiao pulled over to the side of the road, and she also searched for the video that was already making the rounds on the internet. Those videos were all shot from a distance, and with the night shrouded in talismanic light, it was almost impossible to see Chen Bei's appearance. However, through the clothes of cloth in the video, as well as Mu Nanshu's description of Chen Bei, Mu Xiaoxiao was almost certain that the man was him. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but press the gas pedal to the bottom and drove frantically towards the eastern suburb villa. The two sisters have no one to turn to in this city, and encountered this kind of thing. The only thing she can think of now is Chen Bei. As long as her sister was safe and sound, she would do anything even if she had to go begging. Same time, Lin Sini also rushed to the eastern suburbs villa. The person who opened the door for her was none other than her cousin Lin Xiao. Xiao, where is everyone? Lin Sini was filled with anxiety, desperately wanting to make sure that the person her cousin was talking about was not Chen Bei. Sis, don't be in a hurry. Mr. Chen hasn't come back yet. Go inside first and sit down for a while. This has to be done slowly. It wasn't long before Lin Xiao put Lin Sini inside. Mu Xiaoxiao's car also slowly drove into the eastern suburb villa. Inside the villa hall, the four of them looked at each other with surprise. As Lu Tiannan's bodyguard, Lin Xiao naturally recognized Mu Xiaoxiao, the general manager of Above Valley. And Lin Sini had guessed something when she saw that Lu Long had taken away Mu Nanshu before she left Fengyang University. After the four briefly communicated with each other for a while, they all knew each other's intention, and each of them looked nervous. Chapter 27, The Eastern Suburbs Villa in a Bustle of Life. Mu Xiaoxiao and Lin Sini were sitting on pins and needles at the same time. Pekyang City's eastern suburb of the villa was 50 miles away beyond the wild countryside. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. Search for demons. Spirit cranes point the way. Gather. In the middle of the mountains, a small spiritual crane interwoven by runic light coalesced out of thin air. Although it is the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth, but fluttering transparent wings, as if it had come to life. Chen Bei can find a trace of fish demon demonic power that was stained on his body and injected it into the spirit crane, followed by 2 fingers. Go ahead and find it for me. Accompanying Chen Bei's ravings, the spirit crane, as if it was rich in life, circled around him for a while before rising up in the air and flying out of the jungle, swooping towards a certain mountain range. Chen Bei did not hesitate when he saw this, when both rushed up to the sky and stepped into the wind at the top of the 10,000 forests. After reinforcing the demon locking tower underneath the library of Fengyang University, he didn't go to the eastern suburb villa first, but chased the fish demon along the way. Originally, the fish demon was already a completely ruined demon, so there was no need to waste time hunting it down. However, after seeing the demon locking pagoda under the library, Chen Bei felt that it was necessary. He wanted to read the fish demon's memories. Maybe we can discover some secrets of the demon locking tower. However, the fish demon is very cunning. Since entering the mountain range, Gu made a doubtful trail, all around the demonic power fluctuations. The chase cannot be pursued. Of course, it was difficult to defeat Chen Bei, who was a demon hunter. As long as the other party had released their demonic power, he would be able to cast the spirit crane tracking technique to find them out. Phew! Under the night, over the sea of forests, the spirit cranes were extremely fast, and Chen Bei followed them all the way until one crane and one person leapt hundreds of miles and finally saw a different view. Under the night, through the moonlight silhouette, Chen Bei could vaguely see a village faintly appearing behind the mountain range in front of him, and at that moment, the spirit crane slowed down significantly and began to land, flying towards the village, finally stopping in the air above the very center of the village. the runic light fading away and eventually returning to nothingness. Obviously, the spirit crane's mission was over, and the fish demon was hiding in this village. Phew! Chen-Bei flew and slowly landed on the ground from the sky above where the spirit crane had disappeared. At this moment in the village, the lights are already extinguished. The villagers have almost all gone to sleep. Only a few sporadic bright light. Chen-Bei stood with his arms folded, quietly standing within the village, his eyes locking onto a hut a few meters away in a matter of moments. At this moment, such a close distance, and the entire village, and only there is the fluctuation of demonic power. Do not need to think to know. Fish demon most likely hiding inside. Without waiting for Chen-Bei to make a move. Bang! Phew! The door of the hut was heavily pushed open, and a silhouette took advantage of the night's color to rush up into the sky and swept towards the mountain range. Chen-Bei did not hesitate when both flew up. In the meantime, old man, look! What is that? In the middle of one of the courtyards, the silver-haired old woman who had risen from the night struggled to stare, frantically tugging at the old man beside her who was accompanying her but yawning straight away. The old man's eyes were hazy with sleep, and he looked at the sound, instantly losing his sleepiness. Old man, just now did two figures fly past? The old woman said with eyes full of disbelief. The old man, on the other hand, rubbed his eyes frantically, lest he was blinded by old age. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the mountains. The fish demon's body heavily smashed into the trunk of a large tree, and then crashed to the ground as a mouthful of blood gushed out. At this moment, the fish demon's sacrificial blood dyed all of its scales red, and the little bit of weak demonic power that remained in its body was slowly draining away. Why? I've dispersed all my demonic power and just want to live in the world. Can't that be enough? The fish demon stared at Chen-Bei with eyes full of indignation. Sinful chi haunts and harms people. How many innocent lives of the wrong souls are stained on your hands? Heaven's way rewards. Karma reincarnates. The sins you have committed over the years are the cause, and your downfall today is both the fruit. And since you have been subjected to the cause, you have to receive this fruit as well. Chen-Bei slowly raised his eyes and took a step towards the fish demon. The Buddha said, "Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. I would like to spend the rest of my future life accumulating good fruits to eliminate my evil sins." The fish demon folded its arms in a final struggle. If laying down the butcher's knife will make you a Buddha, then why should anyone bother to cultivate that Buddha's destiny? Why is fairness there? His Buddha is compassionate. My path is different. And how can sin be washed away by looking to the good? After Chen-Bei finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of the fish demon. His big hand was lightly lifted and full of talismanic light fell. Half an hour later, Pekyang City, Eastern Suburb Villa. Chen-Bei, who was frowning tightly, drifted down to the courtyard, looked at the brightly lit detached villa, and slowly stepped forward. The fish demon's memory reading, although it gave him some information about the demon domain's invasion of the Blue Star continent, had nothing to do with the demon locking tower. Obviously, the fish demon also knew nothing about the Blue Star continent having a demon locking tower, and in the fish demon's cognizance, this world even didn't exist as a profession of demon hunter. Just as Chen-Bei thought, the demon domain that was invading the Blue Star continent was not from the same world as the demons in the demon locking tower. They were not demons from the same demon domain, or even from the same era. As for why the demon domains of different worlds would invade the Blue Star continent one after another, this fish demon's memories didn't have it either. After all, it was only a demon with around 4,000 years of Daoxing, and there were some things it couldn't touch yet. Sure, there was another reason why Chen-Bei was frowning at the moment. When he landed at the eastern suburb villa just now, he sensed countless scents. Most of these scents are rather unusual, similar to the spirit martial artists of the 10,000 Demons continent, but the true chi in their bodies didn't seem to be quite the same as those of spirit martial artists. So they must be the transcendent martial artists of this world, or the Nightwalkers. As for the few strands, they were demonic auras, and it was a demonic aura with a hint of killing intent. These demonic chi hovered around the eastern suburb villa, careful and hidden. Is it the evil demon of Pekyang City? Chen-Bei didn't need to think about it to know that at this moment, the surrounding area must be surrounded by evil demons. The appearance of the demon hunter must have made these demons fearful, and there was no lack of evil demons with high art and high courage. Is this a preparation to strike first and destroy me as a demon hunter? The corners of Chen-Bei's mouth arched. He didn't go looking for them, but the other party took the initiative to come to his door. However, at the moment, his body's mana has plummeted. It is not easy to make a big move. As long as the evil demon does not strike first, the best way is to recover as much mana as possible, in case of sudden changes at that time. As for those transcendent martial artists, Chen-Bei didn't care. As a demon hunter, although demon descending spells had no restraining effect on the human race, it wasn't that easy to injure him. Not to mention, The surrounding humanoids suspected to be transcendent martial artists or nightwalkers didn't have particularly thick breaths, and were clearly minions poking around for information. But for security reasons, Chen Bei did not rush into the villa, but instead took out a large amount of demonic pills and laid down a heavy demon-subduing array around the villa. After setting up the big formation, Chen Bei's gaze looked towards the hall on the first floor of the villa. The aura of Lin Sini's 4 people. He had sensed it since, but instead of going to meet these people at the first time, he flew into the second floor of the villa. According to Lu Tiannan's memories, he quickly found a bedroom, and after arranging some prohibitions in the house to prevent the human race from disturbing him, he took out the Black Mountain Old Demon's demon pill to restore his mana. Compared to recovering his mana in the villa, it would actually be safer for Chen Bei to find a random mountain range in the middle of nowhere. The reason why he returned to the villa in public was that his purpose was to take advantage of the heat from the incident at Pekyang University and attract the people from the Xing Night Division to pay a personal visit to the villa. There is no avenue to find the Nightwalkers. Couldn't we just let the other guy come to us on his own? Sure, Chen Bei's main objective was not the Nightwalker, but the mysterious energy in the Nightwalker's hands. If he could obtain that kind of energy, he might be able to get his mana back to its peak in an hour or two. Relying on demon pills alone to restore his mana was ridiculously slow. Therefore, when Chen Bei entered the villa compound just now, he did not deliberately conceal his figure, but flew in openly. In order to let the people outside know that he was within the villa as much as possible, Chen Bei recovered as much mana as possible while waiting for the Nightwalker to come to his door of his own accord. The minutes ticked by. A day's time rushes by in the blink of an eye. Late the next day, the East Suburb Villa, a place that was usually so sparsely populated that it was pathetic, gradually became lively. Only this kind of bustle was not the kind of bustle found in a bazaar, but the number of people or transcendent martial artists who had gathered here was increasing, almost as if they were representatives of the various forces within Pekyang City. These people had visited the door more than once, all of which were politely rejected by Lin Xiao on the grounds that Chen Bei had not returned. In the eyes of Lin Xiao's 4 people, Chen Bei had indeed never returned. However, the people outside knew exactly what was going on, and many of them showed their astonishment when the figure flew over their heads last night. One side mistakenly thought that it really did not come back to wait hard. One side is to think that this is Chen Bei's thank you excuse, but this delicate situation has not been broken. The two sides are at a standstill. However, Lin Xiao's 4 also detected a hint of an abnormal flavor as more and more people gathered around the eastern suburb villa without speaking to each other. Until late that day, the serenity was completely shattered by the approach of a black commercial car. 2 men and a woman got out of the car in unison and stood side by side in front of the villa. The visitors were none other than Nightwalker Shi Jian and the woman, as well as Lu Long, the head of the Fengyang City Inspection Department. As soon as Shi Jian and the woman first got off the bus, they both frowned slightly and couldn't help but look around. Head, it looks like this is more serious than we thought. Should we inform the teacher? The woman's frown tightened as she sensed her surroundings. Instead, Shi Jian pondered for a moment, looked up at the unique villa, and shook his head slightly. Let's see. Don't alarm his old man for the time being. What exactly is the situation? We still have to contact the contact before making a decision. Shi Jian pondered. The woman nodded and did not refute, but Lu Long was moved by what he heard. Obviously, the teacher and the 2 people's mouths came from a huge source, with a horrible and unusual identity, and whether the people inside needed to alarm that person or not depended on whether it was worth it or not. Think about it. Shi Jian walked towards the villa in big strides and gently snapped the villa door. The one who opened the door was Lin Xiao, but there were 4 figures behind the door. Both Lin Sini and the Mu Xiaoxiao sisters did not leave, still waiting for that person's return. Seeing that it was not Chen Bei standing outside the door, all 4 of them were a bit disappointed, and at that moment, Shi Jian spoke up. Please tell Mr. Chen that Shi Jian, the Nightwalker of the Tiannan Province's Nightwalking Division, has come to visit Mr. Chen and wishes to meet with him. The 4 were at first listless and sullen. However, when they heard Shi Jian declare himself, a flash of shock flashed across the eyes of all 4 of them. Apparently, the 4 had been more or less aware of the words Nightwalker when they signed the non-disclosure agreement. But knowing what I know, Mr. Chen is indeed not there. As Lin Xiao was about to open his mouth, suddenly, a magnetic voice rang out behind the 4 of them. Kobayashi, let them in. Lin Sini's 4 people were all startled at the sound and looked around. However, he saw that behind him, at some point, there was already a cloth coat standing. Godlike. Chapter 28 Astonishing Means. The hall on the first floor of the eastern suburbs villa. Lin Xiao, Lin Sini, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Mu Nanchu looked at Chen Bei who was sitting on the sofa. All of them were shocked. They couldn't figure out when Chen Bei had come back, and when he had stood behind them just now. This kind of godly means, excluding Lin Sini who had experienced it once, The three of them, Mu Xiaoxiao, were all greatly shocked. A few people had the good sense not to speak up though. It was obvious that it was not the time for them to talk. The other end of the couch. When the three of them, Shi Jian, received the tea served by Lin Xiao, they all looked Chen Bei up and down. For the three Shi Jian, it was theoretically the first time that the three had met Chen Bei face to face, meeting this man who had been rumored to be a god. However, it must be said that the person in front of him is indeed extraordinary. A cloth coat, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, obviously looks not very old. The gaze is sometimes deep, sometimes back to the basics, shaking. The more he looked at it, the more shocked Shi Jian was inside. Excluding that profound gaze, he seemed to be unable to see through the Chen Bei in front of him as well, but that was all. As a nightwalker, as a transcendent martial artist, Shi Jian's sensitivity to the perception of a certain kind of power could not be said to be high, and the first time he saw Chen Bei, he detected a power fluctuating within the other party's body if anything. It's just that the fluctuation isn't considered very strong, at least not imaginatively strong enough to startle the teacher the woman was talking about. This was a big disappointment to Shi Jian. As the saying goes, a connoisseur will know if there is one. No matter how much you rumor and fancy it, it's futile if you're not strong. This caused Shi Jian, who had originally come with high hopes, to nearly feel the urge to turn around and leave. Even the woman beside him revealed a look of nothing more than that. Although she was well hidden, it was not imperceptible. Obviously, both of them were a bit disappointed with the Chen Bei in front of them, but thinking of the amazing scene in the video, the two still resisted the urge to sit down. For a while, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat subtle. A little later, Shi Jian was the first to break the quiet. Introducing myself, my humble self is the leader of the 8th Division Group of the 106th Division 37th Division Team of the Southern Xing Night Division Subdivision of the Southern Xing Province, as well as the General Liaison of the Pekyang Division of the Southern Xing General Division of the Southern Xing Province. Shi Qian, mentally shaking his head, Shi Jian slowly put down his tea and introduced himself. Chen Bei's brows furrowed slightly when he heard this, but the corners of his mouth soon spread out in an arc. That's how it's presented, isn't it? He looked at the three men in front of him, thinking about it for a moment. He also smiled and introduced himself. My humble self, the 372nd generation heir to the Jin Demon Division, the current shuttered disciple of the director of the Jin Demon Division, the chief senior disciple of the Jin Demon Division, the acting deputy director of the Jin Demon Division, the top of the list of the Dacian dynasty's newest demon hunter, the top of the overall list of the yearly demon hunting records, the first of the young generation of the Jin Demon Division, and at the same time, the year's naked score top scorer of the Earth's first Chinese academy, the world's wealthiest, and the richest 8th-ranked demon hunter in the country, Chen Bei. Shi Jian's few people were slightly stunned at his words. The other party's words were cloudy to them, not very understandable, and some of the vocabulary was unheard of. However, Shi Jian was slightly raising his eyebrows. The other party was some kind of acting deputy director, chief first, top of the list, or record first, junior first, global first, etc. So many titles added together. It seemed to be much more powerful than himself. It was obvious that Chen Bei was intentionally telling him not to use his status as a nightwalker to pressure people. It's Mr. Shi who was being abrupt. Shi Jian smiled awkwardly and exchanged a glance with the woman beside him before proceeding to look at Chen Bei once again. If I'm not mistaken, old brother Chen should have been waiting for us for quite some time, right? The corners of Shi Jian's mouth spread out in a self-deprecating manner. So many behemoths of Pekyang City had rung the villa's door, all of which had been politely rejected one by one, in favor of this Chen Bei appearing as soon as the people from his line night division arrived. Shi Jian wasn't stupid. The other party was obviously deliberately waiting for him to come to his door, or rather waiting for the Xing EC to come to his door on his own initiative. In a trance, he had the feeling that he had been set up. If the other party's body was thick with power and terrifying strength, it didn't matter. However, through repeated sensing, he was almost certain at this moment that the power fluctuation within the person in front of him might not be weak, but it was definitely not worth the special attention of the Xing Night Division. The look on Shi Jian's face was naturally seen by Chen Bei. Now that the mana in his body had been consumed too much, the other party, since he was a nightwalker, could definitely feel the fluctuations of power, including the fluctuations of mana. So perhaps in the eyes of the other party, at this moment, he was on the verge of being categorized as a liar. This was evident from the change in Shi Jian's address, from Mr. Chen when he first entered the door, to Chen Lao Di at the present time. Sure, Chen Bei is indifferent to these names, love how to call. Compared to the pretense of force, he prefers to follow the natural. Facing Shi Jian's inquiry, Chen Bei nodded without denying it. So, Elder brother Chen's purpose is to find the Nightwalker? Yes. Ha, old man is a pain in the ass. Seeing Chen Bei nod his head, Shi Jian was even more disappointed in his heart. He even began to wonder if all the things that happened over Peak Sun University were intentional, just to lure the Nightwalkers out. After all, Shi Jian had seen this kind of thing many times, and over the years there was no shortage of people who wanted to turn to the Nightwalkers for help, and some of those with radical personalities struggled to get in touch with them, so they began to pretend to be spirits, so as to make them believe that it was the appearance of a high-dimensional species, and thus make them take the initiative to look for the past. And by virtue of the current technological means, Fengyan University happened, is not 100% cannot be faked. Just this kind of faking means unprecedented realism. Even let him this senior line of night people also believe that true. That's fine. If you're not coming anyway, what is it that old brother Chen is looking for us for? You might as well just say it. Shi Jian sighed, full of helplessness. It wasn't that they, the Nightwalkers, were unwilling to manage trivial matters, but the Nightwalking Division was indeed understaffed. Some not too serious situation. The line of Night Division can only helplessly give up its second and seek its master. But if someone really attracted them over, can be dealt with by hand naturally will not begrudge the hand. The topic has been brought to this point. Chen Bei also does not bend around, when both straight to the subject. I want to make a deal with the Jioka Shinji. This statement was made. Both Shi Jian and the woman beside him were slightly stunned. Make a deal with the Jioka Shinji? Obviously. Chen Bei's words had caught both of them a bit off guard. A person whose power fluctuations in his body weren't too strong was actually trying to make a deal with the ancient Qin Xing Night Division? What makes you think Jiosei will agree to you? But that piqued Shi Jian's curiosity. Oh, what kind of deal? Or rather, what do you want to take from the Jioka Shinji? Shi Jian said with a smirk. If it was one of those ancient transcendent martial artist families that had said this, he might have considered it for a moment or two, but for Chen Bei to open his mouth in his personal capacity was surprising. I want the mystical energy that Jioka Shinji is holding. Chen Bei stared at Shi Jian and spoke faintly. Phew. This statement was made. Shi Jian snapped his head up and couldn't help but straighten his body. And the woman behind him similarly frowned slightly with her beautiful eyebrows. The air seemed to become incredibly frozen for a moment. Shi Jian's pupils contracted up infinitely, and seeing that the other party didn't look like they were joking, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment before speaking. Since it's a trade, what are you going to trade with us? Since it was all said to be a deal, Shi Jian simply didn't bother being polite. The other party could say the 4 words mysterious energy, and some words were no longer necessary to ask. Can you do it? Chen Bei, however, did not hurry to reply, but opened his mouth to inquire. After all, he didn't know much about Shi Jian, and if the other party wasn't at a high enough level to mobilize the mysterious energy of the Xing Night Division, then it wouldn't be useful for him to say more. Of course I can, Shi Jian almost blurted out. Although he is only a small division group, but he cannot help but have that teacher behind him as a backer. Many times, even when the chief director of the Southern Row Night Division of the Tiannan province encountered a difficult problem, he would have to ask for his opinion first. After all, in case something went wrong, there was still Shi Jian, the teacher, who stood out to cover his tracks. Shi Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Bei. I can do this. What can you come up with? Seeing Chen Bei bowing his head in thought, Shi Jian's frown tightened. But a little later, a message that is enough to shake the Blue Star continent to its core, as well as a magic weapon that can track the traces of evil demons hibernating in the back of the human race, or what you call a higher dimensional species. After Chen Bei finished speaking, he did not give Shi Jian a chance to open his mouth and slowly stood up, wanting to obtain that mysterious energy from the hands of the Lineage Night Division. He naturally had to show something as well. When the crowd saw Chen Bei get up, they were all uncertain. Yet the next moment, phew. The entire room symbol's light suddenly bright, the surrounding environment gradually twisted, distorted, and finally blurred, followed by a Dao red light emergence, as if in a flash changed a world. Scarlet rock walls, the bottomless chasm, cold iron chains that made a crisp metallic clang from the collision, ancient patterns densely covered with layers of demon locking towers, the demon ceiling grand formation with clear veins of runes in the sky. In just a few moments, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, as if the crowd was in another time and space. Standing on a huge cold iron chain that fixed the demon lock tower, an ancient demon locking tower appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Countless cold iron chains fixed the tower, and the ancient tower reached to the top of the rock, and extended to the bottom of the darkness below their feet. Demon Hunter 5th Order Memory Gathering Technique, Spiritual Recreation Technique. What everyone saw at the moment were all the memories in Chen Bei's mind, and the moment the space around them began to distort. Shi Jian then slowly stood up with his eyes wide and full of shock. Not just him, but the entire villa. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the almost unbelievable change in front of them. Until the mutation ended, everyone stood on a cold iron chain and looked at this unfamiliar environment, the shocked looks on their faces almost reaching the point of no return. What Chen Bei was showing at the moment was the actual scene that he had seen underneath the library of Peking University, only that it had been re-released through his spiritual sense. In other words, what Shi Jian and the others were seeing now was an illusion of the art he had cast, but they were in the flesh. At this moment, Shi Jian was completely stunned, and the woman behind her also had eyes full of living ghosts. In fact, technically speaking, it should be everyone who was dumbfounded. How had the crowd ever seen such an astonishing scene? And Chen Bei's next words, more than anything else, the crowd was struck by lightning. Chapter 29, The Greatest Scourge. The shock of the crowd. Phew, it's a memory recreation, but it's extraordinarily realistic. Shi Jian and the others could even sense the gusts of demonic wind in the Hong abyss. Not only that, boom, a loud noise was deafening, as if something was impacting the demon locking tower, and the tower trembled violently and shook. And that's when a cloth coat emerged, only to see him quickly make a seal, his hands spreading the talismanic light to hit the heaven and earth 2 poles 2 demon sealing array, followed by the Dao array power shrouded down, suppressing towards the demon locking tower. And that coat of cloth was simply the same person as Chen Bei, who was standing beside the crowd at the moment, not to say identical. This was the memory within Chen Bei's spiritual consciousness. Naturally there was another him, and this moment was merely a reenactment of the memory images that had happened. What is this? Shi Jian and the woman looked at the demon locking tower, their scalps numb with shock. The demonic power that impacted the seal within the demon locking tower just now seemed to be of the same vein as the power on the high-dimensional species they had come into contact with. Nonetheless, the two could sense that the power inside, terrifying as it was, far beyond the imagination of the two. That kind of pressure, even their teacher had never broken out. Around the line of the night people of the two, at this moment also cannot calm down. To Shi Jian's shocked question, Chen Bei slowly raised his head, quietly looking at the demon locking tower in his memory, and faintly spoke. Demon locking tower? The demon tower? When these words came out, everyone was shocked, and what made them even more alarmed was Shi Jian's next question. Shi Jian looked at Chen Bei with eyes full of disbelief, where there was still a trace of disappointment in his eyes, but instead, it was all shock, consternation, doubt, disbelief, and a chill down his spine. Chen, Mr. Chen. What is this place? Lin Xiao breathed in sharply. Could it be an otherworldly battlefield? Without waiting for Chen Bei to respond, the woman beside Shi Jian exclaimed in surprise as if she was thinking. As a nightwalker, she had never been to the otherworldly battlefield, but it was the first place she thought of. Could it be that this person named Chen Bei had brought them to the otherworldly borderlands with an astonishing means? Brought them to the otherworldly border? However, Chen Bei's reply caused everyone to be struck by lightning, like a bolt from the blue. Peking University, library floor. Chen Bei stood with his arms folded, looking at the demon locking tower in his memory and muttered, "Boom!" These words fell into the ears of the crowd, and each one of them was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, like being struck by lightning, and their hearts were flooded with huge waves. You mean, this is under the library of Peking University? Shi Jian was almost petrified on the spot. One time, Lin Xiao, Lin Sini, Mu Xiaoxiao, Mu Nanshu, as well as Lu Longxijian and the others were all as dumb as wooden chickens, each of them fixed in place, just like a wooden sculpture of clay, not moving. Peking University? Under the library? Doesn't that mean it's right underneath Pyongyang City? There's a demon locking tower buried underneath Pyongyang City? The crowd stayed standing for a long time, before being able to slightly slow down, breathing heavily at the same time, looking at the demon locking tower gaze indescribably complex. While Shi Jian was shocked and stunned, he seemed to remember something and violently changed his face. Mr. Chen, what is sealed inside? Could it be a more powerful higher dimensional species? It's a demon. A preliminary estimate is that before being sealed, there was at least a demon immortal level existence inside, but nowadays he only has the strength of the heavenly demon realm. The heavenly demon realm strength was also enough to destroy this giant city. At least Chen Bei currently did not have the strength to completely be able to suppress him. That's why he made this deal with the Nightwalker, hoping to advance to the 9th Order Demon Hunter before the Demon Locking Tower breaks the seal, and want to promote the 9th Order. The first thing to improve is the cultivation. There is not enough cultivation. The body mana cannot reach the 9th Order of Strength. Even if the accumulation of the 9th Order of Demon Hunters merit, it is difficult to perform the 9th Order of Demon Descending Strength. Therefore, there were only two things he had to do right now. One was to obtain the mysterious energy and raise his cultivation level, and the other was to keep hunting and killing evil demons to accumulate the 9th rank merit. Heavenly Demon Realm? Shi Jian muttered, followed by an incomparably blue face. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon Realm he spoke of was the Heavenly Saint Realm's higher dimensional species that his teacher had mentioned? Heavenly Sage Realm. When he thought about this, Shi Jian's entire body was not well. How long can this demon locking tower last? Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Shi Jian asked urgently, if I can recover to my peak, I can still seal for at least half a month. Chen Bei's brows were slightly furrowed and he was also filled with concentration. In fact, if he were to recover to his peak, he would still be able to seal for 3 months at the very least, but at the moment, he was in dire need of mystical energy. So naturally, the less said the better. If he wasn't worried about the time it would take for the Xingyi Sea to transfer the mystical energy, he would even want to say that he was about to break through the seal. So hurry up and give me the mystical energy so that I can strengthen the seal. Half a month? Shi Jian sniffed with relief. Fortunately, there was still half a month left. There was still time. At least he could tell his teacher about it. As for what came after, it wasn't his place to worry about it. The Nightwalker division wasn't as weak as imagined. But dealing with a Heavenly Demon Realm, no. It should be a Heavenly Saint Realm high-dimensional species. It would only require mobilizing the Nightwalkers from the otherworldly battlefield side to come over in order to solve the problem, and it didn't seem like anyone would necessarily come. It was while Shi Jian's facial expression was easing. Chen Bei, however, secretly said that it was not good and immediately changed his mouth. Of course, there's also the possibility that the seal could be broken at any time, and I can't be sure of that. The moment these words came out, everyone present's faces changed drastically. However, no time was given to the crowd to pursue the question. Chen Bei's big hand waved. The surrounding scene quickly dissipated. The crowd only felt dazzled. The eyes once again returned to the beginning. Half an hour later, Shi Jian walked out of the villa in a mute voice. Chen Bei's words stayed in his ears for a long time. What I'm worried about is whether or not such demon locking towers will be spread all over the Blue Star continent. If that was the case, then the otherworldly battlefield and the otherworldly border pass were not the biggest scourge at the moment. The biggest scourge at the moment was at the back of the human race, because almost all of the human race's powerful Nightwalkers had been put into the otherworldly battlefield and guarding the border. Sure, Chen Bei also said. The main reason why the demon lock tower underneath Pekyang City showed signs of breaking the seal was that the 2 demon sealing formations of heaven and earth had been damaged. If there is a demon locking tower elsewhere, and the foundation and body of the tower have not been destroyed, it would be very difficult for the demon clan inside to break through the demon locking tower. However, when these words fell into Shi Jian's ears, it was like 5 thunderbolts, meaning that the Blue Star continent could be littered with these types of sealed towers. Time bombs everywhere. Before the 2 Shi Jian left, they naturally made a deal with Chen Bei. Shi Jian promised that he would try his best to get the Nightwalking division to send over some mystical energy first. However, the Nightwalking division's mystical energy was strictly controlled and was not obtained at the drop of a hat, so he could only promise to fight for Chen Bei as much as he could, and that if he continued to need it later on, it would have to be in accordance with the regulations of the Nightwalking division. And in exchange, Chen Bei gave the duo 2 sinful chi bells. This kind of bell is made from the power of the 2 polarities of heaven and earth. And it has simple spirituality. As long as there is an evil demon infested in the vicinity, even if no demonic power is used, the bell can sense the sinful chi on the evil demon, and then track out the location of the evil demon. In front of the villa in the eastern suburbs, Shi Jian froze in his stall. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the sinful chi bells in the hands of the 2 men emitted a burst of crisp sounds, and the bells vibrated crazily, flickering with faint golden runic light, as if they wanted to take off their hands. Fortunately, Shi Jian and the woman reacted quickly enough and hurriedly held the bell, but the 2 of them looked at each other with a look of dismay in their eyes, and could not help but recall Chen Bei's original words just now. The more violently the sinister chi bell vibrates, the more evil demons there are in the vicinity, the stronger the light emitted, the deeper the evil demon's Tao is. The people of the Xingyi division only need to follow it, and then they will be able to find the evil demons that are hidden amongst the human race one by one. And as for whether or not you are able to kill them, it's up to you. Thinking of this, the 2 are fast walking towards the black commercial car parked on the side. The sinful chi bell in his arms is more and more trembling. The light is also steeply strong. This also indicated that at this moment, the surroundings of the eastern suburb villa were already surrounded by evil demons and strong demons. Quickly, go back to the Lineage Night Division. No, go to the Southern General Division of the Tiannan Province. I want to see teacher. His old man, Shi Jian's face changed drastically, and while urging the woman to drive, he hid the sinister chi bell inside his shirt to conceal its light. The news he got today was too shocking. The things he saw were too appalling, and the man in the villa was even more unbelievable. All of this, he'll have to report to the night division, and the sooner the better. In the middle of the villa compound, Chen Bei raised his head to look at the thickening demonic aura gathering above the night sky of the eastern suburban villa and slowly shook his head. The mountain is raging, mumbled a sentence. Chen Bei did not say anything more and turned around to stride into the villa. Inside the villa, there were 4 other little ones frozen in place. Chapter 30 Emergency at the Border. Magical Bells. Inside the villa hall, Lin Sinny's 4 people looked at Chen Bei who walked in, and their breathing became a bit tense, especially Mu Nanshu, who had not yet stepped out of the campus. How had she ever had this kind of experience? At this moment, in her eyes, that walked in with a coat of cloth, giving an extremely strong sense of oppression. Chen, Mr. Chen. Lin Zhao's throat rolled and he was breathing heavily. He had thought about Chen Bei's various identities before, but he had never expected that it would be like this. Lin Sinny was slightly better, but she was also frozen in place just like Mu Xiaoxiao, obviously not having recovered from the shock she had just experienced. As for Lu Long, although he had often crossed paths with the Nightwalkers, Chen Bei's divine means had left him in shock for a long time. Ms. Lin, we meet again. Chen Bei nodded to Lin Xiao, then looked at Lin Sinny and said with a smile on his face. Lin Sinny heard a slight tremor of the delicate body. The color looks a little flustered, caught off guard for a moment, actually do not know what to say. Subconsciously Lu Long launched to ease the inner palpitations. Chen Bei, no. Chen, Mr. Chen. This is my superior, the chief head of the Fengyang City Inspection Department, Director Lu Long Lu. Chen Bei moved his eyes to look at Lu Long. Slightly pondering for a little while, he took the initiative to reach out his hand and smiled. Good day, Director Lu. My name is Chen Bei. I have taken poor care of you just now. Please bear with me. Director Lu. Lu Long completely came back to his senses at the words and scrambled forward, shaking Chen Bei's hand and saying, Chen, Mr. Chen has overstated his case. Just now that can be called miraculous means. Until this moment still let Lu Long shocked. Such a person can take the initiative to politely show good. He was a little caught off guard. In the end, although he was the director of the Fengyang City Inspection Department, in the Blue Star continent, in the eyes of people like Chen Bei, he might not be worth mentioning. Chen Bei smiled bashfully at the sight. Although he was a demon hunter, he hardly had any stance. In his opinion, compared to the pussy in the human world, naturally the latter is more important, and a stance will, on the contrary, turn himself into a loner and lose a lot of fun. Furthermore, being a mundane person, where are the rules and regulations of so many great emperors? Looking at the 5 people who were still standing still and even extremely overwhelmed, Chen Bei took the lead and sat down, then greeted a few people as they took their seats. The 5 people looked at each other when they heard the words, and although they slowly sat down, they all felt unnatural. At this moment, Chen Bei had clearly become unusual in the eyes of several people, and with the hint of strangeness, if any, between each other, his every move was slightly restrained. Instead, it was Chen Bei who took the lead in breaking this delicate atmosphere. Miss Lin, but have you found out the whereabouts of the sword? Chen Bei looked towards Lin Sinny on the sofa and opened his mouth to ask. The first possibility he could think of when the other party came to the eastern suburbs villa was that the demon-slaying sword had a whereabouts. Ha! Oh yes, that, Mr. Chen. We have found the whereabouts of the sword. Lin Sinny snapped out of it following the sound, seemingly finding the topic all of a sudden, and immediately told Chen Bei about the whereabouts of the demon-slaying sword. Northern Tiannan province. Wang family? After listening to the other party's words, Chen Bei frowned and muttered. Not only did Lin Sinny tell him the whereabouts of the demon-slaying sword, she also introduced the origins of this Wang family in passing. According to the description of the other party, this Wang family is indeed not small, and has 1,000 links with the ancient Qin winning clan, and there are even rumors that it is a royal relative. How deep is the involvement here? Lin Sinny does not understand a lot, but one thing is certain. If the Wang family has a personal interest in the demon chopper sword, it seems a bit difficult to get it back then. However, Chen Bei did not care about this. It was his own. One day he would get it back. But his immediate priority was to wait for the news from Shi Jian, and after he got the mysterious energy to recover to his peak period, then it would not be too late to go fetch the demon-slaying sword. Anyway, the sword is sitting there, so you won't lose it. Moreover, as long as he, Chen Bei, didn't die, it wouldn't be that easy for others to subdue the demon-slaying sword. Swords have spirituality, let alone the demon-slaying sword that had been nourished by the demon hunter's heartblood and had been recognized by the power of the 2 polarities of heaven and earth. Ms. Lin, thanks a lot. Chen Bei opened his mouth and thanked him. When these words came out, everyone froze slightly. Rumor has it that the Highlanders are all of strange character and eccentric temperament, and are mostly the ones that the living do not approach. On the contrary, this Chen Bei, does not seem to imagine so difficult to get along with, but instead appears to be a lot of easy going. Not the slightest bit of that kind of lofty, disgusting posture. This point cannot help but let the three women feel surprised. But the most embarrassed person at this moment was Mu Xiaoxiao. Seeing that both Lin Sini and Lu Long were able to talk to Chen Bei, and even Lin Xiao was able to call out Mr. Chen, she suddenly felt that she and Mu Nanshu were like outsiders, with an uninvited sense of backstabbing. Chen, Mr. Chen. Hello, my name is Mu Xiaoxiao. Lu, old Mr. Lu asked me to come over to take care of the clothing, food, and shelter of the eastern suburb villa. It was hard to wait for Lin Sini to finish. Mu Xiaoxiao thought for a long time, and only then gathered the courage to open her mouth. Weekdays she is also considered to be a person elite. Even in the face of those business bigwigs, she has not been so nervous at this moment. No way. This man sitting in front of us, he's no ordinary man. Mu Nanshu, who was on the side, heard her sister speak, and immediately became apprehensive inwardly. In fact, as early as during the process of Chen Bei making the crowd sit down and conversing with Lin Sini, she had peeked at that piece of cloth from time to time. In Mu Nanshu's mind, Chen Bei had long since become different at this moment. She was the one who had witnessed Chen Bei repel the fish demon with her own eyes, and the image of him descending from the sky, flying in the air, shrouded in divine formations, and being almost godlike was still fresh in her mind. And from that moment on, Chen Bei in the heart of this small school flower, it is fixed in a high position, like an exiled immortal. The origin is huge. Is the kind of ordinary people simply cannot contact the world of high people. No, is the existence of transcendental saint in general. Of course, these psychological changes in her sister's mind were naturally not noticed by Mu Xiaoxiao, who also immediately tensed up when she saw Chen Bei looking at herself and her sister and introduced herself in a panic. Mr. Chen, this is my younger sister, Mu Nanshu, a student at Peaksun University who is in her freshman year. We've met. Chen Bei sniffed and looked at Mu Nanshu, smiling. The two had indeed met once, but it was in the jungle on the northeast campus of Fengyan University, where Chen Bei had unintentionally staged a celestial rescue. The little schoolgirl's heart beat faster at the sight of this, and she immediately became nervous and clenched the hem of her skirt, her voice as low as a cat's. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life. Nanshu, keep it in mind. I'm just subduing the demons and saving them in passing. There's no need to take it to heart. Chen Bei shook his head and smiled. Mu Xiaoxiao was relieved to see this. She had been apprehensive, afraid that Chen Bei would blame her for bringing Mu Nanshu here. Obviously, Mr. Chen was not offended by this. After all the struggles, Mu Xiaoxiao asked the question of why her sister was targeted by the fish demon even though she knew it would be abrupt. In this regard, Chen Bei did not have the need to cover up, and coefficient told him straight. Mu Nanshu is a girl born in a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day and Yin hour, is born with a Yin life and Yin body, and as she grows up, the Yin and softness in her body will become more and more obvious, and this kind of feminine body, the most is the beloved of the demon race. Would Nanshu not only once by the fish demon staring? I'm afraid that in the future staring at her evil demon will only become more and more to the feminine gas exuberance. Hundreds of miles in a radius of the demon race will be sensed to come. After hearing Chen Bei's description, the two sisters' faces turned pale and bloodless. Mu Xiaoxiao nearly knelt in front of Chen Bei. The two sisters were alone in this world. Her sister was her life, her everything. She was willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of Mu Nanshu. Ms. Wood is overstating things. Confronted with Mu Xiaoxiao's plea for help, Chen Bei thought for a little while and simply agreed that he would do his best. As Chen Bei said, Mu Nanshu is a Yin and soft life. Now the Yin and soft Qi has begun to revive. In the future it will attract evil demons hundreds of miles or even thousands of miles away. And Chen Bei breaks through. The ninth order demon hunter urgently needs to subdue the demons and eliminate the demons to accumulate merits and virtues. With such a bait in place, it wasn't a bad way to lure the demon to his door, and it saved him from having to look everywhere. However, the two sisters' herd is full of gratitude, excited, seems to see the hope. After all, in the face of the fish demon kind of monster, the sisters cannot do anything, and as it stands now, Chen Bei told the two sisters that at this time, the eastern suburb outside the villa was already surrounded by evil demons, and Mu Nanshu could only live in the villa for the time being. Instead of hesitating about this, the sisters were instantly reassured. However, when they heard that there were quite a few evil demons outside, several people were shocked and terrified. After the Wood sisters were finalized, Lin Sini, however, hesitated, and the more she came to this time, she calmed down instead. Regarding her brother's matter, Lin Sini didn't rush to speak up, but planned to find another opportunity to ask for help later. Obviously, she could see that at this moment, Chen Bei had even temporarily put aside the matter of the demon-slaying sword, so how could he easily look into that year's matter for her? This is different from Munanshu. Chen Baiming said something about Munanshu. The other party had the value of attracting evil demons, and she, although she found the demon-slaying sword, the other party also caught the spider demon, the suspect in the disappearance case. For her and Zhao Chang, non-family, why should he or she let someone else spend time and effort on behalf of his or her brother? Therefore, Lin Sini held back, but did not give up. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 days, Lin Xiao naturally stayed in the villa and was always at his disposal. Mu Xiaoxiao naturally had a room due to the fact that she had to take care of the living in the eastern suburbs villa. Not only that, but Mu Xiaoxiao called the teachers at Fengyang University that night and asked for a vacation for Munanshu, and it went surprisingly well. Of course, the rooms of several people were all on the first floor, and without Chen Bei's promise, they would not easily go up to the second floor. As for Lin Sini and Lu Long, they naturally left the villa. However, Lin Sini had to come to the villa almost every day to help out, especially on the matter of Chen Bei's demon beheading sword to investigate more carefully, and there was new news almost every day. Same time, southern part of Tainan province, deep in a certain mountain range that was rarely visited by people, a mysterious, thick and huge base was hidden in the mountains, lying horizontally and isolated from the world. Here, it was one of the two main Rowan Night Division head divisions in the Tiannan province, the Southern Rowan Night Division head division. At this very moment, above a certain attic of the general division of the Southern Walking Night Division. Are you saying that this bell can identify those higher dimensional species that are hibernating in the backwaters of the human race? Beside Shi Jian, an old man who was majestic and domineering, raising his hands and feet full of the breath of a superior, frowned slightly, looking at the bell in his hand full of questions. The bell looked like an ordinary bell that seemed to be readily available on the street. Was it really that magical? Shi Jian nodded with a cautious face at his words. The old man, however, was still frowning. The video was indeed shocking when he watched it, but if there was a transcendent martial artist with a certain level of strength, he could also want to cover it up. When Shi Jian saw that the old man was skeptical, he seemed to understand. These kinds of big shots naturally don't believe in anything easily. Unfortunately, the teacher is not here. At this moment, standing beside Shi Jian, is Shi Jian's teacher's life and death friend? Tiannan Province Line Night Division General Secretary sitting Pavilion Elder. Of course, its identity and status, and Shi Jian's teacher is also almost equal, is also horrible as such. At the moment, Shi Jian's face wasn't very pretty, for before he had gotten to meet this courtier, he had received a piece of bad news. The otherworldly border is in a state of emergency. Something unimaginable seems to have happened on the otherworldly battlefield. Almost all of the strong men of the general division of the Southern Row Night Division of the entire Tiannan province had rushed to the border to support them, and naturally, his teacher was among them. Having already set off for 2 days and 2 nights, the Pavilion Elder in front of him would also be departing in 3 days. So if Shi Jian came 3 days late, he might not be able to see anyone. Little Shi Jian, have you been tricked by someone? Old me can't sense any fluctuations of superhuman energy on this bell. How can it find out the high-dimensional species hibernating in the back of the human race? How can a bell, clearly dead, be tracked? After the old man finished speaking, Shi Jian was about to explain when he was caught off guard. Buzz off. The bell in the old man's hand suddenly trembled violently, and then the light rose and buzzed. The old man's eyes snapped up at the sight and his pupils suddenly contracted, while Shi Jian remembered something and his face changed drastically. Chapter 31, The Evil Demon's Crazy Temptation. The mountain rain is coming. Buzz off. The bell in the old man's hand trembled violently, and the light grew brighter and brighter, as if it was about to come out of his hand. Courtier, let go of it. Shi Jian's face changed drastically, seeing the old man trying to suppress the bell. His heart thumped as he panicked and called out for an opening. He clearly remembered that Chen Bei had said that the bell would only react when it sensed the presence of an evil demon nearby. The more the bell trembled, the more demons there were in the vicinity, and the brighter the light, the more powerful the evil demon was. But what is this place? This is the south of the Tiannan Province Line Night Division General Division. Is the real rear fortress of the human race? But the bell is here crazy tremor and the light rises greatly. Doesn't this mean that there are evil demons hibernating in the Xing Night Division? And quite a few powerful evil demons. The old man looked at this scene, similarly concealing his eyes in shock and consternation. Shi Jian had already told him about the effects of the sinister Qi bell just now. In other words, not only is there a large number of demons hibernating in the Xing Night Division, but there are also powerful evil demons in there? Thinking of this, both the old man and Shi Jian were filled with horror. As the Xing Night Division, there was such a huge internal scourge that they were unaware of. And that's when, buzz off. After the sinister Qi bell broke away from the old man's suppression, it violently shot up into the sky, quickly cutting through the night sky and trembling in a certain direction towards the southern part of the heavenly southern Rowan province's Rowan Night Division's General Division base. Notify the entire division. Activate the emergency plan. No one is allowed to take half a step away from the base without the old man's permission. The old man came back to his senses, and while deeply shocked by the bell that had suddenly come to life, his entire body rose up in the air and chased after the bell. Shi Jian gasped at the sight, already frantically running in a certain direction, ready to activate the emergency plan. Same time, northwest of the base. Deputy Director, you're back? Back. Deputy Director, how was the harvest? Ha 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 ha, not bad. Subdued quite a few high-dimensional species. The harvest is full. A middle-aged man with a thick breath and a hint of gloom flashing under his eyes from time to time slowly walked into the base with hundreds of people, the corners of his mouth rising along the way as he greeted quite a few of the Nightwalkers who came and went. This person was named Ningfeng, one of the newly promoted 32 deputy directors of the General Division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannam Ro Province. His strength was unfathomable, and he was returning from a mission at this moment. However, just as Ningfeng personally returned with his subordinates, suddenly, the entire base was suddenly alarmed. Red light flashed, and a large number of Nightwalkers rushed out from the depths of the base, quickly surrounding the base. What's going on? What happened? All the Nightwalkers were filled with confusion, and Ningfeng's team was also at a loss. Listen everyone, blockade the base. No one is allowed to move without an order from the old man. Otherwise, kill without pardon. Rumble, terrifying as hell. The pressure suppressed, rippling across the entire base and enveloping dozens of miles in every direction. Everyone's face changed drastically upon hearing this. It was obvious that this was the base's 10th level emergency plan, meaning that there was a problem within the base. This kind of problem could be an invasion of a higher dimensional species, or there could be a mutiny of the Nightwalkers. In short, the entire base was shocked and stood still. Ningfeng and the others were also very cooperative, looking around with their eyes. Although the appearance of this situation at the base was doubly surprising to him, yet he was unimpressed, thinking that it had nothing to do with him. But just then, buzz off, in the night sky, in the direction of the distant attic, a bell with flickering runic light slowly cut through the night color and flew all the way vibrating. Everyone saw the bell, and they were all shocked. Finally, the bell fell quickly, eventually hovering above Ningfeng and the others' heads as gusts of runic light rippled and poured down. Sinful Chi bell? How is this possible? When they saw the bell that seemed to be alive, Ningfeng and the others' faces changed drastically, and then their eyes were filled with disbelief. In this world, how could this kind of magic weapon appear? However, the crowd was not given time to react. Round up all of them for me, and don't let anyone go. Whoa! In an instant, countless Nightwalkers used to deal with emergencies rushed out from the base, and with a few leaps they landed on the base's elevated position, encircling Ningfeng's team. The old man similarly stepped into the air, and his body landed on top of a base building more than 10 feet tall 10 meters away. It's you guys? When looking to see the appearance of Ningfeng and the others, a look of astonishment seemed to appear on his face. At first, he was still suspicious of the bell, and even flashed a flash of the idea of stirring up trouble. But the look on Ningfeng's face when the several people saw the sinister Chi bell just now, as well as the action of recognizing the sinister Chi bell, made Watch instantly understand. At this moment, the bell that had been suspended motionless in the night sky began to tremble crazily, and a channel of talismanic light tilted down like water ripples, enveloping Ningfeng and the others. Although there is no destructive power of the talismanic light, it is the body of a group of evil demons of the shadow of the illumination out. A large number of walking night people are jaw-dropping. High-dimensional species. They're high-dimensional species, a Nightwalker exclaimed. It dawned on all the Nightwalkers, almost instantly. Wow dash. There was a commotion at the base of the General Division of the Southern Nightwalking Division of the entire Tiannan province, as the surrounding Nightwalkers pulled away from Ningfeng's group and stood in strict anticipation. Some of the Rowan Knights were in disbelief that Deputy Director Ning, who had fought side by side for so many years, was a high-dimensional species dormant in the Rowan Knights division. Not only that, due to Ningfeng's outstanding performance over the years, he had been promoted to one of the 32 deputy directors at this moment. If he was given another 10 years, 20 years, perhaps it wouldn't take that many years at all. As long as the border was understaffed and the experts continued to be imported into the past, it was very likely that he would take over the power at some point. At the thought of this, not only did the old man feel a chill down his spine, all the Nightwalkers were even sweating coldly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. See, identity revealed. Ningfeng simply didn't pretend either. When both looked up to the sky and laughed, the terrifying demonic power in his body rushed up to the sky. I thought I was about to get my way. 3 days, just 3 days short. This seed is not willing. After Ningfeng laughed out loud, he proceeded to let out an unwilling rhetorical question, while at the same time revealing his true form, his demonic power climbing rapidly. Behind him, nearly 100 or so Nightwalkers also mutated, and the entire base rushed with demonic power for a time. Kill. Boom. Half an hour later, the old man stomped down, stomping Ningfeng heavily into the ground, smashing the dust with a boom, and all around the old man, blood had long since flowed into the river, among which was the blood of the demon race, as well as the blood of the Nightwalkers, even though they had subdued all the dormant evil demons. However, the Nightwalker side still lost dozens of people. This was still the result of a pavilion elder sitting down and making a move. If this pavilion elder also went to the otherworldly battlefield 3 days later, the consequences were simply unimaginable, and at least Ningfeng would be able to sweep half of the base. However, this wasn't the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that even if this pavilion elder left, Ningfeng would still continue to hibernate, and eventually gain the right to mobilize the entire general division. And at that time, not only the general division, but I'm afraid that he would have all the schemes to exterminate half of the Nightwalkers of the Tiannan province, even though he had successfully strangled all the dormant evil demons. However, this incident made Shi Jian as well as all the Nightwalkers think carefully, and each of them stood in place for a long time without saying a word, until Ningfeng, who lived at the end, was also killed. The bell suspended in the night sky before the light receded, as if it had lost its support, falling straight down into a pool of blood. The old man slowly walked towards the direction where the sinful chi bell had fallen, and he picked it up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Little Rock Kin, standing alone for a long time, the old man then called out to Shi Jian, "Courtier." Shi Jian walked quickly towards the old man, his breathing still a bit rapid. The old man slowly turned back, his pale pupils looking at Shi Jian, showing a rare glimpse of unprecedented importance. "Follow me." Not for long. In the attic, when there were only Shi Jian and the old man in all directions. "That man you were talking about, what else did he tell you?" The old man looked at Shi Jian, his face full of gravity. Shi Jian did not hesitate when he heard the words, "When both the whole thing." When the old man heard that the entire Blue Star continent may be littered with demon locking towers underground, his breathing was obviously shortened beyond measure, and the entire person stood frozen on the spot. For a while, the old man fell into a terrible silence, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that Shi Jian could not breathe. At some point, "Quickly, go to Pekyang City." The old man turned around violently, chopped his head off, and walked out of the attic at a fast pace. "Pavilion Elder, I promised Mr. Chen that I'd bring him over with superpower, and he's still waiting to hear from me." Until this moment, Shi Jian still hadn't forgotten what Chen Bei had said. This was a transaction and he needed the mysterious energy. Mysterious energy is the term used in the outside world. In the Walking Night division, this energy is called by them super energy. Shi Jian and the old man rushed to Pekyang City at the same time. The eastern outskirts of Pekyang City, the second floor of the eastern suburbs villa. Chen Bei stood in front of the dark as ink window, looking at the dozens of figures outside the villa that were getting bolder and bolder, his eyes getting more and more gloomy. In these few days, the demonic chi over the eastern suburb villa was getting thicker and thicker, and some evil demons even appeared around the eastern suburb villa in a bright and open manner. Chen Bei knew that this was a temptation that bordered on madness. Obviously, the evil demons in Pekyang City must have sensed the weakening of the mana in his body and wanted to take advantage of his illness to kill him, but they didn't quite dare to take the risk. So they frantically threw stones for several nights in a row. "It's the end of something, and it's tonight." Chen Bei muttered and exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. "Tonight, no matter whether Shi Jian arrives or not, a shocking battle between evil demons and demon hunters has become inevitable. The killing intent of those evil demons has already engulfed the sky above the villa in the eastern suburb at the moment, and most likely the strike will be this night. At that time, I'm afraid the entire Pekyang City would be sensationalized." Sure, as an 8th order demon hunter, even if his mana had fallen to a low ebb nowadays, Chen Bei was still able to break through, and at least no evil demons had appeared yet to make him fearful. But being careful is a good thing. If Shi Jian could bring in the mystical energy before the evil demon struck, it would allow him to recover to his peak sessions. He was completely free to let go. That time, Chen Bei's target was not just these evil demons around the villa, but from the entire Pekyang City. Chapter 32 Chen Bei's move. The mist grows heavier. That night, time passes slowly. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and it was midnight. In front of Peaksun University, Courtier, the woman who followed Shi Jian from time to time, stood at the entrance of Peaksun University and bowed slightly to the old man who was slowly walking inside the university. Behind her, the familiar black business sedan was still parked. The old man nodded slightly, followed by Shi Jian's lead, and sat in the back seat of the commercial vehicle. After personally closing the car door for the old man, Shekkin gestured for the woman to get in the car, while he himself got into the passenger side. Head. Where to now? The woman asked as she started the engine and opened her mouth. Eastern Suburbs Villa. To meet Mr. Chen. After putting on his seatbelt, Shurjian sat upright and took a deep breath, then returned. The woman did not say anything else at the words, but drove away from the Peak Sun University, while ripples were felt inside her heart, and from time to time she peeked at the old man in the rearview mirror who was resting with his eyes closed. The woman had thought that this time, the General Division of the Southern Xing Night Division of the Tiannan Province would surely come with some big names, but she had not expected that the visitor would be this highly respected pavilion elder. Head. Didn't his old man, the teacher, come? In front of the villa in the eastern suburbs, the woman eventually failed to hold back and opened her mouth to Shurjian in a low voice. In her opinion, it should have been the teacher who came this time, and since he didn't come himself, he must have something at hand. But what kind of thing would make a teacher give up this trip to Pyongyang? After all, the matter of the demon locking tower was too appalling. Not to mention the teacher, it was only logical that the ones from the General Division of the Southern Gymnastics Division would also follow. And the fact that only one courtier came is not normal. There's an emergency at the border. There's an emergency at the otherworldly battlefield. And teacher and a few pavilion elders as well as a few of the major division chiefs left 2 days ago, Shurjian said with a frown. The woman looked at Shurjian with eyes full of disbelief as she sniffed. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of movement. The situation seemed bleak as the otherworldly battlefield had been an emergency from time to time over the past few years. To know, the entire Blue Star continent really strong as well as more than 90% of the line of night people, almost all in the otherworldly battlefield, stay in the back of the town less than 2/1000ths of the general less than a last resort. The otherworldly battlefield will not be easy to mobilize the back of the town to sit on the strength of the situation unless the state of affairs has come to the situation that must be requisitioned. Is the otherworldly battlefield going to be a full-scale invasion? The woman was secretly terrified, her heart racing and her breath coming in short gasps. For more than 1,000 years, although high-dimensional species had been invading the Blue Star continent, the invasion was greatly restricted due to various reasons such as the restrictions of the 2 world barriers. But even so, the army of Nightwalkers responsible for fending off the invasion at the border was miserable and bloodied, and the rear of the human race had to train and transport a large number of Nightwalkers to the otherworldly battlefield every year. You can imagine how grueling the white heat of the otherworldly battlefield was. Even so, in more than 1,000 years, the otherworldly battlefield has not appeared to draw back to sit on the strong, but in recent years, the border is several times to come to the emergency news, repeatedly draw strong support, giving people a sense of the borderline of defense is shaky. If the otherworldly border collapses and the door to invasion is completely opened, at that time, countless high-dimensional species will pour into the human race's backyard. To the helpless human race, it will be even more desperate than the end of the world, and the consequences will be unimaginable to the women. Of course, this is only the woman's guess. The specifics are not yet known. Perhaps they will have to wait for the teacher and their return to finalize. As the woman pondered, a group of 3 people stepped towards the incomparably luxurious eastern suburb villa directly in front of them. As the old man walked, his old and sharp gaze swept around the villa from time to time, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, he also sensed some terrifying aura hibernating nearby, but didn't linger too long, instead arriving at the villa's door with Shurjian and the 2 of them. Yet the next moment, it was the moment Shurjian snapped the door of the villa. The old man turned around violently, his pale pupils staring deathly into the depths of a certain mountain forest. Same time, inside a certain room on the 2nd floor of the villa, Chen Bei, who was sitting cross-legged, also snapped his eyes open, and his gaze similarly fell on the piece of jungle that the old man was gazing at. I can't imagine that a small Pyongyang city has this kind of big fish, and there's more than one. While Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth also rose slightly, but he was unmoved, and then he withdrew his gaze and slowly looked out of the villa's main door. In front of the villa at the moment. What's wrong, courtier? Shurjian noticed the change in the old man's face and said with a grave expression, "Let's go in first." The old man didn't state it right away, but withdrew his eyes to look at the closed door. The door of the villa opened slowly in sync. Lin Xiao heard the sound of the buckling door and walked out. Recognizing Shurjian and the woman, he immediately introduced the 2 into the villa. When the 4 of them walked through the lush green courtyard and entered the villa's lobby, Chen Bei was already sitting there waiting at some point. "Mr. Chen." Shurjian quickly stepped forward and greeted Chen Bei, seeing the latter nodding slightly before he introduced himself. "Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is Elder Mo of the Border Pavilion of the Southern Nightwalker General Division of the Tiannan Province. Elder, and this is the Mr. Chen Bei Chen that I told you about." Old man Mo ran, Don't be offended if you disturb me late at night, Mr. Chen. Mo Ran slightly clasped his fists, not being humble, and while Chen Bei looked up and down, Chen Bei was also looking at the old man. Old, thick breath, strength is profound, preliminary judgment in the 10,000 demon continent 8th order spirit martial artist realm, comparable to the peak period of Chen Bei's cultivation. Of course, the Dao line another calculation, the two cannot be the same. The situation is serious and understandable. Pavilion Master Mo, please. Chen Bei returned the courtesy after a brief assessment, and then greeted several people as they took their seats. The people have sat down. Almost no much polite nonsense. A few simple words and then straight to the topic. Mo Ran first inquired about Chen Bei's origin. Upon hearing that Chen Bei was a demon hunter from another world, Mo Ran was clearly a bit stunned, but it was also said to be acceptable. After all, the higher dimensional worlds were invading the Blue Star continent, and one more world didn't seem to be an uncommon thing. After inquiring about the origin, Mo Ran then led the topic to Fengyang University Library under the Jin Demon Tower. The purpose of his trip is to rush before he went to the otherworldly battlefield to check a glance of the Demon Locking Tower, to determine the degree of its danger. The reason why the woman went to Fengyang University to pick up the two is that Mo Ran in the arrival of the city of Fengyang, the first time from the airport rushed to the library, but it was obvious that he and Shi Jian had nothing to offer. Please also guide Mr. Chen. I want to take a look at that Demon Locking Tower. After explaining where he came from, Mo Ran once again made his intentions clear. Chen Bei, however, did not rush to answer, but turned his head to look at Shi Jian who was sitting on the side. Oh, Mr. Chen, this is the super energy that Pavilion Elder asked me to bring over. That is, the mysterious energy as it is referred to outside. I hope that it can help Mr. Chen regain his strength. As for the way of acquiring the super energy in the future, it still needs to be in accordance with the regulations of the Xing Night Division. This is the distribution rules set by the ancient Qin, and the Pavilion Elder and I can't violate them on purpose. Shi Jian when both will understand. Carefully take out a special glazed bottle, but see the bottle is filled with a small half jar of light green liquid. The liquid crystal clear, green, even through the bottle, there is a hegemonic berserk force came to the face. This is spirit source liquid. Before Chen Bei had even received the bottle, he was already stunned and his eyes were filled with surprise. The mysterious energy in the bottle turned out to be the mother of auras concentrated from the origin Qi, the spirit source liquid that possessed the ability to derive auras. The martial artists of this world were actually using spirit source liquid to cultivate martial arts? Chen Bei's eyes were filled with dismay. He took the bottle and opened the cap. Gusts of aura essence evaporated and rose up. The entire villa hall was instantly filled with aura. Refreshing. Even Lin Xiao, who was standing by the side, was energized, his eyes full of surprise and emotion. Spirit source liquid? The three Mo Ran looked at each other in disbelief. It was obvious that this word was somewhat unfamiliar to them. Chen Bei, however, was calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was so excited that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Spirit source liquid even if it is the 10,000 demons continent. If you want to get such a small bottle, you need to collect it for at least a few decades, and it also depends on your own chance. And this world, out of the blue is a small bottle. How not to let Chen Bei heart shocked. Although this glazed bottle looked like it was only about 100 milliliters, it was equivalent to all the spiritual qi of the Wan demon continent for hundreds of miles around. For a while, Chen Bei was like he had discovered a new continent. This kind of spirit source liquid was unattainable for a demon hunter, which could raise his cultivation speed to another boundary that had never been reached before. And since this world had spiritual source liquid, it must have spiritual source qi, spiritual source power, and even spiritual source essence. Spiritual source liquid was originally spiritual source qi that had been concentrated over countless years, while spiritual source qi and spiritual source power were the essence of spiritual source. It was no wonder that one demonic domain after another had come forward to invade this place even though it took endless years. Based on this alone, even if the 10,000 demons continent learns of this, I'm afraid that those emperor masters and demon emperors will have to come without hesitating to open the barriers between the two worlds and carry the force of the rules and order in cause and effect hard. But get the spirit source liquid. Chen Bei, however, was even more confused. This world has spirit source gas, spirit source power, and spirit source of the original. That endless years ago there was a demon hunter dazzling heyday here also makes sense. The whole Blue Star continent spread all over. The mystery of the locked demon tower also seems to be able to be solved. But these two unanswered questions are resolved. The other two butted in one after the other. First of all, since there is a spiritual source of origin, then why can't we sense any trace of heaven and earth aura between this heaven and earth? Secondly, since it can be deduced that there was a heyday of demon hunters in the Blue Star continent countless years ago, Then why are demon hunters extinct nowadays? Not only that, this world is even technologically exceedingly prosperous, and there are even transcendent martial artists rising against the trend, but they have not left behind half of the inheritance of the demon hunter. And even when they learned that there are demon locking towers sealing countless terrifying demons in their own world, they even revealed unbelievable looks. Where have all the demon hunters of this world gone? Why does there seem to be a disconnect in the times? Could it be that all the demon hunters in this world died out endless years ago? And what makes them willing to die? Why didn't it leave a trace? No. If the demon hunters are all dead, then who built those demon locking pagodas sealed in the Blue Star continent? And who destroyed the great formation that sealed the demon locking tower? Disappearing auras. Extinct demon hunter. Ancient demon locking tower. Destroyed demon sealing formation. A terrifying demon race that has been sealed for countless years. Chen Bei felt as if something amazingly great had happened here. For a while, the answer not only didn't unravel, but became even more foggy. While Chen Bei was thinking quickly, suddenly, boom, a loud sound exploded. The earth trembled, the villa shook, and a wave of terrifying power exploded from above the villa, instantly devouring everything in heaven and earth. For a while, excluding Chen Bei and Mo Ran, everyone's face changed and they were shocked. Even Mu Xiaoxiao and Mu Nanshu, who had already fallen asleep early, were awakened by the loud boom and vibration, and ran to the villa hall in their pajamas, with shock written all over their pretty faces. Chapter 33 Miracles. The whole city is in an uproar. Actually, strictly speaking, Mo Ran was not without divine movement. It was only that it didn't change its face as much as the rest of the few people did. Feeling the terrifying power fluctuations outside, around him, the pavilion master, he could not help but frown. Obviously, among those terrifying forces, there were some that made even he, a highly respected pavilion elder with unfathomable strength, feel quite difficult. Mu Xiaoxiao and Mu Nanshu, on the other hand, had already lost their faces in fear. The sisters remembered that Chen Bei had said earlier that the villa was surrounded by strong demons, and at this moment, the two women and Lin Xiao were both thinking of this. Undoubtedly, that loud noise just now must be the work of the evil demons outside. They were attacking the villa, but they seemed to be blocked by something. What a strong high-dimensional species! At the same time as the loud noise was deafening, Shi Jian and the woman also stood up violently, and both of them felt the familiar power that belonged solely to the higher dimensional species, and both of them breathed heavily, their eyes full of disbelief. As nightwalkers, they naturally sensed the terrifying power fluctuations, a few of which were as vast and desperate as an ocean. Humph! What a great courage! Treating the old man as if he doesn't exist? Mo Ran similarly got up, followed by a cold snort. His body's secret power surging, is also like a vast sea ocean rolled. The momentum is monstrous. However, just as Mo Ran was about to strike, Pavilion Master Mo stayed back. Chen Bei raised his head abruptly and made a sound to stop it as he slowly looked out of the villa and said in a firm tone, "These are rushing to me. The Pavilion Elder is a guest, so do not bother. I would like to see. A group of sins can have a few points." The reason why Chen Bei stopped Mo Ran was not because he felt that the other party could not handle it. With Mo Ran's realm that was comparable to an 8th order spirit martial artist of the 10,000 demons continent as well as his years of experience in fighting with the demon race, it might be a bit tricky to deal with the crowd of evil demons out there, but it was guaranteed that they couldn't be subdued. Whether Mo Ran could be subdued or not naturally had nothing to do with Chen Bei. What he cared about was that it was not easy to gather so many evil demons, and there were a few old demons with 7,000 to 8,000 years of Dao in them. To him, it was not a great enemy, but a chance to extract the merits for his own advancement to the 9th rank of Demon Hunter. If all the evil demons outside were to be subdued by Mo Ran, a huge wave of experience value would be lost for nothing. What Mr. Chen means is, do you want to strike out on your own? Mo Ran sniffed and collected her breath, her brows knitting slightly. In Mo Ran's eyes, at this moment, although Chen Bei had unusual means and possessed a magical artifact like the sinister Qi Bell, the power fluctuations in his body were not very strong. Obviously, the first time Pavilion Elder Mo saw Chen Bei, he had the same thoughts as Shi Jian and the rest of them. All of them thought that a demon hunter might know some spells that restrained the demon race and were extremely unscientific, but his own combat power was not too terrifying, and casting spells should also require one's own strength as a medium to guide them. However, the person in front of him had weak power within his body, and did not look like someone who could perform any heaven-defying techniques to cope with high-level evil demons. Mr. Chen, Shi Jian. Several people sniffed and wanted to speak, their eyes full of worry. If Mo Ran did not go out to meet the enemy, in case those high-dimensional species attacked in, it seemed that he could see the crowd's concern. Chen Bei got up and stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking outside the hall. Don't worry, It won't get in for a while. It's enough. After Chen Bei finished speaking, he did not pay attention to the movements outside the villa, but instead swept a glance at the spiritual source liquid on the coffee table that was continuously releasing spiritual qi, and slowly closed his eyes. Several people were puzzled at this, not understanding what he meant by enough. For a while, Lin Xiao, Mu Xiaoxiao, Mu Nanshu, Shi Jian, and the woman beside Shi Jian all changed their faces again and again. If the oceanic power outside raged in, perhaps Mo Ran could withstand it, but they would most likely have to shed their skin without dying. No, it's definitely dead. Although Shi Jian and the woman is also a line of night people, but the two joined the line of night division are not too long. The strength is far from imagined so strong. Weekdays they can only deal with some of the strength of the low level of high-dimensional species of the murder incident, which can catch the outside of the horror of the power of the blow. Mo Ran was silent. Since the other party did not allow him to take action, he could naturally slow down a bit. Just do not understand what medicine this person Gord actually sold. What the few people didn't know was that Chen Bei's so-called enough referred to time. If the so-called mysterious energy in the Nightwalker's hand was a substance similar to aura, then it would indeed take longer for him to recover from his peak. But when the aura was replaced with the spirit source liquid, it was different. There is this liquid of the reverse origin. Chen Bei recovered in but a moment. At least he would be able to rush before the various formations laid outside were breached, so that he could once again ascend to the top and turn into that demon hunter Chen Bei at his peak, while Lin Xiao and the others were in a state of anxiety. Suddenly, a shocking scene occurred. However, when Chen Bei slowly closed his eyes, an invisible force suddenly surged, and the next moment, whoa! The spirit source liquid inside the glazed bottle was like being summoned, being pulled up by some invisible and unknowable force, and against the current, it actually floated up in the bottle. The light green spiritual source liquid was in the shape of a line, like a living thing, skimming through the void, slowly circling around Chen Bei's body, like a small stream suspended in the air and constantly flowing. Everyone watching this scene was dismayed. Even though they had already seen quite a few of Chen Bei's miraculous maneuvers, a few people were still dumbfounded at this moment. Mo Ran's pale pupils also contracted infinitely, and his expression was slightly unbelievable. Yet the next moment, a shocking suction force violently erupted within Chen Bei's body, and the light green stream spirit source liquid began to collapse point by point, and disappeared into Chen Bei's cloth at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless fine dusty spiritual source liquid surged into Chen Bei's clothes, and then through the clothes, it was slowly absorbed into his body through every pore of his body. Chen Bei only felt his body tremble slightly, and the incomparably pure and overbearing berserk power of the spirit source liquid burst out in an instant. At the same time, the moment his physical body came into contact with the spiritual source liquid, every corner of his body seemed to be cheering, absorbing the spiritual source liquid as crazily and greedily as if it had been a long drought, and strongly suppressing the kind of overbearing and berserk force inside. After these spirit source liquids were swallowed by Chen Bei, they began to run in the body according to a certain trajectory, flying for several large circumference days before transforming into vigorous mana rushing towards the entire body as well as the qi. Suddenly, boom! Chen Bei's body emitted a muffled sound as his mana gradually filled up and his breath climbed crazily. What? Shi Jian's few people looked at this scene, and one of them was completely dumbfounded. Mo Ran's pupils were also infinitely contracted, almost about to narrow into a slit. With the further absorption of the spirit source liquid, he sensed the power fluctuations within Chen Bei's body were flying wildly. The rate of enhancement could only be described as terrifying. Same time, boom dash, the roar over the villa in the eastern suburbs was deafening. At this moment in the eastern suburb area, countless Pekyang City ancient transcendent martial artist families sent to spy on the news had long been dumbfounded, their faces pale and bloodless, all of them raising their heads to stare blankly at the shocking scene in the sky above the villa. But see that under the night sky, at the top of the villa, rolling magic clouds enveloped the sky, covering the sky and the moon, forming a huge vortex that slowly rotated above the villa, with the cloud depth unknown, and the clouds, hundreds of hidden behemoth mysterious, as if the heavens pouring robbery punishment like a horrible power like a tidal wave pouring down, crazy impact on that lonely villa. Boom! The terrifying power stirred up the night sky, just like the momentum of 10,000 pounds, when it landed heavily on the villa more than 10 feet high. The villa was instantly surrounded by runic light rushing to the sky, and a large array emerged, resisting the wave after wave of attacks. Every wave of horrible power pouring is a big array of obliteration. Another big array but then emerge, dissolve the aftermath. The earth trembled, the clouds rolled over, and it was as if this heaven and earth were boiling. The transcendent martial artists around the villa watched the scene, each with their jaws dropped. Not only that, almost at the same time, originally has been late at night in the Pekyang city. The vastness of the city of the ocean in general, close to the eastern suburbs of the region of the countless buildings residents have been woken up. Some people frown tightly, touching the dark to get up, came to the window rubbing sleepy eyes, just want to spit a couple of sentences, but it is all of a sudden dumbfounded, looking in this direction, but see more than 10 miles away from the forest sea, rolling thick clouds gathered but not scattered. Huge magic cloud shrouded the forest sea in the center of a certain position, the clouds in the light flashes, shadows, and whenever the big formation is lit up, the runic light shines in the sky, penetrating the clouds. Even if it is more than 10 miles away, people can also see through the flickering runic light, the thick magic clouds, countless behemoths hidden in them, reflecting the sky, indescribably shocking. Oh my God, countless people stared there in disbelief, their jaws dropping in shock. And at the time when the 100 or so evil demons struck out, in fact, the entire Pyongyang city's countless ancient forces had sensed it. At this moment, among those ancient and huge mansion estates, there were figures constantly rising up into the sky, each of them standing at the top of their own mansions, staring at the direction of the eastern suburb with horrified eyes. What a terrifying power! When did Pyongyang City have so many terrifying high-dimensional species? Could it be that it's a total loss of the otherworldly border? The hearts of countless powerhouses of the transcendent martial family were shocked. Suspicions were rife, and their faces changed drastically. The power that had converged over the villa in the eastern suburb caused a wave of uneasiness. Some ancient transcendent martial artist families that knew the inside story were stunned, such as the Long family. The martial artists they sent out were still wandering around the eastern suburb of the villa, and they naturally knew that the one who resided in that direction today was the very same person who had made a big splash in the skies above the Pyongyang University a few days ago. However, what shocked these ancient transcendent martial artist families was not this, but the terrifying high-dimensional species at the top of that cloud layer. Pyongyang City had been calm. Even if there were occasional high-dimensional species committing crimes, they were low or medium-strength existences. High-dimensional species as horrifying as tonight's were almost invisible. Where did they come from? Where did they come from? Have they been hibernating in Pyongyang City? Or has the otherworldly battlefield collapsed completely? Compared to the shock of the various ancient transcendent martial artist families in Pyongyang City, those who were most shocked at this moment were the ordinary people who could see this scene. What are those among the clouds? Some sharp-eyed person caught something and exclaimed, "Gosh, why do I think I see dragons? I saw it too. It's really a dragon. Oh my God, it's really the dragon of the east." Although the distance was far, yet many ordinary people saw what appeared to be the vague outline of a divine dragon hovering in that cloud. There was no way. Those figures? They were just too huge, so huge that they could still catch the wind from 10 miles away. A miracle. This is a miracle. It's really a dragon. I can see its silhouette. It's really a divine dragon. It's our Eastern divine dragon. Many people's eyes were filled with disbelief, and their breath caught in a rush. Same moment, near the eastern suburbs, within the East Side neighborhood, on a certain street where the lights of the inspection car flashed and was close to the most edge of the city, Lin Ziyi and Zhao Chang, who had just arrested a suspect, took 2 steps forward with eyes full of consternation, and a group of inspectors all looked up and watched the sensational and incomparable scene in the direction of the eastern suburb, with eyes full of shocked colors. Between the flashes of runic light, the two naturally saw the outline of the dragon. But was that really a divine dragon? Chapter 34, Terrifying Climb, Mo Rant's Loss of Condition, Eastern Suburbs Direction. A vast expanse of forest over the sea. The devil clouds that cover the sky and the moon are getting thicker and thicker, completely shrouding that part of heaven and earth. And from afar, the thick and heavy rolling thick clouds are slowly rotating in the form of a vortex, and the light inside is flickering, and the roar shakes the ears as if the end of the world is coming. And in that cloud layer, more than 100 behemoths loomed, and more ordinary people were awakened by the roar. All of them were astonished and dumbfounded by the sight. And at this moment, the most shocked ones were Shi Jian and the others inside the villa in the eastern suburb. Boom! Along with the further absorption of the spiritual source liquid, Chen Bei's body emitted bursts of low rattles, shaped like muffled thunder, as if there was also a small world inside that was winding down. The spiritual source liquid that was slowly being absorbed ran for several large circumference days before turning into an ocean of mana that surged into Chen Bei's chi sea like a tidal wave. For a while, there seemed to be waves there, starry rivers pouring in, withered trees springing to life, and gusts of vastness poured out, seeming to overflow the surface of the body. Chen Bei at this time in the eyes of the Wood Xiaoxiao sisters and Lin Xiao 3 people, it seems that the whole person has undergone a heavenly change. He stood with his arms folded, eyes slightly closed, standing in the middle of the hall, his robes fluttering, his expression indifferent, just like an exiled immortal standing under the dome of heaven and earth to realize the truth of the sky and the earth. Transcendental. However, This scene fell in the eyes of Shi Jian and the woman beside him, but it was incomparably horrible, just like seeing a severe ghost walking at night, full of shock and disbelief that could not be concealed. How come? Shi Jian's eyes completely widened in shock, so shocked that he could no longer say a word. It's too fast. It's too fast? The fast here referred to the natural speed at which Chen Bei's terrifying aura was climbing. At this moment, Chen Bei's oceanic aura that had violently erupted like a starry sea was as vast and boundless as the sea, causing the hearts of Shi Jian and the two of them to be flooded with gigantic waves. This is just half a quarter of an hour less than the person in front of the body of the power fluctuations, from the beginning of the incomparably weak, but also crazy climb to a horror like this point. But that's not all. The power fluctuations in his body are still soaring rapidly. The breath is also more and more deep and terrifying, more and more thick, taking in the soul, and even vaguely give a person a kind of suppression of all the enemies in the world of the illusion. How is this possible? Around the woman also beautiful pupils wide open, a face of disbelief. Just 100 milliliters of superpowers. You know, that's only 100 milliliters of superpower. Although 100 milliliters of super energy was also a huge amount of energy for an ordinary Nightwalker. Even if they cultivated with 100 milliliters of super energy, the progress they could make was not to mention minimal, and they could hardly see too obvious an improvement. And the person in front of him, in just a few moments, the breath in his body had reached an unimaginable level. If the power fluctuation within Chen Bei's body was just a small river or a stream in her eyes before, then now, it was as if he had seen the ocean, and it seemed as if the power of the endless sea had descended from the heavens, pressurizing her to the point that she was almost about to lose her breath. Not only that, what shocked Shi Jian and the woman was also Chen Bei's method of using the super energy, this incomparably overbearing super energy. How could it be directly absorbed inside the body? As we all know, the entire Blue Star continent's transcendent martial artists and Nightwalkers, when they use their superhuman energy to cultivate, all of them dare to take only one drop of energy liquid and put it into a bathtub or barrel filled with water, so that it is diluted by a large amount of water liquid, and then they absorb the hegemonic power in that one drop of energy liquid in the form of a bubble bath. But even so, they still had to withstand the destructive force brought about by the spirit source liquid when it entered their flesh, thus refining their flesh and strengthening themselves. Instead, Chen Bei directly absorbed the energy liquid into his body, and it was a one-time 100 milliliters. What kind of training method is this? Wasn't he afraid that the overbearing and furious power of the superpower would tear his body to shreds? Impossible. This is impossible. Even Mo Ran at this moment was completely subdued by the scene in front of him, not even caring about his status as a pavilion elder. As Shi Jian and the rest of their juniors, he exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Bei's way of using the spirit source liquid had shattered Mo Ran's solidified three views on the use of superpowers, just as it had shattered a certain cognition that had been held by the ancient Qin generations of Nightwalkers and transcendent martial artists for more than 1,000 years. And this kind of shock from the heart could be imagined to be as strong as it could be. At some point, Chen Bei violently opened his eyes. His eyes burst out two invisible essence, the unfathomable power fluctuation in his body, causing Mo Ran to look indescribably mute while being filled with shock. It's a pity that it still hasn't recovered to its peak, but it's not too far off, Chen Bei muttered, his face slightly regretful as he said, although what Shi Jian had brought was spirit source liquid, but the amount of 100 milliliters only allowed Chen Bei to recover about 90% of his mana, and did not completely revert back to his peak period. However, there was one thing that was quite surprising to Chen Bei. The spirit source liquid was a concentration of spirit source qi, and the mana it transformed into was far more powerful than the one derived from the 10,000 demons continent's spirit qi. In other words, even though he hadn't recovered to his peak at this moment, due to the spirit source liquid, the mana in his body was even more domineering, and his strength was almost comparable to his peak. However, when Chen Bei's words fell on the ears of Mo Ran's trio, they set off monstrous waves. After absorbing so many superpowers and such a terrifying power fluctuation in his body, he still hadn't recovered from his peak? Mo Ran's old eyes are all horrified. Under the eyes of the person, the breath is extremely vast, even he also feels that he is vaguely inferior to a chip. Then how strong would he have to be when he completely regained his peak? Shi Jian was even more breathless and his mouth was dry, because at this moment, he was truly unable to see through the Chen Bei in front of him, and could only sense the terrifying aura that was like a heavenly tilt. As for the Mu Xiaoxiao sisters and Lin Xiao, although the three of them were not Nightwalkers and could not feel that particular kind of aura and pressure, they had a feeling that their hearts were clogged. One time, the three of them, Shi Jian, looked at Chen Bei as if they were looking at a monster, and their mouths nearly opened wide. In their opinion, Chen Bei had merely absorbed 100 milliliters of super energy. However, How could a few people know that if this 100 milliliters of spirit source liquid was placed in the 10,000 demons continent, it would be equivalent in quantity to the spiritual chi of hundreds of miles of land in a radius being sucked dry by Chen Bei? It can't be helped. Being an 8th order demon hunter, Chen Bei's body of mana is exuberant, comparable to the cultivation of more than 10,000 years of old demons. Its replenishment of the base, the same big scary, good thing in the 10,000 demons continent is vast and sprawling. The aura is sufficiently plentiful, otherwise which can withstand the demon hunter division tossed. At this point, not giving Mo Ran and the others a chance to be shocked. Suddenly, boom! A loud noise was deafening. The villa already did not know how many times it had violently shaken. The great formations outside collapsed one after another. Only the last great formation was still emitting a weak runic light. Chen Bei slowly raised his eyes, a flash of righteousness in his eyes. The next moment, only to see his figure flashed. The whole person is almost about to turn into a flash of residual shadow, swept through the hall, and when he stood again, he was already in the middle of the villa compound. Same time, Grandma, look, there's a dragon there. Wow, it's really a divine dragon, hey, it's so cool. At the edge of the eastern city district of Pekyang City near the eastern suburb area, countless ordinary people looked at the sky above the eastern suburb with eyes full of shock. Among them, there is a man who was woken up by the roar of the sleepy eyes. There is a female anchor who was staying up all night live broadcasting. There is a little girl who rolled over and climbed to the window. There is a poor white-collar worker who stayed up all night to work overtime. And there is also a couple who is playing poker. And at this moment, all of them put down the work in their hands and walked to the window in a daze, looking at the astonishing scene, with incredulity written in their eyes. Even the drivers on the road running night routes, one by one, stopped their cars and looked in that direction in a state of shock. The street's pimply-faced homeless man, too, slowly sat up from his cardboard shell, peeling back the strips of long hair that obscured his vision, frozen in place. In the world of ordinary people, the divine dragon was a holy spirit that didn't exist in the first place. And when everyone thought that a certain kind of being didn't exist and it appeared in plain sight, the impact was shocking and earth-shattering. Yet it was at the moment when countless ordinary people were dumbfounded. Boom! Terrifying ripples visible to the naked eye fell from the rolling clouds, smashing heavily into the center of the vast forest sea below. And just then, suddenly, bam! In that part of heaven and earth, in the middle of the endless sea of forests, the runic light suddenly rose up, the golden aura flourished, and the runic light illuminated the dome of the sky, illuminating the clouds to appear, an equally terrifying and vast force, against the sky. That terrifying energy fluctuation, even though it was more than 10 miles apart, the people within the entire Pekyang city all had different senses. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law, the power of the sun and the moon, the might of the stars, the genius of the 5 elements, all of them are mine to use. The voodoo formation rises, sealing the heavens. Chapter 35, the sword opens the gate of heaven, returning all laws to the sectors. Eastern suburbs of forestry. Under the night sky covered by rolling magic clouds, the villa was surrounded, but all those who lingered here heard the unmistakably calm, and unmistakably indifferent voice almost simultaneously. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law, the power of the sun and the moon, the might of the stars, the genius of the 5 elements, all of them are mine to use. The voodoo formation rises, sealing the heavens. With the fall of that voice, in an instant, the entire eastern suburb of the villa around the sudden runic light, originally nothing on top of the earth, Dao array pattern emerged. Runic light rose greatly, and at the top of that heavenly dome, above the clouds, a huge golden runic millstone coalesced, as if separating the heavens and sealing this world. Not only that, countless transcendent martial artists who were still in the surroundings of the eastern suburbs villa all had shocked faces as they looked around themselves. But see the big ground that spread unknown how far in the formation pattern. A huge golden sword shadow from the ground slowly rise. These sword shadows as if the ground grows out of the general. First is the sword hilt, then is the sword body, and finally is the tip of the sword. An incomparably huge sword shadow rises up from the ground. From the side of these extraordinary martial artists, feet slowly take off. Some huge sword shadow even through their bodies, but did not hurt the crowd in the slightest. Countless transcendent martial artists instantly froze as if they were wooden, abruptly realizing that they were not even as huge as the hilt of the sword. Such a shocking scene, how could they not be astonished? Even if they were transcendent martial artists, how could they have ever seen such a picture? And this scene happened at the same time, between the golden runic millstone on the dome and the runic patterns on the earth. Countless huge sword shadows likewise slowly coalesced in the void, surrounded by the night. These sword shadows were different from the sword shadows that grew out of the earth. They coalesced out of thin air. First the tip of the sword, then the body of the sword, and finally the hilt. Dense sword shadow fixed in the void, and heaven and earth runic formation to form a blockade of the situation. The rolling magic clouds in the inside of nearly 100 behemoths locked in the voodoo sword array, impervious to the wind, cannot escape, and within the big formation, the huge sword shadow in the sky is rising up in the air. At a glance, countless square miles and so on is full of swords. Boom! The clouds just pouring down the horrible ripples, heavily smashed in the sea of swords above. All the airborne sword shadow is a tremor. The ripples like water waves rippling in all directions, but did not resist the momentum of the 10,000 swords soaring. Villa. The 6 Moran who had managed to regain their senses ran out of the villa. All of them stood in front of the door and stood frozen looking at the appalling scene in the night sky. But see the sea of thousands of ascending swords. A coat of cloth stepped on top of the hilt of a sword shadow, standing with his arms folded, slowly rising into the air with the sea of swords, not knowing if the swords were carrying him up or if he was making the sword soar. Not for long. Chen-Bei portable thousands of swords into the rolling magic clouds. Same time, inside the Pekyang city, more and more people saw this scene, and although people could not see Chen-Bei in the middle of the sea of swords, they could see the sky full of sword shadows. This time, the sword shadows were countless times more and larger than those over the Pekyang University, and even if they were more than 10 miles apart, they could still be seen clearly, and the 10,000 swords were as magnificent as they were, and the sword shadows were even more horrifying. Also seeing this scene were the countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages of Pekyang City. Compared to the eyesight of ordinary people, they were able to see a scene in the sky above the eastern suburb more clearly, and they could even vaguely see the coat of cloth that stood above the sea of swords. Countless people were almost on the verge of looking dumbfounded. Suddenly, boom! The big battle is imminent. That world, completely boiled over. 10,000 swords flew together in the clouds, crisscrossing across the sky, and the entire sky above the forest sea was flooded with gusts of horrifying power fluctuations, as nearly 100 behemoths struck out one after another, attacking a certain direction in the sea of swords. One time, the entire night sky was filled with runic light. Huge sword shadows crisscrossed across the sky, and vast general power exploded like an ocean over the forest sea. Roar dash! Within the rolling demonic clouds, there were behemoths that were shattered by the impermeable sword shadows, emitting mournful roars that shocked the world. Oh my god! What the hell is going on there? I can't believe I saw dragons roaring. Those swords, beheading dragons? Anyone for a dragon chopper? Countless people were staring at their mouths, dumbfounded, as if they were frozen in place like wooden statues. One moment he was shocked at the appearance of the divine dragon, but the next moment he was even more incredulous. Over the villa in the eastern suburbs, a dragon's roar resounded through the night sky. Shi Jian and the others watched that scene in disbelief, their hearts nearly jumping out of their chests. Those high-dimensional species that were usually as terrifying as they were in their eyes were so unbeatable under the demon-subduing sword intent of the voodoo formation, and in just a single glance, more than 100 of the behemoths were almost decimated, being strangled by the sword shadows into a sky full of blood mist, with only a few even more horrifying figures still erupting with astounding might. Humph! An evil augur! How can it be worthy of exercising the dragon clan's divine abilities? In the middle of the sword formation, Chen-Bei's pupils narrowed slightly as he forced back a blow and said in a cold voice, with just the voodoo formation, he easily disposed of all the great demons as well as the lesser demons. Yet there were a few terrifying old demons amongst them that were not bad in terms of strength, especially that augur dragon with 8,000 years of Tao, although it was an evil scaly dragon. However, it had already transformed into the ranks of scaly dragons and possessed a hint of dragon's power. A snake cultivates for 1,000 years and turns into a jiao, and a jiao cultivates for 1,000 years and turns into a dragon. It was obvious that this snake demon had already cultivated for more than 8,000 years and had long since transformed into a dragon. However, although it can be transformed into a dragon, but the sinful gas entanglement, even if now there are 7 or 8 points of the dragon form, but ultimately did not turn into a dragon and go among the ranks of the dragon family. It's a pity. If you were bent on seeking the way, you would have had a chance to transform into a dragon and go away, but you willingly fell into the devil's path and your demonic nature will not change. Even if you really can transform into a dragon in the future, you will still be an evil dragon. So I will behead you today. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. The half moon is the bow. The stars are the sword. The bow comes. The arrow is complete. Boom. The endless sword shadows forced their way towards the remaining evil demons at the same time. The runic light in Chen-Bei's hand was loud, and the shadow of a divine bow appeared in his hand. Then he drew the bow and strung an arrow. The string opened and the arrow came into being, and there were several arrows in a row. Shoo shoo shoo. The arrow shadows cut through the night sky, shooting at all the remaining evil demons respectively. Roar dash. Bang! Several evil demons were struck by the arrows, and all of them were shaken, then exploded. However, the auger dragon was merely letting out a pained roar and proceeded to pounce on Chen Bei. Can't break it? Chen Bei frowned slightly when he saw this. It was obvious that this snake demon had been transforming into a Jiao for a long time, and its defense was amazing. Even the 7th order demon surrender technique could not help it. Boom! With his powerful physical body, the evil Jiao struck the divine dragon and shook Chen Bei back tens of meters. After shaking back Chen Bei, the Jiao dragon took off into the air. Its dragon roar shook the sky, and this dragon roar almost spread throughout the entire Pekyang city for more than 100 miles around, and the entire Pekyang city completely boiled over, especially the countless ancient transcendent martial family residences. A terrifying figure stared at the place as if it could pierce through the night sky. For a moment, all the terrifying figures were shocked, and a flash of doubt inevitably rose in their hearts. That coat of cloth didn't seem to be able to quell the high-dimensional species shaped like a divine dragon. Courtier, should we help Mr. Chen? Shi Jian's scalp also tingled up as he watched the scene. The cool, high-dimensional species that resembled a divine dragon seemed to be much more powerful and terrifying than expected. However, Mo Ran was silent, and after a few moments, he shook his head again. Even if I were to make a move, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to suppress it, unless your teacher or those few from the Southern General Division come over. But those few, they've already gone to the border. Feeling the terrifying demonic power of the Jiao dragon, a touch of shock spread in Mo Ran's eyes. How could there be such a powerful high-dimensional species hibernating in the back of the human race? In the small Pekyang city? Although he knew that it would be difficult for him to kill the evil scaly dragon even if he helped, Mo Ran thought for a little while and was still prepared to make a move. Not only him, but some super powerhouses from the ancient transcendent martial family of Pekyang city also had their brows furrowed, intending to help that cloth. After all, the evil augur appeared in Pekyang city. Not to remove will be a future problem, even if they cannot be killed. Forcibly forced out of Pekyang city is also good, as long as it does not shake the foundation of their family. As for the evil augur to go to where, it is not what they should be in charge of the matter. However, just as several breaths were gradually released, preparing to rise up into the air, it's time to end this. I'm just playing with you. Do you really think you're a divine dragon? Chen Bei shook his head, then stood with his hands in the air, slowly raising his right hand. His voice sounded like thunder, resounding over 100 miles in a circle, spreading to all corners, and the entire Pekyang city could almost hear that soft shout as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. Hao Ran Jing Qi, all fa de song. It was accompanied by Chen Bei's light drink. Suddenly, the thousands of sword shadows trembled crazily, and then they merged into one, turning into countless giant swords suspended behind Chen Bei. He, on the other hand, slowly raised his eyes, as if at this moment, Chen Bei was the sword, and the sword was Chen Bei. Next moment, one sword opens the gate of heaven. Chapter 36, The Unstoppable Pekyang City. You can advance the demon surrender technique. One sword opens the gates of heaven. This was one of the 8 terrifying demon subduing techniques that Chen Bei was currently proficient in. Accompanied by a soft shout from the Tsang Dome, the sound resounded over 100 miles in a radius at the same time. Shoo shoo shoo. Above the endless forest sea, under the night, in the middle of a large formation, terrifying sword intent ravaged the heaven and earth. The sky was filled with huge and incomparable sword shadows carrying the terrifying power of the 2 poles of heaven and earth breaking through the air and pointing at the evil Jiao from afar. And that countless huge sword, a more huge, and extremely eye-catching hundreds of feet of sword shadow cranes, it wrapped in a cloth with a monstrous might pierced through the void, killing the dragon. At this moment, Chen Bei seemed to have transformed into an indestructible sword. His 2 fingers were merged into a sword point, pointing at the Jiao Long from afar, and wherever he passed, it seemed that the air boiled up, and the void distorted in bursts. Feeling the terrifying pressure of this sword, the evil Jiao let out a deafening roar, and the vast demonic power in his body almost poured out as he delivered an all-out strike. For a time, the dragon above the forest sea roared in all directions. The breath was exceedingly terrifying, vibrating more than 100 miles in a circle. The entire Pekyang city heard it truly, and countless ordinary people woke up in their dreams, their eyes full of horror. Boom 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 boom. Countless huge sword shadows were the first to collide with the oceanic incoming demonic power. The sound shook the heavens. The sword body quickly disintegrated and then exploded, and the terrifying ripples of power rippled in all directions, worthy of the 8,000 years of the evil scaly dragon. Its body under the demonic power out of the nest, the power of horror to the unimaginable point. Countless sword shadows died in the shape of a tidal wave-like ocean of demonic power. It is difficult to get close to the scaly dragon in the slightest. Yet the next moment, boom dash, The crowd only saw that among the 10,000 swords, the most brilliant and dazzling sword in an instant, the vast power and oceanic demonic power collision, like two overwhelming tidal wave collision. Under the dome of the sky erupted a shocking terrible ripples, the power of the earth and sky for the loss of color, the sun and the moon for the darkness. Under the crushing of the huge sword shadow, the sky full of demonic power quickly collapsed. The sword shadow was as powerful as a bamboo, chopping open the heaven and earth, splitting open the demonic power frenzy. A sword penetrated the huge two as if a small mountain-like dragon body. The picture was so magnificent and magnificent. Fu, Jiao Dragon on its large dragon head, issued an incomparably mournful and painful dragon roar. The entire dragon body soared up, but in full view of the public, violently exploded open, turned into a sky full of blood mist drifting away. This scene was said to be late, but in fact, it was only for a moment. Countless people watched in disbelief, almost about to forget to breathe. One time, Mo ran as well as the terrifying figures of the countless ancient transcendent martial artist families of Pekyang City who were prepared to step in to help him. All of them had their figures stuttered and hardened in place. All of them looking at the power fluctuations still raging in the sky above the forest sea as vast as a river of stars, and were completely dumbfounded. What a terrifying sword! How is it so strong? A large number of terrifying figures looked at the terrifying demonic power and the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth still boiling in the void, their eyes filled with horror. Sure, Jian and the others even looked directly dumbfounded, their hearts about to jump into their throats. Compared to them, the ordinary people in the eastern suburb of Pekyang City were all like being struck by lightning, as if they were bombarded by thunder, and the shock in their eyes had long exceeded that of the past. Until a long time later, until that world was completely quiet, when the sky full of runic light and sword shadows dissipated, the entire Pekyang City was completely abuzz. Dead? Dead? Oh my god! The god dragon has been decapitated? How did this happen? The East City area near the eastern suburb was first silent and a pin could be heard, followed by countless astonished as well as incredulous voices erupting. In the eyes of ordinary people, that was not some demon, much less a scaly dragon, but a divine dragon. For from a distance, that was truly the miracle of a divine dragon. But the dragon is dead. How did the dragon die? How can a divine dragon be killed? Countless ordinary people set off monstrous waves within their hearts, feeling their scalps numb. What kind of person had subdued the divine dragon? Although the distance was so far away that they could only see the great array of runic light and sword shadows that filled the sky, they couldn't see the man of cloth that looked like a god. However, the entire Pekyang City had almost heard the voice that sounded as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens just now. Vast ran Justice Chi. All laws return to the song. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Yes, it was someone's voice, but it was as if the gods were speaking majestically. In other words, someone had decapitated the divine dragon. Countless ordinary people of East City were filled with disbelief and shocked horror, while other areas of Pekyang City were similarly setting off endless waves. What was that noise just now? It seems like the hissing of some kind of animal. Why does it sound a bit like a dragon's roar from a movie or TV show? I heard it too. It does sound like a dragon's roar. Does it mean that there really is a divine dragon in this world? The voices are coming from over in the eastern suburbs, and there's that sound that resembles some sort of incantation. Ask Uncle 2 what's going on over there. Doesn't he live by the east side? In a few moments, the entire Pekyang City was like a sleeping beast awakening in the middle of the night, completely exploding. Many people have been contacting friends and family on the east side to ask what's going on over there. For a while, phone calls, group chats, video calls, all kinds of communication tools as well as social software ignited almost instantly. However, when the people received the reply from the people of the East City, each one of them was as if they had heard the news of the end of the world, and they were dumbfounded and staggered in place. What did you say? Divine dragon? You said you saw the divine dragon? Second uncle, do you realize what you're saying again? Are you sure? You said there was a divine dragon sighting in the eastern suburbs? The dragon was killed? A sky full of talismanic light and a sky-rushing sword shadow? Sword shadows taller than a building? Geez, when people double-check, the entire Pekyang City almost froze. The sound of the dragon's roar and the incantation-like human voice heard just now still seemed to be reverberating over the ocean-like vastness of the city, echoing in people's minds for a long time. Compared to the ordinary people in the other areas of Pekyang City, it was the people in the eastern city near the eastern suburbs who were the most shocked and stunned, and all of them were almost unable to return to their senses for a long time. Whether it's white-collar workers working overtime, live-streaming anchors, drivers driving night buses, poker-playing couples, sleepy-eyed dudes, or street-side beggars, one by one, they're still looking at the slowly calming sky over the eastern suburb, their minds going blank. The street where the headlights of a certain cruiser are flashing, Lin Sini and Zhao Chang looked at the sky above the forest sea that had calmed down, and both of them had their sweaty hairs erected and their pupils were astonished. It's the direction of Mr. Chen's villa. Was that the divine dragon just now? He beheaded the dragon? Zhao Chang glared and breathed heavily, turning his head sluggishly to look at Lin Sini. Lin Sini, on the other hand, her beautiful eyes flooded with floods, and in the eyes of the two of them, Zhelong was also a dragon. A genuine oriental divine dragon. And that man, he even slayed the dragon? Subduing the spider demon not long ago, shocking the world over Fengyan University a few days ago, and now beheading the dragon in full view of the public. That Chen Bei. Just how many more shocking means were there? Lin Sini's petite body trembled slightly and her breathing was rapid, further identifying the idea in her heart. The brother thing. There must be nothing wrong with looking for that god-awful person. In the meantime, Fengyang City Inspection Department. At this moment the Pekyang City Inspection Department is anxious and busy. Lu Lon looked at the countless chat software background, but also the cold sweat on his forehead. He muttered as he frantically commanded the various departments to cooperate with the setup. It can't be squashed. It really can't be squashed this time. Can't hold it down. Although it was late at night in Pekyang City at the moment, yet it was even more boisterous than during the day, with an unprecedented level of bustle. The spreading speed of the incident concerning the eastern suburbs could not be suppressed at all, and even if all the personnel on duty in the entire Pekyang City were mobilized, the further fermentation of the situation could not be suppressed at all. He could still use the filming of the movie and TV drama to confuse the public about the incident over the Pekyang University, but this time, the scene over the villa in the eastern suburb, the number of people who saw it was just too many and too much. That amazing sight, that terrifying to the point of palpitating power fluctuations, the sound of the dragon's roar that spread to every corner of Pekyang City, as well as the divine incantation that sounded like it came from beyond the 9 heavens. This time, if he said it was a movie again, I'm afraid that the spittle of countless people in Pekyang City would be able to completely drown him as the head of the inspection division. Mr. Chen, what in the world are you up to? Why is it me who is in trouble every time? Something big is going to happen. Something really big is going to happen this time. Chapter 37, surprised by the appearance of an old friend. Chen Bei's shock. Pekyang City was completely boiling. Lu Long was busy at the same time. In the middle of a metropolis as vast as the sea, the tops of countless ancient transcendent martial family residences, a terrifying figure stood silently, full of dismay for a long time, before awakening from that horrifying scene, sending out all sorts of marvels and contemplations. The sky of Pekyang City may be about to change. From now on, there is going to be another force here, and it's a terrifying force held up by a single person who, by himself, can almost shake up an ancient transcendent martial artist family? Such a person is too terrifying, and the interests involved will grow bigger and bigger. The appearance of this person. I'm afraid to break the balance of those families for more than 100 years. Such a terrifying strength. Pekyang City, in addition to those old and undead worldly giants, almost no one can be comparable to it, no matter which one he falls to, or to form his own faction. This pool of crouching tigers and hidden dragons of the stagnant water of Pekyang City, I'm afraid that it will no longer be calm. Demon hunters? Demon surrender technique? Chen Bei? Is that the true origin of that person? A jutsu that inherently restrains higher dimensional species. If my clan can obtain such a demon-subduing jutsu, the future generations of our descendants will be like a fish out of water. Different terrifying figures from different ancient transcendent martial artist lineages gave birth to different thoughts. Some were filled with gravity, some slowly shook their heads, and some waited for a good show. And even more ancient transcendent martial artist lineages revealed their greed. As for the origin of this trace of greed, it did not only come from that divine demon surrender technique, but also from another reason, the rules of distributing the ancient Qin's mysterious energies. The mysterious energy used to cultivate the martial Tao in the hands of these transcendent martial artist lineages, that is, the spirit source liquid, was not possessed by them, but needed to be exchanged in the hands of the ancient Qin Xing Knight division through some means. One of the mandatory conditions for exchanging the spiritual source liquid was to hunt and kill high-dimensional species, and almost every transcendent martial family would send their clansmen to participate in the otherworldly battlefield or to clear out dormant high-dimensional species in the back of the human race, which was the only way for them to obtain the spiritual source liquid. Every year, in order to obtain the spirit source liquid, these transcendent martial artist families had to die an unknown number of clansmen, and if their descendants could obtain this demon subjugation technique, which was inherently restraining to the higher dimensional species, they would definitely be able to redeem more spirit source liquid in the future, and make their families go to the top. Thinking about this, some terrifying figures had a blazing light in their eyes, but they did not act recklessly, but were prepared to sit back and watch the situation unfold first. At this very moment, Over the villa in the eastern suburbs, the top of the dome of the sky, which had completely regained its calm. A demon is a demon after all, and even if you were given the opportunity to transform into a dragon, you wouldn't be able to become a climate. A refreshing breeze blew his robes lightly. Chen Bei looked at the Jiao dragon's demonic Dan helplessly shook his head. Although there has been 7 or 8 points of the dragon form, after all, did not turn into a dragon, the demonic Dan is still a demonic Dan, even if it contains a trace of dragon gas, but it cannot become a dragon pearl. However, he had gained quite a lot tonight, accumulating a large wave of both heaven and earth's 2 polarities and 2 Dao merits, and his Dao line had clearly improved by a fraction. Furthermore, Chen Bei found that the spiritual origin liquid was indeed worthy of being a liquid essence concentrated from the spiritual origin Qi, overbearing and violent. The mana derived from it was far more powerful and terrifying than the mana derived from the spiritual Qi. Originally, the demon subduing technique that could consume 70 to 80% of its mana with a single execution of one sword opens Heaven's Gate. At this moment, it had unexpectedly consumed only about 30%, a full half savings. This made Chen Bei's heart happy. However, when looking at the Jiao Lon's demonic Dan again, he immediately shook his head again. If this is really a dragon pearl, perhaps it can be used to permanently seal the locking demon tower underneath the library of the Peiyang University. After all, the power of the divine dragon is as terrifying as it is. Unfortunately, this evil augur does not compete. Between slight disappointment, Chen Bei slowly stepped into the air and floated down towards the eastern suburb villa compound. For a while, Mu Xiaoxiao, Mu Nanshu, Lin Xiao, Shi Jian, and the woman beside Shi Jian looked at the figure that floated down, and when they came back to their senses each one of them breathed heavily. The aptly named heavenly-like means, the breath that made even the soul tremble, and the image of being astonished as a heavenly god had already been deeply embedded in the minds of several people, engraved in their bones and marrow. If the Chen Bei of the past was a man of the world in their eyes, then at this moment, he was just like the sword immortal that was so high up in the sky that it was unattainable to look at him. Especially Lin Xiao and the Mu family sisters. The 3 of them had just come into contact with these mysteries not long ago, and at this moment, they were even more shocked beyond words. Is that really a divine dragon? Would Nanshu pretty face pale? Subconsciously opened his mouth to ask, after the words but hurriedly lowered his head, do not know whether he should ask or not, or whether to ask now. The behemoth in the clouds just now resembled the mythical oriental dragon, and around her, she also thought the same way as ordinary people. An evil scaly dragon with 8,000 years of Tao is just a scaly dragon. Although it has transformed into a scaly dragon, it's not considered a true divine dragon though. The one in cloth smiled bashfully and walked slowly. This statement was made clear to several people. However, the Wood family sisters and Lin Xiao were horrified in their hearts. 8,000 years of Taoism? Does it mean that it lived for 8,000 years? God, how crazy is the world? While the 3 of them were stunned in a million ways, their gazes at Chen Bei once again changed drastically. He had beheaded the evil augur that had lived for 8,000 years. So just how terrifying was this cloth coat in front of him? What kind of virtue did he accumulate in his previous life to have access to someone like that? Time passes. A quarter of an hour later, due to the need for spirit source liquid, Chen Bei would inevitably have to deal with these nightwalkers in the future. Therefore, in the face of Mo Rant's request, he didn't refuse, but instead brought this pavilion elder of the General Division of the Southern Xing Night Division of the Tiannan Province into the bottomless abyss of the Peiyang University Library. Along with them, there was also Shi Jian and the woman beside him. For the 3 of them, it was almost impossible to find that demon locking tower. Each locking tower will generally be surrounded by illusionary formations. The purpose is to prevent ordinary people from accidentally breaking into the locking tower by mistake. And this type of illusionary formations, without a demon hunter to lead, even if it is as strong as Mo Ran, such as the transcendent martial artist, but also almost cannot find the entrance to the locking tower. However, with Chen Bei leading the way, the few people quickly passed through the heavy restrictions and headed towards the interior of the demon locking tower. What shocked the 3 was that the entrance to the demon locking pagoda underneath the library of the Peiyang University was not in Peiyang University, but on top of a deserted 10,000 foot cliff, and that seemingly ancient and unimaginable cliff halfway up the mountain. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. The real is also the imaginary. The imaginary is also the real. The scene in the illusion, the moon in the water. The 5 elements are full. The 8 trigrams are lacking. Open for me. Accompanied by Chen Bei's low drink. A craggy-looking stone rock, more and more twisted up, sparkling, ripples, a little will emerge a real channel. The walls of the passageway were surrounded by ancient runes and the ground was densely covered with them, from time to time flickering with gusts of runic light. A glance could not be seen to the end. Mo-Rant's several faces were filled with shock as they stepped on the runes and quickly darted towards the depths. Half an hour later, thoroughly boiling underground in Pekyang City, under the 300-meter depth of the library of Fengyang University, on a certain cold iron chain as thick as a bucket, Mo-Rant's three people looked at the ancient demon locking tower that was shrouded by a large array, and their eyes were filled with shocking colors. Especially Mo-Ran. His pale pupils were filled with disbelief and worry, as well as unprecedented gravity. However, Chen Bei was frowning. Someone has moved the demon's ceiling formation? Just a glance. Chen Bei then keenly sensed something fishy. As an 8th-order demon hunter, although he couldn't make out this heaven and earth 2-poles 2-channel demon ceiling array, he was able to sense the changes in the array. Obviously, the large formation that he had sealed with his enchantment a few days ago had once again been destroyed, and the foundation of the formation was collapsing, so it wouldn't be long before I was afraid that this demon locking tower would completely break the seal. Demon hunter? The first thing that came to Chen Bei's mind was a demon hunter, or an alternative character who had specialized in demon sealing formations. While Chen Bei was frowning and Mo-Rant's trio was astonished. Suddenly, Chen Bei snapped his head up, his gaze like a torch, and in a trance, he saw a figure flashing away on the other side of the demon locking tower. Who? Chen Bei did not hesitate, when both his body flashed and soared away. Following the sound, Mo-Rant's three people also either stepped into the air or leapt away. However, the moment Chen Bei saw the figure, his entire body was dumbfounded. I saw that the man had a bearded face, a cloak of hair, ragged clothes, a foul odor, a face full of filth, a dull and mute look, and two empty and lifeless eyes. When he saw Chen Bei and the others, he seemed to be bewildered and even a bit frightened. However, when Chen Bei saw him, he was shaken and his eyes were filled with shock. Brother Yan. Chen Bei's eyes widened. I can't believe that the person in front of him is his only best friend in the 10,000 Demons continent who is also his teacher and brother, Yan Shekha. Look at the appearance of the person in front of you. Chen Bei's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even in comparable astonishment, he was almost able to confirm that this person was Yan Shisha. But him? How did he come to look like this? Brother Yan? Is it really you? Chen Bei took a light step and stepped out, wanting to go forward to make sure again. However, Yan Shekha's eyes were filled with fear, as if he was afraid of strangers in general. Chen Bei's body stiffened when he saw this, stopping his steps, and his eyes were flooded with endless shock. Brother Yan, it's me. I'm elder brother Chen. I'm Chen Bei. Chen Bei was at a loss and spoke tentatively. However, that cloaked, vagabond-like figure subconsciously took a step back. This step made Chen Bei look like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 38, in the illusionary formation, a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones, watching to become fearful of strangers, and Yan Qixia, who didn't seem to recognize himself in general. Chen Bei's eyes were filled with dismay and incomprehension, as well as disbelief. The more eagerly he tried to get closer, the more Yan Qixia stepped back with a face full of cowardice. The familiar eyes, however, were staring blankly at the coat of cloth without letting go, and a flutter seemed to show in the hollow eyes. This caused Chen Bei's heart to flood with monstrous waves. In the 10,000 Demons continent, Brother Yan is at least a generation of warriors. Cultivation in Taoism is even more unfathomable. And from the two last meeting, only more than 10 days and half a month less than the past. That night the two in the 10,000 Demons continent, the Black Valley designed to decapitate the old demon of Black Mountain, a scene as if it was still in front of their eyes. At that time, when the heavenly demon appeared, in order to save Chen Bei, Yan Qixia did not hesitate to tear open the space-time rift and teleport him here. And now, while the Black Mountain old demon's demonic elixir was still in his hands, Brother Yan had become like this. Just over 10 days. How did it come to this? What the hell has he been through? Chen Bei's eyes were filled with incomprehension as he stepped forward again. Yet the very moment he took a step, phew, the figure filled with trepidation abruptly broke through the air and turned around to dart towards the passageway. Brother Yan? Chen Bei did not hesitate, when both flew up and quickly chased out. Beneath the vault of heaven, the night is shrouded. 10,000 feet above the cliff face. Shoo! Two air-breaking sounds suddenly rang out, but saw two figures fish out from inside, cutting through the vast mountain range and quickly flying through the night. As Chen Bei's two figures disappeared into the night, the three of Mo Zhan also followed them out. The three of them stood at the entrance of the passageway, staring at Chen Bei and Yan Qixia who flew through the sea of forests, flabbergasted. Could it be another demon hunter? Shi Jian murmured with a shocked face. Yan Shekha's appearance had obviously surprised the three of them. In fact, what really surprised them the most was that Chen Bei actually knew that old man who looked like a beggar with a disheveled face. Plus the other party was also able to open the illusion formation to enter the demon locking tower. Therefore, Shi Jian's first thought was that the old man's identity, most likely, was another demon hunter. and it was most likely a demon hunter from the same world as Chen Bei. Phew! While Shi Jian was pondering, Mo ran beside him, also rose up in the air and quickly chased after him. Although this esteemed pavilion master was not a demon hunter, he was an 8th grade transcendent martial artist, and flying in the air was equally possible, as Chen Bei decided at the beginning. Mo Ran's strength was close to that of an 8th order spirit martial artist of the 10,000 demons continent, and his strength was comparable to that of Chen Bei, who possessed an 8th order cultivation and Dao, though not in the middle of the pack, and only one step behind. Therefore, Mo Ran's flying speed was likewise not slow. When Shi Jian and the two of them saw this, they both revealed a bitter smile. Those 3 people can fly to the sky and hide. His 2 are not this ability, at most is to jump a little higher. Royal Air is really cannot do, but the 2 also as far as possible to follow up. Phew! Half an hour later, Chen Bei had already lost track of how many miles he had flown, until it was chased over an endless forest. Yan Chekha's figure flickered at the top of the sea of forests, turning his eyes and disappearing inside. Chen Bei did not hesitate and immediately floated down into the forest sea below. But seeing that this place was deserted and uninhabited, a long distance away from human habitation, and that the forest was full of ancient trees with lush foliage, there was obviously no sign of human beings. "Brother Yan," Chen Bei called out softly, his brows furrowing slightly. When he fell into the forest, Yan Xixia's figure had disappeared without a trace, and even his breath seemed to have vanished. But soon, Chen Bei then felt an unusually familiar fluctuation in the forest. Phantom formation? It was a fluctuation of arc power if nothing else. Obviously an illusion formation laid down by a demon hunter. Chen Bei performed the emptiness technique and swept his gaze around the jungle, and soon, he found the entrance to the illusionary formation between 2 sky-high ancient trees more than 100 meters away. And at this moment, the entrance to the illusion formation, which had been torn open with a rift, was slowly closing. Chen Bei didn't even think about it and directly dove in headfirst. Brother Yan's aura disappeared here, and he must have entered that illusionary formation. Chen Bei flew into the illusionary formation at the same time. Mo Dai also followed closely. He frowned slightly, and after a moment of slight hesitation, he still rushed to fly into the illusion formation before it completely closed as well. And shortly after the 2 entered the illusionary formation, the illusionary formation rift closed up completely, and the same time the illusionary formation rift closed. Hoo-hoo! 2 figures followed, speeding towards this direction. These were 2 unfamiliar figures. The visitors were both young men. One tall and one short, one fat and one thin. After the tall and thin man landed on the ground, he looked at the illusion formation that had already closed and frowned into a Chuan character. Wang Chang, did 2 figures follow that crazy old man in just now? The tall and thin youth's pupils narrowed slightly as he opened his mouth to ask. It seems like 2 figures followed him in. Damn it, after guarding for so many years, it's not easy to see him come out once, letting him sneak back in again, not to mention that some people are still keeping an eye on him. The short and fat man who was called Wang Cheng's face was incomparably ironic and spiteful. Notify the 8th uncle and the others. Let them bring someone over. We are determined to get this crazy old man. If we can bring him back to the Wang family and interrogate him about those godly magic techniques, the second master will definitely not be able to spare us any favors. The tall, thin man said in a deep voice. Good, then you keep an eye here. I'll be right back. Wang Cheng nodded at his words, then turned around and flew away. If someone who knew these 2 people were here, it would not be difficult to recognize that these 2 people were no one else but the very same Wang clan members of the Wang general clan in the northern part of the Tianan province that Lin Sini was talking about, Wang Cheng and Wang Gao. Wang Gao looked at Wang Chang, whose figure disappeared at the end of the jungle, heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then turned his head to quietly gaze at the entrance of the illusionary array that was like evaporating after closing, with a helpless face. If it wasn't for the fact that they had met that crazy, demented and strange old man a few years ago, and witnessed the other party's magical means that came and went, their team wouldn't have stayed in this deserted ghost place in the south for so long. The purpose of their team staying in the deep mountains in the southern part of the Tianan province was to capture the strange man who could enter the illusionary formation, so as to obtain all kinds of unbelievable secret techniques from him. Especially a few days ago, Wang Gao had learned from his clansmen that the second master seemed to have acquired an ancient sword that fell from the sky. It is said that the sword has a spirit. From time to time in the night will light up a weak charm light, issued a violent tremor. The entire Wang family for which a great shock. After the Wang family, a group of horrible characters repeated research, came up with a unanimous result, that the sword suspected of needing some kind of magic to be able to drive. This reminded the Wang family of the strange old man they had met a few years ago, who was demented but could occasionally perform some astonishing maneuvers, and the people agreed that it was most likely a magic technique. Although the Wang family was very shocked at the time, but also gradually accepted down. but did not disclose any wind, but laid a dragnet, wanting to bring back to the northern mansion of Tiannan province, especially since the second master to get that sword these days want to catch the demented old man's desire to be even more exuberant and strong. Wang Gaojing waited for the arrival of the so-called second uncle and others. Same time, in the middle of a phantom formation, Chen Bei hung in the air, and behind him stood Mo Ran. The two of them seemed to be in another world since they entered the illusion formation. However, what was introduced to the eyes was an endless dead land. Everything withered. The land was scorched black, and wherever the sight passed by, there was no semblance of life. Under the scorched black land there, densely packed countless white bones were buried in the ground and exposed. Most of the bones were as black as ink, while about 30% were tired white bones, with faint runic light emanating from their body surfaces. Those bones, all-encompassing. There are skeletons of unknown creatures, as tall as mountains. There were human bones, and the runic light was faint. And more than that, there were countless white bones of mortals. Even Chen Bei looked appalled as he watched this scene. Chapter 39, A Corner of the Future. Shocking Chen Bei's lonely grave in the sea of corpses. What was even more appalling to Chen Bei? It's the bones that are as tall as the mountains and as black as ink. As a demon hunter, if he hadn't sensed it wrong, those bones should have been left behind after the death of the demon that had entered the demon. And the human bones with the faint light of the rune were left behind after the death of a group of unimaginably powerful demon hunters. An endless world of corpses and bones piled up into mountains, but it was as if it was just the tip of the iceberg. Not only that, above the heads of the two Chen Bei men, above the dome of the sky, here in the sky, there is no sun, moon and stars, there is no green sky and moon. There is just an inverted in the top of the dome of the slow flow of the golden strange river. Chen, Mr. Chen. What is this place? Mo Ran's entire body was dumbstruck and angry, his eyes full of disbelief and endless shock. As a pavilion master of the Nightwalking Division, an 8th grade realm Nightwalker, even though he had been to several otherworldly battlefields, even that otherworldly border where blood flowed, there had never been such a shocking image before him. What the hell is going on here? Facing Mo Zhan's subconscious inquiry, Chen Bei looked up at the large golden river that had replaced the dome of the sky that was slowly flowing, sensing the terrifying fluctuations of time and space within, and his gaze became incomparably deep. Heaven and earth are limitless. The body transforms into Qiankuan. Yin and Yang are reversed. Time and space are reversed. Imperial Masters means, this is a corner of the future of the Blue Star continent, Chen Bei muttered. Such a terrifying technique. He had only seen it once before in the ancient books of the 10,000 Demons continent. Certain Imperial demon hunters of the Imperial Master realm are able to reverse a corner of the world from the present to the past, and the price for doing so is that the Imperial Master realm demon hunter sacrifices his body to the Tao, transforms his body into Qiankuan, endures the Tao's elimination of karma, and ceases to exist from then on. That is to say, the scene that the two Chen Bei saw at this moment was a future Emperor Master realm demon hunter sacrificing his body to the Tao, carrying the force of karma at the expense of his own death, and rigidly reversing a corner of the future to the present. Imperial Master realm demon hunter, an emperor-level existence that can suppress a demon emperor. What a scary character that would have to be. Throughout the entire 10,000 demons continent, millions of years or even an epoch would not see the birth of an Emperor Master realm demon hunter. However, Mo Ran didn't know what an emperor-level demon hunter was. He only knew that the moment Chen Bei's words fell, his entire person was like a bolt from the blue, directly frozen on the spot, looking at Chen Bei with eyes full of shock. Blue, a future corner of the Blue Star continent? Mo Dai was breathing heavily, looking at the sea of piled-up corpses, his scalp tingling, his eyes full of shock, staring blankly at the sight of an unknown number of dead beings, incredulous as never before. Not caring about Mo Zhan's shocked look, Chen Bei slowly flew over the sea of corpses and headed towards the very center because there, he sensed Yan Qixia's aura. Mo Dai returned to his senses and also followed closely behind Chen Bei. Compared to the person in front of him, he, the highly respected and powerful pavilion master of the Xing Night Division, seemed to be even more worthless at this moment. Chen Bei's insights, strength, means, almost everything was above him. Facing such a person, Mo Ran's heart gradually rose a touch of respect. The more the two flew, the more difficult it was for Mo Dai to breathe. The densely packed corpses that covered the sky were shocking to the eyes and chilling. The bones were almost piled up into mountain ranges, unimaginably appalling. Not for long. As the two of them flew over one corpse mountain after another, an outline gradually emerged from a certain sea of corpses, and when the two of them saw what the silhouette was, both of their pupils narrowed slightly. But in the middle of the sea of corpses, there was a lonely grave standing. I don't know who had built it. Billions of corpses in the sea of violent corpses in heaven and earth, but only there, a lone grave stands in the center. unspeakable eye-catching, and beside the grave, there was an old man with a bushy beard sitting in rags. The old man's expression was dull, but he was gently caressing the tombstone, and his originally empty eyes were actually showing the slightest emotion. Brother Yan! Chen Bei let out a light cry and flew away. However, Yan Qixiao once again panicked when he got to see the two, and he withdrew his hand from the light tombstone and dodged back to the side. Chen Bei landed in front of the tombstone and was about to go up to check on Yan Qixiao's condition. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye he shifted to catch a glimpse of something, and his whole body gave a slight lurch, followed by a slow look at the gravestone off to the side. And it was fine if he didn't look, but when he did, Chen Bei instantly froze as if he were a wooden chicken, and his entire body was stumped in place. At this moment, Mo Ran also landed behind Chen Bei. He looked along Chen Bei's gaze and was also slightly stunned. However, in the sea of billions of corpses, a lonely grave was erected, and in front of the lonely grave stood a stone monument. On the stone tablet, however, there was a line of large letters, and in the lower right corner of the stone tablet, there was a line of small letters. Chen Bei and the two of them looked at the two lines of vertical characters, both of their eyes filled with shock and disbelief, because those two lines of words, on the larger line, it was clearly written, Tomb of the Late Master, Northern Emperor Chen Bei, and on the smaller line, it is clearly written, Disciple Mu Nanchu's last words. Boom! Chen Bei's body couldn't help but tremble as he took a step towards the tombstone, his eyes widening in shock. The late Northern Emperor? Chen Bei's tomb? Disciple Mu Nanchu the last word? One time, Chen Bei breathed in sharply as ripples ran through his heart. Is it a coincidence? Chen Bei? Nanchu Mu? The late master? Northern Emperor? Disciple? The last pen? A few short words seemed to reveal a great deal of information. Coincidence. This has to be a coincidence. Chen Bei frowned. How could this be his own tomb? But suddenly, he was shaken and subconsciously took a step back. The scent of the tomb, why is it so familiar? Chen Bei completely froze. He could sense that there was a vague aura in the tomb that was actually exactly the same as the one he was wearing. Only that aura was even more terrifying and frightening. Impossible. How is this possible? Brother Yan, are we all being mesmerized by demonic techniques? Chen Bei snapped awake. His pupils suddenly narrowed slightly, his gaze like a torch as he scanned this world one by one. If one were to follow the information on the tombstone, the self buried here at this moment should be the Imperial Master Chen Bei, the graveyard of the hallowed emperor-level demon hunter, the great emperor of the human race throughout the ages, is actually a small dirtbag, which is really a joke. Yet alas, Chen Bei swept down the circle, and it was obvious that there was nothing here except for the mountain of corpses and sea of bones. What a strong compulsion technique! Wait for me to break and remove it. Chen Bei snorted coldly as his body surged with mana, and his terrifying aura engulfed this heaven and earth. Next moment, boom! He struck out with a palm at the lone grave in the center of the sea of corpses, and the grave exploded apart, sending earth and rocks flying. As expected, there were no bodies in there at all, much less any coffins or anything like that. However, Chen Bei was completely dumbfounded. Inside was no body, no coffin, but a set of cloth clothes lying quietly. The moment Chen Bei saw the cloth, his entire body froze once again. Mo Ran's eyes widened as well. That piece of cloth was exactly the same as the one Chen Bei was wearing, except that the breadth on it was as vast as the universe, and the ocean seemed boundless. Not only that, the source of essence above the cloth was indeed Chen Bei's essence breath. In other words, it was Chen Bei's cloths no less, and to be precise, it should be Chen Bei's future clothes, cloak and dagger. These three words exploded violently in Chen Bei's mind. The grave here, surprisingly, is his own clothesline. Clothes grave? Only the bones of the corpses not survived will be buried in clothes, into the ground. And the set of cloth clothes that emanated a homogeneous aura was obviously collected by someone, piece by piece, reassembled together, with fragments of clothes that were still missing. One time, Chen Bei was completely dumbfounded. Trance. He seemed to see a lone silhouette, picking up the cloth that had been shattered beyond recognition bit by bit in a sea of endless mountains of corpses and blood, and then piecing it together and burying it. Trance. He seemed to see that a desolate silhouette stood above the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, stood before the lonely grave, sacrificed her body to the Tao, transformed her body into the Qiankuan, and performed the forbidden art of the Imperial Master-level demon hunter, reversing yin and yang, turning back space and time, and reversing the corner of the future, to the present. Trance. He saw that before that grave, standing with eyes full of despair and at the same time with a hint of hope. Brother Yan was reversed along with this corner of the future, and as the power of karma landed, he began to become dull. Chen Bei knew that all of this was what that sinister shadow had allowed himself to see, the only remaining image of her before the Tao sacrifice, An image that had been sealed within the Imperial Master's cloth and had not been awakened until this moment. She seemed to be trying to pass on more images, but little by little they were swallowed up and festered away. Chen Bei looked at this scene with eyes full of shock for a long time before coming back to his senses. Got it. It's all clear. That night in the Black Valley, when Brother Yan's technique to enlighten time and space, both of them fell into the time and space rift, but fortunately they both survived. It was only that Chen Bei had arrived in the present, while Yan Qixia had gone to the future. Brother Yan, are you trying to tell me something? Chen Bei looked at the stagnant and empty Yan Qixia on the side, and his heart was flooded with huge waves. His future self, the one who became an Imperial Master Demon Hunter, the peerless Imperial Master of the world, was even dead? Whether he can become an Emperor Master in the future Chen Bei does not know, but he knows that the Great Tao does not collapse. The Emperor Master does not perish, let alone a corpse. What kind of demon emperor can obliterate the Great Tao? Even making an Emperor Master not have a whole body, forcing another female Emperor Master to sacrifice the Tao to reverse the yin and yang, so that the space and time are reversed. It was obvious that they were trying to tell Chen Bei something, and the answer lies with Yan Qixia. However, due to the crushing power of karma, even though the female Imperial Master had sacrificed the Tao, it had likewise caused Brother Yan to turn into this appearance. It was at the time when Chen Bei was gradually clearing his thoughts. Suddenly, rumble. This corner of the future suddenly and madly shook. The earth collapsed, the scenery collapsed, and the corner that did not belong to this era was about to return to nothingness and return to the era to which it belonged. Not good. Go! Chen Bei could not afford to think too much and rushed up to the sky, frantically flying towards the exit of the illusion formation, only to turn around and realize that Yan Qixia was looking at the rapidly collapsing corner of the future with a bewildered expression, seemingly without the concept of running, or rather, he did not have the concept of what this situation represented. At this moment, Yan Qixia was probably no different from a newborn baby, with his memories erased by the power of karma, and even some of the demon hunter's skills would only be performed subconsciously. Chen Bei had no choice but to take advantage of his bewildered look at the scene of the sky collapsing into the earth, and flew back to forcefully take him away. Mo Ran naturally also soldiered on, and the three of them quickly rushed towards the exit of the illusion formation, with spatial obliteration following behind them. Same time, outside in the mountains, countless Wang clan experts were guarding the exit, but they all had a look of dismay on their faces. They could sense that the void in front of them was roaring and trembling. That's right, it's the void that trembles, not the earth. Everyone sensing this scene was all filled with emotion one by one. It should be coming out. Everyone get ready. As soon as he comes out, control it immediately. The pupils of an old man whose breath was incomparably thick, even a tad stronger than Mo Rance, suddenly contracted as he stared at the exit of the illusionary formation without letting go. Eighth Master, if those two come out together, what should we do? Someone said with a slight frown. The person called the Eighth Master, however, narrowed his eyes slightly and seemed to struggle a little. Kill them, no matter what the identities of those two people are. All of them will be killed without amnesty. The news about us taking this person away must not be disclosed. Especially the news that he possesses magical arts must not be leaked. And even if it is to be leaked, it must only be leaked when the descendants of my Wang clan are far ahead of the rest. Once these words fell, everyone was silent, clearly acquiescing to this idea. The Eighth Master finished his speech. At the other end of the forest, another old man with an equally terrifying aura looked towards the Wang Chang Wan Gao duo. Are you sure that the two people who went in just now were around the 8th rank realm in strength? Back to the 9th Master. There should be no mistake. The breath on those two is the same as the 10th Master's. It will never be more than the 8th grade realm. And there is a strangely dressed one that is still younger. It should be even weaker by quite a bit. The crowd nodded at the words. Those who were here at the moment, excluding the 8th Master, the 9th Master, and the 10th Master, there were also two major 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists. The 5 8th grade transcendent mortals joined forces, plus more than 10 7th grade realm transcendent martial artists, and more than 20 transcendent martial artists below the 7th grade. Such a lineup was equivalent to the 5 8th order spirit martial artists, a dozen 7th order spirit martial artists, and more than 20 transcendent martial artists below the 7th order from the 10,000 demons continent. With such a force, it could be said that it was more than enough to suppress two 8th grade transcendent martial artists. The 8th Master and the others were confident. Unless there was someone inside those two who knew the kind of godly magic the old man did as well. But this is obviously unlikely. The Wang family has met this once in more than 1,000 years. Full of incredulity, like a heavenly dream. As for that crazy demented weird old man, there was almost nothing to worry about. The other party didn't seem to strike, occasionally subconsciously casting out spells, and there was no intention of harming anyone. For a while, the crowd stood on guard. holding their breaths as the power in their bodies raged on. And at some point, a fluctuation came. Between those two ancient trees in the sky, the void began to distort. Ripples swirled, and a phantom formation rift slowly emerged. Chapter 40, Trapped Dragon Technique. Sword 12. The pupils of the Wang clan's crowd narrowed slightly, power surging within their bodies, each one holding their breath, just waiting for the person inside to come out. They could rise up with their hands and fists and take them down directly. In the middle of a phantom formation, Chen Bei and Mo Ran both frowned slightly. There's someone out there. Mo Ran's face changed slightly. Although he was still within the illusionary formation, he could sense the breath of the Wang family outside. The aura of a transcendent martial artist was far thicker than that of an ordinary person by countless times, especially when the power surging within their bodies. Mo Ran, who was also a transcendent martial artist, was even more easily alerted. Chen Bei was also frowning. Mo Ran only felt the breath and horrible power fluctuations outside, but he caught a hint of a murderous aura. As the three people continue to approach the exit, the phantom array outside the killing gas is also gradually aggravated, has been exuberant, around as Mo Ran also gradually feel. What a heavy killing aura. Although Mo Dai couldn't understand why there was a murderous aura outside the change formation in the first place, and he didn't see how he could think that the murderous aura outside was targeting him and Chen Bei, but his expression was inevitably on guard. Same time, out. The Wang clan crowd raised their heads in a heated manner, while Wang Chang and Wang Gao retreated backward. The battle between the 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists was not something the two of them could participate in, and they could only watch from afar. However, he saw that between the ancient trees, the void was torn apart, and a picture of a world collapsing was introduced to his eyes. And in that world that kept collapsing, three figures were flying in at breakneck speed. Wang Longhai, the 8th master in the mouths of the crowd, looked at the scene inside, first slightly stunned, but soon placed his gaze on Yan Qixia beside Chen Bei. Don't let anyone go. Old 9. Old 10, brothers, remember, whoever it is today, except for that old man, the rest, all of them will be killed. For the sake of the family's interests, in order to obtain that divine art without leaking out. The killing opportunity in Wang Longhai's eyes grew more and more exuberant. What kind of person keeps their mouth shut? In Wang Longhai's opinion, only the dead won't open their mouths. There are so many transcendent martial artists dying every day in the Blue Star continent. As long as they do it unknowingly, what identities come will be in vain. All the people's pupils were cold as they heard this, and each one of them had a murderous aura. Finally, hoo. Chen Bei's trio rushed to fly out before the inside completely collapsed. Without waiting for the instant the crack behind them closed. Die! Boom! Dozens of human Bit Wang clan members joined hands to surround them, smashing into those two figures, blasting out with one fist and one palm, the power in their bodies surging and outputting crazily. For a time, the entire dense forest boiled up as an ocean of power spread out and blocked off the sky. Back of the crowd, Wang Chang and Wang Gao looked at the terrifyingly vast power fluctuations like that, and their scalps went numb as they watched. An 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist with astonishing strength. The 5 great 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists struck out at the same time, and it was even more stone-breaking. The ancient trees shattered, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and even that side of the world became distorted. The Wang clan's crowd was almost at full strength, and they didn't seem to have the slightest fear of hurting the demented old man. In fact, it was not the first time that Wang Longhai and the others had fought with Yan Qixia in the state of muddle-headedness, and it was clear in their hearts that even if they struck with all their might, they would at best seriously injure the old man, and so they all struck out without fear. As for the Chen Bei duo, in their opinion, if the 5 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists along with the rest of them were to strike, even if they couldn't be killed in a single blow, they would more than likely be directly crippled. What the Wang family wanted was a living Yan Qixia. As for whether or not he was seriously injured, it didn't matter. In fact, seriously injured was better, more conducive to interrogation. Therefore, Wang Longhai and the others struck out with almost no leeway, directly putting people to death. The sudden and terrifying siege caught Mo Ran off guard. Chen Bei, on the other hand, was the fastest to react. As early as the moment before he left the illusionary formation, he had sensed the momentum of power surging within Wang Longhai and the others. A close call. Sword up. Chen Bei lightly drank, handing Yan Qixia over to Mo Ran as his entire body flew away, his right hand merging together into a sword finger, pointing at the crowd from afar. Suddenly, buzz off, countless white sword shadows flooded around Chen Bei. That's right, this time, the sword shadow was not golden in color, and there was no flickering of talismanic light, but rather, it was simply a sword shadow, or rather, sword chi. This was one of the 36 imperial sword decisions that Chen Bei practiced, a sword decision to enhance his cultivation and battle prowess. Demon hunters not only practice demonic techniques, practicing some combat martial arts is also essential. After all, the enemy of the demon hunter is not only the demon race. Very often, the human race is also one of the enemies. In the end, the demon surrender technique was, after all, a technique that restrained the demon race, and it had unimaginably terrifying power against the demon race. But in the face of non-demon race enemies, the demon surrender technique would be difficult to utilize the demon hunter's cultivation to its fullest extent. So very often, it was also particularly important for demon hunters to practice martial arts that dealt with other than the demon race, and almost every demon hunter would choose a large number of martial arts to practice for self-protection. Countless white sword shadows condensed out of thin air at the same time. Next moment. Sword 12. 36 Royal Sword Decisions. Sword 12. Sword Town 4Cs. It was accompanied by a light chortle from Chen Bei. Countless sword shadows fluttered and merged into Chen Bei's body, then coalesced again at his fingertips, merging into one and transforming into a translucent sword peak. Boom! The sword collided with the endless power, dissolving away in an instant as the endless sword chi suppressed the 4Cs with a deafening boom. Terrifying ripples rippled the mountains and forests, destroying everything, like a big energy explosion. Chen Bei slowly flew back with the force of the power rebound, and after dissolving thousands of forces with one finger, his body's mana tumbled and his face changed slightly. Pavilion Elder Mo. Take Brother Yan and go first. I'll stop them, Chen Bei said with a grave expression on his face. It was obvious that he had underestimated the transcendent martial artists of this world. The strength of the 5 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists, which were equivalent to the 5 major 8th order spirit martial artists of the 10,000 demons continent, could not be underestimated. Even Chen Bei did not have any thoughts of fighting. He might be able to suppress a few people by letting go of the battle though, or battle back a few. However, it is mostly not good enough for itself, and the level of adventure is extremely high. The hell knows if the other side still has any hidden experts. A little carelessness, it is very likely to fold here. The best and wisest thing to do in this uninformed situation is to go first. Mo Ran hesitated slightly at his words, but after thinking for a moment, he turned around and took Yan Qixia into the air. On the contrary, the people of the Wang family, one by one, Wang Longhai and the others looked at the coat of cloth and all of them were appalled, revealing their shocked colors. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it still release sword chi? Didn't Wang Cheng say that the younger one's strength looked weaker? How come it's so strong? What power? One time, the many Wang clan transcendent martial artists were all shocked. To use one person's strength to harden the 5 major 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists and more than a dozen 7th grade realm and below transcendents to join hands in a single strike. What kind of horrifying strength was this? It's the martial arts on him. It's that sword technique that boosted his battle power by a lot. Immediately, there were sharp-eyed people who could see the clues. Although the power fluctuation within the body of that cloth coat was terrifying, it was still far from reaching the 9th grade realm. What plucked his power up by more than a few times was that terrifying martial art. However, the crowd did not have time to think about it, but Wang Longhai's voice rang out. We can't let him go. Stop them. Wang Longhai saw Mo Ran taking Yan Qixia into the air, and at that moment both called out sharply. Obviously, the state of affairs exceeded the Wang family's crowd's prediction. Originally they thought that they could kill them with one blow, but they never thought that the cloth coat would actually dissolve the horrifying bombardment with its own strength. At the first exchange of hands, it was an overwhelming shock. At the same realm, relying on a martial art, he was actually able to harden himself against the joint strike of the 5 major 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists. In an instant, many people revealed a look of movement. However, after they heard Wang Longhai's voice, they all came back to their senses and prepared to chase after them. And that's when Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly, when both flew backward, but his mouth was chanting. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. The 4 elephants mess up the formation. The art of trapping the dragon. Rise. Chapter 41, Mu Nanchu's flattered. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. The 4 elephants mess up the formation. The art of trapping the dragon. Rise. Bam. Accompanied by Chen Bei's words, between the heaven and earth where Wang Longhai's crowd was located, there was a sudden burst of runic light and countless runic patterns emerged, forming a blockade formation that enveloped the crowd. The crowd of transcendent martial artists looked at the sky full of runes and were all slightly stunned, their eyes full of astonishment. Jutsu. The 8th and 9th as well as the 10th masters of the Wang family were all dismayed beyond measure. He knows spells too. The Wang family members immediately reacted. Will that magical magic? It turns out not only crazy demented strange old man, there is also in front of this coat of cloth. While Wang Longhai was dismayed, a flash of light rose even more in his eyes. The man in front of me knows those magical arts. 2. Wouldn't that mean that it would be better for the Wang family to capture this young man if they wanted to obtain such a thing? Compared to the crazy and demented old man, the normal-looking Chen Bei seemed to be easier to interrogate. Chen Bei, on the other hand, stood in the void, his brows furrowed into a Chuan character as he quietly watched the crowd in the formation. What he had performed just now was the low-level trapped dragon technique, which was also a technique in the demon subduing technique. Although the demon subduing technique does not restrain the human race, some of the techniques still have a power that cannot be ignored, such as some trapped formations, defense formations, illusion formations, interrogation formations, as well as killing formations and so on. This trapped dragon formation in front of him, if it was a demon race that was trapped, the effect it could have was even more obvious. As for the use of trapping the human race, there must be no restraining properties, but used to trap the same realm of spirit martial artists as effective. At least not an hour. Do not know how to break the array of people extremely difficult to come out, only to wait for the array power to subside, disintegrate on their own. Chen Bei quietly stared at Wang Longhai and the others. The pupils were almost on the verge of narrowing into a line. The Wang family? Chen Bei muttered a sentence as his gaze locked onto Wang Longhai. Just now, the incident was so sudden that he didn't sense it carefully. However, at this moment, he sensed a trace of the demon-slaying sword's aura on Wang Longhai's body. In other words, the person in front of him had touched the demon-slaying sword, and the demon-slaying sword, according to Lin Sini, was obtained by the Wang family in the northern part of the Tiannan province, and these people were most likely the Wang general clan. Fruity. When Chen Bei finished speaking, the look on the other party's face confirmed his suspicions. The people of the Wang clan were dumbfounded by what they heard. Obviously, the cloth coat, it seemed, recognized them. But how is this possible? The Long family, in order to keep it a secret, this time sent all the strange faces, even if it is the 8th and 9th masters and 10th masters, also almost rarely show up, always in the otherworldly battlefield hunting high-dimensional species for the family in exchange for the supernatural power. It could be said that even those in the northern part of the Tiannan province, few people would be able to recognize them. Every ancient transcendent martial artist lineage was bound to have some transcendent martial artists that didn't show up often or outright didn't show up. After all, no transcendent martial artist lineage had a clean bottom, and some unseemly things needed to be accomplished by them. The team led by Wang Longhai was a force of the Wang family that was not revealed to the world. However, the clothes of cloth in front of them were able to break their identity with a single word just by gazing at them. Could it be that he was also someone who had returned from the otherworldly battlefield, and knows the identities of several people well? But none of that matters. What mattered was the arts in the other party's hands, as well as the never-before-seen martial arts, or the magical sword duel. If the Wang family obtained these, in the future, they would be bursting at the seams in the otherworldly battlefield as well as in the human race's rear. And at that time, why would they worry about not obtaining more cultivation resources? And why would they worry that the Wang family wouldn't be extremely radiant? Want to leave? It's not that easy. Stay and talk. When Wang Longhai saw that one cloth coat turn and soar away, he both snorted coldly and led the crowd to bombard the big formation. Boom! However, the crowd's power struck above the formation, but it had no effect, and the power even directly penetrated the formation and blasted into the forest, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The crowd couldn't help but be slightly stunned at the sight. This magical grand formation that has no ability to resist power? When Wang Longhai and the others thought about it, they both rushed up to the sky, wanting to leave Chen Bei behind. That person just now did receive them a hit is not true, but also obviously not too much higher. If not, the body of the magical martial arts will be several times higher combat strength. Really fight up, do not see the siege cannot be. Yet the crowd was shocked to find out. Let the full force of the air and go, but is still trapped in the array, like shrinking into an inch. Fly out further will return to the original place. Never go out of the big array outside. This scene caused Wang Longhai and the others to be astonished, their eyes full of shock, but they could only watch as that piece of cloth floated away. Half an hour later, villa in the eastern suburb of Pekyang City. In the middle of the luxurious villa hall, Lin Xiao, Mu Xiaoxiao, Mu Nenshu, and Shi Jian all looked at the old man who was curled up on the sofa, covered in stinky, ragged, unkempt, and with a terrified and demented look on his face. Shi Jian and the two of them failed to catch up with Chen Bei and Mo Ran, so they turned around and came to the villa. At this moment in the villa, the atmosphere could be described as unusually depressing. Brother Yan, are you trying to bring me some kind of message? Chen Bei grasped Yan Shisha's hand, and silk of mana surged into his body, soothing the other party's emotions. With the input of soft mana, Yan Shisha's complexion finally eased up quite a bit, yet it remained somewhat dull and empty. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Chen Bei had to let Lin Xiao take Yan Shisha to wash and change into clean clothes first. Even with Lin Zhao's gentle words and careful approach, he tried for a full 10 minutes before coaxing Yan Qixia away, yet the once great warrior of his generation remained blank, stagnant, empty, looking around at something. Chen Bei looked at this scene and was inexplicably sour. If there was anything in the 10,000 demons continent that he should miss, perhaps it was only Yan Qixia, who was also his teacher and a friend in life and death. Looking at the two men who were slowly leaving, Chen Bei heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then looked at Mu Nanshu, who still appeared incomparably restrained at the side. The image of the future corner in the illusionary array continued to float in his mind. It was while Chen Bei was puzzled. Suddenly, Yan Qixia seemed to have inadvertently seen something. His empty eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of color, and he suddenly became excited, breaking away from Lin Xiao and running to Chen Bei, grabbing him by the hand. Apprentice, teacher, earlier, 30, ninth order. Chen Bei snapped his head up and looked at the mumbling Yan Qixia. His eyes, once again, were empty and dull. These words seemed as if they were spoken by his subconscious mind, without any emotions, and after he finished speaking, it seemed that he himself was unusually bewildered, and even let go of Chen Bei and looked at the room full of people, revealing his trepidation. Apprentice, teacher, earlier, 30, 9 steps. Chen Bei, however, grabbed help of these key words. Apprentice, teacher, earlier, does that mean Nanshu? Chen Bei couldn't help but look at the young face with a skirt, full of youthful, well-behaved, introverted, yet exceptionally delicate and beautiful. Is Brother Yin trying to tell me to take her as my disciple sooner? Chen Bei secretly guessed that he thought it should be, and the 2 lines on the tombstone were still fresh in Chen Bei's mind, the tomb of his late master, the Northern Emperor, and the last words of his disciple, Mu Nanshu. Could it be that this girl in front of him, who later became his disciple and played an extremely important role in the future, could influence something in the future if he could take her as his disciple and teach her earlier? Except for these. What does that mean? 30, 9 steps? What is Brother Yin trying to say? Chen Bei subconsciously raised his head to look at what Yan Qixia had seen just now. It was a calendar. Yan Qixia was seeing the calendar before she suddenly went crazy with excitement, but only for a flash. Could it be that 30 is the date? The 9 steps, that's cultivation in Taoism? What Brother Yin means is that before the 30th, one has to break through to the 9th rank demon hunter? Otherwise it will also affect the future. And more profoundly? Think here. Chen Bei breathed slightly sharply. What exactly happened to the future? What exactly did Yan Cheka go through? Looking at Yan Qixia, who had once again been pacified by Lin Xiao and taken to wash up, Chen Bei fell into deep thought. However, in the next moment, he stood with his hands on his head and turned his gaze towards Mu Nanshu. Ms. Nanshu. When Mu Nanshu heard Chen Bei calling himself, he immediately tensed up. By definition, the person with the least say here is herself. If it wasn't for her sister taking care of the daily life of the eastern suburbs villa, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand within this villa, let alone having lived in it and having received Chen Bei's protection, even though this protection had been agreed upon from the start, and she would have to pay for it with bait. Chen, Mr. Chen. Mu Nanshu bit her lips tightly, lowered her head and did not dare to meet Chen Bei's eyes. She mistakenly thought that the evil demons around the villa had been solved. She could no longer live here. Chen Bei was going to drive her away. After all, she was the bait. The bait had to go out to live. Mu Xiaoxiao also silently lowered her head when she heard this. She was just arranged by Lu Tiannan to come here. And Chen Bei did not have any friendship. Even if she had the heart, she could not say anything for her sister. However, just when everyone thought that Chen Bei was going to give an expulsion order, just as Mu Nanshu had already bitten his lips to the point of redness, Chen Bei's voice slowly sounded. Miss Nanshu, are you willing to worship me? As soon as these words fell, the entire villa hall was silent. Mu Nanshu also lifted her less confident beautiful eyes and stared blankly at the cloth coat in front of her. Chapter 42, Worship, Gifts, Magical Inheritance Methods. Will you worship me? When these words fell, the entire hall was silent. For a while, Mu Xiaoxiao, Shi Jian, Mo Ran, and the woman beside Shi Jian all raised their eyes and looked at each other with different expressions. Even Lin Xiao could not help but turn around, his eyes full of disbelief. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the coat of cloth and seriously doubted that she had misheard what he had just said. Did he ask Nanshu if she was willing to worship him as a teacher? What do you mean? That coat of cloth? To take his sister as a disciple? For a moment, Mu Xiaoxiao's blood pressure seemed to go up all of a sudden, and she breathed heavily, feeling her scalp go numb. Shi Jian and the two of them were even more filled with indescribable dismay and surprise. The origin of that coat of cloth. That almost godlike means. How amazing it was. There were also the divine arts, the terrifying strength, and the astonishing cultivation methods. Several people had witnessed Chen Bei using some cultivation method, absorbing 100 milliliters of super energy directly, and in a few moments, he had crazily reached a terrifying as hell level. That kind of unseen, heaven-defying cultivation method was unheard of by transcendent martial artists throughout the Blue Star continent, and at this moment, such an astonishing existence was going to take a female college student as his disciple? What does that mean? On behalf of him, he would pass on that female student's mantle, and would even pass on her heaven-defying cultivation method. In the near future, this female university student will also learn those techniques that will shatter the three views, and become an unimaginable demon hunter. How can this not make Shi Jian several people surprised? Surprised at the same time, but also incomparably envious to look at Mu Nanshu. Mo Ran was the one who was the most surprised and shocked amongst the crowd, and also the one who could best understand Chen Bei's operation. This pavilion master of the Xing Night Division had personally followed Chen Bei into the corner of the future, and he had also seen all the incredible images, as well as the lone grave, the writing on the lone grave's tombstone. Could it be that the female disciple who had built the grave and erected the tombstone for the person in front of her was the girl in front of her who looked a bit restrained? Everyone in the room stared blankly at Mu Nanshu. Mu Nanshu, on the other hand, raised her pretty face and looked at the man in cloth with eyes full of dismay. She is indeed beautiful. A long pink dress, delicate natural melon face, straight nose, red lips, white jaw, clear and beautiful willow leaf eyebrows, her eyes under her eyelashes, clear and translucent, as clean and pure as the starry sky. Perhaps because of her nervousness, her face swirled with a faint blush. Mu Nanshu stared blankly at Chen Bei, his mind going blank. What? You don't want to? Chen Bei asked again, his brows slightly furrowed. Had it not been for Yan Chekha's words, had it not been for the total picture of the corner of the future, had it not been for the silhouette of the lone person in the sea of corpses and blood collecting the fragments of this cloth, and had it not been for the poignant and despairing last words, he had no intention of taking on a disciple. To be precise, it was never thought of accepting a disciple, at least not at the moment. As for why Mu Nanshu became his disciple in the future, that was a matter for the future. At the very least it hadn't happened yet. Nanshu, Mu Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, hurriedly reminded her sister at his words that being able to worship under him and learn those magical arts was simply something that the two sisters had never thought of in their lives. In addition, my sister's body is feminine, which attracts evil demons the most. If she can learn all the skills, she will also have the ability to protect herself. Furthermore, without understanding the other side of this world, perhaps the sisters did not understand what it meant to worship Chen Bei as their teacher. But the experience of just a few days had made them realize that there were demons in this world, that there was a demonic domain that was invading, and that if they could become the disciple of that coat of cloth, it would be a gift that would change their destiny, both in the present and in the future. That's right, for a few people who don't know any better, it's a boon, or a heavenly opportunity for that college girl. There are so many people in the hall. Who could have thought that Mu Nanshu would become the disciple of that cloth coat? After all, to say who is the most malleable person here, it must be no better than Shi Jian and that woman. Both of them are line night people with the bottom. As for Mo Dai, although Mo Dai's strength was the most terrifying amongst the several people, he was after all over the optimal age. But he, on the other hand, had his eye on Mu Nanshu. Hearing his sister speak out, the young schoolgirl who came back to her senses was flattered. A quarter of an hour later, drink this cup of tea to honor your master. From now on, you are the 373rd generation heir to the Demon Suppression Division. My Chen Bei's only disciple. You don't have to abide by the rules of the Demon Suppression Division, but my principles, you must abide by them. With the crowd watching, Chen Bei took the tea handed to him by Mu Nanshu and said indifferently. The crowd was all surprised at the words. The 373rd generation heir, the only disciple? Was this telling everyone that he, Chen Bei, would only accept this one disciple in his life? Mu Nanshu also froze for a moment, looking a little nervous. She never thought that only a few days ago the two had met. The person in front of her, that shocking picture, was still in front of her eyes. Just a few days later, she had become her own master. Nanshu remembered. Thank you Mr. Chen. Still calling Mr. Chen? Chen Bei shook his head and laughed bitterly. After being the heir to the Demon Suppression Division for more than 10 years, why would he ever think that one day he would become someone else's master? Master. Mu Nanshu lowered his head, his heart thumping, feeling unusually unrealistic, and that favorite emotion remained incomparably strong. Chen Bei took a symbolic sip of tea and then slowly got up, smiling bitterly. It's also the first time in my life that I've taken on an apprentice. In the future you don't need to be restrained. I'll pass on everything that should be passed on to you. You just need to cultivate well. It happens suddenly, and there's nothing I can give you. This sword, which I entrusted to a deceased person back then, is called the White Moon Sword. It was originally the second demon-slaying sword that I intended to nourish with my heart's blood after I was promoted to the Celestial Master level Demon Hunter, so I have been carrying it around and have not caused it to recognize its owner. As for this set of cloth vestments, it is the demon-suppressing vestment given to me by the Demon-Suppressing Division back in the day, which can gather the spirits of heaven and earth and help you sense the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth. But this set of vestments, I have never worn. I will gift them to you today, as a witness to the love between you and me, master and disciple. At the same time Chen Bei opened his mouth. He had long since taken out a white long sword from within his storage bag, as well as a set of Dharma robe cloth. White Moon Sword, collecting the sacred mountain iron of 10,000 demons continent plus the spirit of heaven and earth and the essence of all things cast. The body of the sword is snow white. Dense inscription. A round of white moon engraved in the hilt of the sword. Exquisite and handsome. As for the cloth vestment, it is a product of the Demon Suppression Division, and the preliminary practice helps the disciple to communicate with the two polarities of heaven and earth and the two paths, to resonate and gain recognition. After handing the White Moon Sword and Dharma robe to Mu Nanshu, Chen Bei raised his eyes slightly, pondered for a little while, and with his fingers together, he gently pointed at Mu Nanshu's fair and beautiful forehead. In an instant, countless runic lights appeared and madly surged into the latter's brow. You are a Yin and soft body. I will pass on to you the art of Yin and softness and the masculine decision. Yin and Yang are in harmony. Softness is Yin. Yin is softness. Although the art of Yin and softness will make you Yin and softness, remember that the masculine will eliminate the softness. And Yin and Yang are balanced in order for the Yin and soft body's potentials to be brought into full play. Now for the time being, I will pass on to you the 12 primary arts, 36 introductory sword decisions, 72 first order formations, 108 basic talisman arts, 3,000 heavenly Dao induction arts, 3,000 earthly Dao induction arts, 5 elemental trigrams, Qimeng Zuanjia, Feng Shui theory, ghost repelling stratagems, Tianqi divinations, corpse catching decisions, demonic descending seals, demon removal incantations, sealing laws, demon extermination science, ethereal arts, and inscriptions recordings. Thousands of talismanic lights flickered. Chen Bei muttered and chattered as countless demon hunter inheritances surged into Mu Nanshu's brow, looking at Shi Jian and the few others with eyes full of disbelief. What shocked the crowd was the cultivation technique that had been talked about for no less than 2 minutes. This was still only the various primary Dao sects that an entry-level demon hunter would have to cultivate. Watching this amazing scene, Mu Xiaoxiao's palms were sweaty and she was deeply happy and excited for her sister. Although it wasn't her who received the inheritance, it was the sister she loved and considered her life the most. In the future, when this foolish sister had such a master, she, as an elder sister, would be able to rest assured. Chapter 43, Swinging Lulong. This time it's really boiling over. Time flies. Half an hour later. Eastern Suburbs Villa. Mr. Chen, thank you for clearing up my confusion. I still have to head to the otherworldly battlefield, so I'll take my leave first. If I manage to come back alive, I'll definitely pay you a visit. Pavilion Elder Mo is overstating things. Chen Bei is just a demon hunter who knows a little bit of magic. There is no need to perform such a great honor. Mo Ran made a deep bow to Chen Bei and silently turned around to leave, her back looking a bit forlorn. He did not vocalize anything about what was going on within the illusion formation, but buried it silently in his heart. This kind of thing, running out and shouting it everywhere, ordinary people would only think he was crazy. As for low-level nightwalkers like Shi Jian, there wasn't much point in talking about it. Instead, it would cause panic. This trip was like opening a new world for Mo Ran. There was some news, some state of affairs that he had to bring back to the Xing Knights division in a hurry, or to bring back the otherworldly battlefield, because the people who could truly dominate the entire Blue Star continent's high-dimensional matters were almost always on their way to the otherworldly border or to support the otherworldly battlefields. This includes that teacher of the two Shi Jian men. Shi Jian and his duo naturally left the Eastern Suburbs Villa. After the trio left, the Eastern Suburbs Villa seemed to have regained its calm. Inside the room of Mu Nanshu and Mu Xiaoxiao, "Sis, can I really?" The young schoolgirl looked at her sister, a little bottomless. At the moment, her mind was filled with the various cultivation techniques of a demon hunter. Of course, these techniques would have to be cultivated by her slowly later on. You'll be fine. Nanshu, believe in yourself, and also believe in Mr. Chen's vision. He won't look at the wrong person. Mu Xiaoxiao encouraged with a mist of water in her eyes. In the past few days, she was still worried about her sister's feminine body attracting evil demons, but she never thought that godlike being would take her sister as a disciple. This is for the helpless sisters, as if all of a sudden there is a haven in general, unspeakable peace of mind and good fortune. Aha! Listening to Mu Xiaoxiao's words, she, who originally did not have much confidence and was even afraid of failing Chen Bei's expectations, flashed a flash of determination in her beautiful eyes and secretly said, I won't let master down. I'm sure I can. Same time, top of the eastern suburbs villa. After sending off the 3 Shijian, Chen Bei stood under the night sky, quietly looking at the Pekyang giant city with its demonic aura. 30. Ninth Order. Yan Shekha's bewildered and confused demented words echoed in his mind as Chen Bei's gaze became deeper and deeper. 30 years ago, a Ninth Order demon hunter. It was now number 2. Which meant that, according to what Yin Qixiao was trying to express, he had to rush to break through the 9th-ranked demon hunter within 4 weeks. Though I don't know why Brother Yen would pass on such a message, but intuition told Chen Bei, something big might happen on that day, the 30th. Moreover, this matter, which is closely related to himself, will have a great impact on the future. 28 days. 9th rank, Chen Bei muttered. Now that he had learned that there was spirit source liquid in this world, coupled with the fact that he was already not far from the 9th rank, it was not impossible for him to advance to the 9th rank of Demon Hunter in 4 weeks. Only, that method of frantically accumulating merit for promotion might completely detonate Pekyang City, pushing the city, which had already blown up, completely and utterly to the boiling supreme point. But at the moment, he could no longer care so much. 4 weeks of the 9th Order. The ambition was to do it. Think to this. Chen Bei heaved out a mouthful of turbid air and slowly closed his eyes. When he wrenched his eyes open again, there were thousands of runic lights in his eyes, and his vast aura seemed to pierce through the entire Pekyang city. What exactly would happen in 30 days that would be worth Yin Qixia and the future female imperial master carrying the power of karma and the cost of the sacrificial Dao to tell themselves? Could it be that? The demon locking tower. Chen Bei snapped his head up, and only then did he remember the demon locking tower that had once again been vandalized underneath the library of Pekyang University. Could it be the heavenly demon coming out? To be precise, it should be a suspected demon immortal that still has residual heavenly demon level strength to break the seal. If that is the case, then it is indeed terrifying as hell. If the locked demon pagoda breaks its seal and the evil demons inside appear, the consequences will be unimaginable. By then, who knows how many demons were sealed inside, how many demons are still lingering to this day, and whether there are even more powerful demons hibernating inside besides that suspected demon immortal's existence? Think here. Chen Bei's figure flashed as he rushed towards Peaksun University. Underneath the library of Peaksun University, a sky full of runes fell. Chen Bei once again repaired the heaven and earth 2 poles 2 Dao demon sealing grand formation, followed by a slight frown. Even if the demon locking tower sealing array was artificially destroyed twice, it would not be enough to break the seal on the 30th. In other words, that's not the problem. Could it be the person who destroyed the demon sealing formation? It was obvious that those who could destroy this kind of grand formation were either extremely terrifying demon races or human races. The demon race is obviously unlikely. The unusual demon race close to the heaven and earth 2 poles 2 demon sealing arrays is just a suicidal act of death. And there are super demon giants who destroy the demon sealing arrays. It is even more unlikely that they will only destroy the foundation of the arrays. Then there was only one possibility, that it was the human race that had destroyed the foundation of the formation. Brother Yen? After all, excluding Mo Ran and the others, the only one who appeared here seemed to be Yen Chekha. However, soon after, Chen Bei shook his head. Yen Chekha's current situation did not possess the ability to make the complex means of destroying the array foundation. He should have discovered the demon locking tower and subconsciously been introduced here. Thoughts are fruitless. Chen Bei simply didn't bother. Instead, he personally set up a formation on top of the sealing formation, which wasn't any demon sealing formation, but a kind of communication formation that demon hunters were used to. This type of formation has one advantage. It can serve as an early warning. Once someone or demon spirits or demons break into the formation, or try to break the formation, the person laying the formation will receive the first feedback. At that time, it is not too late for Chen Bei to come back to catch the current situation. After doing this, it was only then that Chen Bei returned to the eastern suburb villa, preparing for his promotion to the 9th-ranked demon hunter. The first thing he had to do was to restore his mana to its peak and obtain more spirit source liquid. The method of obtaining the spirit source liquid was with the Xing Night Division. But 2 conditions needed to be met. One of them is the hunting of high-dimensional species. Secondly, money, the Great Qin coin. According to Shi Jian and Mo Ran, for every high-dimensional species Chen Bei hunted and killed, he could redeem the corresponding spirit source liquid according to its level. A first-level realm high-dimensional species can be exchanged for 1 milliliter of spiritual source liquid, though it requires an additional payment of 1 million Great Qin dollars. The so-called first-level realm high-dimensional species were in fact demons that possessed 100 years of Dao, and Chen Bei hunted and killed nearly 100 evil demons that night. According to M.O. Rand's estimation, excluding a few of the 70 to 80 level evil demons that possessed 7,000 to 8,000 years of Dao behavior, the rest of them averaged around 20 levels, both with 2,000 years of cultivation. Of course, this is the average. The actual evil demons have varying Dao behavior and cultivation. Although Chen Bei did not understand how transcendent martial artists like M.O. Rand sensed and divided the strength of the demon race, it was not too far off. More than 100 evil demons combined could be exchanged for roughly 2,000 milliliters of spirit source liquid, or 20 bottles of 100 milliliters. However, since Chen Bei did not know the exchange rules beforehand, and the demon race had almost no corpses left, he could only exchange 5 bottles of spirit source liquid according to the calculation of accumulating 500 levels. This was still the case when M.O. Rand, the cabinet minister, testified. Otherwise, as a matter of principle, without seeing the corpse of a high-dimensional species, the Rowan Night Division would generally not be exchanged. Therefore, even with M.O. Rand testifying, Chen Bei could also exchange 5 bottles of spiritual source liquid at most, and 1 milliliter of any needed to pay 1 million Great Qin dollars. A bottle of 100 milliliters, or 100 million. 5 bottles of spiritual source liquid, needed 500 million Great Qin dollars. The number, horrible as it is. Chen Bei was also overwhelmed with emotion when he heard it from Shi Jian's mouth. Poor people, they don't deserve to practice transcendental martial arts. If it wasn't for Lu Tianan and the others gifting him $100 billion in assets some time ago, even if he was able to hunt the evil demon, he wouldn't be able to afford to pay the sky-high currency. Of course, these were indeed astronomical figures in the eyes of ordinary people, but those who had become transcendent martial artists naturally had as many ways to come by money as they could, so perhaps the price was not worth mentioning. As for the Nightwalkers, they were the ancient Qin expenditure, and they could exchange their spirit source liquid by simply hunting higher dimensional species. Time passes slowly. A day passed in a flash. During this day, the entire Pekyang city turned into Crazy Sheep City, and the streets and alleys were abuzz with talk about the Divine Dragon incident in the sky above the eastern suburb last night. And the ocean-like vastness of Pekyang City exploded at the same time. Countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had traveled to the eastern suburb villa, using the name of visiting Chen Bei to try to draw on that terrifying cloth. The rivalry between these ancient forces also began to surge in the dark, with everyone wanting to tie that man who was one person is enough to rival a transcendent martial arts family to their already sides worship. But unfortunately, in the face of countless visits from transcendent martial artist families, Lin Xiao was instructed by Chen Bei that the only thing he could do was 4 words: shut the door and thank the guests. Until a day passes, no one in Pekyang City would ever set foot in that villa again either. Dusk, Peak City Inspector General's office. How's the situation? Has it been suppressed? Topped with 2 panda eyes, Lu Long looked at the small inspector who pushed the door in and asked sharply, "Director, the situation is under control for the time being. After a night and a day of hard work, colleagues from the Ministry of Information have controlled the course of public opinion. Only, just what? It's just that the residents of Pekyang City are afraid that it won't be that easy to fool them. People outside of Pekyang City didn't see that scene, didn't have that sense of first-hand experience, and could still pass off the real as the fake through heavy means. But the ordinary people within the city of Fengyang, but really felt the horrible fluctuation of breath last night. It is simply impossible to say that it is a movie as it is." However, Lu Long was greatly relieved when he heard this and slowly slumped into his chair. It's finally over. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the effects of the incident did not spread in all directions, to the entire Blue Star continent, even if people in other cities were skeptical, they were bound to be guided by public opinion. As for Pekyang City, Loran swung straight for the fences. Can't have tens of millions of people signing non-disclosure agreements. Love how to drop it. Lu cannot do anything. Lu Long leisurely got up and was at the same moment when he thought he could go back to have a good sleep. Over the villa in the eastern suburbs, Chen Bei, who had utilized the half bottle of spirit source liquid left behind by M.O. Rand before she left to restore her mana, slowly appeared under the night sky, gradually shrouded in the night. Chen Bei silently looked at the vast and gigantic capital that was as brightly lit as an ocean in front of him and slowly stepped into the air. If you want to advance to the 9th rank of Demon Hunter within 4 weeks, in addition to raising your cultivation to impact the 9th rank, your merit must also reach the 9th rank. And the most direct way for a demon hunter to gain merit is to hunt evil demons. The heavier the sinful energy and the higher the moral cultivation of the evil demon, the more merit will be gained from hunting it. Chen Bei was prepared to shuffle Pekyang City first, but all evil demons would be suppressed and killed. Even though countless evil demons had detected the demon hunter's appearance at that time, and even though most of the evil demons had already fled long ago, the sky above Pekyang City was still rich in demonic aura and surrounded by sinful aura. There are always evil demons who think that they are clever at hiding, and are unwilling to give up and go, or for various reasons. The evil demons in the vast Pyongyang city are still so many that one's scalp is numb. After all, this was the dormant demon race that had accumulated over 1,000 years, and the base could not be said to be not huge. However, these evil demons could never have imagined that they were usually evil and high on confidence. And tonight, it would be a nightmare for them, as well as a sleepless night for the entire Pyongyang city human race. Not for long. Chen Bei had already arrived at the edge of the eastern city. He stood in the air, standing on the riverbank of the night sky, his robes fluttering as he silently looked at the huge east city, the giant city seemingly boundless. At some point, heaven and earth are limitless. Jianquan borrows the law. Ethereal all things. Nothing to hide. Chapter 44, in plain sight, from the sky. Heaven and earth are limitless. Jianquan borrows the law. Ethereal all things. Nothing to hide, open. After Chen Bei finished speaking, the runes in his pupils were densely covered, and when he opened his eyes again, those pupils became incomparably bright, seeming to be able to see through all the camouflage and concealment methods of time. Looking around, the entire Pyongyang city was dotted with demon clans, with good demons being scarce and evil demons filling the city. Chen Bei slowly shook his head. This world's demon hunters are extinct. Although there are transcendent martial artists sitting around, they can only sense the presence of demons through the fluctuation of demonic power and do not have the ability to recognize demons. As long as these demons did not use their demonic power, it would be almost difficult for the Nightwalkers and transcendent martial artists to locate them one by one. The Buddha said, "If you don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" Whispering for a while, Chen Bei slowly moved his body and flew towards the east city. Same time, in the endless east city of Pyongyang City, in the middle of a certain huge mansion complex with jeweled buildings, a large number of Dragon Family transcendent martial artists had gathered together and were discussing something. Last night's scene over the villa in the eastern suburb boiled over not only the ordinary people of Pyongyang City, but these transcendent martial artist families likewise set off monstrous waves. At this moment, countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were holding emergency meetings, all of them playing with their plans. The Long family epitomizes this. If my Dragon family can draw this person in and obtain the magical arts on him, when the clan suppresses higher dimensional species in the future, it will certainly be a handful, which will not only reduce the casualties of our clan, but also make a big splash in the otherworldly borderlands, gaining the right to speak, and thus obtaining more superpowers. What the second clan elder said is very true, but what I'm worried about is that I'm afraid that the ancient transcendent martial family that has its eyes on this Chen Bei isn't just my Long family. No matter what, this person must be obtained, even if it means pulling him in at all costs. The point is, my Dragon family's people have also been shut out, but he didn't receive the rest of the power representatives, and is currently only receiving people from the Xing Night Division. Could it be that he wants to join the Night Walking Division? Absolutely not. Once this person joins the Walking Night Division, and the Walking Night people learn those spells that restrain the higher dimensional species, then what business is there for us in the future? Not bad. This kind of person must not fall into the hands of the Gyokushin Division. The Gyokushin Division has obtained that kind of magical technique. I'm afraid that in the future, the distribution of superpowers will have nothing to do with us. I don't think he'll join the Xing Night Division. If this person enters the Xing Night Division, do you think that the Pavilion Elder of the Xing Night Division will still pay a visit? It is best if he does not join. If he does, then, a clan elder of the Long family slowly made a gesture. If it doesn't work for me, then I'll kill it. What the Dragon family can't get, no one can get. After all, superpowers were too important to these ancient transcendent martial artist families of theirs. Transcendent martial artists were not immortal, and the only way to stabilize their position in the ancient Qin's lineage was to cultivate generations of transcendent martial artists. And the necessary resource for cultivating transcendent martial artists is superhuman energy. The supernatural energy was in the hands of the Xing Night Division, and countless ancient transcendent martial artist families wanted to obtain it, and the only way to exchange it was to kill a high-dimensional species. If they could obtain the kind of magic spells that were divine and restrained the higher dimensional species, they would be able to kill more higher dimensional species and thus obtain inexhaustible superpowers. Super energy, for the transcendent martial family, was too important. Once they lost the continuous supply of super energy, 20 years later, 50 years later, 100 years later, when all of them transcendent martial artists had returned to the heavens, then the transcendent martial family would cease to exist. Not to mention, even today's transcendent martial artists needed that mysterious energy to cultivate. The Long family's group of executives all looked at that clan elder, their brows furrowing slightly, but one did not refute. Obviously, Chen Bei's appearance had broken the original balance of interests in this world, and in their eyes, Whoever could hold that coat of cloth was undoubtedly a bargaining chip for the rise of the lineage. The Long family was far from the only ones who had this idea at the same time. Countless ancient transcendent martial artist families in the entire Pekyang city were urgently convening family meetings, and the results obtained were surprisingly consistent. Of course, there were also some ancient transcendent martial artist families that did not want to get involved, and often, these types of transcendent martial artist families were either already in decline or not strong enough to call out to other ancient transcendent martial artist families, even if they had the heart to do so. However, at the same time that a large number of ancient forces in Pekyang city were awakening, over a certain vast urban area in the east side, heaven and earth are limitless. Jianquan borrows the law. The 4-elephant sword formation. Exterminate the demons and suppress the evil. Go! Bam! Suddenly, a soft shout rang out from above people's heads, and countless ordinary people who were discussing last night's dragon beheading incident in the bustling and incomparable streets of the night market all looked up, and then their eyes were filled with shock and consternation. However, in the sky above that city, the sky was filled with sword shadows crisscrossing across the sky. Ancient runes covered the sky, and the entire void roared loudly. Demon! Ambush! It was accompanied by another soft cry, but the crowd saw the night sky, the top of the city, a cloth coat like a sword god, from the sky above slowly landed, raised his hand, 100 feet of runic culture into runic light, heavy hit to a Qianin, chirp dash, the stunningly beautiful silhouette let out a miserable scream, followed by a crash, smashing into a night market stall not far away with a bang, triggering countless people to scream and flee. Phew, not giving the crowd a chance to react. However, in the sky above the city, Chen Bei, who was dressed in cloth, slowly floated down and stood silently in front of the sinful shadow. Roar! The fallen beauty was furious, violently propping up her head and letting out a snarl at Chen Bei. Her features, which were rapidly distorting, not long before it turned into a hideous wolf's head, but was still a human being, wearing sexy and incomparable clothing. But the graceful figure underneath that costume was now sprouting countless brown wolf hairs, making one's scalp numb. Oh my god! What is that? Demon! It's a demon! The ordinary people around them turned pale with fear and clattered as they frantically backed away, all looking at the transformed stunningly beautiful young lady with a face full of horror. The people had never seen this scene before, and all of them changed their faces drastically. How can there be demons in this world? For a time, countless people were dumbfounded, even though they had just experienced last night's dragon beheading incident. But suddenly seeing this scene, and seeing it from such a close distance, it was inevitable that the crowd would be frightened. But there were others who looked at the cloth and were amazed. Last night's scene over the villa in the eastern suburb was too distant, and even though his mind was greatly shaken, he did not see Chen Bei's figure. However aptly, I don't know how many ordinary people had witnessed that scene in the sky above. All those magical images, the sword shadows as well as runes that covered the sky. It was mind-boggling. Chen Bei, on the other hand, did not care so much, but slowly walked towards the wolf demon step by step. Roar dash! The wolf demon suddenly rose up and raised his voice to the sky, his muscles bursting out, breaking his clothes for a time, but in a few moments he completely transformed into a buffalo-sized hideous wolf. Countless ordinary people looked up at that terrifying figure, all of them frozen in place, and that's when, it's just pointless resistance, so why bother? However, he saw the cloth-clad man shake his head slightly, followed by a finger drop, buzz off. The golden sword shadows converged in the sky and madly chopped at the wolf demon. The sword shadow pierced through the wolf's body, and the wolf demon let out an incomparably mournful hiss, followed by a boom as it collapsed to the ground. Chen Bei stood with his arms folded. Then with a wave of his hand, he put the large wolf demon into his storage bag. This time, he didn't directly beat its corpse into submission, but instead planned to temporarily use it to exchange spirit source liquid with the Xing Night Division. Of course, it's only temporary. Chen Bei did not intend to keep exchanging this, only that he urgently needed to break through the 9th rank at the moment, so he did not have the time to look for the provenance of that kind of spirit source liquid. When he broke through the 9th rank and passed the 30th, he would naturally go in search of the spirit source liquid. Just because the Xing Night Division could obtain that kind of energy didn't mean that he, Chen Bei, didn't have the means to obtain it. However, there was no rush on this matter for the time being, and it would have to be slowed down at least until he was promoted to the 9th rank of Demon Hunter. His current task was to accumulate 9th order merits as soon as possible and then close the door to impact his 9th order cultivation. After putting the wolf demon into the storage bag, Chen Bei didn't pay attention to the surrounding crowd, but slowly turned around and looked in another direction. There, a line of motorcade was parked, and there was a group of suited bodyguards escorting a windswept old man, who was looking at the place in the same dumbfounded manner. However, when Chen Bei's gaze landed on the old man, the latter was shaken. Chapter 45 Boiling Pyongyang City. Ancient forces cannot sit still. Master, what's wrong with you? The person holding the old man was slightly stunned, clearly feeling the old man's body shaking. The kind of shaking that was like a tiger's body shaking. However, the old man did not open his mouth, but instead stared with eyes full of horror at the coat of cloth that was slowly walking towards him. In the eyes of the world, this is a windswept old man, bone thin and dying, as if a gust of wind might blow him to his death, not far from death already. And in the eyes of the bodyguards surrounding the old man, their lord had lived for over 100 years, and was still alive today, hanging on by a breath, and had to be assisted in walking. Yet as the coat of cloth grew closer, suddenly, the old man, who was originally trembling in the last moment, suddenly shook off the hands of the people beside him who were supporting him, fled in terror, and turned around and rushed up to the sky. What? Master, he! The countless bodyguards in suits were all dumbfounded. How could the master, who was immobile one moment, fly away, just, the next moment? In the meantime, at least you are a centipede that has lived for 3,000 years, daring to do evil but not daring to come forward to fight. You are not as good as that brown wolf with 500 years of Dao. Chen Bei shook his head, then flew up and rushed up to the sky. The runes around his body were densely covered, the sword shadow tumbled, and the vast righteousness filled the earth. Countless ordinary people watched the scene, one after another with their mouths open and eyes wide with disbelief. And in that crowd, two silhouettes stared blankly at Chen Bei, who was flying away, with gusts of astonishment in their beautiful eyes. These two women were no one else. It was the powdered girl who asked Chen Bei for WeChat that night in front of the Upper Valley Gate. In fact, as early as when Chen Bei floated down, she had recognized that person, but she just couldn't believe her eyes a little. At this moment, the woman's heart mixed feelings. Until this moment, only to realize that night of their own like a clown. Same time, heaven and earth are limitless. Jianquan borrows the law. Voodoo killing formation. Illuminate the four directions. Rise. Bam. In an instant, the terrifying great formation enveloped the sky and blocked this heaven and earth. Boom. The old man crashed on top of the big formation with a bang. The terrifying power ravaged the heaven and earth, and the roaring sound was deafening. In an instant, the terrifying power fluctuations instantly aroused the senses of the countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages in East City, the Long family residence. Higher dimensional species? The group of transcendent martial artists of the Dragon family who were holding an emergency meeting frowned, and a single figure rose up into the sky, standing above the Dragon family residence and looking towards the vast East City area. Also flying out were the Long family, Zheng family, Lin family, Wu family. A large number of transcendent martial artists from ancient forces rose into the air, all gazing away. However, above a certain area of the city, a huge centipede was suspended in a runic formation that was incomparably shocking. Good heavens, his lordship? The centipede demon's bodyguards stood below the large formation, all of them looking at the scene in the sky above with eyes full of incredulity and shock, each one too surprised to speak. His own family's lord, the one who usually looked weak and seemed like he might hiccup at any moment, had turned into a giant centipede at this moment. The centipede seemed to be as big as a building and was covered with densely packed centipede legs, making one's scalp numb. The sinful chi is so heavy and unpardonable, keeping you will only plague the earth. The void. Chen Bei stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering, and between his starts, countless sword shadows rose up from the ground, slowly soaring from the city. Someone pushed open the window and watched as the sword shadow rose from the window, then stretched out his head to the top of the dome, his eyes full of shock. Shoo shoo shoo. Sword shadows that covered the sky and earth ran through the heavens and earth, chopping towards the giant centipede. The centipede's body shook as its vast demonic power enveloped the sky above the city, blasting towards the sky full of sword shadows. Chen Bei, on the other hand, stood quietly in the void without moving, the thousands of sword shadows, as if he did not need to make a move. Boom. Finally, at some point, an even more gigantic sword shadow carried a sky-rushing runic pattern, breaking through the tidal wave of demonic power and slashing at the centipede with a single stroke. Put. The huge centipede was chopped into two sections by a sword. One section crashed to the ground with a bang, heavily smashing into an artificial lake in a park. Countless centipede legs struggling madly, watching countless pedestrians walking by the lake. As for the other section of the centipede body, it landed on top of a building. Shaking slightly, Chen Bei slowly flew in, waving his hand to collect his body, and then flew down, landing on top of the lake, his feet gently standing on the surface of the water, quietly looking at another section of the huge centipede body that was madly struggling and fluttering. Giving you a hard time, mumbled the words. With a wave of Chen Bei's sleeve, a huge talismanic light swept across the lake and struck the centipede, which trembled violently and then completely lost its life. Put the last section of the centipede body into the storage bag. Qianbei slightly raised his head and looked at the large number of people on the opposite side of the bridge who were frozen as if they were wooden chickens. The ancient well was not wave, but instead he turned around and waved his sleeves, took off in the air, and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Oh my god. What was that just now? It looks like a giant centipede. I'm talking about the coat of cloth. What is that man? Did he fly down? And that talismanic light, how did that happen? Could it be the one who beheaded the dragon over the eastern suburbs last night? It's very possible. Oh my god. Is there really such a person in the world? It's already obvious whether or not there is one. In a short while, it was as if the place had exploded, and people were boiling over. Compared to the scene over the villa in the eastern suburbs last night, it was bound to be less shocking than seeing it up close and in person. A man of God. That's a man of God. Did anyone get it on camera? Did you get that scene on camera just now? No. It happened so suddenly. Who would have filmed it? I was just videotaping it and well, I think I got it. Give me a copy. Make me a copy quickly. I'll have one of those. Get me one of those too. Gosh. It's unbelievable. Immortalists. There must be immortalists in this world. But why do I feel that he's more like a legendary demon hunter? The kind of demon hunter that can fly and knows magic spells. And that centipede. It's very likely that it's a demon. Am I the only one who thinks he's cooler than that? Boiling over. Completely boiling over. Two places in Pekyang City both set off monstrous waves. One is the night market where he witnessed a beautiful woman turn into a demon and was taken away. And one is beside an artificial lake in a park. Both places were completely abuzz, with many people frozen in disbelief, followed by the eruption of intense sensations. And more places are likewise playing out a similar scene. It didn't matter whether the outside world believed it or not. What mattered was that this night, everyone in Pekyang City was boiling. Their worldview was undergoing a shocking drastic change. In the midst of that endless oceanic megalopolis, from time to time, the sky was lit up with runic symbols, sword shadows streaked across the sky, and all sorts of runic lights rushed up to the sky, sending out loud booming sounds. Occasionally, they met great demons, and even unimaginably violent battles erupted. And that cloth coat, which appeared from time to time in the sky above the great capital of the ocean, completely set Pyongyang City ablaze. Inside a certain room, when Lu Long, who had just laid down, received the news, the whole person sat on the bed dumbfounded and mute. It's over. It's completely over. Pekyang City is going to change. Crying Lu Long can only get up again. Once again Dusty rushed to the inspection division. Contact colleagues in the Department of Public Information. Again have to work overtime. Also boiling were the countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages of Pekyang City. At this very moment, among the countless huge mansions in the entire Pekyang City, at the top of those large and ancient complexes, a terrifying figure stopped to stare, and while the shock in his eyes was incomparable, his essence aura grew more and more exuberant. Pekyang City is actually hibernating so many high-dimensional species? And this man managed to find them out one by one? How did he do that? One time, the entire Pekyang City's terrifying figures were all greatly shaken. As a transcendent martial artist, most powerful people were not incapable of subduing higher dimensional species, but they suffered from a lack of ways to find them. And the only way these transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers could track down and find them was when those higher dimensional species actively used their powers. And it's amazing how that coat of cloth can bring out dormant higher dimensional species. For them, that means a higher dimensional species, but also an endless amount of superpower exchange chips. For a time, the entire Pekyang City ancient transcendent martial family was unable to sit still. At this moment Qianbei for them, is the naked treasure undoubtedly. Who can get this person? Is the whole family take-off dependence? Someone, invite the old ancestor. I'm afraid this matter is more than just pulling the strings. Chapter 46, Boss. He's coming. Boom. From time to time, the sword shadows in the sky above the ocean-like vastness of the giant capital of Pekyang City were astonishing, and the power rippled in all directions, completely setting the entire Pekyang City ablaze. Countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages of Peak City were greatly shaken, and large, terrifying figures stood above the ancient mansions of all parties, each one staring blankly at the scene that was occurring above the giant capital. This night, the entire Pekyang City was shaken, down to the ordinary people, poor families, up to the dignitaries and ancient powers. All of them were stupefied and dumbfounded. And above that night sky, every once in a while, a majestic and magnetic voice would ring out. A demon is a demon, and the sinful spirit is entangled in unforgivable sins. People and demons have different paths. This is not a place you should come to. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. How dare you brutalize the living in front of me? Heaven forbid. My generation hunts demons and acts on behalf of heaven. Why do I need a reason to kill air? This Pekyang City, there is me without a demon. And there is a demon without me. As long as Mr. Chen is around for one day. Above this dome of the sky, it is a clear blue sky and a bright moon. And a clear sky. It's too late to run away? Isn't it too late? Demonis, I'm just playing with you. Are you still serious? Heaven and earth are limitless. Jian borrows the law. Gentlemen, it's time to hit the road. For a while, the entire Pekyang City was terrified of 10,000 demons, and there was no way to hide. For a time, the sky above Pekyang City shocked the entire city as countless runes shone in the night sky, sacred and mysterious. For a time, countless transcendent martial artist lineages erupted with blazing gazes, their greed gradually thickening. At the top of that oceanic giant capital, the runes fell and rose against the wind, transforming into a huge rune light that covered the vast area and reflected the heavens. In the middle of that downtown, thousands of sword shadows crisscrossed the city, stunning the crowd. The evil demon fled in panic from that place of red lights, unable to hide. Above that lively square, amongst the endless crowds, Bai rushed up to the sky and chased after the demon. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Countless ordinary people looked at the behemoth that kept appearing and being chopped down under the night, their eyes filled with a shocked and horrified look. Overnight, the demonic aura over the entire Pekyang City was almost sharply reduced by more than 9 layers, and no one remembered how many times a great demon had appeared over Pekyang City, and no one knew exactly how many high-dimensional species had been subdued and killed by that coat of cloth. He was like a god who pierced through everything, and all the evil demons hibernating in Pekyang City had nothing to hide. People only knew that with the shuffling of Pekyang City by that figure. With the disappearance of the demonic aura, the sky above that city gradually cleared up. With the bright moon high in the sky, the stars filled the sky, the green sky and the bright moon, and the clear sky. It seems that overnight, that has not known how many years have not seen, the stars, slowly to see the sun, appeared in people's sight, around the neon thousands, but also cannot block the sky full of light of the Milky Way. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, until a certain moment, the sky above Pekyang City seemed to be quiet, yet the people were completely set ablaze. Countless people captured that god-awful scene, and the internet went windy for a while. Eastern Suburbs Villa, Lin Xiao, Lin Sini, Zhao Chang, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Mu Nanshu looked at the sky above the oceanic giant city, and each one of them was stunned, even though they were dozens of miles apart. The amazing image over the vast metropolis still made the 5 people look at it in a daze. The reason why Lin Sini and Zhao Chang appeared here was that the demon beheading sword had new news, but unfortunately, as the duo rushed to the eastern suburb villa, Chen Bei had already appeared in the sky above the eastern city, and at this time, he was even sweeping across the entire Pekyang City. Same time, inside the city of Fengyang, the Fengyang City Inspection Department, messed up, all messed up. At this moment, countless inspectors stared blankly at the background data, and around the experienced ones, they were greatly shocked by watching the videos that were circulating one by one, especially when he saw the stars dotting the sky over the entire Pekyang City. His scalp was even more numb. Who would have thought that there were so many demon clans hibernating in the middle of Pekyang City? And who would have thought that in one night, that coat of cloth had swept through almost the entire Pekyang City like a myth? Around is Lu Long, also shocked for a long time before coming back to God. Contact the relevant colleagues, companies, platforms, seal these videos with all your might, as long as they don't flow to the outside world. What Pekyang City should be is what it is. Lu Long sighed slightly. He was truly powerless. The only thing he could do now was to block the news as much as possible, not letting everything over Pekyang City spread to the entire Blue Star continent. One man, changing a city. In the future, Pekyang City would no longer be the same Pekyang City that it once was, whether it was those ancient transcendent martial artist families that were difficult to control, or the usual people. Their 3 views would all be changed on this night. It wasn't until near the break of dawn that the entire Pekyang City calmed down. Chen Bei stood in the night sky of Pekyang City, slowly looking towards those ancient transcendent martial family, his brows furrowing slightly. In the sky above the mansions of those ancient families, from time to time, the breath of trial and error came from any of the ancient transcendent forces, all of which were like a pool of ocean, not moving, but moving. The waves were surging, and the might was overwhelming, but Chen Bei didn't care. Back then, when the 10,000 demons continent was suppressed by countless forces, he was still fearless, and he had so many life-preserving cards that he couldn't even count them all by himself, let alone in this world today. What Chen Bei cared about at the moment was the spirit source liquid, 9th order merit. Feeling the descent of the power of the 2 paths at the 2 poles of heaven and earth, Chen Bei muttered. After almost a whole night of shuffling, he had accumulated enough merit, and the amount of demonic races accumulated in this city over the past 1,000 years was beyond Chen Bei's imagination. The immediate solution was to exchange for the spiritual source liquid and close the door to break through the 9th rank cultivation. Think here. Chen Bei's figure flashed as his entire body rose up into the air and flew towards the General Division of the Southern Xing Night Division of the Tiannan Province. When Shi Jian left last night, he had told Chen Bei the address of the head division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan Province, and that if he hunted and killed enough high-dimensional species, he could go there to find him to exchange for spirit source liquid. Chen Bei rushed to the General Division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan Ro Province at the same time. General Secretary of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan Province. General Secretary of the 106th Branch Division of the Fengyang City. In fact, the entire Tiannan Province, the Southern Line of Night Division are in the Southern Headquarters. But the region is different. The management of the region is also different. A certain corner of an inconspicuous building complex in the southern part of the Tiannan Province. The General Division of the Night Division. Inside a building with a sign that read 106th Division Pekyang Division. Shi Jian. This person you're talking about, is he really that strong? And it's also this amazing? Inside Shi Jian's office company, dozens of line night people in charge of the Fengyang City area sat together, their faces full of incredulity. However, the ones who opened their mouths to question Shi Jian were not the 106th Division's Nightwalkers, but a few young boys and girls who didn't look very old. In the face of this group of young boys and girls, 106 Xing Night people but did not dare to be slow. These people seemed to be young. In fact, the strength of all stronger than the people here. The most important thing is that they are the ancient Qin focus on cultivating the genius of the Nightline people. On seniority, even if it is the Peak City 106 Department of the Grand Secretary is also inferior to a little bit. The reason for this was that these people had entered the otherworldly battlefield many times, and were strong people who had truly fought their way down, while most of the Nightwalkers like Shi Jian, who were sitting at the back, had never even seen what the otherworldly battlefield was like. Geniuses are geniuses after all. The future achievements of these types of people make even Shi Jian feel desperate and out of reach. They are not at all at the same level. Although these people have just returned to the rear of the human race because they were injured in the otherworldly battlefield, they are still not to be underestimated. And around the 106th Division Sub-Chief Division Chief, they also have to be courteous. However, a few people did not have that kind of superior posture. On the contrary, a few young boys and girls were also polite to Shi Jian and the others. After all, they are also people from Fengyang City, and their hearts go out to the Fengyang Night Row Division. And back then, when several people could enter the Night Row Division, it was not without the discovery and recommendation of the 106th Division's Grand Secretary and the older generation of Night Row people. Grand Director, this Chen Bei you're talking about, does he really have this kind of strength? Chu Siki looked at the middle-aged beside Shi Jian, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted as she said. It was obvious that she was the leader of these young transcendent martial artists, and even if she wasn't the leader, she was the one with the most power of speech. Several genius transcendent martial artists who had retreated back from the otherworldly battlefield to recuperate from their injuries were all a little less than convinced. After all, according to Shi Jian's description, that person was too appalling, with direct absorption of superpowers, subduing and killing of 80-level high-dimensional species, as well as that metaphysical and mysterious technique. It all sounds so heavenly. After Chu Siki finished speaking, the 106th Division Grand Director, the General Division Grand Director who was both in charge of the Pekyang City Pekyang Ro Night Division, as well as the crowd of Pekyang City Ro Night people all looked at Shi Jian upon hearing his words. They hadn't seen that Chen Bei either, and it was up to Shi Jian to answer that. However, Shi Jian was about to open his mouth to confirm it again. Suddenly, Grand Director, head, the woman who had been following Shi Jian around abruptly pushed the door in, her eyes full of excitement and shortness of breath. What is it? The Grand Secretary and the others frowned slightly, and Shi Jian couldn't help but glance at the woman. How could it be in order to be so reckless? However, the woman was the one who didn't seem to see the disgruntled expressions of the crowd as she looked towards Shi Jian and opened her mouth. Chief, he's coming. Who's coming? Chen Bei. Who do you mean? Shi Jian stood up with a brush at his words. The entire 106th Division of the Nightwalker was also slightly stunned. Chen Bei? Shi Jian. Could it be the one you guys are talking about? Beside Chu Siki, a sword-browed and starry-eyed teenager looked puzzled, then pondered. This name had already been mentioned by Shi Jian just now, and it seemed to be that demon hunter who had been rumored to be divine by the 106th Division. Looks like it. I'm interested. This guy you guys are talking about, does he really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Just in time. I'd like to see this one too. Several young boys and girls who had just retired from the otherworldly battlefield to recuperate from their injuries had picked up the conversation, all of a sudden interested in this person. They did not have a frame. Does not mean that they do not have a proud bone, these proud sons of heaven. Their bones are exuding a sense of arrogance. I say I want to see it, but I'm actually a bit unconvinced. Did he say what he came for? Shi Jian opened his mouth and asked. He said to come and redeem the superpowers. Chapter 47, a bit of a large number. Redeeming superpowers? Shi Jian sniffed again. We've been separated for less than a day and a night. What's the point of cashing in the superpower? Haven't we already cashed in the superpower? Shi Jian came to his senses. The superpower had indeed been redeemed, but it seemed that it hadn't been sent to him yet. Chen Bei beheaded the dragon over the villa in the eastern suburb and subdued more than 100 evil demons, which Mo Ran estimated could be exchanged for 5 bottles of superpower. At this moment, super energy Shi Jian had already brought it on his body, and was preparing to personally deliver it to Pekyang City as soon as the day dawned. But unexpectedly, the owner of the 5 bottles of super energy came to the door by himself. Shi Jian mistakenly thought that Chen Bei was here to pick up those 5 bottles of superpower. Subconsciously bitterly smiled. So a while cannot wait. This Mr. Chen has not been too anxious. Where is he? Take me to him. But think about it. Shi Jian still got up in a hurry, not even bothering to greet the older nightwalkers such as the chief of the Grand Division. He took a step to walk outside with the woman. Come on, let's go meet this Mr. Chen as well. Seeing this, all the people got up and followed Shi Jian out of the 106th Division one after another. The General Division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the entire Tiannan Province had more than 100 sub-general divisions, most of which were the same as the 106 divisions of Shi Jian's congregation, responsible for high-dimensional policing in various cities and dealing with high-dimensional species lying dormant in the backwaters of the human race. At this very moment, all the major sub-general divisions of the General Division of the Southern Walking Night Division of the entire Tiannan Province received the news and went to watch. Regarding Chen Bei's name, it had long been spreading in the General Division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan Ro Province, and the entire Southern Ro Night people almost knew that a person named Chen Bei had given a bell to Shi Jian of the 106th Division, the Fengyang Ro Night Division, and with this bell alone, Mo Ran had sought out high-dimensional species such as Ningfeng, who had been hibernating in the Nightwalkers for years. That night, the southern part of the Tiannan Province, the General Division of the Night Division, had it not been for Mo Ran sitting in on the scene, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And even if it had been possible to subdue high-dimensional species such as Ningfeng, the cost would not have been insignificant. It was also then that the Nightwalkers of the General Division of the Southern Nightwalking Division of the entire Tiannan Province learned of the origin of that bell. Is this person the demon hunter that the Peak Sun sub-governor contacted? What a strange person. Why can't I feel any terrifying aura on him? Not even power fluctuations within his body? Many of the Nightwalkers from the other sub-directorates looked at the cloth coat in the night from afar and murmured. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Chen Bei had already converged his breath and faded his cultivation fluctuations, and in doing so, it was also considered a form of respect for the linear night division. If people respect me, I respect them. Not to mention, nowadays, he was here to exchange spirit source liquid, not to put on a show, so naturally, his posture was not put on a high level. One by one, his eyes scanned the deep as a dragon's lair, like the General Division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan Ro Province. Chen Bei's heart was also inevitably flooded with ripples. As expected, it was worthy of being the Xing Night Division that could withstand the invasion of the demon domain, and with just a glance dispersed, there were strong people inside like clouds, and countless breaths were gathered together, terrifying as it was. If this force was pulled out, even if it was placed in the 10,000 demons continent, it would be a terrifying force that could not be ignored. And this, only the Ro Night Division of the human race big back, the real strong, almost all in the other world border. There, perhaps the Blue Star continent is the real strength of the ceiling, but even so, Chen Bei still sensed a dozen or so vast auras here. These breaths were not weaker than Mo Ran's in the slightest, and were even quite a bit stronger than Mo Ran's, but the life force was exceptionally weak. It was thought that it should be an old generation figure that was sleeping somewhere, with its days numbered, ready to blossom its last remaining light. In addition to these dozen or so vast auras, Chen Bei also sensed 3 even more terrifying fluctuations that seemed to be in the deepest part of the General Division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan Province. These 3 forces, far more terrifying than Mo Ran, were suspected to have reached above the 9th rank, comparable to the strength of a heavenly demon-level evil demon. Yet at some point, Chen Bei once again sensed something, and he raised his head, a runic light flickering in his eyes. What a terrifying aura! Is this an aura beyond the 9th order? Even though that aura was only fleeting, Chen Bei had keenly captured it and could not help but be moved. Obviously, there was an even more terrifying existence sitting in the southern part of the Tiannan Ro Province, the General Division of the Ro Night Division, Even though Mo Ran and Shurjian and their teacher had left the general division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan province, there were still strong people sitting here, only perhaps for various reasons. They wouldn't make a move until it was absolutely necessary. This was something that Chen Bei could actually guess without thinking about it. The Xing Night Division controlled the spiritual source liquid under the sky, and I'm afraid no one would believe it if they said that there were no terrifying figures sitting in the area. Only compared to sitting in the line of Night Division, Chen Bei was more convinced that these people were guarding the spirit source liquid. As long as nothing happened to the spirit source liquid, they would more than likely stand idly by for more than 90% of what happened. More than 10 lingering 8th order auras, plus 3 auras that were comparable to the heavenly demon realm evil demons, and the aura that surpassed the 9th order and both surpassed the heavenly demon realm evil demon strength. Such a force, placed at the back of the human race, was indeed enough to suppress half of the Tiannan province. As long as that aura that surpassed the heavenly demon realm didn't fall, it would be almost difficult to shake the general secretary of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan province. Or the spiritual source liquid is almost difficult to be minded by people with evil intentions. Chen Bei thought to himself at the same time. Mr. Chen. Shurjian and the 106th Division crowd came over and started calling from a distance. Chen Bei stood with his arms folded, quietly standing under the night color, with an ancient well and a bland look on his face. The crowd behind Shurjian naturally saw the cloth coat, with clear eyebrows and a jade-like appearance, which seemed to have an indescribable temperament, yet appeared incomparably easygoing. This is that Chen Demon Hunter? The teenager beside Chu Siki murmured, and although his eyes lit up, he was not overly startled. Strange. Why can't I sense any aura on him? Another teenager whispered. The words of the two naturally fell into Shurjian's ears. However, Shurjian did not refute anything. Around he was also a bit puzzled at the moment. This was because the Chen Bei in front of him seemed to have collected his breath and power fluctuations, and looked flat. But Shurjian didn't dare to take it lightly, but scrambled forward. A quarter of an hour later. Reception room of the 106th Division. Fengyang Division. Subdirectorate General. Mr. Chen. What do you mean? You still want to redeem the spirit source liquid? Shurjian couldn't help but be shocked after hearing Chen Bei's intention. Didn't I just give you 5 bottles? Why do you need to exchange them? Shurjian was in a bit of a bind. Although Chen Bei did have astounding means, there was a stipulation that the exchange of spirit source liquid had to see the corpse of a high-dimensional species. Moreover, the exchange of the spiritual source liquid was not up to him. It needed to be checked and confirmed by someone from the spiritual source division, and it had to be agreed upon by those few before the spiritual source liquid could be taken out. Shurjian but remembered very clearly that over the villa in the eastern suburb, the corpses of those high-dimensional species were blasted into slag FAI. Can it be that this Mr. Chen is trying to go through the back door? Shurjian laughed bitterly. If this is really the case, this back door is afraid that it is not possible to go. Not to mention him, even if it is the teacher, even if it is the Southern Chief Director, without the consent of those people, the spiritual source liquid cannot be moved. Mr. Chen, you are aware of the way the spirit source liquid is exchanged. It requires the hunting of a high-dimensional species, and there must be a corpse of a high-dimensional species. Shurjian somewhat rode the tiger and said. Chu Siki and the others were also slightly frowning when they heard this. Exchanging spiritual source liquid was a very normal thing, around the fact that if they, the pride of heaven, wanted to obtain spiritual source liquid, they would have to go to the otherworldly battlegrounds to fight and kill. Chen Bei smiled slightly at his words. Don't worry, brother Sure. I won't make things difficult for you. This time I purposely left behind the corpses of left behind the corpses of the higher dimensional species. Just follow the exchange rules of the Xing Night Division. For the spirit source liquid, ancient Qin did not completely control, as long as in accordance with the rules of exchange, no matter who can obtain. This has also let the human race as strong and weaken the high-dimensional species of another way. For example, those transcendent martial artist families, even if they were not the people of the Rowan Knights, they still grew the human camp to a certain extent. So for the exchange of the spiritual source liquid, the Rowan Knights division would not be able to make things difficult. Shurjian was obviously a bit flattered when he heard this brother Sure. Mr. Chen, if you have the corpse of a Gao Wei species, that's fine. I'll contact the people from the Spirit Source Division and have them come over to take an inventory. As long as you have the corpse of the high-dimensional species, this is just a favor. Shurjian when both painfully agreed. Thank you, brother Sure. Chen Bei didn't expect it to go so smoothly and blandly returned. Shurjian nodded his head in a panic at his words. For Chen Bei, ever since he had seen those godly tactics, he inexplicably had an attitude of respect. Not a moment too soon, after Shurjian contacted the Spirit Source Division. Mr. Chen, I wonder if the corpse of the Gao Wei species. Shurjian looked at Chen Bei and said with intent. Chen Bei's gaze swept the reception room. and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Here, he was afraid that he couldn't put so many evil demon corpses, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Inventory here? The crowd, however, looked at each other in disbelief. A few of Chuseki's Heaven's Pride children were also silent. In fact, up to the beginning, several people in Chen-Bei had only nodded their heads in greeting, and had barely opened their mouths. Shijian looked at Chen-Bei's expression and mistakenly thought that the high-dimensional species corpses were in the mountain range outside the main division of the Walking Night Division. After all, there were high-dimensional species that were so large that they were indeed not good to bring in. Mr. Chen, it's possible to take inventory outside as well, Shijian explained. Looking at Chen-Bei, who walked out of the 106th division with Shijian, the gazes of the Chuseki few were slightly dark. Obviously, the few people hadn't seen the so-called magical means that Shijian and the others were talking about. Time passes. The night remained the same in the southern part of the Tiannan province, where the general division of the night division was traveling. Chen-Bei slowly walked towards what he thought was still an empty zone under the watchful eyes of countless nightwalkers, but after exhaling heavily on a cloudy breath, he finally set his eyes on the open area outside the Jioka Shinji. In contrast to these places, outside the main division of the Jioka Shinji is an endless mountain range, where there are no building complexes to put the corpses of any more high-dimensional species, and right now, a representative of the Spiritual Resources Division also arrived. The crowd followed Chen-Bei to the outside of the main division of the Nightwalking Division, and all of them frowned slightly as they looked at the empty scene in front of them. Where are the corpses of the higher dimensional species? The representative of the Spirit Source Division looked at Shijian, his pupils narrowing slightly. Shijian, on the other hand, looked at Chen-Bei. Mr. Chan, where's the corpse of the promised high-dimensional species? Chapter 48, Land of Superpower. Chen-Bei's discovery. The crowd couldn't help but look at the coat of cloth. It should be said that all the nightwalkers of the General Division of the Southern Nightwalking Department of the entire Tiannan province looked towards Chen-Bei. Chen-Bei naturally didn't want to waste any time, when both waved his hands. Next moment. Phew, a breeze picked up, but a small storage bag went up in the air when he saw the cloth coat waving his sleeve. The storage bag rose against the wind during the flight, rapidly becoming larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few moments, the bag, which was just now as small as a palm, naturally transformed into something as huge as a small mountain. The body of the bag is upward, and the mouth of the bag tilts downward at a 45-degree angle, inverting the dome of the sky. Everyone was shocked as they watched the scene. What kind of tactic is this? The sun and moon in a pot, the dry heavens in the sleeve. Is this an immortal technique? Countless nightwalkers watched that magical scene, and one was amazed. Although the crowd has not seen this kind of heaven-defying means, however, more than once in the movie and television drama a glimpse of the style. However, that was ultimately a movie or television drama, and when they saw someone make it in reality, one of them looked completely dumbfounded. Is this the legendary storage bag? Chuseki beside. Just now the face of a few young boys and girls are all angry eyes, stupidly looking at the night sky above the large and incomparable magical bag. Even Chuseki's eyes were filled with dismay, and she was unable to return to her senses for a long time. Compared to the crowd, Shijian, who had already experienced several shocking moments, was obviously slightly better, but was still greatly shocked. It seemed that every time they met, this Chen-Bei could always give him some incredible images. However, being countless rows of night people stagnant stalls. Boom 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 boom. Inside the large storage bag, a behemoth fell with a thud, and the earth trembled. First 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads and 5 heads. Under the crowd's increasingly stunned gaze, the corpses of countless heads of high-dimensional species crackled and fell into the mountain range as if they were dumplings. Oh my god! I don't know who shouted, and gulped hard at the gradually piling up corpses of the high-dimensional species. Rumble! As the earth trembled and time passed, within just a few minutes, the mountains beyond the main division of the Night Division in the southern part of the Tiannan province were littered with corpses, accumulating like mountains. Everyone looked up at the corpses piled high, shocked for a moment and unable to speak. It was as if a mountain had been forged out of the corpses of higher dimensional species, blocking the path of the entire Jioka Shinji General Division. How many higher dimensional species does this have to be? Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I can't believe my eyes. Oh my god. How did he do it? How did one person? How did he decimate so many high-dimensional species? The mouths of countless nightwalkers were dry, and their eyes were glazed over. Around the city divisions, the big chiefs also flew out from their respective buildings, looking at this scene frozen on the spot. Is this killing off all the higher-dimensional species in the human backcountry? Why are there so many? Around them, the Walking Night Division, killing an exposed high-dimensional species still required multiple people to execute, and that coat of cloth, lifting his hand, was as surprising as a downpour of rain. That's too much, isn't it? Some of the Nightwalkers couldn't help but explode, their minds completely out of control. Some people were apoplectic. This was almost as fast as half of the half-yearly performance of the General Division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan Ro Province, wasn't it? It should be known that the entire southern Tiannan Province, the General Division of the Rowan Night Division, was not the General Division of the Peak City Subdivision. Yet the number of half-yearly suppressions by so many subdivision Rowan Night people might not be as much as the corpses there at this moment added up to. How could this not shock the people of the Nightline Division? Shi Jian and the woman beside him were also dumbfounded. It's only been a day and a night. Where did he get so many corpses of high-dimensional species? Had it been decapitated before in the world he was in? So is that cheating? Shi Jian's first thought was that the corpses of these high-dimensional species were hunted by Qin Bei when he was in the 10,000 Demons continent. Yet, under careful sensing, those corpses were even still warm. In other words, they have just died recently. But, where do you get so many higher-dimensional species? Shi Jian glanced at Qin Bei with eyes full of shock, and then pushed the Spirit Source Division representative who was dumbfounded on the side. What are you waiting for? Take inventory. He also wondered how many corpses of higher dimensional species were in this pile. Oh, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for me to do it alone. The Spirit Source Division representative came back to his senses and glanced at Qin Bei with eyes full of shock. What kind of monster was this? There was no other way. The Spiritual Resources Division people could only summon more than a dozen of their colleagues to participate in the counting together. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of the count. It wasn't long before that Spirit Source Division representative came back sweating and panting. The numbers are in. How much? This time, the one who inquired was the 106th Division's Grand Director, both Shi Jian's top boss and the Pekyang City branch's Chief Division boss. The reason why he cared so much about the data was because Division 106 was also profitable. And if the corpses of these high-dimensional species were reported in the name of the General Division of their Pekyang City subdivision, the entire Division 106 would also receive a 10% superpower reward. In the face of the 106th Division Grand Director's inquiry, the representative of the Spiritual Origin Division once again glanced at Qin Bei and breathed in sharply. 998 heads. What? Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, they only saw piles of mountains, and due to the line of sight, they couldn't estimate the number of high-dimensional species. And at this moment, when they got the specific data, all of them were dumbfounded. And when they learned that all of the high-dimensional species that Qin Bei had decapitated were evil demons hibernating within Pekyang City, everyone was even more stunned and speechless. A quarter of an hour later. Mr. Chen, please follow me. The place for exchanging the Spirit Source liquid is in the deepest part of the Walking Night Division. And now that the inventory is finished, you can exchange 20,000 milliliters of Ultra Energy, or 200 bottles of 100 milliliters, in full view of everyone. Shi Jian and the people from the Spirit Source Division led Qin Bei through the complex toward the deepest part of the head division of the Southern Walking Night Division of the Tiannan Province. Chu Siki and the others looked at the slowly departing coat of cloth. The scene exploded at once. All the people in the Nightline were talking, their eyes full of undisguised shock. Why do I feel that there should be an extremely terrifying force behind him? These corpses of high-dimensional species couldn't have been sent back from the otherworldly battlefield, could they? Beside Chu Siki, the sword-browed teenager questioned. At this moment, he was not looking down on Qin Bei, but he felt that this was too fantastic. How could a single person hunt so many high-dimensional species, and that too at the back of the human race? Not only that, he could sense that inside the corpses of those high-dimensional species, some of them were even 80-level high-dimensional species, equivalent to evil demons with 8,000 years of Tao. Is it or isn't it? Won't we know when we return to Pekyang City? Chu Siki's beautiful eyes blinked, the same questioning in her eyes. It had only been more than a year since she had returned. Pekyang City had produced such a person? She also had doubts in her mind. Was there a possibility that the corpses of these high-dimensional species were the collective work of those ancient transcendent martial arts families in Pekyang City, merely lending him a hand to come over and exchange their superpowers? Same time, led by Shi Jian and Ling Yuanxi, Qin Bei and the others walked through the complex towards the depths of the Walking Night Division, following which they entered an underground passage. The passage goes all the way down, removing the endless steps and the dimly lit wall lamps, seemingly bottomless, until the vertical distance reaches thousands of meters. Upon passing through an invisible barrier, Qin Bei looked up. What a pure aura! That's right, it was aura. And it was aura that was purified an unknown number of times. Qin Bei stood in the middle of the invisible barrier and unexpectedly sensed the incomparably pure aura fluctuation. Seemingly guessing, he subconsciously took a step back. Just a step away, the aura fluctuation that came to his face instantly dissipated. Spirit locking formation? Chen Bei suddenly realized that he was almost certain that the invisible barrier was none other than the spirit-locking Grand Formation. Could it be that this world was not devoid of aura, but someone had locked the entire world's aura underground? How big a deal is that? Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Chen Bei was in a state of consternation when Shi Jian saw that he took a step back and did not go, so he could not help but ask. Nothing. Chen Bei smiled slightly. It was obvious that Shi Jian and the others seemed to be unable to sense the presence of aura. They could only sense the fluctuations of the spirit source liquid. In a trance, Chen Bei seemed to have guessed the provenance of the spirit source liquid, only that he needed to confirm it. If he hadn't guessed wrong, underneath the ground of this world, I'm afraid there are even more amazing secrets hidden. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but up ahead is the Forbidden Land for non-spirit source division personnel. You can't go any further. Please stay here for a moment. When the few people traveled to an open area, the spirit source division's people stopped Chen Bei and Shi Jian, while they themselves turned around and walked deeper. Chen Bei gazed there, his pupils becoming incomparably deep. However, he saw that directly in front of him, in the middle of a curtain of light, 3 figures with thick breaths sat cross-legged. After a few people from the Spirit Source Division walked in, they seemed to whisper something to the 3 men, and it wasn't long before they were led by one of them towards the deeper depths, as if they needed to get permission from the 3 men before they could go and fetch the so-called supernatural power. Chen Bei did not move even when he saw this, while his gaze scanned the heaven and earth. Snapped. Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly. A major discovery was made. Eyes were fixed on the surrounding rock walls. Chapter 49, The Name of Chen Bei, known to women and children. However, on top of that surrounding rock wall, a gust of tiny light that was invisible to the naked eye flickered. These rays of light were unusually faint, so faint that Chen Bei nearly didn't even notice them. This light, barely visible, is difficult to catch, at least with the naked eye, but Chen Bei could see it. He stared at the thin, weak halo of light that was almost shaped like nothing, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. It's rune light. By virtue of being a demon hunter, Chen Bei could conclude that there was a large amount of faintly invisible runic light above the rock wall. These talismanic lights were exceptionally old, so old that Chen Bei was heart-struck. They even seemed incomparably older than the demon-locking pagoda underneath the Pekyang University, though they had been eroded by the years to the point where they nearly ceased to exist. How many years have these talismanic lights existed? 1,000,000 years? 2,000,000 years? Or 10,000,000 years? With his practice of the time art, Chen Bei could sense that these talismanic lights had existed for an unimaginably long period of time, and that they had perhaps existed for an epoch, or even several epochs long. One time, Chen Bei was greatly shaken inwardly. He walked along the perimeter of the rock wall, stopping to think at times. In the next moment, he turned his head violently, his gaze dead set on the light curtain not far away. Could it be an Imperial Master-level Spirit Lock formation? And it was a spirit-locking formation jointly laid by several Emperor Master Demon Hunters. To be able to go through so many ages and still lock up the aura of the entire Blue Star continent, it was impossible for a non-D-Shur level Demon Hunter to accomplish it. Not only that, Chen Bei sensed multiple different auras in those ancient and time-honored runic patterns. In other words, this was the talismanic light left behind by several Emperor Master level Demon Hunters, and it made my scalp explode just thinking about it. Knowing that it had been difficult to see an Emperor Master level Demon Hunter in over 1,000,000 years on the 10,000 Demons continent, this world had actually seen a few breaths appear. Who are they all? Is it the same era of the Imperial Master? Or are all the Imperial Masters of different eras trying to reinforce the spirit locking formation? Then why did they lock the entire Blue Star continent's aura underground? Is it because they're worried about something? As Chen Bei pondered, Mr. Chen, this is the superpower you redeemed. A total of 20,000 milliliters and 200 bottles. The Spiritual Origin Division people opened their mouths to interrupt Chen Bei's thoughts and carried 2 large boxes of Spiritual Origin liquid. Chen Bei faintly swept the 3 figures behind the light screen that remained as motionless as a mountain, nodded slightly, and then with a wave of his big hand, he put the Spirit Source liquid coefficients into his storage bag. Obviously, even though Chen Bei had exchanged so many superpowers at once, those 3 figures remained unmoved, proving that he was not the only one who had exchanged so many at once. As for the 3 people behind the light curtain, there was no need to think about it to know that they were most likely the owners of the 3 breaths that were comparable to the 9th rank that they had sensed earlier. As for the aura that surpassed the 9th rank, Chen Bei had never sensed it since it flickered away. After collecting the Spirit Source liquid, Chen Bei and Shi Jian left the ground one after another. The 2 came up. Chen Bei didn't stay too long in the Xingyi division, but instead rushed back to Pekyang City without stopping. As for Shi Jian, he walked into the 106th division holding 20 bottles of Ultra Energy Beauty. As specified, Chen Bei exchanged superpowers in the name of the head division of the Fengyang branch of the Xingyi division, and they were able to get 10% of the reward. Never underestimate the 2,000 ml of superpower. For the Nightwalkers who practiced in drops, 2,000 milliliters was an astronomical amount, and it was a sight to behold for the rest of the Nightwalker division chiefs of subdivisions to covet. Time flies. The turn of dawn came. After Chen Bei returned to the eastern suburb villa, he instructed Lin Xiao and the others. The eastern suburbs villa is closed from this moment on. Including Shi Jian, they stopped receiving for the time being. Chen Bei seemed to be in a hurry with, and didn't even pay much attention to Lin Sini's 2 people, but instead ascended to the second floor alone, and after laying down heavy prohibitions, he closed the door to impact the 9th rank cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For 3 days, the entire Pekyang city was noisy. Have you guys heard about it? It is said that the old ancestor of the Long family has revived. Last night went forward to visit the eastern suburb villa, and all of them were turned away from the door. It's not just the Long family. 5 of the 7 oldest transcendent martial family in Peak City have moved, and the ones who have gone to visit are all that kind of old undead level existences. The 7 oldest transcendent martial artist families in Peak City? Brother, which families are they respectively? Brother, at a glance you're not a local transcendent martial artist, are you? You don't even know this? Indeed. I'm not a local of Pekyang City, so I'd like to ask brother to explain. The 7 oldest transcendent martial artist families in Peak City, Chi Chu Long Yan Zhao Wei Han. Of course, this is just a title. The ancient transcendent martial artist families of Peak City can't be said to be few, and the oldest ones aren't always the most powerful. For example, the Chu family has fallen into disrepair over the years, and this city, it's a dragon's lair. So it is. A certain building specialized in providing a gathering place for transcendent martial artists to spend their money. Wang Longhai nodded his head repeatedly, to ask for information. This kind of place is undoubtedly the best choice. Ever since they got out of the trapped dragon formation, all the people of the Wang family have been frantically inquiring about the cloth that took away that crazy old man that night, and after a few weeks, they finally came to Pekyang City and got some clues. Thinking about this, the 8th master of the Wang family immediately put on a look of so, followed by a turn of phrase and said, by the way, that Mr. Chen you guys were talking about just now, who is he? Why would he cause these ancient transcendent martial artist families to pay a visit? Oh, visit is fake. I'm afraid that person named Chen Bei's magic is the most real. Our weasels to the chicken is just, if it is not that a few mutual constraints, I'm afraid that they would have already made a move. This Chen Bei is also truly shocking. Those techniques, I'm too moved to look at them, not to mention those transcendent martial artist families. Yes, in one night, just one night, he almost swept across the entire Pekyang city, all the high-dimensional species hibernating amongst the human race. There are 800 if not 1,000, right? Who could not be moved by this kind of searching technique and method of restraint? Wang Longhai listened to the crowd's discussion, his heart flooded with monstrous waves, and he left with a gloomy face without moving. Hundreds of high-dimensional species were identified overnight and swept across the entire Pekyang city. The 8th master of the Wang family was shocked to hear. However, at the same time, there was also a brilliant aura in his eyes. So your name is Chen Bei? Wang Longhai finished his speech. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. As long as he found someone is a good thing. The only pity is that the entire Pekyang city seems to know that kind of divine magic, staring at more than just his northern Wang family. But so what? The district of a Peak City, in front of the Wang family, it is not worth mentioning, as long as the one from the Wang family rushes over. The cloth clothes and the old man, all of them are the puppets of the Wang family. Same time, North City of Pekyang City. Among the general population. You mean Mr. Chen? That's a high-ranking person. Legend has it that he's a demon hunter. Girl, Auntie is telling you, there really are demons in this world. That night, the entire Pekyang City saw it. The sky was filled with demons. All of them. Heavenly Master Chen Bei descended from the heavens to rid the people of evils, guarding one side of the people. This is the blessing of our Pekyang City. Yes, you guys are not seeing it. At that time, the talismanic light over the entire Pekyang City rushed to the sky. The sword's shadow filled the sky and covered the earth. It was too shocking. How could one be mistaken? That roaming sky of demons were all killed by Celestial Master Chen Bei alone, and it was a full fight for almost a night. And overnight, the stars were visible in the night sky of Pekyang City. Shu Siki and the others listened to the topics discussed by the uncles and mothers, and when they occasionally inquired, they were all filled with astonishment. And that's when, I'm Celestial Master Chen Bei. You're a demon. Humph. Sinner. Ambush. No. 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 Sister. I'm not the demon. You're the demon. You'll be the demon for a while. I'll be the demon and you'll be the demon hunter. Yeah. Then I'm going to get rid of the demons. Hey. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. Kill Oops, no. That's not how the spell works. Chu Siki and the others looked at the children playing the role of demon hunters chasing after demons on the street. It's only been 3 short days. Is the whole Pekyang city already known to women and children? Everyone knows the name of that coat of cloth? Dame, who told you all this? Chu Siki said with eyes full of shock. Who else needs to be told? We saw it with our own eyes. Besides, the other inspectors have admitted it, but the news seems to be blocked. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's sealed or not. It's our ancestors' blessing to have Heavenly Master Chen Bei sitting in Pekyang City. Is it that important if other people know about it? After hearing the words of the ordinary people of Pekyang City, Chu Siki and the others directly froze on the spot. Is the Pekyang City Inspector General crazy? How dare you publicize all this? Yet where do they know? Loro has long since swung for the fences. The people of Pekyang City are not little cuties. That sensational scene that stirred up the whole city would have to be concealed even if they wanted to. It was good enough for the Pekyang City Inspection Department to seal the news as much as possible in Pekyang City and not spread it widely on the internet. Looking at the Pekyang City that had changed so much, Chu Siki's few people were actually a bit unable to return to their senses for a while. In other words, the corpses of those high-dimensional species were indeed killed by that person named Chen Bei, and it was done by one person. Geez, when did such a character come out of the human rear? At some point, the perceptive Chu Siki suddenly realized something and her pretty face was shocked. Not good. I'm afraid something is going to happen to Pekyang City. As a son or daughter of the Chu family, one of the 7 ancient transcendent martial artist families, Trusket's sense of smell for the undercurrents of the situation could not be overstated. She immediately realized that it was impossible for those ancient transcendent martial artist lineages not to have made a move when such a strange person came out. There is only one possible answer. That is, the storm has not yet arrived, or is about to. At this time, it was better for the Chu family not to get involved. Chapter 50, The Chu Family's Shock. Think about it. Chu Siki's pretty face changed slightly as she rushed towards the Chu family residence in a panic. Same time, east of the northern city of Pianyang, one of the 7 oldest transcendent martial artist families in Pekyang, Chu family residence. At this moment in the Chu family, nearly 100 transcendent martial artists were gathered in the Chu family's council hall, all of them with grave expressions on their faces. Above the lobby, Chu family head Chu Tianxiong and several Chu family elders all looked serious, as if they were discussing some major decision. Strive for it. If you don't this time, the Chu family will be completely lost. Chu Tianxiong looked at the once incomparably brilliant Chu family's council hall and seemed to have made a great determination. Think of the year. The Chu family as the Pekyang city's oldest 7 ancient martial arts families. In its ancestry is how powerful. The light of the clan is how bright. The door in front of the traffic. An endless stream. Around the entire Pekyang city's transcendent martial arts families. All tend to inflame the situation. And now, the Chu family has fallen. The Chu family had long since ceased to be as glorious as it was back then, and the entire family of all transcendent martial artists gathered together was even less than 100 or so, and a large portion of these were still junior figures. Once the oldest of the 7 great families, now fallen to even third-rate transcendental martial artist family cannot be counted. The door in front of the no longer Tianshan guests, the former Shangmen no one to come, said is now the Chu family. Since the Chu family's disappearance, in the transcendent martial artist world, it could be said to have been sidelined everywhere and suffered from cold feet at all times, and at one time, it was reduced to the laughingstock of the transcendent martial artist world in Pekyang City, to the extent that some second-rate transcendent martial artist families would come over to step on them ruthlessly in their spare time, restoring the family and returning to the top. This was the wish of several generations of the Chu family, and the goal that several generations had worked together to achieve. Chu Tianxiong, since taking over the Chu family, had also been working hard to inspire the Chu family. Yet the more he worked, the more desperate the results were. Those families that used to be on par with each other were now all hegemonic on one side, and their clans were full of experts and prestigious. On the contrary, the Chu family had to keep their voices low, many times even begging for help, and suffered from cold stares, and in another 100 years or so, they might not even be considered a transcendent martial artist family. Chu Tianxiong never wanted to see that day, did not want the Chu family to be cut off in his own hands. Therefore, Chen Bei's appearance had given him and the Chu family hope once again, and if the Chu family could obtain those miraculous arts, there was a great chance that they would be able to go back to the top. Scramble, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, even though there is only a 1 in 1,000 chance. If you fight, at the very least there is hope. If you don't, the Chu family will only become more and more desperate. Family master, you make the decision. The Chu family descendants, all listen to you. A group of Chu family transcendent martial artists spoke out one after another. and several clan elders nodded their heads in agreement. They were already in their waning years, and if they didn't put up a fight once more, they might never have the chance. The argument is the result of a discussion between all the people. Chu Tianxiong clenched his fists at the words and swept his gaze over the clansmen one by one. Nowadays, the Chu family could count the number of strong men on one hand. There was no one stronger than the old man beside himself with a head full of white hair, the great clan elder whose half-foot had already stepped into the yellow earth. At his peak, the Grand Clan Elder was an 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist, and although he has now withered and faded, he is still able to exert a trace of 8th grade realm strength. As for the next, he is the head of the family, the pinnacle of the 7th product realm. There are a few dying 7 product realm clan old, the rest, all in the 7th product below, mostly 2 or 3 junior characters. The whole family cannot come up with 5-7 product realm strong. This made Chu Tianxiong hesitate to make up his mind. Now that the entire Pekyang city's ancient transcendent martial artist families are all utilizing and standing in line with each other, the Chu family, even if they want to compete, can only look up to others, clinging to others in an attempt to get a piece of the pie. But if all these clansmen were to fold in the middle of the great struggle, the Chu family would truly be finished. It can be undisputed, and it's only a matter of time. It was at the moment when Chu Tianxiong was preparing to give up his life. Master of the house. Master of the house. A Chu family subordinate barged in a panic, his face full of excitement. Qing Yun, what's wrong? Chu Tianxiong's brows knitted slightly. The subordinates nowadays were becoming more and more unruly. Family master. Eldest miss. Eldest miss has returned. What do you mean? Kiara's back? Chu Tianxiong stood up at the sound of his words, and the Chu family's clansmen were also in a burst of surprise. Back. Missy is back. Qing Yun breathed heavily, exhausted, but was full of excitement and exhilaration. Although the Chu family is now in decline, but back then the old ancestors left behind the mansion is incomparably huge. This all the way trotting here put him tired enough, and that's when, Dad. The crowd followed the sound and looked, but they saw a group of young boys and girls walk in outside the council hall. KR? Missy? When the entire Chu family saw Chu Siki, they were all stunned and then overjoyed. As the talented young girl of Pekyang City who was selected to carry out the night division, this eldest young lady of the Chu family had always been viewed as the hope of the Chu family. Only the otherworldly battlefield is far away from the rear, and there is no correspondence. So Chu Siki this year is alive or dead. Chu Tianxiong as a father also do not know. KR. You. Upon sensing the thick fluctuation of Chu Siki's aura, Chu Tianxiong was so stunned that he could barely speak. Eldest miss. You broke through the 6th grade realm? One by one, the Chu clan elders rose trembling, staring blankly at the young girl who had been the subject of high hopes in the first place. Ever since integrating Chu Siki into the otherworldly battlefield, the Chu family had been hoping for the stars and the moon, hoping that this girl would bring life to the Chu family. And today, she returned in glory, living up to her name. Siki, meet great-grandpa, meet all the clan elders, and all the uncles. Dad, let me introduce. These are the close friends that my daughter made in the otherworldly battlefield, having lived and died together in the otherworldly battlefield and shared the hardships, and they are all local to Pekyang City as well. Greetings, Chu family master. Good. It's an honor for the Chu family for all of you to be here. Qing Yun, quickly show your seats to all the warriors. Chu Tianxiong looked at the group of young boys and girls. His heart was shocked while laughing. Obviously, these young boys and girls were not ordinary people, and their aura was no less than Chu Siki's, or even one step stronger. It didn't take much thought to know that these people were mostly seedlings that Chu Siki had carefully selected, with clean backgrounds, and were expected to be pulled into the Chu family to sit in the future. The crowd was seated. Chu Siki took out another 20 or so bottles of spirit source liquid, as well as some cultivation resources brought back from the otherworldly battlefield. When the Chu family members saw the scene, they were all shaken, but as uplifted as she was, Chushi was frowning slightly. One by one, she swept her gaze over the members of the Chu family. The ones sitting here at the moment were almost all of the Chu family's transcendent martial artists. Dad, are you getting everyone together for some kind of important meeting? Chu Siki looked towards Chu Tianxiong, as well as a group of clan elders and uncles. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and Chu Tianxiong did not know where to start. However, Dad, are you guys doing this for that Chen Bei? Seeing that the crowd was about to speak, Chu Siki was the first to speak. KR. You know all this already? Chu Tianxiong was slightly stunned. It was obvious that his daughter more than likely knew something before returning to Pekyang City. Trusket's frown tightened at the sight. Dad, could it be that the Chu family also wants to wade through this mess? As expected, what she feared the most still happened. The urgent mentality of Chu Tianxiong and the others who wanted to restore the family. She understood it too well. Kaor, we can't help it. If we don't fight this time. If they didn't fight, the Chu family couldn't even afford to supply their descendants with superpowers. So how could they talk about a glorious recovery? However, Chu Tianxian's words had just fallen. Absolutely not. Dad, clan elders, uncles, the Chu family must not get involved in this mess. Truscott chopped it up. The moment these words came out, the entire Chu family council hall was silent. Why do you say that, Missy? Someone questioned. Chu Siki first glanced at Chu Tianxian, then looked at the crowd. Gradually analyze it. Dad, all the clan elders, uncles, have you ever thought that this wading through the muddy water? The Chu family stirred into it. Could it really be rewarding? To put it bluntly, with our Chu family's strength today, I'm afraid that we don't even have the qualifications to drink soup, right? Taking a step back, even if my Chu family looks up to others and is willing to be used as a gun, following the orders of someone to play the lead, but afterward, will they really share a cup of our soup? In my daughter's opinion, it's unlikely. Even if they end up being willing to share a star and a half of our inconsequential arts, has it ever occurred to anyone that if the Chu family gets it, will they be able to keep it? Those powerful families may have something they can't see and will give us a little charity. But what they can't see, who can guarantee that those third-rate forces that are on par with the Chu family can't see? What if they come to rob us? How should the Chu family respond? The moment Chu Siki's words fell, the entire Chu family council hall was in an uproar. They were so preoccupied with the restoration of the light that their rationality had been so consumed by greed that they overlooked this layer for a while. However, Chuschi's words hadn't ended yet. She looked at her father, and after a few moments of contemplation, she stated what the more critical issue was, and the most overlooked point. Dad, clan elders, uncles, think about it, what the entire Pekyang city knows. Do you think that? Is it possible that Chen Bei he doesn't know himself? If what I heard isn't false news, that Chen Bei has already returned to Pekyang city, right? Have you all ever wondered? Since he knew that countless forces in Pekyang city were coveting his miraculous arts, why didn't he just leave Pekyang city and instead came back? Whoa! This statement was made. Everyone's head snapped up. Eldest miss, what you're trying to convey is that Chen Bei is not afraid of all the ancient transcendent martial family in Pekyang city? This is impossible. Could he still be able to shake the entire Pekyang city with his own strength? Everyone was shocked and awakened at the same time. Missy is right. The entire Pekyang city knows that all the forces are in the wind and the dark currents are surging. That Chen Bei could not possibly not be able to detect a single bit of it before he is right. Since it can be detected, then why was he emboldened to return to his villa in the eastern suburbs? Could it be that, as Missy had said, that person really had no fear of the ancient transcendent martial artist family that was like the ocean of Pekyang city? It's not that there isn't such a possibility. It's been so long since he appeared. Why haven't those people made a move yet? Perhaps the fact that they are holding each other back is one of the reasons. And the bigger reason is that no one is sure. Trusky continued to speak. After all, no one understands that coat of cloth. And all that I can think of, those of the transcendent martial family can think of as well. So it's not that they don't want to do it right away. But no one dares to act rashly because that man, he's come back on his own, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. I will go to the tiger's mountain. That's the biggest catfight of all. One time, the entire Chu family council hall could not hear a pin drop and was greatly shaken. No one wants to believe that. That coat of cloth. Is it really possible to harden the entire Pekyang city? Chapter 51, Terrifying Killing Formation. The Chu family members were breathing heavily, and they all slowly sat down. For a time, the entire council chamber had a heavy atmosphere, and everyone came to their senses. This muddy water, the Chu family indeed shouldn't wade through it, and it might be used directly as a probing stone. After all, everyone now only knew that the cloth-clothed jutsu restrained higher dimensional species, but they had never actually seen him strike against the human race. Chusiki looked at the clan members who had calmed down and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But her beautiful eyes slowly looked towards the eastern suburb villa. The changes in Pekyang city were indeed beyond her imagination, and the situation of Fengyang city's dark current was indeed just as Chusiki had imagined. The terrifying figures of countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had already descended upon the eastern suburbs, but none of them made any rash moves. For one thing, these transcendent martial artist lineages were not united. They were intricately related to each other. Their interests were involved, and no one dared to make the first move. And even if they captured that cloth coat, they would still have to deal with the other ancient transcendent martial artist lineages of Pekyang city. This is the great struggle. It's not about whoever gets it first is the ultimate winner. It's about who gets the last laugh. For this reason, some well-connected ancient transcendent martial artist families began to conclude alliances and reached a consensus that once they captured Chen Bei in the villa in the eastern suburb, they would swiftly confront the rest of the forces and share those godly arts. Secondly, it was Chu Siki's reasoning that it was impossible for Chen Bei to fail to notice their intentions. However, not only did that one clothcoat not flee, instead, it exchanged superpowers and returned to the eastern suburb of the country on its own accord, which made everyone puzzled. Thirdly, the cloth was too mysterious. Excluding Mo Ran and Wang Longhai and the others, no one had seen Chen Bei striking out against the human race with their own eyes, and it was unknown how geometrically powerful he was in battle. One time, the situation is at an impasse, but time passes slowly. On certain nights, people saw terrifying figures gazing at the top of that eastern suburb from time to time, their aura as terrifying as it was. 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights, half a month passed. 1 night half a month later, in the middle of the jungle directly north of the eastern suburb, Master 7, Wang Longhai led the 9th and 10th masters of the Wang family and the others, bowing slightly to an indifferent middle-aged man with a guttural nose. Around the fact that Wang Longhai, who was the 8th master of the Wang family, still looked somewhat humble when facing this person. This person was no one else but the Wang family in the northern part of Tiannan province, the 7th master of the Wang general clan, Wang Longcheng, and behind Wang Longcheng, there stood a silver-haired old man with his eyes closed. Where are the people? Wang Longcheng stood with his arms folded. His terrifying aura filled the forest, frightening away countless birds of prey before looking at Wang Longhai. Wang Longhai looked at his 7th brother and couldn't help but be shocked. It had only been half a year since he had seen him, but Wang Longcheng had already stepped into the peak of the 9th grade realm, and was more than a star stronger than the last time they had met. People in the eastern suburb of the villa, but the situation is not too optimistic. Those old undead of Pekyang City almost all came. At this moment in the eastern suburb of the surroundings, this group of old cunning constraints on each other. No one refuses to be that headbanger. Wang Longhai laughed bitterly. However, when Wang Longcheng heard this, he fatally scanned the night, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a touch of disdain. A bunch of half-dead old guys are just that. No need to care. Since things have been revealed, there is no need for us to cover up. Sacrifice the Battle King flag to let them know who is fighting them. I would like to see which family dares to come forward without knowing how to die. Wang Longhai froze at his words. Sacrificing the Battle King's flag? 7th brother, is that necessary? To know. The War King's flag was a king's flag bestowed by the Yin clan of ancient Qin hundreds of years ago due to the king's family's outstanding achievements on the battlefields of the otherworld. Once the War King flag came out, almost no one in the entire Tiannan province knew that it was the King General's clan. The Wang family war flag. Moving out the Wang family would at least scare off over 90% of the ancient transcendent martial family in Pekyang City. Even though this was the southern part of the Tiannan province, some of the ancient transcendent martial artist families had to weigh their weight. When Wang Longhai saw that Wang Longcheng was bent on having his way, he couldn't help but frown slightly. 7 brother, this person is strong, but there is a great fatal point. Arrogant and arrogant. No one in sight. For the king in general, a family, a bit of the family, has always scoffed. Although the Wang family is a family of kings and generals, some super old transcendent martial artist families don't necessarily have much to fear, and at most, they are not willing to be easily messed with. For example, the Pekyang City, that a few families, seemingly snail in the Pekyang City, there is no king in general of a clan title. However, the clan masters such as clouds, intertwined roots, deep roots and leaves, is not a good thing, and even some of the ancient clans than the king in general of a clan is even more frightening. Seeing the firmness of the 7th brother, Wang Longhai couldn't say anything more. After all, sacrificing the Battle King flag could indeed save a lot of trouble, and it wasn't impossible to be capricious for once for the sake of those amazing spells. After thinking about it, Wang Longhai waved his hand at the 9th and 10th masters. Not for long. While countless terrifying figures were watching the eastern suburbs villa, suddenly, boom dash, a terrifying aura swept across the forest and sea, shaking the 4 directions. Countless Pekyang City's terrifying figures all looked up. Some were shocked, some frowned slightly, and some were filled with horror, with varying expressions. But see that due north over the sea of forest, a black gold-drawn battle flag was thrust across the night sky, and a terrifying aura rippled out. The battle flag was dark and incomparable, with a white divine dragon engraved on it, circling heaven and earth, and in the very center of that divine dragon's circling, a huge word for king was extremely eye-catching. This type of battle flag itself does not possess power. However, due to the fact that it has been following the Nightwalker army in the otherworldly battlefield for many years, it inevitably has endless demonic and supernatural power left on it. The terrifying aura released by the War King's flag at this moment was the terrifying fluctuations that had been deposited over the course of days and months. This kind of war flag is usually only owned by the family of the king in general, which was taken by the ancient Qin family from the border of the otherworld and embroidered and rewarded to the king in general. According to rumors, such a war flag Tiannan province northern Wang family obtained a total of 10. Were given to the 10-strong king family. Now 10 people have returned to the sky. However, the War King flag has been passed down from generation to generation. Battle King's flag. From the Wang family? The northern Wang family. How did they appear here? Countless terrifying figures from the ancient transcendent martial family of Pekyang City all had their faces slightly changed, their expressions once incomparably unsightly. The purpose of the Wang family's appearance here was obvious. And the next moment, the seventh master of the Wang family's words, which were like thunder, confirmed what the crowd thought in their hearts. Since all the senior figures are not willing to take the lead, then my Wang family will come to play this first battle. But ugly words, Wang said in front. If my Wang family gets what they take first, and all of you then make a move, it could be that it's not good with the Wang clan. The resounding voice rang out from the sea of forests directly to the north, spreading to every corner of the eastern suburb, and even the eastern city of Pekyang City was heard. And at the same time, directly to the north, two figures rushed up from the sea of forests and quickly flew towards the villa in the eastern suburb. These two figures were no one else but the other two 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists from the Wang family's crowd that had surrounded Chen Bei that night, excluding the Wang family's 8th master, 9th master, and 10th master. Although Wang Longchang was arrogant and unself-conscious, he was not a brainless warrior, and these two people were just the first wave of the Wang family's test. Throwing stones was almost the usual tactic used by these transcendent martial family. The same moment the two figures rushed up into the sky, miles away from the villa in the eastern suburbs. The two of them, Lin Sini and Zhao Chang, who were blockading the entire eastern suburb, as well as the large number of inspectors, all looked up. As early as the night Chen Bei returned to the eastern suburbs villa, he had told the two men that the future of the eastern suburbs might not be peaceful, and had told the two men to block off the eastern suburbs area and never let ordinary people step into it, or else the consequences would be very serious. At first the two didn't know what it meant, and the blockade had been in place for more than half a month without anything major happening. At this moment, however, a group of inspectors were in a state of shock. Isn't that the War King banner of the King General clan? The Northern King family? Zhao Chang said with a stunned expression. The Wang family was after all a clan of sealed kings, and the seal was still very loud among the ordinary people. But what they had seen in the past were Battle King flags that did not have a terrifying aura, both another type of ordinary battle flag. And what was fixed in the sky above the forest sea at the moment was the battle flag retrieved from the real otherworldly border. The real glory of the King and General clan at one time. The terrifying aura emanating from within the battle flag could be felt around ordinary people like Lin Sini. Not only that, Lin Sini and the others also saw that those Pekyang City's terrifying figures that were originally hidden in the shadows had also manifested one by one at this moment, all of them gazing at the two figures of the Wang family rapidly approaching the eastern suburb villa. One time, Lin Sini and the two of them seemed to understand something. Those were the people from the ancient transcendent martial family mentioned by the director when signing the confidentiality agreement. But how come the Wang family in the northern part of Tiannan province also came to join in the fun? Mr. Chen didn't go to the north to find them for the demon-slaying sword because he couldn't spare the time, and they themselves crashed head-on instead? With so many ancient transcendent martial arts families, can Mr. Chen handle it? Zhao Chang muttered, his heart chilling, and for some reason, he subconsciously sided with Chen Bei. Lin Sini's equally beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of worry, and while the two were worried, while countless terrifying figures were gazing at Pekyang City, inside the villa in the eastern suburbs, in the middle of a lush courtyard, a young girl with a dharma robe and a slim figure slowly appeared within the compound. Beside her, stood the two of them, Lin Xiao and Mu Xiaoxiao. All around her, she was densely covered with palm-sized colorful formation flags. Nanshu, you can do it, Mu Xiaoxiao encouraged from the sidelines. Actually, back that night, when Chen Bei laid down countless prohibitions, he then called Mu Nanshu, who had inherited part of the demon hunter's legacy, over, and tell her, she had already laid heavy killing formations around the eastern suburb villa, and the activation method of the killing formations was in her mind. So if someone forced their way into the eastern suburb villa while she was in seclusion, she would be allowed to activate these killing formations. The method of starting the killing array was very simple. It only required her to activate some array bases, hold the town flag, and control the operation of the killing array, which basically didn't need to consume any mana. This is the benefit of the killing array. A horrifying killing array. Even those whose strength is so weak as to be shaped like nothing can control it. The killing array consumes the demon power within the demon pills, and once it is set up and shaped, it only needs a lead, and the large array can operate on its own. Even though there were steps that required the consumption of a little bit of mana, the mana on Mu Nanshu's robe was enough for her to keep the killing formation running. In fact, this was just an opportunity for Chen Bei to exercise Mu Nanshu. If Mu Nanshu couldn't do it, then Lin Xiao could also shatter the spare array guy to activate the killing array. Only that at that time, the killing array would continue to operate endlessly until the demonic power within the demonic Dan was all consumed. No more. Chen Bei could also crush the formation guide with a slight movement of his mind, similarly activating the formation outside. However, it was comforting to know that over the past half a month, although Mu Nanshu was nervous as hell, he had to train almost every day until late at night, lest there be any mistakes. But even so, her heart was still beating fast at the moment. Ms. Nanshu, don't fail your master's high hopes for you. Lin Xiao also spoke. Hear the word master. With a pang in her heart, Mu Nanshu abruptly raised her beautiful eyes with a determined face. Phew. However, she saw her quickly make a seal, and with the help of the mana within her robe, she obtained communication with the countless colorful small flags in the compound. And then she threw out the formation guy to activate the formation base, and holding the formation flag, she fiercely swung it. Whoa! Countless small colorful flags are windlass, hunting, as if they have come to life, madly devouring the demonic power of the demon pills that have long been placed on top of the array base. Same time, boom hoo! In the forest sea surrounding the villa in the eastern suburb, gusts of gale force winds were blowing, and the countless array flags inserted in the hidden places glowed greatly, similarly crazily absorbing the demonic Dan power under the array flags. The killing formation controlled by Mu Nanshu was only the eye of the killing formation, a scaled-down version of the killing formation base, and at this moment, the real killing formation was activated in the sea of forests of the villa in the eastern suburb. Endless gusts of wind swept across the mountains and forests, and gusts of terrifying pressure enveloped the heavens and the earth like a gale force wave. Just in time, those two figures broke into the formation and both of their faces changed drastically. Not only the two, but countless terrifying figures were similarly startled. However, in that sea of forests, an endless scalp-numbing killing intent rose up to the sky, sending shivers down one's spine. This, however, was merely the activation of the killing formation, which was not truly in operation. Chapter 52, Silent Fear. Boom hoo! In the midst of the endless sea of forests, a fierce wind rose, thousands of green leaves swayed crazily, and a horrifying killing intent shrouded the heavens and the earth. What's going on? The two major 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists who had broken into the killing formation both paused in their positions, their faces changing drastically. Not just the two, the countless terrifying figures outside were similarly shaken in their hearts and minds, their eyes full of incredulity. What a terrifying killing intent! What is this? There were terrifying figures with shocked faces, incredulously looking around the eastern suburb villa, the sudden windy and cloudy scene that made one's scalp numb. The Long family's crowd also couldn't help but take a step forward, their eyes showing shock. And within the killing formation, within the sea of forest, the two Wang clan 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists were even more pale and incomparable. Compared to the countless transcendent martial artists gazing outside, both of them were shocked. At this moment, the two of them were in the middle of the killing formation, and being there, the killing intent that was so terrifying that it made people tremble was almost about to devour the hearts and minds of the two of them. Suddenly, hoo hoo hoo, after the gust of wind swept across, the whole world seemed to be quiet at once. The branches and leaves in the forest were stable and motionless, as if it had turned into a dead silence. However, that horrible killing intent was more and more intense. The crowd was at a loss. Da hoo hoo poof. The surrounding forest sea suddenly resounded with a burst of weak and subtle sound, just like a branch falling, withered leaves crashing to the ground as inaudible, but also sound into the ears. The pupils of both Wang clan's 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists suddenly contracted as they kept looking around. The people outside the killing formation also followed the sound and looked around, and had a clear view of the situation. Finally, one moment. What happened there? The crowd was nearly sweating. But see the dense forest. There were trunks as thick as wrists strangely dislodged. There are green leaves split in two. There were green snakes that stopped and crashed into the treetops. Countless things visible to the naked eye are being separated. They looked as if they had been sliced open by some extremely sharp instrument. The cuts neat and smooth. Finally, everyone could see it. It was a nearly invisible translucent blade, or a blade wave. The transparent blade wave was in the shape of a half-moon, slowly rotating in the killing formation, and wherever it passed, everything was chopped up, noiselessly. But the next moment, countless waves of knives then roared forth, and although they were still silent, they chopped at the Wang family's two 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists in an all-encompassing manner. However, in that killing formation, invisible transparent knife waves crisscrossed, countless and densely packed, cutting through the night and severing thousands. Wherever the invisible blade waves passed, there were ancient trees that were chopped off and slowly collapsed, and there were green leaves that split in two and floated down. Not good. Go! A Wang Clan 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist came back to his senses, feeling the terrifyingly chilling power fluctuations on the invisible blade waves, and looking at the seemingly chaotic, yet well-organized and devouring endless transparent blades, he crazily tried to back away. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw the same split of everything behind him, and countless branches and leaves began to fall. The blade was flush, falling like rain. The entire forest sea of everything was like being cut off by countless sharp and invisible blades, terrifying as it was. Phew! The first transcendent martial artist of the 8th grade realm who reacted rushed up to the sky at that moment, fleeing from the endlessly bizarre invisible blade like a madman. Yet another person was frozen in place, countless transparent blades growing larger in his pupils. Next moment. No! Only a mournful scream was heard from the man. Countless invisible blades penetrated its body. For a moment, the latter's pupils, face, clothes, hair, etc., were all covered with blood traces at a certain moment, and his body was silently chopped off, flattened and separated, and then engulfed by the sky's blades, transformed into countless pieces of flesh and mud, falling down like rain. What? Countless terrifying figures looked at this scene. All of their faces changed drastically and they were dumbfounded. Just noiselessly, an 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist was so dead that he couldn't even fight back. How come? Directly north of the dense forest, the Wang clan's crowd couldn't help but take a step forward, their jaws agape. Wang Longcheng and the silver-haired old man behind him were equally jaw-dropped and filled with disbelief. Not only them, even the countless terrifying figures of the ancient transcendent martial family of Pekyang City were also dumbfounded at this moment. That's an 8th grade realm martial artist. It's just gone without a word? In the middle of the killing formation, that 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist who had risen up to the sky looked at his companion who had been chopped into mush and crashed down by the blade wave, and was similarly terrified and bloodless, with a cold sweat covering his forehead. That near-silent death is even more shocking and spine-tingling. What's going on here? Killing formation? This seems to be a kind of killing formation. The countless terrifying figures' complexions changed drastically, making guesses. Killing formations, even if the people of this world had never seen them, they were not alone. It was just that this kind of killing formation was not the same as what was written in the world of novels. It didn't have that kind of shocking picture, or even the horrifying scene of roaring and loud noise. What there was just a horrifying killing intent, and the bizarre sight of killing people invisibly. And often, the more that happens, the more panic one feels. At this point, when the crowd thought that another 8th grade realm transcendent from the Wang clan had escaped with his life, suddenly, some sharp-eyed people were the first to see, above that endless dome of the sky, in the middle of the night, suddenly there is a little snowflake emergence, followed by countless snowflakes as if out of thin air cohesion, from the sky in the middle of the night sprinkled down, slowly landing, covering the sky. Cannot say the aesthetics. However, the transcendent martial artist of the Wang clan who stood under the sky of snow raised his head and stared. The inexplicable appearance of the snow gave him an ominous premonition. Come back! Right in the middle of the forest sea in the north, the 8th master of the Wang family looked at this scene and called out to the other party in a panic. An 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist was a huge loss even for the northern Wang clan. When that 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist heard that, he did not care about the fear in his heart and immediately turned around and darted in the direction of Wang Longcheng and the others. Yet no matter how he flew, it seemed that he would never be able to escape that piece of heaven and earth. For a moment, everyone was shocked and breathing heavily. No, 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 no. The Wang clan's 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist flew with all his might, looking incomparably flustered, while at that moment, endless snowflakes slowly fell. Hiss! When the first snowflake drifted down against that transcendent martial artist, it actually easily cut through the other party's clothes, and around the flesh of that 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist. It also deeply left a shocking wound scratch. Those snowflakes, there were terrifying figures who were greatly alarmed. Even outside the killing formation, the crowd can also feel. Endless snowflakes seem ordinary, but is as hard as iron, as strong as a bamboo. Each snowflake contains a horrible power. Its killing power can be called horrible as this. Not long after, the Wang family's last 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist was already bruised and battered, allowing the tidal wave of power in his body to surge, but he was simply unable to change the trajectory of the snowflake's fall. The killing formation laid down by Chen Bei was a 9th order blade snow killing formation, and the entire formation was constructed by demonic dawn above 9,000 years and below 10,000 years of age, with demonic power converging to form the formation. What is a killing formation? The first of 10,000 formations. The killing formation. Every blade wave and every snowflake in the formation could cut down a 9th-ranked powerhouse, let alone an 8th-ranked realm transcendent martial artist. Not to mention the 8th realm transcendent martial artist. Even an ordinary 9th realm transcendent martial artist, once stepping into the killing formation, it was like walking on thin ice. The slightest inattention, it would be doomed. At the top of the dome of the sky, in the depths of the night, countless snowflakes drifted down, and the sky was covered with snow, making it impossible to escape and hide. No. Chapter 53 Then, kill until no one dares to covet it. No. The Wang clan's 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist let out an unwilling roar. The desperate feeling of oppression seemed to tell him that he could only wait quietly for death to come. Goosefeather snow shrouded the forest sea, drifting and falling, hardening the Wang family transcendent martial artist to force him to continue to fall until he did not enter the forest sea. But there was a mournful scream, no longer sensing the other party's breath. One time, the entire eastern suburb villa was surrounded by silence. Countless terrifying figures looked at the snow that filled the sky, their hearts and minds shaking. Killing formation. This is a killing formation. Most of the transcendent martial artists were breathing heavily. Their faces were terrified, nearly suffocating, even though they were from ancient transcendent martial artist families. How had they ever seen this kind of killing formation? Just the blades that chopped at them, and the snowflakes that drifted down had such a horrifying lethality. One had to know that the snowflakes condensed oceanic demonic power, and with the might of the killing formation, one was enough to decapitate an ordinary 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist. What kind of horrible tactic is this? If this heavy snow fell over the residence of some ancient transcendent martial artist family, they hardly dared to imagine what horrifying results that would be. What kind of terrifying existence is this person? Is he really just a demon hunter? Countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages of horrifying figures began to shake. Divine arts, legendary killing formations, all of these things that shouldn't have appeared. Why did they all appear on him? Suddenly, countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages faltered, not knowing whether or not to fight for those so-called arts. That coat of cloth, was it really that good to hold? It was at the time when all the people were feeling reticent and hesitant. Suddenly, boom! Inside the villa in the eastern suburb, a terrifying aura violently erupted. This breath is immense, like an ocean of terror, but sometimes strong, sometimes weak, sometimes thick and vast, sometimes fall convergence, extremely unstable. He's breaking through? All the terrifying figures looked up sharply. What a terrifying aura! I see. He's in closed-door shock, preparing to break through to a higher realm. What does that mean? On behalf of that, a cloth coat at this time is the weakest time, and even the most critical time. If this time to strike, do not necessarily not have the opportunity. For a while, the crowd that had originally been shocked by the killing array seemed to see hope again at once, and their hearts stirred up once again. Let's all go together. Even the most terrifying killing formation will have a time when it runs out of formation base power. If we don't make a move today, I'm afraid that we will never have another chance. Finally, a person from the ancient transcendent martial family couldn't sit still and opened his mouth at the same time. People die for money. Birds die for food. Some people who have been longing to be powerful for a long time gradually become engulfed in greed. The moment these words came out, the entire sky above the eastern suburb fell silent. It was obvious that the cloth-clothed man was indeed making a breakthrough, and this was undoubtedly the best time to strike. In case he managed to make a breakthrough, it would be even harder to control it again. While the crowd was terrified of that killing formation, they were likewise incomparably moved. If they could master this type of killing formation, the value it could bring would be unimaginable. However, some people from the ancient transcendent martial family had already retreated and did not concur. Of course, more terrifying figures were dumbfounded. After all, there are many old undead existents, and even have fallen into a deep sleep and lingering deliberately woke up the ancestor of the world family. These people were already at the end of their lifespan and their strength was terrifying. And among them, there was no lack of 9th grade realm old fossils, and there were even some 9th grade old immortals that had degraded down beyond the 9th grade realm. Do these types of people really fear death? For them, perhaps death is not scary. If they can emit their last light and strive for a chance for their future generations, it may be the best place for them to return to. Same time, due north in the middle of the forest. Boom! It was still Wang Longcheng who took the lead. However, this time, the one who rushed up to the sky was him and that silver-haired old man. Both of them peak 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists. Although that horrible killing formation was shocking, the more it was, the more exhilarated the 7th master of the Wang family was instead. To be able to capture the person in the villa, how could such a killing formation ever not be something in the future of his Wang family? However, at this moment, The seventh master of the Wang family obviously did not have the posture of suppressing the major ancient transcendent martial family of Pekyang City just now, but instead, he united with the silver-haired old man to fly into the killing formation at the same time, and opened his mouth to certain figures to invite them. Seniors of Pekyang City, although this formation is horrible, but no matter what formation, it requires the infusion of power. He is impacting the breakthrough. I think this formation will not last long. It would be better for everyone to join hands, as long as they are careful to deal with it, and do not fall inside. And once the power of the formation base is exhausted, we will be able to drive in, and I, Mr. Wang, in the name of my ancestor, will guarantee that all of the arts and techniques that are in the person's body will be available to the Wang family to be shared with the participants. Boom! When Wang Longqing finished speaking, the two of them had already taken the initiative to rush into the killing formation, and their strength swept out, forming an energy cover to resist the roiling snowflakes. With the two joining hands, the goosefeather snow factor overhead was fixed, and the two forces erupted with terrifying might. Although the two ninth-grade realm transcended martial artists of the Wang clan were obviously struggling to hold on, they did resist the momentum of the falling snowflakes. The countless terrifying figures all furrowed their brows slightly at the sight of this and fell into deep thought. What are you seniors waiting for? Do we have to wait for that person to make a breakthrough before making a move? You and I are ultimately the ancient forces of the Tiannan province. If we obtain those arts, would we still be living in a snail's pace? Wang Longqing's voice once again resounded through the night sky, reaching the ears of countless Pekyang City's ancient transcendent martial family. For a time, the peak of the young city major horror figure into hesitation. Even though the killing array horror, but if a large number of strong people together into, do not see cannot resist, as long as the exhaustion of the array base power, the killing array naturally do not attack from the break. Boom! Countless snowflakes piled up 3 feet above the heads of Wang Longqing and the silver-haired old man, and the two forces played madly. Even though the two ninth-grade realm transcendent martial artists were joining hands together, their figures were falling down a bit. Obviously, the power of the killing formation was as terrifying as it was, and if the stalemate continued, the two Wang family's ninth-grade realm transcendent martial artists were afraid that they would die in 9 deaths. In fact, Wang Longqing took the lead in rushing into the killing formation in order to take the lead. Just now someone had already proposed to join forces. He knew these so-called ancient transcendent martial family too well. As long as there was a desire, the greed of these people would definitely pull them in. Fruity. Oh, the seventh master of the Wang family, be true to your word. A promise is a promise. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll help the seventh master. Boom. Amidst the bottomless night, a pale and incomparable figure violently erupted with terrifying power, rushing and flying towards the killing formation. I am a dying man. It's rare that Wang family Shaoqi has the courage to do this, so I will join in the fun. Boom! Another terrifying figure rushed into the sky, and the 4 of them gathered together, their oceanic power rising against the sky, hard against the might of the killing formation. Someone took the lead, and countless terrifying figures all moved, and that's when, caught off guard, gentlemen, in the middle of the villa in the eastern suburb, a magnetic voice suddenly rang out. The sound wave swept across the entire eastern suburb of the forest and sea, without any sadness, without any joy, indifferent and without any emotional fluctuations. At these words, all of them looked up with a hue and cry. Obviously, it was the voice of the man in the villa who spoke, the voice of the man in the cloth. Same time, in the middle of a certain room on the 2nd floor of the eastern suburb villa, Chen Bei sat cross-legged and motionless, surrounded by an unfathomable aura. He didn't make any movements, not even moving his lips a bit. Yet the sound was centered in the room, rippling out in all directions, echoing for a long time over the sea of forests surrounding the villa in the eastern suburb. Gentlemen, Mr. Chen is new to this world and is only interested in subduing demons and eliminating devils, and does not wish to go on a killing spree. But Mr. Chen has a message for you all. It's not true that I'm a demon hunter, but please remember that the demon-slaying sword can also drink human blood. Today, I'm in seclusion to impact my cultivation. I don't want blood to flow. If you all retire from this, there is still room for reprieve. But if you are obsessed and insist on taking a step across the thunderbolt, then life and death are each in their own way. Chen Bei's ancient, wave-free voice resounded through the night sky, reverberating for a long time. Countless terrifying figures from the ancient transcendent martial family of Pekyang City were all frowning at the words. Some transcendent martial artists also stopped their pace hard. However this time, ha 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 ha, I would like to see how this mere killing formation can make this place bleed to death. It's just a delaying tactic. Your Excellency has clearly shown his cowardice, but you insist on speaking in such an appalling manner. The more so, the more it proves that Your Excellency is at the end of his tether, right? Ha ha ha, Old man, I'm buried to the back of my ears in yellow earth. What is there to fear of life and death? Gentlemen, the more he says this, the more it proves that he's panicked, proving that we, by joining forces, are indeed a threat to him, and since this is the case, the old crone, me, an old woman, will have to intervene as well. Seventh master of the Wang family, remember what you said, we will help everyone, and all the arts will be shared for us at that time. That's for sure. Yes, obviously. Chen Bei's words not only failed to calm down the crowd of transcendent martial artists, but instead, it seemed to have turned into words of staged confusion when it fell into their ears. Some of the terrifying figures felt that the more the other party said something about not wanting to go on a killing spree, in fact, the purpose was just to bluff the crowd. What does that prove? It proved that the one in the villa was afraid of all the people joining forces to break into the formation. One time, a large number of terrifying figures stepped into the killing formation, working together to resist the might of the killing formation. Even some people from second-rate transcendent martial artist families, after hearing that Wang Longcheng would share those arts, also broke in with a hard head, with a 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist in front of them. Some transcendent martial artists whose strengths were even within 7 or 8 grades would be able to join forces to support themselves as long as they were fused together as one. In a matter of moments, more and more people from the transcendent martial family rushed into the formation, and countless strands of terrifying power converged together to harden the might of the killing formation. However, some people from ancient transcendent martial artist lineages stopped short, momentarily uncertain in their minds. Going out at this time was almost like making an enemy out of that coat of cloth, and some of the transcendent martial artist families that were already walking on thin ice were a bit uncertain. Even the Chu clan and the others who were standing in the distance watching at the moment were somewhat eager to try, but they were all stopped by Chu Siki. Boom boom boom. Countless forces exploded at this moment, as more and more transcendent martial artists stepped into the killing formation. Most of those who were indecisive also flocked in. After all, the temptation of being able to share those arts was too great. A short moment, countless figures had already surfaced within the killing formation. There were 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists. There were also 8th grade realm transcendent martial artists. There were just as many 7th grade and 6th grade, and there were even more below 6th grade. They were all relying on the protective shield held up by the 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist, continuously channeling their own power to strengthen their resistance in an attempt to exhaust the might of the killing formation. However, with the spreading silhouettes soaring away, inside the eastern suburb villa, however, it was completely quiet, and that coat of cloth did not make another sound. While everyone thought that the one in the villa was indeed bluffing, as the Chu family crowd stood in the distance also rubbing their fists and gradually regretting not participating. When the figures that had taken to the air to enter the killing formation were almost already sporadic, that ancient voice, it rang again. In that case, then, kill until no one dares to covet it. Chapter 54, Chen Bei's bottom line. Visual feast. In that case, then, kill until no one dares to covet it. The sound of the ancient well without waves to the eastern suburb of the villa as the center, rippled in all directions, resounding through the night sky, as if from beyond the 9 heavens, not to be questioned. Boom! The moment Chen Bei finished speaking, the entire killing formation trembled violently, an endless oceanic breath rushed down to the sky, as if it came from the top of the dome of the sky that was as black as ink. Not only that, underneath the feet of countless transcendent martial artists, in the middle of the sea of forests, Dao Dao's amazing aura began to diffuse, and the entire sea of forest suddenly became furious with the wind, compared to the soundless suppression just now. At this time, this side of heaven and earth really winds up and roars. Same time, hoo. Inside the villa in the eastern suburbs, Lin Xiao and Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly discovered that the countless small colorful flags in the courtyard suddenly operated on their own, detaching themselves from Mu Nanchu's control as if they were being pulled by some kind of idea, constantly changing, even getting faster and faster, almost about to turn into a road of residual shadows, and an aura so terrifying that the three of them were able to sense it violently erupted out. In the meantime, under the night, on top of that endless sea of forest, boom, the snowflakes in the sky shook violently, and then shivered down an endless array of power, crazily devouring the energy shields supported by countless transcendent martial artists. Is this? In the killing formation, countless people's scalps went numb and a chill came over them. In just a few moments, that terrifying killing intent and power climbed more than a dozen times at once. Not only that, buzz off. While the crowd was in a state of shock, they saw that in the middle of that sea of forest, countless white sword chi rushed up to the sky, chopping up the void and stirring up the wind and snow. View from God's perspective, the endless white sword chi in the array engulfed heaven and earth, almost filling the entire killing array, and the sword chi struck the energy shield, only lingering for a moment before penetrating and beheading countless transcendent martial artists. Shoo shoo shoo. Ah dash. No. Second uncle save me. Endless sword chi chopped into the crowd, and some transcendent martial artists with low and weak strength were pierced through by the sword chi on the spot, and hot blood gushed out. Shoo shoo shoo. In the killing formation, chaotic swords flew in unison, and countless sword chi shuttled within the formation, not giving these transcendent martial artists a chance to react at all. In an instant, the camp that all the transcendent martial artists had managed to support fell apart, and the energy shield quickly collapsed as Goosefeather snow engulfed the earth, decimating everything in its path. Not only that, at some point, boom dash, terrifying breath fell from the sky. However, above the heads of the crowd, in the midst of the Goosefeather snow, a huge ice sword came from nowhere, all of them falling straight down, chopping at those 8th grade realm as well as 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists. Ah! Boom dash! With a loud boom, a huge ice sword came down with a bang, blasting the old woman who was a transcendent martial artist of the 9th grade realm just now into a bloody mist with a single blow of the sword, and two terrifying forces exploded. What? In the killing formation, looking at the transcendent martial artists who were constantly being chopped down by the sword chi and snowflakes, as well as the old woman's downfall, Wang Longcheng and the others were all pale and bloodless, with chills running down their spines. Even though the old woman was dying and her blood chi was drying up, she was after all a 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist, and she couldn't even carry a sword? For a time, everyone in the killing formation was horrified and terrified. Obviously, this was the true terrifying aspect of that killing formation, and this was the true power of the killing formation. However, compared to the crowd in the killing formation, it was those transcendent martial artists standing outside the killing formation at the moment who were filled with horror, staring blankly at everything in the formation. Terrifying sword chi, horrifying goosefeather snow that filled the sky, and a huge ice sword that emanated a shocking killing intent. In the midst of the roiling snowflakes, a huge ice sword was chilly and aggressive, smashing into the crowd like a meteor, instantly disrupting the formation of all the transcendent martial artists, and countless transcendent martial artists were like headless flies, dodging in all directions. In the midst of despair, everyone, charge the formation, don't covet those arts anymore. This person can't be kept. That's right, this son must not be retained. With him in this Pekyang city, none of us transcendent martial artist families will have a chance to live. Charge, kill him. For a time, countless transcendent martial artists killing intent rushed to the sky. The reason why these transcendent martial artist lineages had endured was because there had always been an endless supply of high-dimensional species for them to kill in the back, thus providing them with a constant stream of superpower exchange chips. Chen Bei, however, had swept through the oceanic giant capital in one night, decapitating nearly 1,000 evil demons, which was equivalent to directly cutting off their financial path for exchanging superpowers. If all the high-dimensional species were decimated by that suit of cloth, then they, the transcendent martial family, would have no more use for them, and perhaps ancient Qin would rewrite the rules for distributing superpowers. If they could control Chen Bei, they could still force those spells out of him, but at this moment, it was already obvious that that piece of cloth was not something they could control, and they could not even suppress him at all. Since it couldn't be suppressed, then it would be killed. Pekyang City could not allow such a person to exist, or rather, they, the ancient transcendent martial family, could not allow such a person to exist. It was obvious that Chen Bei's appearance had shaken the foundations of these transcendent martial family. Boom! In an instant, countless transcendent martial artists with stronger strengths frantically rushed toward the surroundings of the eastern suburb villa, covering the sky with a murderous aura, and the second floor of the eastern suburbs villa. Somewhere in the middle of the room, Chen Bei was still sitting cross-legged, but his brows were slightly furrowed into a chuanzi. Although he had controlled the operation of the killing formation just now, he still had not killed all the people. However, at this moment, the overwhelming killing intent over the Linhai had already touched Chen Bei's bottom line. However, he didn't get angry because of it, and his face didn't become grim. Instead he calmed down without a trace of emotion. However, the next moment, a word that was like an insufficiently important word sounded softly in the room. Kill. Boom dash. Accompanying Chen Bei with this word kill, snapped. The killing formation outside suddenly trembled. As if receiving an order, the horrible killing intent began to devour this side of the world. The wind and snow danced chaotically. The sword chi rushed to the sky. Endless sword chi crazily chopped into the void. Countless huge ice swords blasted down, as if no more life would be left. The huge ice sword fell into the forest sea with astounding power. The terrifying power exploded. The earth trembled. the ancient trees toppled, and the sound of loud noise was deafening, directly dumbfounding the countless transcendent martial artists who were still wandering outside the formation. At this moment, in the killing formation, for a time the sound of screams were endless, like a human purgatory, the same as the end of the world, can be called an unprecedented visual feast. The transcendent martial artists inside were simply unable to escape, unable to hide, and only those transcendent martial artists of the 9th grade realm used all their means to dodge the ice swords, harden against the sword chi, and strongly defend against the snowflakes, and struggled to support themselves. However, in the killing formation, the sword chi tore the heaven and earth, and a large number of transcendent martial artists spilled their blood into the sky, falling down into the forest sea as if they were dumplings. Oh my god. How did this happen? Countless transcendent martial artists looked at this scene, their hairs standing on end and their faces changing greatly, each one of them as if they had seen a living ghost. In just a few breaths, countless transcendent martial artists coughed up blood, or were struck by sword chi and fell down with serious injuries, or were smashed by ice swords and exploded. For a time, the killing formation was filled with blood mist, and the smell of blood enveloped this heaven and earth, and countless transcendent martial artists who had not yet entered the killing formation were all angered. To know, those are not bad strength transcendent martial artists. So many transcendent martial artists into it, even like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, as unbearable. The killing formation that shocked the world and made people tremble was even more daunting and unsettling. Same time, eastern suburbs in the other direction, Lin Sini and Zhao Chang, as well as a group of inspectors, looked at the chilling scene, each of them frozen in place, jaws agape. Gosh, how many transcendent martial artists must die? Chapter 55, Half-Step Sovereign Realm. One sword returns to the void. Zhao Chang looked at the scene over the forest sea, scalp tingling, shortness of breath. The entire group felt their mouths dry and their eyes full of disbelief and incredulity. Ever since he learned about this world, in his eyes, those could be lofty transcendent martial artists, but at this moment, Lin Sini's equally beautiful eyes were filled with shock, uneasiness, and apprehension. For some reason, at this moment, she even had a trace of fear and dread towards that cloth coat. That's a natural response from the heart. And while Lin Sini and the others were dumbfounded as if they were wooden chickens looking at the scene over the forest sea, Chu Tianxiang as well as the Chu clan's group of clansmen likewise watched that incomparably crazy scene from afar. At this very moment, Chu family members are all felt a chill straight to the sky. One is like a wooden statue of clay. Feel the junior's gust of wind. If it wasn't for Chu Siki stopping them, at this moment, the Chu family transcendent martial artist might also be in that killing formation. Too dead to die. Crazy. This person is crazy. Killing so many transcendent martial artists at once. He's simply insane. A clan member of the Chu clan shuddered as he watched, shaking his head vigorously. That's thousands of transcendent martial artists. Although it wasn't all the transcendent martial artists in the entire Pekyang city, it at least accounted for nearly 1/3 or so. Killing so many people from the transcendent martial family at once. That person, is he crazy? He is going to make an enemy of the entire Pekyang city ancient transcendent martial family. In the middle of the killing formation, boom! The sound of roaring was endless. That part of heaven and earth was like the center of a power storm. And with the crazy operation of the killing array, it had long stunned countless transcendent martial artists. The people inside were also almost decimated, with only dozens of terrifying figures still dodging with all their might. The crowd looked at the life that kept withering away, not daring to breathe a single breath, each face pale and bloodless. But at some point, the power of the killing formation had obviously gradually weakened. It's depleted. The power of the formation base is depleted. Kill. Boom boom boom. Sensing that the might of the killing formation was weakening rapidly, Wan Longchang and the others immediately sensed that it was a phenomenon of insufficient supply of formation base power. In other words, the power of the demon dam that provided the operation of the killing array was almost exhausted by the absorption of the large array, and the might of the killing array would quickly collapse. Fruity. It wasn't long before the entire killing formation had no strength in its wake, and those sword chi, snowflakes, and huge ice swords were no longer so terrifying and horrifying. However, at this moment, there were only dozens of silhouettes left in the killing formation, and these silhouettes, all of them with heavenly means, almost 90% or more of them were peak 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists, as well as some experienced 9th grade realm old immortals. Gentlemen, it's time. Don't think about controlling him, kill him. 7th master of the Wang family. If this person is not removed, he will be a great danger in the future. We will join forces and kill him. Yes. Even Wang Longcheng felt the terror of that cloth coat and did not hesitate to promise. The beam has already been knotted. If we let that coat of cloth break through today, once we let it succeed, together with those magical and terrifying means of his, It will definitely be a big trouble for the Wang family in the future. As for the ancient transcendent martial artists of Pekyang City, in the end, it was still a matter of interests involved. And as things had already developed to this point, they could never let such people continue to survive. One time, dozens of terrifying figures rushed into the sky, and the vast ocean-like power pushed across the night sky, rushing towards the eastern suburb villa. Without the isolation of the killing formation, the power of dozens of ninth-grade realm transcendent martial artists ravaging the heavens and earth manifested itself all at once, pressing down and distorting the void and boiling the heavens and earth. And at the same time, the second floor of the eastern suburbs villa, it's still the same room. Boom! Chen Bei snapped his eyes open. An aura so terrifying that it caused one's heart to tremble suddenly erupted from within his body. As vast as the stars and rivers of the universe, its body is far thicker than before and overbearing mana, like a flood breaking the dike, from the depths of the body surging out, instantly filling the whole body, filling the sea of qi. Until this moment, Chen Bei finally broke the shackles and broke through the barriers, officially stepping into the ranks of the Ninth Order and becoming a truly meaningful Ninth Order demon hunter. At this moment, the whole person is like an extreme sublimation, exudes a terrifying breath, as if it can suppress all the enemies in the world. The whole person gives a crowd of big mountain-like thick feeling, pressure people cannot breathe up. In the meantime, within the villa in the eastern suburbs, what to do? Mr. Chen is still in seclusion, and they're killing over. Lin Xiao was sweating anxiously. Around him, a specially trained bodyguard. He also felt a hint of panic at this moment. Mu Nanchu and Mu Xiaoxiao also had pale faces. Although the former had obtained some of Chen Bei's inheritance, it was only more than half a month, and even though there were some gains, it was better than nothing. It was while the three were in a state of anxiety. Master? Mu Nanchu inadvertently looked up, but he saw that the cloth coat, at some point, had already stood over the villa in the eastern suburb. Chen Bei sniffed and looked down at the three of them, then slowly gazed at the terrifying power that swept across the sky as well as the terrifying figures of dozens of ninth-grade realm transcendent martial artists. Nanchu, where is the white moon sword? Master borrowed the sword for a while. The ancient well of a voice rang faintly. Seeing Chen Bei emerge from the gate, all three of them were greatly relieved. Mu Nanchu both removed the white moon sword at the same time and clasped it in his arms with both hands. And that's when, boom, oceanic power swept across the night sky, and ripples steamed up above the entire eastern suburb of the Forest Sea, terrifying as it was. What a terrifying power. Is this a ninth-grade realm transcendent martial artist? Countless transcendent martial artists were greatly alarmed. Just now, the killing array isolated the breath. The crowd could not feel the terrifying pressure and power fluctuations of that ninth-grade realm extraordinary martial artist. But at this moment, they were all shocked. While everyone was thinking that the eastern suburbs villa was going to go up in smoke under this terrifying force, suddenly, at the top of the villa in the eastern suburb, under the night, a coat of cloth slowly emerged. He stood with his arms folded, towering above the villa in the eastern suburbs. And the next moment, buzz off, the white moon sword in Mu Nanchu's hand suddenly trembled madly, emitting a burst of sword chants, as if summoned by some kind of call, and then clanked up into the sky. The white moon sword took off into the air, letting out a gust of joyful chirping, and flew around the cloth coat, leaving a trail of white residual shadows in the night sky before finally stopping behind Chen Bei. The white moon sword 1 into 2, 2 into 4, in an instant into 10,000 swords suspended. Each sword, all exudes a horrible sword intent. Compared to the previous sword shadow, these swords as if materialized in general. That is a handle of the real white moon sword. As for that piece of cloth, it remained motionless and did not even pinch the sword decision as it did in the past. But the next moment, shoo shoo shoo. However, when he saw the cloth-clothed man slightly raise his eyes, the sky-covering white moon sword whistled out, piercing the sky with a terrifying pressure and stabbing at the vast power ripples of the ocean in front of him. Countless sword shadows cut through the night sky. The top of the forest and sea resounded with gusts of sword chants. Real sword chants. The sound of that sharp sword trembling was sharp and crisp as each white moon sword cut through the void. The white moon swords that covered the sky came out from the sky above the villa in the eastern suburb, while the cloth coat remained still. Thousands of white moon swords swept through the sea of forests, stabbing at the endless waves of power. The terrifying sword intent devouring everything, crushing the ripples of power that dozens of ninth-grade realm transcendent martial artists had jointly struck out, instantly pushing it back to dissolve it, and even penetrating it directly. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless sharp swords whistled like bamboo. What? Wang Longcheng and the other ninth-grade realm transcendent martial artists were all shocked, a flash of fear in their eyes. However, dozens of people were not given time to react. Shoo shoo shoo. The sky full of white moon swords pierced through the power barrier and densely shot at dozens of figures. No way. That's impossible. Countless transcendent martial artists watched the scene, coefficient scalps exploding and eyes nearly staring off the ground. Dozens of 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists joined hands to strike, but they couldn't even block those countless sword shadows. Just what realm is he in? How come it's so terrifying? The faces of some terrifying figures that were not involved changed drastically, and their bodies could not help but tremble. Yet where do the people know? A 9th rank demon hunter cultivates the path to immortality. Once one stepped into the 9th rank, it was a heavenly gap. The so-called 9-9-1 is not as simple as doubling your strength, but extremely sublimated. 9th rank demon hunter, but an existence that was enough to kill a heavenly demon realm evil demon. It simply could not be compared to martial arts, and was far from being comparable to a 9th pin realm transcendent martial artist. Even a 9th order spirit martial artist from the 10,000 demons continent would have to be eclipsed. 9th order demon hunter. Under the sovereign, all are ants. Around the 10,000 demon continent's patriarch level spirit martial artists, they were also inferior. The crowd was being amazed. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. Stop! In the middle of the night, an old voice exploded violently. Next moment, boom! Terrifying pressure swept over the forest sea, an oceanic aura enveloping the heavens and earth, pressuring countless transcendent martial artists to nearly stop breathing. However, he saw a dying figure quickly flying in, arriving with endless power, and a fist blasted out, a sea wave of terrifying power engulfing the void, meeting that roiling white moon sword shadow. Countless white moon swords flew out backwards, and the offensive force was suddenly absent. Half-step sovereign realm. It's the old master of the Long family. When both people recognized the identity of the old man, they were appalled. Half-step patriarch, the old head of the Long family, Long Tsong. It was only at this moment that someone realized that one of those dozens of 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists was none other than the current head of the Long family, Long Shangtian. Obviously, the half-step patriarch was eager to save his son and made a decisive move. Hearing that the person who had struck was a half-step grandmaster, everyone was shaken to their core. Under the night sky, on top of the villa, Chen Bei's pupils grew colder and colder as he looked at the vastness of power that far exceeded that of a 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist by an unknown number of times. Next moment, finally, Chen Bei moved, only to see him swooping away, without any horrible fluctuations on his body. But he looked incomparably cloudy and light, when that cloth coat floated down and descended before that vast power ripple. However, seeing his long hair flying and his robes fluttering, his expression was as calm as water, without any waves in the ancient well. Gently lifting his hand, a finger pointed out, pointing on top of the endless sweeping oceanic power ripples. This point, as light as a feather, as faint as powerlessness, did not seem to have any terrifying power gushing out. Yet the next moment, as that finger touched the terrifying power, Chen Bei's incomparably leisurely and quiet voice rang out abruptly. One sword to the void. Chapter 56, I hate it when people threaten me. In that case, one sword to the void. The light words were as calm as water, but they reached everyone's ears. Next moment, boom! Oceanic sword intent erupted from Chen Bei's fingertips, blankly exploding out, devouring everything and crushing the sky. The two forces were like water and fire, colliding with a bang. A loud bang. Endless vastness of power swept across the sky and the earth. The void trembled and rippled, while the power of that endless sword intent was crushing and engulfing Long Tsong's half-step sovereign realm's might. The terrifying power quickly collapsed and returned to nothingness. What a terrifying pressure. What is this? Sword intent. It's sword intent. Gosh, this kind of Upanishadic way, I've only seen it once in the otherworldly frontier. It's the kind of brand new domain that transcendent martial artists above the sovereign realm comprehend. How come he knows it too? What did you say? A domain that is only comprehended above the sovereign realm? Could it be that he's a powerhouse above the sovereign realm? Countless onlooker transcendent martial artists were greatly shocked, their scalps tingling, and above the sea of forests. No way. You. A large number of 9th pin realm transcendent martial artists had eyes filled with fear, trepidation, as well as disbelief. Isn't he a demon hunter? Wasn't he only capable of magical spells that restrained higher dimensional species? How did this happen? The moment dozens of terrifying figures looked up in shock. Not good. This person is not in the range of transcendent martial artists or anything like that. The old master of the Long family's face changed drastically, and as he grabbed Long Shangtian, he directly turned around and fled. Countless transcendent martial artists from the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages of Pekyang City looked at this scene with horror in their eyes. A half-step sect master just made a move, but he directly collapsed? Heavens, that Chen Bei. What exactly is his strength? Among the Chu family's many clansmen, the group of young boys and girls beside Chu Siki were shocked, their eyes covered with indescribable shock. But that's not all. Long Tsong was already in the half-step Zongsha realm. His speed could not be described as not fast, even terrifying as it was. He brought Long Shangtian far away, but the rest of the ninth grade realm transcendent martial artists were simply too late to react. As these old undead of the ninth grade realm came back to their senses, the power of Long Tsong's punch had long been completely turned into nothingness by the one sword to the void, and without the power of a half-step sovereign realm transcendent martial artist to counteract it, the endless white moon sword hummed, cutting through the sea of forests and chopping straight at dozens of figures. Shoo shoo shoo. No dash. Countless white moon swords ran through dozens of figures, like 10,000 swords piercing through their bodies, erupting with endless sword awnings. Everyone looked at this scene, one by one, as if they were struck by lightning, thundering from a clear sky, frozen as if they were dumbfounded. Those were dozens of ninth grade realm transcendent martial artists. Which one of them, taken out, wasn't a terrifying figure of Pekyang City's once great reputation? Yet that cloth coat was a 1-2 punch, forcing back a half-step sovereign realm transcendent martial artist, slaying dozens of terrifying figures of the ninth grade realm. For a moment, the entire eastern suburbs surrounded by transcendent martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. How terrifying must that coat of cloth be? Buzz off. Countless white moon swords ran through the void. The scene was incomparably horrifying. However, some sharp-eyed people realized that among the dozens of terrifying figures, there seemed to be a figure that was still fixed in the sky above the sea of forests, and had not been completely decapitated. It's that transcendent martial artist of the ninth grade peak realm from the Wang clan. Some people recognized the first time. That person was no other than the seventh master of the Wang family, Wang Longchang. At this moment, Wang Longchang, looking at those countless white moon swords suspended around him, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was so scared that his face was white and trembling. When the 10,000 swords attacked just now, he had originally thought that he was going to be lost as well. That feeling of death coming around this peak ninth grade realm transcendent martial artist was also completely consumed by fear. However, when the countless swords attacked, it was suddenly fixed in the void. Will be surrounded by its group? That with endless sword intent of the sword blade from its whole body is only 1 centimeter. Bursts of sword chants buzzing into the ear. I'm the seventh master of the Wang family. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Wang family won't spare you. Under the panic, Wang Longchang was trembling, and he could not help but look at the coat of cloth. With a few stubborn words, but obviously terrified, obviously scared out of his bear's bile, in the face of death. Even for those of them who were towering transcendent martial artists, even for him, the seventh master of the Wang family, fear and dread were inevitable. The shock of looking death in the eye was enough to chill almost everyone. Chen Bei slowly glanced at Wang Longcheng when he heard this. The reason why he didn't kill this person in the first place was because of the demon-slaying sword. Wang Longcheng's body had the same aura of the demon-slaying sword. Hearing Wang Longcheng's threatening words, Chen Bei, however, shook his head and laughed. If you can kill me, why can't I kill you? In this life, I hate it when someone threatens me. Originally, I wanted to keep you alive for the time being and search your memory to check the recent information of the demon-slaying sword. In that case, there's no need to keep you. Shoo shoo shoo. After Chen Bei finished speaking, the sky full of sharp swords pierced the dome of the sky, directly engulfing the seventh master of the Wang family. The endless white moon swords pierced through, but there, almost all that could be seen was the roiling white sharp swords. After resolving Wang Longchang, Chen Bei's gaze slowly raised his eyes and looked towards the two Long Song who disappeared into the distance, followed by a flash of his body, directly chasing after them. For the enemy, Chen Bei had always left no room for maneuver, and would never let anyone who had borne even a hint of killing intent live, and to be kind to one's enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Further, today's breakthrough, the first thing he had to do was to shock Feng Yang and make an example of him. If they didn't take this opportunity to subdue those ancient transcendent martial family today, there was no telling how much more trouble they would have in the future. The same time Chen Bei disappeared on top of the forest sea, due north in the middle of the forest, Wang Longhai and the other Wang family's crowd of transcendent martial artists looked at the sky full of white moon swords that had yet to dissipate, their chests heaving endlessly, gasping for air, their faces pale, and their entire bodies not too good. He killed the seventh master? How dare he kill the seventh master? Eighth master? What did that man's words just now mean? What demon-slaying sword? What sword information? Could it be that the sword the second master acquired some time ago is his? Boom! Wang Longhai was struck by lightning at his words, and his breathing became more rapid. The magical sword, the one in cloth? Wang Longhai was also one of the transcendent martial artists of the Wang clan who had come into contact with the demon beheading sword. For that sword, The Wang clan worshipped it as a divine weapon, a sword that seemed to have a spiritual nature. How amazing it was. It was also because of that sword that the Wang family suddenly and eagerly wanted to obtain the magical arts on that crazy, weird old man. And that was why they met Chen Bei and what happened afterward. And now you're telling me that the spiritually magical sword is actually the one in the cloth? In other words, not only did the Wang family take his sword for themselves, but at this moment, they also wanted to suppress the other party and make him a FA slave for their own family's cultivation of those marvelous arts? That's his sword? How could it be his sword? When he thought of the image of that sword that descended from the sky erupting with terrifying pressure from time to time, Wang Longhai gasped loudly and his face became incomparably ugly. It was obvious that the coat of cloth seemed to have known that the sword was in the Wang family. Go back to the Wang family. Go back to the Wang family immediately. Wang Longhai was a little hexed. Today, Wang Longqing not only wanted to capture that person to become a Dharma slave, he also wanted to suppress the other party in the end. It is obvious that this beam, which has already been nodded, is the result of greed. A person who repelled a half-step sovereign realm transcendent martial artist with a single strike and frightened the other party into fleeing in panic, and who also had so many divine arts and terrifying killing formations. When these were added together, Wang Longhai's heart was almost about to jump out of his throat. There's a good chance that the Wang family is in trouble, and in big trouble. As Wang Longhai and the others stumbled and fled the southern part of Tiannan province, in the middle of the ocean like Pekyang City, above the night sky, Long Tsong brought Long Shangtian to cut through the night, frantically rushing towards the Long family residence, and at a certain moment, both of them turned pale, because behind the two, that aura was approaching rapidly. Chapter 57, Sword Pressure on Dragon Mansion. Ancient Transcendent Martial Artist Family Shock. Over the sea of forests in the eastern suburbs. It was only until Long Tsong's father and son as well as Chen Bei's figure disappeared into the night for a little while that countless transcendent martial artists came back to their senses. Oh my god. What does he want? Do you still want to hunt down the dragon family's half-step patriarch? All transcendent martial artists came to their senses, and their hearts were flooded with monstrous waves. The Long family father and son had fled towards Pekyang City, and there, some countless ancient transcendent martial artist families were sitting in the town, a true transcendent ocean. Wasn't he afraid of stirring up this pool of hidden crouching tigers in the transcendental ocean of Pekyang City? One time, countless transcendent martial artists were moving in bodies, rushing towards Pekyang City. As the Chu family's crowd watched this scene, they were similarly stunned one by one. The scene over the eastern suburb villa just now seemed as if it was still constantly floating in front of their eyes. The doom-like killing formation, the white moon sword that covered the sky, the sword that returned to the void, scared off half-step sect masters, and subdued dozens of ninth-grade realm transcendent martial artists. Eldest Miss, you saved the Chu family's life, and the Chu family escaped. This person is too terrifying. In my half-life, I've never seen such a terrifying person. It's time for the heavens not to die for my Chu family. The heavens not to die for my Chu family which. The Chu family's crowd felt a pang of fear, their hearts palpitating. If it wasn't for Chu Siki sensing something subtle and resolutely preventing Chu Tianxiong and the others from participating, at this moment, the Chu family, not to mention being restored, I'm afraid that it would have long since fallen into that killing formation. Chu Siki and other heavens pride petite girl is the inner flood, that a cloth coat looks, age is not much older than them, strength is so horrible as this, their own really is a genius? Also, when that person went to exchange superpowers at the head division of the Lineage Knight division, he clearly seemed so easygoing, so good at exchanging conversations, without the slightest hint of a strong person's demeanor. But why? How did that turn out? What kind of a being he really is? The edge of the forested sea on the eastern outskirts. Lin Sini and Zhao Chang looked at the figure that had disappeared over Pekyang City, and the shock in their eyes could be said to have been beyond words. Team Lin, that person, is he really just a demon hunter? Isn't our perception of him still too superficial? Zhao Chang's heart was filled with countless ripples. That Chen Bei was perhaps even more terrifying and frightening than imagined, even more astonishing than what he saw now. Lin Sini, on the other hand, looked blankly in that direction for a long time without saying a word, and the entire person had fallen completely silent. Within the villa in the eastern suburbs, Lin Xiao, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Mu Nanshu were even more dumbfounded. Since Chen Bei had taken control of that killing formation, too many people had died in a single night. How had the three of them ever seen such a scene? The shock in their hearts was almost entirely written on their faces. Mu Xiaoxiao was even more delicate, her breathing was indescribably heavy, and at the same time, her heart was incomparably happy for Mu Nanshu. What kind of virtue did this foolish sister accumulate in her previous life to be favored by such a terrifying existence? Mu Nanshu was completely different. She looked blankly at the sky above the forest sea for a long time before her face was filled with bewilderment. Sister! Did Master He kill someone? The young schoolgirl's pretty face showed a touch of panic, and a touch of worry, worrying that if Master had killed so many people, would he be caught by the inspector? Master wouldn't have to be. Miss Nanshu, those are enemies. They want to kill Mr. Chen. There must be no mercy against the enemy. An enemy is an enemy. After all, Lin Xiao was a male. His reaction was a bit faster than Mu Xiao when both responded. Although I know that this is the reason, but would Nanshu still psychological complexity? A variety of emotions intertwined together. In the end, after all, just a small school flower. For her, however, seen such a picture. In fact, not to mention her, even Lin Xiao and the two of them, their hearts were likewise flooded with endless fluctuations that could not be calmed for a long time. And the most shocking ones were the countless transcendent martial artist families of Pekyang City. The crowd was in a different frame of mind at the same time. The vast and boundless Pekyang City, the oceanic and boundless center of the East City, the Long family residence. Long Tsang as well as Long Shangtian flew down and landed in the center courtyard of the mansion. Master of the house? Old householder? Countless dragon family transcendent martial artists flew in, and hundreds of terrifying figures stood on top of the various mansions of the dragon family residence, all of them filled with shock. Compared to the members of the dragon family, Long Tsang and Long Shangtian's faces were even more terrified and pale. As soon as the father and son first landed in the mansion, both of them turned back to look at the night sky behind them, unable to hide the fear in their eyes, especially Long Shangtian. When the father and son duo saw that no figure surfaced from behind, they were both greatly relieved that the man did not come after them. Yet just then, boom dash, a vast and terrifying force suddenly erupted. The power descended from the sky, like an ocean pressing down horizontally, enveloping the entire dragon family's huge mansion. What? The countless clansmen of the dragon family all looked up, their faces changed drastically, endlessly horrified. However, at the top of that dome, deep in the night, a long white sword fell straight down, carrying a monstrous power visible to the naked eye, smashing down violently, with the momentum of destroying a clan. Old ancestor dash. Long Shangtian trembled with fear, turned around with a face full of eagerness, and shouted at the deepest part of the Long family residence. Suddenly, a white clothes floated in front of Long Tsang and others. The visitor was so pale that it was unimaginable, full of white hair and white beard, giving people a sense of immortal style, quite a bit of Wen Xingyang state. The old man's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the white moon sword that descended from the sky with billions of power, and a flash of shock flashed across his pale eyes. Hey dash! At this moment, the old man let out a deep grunt and mobilized his entire body's strength as an oceanic aura of fear rushed up to the sky, while slapping his palm at the night sky. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded in the high sky, and energy ripples visible to the naked eye swept in all directions. Terrifying as hell. Obviously, this was an old ancestor of the Long family who had lived for an unknown number of years. Transcendent martial artists, all of whom lived longer. Although the old man was incomparably old, the breath in his body was terribly thick, and he was clearly not on the same level of existence as Long Shangtian as well as Long Tsang. The two horrifying forces collided, and this old ancestor of the Long family's robes flipped, actually blocking the falling momentum of the white moon sword. Terrifying energy fluctuations immediately attracted countless Pekyang City ancient transcendent martial arts family. This martial arts family is like an ocean of unfathomable giant are instantly awakened. Countless horrifying silhouettes surfaced in the top of the major mansions, are looking toward the dragon family. The white, moon-like sword hung high above the top of the dragon mansion, bringing endless might to suppress it. The Long family's old ancestor's eyelids kept fluttering. His chi and blood surged upwards. The vast power in his body came out crazily, and his pale body under his robes trembled slightly. Long family, everyone saw the old ancestor shot. Are like eating a pill of peace of mind? This old ancestor's strength, the dragon family transcendental martial artists are well aware of. Have him in. The dragon family is still that dragon family. Yet just as everyone was relieved, suddenly, however, at the top of that pale dome, a cloth coat stood with its arms folded and slowly fell, followed by a foot stepping on the hilt of the white moon sword. Boom! An even more terrifying and frightening force suppressed, and it seemed as if the entire eastern city was shaken. But, at the same time, the white-haired old man's body suddenly shook and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chen Bei's additional power from that kick seemed to have surpassed the old man's limit, and the latter spat blood from his mouth while the energy shield he had held up rumbled down by a large margin, and the body of that old ancestor of the dragon family also fell down violently from the night sky, his legs stepping heavily on top of the floor of the dragon family's verdant stone-paved compound. Boom clack, clack, clack. The stone slabs in the courtyard instantly cracked, and countless cracks spread in all directions like a spider's web until they didn't enter the corners of the walls. Looking again at the feet of that long clan's ancestor, a crater was clearly stomped out. What? In an instant, countless terrifying figures were shocked and looked at this scene with horrified eyes. This old ancestor of the Long family might not be recognized by Qin Bei. However, the entire Pekyang city was filled with old generation figures from ancient transcendent martial family, all of whom were as familiar as thunder. At this very moment, countless true-seated powerhouses of the ancient transcendent martial family were all looking at the floating cloth that stood quietly above the white moonsword and under the night sky, and at the scene at the Long family residence, their pupils filled with disbelief. Chapter 58. What's the harm in extermination? Countless terrifying figures from the ancient transcendent martial family of Pekyang city raged. Everyone stared at that scene in disbelief for a long time, and at this moment in the east city of Pekyang city, it had already exploded. Countless ordinary people looked up at the scene at the top of the night sky, and around them, they could see the terrifying and incomparable energy fluctuations, as well as the endless pressure that seemed to collapse the earth. It's Celestial Master Qin Bei. Why did Heavenly Master Qin Bei make a move against the Long family? Oh my god. So there are strong people in the Long family. What's wrong with this world? Is it so crazy? Can someone tell me how much more there is in the world that I don't know? No wonder I said why the Long family can endure in Pekyang city. Inherited for more than 1,000 years is still one of the hegemony of Pekyang city. Whether it's financial and material resources and manpower or influence, is one of the best. So it turns out that people are not in the same world as our ordinary people at all. What's going on with the Long family? Have they angered Heavenly Master Qin Bei? I just heard from a relative who lives by the east side of the city that there's been a terrible big battle over in the eastern suburbs, and many people have died. I see. It's transcendent martial artists. They're transcendent martial artists. Countless ordinary people were talking about it, and the entire Pekyang city immediately exploded and boiled over. Ever since the night when Qin Bei had beheaded nearly 1,000 demon clansmen over Pekyang city, Lu Long and the others had stopped deliberately controlling some news. For a while, all kinds of news began to emerge from many places in Pekyang city. What with high-dimensional species, otherworldly invasions, transcendent martial artists, ancient transcendent martial artist families, and so on, instantly sweeping through the streets and alleys of Pekyang city like a hurricane. However, people are more convinced that those so-called higher-dimensional species are demons than they have been in the past. I know, the Long family must have done something to make Heavenly Master Qin Bei angry. Ha ha ha, deservedly. The Long family has been in Pekyang city for more than 1,000 years, rich enough to rival the country, their clansmen oppressing the residents and rampaging through Pekyang. I don't know how many unseemly things they've done in these 1,000 years. I really can't imagine that the Long family, will also have this day. Some of the ordinary people who had been bullied by the Dragon family people were suddenly bursting into laughter, grieving and aching. For an ancient transcendent martial family that had been entrenched in one place for over 1,000 years, it was almost impossible to say that there were no people in the family who were not bullying others. Only in the past, ordinary people thought that the Dragon family was just rich and had deep roots, not realizing that it was actually an ancient transcendent martial artist family that had never been made public. However, compared to the ordinary people in the east city of Pekyang city, the terrifying figures of those ancient transcendent martial artist families were all breathing heavily, looking at the Long family residence with eyes full of disbelief. Long family ancestor. That's a Zhongshe realm transcendent martial artist. Can't he also catch a single move from that person? More than just a sovereign realm transcendent martial artist. This Dragon family ancestor, according to rumors, was just one step away from breaking into the Saint realm at the time, but then failed in his impact on the Saint realm, and stayed in the sovereign realm for life. And his strength is unknown how much stronger than the average sovereign realm. It was precisely because of this that in recent years, the Long family's status in the transcendent martial artist community of Pekyang city had risen. And this old ancestor had personally cultivated batch after batch of Long family experts. Although the Dragon clan had never seen a genius who had impacted the Saint realm again, it had long been one of the premier ancient transcendent martial artist families in Pekyang city, with a large number of experts in the clan. At this moment, the terrifying figures standing at the top of the Long family residence were all transcendent martial artists of the Long family above the 9th grade realm, and there were even a few that were half-step Zhongshe realm existences just like the old master of the Long family. However, with such a terrifying Dragon family, the many experts were in shock at the moment, their faces incomparably ugly. Around the half-step sovereign realm transcendent martial artist, feeling the power fluctuation at the top of the mansion that was so terrifying that it was like a heavenly tilt, his heart was also stunned. They had a feeling that if the Dragon family ancestor had not stepped in and allowed that force to fall, Even those few half-step sovereign realm transcendent martial artists of the dragon family would have to suffer heavy injuries, and the rest of the clansmen were even more conceivable. It was a power of extermination, a transcendental catastrophe, the very center of the Long family residence. The old man with white hair was still struggling to support himself, but his raised arm was bending little by little, as if he could not withstand the vastness of the pressure. Little friend Chen, do you really want to destroy my Long clan? The Long clan's old ancestor's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his body began to tremble madly. It was obvious that he was no match for that coat of cloth either. Chen Bei stood with his hands in the air, slowly looking down. Mr. Chen has said it before. I'm just a demon hunter. I just want to peacefully subdue demons and get rid of them for the people. And I don't want to be an enemy of the many transcendent martial artist families in Pekyang City. And even more so, I don't want to be an enemy of the world. But if someone tries to kill me, then I'm going to kill them. Faint words resounded in the sky above the Long family residence, reaching the ears of Long Tsang and the others. Even though the dragon family is in the wrong, is little friend going to exterminate the family? The Long family's old ancestor opened his mouth with difficulty, his body becoming more and more unsupportable, but his voice spread throughout the entire Pekyang city. The reason why he had put the voice out was to let everyone hear that even if someone in the Long family had made a mistake, it was not so bad that the family would be exterminated. Furthermore, the transcendent martial world has always been the most taboo about destroying a clan. If someone really destroys a clan, it will have an unimaginable impact on that person's reputation, and in serious cases, they will be jointly denounced by the entire transcendent martial world. However, the Long family's old man's words had just fallen. That smudge of a voice similarly resounded in the sky above Pekyang City without the slightest bit of concealment. That depends on what your Long family does. If one wants to make an enemy of me, even a hint of killing intent, what harm is there in exterminating the clan? When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded, and then their eyes were filled with shock. But if there's a hint of killing intent, what's the harm in exterminating the clan? What kind of horrible words are these? And what kind of terrifying lord is that coat of cloth? Boom! After Chen Bei finished speaking, the terrifying power once again sank, and a large number of terrifying figures throughout the dragon family had to step out to resist and help the old ancestor. However, that oceanic power was still so terrifying that it was incalculable, and it seemed like it could collapse at any time, until the dragon family raised the power of a clan to equal it. What exactly does little friend want from the dragon family? Only after the many dragon clan powerhouses stepped in did the dragon clan's oldest ancestor manage to get a moment's respite, following which he asked out loud, "Hand over those two." That's all. Chen Bei's words are irrefutable. Since Long Tsang's father and son have the intention to kill, it is impossible to stay. If he does not kill Long Tsang's father and son today, such incidents will surely come one after another in the future. However, oh, little friend, although your strength is slightly better than the old man a chip, but my dragon family is not a clay pinch. The old man, if the whole clan's strength to fight to the death, may not be able to seriously hurt your excellency. Long family after all precipitated 1,000 years. Deep roots and leaves, a sect master realm transcendent martial artist and a few half-step sect master realm together. If really desperate battle, perhaps the dragon family will be the fish in the pond, but may not be able to injure that a cloth coat. This was also the reason why it was difficult for the dragon family ancestor, as he had to protect the entire dragon clan and was already passive himself. But if you really fight a fish death, let go of your hands and feet to fight. Even if you are not defeated, you may not see that you can't hurt the cloth coat. All of them, two clams fighting for the benefit of the fishermen. The old ancestors of the other ancient transcendent martial artist families in Pekyang City would surely make a move, taking the opportunity to take down that piece of cloth and obtain the magical arts on its body. The dragon family's old ancestor held this very point before speaking. However, the one in cloth sniffed without paying any attention at all. In that case, let's fight. Boom! Chen Bei finished his speech. A fierce foot stomped down, and the terrifying pressure once again suppressed. Chapter 59, then keep fighting until. Little friend, don't bully people too much. The Long family's oldest ancestor was somewhat enraged. Ha, bullying? Chen Bei shook his head and smiled at his words. Mr. Chen has been in this world for so long, he has not had any trouble with your dragon family. Has he? Today, those two are trying to kill me. But who is bullying me too much? I don't need to say more, do I? I don't care if this was the idea of everyone in your Long family, but this, I'm afraid, isn't going to go away so easily. Could it be that all of you really think that the demon hunter is just a great benefactor who acts on behalf of heaven? Someone else kills me and I ignore it? A series of rhetorical questions resounded through the heavens and spread throughout the night sky. While Chen Bei was conversing with the Long family's ancestor, he spread his voice in the ears of those transcendent martial artists, and he also meant all the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages involved in this matter. In fact, the purpose of what he did tonight was just to deter the endless ancient forces of Pekyang City, not really to fight against the entire ancient forces of Pekyang City with the power of one person, which would not be half beneficial to him. Moreover, it was not yet known whether there were truly crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this oceanic giant city. Further, Chen Bei's most important and most concerned at the moment was the 30th. In another 10 days or so, it would be the time period for Yan Qixia's warning. What would happen on that day? He did not know, but there was one thing. Before the 30th, he had to prepare in advance for whatever mutations would occur, such as retrieving the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword is in hand. Chen Bei's strength could almost grow geometrically. However, one size does not fit all. Even though he didn't want to go to war with these ancient transcendent martial family for the time being, it was impossible for Long Tsong's father and son to be alive again tonight, and the amount of Long family ancestors couldn't possibly leave the entire family behind to protect those two. In the face of absolute strength, everything is empty talk. Of course, since it's a deterrent, the play naturally has to be fully acted out. Alright, cut the crap. Since you're not willing to hand it over, let's fight. Buzz off. Accompanied by Chen Bei's words, the white moon sword emitted a gust of sword roar. Killing intent violently spewed out. Oceanic mana surged out of his body, madly crushing down. Countless terrifying figures from the transcendent martial family looked at this scene and all of them had their scalps tingling. How dare that coat of cloth? To fight just like that? If the sovereign realm transcendent martial artist were to fight in the sky above the Long family residence, leaving aside how wide the ripple effect would be, I'm afraid that the Long family residence would be razed to the ground in a matter of moments. If the Dragon clan is really exterminated today, I am afraid that the several true dragons of the Dragon family at the border of the Otherworld will come back without stopping, and things will become more and more unmanageable, seeing that a big battle is about to break out. Moment of truth. Hold on, little friend. The Long clan's old ancestor spoke again, seemingly compromising. Since it is the Dragon family that is at fault first, the old immortal can make it up to little friend. What conditions do you have? Just mention them, and the old immortal will agree to them. When these words came out, everyone raised their eyes in horror. It was obvious that the Long clan's ancestor had indeed compromised. For a time, Chu Siki, the crowd of heaven's proud and delicate children beside Chu Siki, Chu Tianxiong, the Chu family's grand elder, the Chu family's numerous clansmen, as well as the countless horrifying figures were all indescribably shaken. That coat of cloth, with his own strength, actually really pressured an ancient transcendent martial artist family to actively bow down, which was something that had almost never happened in Pekyang City for over 1,000 years. In the face of the Dragon family ancestors' compromise, everyone had originally thought that the man would be able to call it quits. After all, this was already enough to deter all the ancient forces. Yet the next moment, I am a person who is not a cynical person, but I have always had an axe to grind, and today, I will kill those two. Chen Bei slowly raised his hand and pointed at Long Tsong's father and son. What if the old man doesn't agree? The Long clan's old ancestor suddenly narrowed his pupils slightly. After all, Long Tsong's father and son were the two generations of the Dragon family's head of the family. If they were to be slaughtered, how could the Dragon family gain a foothold in this Pekyang City in the future? Chen Bei, on the other hand, is unwavering. The resounding voice still spread to every corner of Pekyang City. It spread to all the transcendent martial family residences, into the ears of the countless transcendent martial artists in that oceanic vastness. It's very simple. If you don't agree, then Mr. Chen will keep fighting with the Dragon family. I know that all of you ancient forces, you must have left your backs up, but it doesn't matter. Even if you have a way to escape from this Pekyang City with them, that's fine. The big deal is that in the future, I won't do anything, and I won't subdue demons. So I'll just chase after your Long family and fight. And when I see one person from your Long family, I'll kill one person. And when I see two people from your Long family, I'll kill a pair until. After Chen Bei finished speaking, his voice slowly stopped. Until what? The Long clan's old ancestor's face had turned iron blue, and his chest continued to rise and fall. Kill until you are willing to hand them over. Boom. The moment these words came out, the entire Long family, and even the entire Pekyang City ancient transcendent martial artist family was shaken. The Long clan's old ancestor's face was even more incomparably ugly. Chen Bei was right. He did have a way to take away some people from the Dragon family. But if that person really chased after the Dragon family, then the entire Dragon clan would live in fear in the future. That kind of impact is bigger than a disaster. Not to mention, at this time, the Long family residence, there are still quite a few transcendent martial artist good seedlings. Really fight. Not to mention these seedlings, I'm afraid that most of the Long family's experts in Pekyang City will also have to be folded here. The Long family could not afford such a huge loss. The pupils of the Long family's old ancestor gradually filled with blood and became incomparably deep as he slowly looked towards Long Song and Long Shangtian. Old ancestor? You? When Long Song's father and son saw their own ancestor looking at them, a chill rose in both of them. Boom! Next moment, the dragon family's old ancestor violently raised his other hand, making a chokehold, but saw his body's power suddenly surging out, instantly transforming into two large, illusory hands, respectively choking the necks of the two, slowly lifting them off the ground. Old ancestor. Long Shangtian looked at his own old ancestor with a face full of shock and disbelief. Long Tsang then took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes. Obviously, compared to the future of the Long family, compared to those half-step sect masters who were in their prime and expected to impact the Sate realm, the Long family's old man chose to sacrifice the two. This is the ancient transcendent martial family, where strength is honored and family interests are paramount. Looking deeply at the two descendants, the dragon family ancestor closed his eyes and tilted his head to the other side, following which his 5 fingers snapped together. Ka-chow! 2 sounds of throats breaking resounded in the ears, and the bodies of Long Song's father and son slowly sagged, and in an instant there was no life left in them. Little friend, let's end this matter here. After killing the two with his own hands, the dragon family's old ancestor slowly looked towards Chen Bei at the top of the night sky. Chen Bei was frowning slightly when he saw this. This dragon family ancestor was not simple. After carefully sensing that Long Song's father and son were indeed dead, Chen Bei didn't continue to apply pressure, and if he did so again, I'm afraid that this dragon family ancestor would really storm out in place. The purpose of deterrence has been achieved. Chen Bei's ancient well was wave free as he slowly took off into the air, gradually disappearing at the top of the dome with his endless power until he completely disappeared. However, the terrifying figures of the countless ancient transcendent martial family of Pekyang City as a whole were all stony-faced. One person, one sword, forced the Long family ancestor to personally kill 2 generations of the family head. This beam is considered to be completely knotted, and more importantly, that piece of cloth. He did do this to suppress the entire dragon clan with the power of one person. What an amazing gesture. One time, the ocean-like vastness of the transcendent martial family were all silent. Obviously, the shocking power of this scene was indeed enough to completely press down their foolish hearts. What Chen Bei had to face next was the thing that really deserved his attention. 30. What exactly will happen on that day? Chen Bei is not known, but the news that was worthy of being sent by Yin Qixia and the female imperial master, I'm afraid that it wasn't that simple, and that ominous premonition had already begun to spread in the bottom of Chen Bei's heart. But at least this matter of Pekyang City, on the contrary, seemed to have fallen. Time passes slowly. Early the next morning, the northern royal family? Lin Sini was inwardly shocked when she heard that Chen Bei had asked her to take herself to the Wang family in the northern part of the Tiannanro province. Is this going to get that sword? Same time, outside the villa in the eastern suburbs. Lieutenant Zhou, what are you doing? Team Stone? What brings you here? Zhao Chang looked at the Shi Jian duo walking towards him and was surprised, but after thinking about it didn't seem like a surprise. I'm looking for Mr. Chen for something. After Shi Jian finished his speech, he looked with a curious expression at the surrounding sea of forests with a long cordon drawn around it, as well as the countless figures of inspectors who were busy. His brows slightly knitted. Lieutenant Stone, did something happen here? Shi Jian asked. The scene told him that something had definitely happened in the eastern suburbs, otherwise there wouldn't be so many inspectors here dealing with something. You still don't know? Zhao Cheng had a bitter smile on his face. The entire Pekyang City is boiling over. You're a nightwalker. Why is the news so closed? Shi Jian sniffed and frowned. We just arrived at Pekyang City and came straight to Mr. Chen. Why is there such a heavy smell of blood here? Shi Jian and the women beside him all looked at Zhao Cheng. The two men came here for a total of 2 things. One is that he wants to ask Chen Bei for some more sinful chi bells. After all, there are many ancient chi in line night divisions, and the 2 sinful chi bells are a bit overwhelming. As for the second, it was because Shi Jian suddenly remembered something and rushed here in a hurry to remind Chen Bei to be wary of those ancient transcendent martial family in Pekyang City. These ancient forces were unfathomable, and there were patriarch realm transcendent martial artists sitting in their clans, so they would most likely hit Chen Bei's artistry. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the eastern suburb range, he saw densely packed inspection figures and a large number of inspection convoys. Shi Jian, as a nightwalker, personally inquired at this moment. Zhao Chang naturally did not dare to be slow. When both the last night's various things one by one described the time, Zhao Chang's eyes had endless shock and consternation that was hard to hide. You're saying that those ancient transcendent martial artist families of Pekyang City have made a move against Mr. Chen? When he heard that countless transcendent martial artists had gathered around the villa in the eastern suburb last night, Shi Jian's heart skipped a beat, thinking of the possibilities. Then is Mr. Chen, has he? Both Shi Jian's hearts were in their throats. Chapter 60, The Origin of the Ancient Transcendent Martial Artist Family. After Zhao Chang's colorful description. What do you mean? All killed? When Shi Jian heard that the countless transcendent martial artists who had intruded into the formation were all strangled by the killing formation, his entire body directly froze in place. The woman behind Shi Jian was even more incredulous with her beautiful eyes, feeling unbelievable. Lieutenant Zhao, make it clear. Mr. Chen he really killed countless ancient transcendent martial family members of Pekyang City? Shi Jian's mouth was dry and he still couldn't believe his ears. So many people from the ancient transcendent martial family fell over the eastern suburbs. What did that mean? Representing Qin Bei would make an enemy of the entire Pekyang City ancient transcendent martial artist family. How was this possible? Shi Jian admitted that coat of cloth was indeed as terrifyingly strong as it was, one step stronger than Pavilion Elder Mo. After leaving the eastern suburbs villa that day, the two Shi Jian had asked Mo Ran once to estimate Qin Bei's strength. According to Pavilion Elder Mo's words, that piece of cloth should be above the peak of an 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist, and it was suspected to possess a hint of a 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist's strength. Such strength was indeed amazing enough, and with those magical means, even Pavilion Elder Mo was not his opponent, but facing the entire Pekyang City ancient transcendent martial family, that was a behemoth. Added together, even the Xing Knight Division was not willing to easily offend. After all, inside some of the ancient forces, there were still living Zhongshi realm transcendent martial artists. Sure team, you are borrowing me 100 guts. I wouldn't dare to cheat you. Last night the whole Pekyang City was boiling. Countless transcendent martial artists, for some reason hard to break into the eastern suburb villa, was stopped by the killing array. Later they seemed to want to kill Mr. Chen. The result was that they themselves fell as if they were falling from dumplings, and they were completely strangled by the killing array. The picture, I won't forget it in my life. Zhao Chang's breathing still seemed rapid as he said this. How many transcendent martial artists died? According to statistics, there seems to be more than 1,000 of them, and I also heard a few transcendent martial artists discussing that there were some 9th realm something or other among them? 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist? Shi Jian took up the conversation. Yes, it's the 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist. Dozens of people died in this realm. Team Shi, is the 9th grade realm very powerful among transcendent martial artists? Zhao Chang wondered. It was true that he didn't understand what a 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist was, yet Shi Jian and the two of them were struck by lightning when they heard it. Oh, my god, how is this possible? Wasn't it suspected that there was a hint of the strength of a 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist? How is it that there were dozens of 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists after only half a month of absence? That's terrible. Head, where exactly is the upper limit of this person's strength? The woman beside Shi Jian's pretty face crawled with a touch of horror. However, compared to the woman, Shi Jian was suddenly reminded of something. So many transcendent martial artists from the ancient lineages of Pekyang City died in the eastern suburbs. Didn't they have any reaction? Logically speaking, that cloth coat had decapitated so many strong people, including many 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists, that countless transcendent martial artist lineages in the entire Pekyang City should have gone crazy. According to Shi Jian's conjecture, countless terrifying figures should have come here last night, and it was only right that even those existences at the level of the old ancestors would have made a move. But why? He didn't see any look of worry about the eastern suburbs villa on Zhao Chang's face? Is this Zhao Chang who thinks Mr. Chen's death is none of his business? However, Zhao Chang's next words caused Shi Jian to be struck by lightning once again, and the entire person was directly petrified on the spot. What did you say? Repelling a half-step sovereign realm transcendent martial artist with a single strike? Sword crushing the dragon family residence? Not only that, that coat of cloth also shocked the dragon family ancestor to the point of spitting blood from his mouth with just one person and one sword. With just one person and one sword, he forced the Long family's oldest ancestor to personally behead 2 generations of the Long family's family head. With just one person and one sword, he shocked the entire Pekyang City. It made countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages choose to remain silent, choosing to turn a blind eye to the countless transcendent martial artists that had fallen in the sky above the eastern suburb villa. Oh my god dash. The sound of gosh darn it came right out of Shi Jian's mouth. Half a month. It's only been half a month since we've seen each other. How did such a horrifying event happen in Pekyang City? Wait, did you just say that the dragon family's oldest ancestor made a move to kill the dragon family's 2 generations of family heads, just to make Mr. Chen retreat? That's right. Which 2 generations of the dragon family's family heads did the dragon family's ancestor personally suppress? The dragon family has endured for 1,000 years, with one batch of family heads after another. The old family masters who were alive today were far more than just Long Tsong. For example, those few half-step sovereign realm transcendent martial artists had also doubled as the dragon family heads, and even some 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists had also been the head of the dragon family for a few years. So which 2 generations of family heads were killed by the Long family's oldest ancestor seemed irrelevant, but in fact it was filled with countless information that could be extracted. If the Long family ancestor personally killed those old family masters, it was just protecting the big with the small, but if it was those 2, they were really forced to do something. Shi Jian was curious to know which 2 generations of family heads had died. This is something I heard our division chief mention last night. The Long family's oldest ancestor personally subdued what seems to be the current head of the Long family, Long Shangtian, as well as his father, who seems to be called Long Tsong. Boom! Shi Jian shuddered at his words. What did you say? Long Tsong is dead? His eyes were full of disbelief as he confirmed to Zhao Chang again and again. The answer was obvious. It was indeed these 2 who died. Long Tsong, Long Shangtian. Learning this news, Shi Jian was completely dumbfounded. As far as he knows, these 2 family heads are both direct descendants of that old ancestor of the Long family. From the same lineage, the ability to step in and personally quell his own offspring. It seems that Long family's old ancestor was not protecting the big with the small, but was truly forced to this point. How terrifying was that coat of cloth that could force the Long clan ancestor to make such a choice? Head. Who is Long Tsong? Does this person have a special status in the Long family? The woman beside Shi Jian opened her mouth and asked. Shi Jian sniffed for a long time, looked deeply at the woman and said slowly, this Long Tsong, who used to be a nightwalker and even participated in many otherworldly battlefields, was later injured and personally led several of the dragon family's heavenly figures to exit the otherworldly borderlands and return to Pekyang City, in an attempt to once again build the dragon family into the terrifying giant clan of hundreds of years ago. You joined the Nightwalking division not long ago. There are some things you don't know. In fact, the ancestors of most of the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages in ancient Qin were almost all from the Nightwalking people. However, for various reasons, their ancestors broke away from the Nightwalking division, and these ancient transcendent martial artist lineages in Pekyang City are no exception. Although these people withdrew from the Rowan Knight division, but back then in the Rowan Knight division still had intertwined relationships, and were still able to get mystical energy through their respective connections for the use of their clansmen who could cultivate, and because these people had established great achievements in the battlefield of the other worlds. In this regard, ancient Qin and the Rowan Knight division also just turn a blind eye, one way or another. As time changes, after hundreds or even thousands of years of accumulation, the descendants of these people gradually formed a huge group of transcendent martial artists, which were the ancient transcendent martial artist families of today, and the Long family is one of them. Later on, these behemoths became more and more powerful, and their means of obtaining mystical energies were endless, and when the Shangyi tried to stop them, they were already powerless to do so, coupled with the fact that hundreds of years ago, the otherworldly battlefield constantly had leaks sneaking into the Blue Star continent. These ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had a deterrent effect in the underworld. As a result, the Xing Knight division simply began to share the mystic energy, but anyone who wanted to obtain the mystic energy could use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for the corresponding mystic energy as long as they killed the higher dimensional species that hibernated amongst the human race. Since then, the transcendent martial artist lineages had officially ascended to the stage of history, and they even fought with each other because of their interests, with serious cases becoming world enemies. Gradually calming down, Shi Jian did not forget to introduce some of these history line Knight division. Every generation of line Knight people have the responsibility to explain to their subordinates. Time's final words were not here, though, and he followed up with a turn of phrase. This person is not someone else. It is the dragon family at the moment, not many remaining one of the old ancestor. That sit in the dragon family residence of the old ancestor of the pro-great-grandson. And this dragon family old ancestor, 100 years ago has been the reigning Tiannan province of the Zhongshu realm of the transcendental masters of the realm of the strongest. Back then, it is said that he is just one step away from, can be into that out of the gods into the transcendental realm of the saints. After Shi Jian's words, the woman's heart flooded with floods, and at the same time came to her senses, followed by eyes full of shock and disbelief. That is to say, that coat of cloth, forcing such a dragon family ancestor to personally kill his own great-grandson. What a despairing, shocking pressure that must be. One time, both of them were inwardly flooded with monstrous waves. The walk to the villa in the eastern suburbs was somehow heavier. Chapter 61, News from the Border. Don't fail the ancient Qin. Same time, within the villa in the eastern suburbs, Shen Bei had set up a large number of formations around the villa before he left, including killing formations, signaling formations, illusion formations, maze formations as well as various defense formations. These formations were all carefully selected by Chen Bei. It needs to be both defensive enough and manipulable by Mu Nanchu. That was something he really wasted a lot of brain cells on. And after leaving the long residence last night, Chen Bei did not return to the eastern suburb at the first opportunity, but instead went to the underground of the library of the Pekyang University once, and recharged the Heaven and Earth 2 Demon Sealing Formation that sealed the Demon Locking Pagoda. I won't be in Fengyang during this period of time. You guys take care of Brother Yan. No one can step into this villa for half a step until I'm back. If someone forces their way in, I'll be the first to sense it, and I'll definitely be able to make it back before these formations have been completely breached. Pekyang City in the next half a month. It won't be very peaceful. Before the 30th, you all don't leave the villa. If you need anything during the weekdays, just call the Lu family's old man. He'll arrange for the people from the valley above to send it over to you. After Chen Bei instructed Lin Xiao as well as Mu Xiaoxiao, he turned to look at Lin Sinny. Ms. Lin, let's go. Good. Lin Sinny nodded her head as she sniffed, looking at the coat of cloth in front of her that had arranged everything in a clear manner. Her heart rippled differently. The Chen Bei at this moment still seemed to be the same Chen Bei that she had first seen at first glance. He had no frame, no stature, not even any self-possession. Master. Mu Nanchu looked at Chen Bei, who turned to leave and inexplicably opened his mouth, but he did not know what he was going to say or what to say. It eventually dissolved into one sentence. Master, how long will you be gone? Chen Bei stopped his pace at the words and looked back at this young disciple with a rare gentle smile. 3 days at most. It won't be too long. You cultivate your sensing techniques properly, and when this matter is over, I will teach you the demon hunting techniques properly. Aha! Mu Nanchu nodded heavily at the sight, as if the heavier the nod, the more it expressed his determination. For some reason, ever since she became Chen Bei's disciple, she felt like she had been at a loss for words, not knowing how to speak, how to get along with her master, and even a little afraid of getting along. However, Chen Bei's smile just now made her relax, and she suddenly felt that the distance between the two people had been brought much closer at once, and that sense of strangeness had been sharply reduced by a lot. Lin Sinny looked at the few people in the villa, more or less envious. It was obvious that in the heart of that coat of cloth, perhaps they were no longer considered irrelevant. Sure, Chen Bei so-called this matter naturally did not refer to fetching the demon-slaying sword, but rather the 30th. The purpose of taking the demon-slaying sword was also to welcome the arrival of that day and the unknown potential crisis. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Chen Bei and Lin Sinny walked out of the villa's hall in big strides, but they met the two Shijian who happened to walk in the courtyard. Mr. Chen. Shijian and his duo didn't dare to slow down and immediately saluted Chen Bei. Brother Stone. Chen Bei returned the courtesy and smiled. If it wasn't for Shijian in the first place, he wouldn't have been able to access the spirit source liquid so quickly, recover his strength, and kill the Jiaolong. Not to mention, Mo Ran and Shijian did help a lot during the process of exchanging the spirit source liquid, especially in the matter of obtaining the spirit source liquid for the first time. After a few people greeted each other, Shijian couldn't help but frown slightly. Mr. Chen, is this going out? Take a trip to the north and south of the sky and pick up some things. Chen Bei didn't hide it, but he didn't go into too much detail either. North? Isn't that Team Lin's hometown? I remember that Team Lin is from the northern part of the Tiannanmen province. Shijian didn't deliberately ask what it was to fetch, but instead turned his gaze to Lin Sinny and said, Team Stone, keep an eye out for the Inspector General's men too? Lin Sinny was a bit surprised at what she heard. Although both were captains, they were not at all on the same level. One is the captain of the inspectors and the other is the captain of the Nightwalkers. The former was at the behest of the inspection division, and with a random order from the latter. It could be said that mobilizing the entire Pekyang City inspection was not a difficult task. It wasn't deliberate attention to the point of noticing, but it's just that when Director Lu first contacted the Rowan Night Division, we pulled up information on you and Zhao Chang, and remembered it a bit better. Shijian laughed bitterly. After a few brief words, the four of them went their separate ways. Although Shijian wanted to open his mouth to ask for the sinful chi bell, but seeing that Chen Bei seemed to be in a bit of a hurry to leave, he swallowed his words hard. In front of the villa in the eastern suburbs, both of them looked at the inspector's car that was slowly driving away, and both of them heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Chen Bei was still the same Chen Bei, but Shijian and the others were no longer the same Shijian and the others that they once were, and one by one, their mentality had changed drastically. That coat of cloth was an existence that had silenced countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages throughout Pekyang City. It would be a blessing for the Xing Night Division if Mr. Chen could join it. The woman beside Shijian spoke. Unfortunately, it wasn't as if the Night Division hadn't solicited them, but they had all been politely rejected. Shijian was in the midst of feeling a lot of emotions. Suddenly, The phone rang. Hey, it's me. Go ahead. After a short period of time passes. What did you say? Originally still looking at Lin Sinny's car, shadow of Shi Jian suddenly stiffened, as if he heard some horrible news, snapped his head up. The whole person fixed in place. The phone in his hand slowly fell. Head. What's wrong? The woman inquired sharply at the sight, a bad feeling instantly arising. Shi Jian, on the other hand, put down the phone with a stupefied face and turned his head woodenly to look at the woman, his voice a little panicked, even a little trembling, and said, the otherworldly border has completely collapsed. Teacher, they went halfway to the original way back. What did you say? The woman heard. The whole person stayed in place, unprecedented as a lightning strike, the delicate body violently trembling. Total collapse of the otherworldly border? All of the traveling night divisions from all over the Blue Star continent that went to support them returned the way they came? Head. What do you mean? The woman was breathing heavily, gasping for air, her whole being indescribably terrified. This news was like a thunderbolt in the true sense of the word. What the total collapse of the otherworldly border meant was all too clear to them. The Nightwalkers. Without waiting for Shi Jian to reply, the woman's cell phone similarly rang, but instead of a call, it was a message, and Shi Jian received a text message alert at the same time. The woman pulled her cell phone out and opened the message box that only Gaio Yoji could activate. But see that the message is unusually short, only a few short lines. All Nightwalkers, no matter when, where, or what kind of mission they are performing, must put down what they are doing and rush back to the Nightwalking division immediately without fail. Looking at the brief message, the woman's eyes filled with shock and dismay. At the same time, countless places in the Blue Star continent, countless Nightwalkers all received the same news. An uncountable number of Nightwalkers stared at the line of information in disbelief. That day, they knew, was coming, the defense of more than 1,000 years. In this moment, collapsed. It wasn't just all the Nightwalkers who got the text message. The entire Blue Star continent, countless kingdoms, countless territories, similarly received similar text messages. Even those transcendent martial artists from the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were reminded of this moment. Their reminder, though, was different from the Nightwalkers. The message from these ancient transcendent martial artist lineages was personally sent by the Ying imperial clan of ancient Qin, with only 12 short words. The border has collapsed and disaster has struck. I hope that all of you do not fail the ancient Qin. Not only that, almost at the same time, the whole of ancient Qin, singing everywhere, with the Sun King Yu Xingshi, repair my goshawk and my son's vengeance. Wouldn't you say no clothes? Wouldn't you say no clothes? With the son of the same Ze King in the Xingshi, repair my spear and halberd to work with my son. Chapter 62 Woe to the World. A burst of song resounded through the ancient Qin land, spreading to every corner of the world. Countless people were stunned. People slowly put down the work in their hands and got up with eyes full of dismay, staring stupidly at the broadcasts all over the place. That song, naturally, was not sung by people, but by countless radios, loudspeakers, cell phones, and televisions, resonating through the streets, alleys, mountains, and fields. The song was powerful. There seems to be a chorus of 10,000 people, jingoism, military and civilian unity, marching forward. Also like the three armies prepare for war, to death, righteousness, rushing weather intestines, trance. Countless ancient Qin people seem to see hundreds of millions of troops with the son of the same robe, the king in the rise of the division, endless people to repair my gorse and spear, with the son of the same enemy. This is the ancient Qin battle song. The war songs were all over the place, and to the death meant that ancient Qin would be all out in arms, and would raise a nation to the cause of the country. What's going on? Is there going to be a war? Battle song. This is a battle song? What happened? Countless ordinary people were uncertain, but they were incomparably terrified. Since sweeping the 6 harmonies, ancient Qin had not played a war song for more than 2,000 years. Although there had been countless wars before and after in between, and even a few imperial battles, ancient Qin had never played a war song either. The war song implies that the ancient Qin will fall, the mountains and rivers will be shattered, and there is a danger of extinction. One time, everyone was stunned and uncertain. Same moment, the imperial city of Xianyang, an endless ocean of ancient imperial city, the towering hall stands between heaven and earth, the dragon mighty, solemn and heavy, the national fortune shrouded, sinking macro and lofty. At this moment, at the top of that boundless imperial city, above the unfathomable ancient city, this place that symbolized supremacy, the dragon watching platform. He was wearing a black robe and a black dragon crown, standing with his arms folded, his eyes full of helplessness. Your Majesty. Behind him, Countless deep-clothed old men with white hair looked complicated and full of worry. In the Blue Star continent, since Empress Zhu, no one from the Ying clan has ever claimed the title of emperor, and the second generation started as a king. He, Ying Qin, the 15th belt of Qin, king of ancient Qin. Finally, he spoke. It's time to let them know that the otherworldly borders have collapsed, and that a great disaster is on the way, and that the gallant old Qin is going to die together. The old man's great and tall figure slowly turned around and looked at the endless ancient Qin group of ministers, and sighed deeply, his eyes full of self-reproach and sadness, and his words, full of endless complex emotions. Tell them that it is the king who is incompetent, unable to keep this 1,000 years of high hopes, and is guilty of failing the world and the people. But the king is with them, and if the foreigners dare to take a step into my ancient Qin, the loan will be stained with the king's blood. Your Majesty, publish the world. They have a right to know everything now. Here, the countless figures bowed slightly, then slowly retreated. After everyone had retreated away from the Dragon Watch Terrace, he slowly turned around and once again gazed at the endless mountains and rivers, looking towards the east, towards the direction of the endlessly distant Tiannan province. After a long time, he slowly lowered his head again and looked at the two large, ancient characters written on the stone piers of the city wall. He stroked the handwriting, which was already ancient beyond recognition, and murmured with eyes full of ripples of expectation, yet full of gloom, "Are you really the variable that the old lady predicted? If so, why have you only appeared now? Even if you are, is it too late?" His pale hand slowly left the stone pier, and with heavy steps, step by step, he left the dragon watching platform, and on top of the stone pier that was so old that it was out of shape, there were two ancient characters that had been carved for an unknown number of years. Based on the handwriting that was almost about to be eroded beyond recognition by the years, it was vaguely recognizable as two familiar ancient styles of writing. It's more like a person's name when you say it's an ancient genre, accompanied by a decision from Reigns. Not for long. The war cry is being sounded in countless territories, and the war cry is ending. It was at a time when people were bewildered and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, countless large screens lit up on their own, and a message spread to every corner of ancient Qin. Not only that, but at almost the same time, almost every communication tool within reach of the people lit up on its own. TVs, channels, computers, tablets, cell phones, almost all communication devices, major platforms, QQ, WeChat, Douyin, Blockhead, etc. in the entire ancient Qin were broadcasting this message. When people gradually know the causes and consequences, one by one, they are dumbfounded, petrified on the spot. It wasn't just ancient Qin who was announcing it to the public. At this moment, countless kingdoms throughout the Blue Star continent were telling the world in the same way. The border collapsed, the foreign domain invaded, and disaster was about to befall the great rear of the human race, and it was the end of days, comparable to the end of days, for billions and billions of ordinary people, who had the right to know about all this. Or should I say, this was the havoc of the entire Blue Star continent, the true doomsday. It was coming. Even transcendent martial artists, even nightwalkers, would be forced to meet this devastating level of disaster. For a time, the entire Blue Star continent was almost as silent as a pin drop. All of the races, regardless of region or country, were frozen in place, their eyes full of disbelief and like being struck by lightning. Ancient Qin, hundreds of millions of people is affixed in place, like a wooden statue of clay, motionless. Until this moment, they realized that the world was not what it was thought to be. Until this moment. Only then did they learn that in which distant border of the other world, there had been people carrying the weight of the ordinary people for them, generation after generation, guarding this world for more than 1,000 years. But today, the human race lost, and after fighting with all their might, and going forward and backward, they were not able to hold that last line of defense after all. Until this moment, all of them realized that over the years, Gu Qin had carried too much, and that they, the children of ordinary people, would be recruited to carry out the night division, telling their parents that they were going to do great things, but this time they went away and never came back. So they have made a scene, scolded, asked Gu Qin to ask for someone, and even made a big fuss. But Gu Qin never dared to give them a reasonable reason. Not want to give, but cannot give. So Gu Qin can only silently bear all this. The only thing Gu Qin could do was to treat them well and settle the families of the night marching army who had returned from their horse and leather. Today, though, they get it. When their own children left, they did go on to do great things. Great things. They are guarding the world, going to war for their loved ones, fighting silently for their homes, even if they are broken to pieces, even if they never come back, even if no one may remember them, they still go there without hesitation, and they go up after them. But in contrast to being moved, It was immediately followed by great panic and anxiety. However, do not give people a chance to be terrified. Suddenly, ha 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 ha, your borders finally collapsed. After hibernating for so many years, you can finally come out brightly. Die, all of you. Roar dash. For a time, in countless territories and over countless vast metropolises, countless evil demons were not hiding themselves, transforming into 100-foot demonic beasts and frantically devouring the human race. No. dash. Help me. Dad. Help me dash. In just dozens of breaths, countless evil demons seemed to be out of control, no longer hibernating, revealing their hideous fangs one after another, slaughtering countless unarmed ordinary people like mad. Xiao Zhang. You. Some people shivered with horror as they watched the muscles of their colleagues who had been together for several years explode and turn into terrifying demons. In the middle of the city, one evil demon after another surfaced, and the entire world was instantly thrown into pandemonium. Countless people fled desperately, fires rushed through the city, and terrifying figures covered the sky with terror. Boom! In some places, a Nightwalker meets an evil demon, and immediately a great battle breaks out, destroying towns and spilling over into the water, with buildings collapsing and flooding. While some terrifying great demons pounced on the ancient transcendent martial family, the battle was imminent. Chaos. The entire Blue Star continent was in total chaos for a time. The world was in chaos. Countless people watched the images spread out in the video of people before they died, and one by one, their scalps went numb and their faces showed despair. Woohoo! Woohoo dash! Ah! No dash! Chapter 63 Demon Beheading Swords Deterrence. Wang family's great joy. No dash! Countless humans were massacred by the evil demons, and learning of the total collapse of the border, it was as if they had lost the fear that had suppressed them in their hearts, and they no longer concealed their forms. Even some organized and purposeful evil demons directly began to attack the Demon Suppression Division in various places. In just a few minutes, the entire Blue Star continent was like a hell on earth. Miserable. Countless Nightwalkers watched this scene, roaring to the sky, their eyes bloodshot, and fighting to the death to stop the attack. In fact, every Nightwalker knew that at this moment, announcing to the world that the border had been routed, those high-dimensional species hibernating in the back of the human race would inevitably go on a rampage, and countless ordinary people would fall into the mouths of the tigers and be reduced to demonic food. But they can't do anything about it. The total collapse of the otherworldly border is equivalent to the opening of the door to the invasion of the demon domain, and it won't be long before the overwhelming demonic race descends on this heaven and earth. At that time, it would be equally apocalyptic for the Blue Star continent, and there are two force majeure reasons for choosing to announce the news at this moment. One is to let everyone know exactly what happened. They have the power to know everything, even if they learn it all a second before they die. The second is to let all those evil demons hibernating in the back of the human race be exposed for one last big cleanup, to avoid that when the demon domain comes to attack, they will collaborate with each other inside and outside, and destroy all the hopeful fires of the human race in one fell swoop. After all, these high-dimensional species that had been hibernating in the backwaters of the human race for more than 1,000 years knew the Blue Star continent better than the exotic high-dimensional beings that were invading it. It was as if Ning Feng and the others, who had been found out by the Sin Shi Bell, knew the general division of the Southern Night Running Division of the Tiannan province like the back of their hand, and knew the locations of the major divisions of the Southern Night Running Division of the entire Tiannan province in detail as well. Only by killing as many of these high-dimensional species as possible would there be a glimmer of hope when that day came. Of course, although the otherworldly border gate had completely collapsed, there was still an extremely short gap of time until that day came. After all, the border gate was a long distance away from here. As the ocean of terrifying evil demons showed up in droves, almost at the same time, all Nightwalkers listened to the order. This is the first time the Ancient Qin Nightwalking Division's General Division of Xianyang has given you a direct mission, and it is also the first time Lone has given a direct mission to all of you. From this moment onwards, next, you will have no geographical limitations, no peace division, no orders from your superiors, and no support whatsoever. Your mission is to kill. Lone wants you to kill all the local high-dimensional species that are hibernating in our backyard, and the Night Division of the line everywhere will provide you with all the superpowers. Warriors, heroes, go and fight, and use the abilities you've gained over the years, to defend your homes. All the Nightwalkers listen to the order. Now, I convey the order as the Chief Director of the Xianyang Nightwalking Division. I implore you in the name of the King of Ancient Qin, take enough superpowers around you, bring all the weapons that Ancient Qin has built for you, and kill them all. Countless regions, provinces, cities, and other places in Ancient Qin all resounded with that majestic and incomparable voice at this moment. Next moment, kill, kill, kill. Endless killing sounds resounded from every corner of Ancient Qin. Countless Nightwalkers have removed their superpowers and taken their weapons with them, making one last look at each other as a sort of farewell between comrades. Many people might never see them again once they went, but they didn't flinch. Their battle spirit was high, and their blood boiled at this moment. Many of them were still green, having joined the patrol division not long ago, yet all of them had taken up arms. They might not be as strong as the Nightwalkers who could go to the otherworldly battlefields, but they must be far, far superior to ordinary people with no hands. For a while, countless figures took to the air from all over the Rowan Night Division. They dispersed like heavenly soldiers and flew over various cities. The Great War is a bloodbath. In an instant, the entire ancient Sheen realm roared and shook the ears as a single figure fought with the behemoth, and the entire Blue Star continent resembled a vast, boundless and limitless battlefield. Compared to other places, the crowd of the Pyongyang City Inspection Division subdivision, however, looked at me and I looked at you. Shi Jian and the two of them were naturally here, and had not rushed to the 106th Division of the General Division of the Southern Ronite Division of the Tiannanmen Province. Their true battlefield was in the city of Peak City. At this very moment, still nothing? Shi Jian looked at the calm as water Pyongyang City. His mouth was dry, and he asked the people under his hand. Other places are killing the sky in darkness, but their Pyongyang City boundary is ancient. Hasn't even one high-dimensional species jumped out and made waves? Not a single one? Shi Jian asked eagerly. Head, it's a real no. Since Mr. Chen's last massacre in Pyongyang City, all the high-dimensional species should have run far away and it's really impossible to find them. When these words came out, the group of Nightwalkers in charge of Pyongyang City all laughed bitterly. Other places are so tragic, killing the sky and the sun and the moon. Pyongyang City as if nothing happened. How about the city next door? Having no choice but to look to the city next door, Shi Jian could only look to the city next door. There was something in the next city, but it was a bit of a flurry. A couple of hits and it was gone. And all those high-dimensional species seemed to have gotten pretty far. Hear that? Shi Jian dropped his weapon with a thud and sat on his butt. What's the point of killing? The high-dimensional species have all been scared out of existence by Mr. Chen. We can't even have a mouthful of soup. Chief, what are we going to do? What can I do? Take all those guys of yours back. It's annoying to look at. Why are you looking at me like that? Do what you have to do. There'll be plenty of chances in the future. Let's talk about it when we can get through that day. Shi Jian's face was depressed, but he was incredibly happy that nothing happened to Pyongyang City, which was naturally a good thing. Also surprised were the countless ordinary people of Pyongyang City. People were all terrified, hiding in corners and shivering, looking at the horrific images that countless people had transmitted to the internet before their deaths, all too scared to walk around. But inside the Pyongyang City, it seemed to be unnaturally calm, and the imagined picture did not appear. I know, it's Celestial Master Chen Bei. There's Celestial Master Chen Bei in Pyongyang City. That's why those demons don't dare to come in. Some people came to a sudden realization, thinking of the shocking scene over Pyongyang City some time ago. Grandma, is Heavenly Master Chen Bei guarding us? The cute little girl looked scared, but looked up at the old man who held her in his arms. It must be Celestial Master Chen Bei. Folks, it's the Celestial Master guarding us. Heavenly Master Chen Bei. The demons must know that he's in Peak City, so they don't dare to come and offend. Countless Pyongyang City people woke up as if they were grasping onto a life-saving straw. In their hearts, it was the man of cloth that looked like a god that saved Pyongyang City from the first wave of disaster. And it was indeed true that it was indeed Chen Bei's terrifying demon suppression tactics at that time that caused countless evil demons to frantically flee far away. Same time, the northern part of Tiannan Province, Tiannan City, the royal residence, or the royal city. As a family of kings and generals, the strength of the Wang family could be imagined, and the vastness of its mansion was like a city within a city. At this moment, the Wang family's group of powerful men stood at the top of Wang City, all looking at the oceanic and vast Tiannan City. As the capital city of the Tiannan province, Tiannan City was far larger than the oceanic Pyongyang City by an unknown number of times, and the ancient transcendent martial artist families that slept here were all true behemoths. However, the Tiannan City at this moment was like the end of the world, a purgatory on earth, and in the sky above the vast sea-like city, countless evil demons roared continuously. The battle was raging, and countless truly powerful and terrifying Nightwalkers of the Tiannan province were killing each other in a frenzy. Not only that, some terrifying great demons even struck out at all the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages in Tiannan City. The temptation of transcendent martial artists for these evil demons could not be described as great. Devouring and absorbing a transcendent martial artist was equivalent to devouring thousands of ordinary people, and these ancient transcendent martial artist families naturally became the preferred choice of powerful evil demons. However, to the Wang family's dismay, All the terrifying high-dimensional species in their eyes seem to be deliberately avoiding the Wang family's residence, not even thinking of approaching. It's the sword. The Wang clan crowd reacted to the fact that it was the sword sealed in the basement that made these terrifying high-dimensional species not dare to approach. Or rather, they were incomparably afraid of it. They are unaware of it. Chen Bei's demon beheading sword was made by countless generations of top demon hunters of the Demon Suppression Division who had nourished it with their heart's blood from generation to generation. And it was made by using the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth and the two paths to enhance it for endless years. At this moment, the demon chopper sword, although it did not give off power, but it sensed that the rushing demonic chi outside, emitting a burst of light in the basement of the Wang family, and even non-stop trembling, learning that it was the sword that kept the 10,000 demons from approaching. All the people of the Wang family were overjoyed. If this sword can deter all higher dimensional species, does that mean that even if the border collapses completely, my Wang family will remain unaffected? When these words came out, the Wang family was all revitalized and excited. Come on people, invite the 3 old ancestors out and ask them to sit on that sword. Whoever this sword is, there's no way my Wang family will hand it over again. Such an ancient sword might be able to keep the Wang family from being destroyed in the future, but it wasn't too easy to hand it over. Seeing that countless high-dimensional species didn't dare to approach, the Wang family's numerous horrifying figures also gradually calmed down, all of them quietly looking at the woeful, purgatory-like Tainan city, without the slightest intention to make a move. Time passed slowly, and night fell. As time passed, the Wang family members were surprised to find out the mysterious ancient sword in the basement, which had been chained with cold iron chains and suspended in midair by the Wang family's old generation figures, was somehow trembling more and more, until a certain point. The demon-slaying sword suddenly glowed brightly, its talismanic light shining brightly as it emitted a burst of joyful sword chants. It seemed to sense the arrival of someone, and began to tremble madly, pulling the countless cold iron chains locking the sword body to rumble and rattle, emitting bursts of metal clashing sounds. That ancient sword gave the terrifying figures of the Wang clan a feeling that they seemed to be about to break free from their bonds and charge into the sky at any moment. Chapter 64, Qiankuan Demon Sword. Same time, International Airport outside Tenant. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I may only be able to drop you off outside the Wang family residence on the way. My parents and sister are still in Tiannan City. I have to go find them first. Sorry Mr. Chen. After Lin Sini received the car keys handed over by the Tiannan City inspector, she opened the car door and looked at Chen Bei while speaking anxiously and with apologetic eyes. Before she and Chen Bei boarded a plane to land at Tenant International Airport, she contacted the local inspection division to borrow an inspection car. Just now on the plane, she also saw the countless towns below like a sea of fire, ahead of behemoths and the crazy slaughter devouring the human race, the entire Blue Star continent like the end of the world, and her family, along with her sister, were all in Tiannan City. Lin Sini had long been anxious. The international airport at this moment is a mess. Chen Bei stood in front of the airport with a slight frown. He raised his head to look at the sky full of thick and unbreakable demonic chi, sensing the ocean-like vastness of demonic power, his pupils deepening. However, the first order of business was to retrieve the demon-slaying sword first. Upon hearing Lin Sini's words, Chen Bei slowly looked at this female inspector. Think about it for a moment. Miss Lin, I still like that Chen Bei you called me when we first met. I'm not a big shot. No need to always call me Mr. It feels like I'm being called old. For this female inspector in front of him, Chen Bei did not resent it. Although the other party was not a powerful nightwalker, she had helped him quite a bit, especially since Lin Sini had been quite attentive to the matter of the demon-slaying sword for quite some time now. Obviously, Chen Bei could see that she seemed to have a request for herself, but never opened her mouth, proving that she was a girl who knew how to get in and get out and knew her place. For people like that, Chen Bei would not deliberately close the distance, nor would he deliberately alienate. Lin Sini, who was pulling open the car door, froze slightly at the words and her delicate body subconsciously trembled. In the future, you should still call me Chen Bei. I'm a bit uncomfortable with the title of sir. Looking at the stagnant Lin Sini, Chen Bei said expressionlessly. May I? Lin Sini said with some uncertainty. After all, nowadays Chen Bei had long become high in her heart. However, this was what Lin Sini and the others thought. In Chen Bei's heart, he had never felt that he was superior. Once upon a time, he was just an ordinary bottom feeder on earth. Sure, Chen Bei said with a rare smile. As he thought about this, he slowly looked in the direction of Tiannan City. As for the Wang family, you don't need to send me. I can find it myself. Although Chen Bei didn't know which area of the oceanic Tiannan City was that Wang family that Lin Sini was talking about, it was not difficult to defeat him. In fact, the moment he got off the plane just now, Chen Bei sensed the aura of the demon-slaying sword, He was not aware of where the Wang family residence was, but he knew where the demon-slaying sword was. Where there was a demon-slaying sword, it was bound to be that so-called king and general clan's Wang family without a doubt. Chen Bei was the master of the demon-slaying sword, and the demon-slaying sword was a psychic ancient sword, so the two were naturally connected, and could sense each other within a certain range. After Chen Bei finished speaking, he once again looked at Lin Sini and lifted his hand, taking out a foot-long short ancient sword from within his storage bag. The sword black silk red. The shape seems to be cast with copper money. Red band fixed. The sword body has a burst of weak charm light hidden. This is the Qianquan voodoo sword. It was obtained by me in the 10,000 Demons continent back in the day. Although it is not a demon beheading sword and does not have spirituality, it has the same deterrent power to the demon race, and when it meets an evil demon below 1,000 years old, it will spontaneously attack, and it might be able to help you at a critical moment. This sword, consider it my thanks for following up on the demon-slaying sword's information during this period of time. Take it and go find your family, Chen Bei said, handing the ancient sword to Lin Sini. At first, he had asked Lin Sini to follow him here for some consideration, to avoid the Wang family having a means to isolate the contact of the demon-slaying sword, and with Lin Sini following him around, he was able to pinpoint the Wang family's residence. However, at this moment, sensing the aura of the demon-slaying sword, Lin Sini naturally had no need to lead the way. Lin Sini saw this and flabbergastedly looked at the Qianquan voodoo sword in Chen Bei's hand. Her heart suddenly flooded with a touch of inexplicable sourness. She reached out to receive the ancient sword, and her beautiful eyes looked at the cloth coat in front of her. However, Chen Bei did not linger too much longer, but directly flew up and headed towards Tiannan City, quickly disappearing into the night. The countless terrified people at Tiannan International Airport looked at this scene and all of them couldn't help but freeze. Lin Sini pursed her lips slightly, and it was only when that coat of cloth completely disappeared that a mist of water rose in her eyes. Chen Bei, thank you. After murmuring, Lin Sini didn't make any pretense and immediately got into the car, speeding towards Tiannan City. Although Chen Bei didn't do anything more for her, however, the Qianquan voodoo sword, which was only about 30 centimeters in length, was held tightly in Lin Sini's hand. Tenant City is huge. It's so vast that you can't see the end of it at a glance. Chen Bei flew over at the same time, underneath the Wang family's mansion that looked like a city within a city. The demon-slaying sword locked by the Wang clan trembled more and more, and the countless cold iron chains rumbled and were stretched taut. Not good. This sword has a spirit. It wants to leave. All the people of the Wang clan were frowning at the situation, and the three pale figures sitting cross-legged around the demon-slaying sword also opened their eyes violently, their faces changing slightly. Shun, Bu, the three old men with white hair and long beard and cloth clothes all suddenly struck out, and an ocean of power surged towards the demon-beheading sword in an attempt to suppress it. All together. Never let this sword go out. The dragon family's many terrifying figures sensed something. All flew and came, striking out one after another, and the terrifying pressure shrouded them, as if to stabilize the sword. However, the crowd was shocked to find that the more they tried to suppress it, the more terrifying the ancient swords might become, and the entire Wang family residence suddenly resounded with a thick sword chanting and trembling sound. It's him coming, it must be him. Among the clansmen of the Wang clan, Wang Longhai looked at the crazily trembling ancient sword and frowned. Longhai, who's here? That coat of cloth, the owner of this sword. The ancient sword must have sensed the owner's aura, and that's why it responded like this, desperately wanting to rise up into the sky. All the people of the Wang family were all ugly at the words. When Wang Longhai returned, he naturally told his clan about all the things that had happened over the villa in the eastern suburb of Fengyang City. However, the Wang family had terrifying figures sniffing but coldly snorted. Humph, what's the point of panicking? The Wang clan is not Pekyang City. If he wants to take the divine sword, we'll have to see if he has the ability to do so, even if he is a powerhouse of the sovereign realm. So what? My Wang family has 5 if not 8 in the sovereign realm, and there are also 3 old ancestors sitting around, and with my ancestors sleeping, I don't believe that I can't guard a sword. Several terrifying figures struck out one after another. The terrifying aura on their bodies unexpectedly pushed right into those 3 pale white-haired figures sitting on their knees. In the meantime, the Wang family residence is directly east, a vast open area of wilderness. Under the night, Chen Bei stood with his arms folded, closing his eyes and plugging his ears as he made contact with the demon-slaying sword. In an instant, the scene of that mass of terrifying figures suppressing the ancient sword was shared with Chen Bei like a memory. Next moment, Chen Bei snapped his eyes open, his pupils condensed, and he slowly spat out 2 words, but they were incomparably calm and gentle. Sword, come. Chapter 65 Demon Beheading Sword. Heaven's mandate to subdue demons. Sword spirit. Along with Chen Bei's calm words fell, under the ground of the Wang family residence. Boom dash! The demon-slaying sword shook violently, and the terrifying power surged out in all directions like a flood, rippling in all directions. For a moment, countless cold iron chains clanked and broke, and a large number of Wang clan experts were overturned by this force, smashing into the surrounding walls. And around those terrifying figures, the power in their bodies suddenly stagnated, and they were pushed back horizontally. Same time, buzz. The ancient rapier broke free from its bonds and let out an ear-piercing sword roar as it violently shot up towards the basement ceiling. Boom! The terrifying sword might was unstoppable, breaking through the basement and shattering the ancient hall above, cutting through the night sky and whistling away. Standing in the distance and looking at it, a certain hall of the Wang clan's residence looked like it had exploded into the sky, and the stone broke through the sky as an ancient divine sword with flickering runic light broke through the ground, transforming into a flash of golden residual shadow that sped off in the direction of due east. No good. It's leaving the Wang family. A large number of terrifying figures of the Wang family rushed out of the sky, each standing at the top of the mansion, but the figure of the sword was never seen again. In the meantime, rumble, in the oceanic Tiannan city, a head of behemoths were all surprised to turn back, their hideous pupils gazing towards the Wang family residence, and the aura that had made 10,000 demons scornful seemed to have dissipated, without the shock of the demon beheading sword's aura. For a moment, all the surrounding great demons slowly turned around, and then pounced on the Wang family residence. Asterisk. Sinful animal. How dare you? The crowd of horrifying figures from the Wang family were trying to look for the demon-slaying sword, but they saw a large demon directly pounce over. And some of these horrifyingly evil demons were so horrifying that even the current head of the Wang family felt his scalp go numb. Kill. Rumble. In a matter of moments, the Wang family residence, which was originally not under attack, was patronized by a large number of evil demons. These evil demons didn't want to destroy the Wang family to the extent that they wanted to, but the aura of the transcendent martial artists there was so thick that it was like a city within a city. Even though some of the great demons were no match for the Wang family's top transcendent martial artists, it was not impossible to devour weak transcendent martial artists within the huge city within a city. And even the weakest transcendent martial artists had essence vitality and so on that were countless times stronger than ordinary people. Seek death. Roar dash. In just dozens of breaths, this huge mansion of the Wang family, which was like a kingly city, was instantly targeted by the great demons, and even several old demon figures could be seen inside. The departure of the demon-slaying sword caused the ancient transcendent behemoth, which was intended to be a cold-eyed spectator, to be attacked most violently, with countless deaths and injuries in an instant, and the battle raged on. In the meantime, the Wang family residence is directly east, under the night, in the middle of the wilderness. Buzz dash. The demon-slaying sword flew around Chen Bei non-stop, emitting a buzzing sword sound, as if it was unusually excited, as if it was cheering. Chen Bei looked at the spiritual ancient sword. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as if he was meeting with himself, quietly watching the demon-slaying sword continuously flying and hovering around him. Finally, it seems to have finished expressing the feelings of revitalization and return. The ancient sword slowly fell down and stood horizontally in front of Chen Bei. The runic light flowed and hovered motionless. Until this moment, it was only then that the true appearance of the demon chopper seemed to emerge. However, he saw that it was an ancient sword made of some unknown material. The body of the sword was densely covered with runic patterns, and an ancient runic symbol was carved all over the body, as if some kind of scripture was carved all over it, with bursts of runic light pulsating. Not only that, the ancient sword itself emerged as if there was a spirit living inside it, showing a gust of dependence and affinity towards Chen Bei. Old friends, we meet again. Chen Bei raised his right hand, his fingers caressing the sword body. A certain connection that was familiar with each other opened up at this moment, and the demon-slaying sword trembled and chirped, seemingly responding to its own master. Although this demon-beheading sword was owned by the successive generations of top demon hunters of the Division of Demon Suppression of the Dacian Imperial Dynasty, however, its current owner, Chen Bei, was nourished by Chen Bei's heart's blood. Furthermore, the demon chopper sword is not an extraordinary object. The sword is present in the person. The sword withers in the person's death. The heart blood of every demon hunter will nourish a sword spirit. Instead of the demon hunter being the owner of the demon chopper sword, it was more like the owner of the sword spirit. And when the previous owner of the demon chopper sword died, the sword spirit nourished by their heart's blood would also sense the owner withering away and thus begin to obliterate itself, leaving only the demon chopper sword to instinctively recognize its owner and allow the new owner to re-nourish the sword spirit. In other words, the sword spirit within the demon beheading sword at this moment was the sword spirit nourished by Chen Bei's heart's blood, but the demon beheading swords might accumulated by successive generations of demon hunters would not pass away. and would only grow stronger and stronger, which could be described as horrifying as it was. Nowadays, Chen Bei was the 72nd generation master of the demon beheading sword, and the sword spirit in the demon beheading sword was also the 72nd generation sword spirit. Prior to this, the demon chopper sword had already gone through 70 generations of top demon hunters sacrificing their swords, accumulating 71 generations of sword might. In other words, if one day Chen Bei fell, the sword spirit belonging to him would also follow his master, obliterating itself and erasing all traces of itself, so that the demon beheading sword could welcome its new master and nourish the new sword spirit. Of course, the demon slaying sword had already recognized Chen Bei as its master. He had once repaired the ancient sword that was full of holes. Whether it was the sword itself or the sword spirit, he was the master of the demon slaying sword. The moment Chen Bei touched the demon slaying sword, a wave of excitement, exhilaration, and a leap of faith came from the sword. It is your destiny to subdue the demons. Chen Bei smiled knowingly, his gaze slowly lifting up to the huge metropolis that was far more vast than the oceanic Pekyong city by an unknown number of times, seemingly able to penetrate through everything. Next moment, go on, buzz dash. With a wave of Chen Bei's big hand, the demon-slaying sword rushed up to the sky with a buzz, turning into a streak of shadow that fell into the sky and entered the clouds. Although the demon-slaying sword itself has amazing sword power, it needs to communicate with the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth with the help of the demon hunter in order to bring its power to its peak. Above the night, at the top of the endless dome, the rolling clouds were endless, and at this moment, amidst the layers of thick clouds, an ancient sword cut through the 9 heavens, like a swimming dragon, and the sword chanted in the Qiankuan. Same time, in the middle of Tiannan City, which was like a scene of doom, roar dash, no dash, oh dash, rumble dash, within the entire city, scenes of doom were everywhere, and various sounds filled the world, the hissing of evil demons, the screams of humans, the air-breaking sounds of transcendent martial artists, the angry roars of the nightwalkers, the roaring and ear-splitting sounds of battles, the crashing sounds of collapsing buildings, the rumbling sounds of exploding automobiles, the burning sounds of blazing fires, cries for help, and screams of misery. The sounds were unending. Countless ordinary people were fleeing in despair. In front of the evil demon, countless people fell into despair, fell into the abyss, and were devoured by fear, watching a familiar person fall into the food of the evil demon. Terrified, the whole Tiannan city was simply the 9 ghosts of purgatory. Miserable, confusion, unprecedented chaos. The smell of blood filled heaven and earth. In the sky above the city, there were behemoths devouring hundreds of transcendent martial artists in one bite and tearing down powerful nightwalkers with their hands. And in the streets and alleys, there were thousands of 100 years of small demons devouring the living alive and slaughtering all living creatures. And there were demons feeding on people. And there were demons sucking up the essence of the soul. And a dried corpse fell to the ground. On a certain inconspicuous street, Lin Sini's eyes were filled with fear. But she was desperately running wildly in the direction of her home. In her arms, the Qiankuan voodoo sword, which was about a foot in size, emitted gusts of runic light, and countless small demons seemed to sense the ancient sword's aura and avoided it one after another. Yet at some point, roar dash, an ungrateful wolf demon opened its bloody mouth and rushed out from the shadowy alley. It leaped up high and suddenly pounced at the silhouette. Lin Sini felt a chill run down her spine when she heard the unhuman-like roar, and subconsciously turned back to look, her pretty face turning pale with fear. A close call. Chapter 66 Sword Tremor. Fading life. It was while Lin Sini was in a state of panic. Suddenly, bam dash, the Qiankuan voodoo sword in her arms surged with light and suddenly flew out on its own, carrying endless runic light towards the wolf demon that leapt high into the air. Boom dash, roar dash. Although the ancient sword is short, but the power of the sky, directly the wolf demon blasted to explode. Broken. Wolf blood and broken meat flying gradually in all directions, smashed into the street around the wall. The sudden change startled the panicked people here, coefficient stopping their fleeing pace and staring blankly at the scene with a shocked and stunned expression. Not far away, the 100-year-old evil demons and even 1,000-year-old evil demons that were frantically sucking the essence of the human race were also startled, and they all cast scornful gazes. Lin Sini also came back to her senses from her panic, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the Qiankuan vermilion sword that had fallen to the ground, still emitting a faint talismanic light. That sword can decimate these monsters. Grab it! Wow dash! After a brief moment of silence, everyone around them came to their senses. Only then did Lin Sini realize that not far from her, a group of hideous men with engraved tattoos, large waists, and prison uniforms were standing. These Hans were murderous, and when they reacted, they all rushed towards the Qiankuan vermilion sword. But the next moment, bang bang dash, 2 gunshots rang out, and a group of convict hulks followed the sound and froze violently, stopping their pace hard. She's got a gun. Several people were frowning as they looked at Lin Sinny, who had fired a gun towards the sky. Appropriately, they also saw that the magical sword was exactly what flew out from the arms of that silhouette, and it was obviously the other party's thing. Lin Sinny's heart was filled with complexity, worry, panic, fear, and other emotions, but at this moment, she couldn't care less. Immediately picking up the Qianquan voodoo sword, looking at a group of unlike-kind prisoners with a face full of vigilance, and backing up step by step. It was obvious that these people were all criminals who had just escaped from their cells, and each of them stared viciously at the female inspector in front of them. If it was before, Lin Sinny would have arrested these people. Now, however, shaped like the end of the world, the human order is already collapsing, and there's nothing more she can do. After slowly pulling away, Lin Sinny did not hesitate and immediately turned around and disappeared around the corner of the street. A group of hideous prisoners saw the situation, listening to the mournful screams coming from all around, and did not care about chasing after them, when both pulled their legs and fled wildly. Follow the memory. Lin Sinny ran into a certain neighborhood, which was now long destroyed, with dried corpses everywhere, shocking limbs and broken arms, and collapsed buildings. But it was good to see that the building where her parents lived was still standing, although it was in a state of disrepair. Lin Sinny's delicate body trembled as she quickly ran towards the building. She rushed up to the 6th floor in one breath and pushed open the door of her house with a bang. Dad? Mom? Luna? Inside the house, there was no one in sight. Lin Sinny went crazy and opened all the bedroom doors, calling out to her parents and sister. However, there was no sound in the empty room, but the left wall was torn open by something. A huge crack, a piece of cups and plates in a mess. For a moment, Lin Sinny broke down, her entire body sitting on the sofa, tears snapping down her face. And that's when, "Sis? Is that you, sis?" A small, careful voice came from the closet that had fallen into the corner. Lin Sinny shuddered at the words, panicking as she placed her matching gun and Qianquan voodoo sword on the table and pounced on the closet in the corner. The closet fell to the floor, covered by some clutter. Lin Sinny tossed the clutter aside and pulled open the cabinet door with a thud. But inside, a young girl who looked 7 to 8 times similar to Lin Sinny, but with a look of terror written all over her eyes, and a middle-aged couple were huddled in the corner of the cabinet, shivering. Sis. After Lin Xin saw Lin Xin's appearance, the young girl, who had already been scared out of her wits, hugged her sister, tears of fear bubbling up. Sinny? Lin father and mother looked at the return of the eldest daughter, also as if grabbing a straw. As the eldest daughter of the 3rd-level inspector, in the hearts of this family is a kind of spiritual security solace. It's okay. Lin Sinny held her sister in her arms, the emotions of being reunited with life and death violently erupting out of her eyes as they misted over. But she knew very well that this was no time to be sentimental. Dad! Mom! Get out of there! We can't stay here any longer. Come with me, I'll get you out. Wiped away a tear, Lin Sinny immediately pulled herself together. At least she was a 3rd-level inspector. Her mental quality was much tougher than ordinary people. Mindy, where are you taking us? Lin's father and mother, who were honest people on the ground, immediately opened their mouths and asked, now that the entire Blue Star continent was full of man-eating monsters, as ordinary people, where could they hide? To Pyongyang City? Dad! Mom! I'll take you to Pyongyang City. Lin Sinny had already thought about it long ago. Pyongyang City at the very least had Qinbei. It was much safer than Tiannan City. With that, she first helped her sister out. However, just the moment Lin Xinu hunched over, one foot stepping out of the closet, roar dash, a dull hissing sound resounded in the surroundings, and the 4 of them followed the sound to look, but they saw that at the huge wall that was torn open, outside the crack, a hideous tiger slowly grubbed at the wall, and landed on the floor of the house in an enthusiastic manner. This was a demonic tiger with only 600 years of Tao, surrounded by demonic aura, with hideous fangs, blood-red pupils, and blood dripping from its fangs, and even a piece of meat still hanging from its teeth. It was obvious that those were not its blood, but the blood of the human race. Lin Xinu and Lin father and mother looked at the fallen tiger demon that devoured and killed like a demon. All of their faces were pale and powerless, their bodies trembling in fear. Lin Sinny was similarly short of breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. And that's when, buzz off, the Qianquan voodoo sword that Lin Sinny had placed on the table just now suddenly trembled violently. Gusts of runic light flickered, and collided with the tabletop to emit a sound. The ancient sword that was more than a foot long was as if it felt threatened, and the blade suddenly rotated on its own, facing the demon tiger evil demon. Roar dash! The hideous tiger demon prowled in front of the wall, but kept his distance. his eyes full of scorn and uneasiness. Finally, just as the Qianquan voodoo sword trembled to the extreme and was about to break through the air, the predator tiger demon abruptly turned around and leapt up, quickly jumping out of the crack in the wall and escaping. Lin Xinyue and Lin's father and mother looked at the magical ancient sword on the table and were each stunned. The monster, it seemed, was afraid of the ancient sword that was only about a foot long. Sis, what's that? Lin Xinyu's eyes were full of consternation. The ice-cold and intelligent her naturally detected the ancient sword's extraordinary origin. I'll explain it to you later. Let's get out of here. Lin Xini glanced with complicated eyes at the Qianquan vermilion sword that Chen Bei had left for himself, and then brought out the three Lin Xinyue, taking the ancient sword and the matching gun and walking towards the outside of the building. Until you get out of the neighborhood. It took the three Lin Xinu to realize. At this moment, Tiannan City was already like hell, with the bad traces left behind by the evil demons everywhere, and the entire sky above Tiannan City was filled with terrified screams, as well as the battle sounds of the Nightwalkers roaring and roaring. No dash! Countless ordinary people screamed in despair, and the entire oceanic giant city was gripped by fear. The countless Nightwalkers were also unable to do anything. Although they had already fought as if they were dying together, they could only watch as one life after another withered away. Over the ocean-like vastness of the city, there were Nightwalkers of terrifying strength fighting in blood, ripples of power that were astonishing. The streets and alleys under the night sky are filled with Nightwalkers of low strength confronting evil demons of low moral character. Around the skies above the mansions of those ancient transcendent martial artist families, bursts of horrifying fluctuations erupted. The entire Tiannan City was like a slaughtered war zone. The Nine Spectres of Doom. Chapter 67 Demon Hunter. Panic of 10,000 Demons. Sensational Pekyang City. Kill. Boom dash. Above the city, countless Nightwalkers bloodied the sky and were eaten alive by thousands of years old demons, wailing all over the city. GGG, humble mortals, I'm going to eat all of you. Go to hell. GGG. Within the vastness of Tiannan City, countless evil demons laughed hideously and maniacally, unbridled, causing millions of humans to tremble. Why is this happening? God, open your eyes and take a good look at this earth. Who can save us? Which dash? There are old people who are too old to look up to the sky and cry out in despair as they look around at the miserable scene of doom. However, it seems that God has never had time to pay attention to the suffering of the people on earth. 10,000 demons are still ravaging the city, and the devil is still walking on the earth. Ha ha ha, God can't control you, so you'd better be good as the food in my mouth. This seed has been hibernating for 1,000 years for today. I will suck out the essence of all of your races. Ha 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 dash. Evil laughter filled with evil spread across the heavens and the earth. Countless evil demons slaughtered the earth, like demons from the bottom of the nine hells, committing monstrous sins and countless crimes. Yet while uncountable evil demons were enjoying their sins, suddenly, buzz dash, a terrifying divine sword with billions of runic lights fell violently from the top of the dome, above the clouds. The speed of it made the void seem to distort and tremble. The ancient sword fell at great speed, like 1,000,000 pounds, at some point, caught everyone off guard. Boom dash. In the sky above the city that was as vast and boundless as the ocean, the extremely bright ancient sword slammed down, falling like a heavenly tilt on the top of 100 meters above Tiannan City. The ancient sword was violently fixed on top of the void in the center of the oceanic giant city, and a wave of horrifying runic light ripples instantly exploded. View from God's perspective. But see above the city, the sea of talismanic light ripples like waves, with the ancient sword as the center, quickly swept in all directions, sweeping across the entire sky above the Tiannan City. The blink of an eye stretches endless distance. Almost in an instant, it swept to cover the entire ocean sea city above. Boom 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 dash. Countless evil demons in the symbol light ripples wave bang exploded. Into a sky of blood mist, a behemoth was pushed out horizontally, like a small leaf flatboat in the Big Bang energy, bombarded and swept away hundreds of meters away, coughing up blood, and looking upward from the vision of the average person below. However, above the night sky, a layer of horrifying runic light rippling waves swept across the sky, covering an unknown geometry. One time, countless people instantly froze. The endless Nightwalkers who were originally fighting desperately against the terrifying evil demons were similarly horrified. The great demon that was still hideous and terrifying just moments ago suddenly exploded the instant the ripples of talismanic light swept through it, turning into a bloody mist, and it didn't even have time to let out a mournful roar. While the ripples of talismanic light similarly passed through their bodies, the crowd was unharmed. Not only the Nightwalkers, but countless powerful members of the ancient transcendent martial family residences were also startled, all of them looking bewildered, and then they turned to look. In an instant, all the endless humans in the entire Tiannan City looked in a certain direction, but there, an ancient sword with extremely bright runic light was fixed in the air, and that horrible ripple of runic light just now was sent by the ancient sword. Suddenly, the oceans of Nightwalkers, millions of ordinary people, and the transcendent martial artists of the ancient transcendent martial artist families were all filled with horror, shock, and disbelief. They could feel that the breath within the ripples of talismanic light was as terrifying as it was, like a vast universe collapsing and sweeping in all directions, but it was penetrating from within them, as if ignoring the human race in general. But when that wave of oceanic runic light ripples hit those high-dimensional species, it was an outbreak of astonishing power. Some high-dimensional species with low strength were seriously injured and flew back, and the weak ones were even subdued into blood mist on the spot. The people do not know the power of the demon chopper's sword at this time, only their own heaven and earth, two poles of the power of the two ways, the human race and no harm, and not by the mana to promote. However, even so, for the demons and ghosts and evil spirits, has been a great threat and horror. Second Master, it's that sword. Wang family residence. A large number of terrifying figures from the Wang clan looked at the ancient sword in the sky above the vast, gigantic city, all of them filled with surprise. In the meantime, roar dash. After the countless terrifying evil demons were swept away by the earth-shattering waves of runic light ripples, they were all seriously injured, and they all looked up to the sky and roared, revealing a look of horror. In the middle of the vast giant capital, although more than 70% of the evil demons died in the first wave of the demon-slaying sword symbol light ripples, the number of thousand-year-old demons and thousands-of-year-old demons that survived the serious injuries were not few, and the remaining number was still as countless as an ocean. But at this moment, the endless evil demons were all filled with trepidation and even trembling with disbelief. Demon-slaying sword? How in the world could there be such a thing? Where did you get the demon-slaying sword? Could it be that there are also demon hunters in this world? No way. This is absolutely impossible. However, all the powerful evil demons that survived, one by one, they were all breathing rapidly. Their eyes were angry, just like evil spirits seeing the black and white brothers, with fear written all over their eyes. Demon hunter. Evil demon nemesis. The demon hunter who nourished the demon-slaying sword was even more of a nightmare for the demon race. At this moment, the aura displayed by that demon-slaying sword was at least that of an 8th-order demon hunter in order to control its power. That is to say, the owner of the sword is at least an 8th-order demon hunter, more likely to be above the 8th order. How can this not let the oceanic evil demons like a mouse meets a cat as terrified as a million? The kind of fearfulness displayed by the oceanic terrifying demons naturally fell into everyone's eyes, and the words that they continuously exclaimed out in shock were also heard by everyone. For a time, countless people's hearts were flooded with huge waves. What kind of existence could deter an ocean of countless high-dimensional species, and make them feel like birds of prey? Fearful. No, I should say scared, awe-inspiring, and even terrified. Demon hunter? A Nightwalker softly recited this name, and countless people had these three words floating in their minds at this moment. Everyone looked at the ancient sword that was fixed in the void, as well as the runic light that enveloped the firmament. All of them were too stunned to speak. Rune light with the ancient sword as the center, filling the entire night sky, shrouding the sky, spreading infinitely, seems to have ancient runes branded on top of the void, within the runic light, spreading the sky, making the entire night sky seem sacred and inviolable. In the middle of Tiannan City, uncountable numbers of ordinary people looked up. As they watched that shocking scene, they were all staggered out of their minds, seemingly even forgetting their fear somewhat. And that's when the ancient sword is not far away. That night sky full of runic light and ancient runic branding. A figure walked slowly. He was dressed in cloth, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a light breeze, as if he had come from the ancient times and walked in the river of time, as if he were an exiled immortal who was as ethereal as a fairy. 9th rank demon hunter? The moment Chen Bei appeared in the talismanic light, the oceanic countless evil demons' faces changed drastically, and most of them were already shivering with even more panic, feeling the high-dimensional species around them that had suddenly become terrified. Large swathes of the Nightwalkers were also filled with unspeakable shock. Who is this man? He seems to be the nemesis of these high-dimensional species, and these people are as terrified and timid when they see him as if they had seen the god of death. How could this happen? When did the Blue Star continent have such an existence? What is this person's origin? Why are all the high-dimensional species so terrified when they see him? Demon hunter. These seem to say that the man is a demon hunter. Are they demons? Demon hunter? Within the oceanic and porous Tiannan City, almost all of the countless shivering commoners raised their heads and similarly gazed at that coat of cloth. Demon hunter. That man is a demon hunter. For a moment, people looked at the figure as if they had seen hope and grasped onto a straw to save their lives. Lin Sinny's family of 4 was also standing at a certain street corner at this time, all of them looking at that coat of cloth, especially Lin Sinny. Her beautiful eyes gently opened. quietly looking at the silhouette that was both distant and familiar. The ancient sword in her hand. She couldn't help but grip it a few points tighter. And that's when Chen Bei, who stood above the void, did not have any unnecessary nonsense, and he had always been too lazy to say much in the face of the 10 evil demons, under the gaze of countless eyes. But see that a cloth coat, slowly raised his right hand. The extremely bright ancient sword similarly gradually tilted, the blade of the sword to the ocean below the evil demon. Crazy tremor. Next moment. Phew. Chen Bei waved his big hand horizontally. It was like pouring a river, with the sleeves thrown out violently. The moment he waved his hand, it seemed that the death sentence had been pronounced for the endless evil demons of Tiannan City. Chapter 68. Shocking words. Chen Bei swung his big hand horizontally, as if there was 1,000 pounds of force in his hand, and violently threw it out. Next moment. Buzz dash. The demon-slaying sword let out a chirping sound and suddenly shot out explosively. The runic light shone brightly, and the ancient sword densely covered with runes cut through the sky, chopping at the oceanic, endless evil demons below. Shoo. Buzz. The ancient sword pierced through the void, emitting a burst of sword chants as it pierced through a great demon in the sky above Wanyang City. Roar dash. Boom dash. Under the attention of millions of people, after the terrifying thousands of years of high-dimensional species were pierced by the demon chopper sword, they let out a mournful roar up to the sky, and then their bodies cracked, and it seemed like countless runic lights broke out of their bodies inside, and then they exploded with a bang, turning into a sky full of blood mist. What? Around that head of the great demon, countless nightwalkers with terrifying strength watched the scene, each with their jaws dropping. That was an 80-level high-dimensional species. Just now they joined hands to surround and desperately fight, but also did not let the other party suffer fatal injuries. However, at this moment just a sword, but even directly blasted it into a blood mist. Such scenes, however, continue to happen. Buzzing dash. The demon-slaying sword transformed into a trail of shadows and flew over the vastness of Tiannan City. The ancient sword flipping over and skimming past countless people, the ears just ringing with the shocking sound of the sword, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared far away, piercing through those behemoths' bodies. Boom 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 boom. Explosions rang out from all over the sky. The ancient sword was extremely fast, so fast that the entire night sky seemed to be filled with sword shadows everywhere. It pierced through a head of high-dimensional species, one sword at a time. The sword killed. For a time, the sword shadows seemed to be everywhere in the sky above the ocean-like vastness of the giant city, and the sword chants over the entire city were spreading out to the sky. Roar dash. Demon hunter. It's really a 9th-ranked demon hunter. No dash. Boom 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 dash. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that the picture had reversed, and the endless evil demons that had been frantically slaughtering the human race were now being madly harvested for their lives by the trembling ancient sword. Impossible. This is impossible. How can there still be demon hunters in this world? No, you're not from this world. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Variant. He's that variant that the demon emperor deduced. Suddenly, countless evil demons were sincerely terrified, and some of the old demons among them with terrifying strength seemed to have heard certain rumors in the demon domain. Their faces pale and hard to see. With just a wave of his hand, the endless evil demons trembled and fled madly, even more wretched than the people who were caught in panic and despair in the last moment. However, that ancient sword was getting faster and faster. It cut through the night sky, sped through heaven and earth, flew into the streets and alleys, disappeared into ordinary homes, and crazily suppressed and killed countless evil demons. Boom dash. Above a certain street, the demon-slaying sword shone brightly, flickering and passing through the streets of buildings, and wherever it passed, countless evil demons exploded, letting out endless screams before they died. Oh my god. What the hell is he? What the hell is he? In the sky above the entire Tiannan City, countless nightwalkers and transcendent martial artists stared blankly at the ancient sword remnants that filled the sky. Clearly there was only one ancient sword, but it was as if the oceanic vastness of the city was filled with its silhouette. Fast. Just too fast. For a while, countless nightwalkers, transcendent martial artists, and ordinary people began to pay attention to the origins of that coat of cloth. Oh, whoa whoa. Endless evil demons came roaring before they died, and in the blink of an eye, the sky above the oceanic Tiannan City looked like countless sword shadows crisscrossing across the sky, and endless behemoths exploded, and that cloth coat, as if it was in the sky above the sea of swords, calmly watched all of this. After a short period of more than 10 minutes, demonic blood filled the sky over the boundless vastness of the city. If the last moment of Tiannan City was like the end of the human world, then this moment was the end of the endless evil demons. Countless evil demons had their vitality destroyed by the demon-slaying sword and faded away in this world. Within the huge metropolis of that end-of-day scene, Countless crystal-clear demonic dawns slowly floated up, and these demonic dawn were surrounded by sinful chi and shrouded by demonic chi, with demonic power as terrifying as it was. Phew, in the void, within the billions of talismanic light, but see that a cloth gently raised his hand. The sky full of demonic pills rose up in the air, and quickly flew toward him. Not long after, the entire sky above Tiannan City with more than thousands of years of moral behavior of the evil demons were almost decimated. As for some of the low strength of 100 years of small demons and even 1,000 years of evil demons, the demon-slaying sword seemed to be too lazy to kill them, and crazily harvested the strong and powerful evil demons. As a great evil demon was blasted to death by the demon-slaying sword, between heaven and earth, a trace of the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth that could not be seen by the naked eye was being added to the sword, to Chen Bei within the roiling runic light. I don't know how much time had passed, but finally, the entire Tiannan city gradually regained its calmness, and the ancient sword broke through the air from the endlessly distant borders of Tiannan city, sweeping through the sky above the vast oceanic metropolis with an astonishingly loud sword chant. Flying towards that coat of cloth, Chen Bei received the trembling demon-slaying sword with his backhand, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. All of this is just going through the motions for you, isn't it? In the face of Chen Bei's inquiry, the demon-beheading sword trembled violently, as if it was responding to its master. Although Tiannan City was incomparably vast, and the evil demons were like oceans, however, for the demon-beheading sword in Chen Bei, it was just child's play. After all, among the endless evil demons, the most terrifying cultivation was only 9,000 years of Daoxing. Now that Chen Bei had been promoted to the 9th level of Demon Hunter, the power of the Demon Chopper's sword naturally followed the rise in power. However, this scene fell into the eyes of countless nightwalkers and transcendent martial artists, and each one of them was astonished, their eyes full of unspeakable horror. That person, with just his imperial sword, had exterminated an unknown number of high-dimensional species in the blink of an eye, especially when Chen Bei's words fell into the ears of some transcendent martial artists with terrifying strength and nightwalkers. The crowd was so shocked that they couldn't utter a single word. To subdue so many high-dimensional species in such a short period of time was just going through the motions, as he put it. My God, what is this person's identity? For them, it was like an apocalyptic catastrophe, but in their eyes, it didn't seem worth mentioning at all. Yet where do the people know? In the continent of 10,000 demons, a 9th-order demon hunter, heaven and earth, two poles of the power of the two channels can only be used to describe the horror. They are like evil demon life harvester. The hand of the demon chopping sword is like the scythe of death. Otherwise endless evil demons to see demon hunter at that moment. How could it be so terrified of 10,000 shapes? One must know that this was still the result of Chen Bei not utilizing his magic spells and merely sacrificing the demon-slaying sword to imperialize the sword. If he had utilized his magic spell to suppress the demons, coupled with the power of the demon-slaying sword, the scene would only be even more unimaginable. A 9th-order demon hunter was far more terrifying 1,000 times than what the world thought. After striking out to exterminate more than 99% of the powerful evil demons in the sky above Tiannan City, Chen Bei quietly gazed at the oceanic giant city, then slowly put away the demon-slaying sword as his gaze fell on a certain inconspicuous corner. Ms. Lin, Mr. Chen has important matters to attend to, so I'll take a step ahead, and I'll see you in Fengyang. The unassuming voice resounded over the entire Tiannan City, reaching everyone's ears. After Chen Bei finished speaking, he waved his hand slightly at the place where Lin Sini's family was. Suddenly, countless forces of the two polarities of heaven and earth that could not be felt by normal people madly poured into the Qianquan vermilion sword in Lin Sini's hand. The short ancient sword shook violently, the runic light restrained internally, but its aura was even more terrifying. In the end, Lin Sini was ultimately the one he, Chen Bei, had allowed to follow him here, and putting other things aside, allowing the other party to return to Pekyang City safely would be considered a cycle of karma. However, right now, Chen Bei was in a hurry to return to the eastern suburbs villa. The 30th date was close at hand, leaving him little time. As for Lin Sini's family, with the Qianquan vermilion sword, which was enhanced by the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth, by their side, although the power of the enhancement would slowly and sharply diminish, it would be enough to ensure that the four of them would return to the Pekyang land realm safely. Do it all. Chen Bei silently scanned this side of heaven and earth, slowly faded from the sight of the crowd, a little bit, then completely disappeared into the night sky. As he and the demon-slaying sword left, the talismanic light in the sky above the oceanic giant city gradually returned to ruins and eventually returned to normal. However, the scene just now was the one that flooded the hearts of millions of people with waves, especially Lin Sini's family. Chapter 69, his name, spread all over Tiannan. In the middle of a huge city in the middle of the ocean, Lin Sini looked at the gradually receding figure. and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Appropriately, she could feel the strange movements of the Qianquan voodoo sword, and it was obvious that that piece of cloth must have used some method to enhance the sword's power. In response to Chen Bei's actions, Lin Sinyi's throat rolled, but she remained silent for a long time, and the words of Chen Bei in the right moment naturally reached everyone's ears. And although billions of people did not know with whom the godlike man in a suit of cloth was conversing, they all inexplicably developed a feeling of envy. Beside Lin Sinyi, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and his younger sister, Lin Xinyue, were also dumbfounded. The three of them had just regained their senses from that shocking scene, and they didn't expect that the words of that coat of cloth would push them to another horror. Sis, was he talking to you just now? Lin Xinyue stared blankly at her own sister, her small mouth almost opening into an O shape. Lin father Lin mother also have to look at Lin Sinyi. Just now that a cloth coat, like an exiled handsome god, seems to be looking at them here to open the mouth. So that Miss Lin Peek Yang Si, could he be talking to his own daughter? And at this time, the ice-cold Lin Xinyue suddenly remembered something and looked flabbergasted at the Qianquan vermilion sword in Lin Sinyi's hand. Sister, this sword wouldn't be the one he left for you, would it? Lin Xinyue felt that it was very possible. After all, just now she had witnessed a miraculous scene of the Qianquan vorpal sword. It would spontaneously awaken when a monster approached, and it was alive and well and scared a hideous monster back. Lin's father, Lin's mother sniffed and similarly looked at her daughter. The eyes of the two old men were filled with incredulity and disbelief. That kind of existence that was like a myth, how could it intersect with their own daughters? Even though Lin Sinyi was a third-grade inspector, and she was also very pretty, and was the pride of the two old men in their lives, but no matter how good, after all, it is just an ordinary person. Since the ancient Qin announced all the news, the two old men, even if they are stupid, they also know what the aptly named cloth coat means. However, Lin Sinyi's reaction filled the three with surprise and dismay. Xine, you guys really know each other? This sword is really given to you by that person? For a while, Lin Sinyi's family members were all wide-eyed, complex emotions showing in each other's eyes. Sis, you and him wouldn't be. Lin Xinyue's mind stormed for a while. Her beautiful eyes flooded with a flash of indescribable thoughts and said, obviously, this love-brain sister is thinking a little off the wall. What made Lin Sinyi even more embarrassed was that the gaze of Lin's father and mother seemed to coincide with her younger sister. Lin Xinyue, Dad, Mom, Xiao Yu, Chen Bei and I are not what you think. Lin Sinyi tried her best to explain that she hadn't dared to think anything at all. That person, long ago, was not what she had thought at first. However, upon hearing her daughter directly name that coat of cloth, Lin mother as well as Lin Xinyue all froze. You even know the name and gave you such an amazing ancient sword, and you say it's not that? It's really not the situation you think it is. I don't deserve him. Seeing that her family was about to misunderstand, Lin Sinyi hurriedly explained, and when she uttered the sentence I don't deserve his, the luster in her eyes was obviously gone, and her voice was much lower. Alright, I'll slowly explain it to you guys later. For now, let's leave Tiannan City first. However, very quickly, Lin Sinyi recovered and immediately led the family to leave at a fast pace towards the outskirts of the city. In the meantime, instead, the sky above Tiannan City was abuzz. The countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers were still in shock, unable to return to their senses for a long time. An apocalyptic scene instantly returned to calm. Although the city is still full of devastation, miserable, but this side of heaven and earth is much quieter. Celestials, it's the Celestials who have struck. That must be the Celestial who has come out of the world to save the world. For a time, countless ordinary people in Tiannan City burst into tears. That kind of afterlife feeling since the door of hell. Some old and old-fashioned thinking people called out to the Celestials. That appalling scene was indeed like a heavenly being in their eyes. On the other hand, the countless nightwalkers were breathing heavily, and the shock in their hearts was difficult to calm down. Compared to these nightwalkers and most of the ancient transcendent martial family, the people of the Wang family were all looking cumbersome. We must get that sword back. With that sword, we can escape the next catastrophe. There was a Wang clan terror figure muttering. Compared to the total collapse of the border, this scene tonight was nothing at all, and the real catastrophe had yet to come. The mouths of some of the strongest members of the Wang family who had participated in the otherworldly battlefield were dry, and those who had experienced the despair of the border were even more eager for peace of mind at this moment. And that ancient sword was undoubtedly a kind of tranquilizer. For a time, countless powerful transcendent martial artists of the Wang clan were consumed by desire, and their hearts became even more frantic about obtaining the demon-slaying sword. At this moment in time, Tiannan City, although there were still countless weak evil demons surviving, they all quickly disappeared and frantically hid themselves. Even though the demon hunter had left, all of the great demons had been decimated, and the Nightwalkers in the void alone were enough to sweep them away. But everyone would never forget that this brief moment of peace was given by the sudden appearance of a coat of cloth. Time passes slowly. The entire Blue Star continent was thrown into a panic, and almost overnight, the order that mankind had managed to establish with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Not every city is Tiannan City. Not every place has Qianbei. Most of the regional cities are not so lucky. Countless people are still like the end of the world, plunged into deep despair and panic. Countless ordinary people and Nightwalkers buried in the hands of the evil demon. Corpses all over the place. Shocking to the eyes. The scene played out in various places until dawn. Rumble. In the middle of the vast and boundless ancient path of starry sky, a superpowered warship that had never been announced to the world roared loudly and whistled. However, on top of those warships, there stood horrifying figures, and countless Nightwalkers who had gone to support the otherworldly border turned back halfway. Just like an army of billions of troops breaking through the Star River, slowly descending to the Blue Star continent. Kill. Rumble dash. On a certain superpowered warship, Mo-Ran's face was hideous as he landed a palm, and horrifying ripples spread out across a certain oceanic metropolis, entangling with a behemoth in a battle. More to support the Nightwalkers back. When they saw the rear is like a human purgatory. Rage. Countless figures do not wait for the battleship to land. Have a leap down, like a tidal wave of general suppression and go. The return of Mo-Ran and the others made the war situation in the vast and sprawling Blue Star continent briefly under control, but still died an unknown number of human races, which was a catastrophe, a disaster for ordinary people. Mo-Ran and the others had originally gone to support the Nightwalker army at the otherworldly border. However, halfway there, they learned that the otherworldly border had completely collapsed and had no choice but to take the lead in retreating. At this very moment, beside Mo-Ran, an old man with a head full of white hair was as terrifying as it was unfathomable, and every punch that fell was like the sky collapsing into the earth. If Shi Jian were here, he would have recognized this person. The old man was no other than one of the leading figures of the Southern Row Night Division General Division Support Border in the Southern Row of the Tiannan Province, the teacher of the Shi Jian duo, Meng Tianzheng. Countless warships slowly landed, and this time, instead of hiding their shapes and landing deep in the mountains, they landed over the oceanic megalopolis. And all the Nightwalkers were all engaged in battle. On the other hand, the warships of some ancient transcendent martial family were falling towards their mansions. In these people's hearts, nothing was more important than the safety of their own families. Most of their participation in the otherworldly battlefield was only to hunt down more higher dimensional species to redeem more superpowers for the clan. It was just that no one thought that the otherworldly border gate would fully collapse so quickly, and it was not even known why it had collapsed so quickly. But there was one thing. The border gate must have undergone a horrifying change, or else it shouldn't have fully collapsed so quickly. I'm afraid the only way to know these answers is if the army of Nightwalkers at the border retreats back. However, the border was far away, and it was rumored that it would be at least half a month or so before the army of Nightwalkers there wanted to return to the Blue Star continent. The reason why Mo-Ran and the others were able to come back so quickly was because they hadn't even traveled to the border of the otherworld before they received the news and turned back. 3 days passed in a flash. In these 3 days, with the return of Mo-Ran and the others, the rear of the human race was finally barely stabilized. At the same time, the various happenings over Tiannan City began to sweep across the entire southern and northern Tiannan province, and countless videos of what had once happened were rehashed. People already believed that all the videos that once came out of Pekyang City, the scenes of dragon slaying, the sky full of sword shadows, and the miraculous images, were all real deeds that had existed. People in the Tiannan province gradually knew that there lived a demon hunter. His name was Qianbei, and his name had spread almost everywhere in Tiannan overnight. However, what they didn't know was that Qianbei, at this moment, was frowning. The 30th, Brother Yen, what exactly will happen on that day? Qianbei looked at the demented Yen Qixia and muttered. On that day, what kind of great change could have caused the female imperial master Mu Nanshu to sacrifice the Tao, and Brother Yen to go out of his way to cross the ages of time to come to the present to warn himself? Is it a full-scale invasion of the demon realm? Or the return of those on the otherworldly frontier? Or is there a more feared evil demon coming out of the demon locking tower? Qianbei slowly shook his head. None of this was known. He had even used the heavenly chance technique to deduce it, and he still couldn't deduce any signs. But on the contrary, I saw in the celestial chance technique that on the night of the 30th, the entire Pekyang city seemed to be boiling over, as if there was some kind of terrifying beings fighting, striking the void and shaking it, as if the heaven and earth were being torn apart by a crack. Qianbei's face couldn't help but stare as all sorts of ominous premonitions rose in his heart. In the meantime, General Secretary of the Night Division of the Southern Row of the Tiannan Province, Qianbei, Demon Hunter? Office of the Director General of the 106th Division Branch. Shi Jian and the woman sat quietly, and on the main seat in front of the two, the old man in cloth with a head full of white hair frowned slightly, and beside him, sat Mo Ran. Teacher, would you like to meet Mr. Chen? Shi Jian carefully opened his mouth, facing this teacher. Around him and the woman, they also felt a burst of terrifying pressure. It was obvious that the teacher was much stronger again. Meng Tianjing sniffed his brows tightly, and then slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He really did not expect that he had only left the district for more than half a month. The southern part of the Tiannan province had actually happened so many things, and there was also such a character. Now Chen Bei's name. The entire Tiannan region can be said to be known to women and children. At least 70% of the people seem to know that there is that a coat of cloth, like a celestial man down to earth, hidden to the highest. Let's talk about it. The end times are approaching. My master is going to be in seclusion for a few days to impact the realm, and on the day I break through the seclusion, I'll meet this person again. Meng Tianjing said inside deeply. However, Mo Ran's 3 eyes were filled with horror at the words. Shi Jian was even more overjoyed and shocked at the same time. Teacher breaking through the realm? It was important to realize that although Meng Tianjing's status was almost equal to Mo Ran's, yet that was only in terms of certain decisions being the same. Pavilion Elder Mo was hand-picked by the Ying clan's royal family and had an honorable status, but his strength was only at the peak of the 8th grade realm, whereas the teacher of the 2 Shi Jian men had stepped into the peak of the patriarchal realm for many years earlier, and for his old man to be in seclusion to make a breakthrough. Didn't that mean that, teacher, you, the woman beside Shi Jian was alarmed. A transcendent martial artist of the sovereign realm breaking through, then, wouldn't that be the transcendent realm of sainthood? Not only were the two stunned, Mo Ran on the side similarly stared in disbelief. Transcendence into sainthood. Into the sainthood realm. Once a transcendent martial artist stepped into the saint realm, it was not just an elevation of the realm, it was a metamorphosis, and if it succeeded, it would be as terrifying as it was. Chapter 70, The Cat That Disappeared. But not quite. Learning that Meng Tian was about to go into seclusion to impact sainthood, Shi Jian and the 3 of them were all horrified, breathing heavily. One must know that the Blue Star continent, vast and boundless, the ancient Qin territory, boundless and vast. However, the sacred realm transcendent martial artist, was not as much as one would imagine. Even in the northern and southern parts of the huge Tiannan province, there were very few powerful people who had ever been born into the saint realm. For more than 1,000 years, the Tiannan province had given birth to many sovereign realm transcendent martial artists, but all of the ancient transcendent martial artist families had more or less produced sovereign realm terrifying figures in their ancestry. However, the countless patriarchal realm impacts on sainthood almost ended in failure. The lighter ones retreated to half-step patriarchal realm and then slowly recovered to the peak. The heavier ones died on the spot, and even if they managed to survive, they were still farther and farther away from the sainthood. Of course, some of the failed impact into the sainthood of the sovereign realm transcendent martial artists will be at the end of the oil lamp will choose to enter the sainthood for the second time. Generally this kind of situation, the mortality rate is even more perverted close to 100%. Transcendence into the saint, like a step in the sky and a step underground division line. Countless proud son of heaven exhausted his life, but also cannot cross that rift valley, and once stepped into the transcendence into the saint, will become the true meaning of the giant strong man, transcendent mortal into the sacred realm. This kind of realm's terrifying figure, even if it was placed in the vast and boundless entire ancient Qin and even the Blue Star continent, it was also an existence that moved in all directions of fame, and occupied a place in the ranks of the strongest people in the entire Blue Star continent. They were truly transcendent supreme existences, and some of the terrifying entry saint realm transcendent martial artists would even be enshrined in the annals of history for the descendants of the party to look up to. For example, that old ancestor of the Long family in Pekyang City. If the Long family's old ancestor had leapt to become an entered saint giant back then today's Long family would never have been just the Pekyang City's 7 ancient transcendent martial family. Even if it was just a transcendent family that had one saintly ancestor lingering on around those king and general clans that didn't have saints sitting on their side, they would still be inferior. Such an ancient transcendent martial artist family, as long as they wanted to, it was not unlikely for them to become a party of vassals in the true sense of the word. And now, just as the otherworldly frontier was completely collapsing, Meng Tianjing was actually going to impact the sacred realm. If he succeeded, a transcendent sage realm powerhouse would be born in Tiannan province, and at that time, the overall combat power of the entire Tiannan province would inevitably receive a terrifying surge. However, compared to this, Shi Jian was more worried, fearing that Meng Tianjing's impact would fail. However, seeing that his teacher's mind was made up, he just wanted to say something and prayed silently in his heart. Time passes slowly. The sun sets at dusk. Night is gradually enveloping this world. At this moment, the eastern suburbs villa. Lin Sinny held the Qianquan voodoo sword tightly with both hands, cradling the sword in her arms. Her beautiful eyes gently opened as she silently looked at the villa in front of her. For some reason, in the past, she hadn't been mentally burdened when entering this villa. But at this moment, there was always an indescribable sentiment inexplicably rising in her. Perhaps because of her sister's words, perhaps because of the trip to Tiannan City. All in all, she felt as if she was a little different than before. She raised her jade hand several times to snap the villa's front door, only to put it down again and again. She had come to return Chen Bei Qianquan voodoo sword, and when that coat of cloth had given herself the sword at that time, she hadn't said that the sword belonged to her, but only told her to take it and go to her loved ones. Lin Sinny felt that the sword definitely had to be returned, but there was some reluctance in her heart, not because she coveted the might of the Qianquan voodoo sword, but rather an indescribable reluctance. In fact, Lin Sinny also wondered if she liked that figure. Quickly, though, she shook her head again, only to grip her sword a little tighter. Eventually, she raised her hand and decided to snap the gate, and just before Lin Sinny was about to snap the door opened abruptly on its own. Introducing the eye to the face that was both familiar and handsome was the cloth coat. Chen Bei? Chen Bei's sudden appearance immediately disrupted Lin Sinny's thoughts, and she actually looked a little flustered as she looked at the person in front of her. It's my sister's fault for disturbing my heart. Miss Lin? See Lin Sinny. Chen Bei was not surprised, but smiled. Looking for me for something? No, nothing. No, there's something. Lin Sinny subconsciously opened her mouth, wanting to say that I was just wandering around the neighborhood, but in an instant, she had a wake-up call and hurriedly opened her mouth. I came to return the sword, and also, thank you. Without this sword, Lin Sinny's family might not have returned to Pekyang City safely, or rather, she might not even be able to see her family, having long since been buried in the mouths of the wolf demon and demon tiger. Chen Bei sniffed and glanced at the Qianquan vorpal sword, followed by a rare smile. It's just an ordinary magic weapon. Ms. Lin doesn't have to be overly concerned, returning it or not. It's actually fine. Ordinary spells like this one. Chen Bei didn't know how many of them were in his storage bag, and it was just enough to deter some evil demons with less than 2,000 years of Dao. However, to you, it may just be an ordinary magic weapon, but to me, it's a spirit sword that can save the lives of my entire family. So how can I not return something so valuable? Lin Sinny said, handing her sword to Chen Bei. Chen Bei sniffed and quietly looked at the Qianquan voodoo sword, and then looked at Lin Sinny. Since it can save the lives of your entire family, don't you want to keep it with you? Facing Chen Bei's inquiry, Lin Sinny froze for a moment, not knowing how to answer. She naturally wished she had such a magic weapon to be able to guard her family, but it wasn't her own after all, and her years as an inspector had made her subconsciously abide by certain things. Seeing that the other person can't answer, Chen Bei smiled faintly, following which he walked around Lin Sinny and his figure gradually disappeared into the night. But the calm voice was loud. Miss Lin, it belongs to you. Consider it my way of thanking Miss Lin for helping me find the demon-slaying sword. Lin Sinny stood in the middle of the night when she heard this, looking back at Chen Bei who disappeared under the light at night, and was unable to return to her senses for a long time. 1 hour later, Lin Sinny took the ancient sword and once again returned to her rented house. Ever since I received my parents and sister to Pekyang City, the first thing Lin Sinny did was to re-find a larger rental for her family, and after arranging for that side, she didn't even go back to her own bachelor pad, but went directly to the eastern suburb villa. Come back at the moment. Lin Sinny sat dumbfounded, curled up in the sofa with her knees in her arms, staring blankly at the Qianquan vorpal sword on the coffee table. Lin Sinny, Lin Sinny, what are you rambling about? Calming away all the distractions in her head, Lin Sinny finally recovered again, but that's when she realized abruptly, his own cat, it seems, has disappeared. Mickey? Lin Sinny searched the entire apartment, but never found any trace of the cat. It was as if it had disappeared. However, what Lin Sinny didn't know was that at this moment, tens of meters away from the apartment on the tops of the night-colored trees, her cat was squatting between the leaves, and a pair of deep blue pupils were quietly watching the figure inside the house, as well as the Qianquan vorpal sword on the coffee table. In its eyes, a hint of scorn showed, but it never left, silently keeping its distance in the treetops. Chapter 71, Crazy Greed. Mountain Storm. A vast expanse of forest over the sea. Chen Bei, who always had an uneasy premonition in his heart, quickly swept through the endless sea of forests and soon landed before the cliff face. With a wave of his hand, a phantom's deep, long passageway emerged to float halfway up the craggy mountainside. Now that you've broken through to the Ninth Order Demon Hunter, Chen Bei once again came to the demon locking tower underneath the library of Pekyang University. He stood with his arms folded, standing on top of a cold iron chain as thick as a bucket, quietly gazing at this ancient tower that had existed for an unknown number of years. The ancient tower was surrounded by runic light, and countless ancient runes appeared and disappeared, slowly flowing around the demon locking tower. However, this time, Chen Bei didn't pay too much attention to the demon locking tower. Instead, he cast his gaze downward after adding the seal again. But see, the ancient tower depth do not know geometry. The bottom is like an invisible bottom of the abyss. Countless cold iron chains into the eyes. Seems to be a glance cannot see the end. Simply think less. Chen Bei slowly flew downward. The ancient and heavy demon locking tower, the intricate cold iron chains, and the leisurely flowing runic symbols and light. A cloth coat slowly landed and flew toward the very bottom. Chen Bei's purpose of coming here was not for any other reason. He just wanted to verify the guesses in his heart. Last time when he exchanged Spirit Source Liquid in the Southern Rowan Night Division headquarter of the Tiannan Rowan province, he had gone to the underground of the Southern Rowan Night Division headquarter once, under the leadership of Shi Jian and the rest of the people. There, not only did he detect the terrifying spirit-locking grand formation, a shocking means, he even sensed countless ancient runes, suspected to have been left by several ancient Emperor Master-level demon hunters from different eras, so long ago that it was unimaginable. According to Chen Bei's speculation, such a spirit-locking grand formation was most likely blocking the aura of the entire Blue Star continent, and the real purpose might even be to seal the essence of the spirit source, and the Chen Bei of that time had the idea of exploring it. If it was really as he had guessed, then Chen Bei didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying those people who had made a move to seal the essence of a world's spiritual source back then were. Not only that, Chen Bei chose this moment to explore this matter, and there was another imminent situation. Since his return from Tiannan City, he had utilized the celestial chance technique to deduce exactly what had happened that night on the 30th. Although he wasn't able to deduce the final result, he could vaguely see it. That night, several terrifying forces surfaced in the sky above Pekyang City and intertwined together, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. Countless spatial cracks were torn and churned. The sun and the moon lost their colors, and the heavens and the earth were darkened, causing Chen Bei to feel trembling. And one of them was from the underground of the library of the Pekyang University. But it was not a terrifying demonic force. In other words, that night, there were other changes underneath the demon locking tower. So Chen Bei came here at the first opportunity, intending to probe deeper. Chen Bei slowly flew towards the deeper depths at the same time. Tiannan City, the Huang family residence. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Huang clan's residence, several terrifying figures were sitting in the Huang clan's ancestral hall. These figures exuded a terrifying aura, but they were all incredibly old, and some of them already had sunken eyes and were as thin as firewood, just like living dry corpses. However, within that seemingly dry body, it contained an incomparably terrifying aura and power. Not only that, outside the Huang family's ancestral hall, several of the current family heads of the king and general clan stood outside the hall in unison, respectful and motionless, as if even they, too, did not have the qualifications to enter the ancestral hall. At this very moment, within the ancestral hall of the Wang family, Elder Wang, do you mean that ancient sword can deter those high-dimensional species, so that it doesn't dare to approach? A white-haired old man who had aged miserably slowly opened his mouth, but his voice resounded throughout the entire lobby. Old brother, even if you lie to anyone, cannot lie to you if you wish. Today will all of you gathered together, for the sake of that sword. Nowadays the otherworldly border is completely collapsed. Those how despairing, you and I once have also experienced. If we can get that divine sword, perhaps we can escape a disaster. The three old ancestors of the Wang family closed their eyes and rested their minds. One of the old ancestors slowly opened his mouth. His eyes swept the entire field one by one. Sitting within the ancestral hall of the Huang family, there were about 17 or 18 old dry corpses. These people were all from the king and general clan of Tiannan City who were friends with the Wang clan, and they were the ones with the most terrifying strength within. This sword, is it really that intimidating? At the same time, a question was raised. This sword is by no means an extraordinary object. It possesses spirituality and seems to innately restrain those higher dimensional species. Just its breath alone makes it not dare to approach. Incomparably scornful. And this ancient sword, the years of existence is quite ancient. It is like having self-awareness. It must be a terrifying weapon of the opening of the spirit. As to whether it has this kind of deterrent power, I think that night, all of you old brothers also saw. The endless high-dimensional species did not attack my Wang family at the beginning, but deliberately avoided, because at that time, that sword, right in my Wang family residence. As for how strong it is, Say it, I am not afraid of you laughing at my Wang family incompetence. That night we three people, together with many strong people of the Wang family, still failed to suppress that ancient sword. So you can imagine, it to those deterrent power, how horrible it should be. That old ancestor of the Wang clan slowly opened his mouth, telling many great things in one breath. All the terrifying figures were silent at the words. How terrifying these three old ancestors of the Wang clan were. Everyone here knew it by heart, along with the many strong men of the Wang clan who had failed to suppress them. For a time, everyone's hearts were moved. In your opinion, what should we do? The Huang clan's old ancestor asked knowingly. Rob, if my families can obtain that sword, they will surely be able to catch water like a fish in the midst of the cataclysm, and it is not impossible for them to become the most powerful families in ancient Qin in one fell swoop in the future. As the saying goes, if they can get the demon-slaying sword and avoid the attack of high-dimensional species, then no matter how terrifying those huge ancient clans are, they will eventually fall out one day, and at that time, a few families will slowly develop, and one day, they will naturally become the most powerful ones in ancient Qin, and even the entire Blue Star continent. At these words, everyone was moved and consumed by desire point blank. Perhaps the immediate results are not enough to bury one's sanity, but the possibilities long afterward can drive them crazy. Seeing that several family ancestors had already been moved, the Wang family's old ancestor abruptly turned his words around. But this sword has an owner now, and there is only one possibility for us to control such a sword. You mean, kill the owner of the sword? The other old dryad who had been silent slowly opened his eyes and stared silently at the Wang clan's old ancestor. The only way we can be recognized by the sword is to kill that man, the Wang clan's old ancestor said firmly. However, once these words came out, the entire Huang family ancestral hall was once again silent. After a long time, I'm afraid that coat of cloth isn't that easy to kill. Finally, an old ancestor-level person faintly spoke. That night, the scene he displayed over Tiannan City was so astonishing. Although that cloth coat didn't strike out at the transcendent martial artist, that unfathomable aura made some of the old ancestors ponder. This person is indeed tricky, and with the divine sword in his hand, he is not too easy to deal with. But if several of our families join forces, it is not necessarily impossible. Even if all of us make a move, we may not be completely sure, right? There are still old dry corpses who question. Those who can sit in the ancestral hall of the Huang family are not ordinary giants, and the horrifying power fluctuations within Qin Bei's body that night were naturally noticeable to them. However, the Wang clan's oldest ancestor spoke up. And what if we add the ancestors of several of your families in mine? At these words, all the old dryads opened their eyes violently. Some were furious, while others frowned slightly. Is the ancestors' tranquility to be disturbed at will? The Wang family is really crazy. Most of the ancestors of your and my families are dormant in the ground. Once their old man wakes up, he will be permanently resigned, unless the family has a catastrophe of extinction. Otherwise, how can you easily wake them up? A dozen or so old dryads were all against it. Those ancestors were their last card, their greatest heritage and foundation. Once awakened, it was equivalent to permanently losing a terrifying dependency, a terrifying card. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor heard this but shook his head and laughed. The border has been broken. Is this not the end of the world? At that time, even if our ancestors wake up, how long can they protect us? How many times can he protect us? And now, as long as we get the ancient sword, we will have the possibility to cultivate our lives for generations to come. Is this not enough? Exchanging the ancestors, who were already dying and only had one chance to strike, for a divine sword that could deter higher dimensional species for a long time. This account was not a bad one by any stretch of the imagination. However, a dozen or so old ghouls still do not agree with the ancestors for the ancient sword, although it is indeed very tempting, and they believe that the ancestors will not oppose, but still instinctively some resistance. Oh, that's easy for you to say. Could it be that your Wang family ancestor has awakened? Someone let out a cold snort and stared dead at the three Wang clan ancestors, but they saw the Wang clan ancestors slightly bow their heads and smile. And that's when, boom, suddenly, a trace of monstrous aura swept from the depths of the Wang family residence and did not enter the Huang family's ancestral hall, as if it was a fleeting moment. However, all the old dryads were shocked. One sat bolt upright, and even some stood up. Obviously, that trace of monstrous aura just now was a sign that that ancestor of the Wang clan had already revived. For a time, everyone's pupils narrowed slightly, and one by one, they fell into a deep measure of contemplation. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor was in no hurry to see this and waited quietly. Time passed minute by minute, and after an unknown amount of time, the pin drop ancestral hall of the Huang family finally rang out a response. Good. If the Wang family can make it this far, so can my Qi family, but the ancient sword, ultimately, belongs to you and my families. So can my Feng family. The Huang family has no objections. The Sima family is willing to give it a try. One by one, the old dry corpses all responded, then quietly retreated and disappeared into the Huang family's ancestral hall. Several old families have joined forces, and the ancestors have struck. Even if that coat of cloth was any more powerful, they seemed to have a sure victory. But several families were not acting recklessly. For them, almost every family had one or two ancestors who had reached the level of sleeping underground. And naturally, they would not wake up all of them. Not for long. Suddenly, the winds of Tiannan City rose. A monstrous breath was awakened, startling the countless nightwalkers in Tiannan. At the same time, countless terrifying figures began to converge in Tiannan City. Not only did they want to obtain that sword, but they also wanted to bring the sword back. Excluding those super top combatants, a lot of powerhouses below the level of old ancestors had also come out. Of course, they wouldn't rush over at the first opportunity. After all, Pekyang City was in the south, and the south could be far more than just those ancient transcendent martial artist lineages of Pekyang City, with some terrifying ancient forces elsewhere, which were equally not to be underestimated. They wanted to bring the ancient sword back to the north, so they could not avoid laying out and discussing it, and making all the preparations, and to actually get that sword. The choice made by several families was to kill the ragged coat. The only way a sword becomes ownerless is if its owner falls. The mountain rain is coming. Time is also flying by. The other end. Chen Bei went deeper all the way through the spirit locking formation, and after passing through the demon locking pagoda, the aura underneath it was indeed so dense that it could not be melted. And as he went further in, he saw the curtain of light that he had first seen at the basement of the head division of the night division in the southern part of the Tiannan province. Chen Bei passed through the curtain of light and headed deeper. And yet a certain moment, his entire body, suddenly and abruptly froze. As his eyes looked at the scene within the light screen, his pupils contracted violently to the extreme. Chapter 72 Ancient Amazing Formation, Oceanic Spiritual Origin. After passing through the light curtain, Chen Bei was completely shocked by the scene in front of him, and his pupils contracted to the extreme. However, at the bottom of the Blue Star Continent's floor, under Chen Bei's feet, an ocean of runic light was endless, seemingly spreading throughout the entire Blue Star Continent's floor. To be precise, Chen Bei passed through a total of 3 superb formations. The first was the Blue Star Continent Spirit Locking Array. The second was the curtain of light that he had seen underneath the general division of the Southern Walking Night Division in the southern Tiannan province, which was not defensive in itself, but locked in the endless spiritual source Qi. That's right, it's the aura of spiritual origin, not the aura that's so thick it can't be melted. The third super formation. Instead, it was the astonishing array under Chen Bei's feet at the moment. The large formation was like an endless and vast transparent cover, covering the entire Blue Star Continent, with no end visible at a glance. This is as horrible as a big array. Horrible to Chen Bei's scalp numb. As if it can bury the sky down the general ancient big array slowly flow. The light is 10,000 feet. Sacred incomparable. The entire underground world will shine as if the holy light. Not only that, Chen Bei could sense that countless ancient to unimaginably long ago runes were as bright and dazzling as the sun on that astounding work of the boundless grand formation. And at this moment, he was standing on top of one of the ancient runes. No, I should say that he was currently standing in the very center of a particular stroke of an ancient rune. Just the very center of a particular stroke. Not the very center of some ancient rune. Because these runes were oddly large. If one were to look at them with just their eyes, they would not be able to perceive the holy light at their feet as an ancient rune. If you look at it from God's point of view at this moment, at the bottom of the vast and boundless Blue Star Continent, a large formation that seemed to be as huge as the sky was operating at the bottom of the ground, and the ancient runes on it were densely covered, and each one of them was incomparably tedious and complicated, and huge and incomparable. Within the ancient runes that were as old as an unknown number of years, Chen Bei could sense gusts of the two polar mysteries of heaven and earth, extremely shocking to the mind. He was almost certain of it already. The one at the bottom of the Blue Star Continent's ground was undoubtedly a large formation that had been enchanted by several Emperor Master-level demon hunters from different eras. As for the person who had laid down this great formation back then, it was hard to imagine just how terrifying it was. The Blue Star Continent. To think that there are such amazing strokes, such a grand formation, even if it is placed in the 10,000 demons continent, I should say any continent, I'm afraid it could shock the heavens and the worlds. Just what kind of person can lay down such a heaven-defying grand formation? Chen Bei didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrifying existence the person who had laid down this grand formation in the first place was. Could it be an existence that surpassed an Emperor Master-level demon hunter? But Emperor Master-level demon hunter already is the 10,000 demon continent 100 million long months. And even Endless Epoch's demon hunter can reach the supreme height. A Emperor Master level. An epoch also do not see can be born one. Never heard of someone can exceed the Emperor Master level demon hunter. Could it be that several Emperor Master level demon hunters have joined forces to set it up? The Blue Star Continent, a world that had been barren on the surface for countless years, seemingly devoid of heaven and earth's aura, had seen several Emperor Master class demon hunters appear a long time ago? Soon, Chen Bei then shook his head. Emperor Master level demon hunters, known as the great emperors of the human race, epochal cycles, immortality, they are an existence that transcends everything. Within the same epoch, it's almost impossible for the power of the two paths of heaven and earth, the two poles, to allow for the simultaneous appearance of two Emperor Masters. That Blue Star Continent, this horrible big formation, how exactly did that come about? Also, the Imperial Master is immortal and transcendent. Then where have all the Emperor Master level demon hunters of the 10,000 demon continent gone over the countless epochs? Why did all of these supreme supremacies capable of spanning epochs seem to have eventually died out in the river of time? Chen Bei's eyes were full of disbelief. In a trance, he seemed to have caught something, and then he seemed to have caught nothing, and the spearheads of all the mist seemed to be pointing at the Blue Star Continent. Could it be that all the Emperor Master level demon hunters have eventually come to this world and made a move to add to the sealing array? And that wasn't what shocked Chen Bei the most. What truly caused his pupils to contract abruptly was the image under the third great formation. If the first grand formation was a spirit-locking grand formation, and the second grand formation was a grand formation that locked in the spirit source chi, then this third grand formation, the one that was locked in, was the essence of the spirit source. But see that the radiant and colorful large array below, the entire Blue Star Continent underground, seems to have a vast azure sea slowly flowing, isolated by the large array. I do not know where it flows to. Chen Bei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated as he looked at the boundless sea of oceans at the bottom of the great formation. Those, all of them, are the essence of the spiritual source, or the mother of spiritual sources. Chen Bei did suspect that the Blue Star Continent had a spiritual source of origin at first, but no matter what, he didn't expect it to be this kind of scene, which was like an ocean filling the entire underground world. This is crazy. So much of the origin of the spirit. Without these three amazing formations sealing and hiding it, it would have been allowed to rush out of the body and out of the blue star. Chen Bei had a feeling. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire cosmic starry sky, this vast starry river, and even the heavens and the worlds would be filled with rich spiritual chi. The purpose of one demon domain after another attacking the Blue Star Continent. Could it be the origin of spirit source? Chen Bei's scalp was numb. The spiritual source of the Blue Star Continent's underground origin was not to mention him. I'm afraid that even if an Emperor Master level demon hunter came here, his eyes would be wide and jaws would be agape. If it's really just for the essence of the spiritual source, that makes even less sense. Such a large number of spirit source mother bodies, as long as they were released, would be enough to fill all the heavens and all the worlds, and the entire universe would share in the blessings, and would not attract the demonic domains to fight for them at any cost. But why? For the sake of sealing it up? Could it be that there were even more unimaginably terrifying things that would happen once the origin of spirit was released? And this kind of horrible thing, even the Emperor Masters of different eras felt despair. That's why they didn't lift the seal, and not only didn't lift it, but instead, generation after generation of Emperor Master level supreme existences were frantically adding to the seal. The more Chen Bei thought about it, the crazier he felt. If that was really the case, then what were they afraid of? After a short period of shock and reasoning, Chen Bei abruptly shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. These were simply not something that he could access at this level today, and it was useless to think about it anymore. The most critical thing now is to welcome the huge change in the 30th. Retract your thoughts. Chen Bei began to survey his surroundings, slowly walking up and down on the boundless and astonishing array. Even attempting to attack this array, it was obvious that with his strength today, he could not shake this kind of heaven-defying array at all. However, Chen Bei was not discouraged and continued to carefully specialize. The immense and incomparable ancient runes within the array contain terrifying mysteries, and in the future, if one could cultivate here, one would certainly get twice the result with half the effort, and the rate of enhancement would become incomparably terrifying. Again, Chen Bei wanted to find out even a hint of the huge changes that the heavenly chi technique had deduced. But alas, this place seemed unusually calm except for the corner of the endless and astonishingly huge array. Finally, I don't know how much time has passed. Chen Bei made an unexpected discovery. This is spirit source liquid? Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly as he suddenly detected a bit of liquid seeping out from a certain weak spot of the grand formation. Yes, it is indeed spirit source liquid. For a moment, Chen Bei came to a realization and seemed to understand where the spirit source liquid in Xingyaji's hand came from. The great array has existed for too many years. There are bound to be weak links. Though insignificant, yet it has allowed the Blue Star continent to give birth to endless transcendent martial artists. Chen Bei muttered, his gaze dead set on a weak point. Chen Bei at this moment, long gone from the Peak Sun University library floor, he looked up and sensed the top of his head, and if he hadn't sensed it wrongly, it was the scent of a few people from Munan Shu. At this moment, he had unexpectedly arrived below the eastern suburb villa without realizing it. Obviously, the dots of infiltrated spiritual source liquid were the phenomenon of the ground filling up to a certain level and then exiting through the weak points. However, the spiritual source liquid was not the essence of the spiritual source, but the evaporated and diffused and concentrated substance of the spiritual source. Short thought. Chen Bei didn't hesitate. Suddenly, he slapped his palm out towards the weak point of the grand formation. Terrifying power rages wildly in the earth. The entire eastern suburb of the villa was as if a big explosion had occurred underground, causing the eastern suburb of the earth to quake and tremble, sending out an extremely pronounced tremor. In the meantime, boom dash, a terrifying spiritual source chi rose up from under the eastern suburb, through the ground, spewing out, so dense that it was almost about to dissolve. The spiritual source chi was rushed out of the ground by the terrifying pressure. Indescribably shocking. Suddenly, countless Pekyang City's ancient transcendent martial family were all sensing something, and the terrifying figures snapped their eyes open, looking in unison in the direction of the night sky in the eastern suburbs. It's the aura of superpowers. There are superpowers coming out of the eastern suburbs. Chapter 73, Killing Opportunities. Endless Panic. GUU. The eve of this scene in Pekyang City. In the northern part of Tiannan Province, Tiannan City, the top floor of a certain towering building, in front of luxurious and extravagant floor-to-ceiling windows, a stunning young girl stood silently, her beautiful eyes looking down at the vast oceanic metropolis at her feet, silent for a long time. The young girl is exceptionally beautiful. Excellent posture. White clothes win the snow. The beauty of the breathtaking. On its face, few people can be comparable to it, and on its temperament, even if it is the Wood Manchu several women together, it seems to be less than the young girl 1%. Chen Bei, a demon hunter? I hope you're really as rumored to be, and that it's worth me personally making this trip, the young girl murmured, and without realizing it, there seemed to be a transcendent aura looming. Miss, do you think this person is really that powerful? It's actually worthy of the various clan elders of our Yen clan's royal family to look at him so favorably. And for you, miss, to make a trip in person. Behind the young girl, a woman dressed as a maid was sitting on the sofa, her hands resting on her cheeks as she watched the video screen playing on the computer in front of her. Those images were clearly the images of Chen Bei suppressing the Long clan's ancestor, as well as the various images that occurred in the sky above Tiannan City. Yet these images fell into the eyes of a tiny maid and didn't seem to make many waves. Obviously, the identity of the young girl was astonishing, even though the little girl beside her seemed to have seen the world, although there was some consternation in her eyes. But she wasn't so shocked by the scene in the video that she couldn't speak. The white-clothed girl slowly turned around at the words and looked at the maid-like green-clothed girl. Then who do you think is more powerful? This person or your family's young lady? Of course it's Miss who's great. Who doesn't know that the first day's proud daughter of the Yen clan's royal family is our Miss? As the green-clothed girl spoke, a touch of pride crept up on her pretty face, as if the Yen clan's royal family's first heavenly daughter was herself. The white girl sniffed but pursed her lips and smiled. She smiled, extremely beautiful and with confidence. But after the white girl smiled sweetly, she then shook her head. Little green, remember, there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. You can follow me. You are also a person with excellent talent. But remember, in this world, there must be people who are even more terrifying than you and I exist. Miss, are you referring to that Chen Bei? Xiao Chang sniffed and cocked her head with a thoughtful face. Jiu sniffed but was silent, slowly looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xiao Qing raised her eyebrows slightly at the sight and couldn't help but purse her lips. Obviously, the young lady reckoned that she didn't think that the coat of cloth was stronger than herself. And although the other party's means were amazing, it also depended on what they were comparing it to, in Xiao Qing's opinion. In fact, looking at the entire ancient Qin realm, the young generation can catch up with their own young lady. There are only a handful of people. She is like a blooming snow lotus on the ancient Qin realm. A touch of the rising bright moon is so dazzling. If it wasn't for the fact that the several royal clans in Xianyang had sent out the proud daughters of each clan's heaven to rush to the south of heaven, in her opinion, no matter how heaven-defying the person was, it wasn't worth it for the young lady to personally set out and travel to draw them together. The Yen clan, that was a royal clan in the true sense of the word, and it was worlds apart from the enthroned king and general clan. Once upon a time, more than 2,000 years ago, they were also in existence that could compete with the Ying clan of ancient Qin, and once upon a time, The Ji clan of the Yan clan was also a royal family of a country, descended from the state of Yan. Although they were now the ancient Qin royal family, yet the royal family was the royal family, as vast and unfathomable as the ocean. And for Ji Yuyu to be able to stand out amongst the oceanic young generation of the royal clan and become the Yan clan's first day's proud daughter, one could only imagine how outstanding her young lady could be. Think about it. Qing couldn't help but frown slightly. Miss, I heard that the female heavenly pride of those families have also come to the Tiannan province. Why don't we just go to Fengyang City to meet that Chen Bei? Aren't you afraid that those few demonesses will be one step ahead of us and get there first? Since the news reached Xianyang, some of the terrorist forces in Xianyang have made moves. They have sent people to the Tiannan province to find out what is going on. As far as Xiaoqing knew, there were just a few people who rushed to the Tiannan province this time in an attempt to contact or draw on that Chen Bei, and those few demonic girls seem to have come as well. Of course, the several demonesses in Xiaoqing's mouth were just a hostile name, not real demons, but several heaven's pride women who were on par with Ji Yuyu. For Green's concern, Ji Yuyu, on the other hand, was unimpressed. The mission she received was to contact the Chen Bei first, so as to judge the potential of the other party. If it was really worthwhile to draw in, then the Yan clan would pay a big price, while if it was just a superficial appearance, she would not take the initiative to show her goodwill. The female celestial pride of those families should also be very different from the Yan clan's royal family. Even if they arrived at Pekyang City first, they wouldn't necessarily go directly to that demon hunter, and would most likely observe for a period of time first. Furthermore, being in contact first does not mean that you are close to the water. Ji Yuyu was thinking about it. At this moment, the door to the luxurious hall was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with an unusually terrifying aura walked in with large strides. Mississippi. The middle-aged man clearly had a terrifyingly thick breath, but when he faced Ji Yuyu, he was incomparably respectful. Did you find out? Ji Yuyu looked faintly at the middle-aged man and asked softly. Back to the words of Miss. It's been clearly checked. The ancestors of the Wang family and the Huang family, as well as the Qi family and several other major Wang general clans have indeed revived. The middle-aged bowed back. Ji Yuyu heard the beautiful eyebrow slightly knit. She just passed through the Tiannan city, will sense a few shares of monstrous breath revival, and therefore did not rush to the peak of the young city at the first time. Several ancestors revived at the same time. Do you know what they were after? According to reliable sources, it seems to be for that Chen Bei. To be precise, it should be for that sword. They wanted to kill the one named Chen Bei and take his sword for themselves. The middle-aged man slowly lowered his head after his words. Ji Yuyu was silent when she heard the words, and only after a few moments did a ripple rise in her beautiful eyes. This one. Interesting. It was possible to get so many king generals and first clans to join forces and act. That coat of cloth does seem to have some skills. I just don't know where his ceiling is. For a moment, Ji Yuyu had a rare moment of interest in that man. And just then, suddenly, the three seemed to have sensed something, and all of them couldn't help but raise their heads and look in the direction of the southern part of the Tiannan province. What a strong superpower aura. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly as he said. Qing also came to the floor-to-ceiling window and stared blankly at the sky. At this moment, almost the entire terrifying figures of the Tiannan province could sense that countless supernatural qi had erupted there. As transcendent martial artists, they might not be able to sense the existence of spiritual qi. However, the qi of spiritual origin was equivalent to transcendent qi, and transcendent martial artists could naturally sense it. It's the Pekyang realm. Could it be that there's a superpower pool out there? The middle-aged man was dismayed. Supernatural pool, in fact, was the ancient Qin's name for the place where supernatural energy was born. It also means, in the future, there will be superpowers born there, forming a new superpower pool, just like the one in the south of Tiannan province, in the underground of the general division of the night division. And every time the superpool appears, it causes a bloodbath, because this type of superpower birthplace is non-ancient Qin official all, temporarily belongs to the owner of the thing. Often this time, countless strength terrifying ancient transcendent martial artist family will grab the head in blood, corpses all over the place. Not only that, the appearance of the supernatural pool would likewise attract countless terrifying high-dimensional species in the vicinity, going crazy and devouring the supernatural qi. Fruity. The instant this scene appeared, almost all of the transcendent martial artists as well as great demons in the entire Tiannan province sensed it, and countless terrifying figures snapped open their eyes and gazed at that part of the world. Ji Yuyu looked at the sky-rushing supernatural energy qi, her beautiful eyes slightly condensed, and likewise directly turned around to go downstairs. Where are you going, Miss? Pekyang City. Same time, inside the city of Fengyang. Family Master. It's the superpower qi. Supernatural pool. This is the site of the supernatural pool coming out of the world. Notify the entire clan. Everyone, return to Pekyang City immediately. How did the Pekyang land suddenly appear as a superpower pool? Not good. The superpower pool has come out. I'm afraid this place is going to suffer. Quickly, contact all departments immediately and notify the ordinary people of Pekyang City to leave Pekyang. The faster the better. The farther the better. Oh my god. Superpower Tam. Is this the rhythm of raising Phomyang City to the ground? Countless Pekyang City transcendent martial artists stared blankly at this scene, breathing heavily and falling into endless panic, as if their bodies were trembling slightly. Super pool. For ancient transcendent martial artist families with terrifying strength, that might be an inexhaustible source of superpower. But for the general public, the place where the super pool appears is like a catastrophe. And so it proved to be. It wasn't long before the superpower breath rushed into the firmament. In the distant directions of Pekyang City, there was already a terrifying silhouette emerging from the sky, and someone stepping into the air with a monstrous aura. In just a few moments, the sky above Pekyang City seemed to already be filled with killing machines, and it was as if the curtain had been pulled back on a scramble for havoc. Chapter 74, Stabbing the Sky. Underneath the villa in the eastern suburbs. Rumble dash. Terrifying pressure came from the bottom of the earth of the surprising great array, which seemed to be building up momentum, and a strand of spirit source liquid was gathered by the astonishing pressure of the earth at the weak point, which seemed like it might erupt at any time. A large amount of spiritual source liquid, which was vaporized and concentrated from the essence of spiritual source, topped the weak mouth and gradually built up its strength. Chen Bei's pupils narrowed into slits as he looked at the increasing amount of spirit source liquid. If he could get enough spirit source liquid to cultivate, then his strength would surely skyrocket. But with the big formation, Chen Bei, on the other hand, had made another discovery. This connection. Chen Bei was stunned. When he attacked the weak point of the Grand Formation just now, he also awakened this Grand Formation at the same time, and at that moment, an inexplicable connection was suddenly established with him within the Grand Formation. This made Chen Bei look appalled. It should be known that the general ceiling formation, unless the person who laid the formation or the demon hunter who had repaired the foundation of the formation, would have a subtle connection with the formation. And this amazing formation was so long ago that it was unimaginable, incomparably ancient, and when the formation was being formed, it was estimated that Chen Bei had not even been born yet, but that faint trace of connection was truly established with him. For a moment, Chen Bei froze. How could this amazing formation establish a connection with itself? Could it be that he is also related to this big formation? But that's simply not possible. Chen Bei's brows tightened as the fog in his heart became even heavier. Since coming to the Blue Star continent, he had experienced too many incredible things. A corner of the future, the female imperial master, the returning Yan Qixia, the northern emperor, the lone grave, the disappeared demon hunter from the Blue Star continent, the demon-locking pagoda left behind, the breath of several imperial masters of different eras, and the shocking array that establishes a connection. What is the relevance of all this? The big formation was a connection with him on its own. Although the connection was unusually weak, one could even say insignificant, it was real. Chen Bei was puzzled, but for the moment, he could only put these down for now, because at this moment, Chen Bei similarly sensed the changes above the entire Pekyang city. Countless terrifying auras were descending upon this heaven and earth. He slowly raised his head and gazed away, his gaze like a torch as he once again glanced at the astonishing array at his feet, and his figure quickly disappeared in a flash. The first order of business was to get through the 30th, and to solve the trouble at hand. As for this big formation, Chen Bei planned to wait until the 30th had passed. Then he would come back to do some research and figure out where that hint of connection came from. In the meantime, in the sky above Pekyang City, countless terrifying figures were surfacing, and a monstrous aura swept across the sky like an ocean. Superpower Qi, oh my god. Mr. Chen, what did he do again? The woman beside Shijian stared blankly at the superpower Qi that kept gushing out over the villa in the eastern suburbs, too shocked to speak. The first thing the two thought of was Chen Bei as the supernatural Qi rushed up from the bottom of the ground in the eastern suburb. How many more shocking and unbelievable things will that coat of cloth do? Shijian's throat likewise rolled and his mouth went dry. His scalp tingled as he looked at the terrifying figures that kept descending on this world in the distance. He's poking the sky. Shijian gulped furiously. Although he hadn't experienced the havoc scene of the supernatural pool's emergence, he had also read quite a few accounts about the supernatural pool over the years since he had entered the Xing Night Division. Every time there was a supernatural Tam coming out, it was almost always a huge disaster. I don't know how many transcendent martial artists would have to die, and there would even be a terrifying giant of the transcendent saint realm showing up to participate in it, and the consequences caused could be called an epic destructive holocaust. Not to mention, that a cloth coat let the superpower tam out at this time, just when the otherworldly border was collapsing completely. Countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages, almost all of them would desperately scramble for it at this time, and its degree of tragedy was simply unimaginable. Especially those huge giants who were in dire need of massive amounts of super energy to impact their realms would fight to the death. A couple of contextual additions. Letting the superpower tam come out at this time, Shi Jian could hardly imagine what kind of ending that cloth coat would end up with. I'm afraid there's no way to end this. Inform the Pekyang Nightwalking Division that all Nightwalkers are to withdraw from Pekyang City and stay away from the center of the storm. No one is allowed to stay. Shi Jian breathed heavily. They were not qualified to participate in this level of havoc. What Shi Jian didn't know was that things were festering far beyond his imagination. It wasn't just the terrifying figures from the region of the Tiannan province that descended upon the Pekyang landmass. Even the terrifying figures from the 3 neighboring provinces were approaching this way. At this very moment, General Secretary of the Night Division of the Southern Row of the Tiannan province, several terrifying figures stood with their arms folded, all of them filled with dismay. Mo Ran and the 3 terrifying figures sitting in the Southern Row and Night Division's General Division's superpower pool were among them. In addition to these people, there were also horrifying figures such as the Chief Secretary who had returned from supporting the border. Super tank? The crowd looked at the superpower chi rushing into the sky above the villa in the eastern suburb and could not suppress the shock in their eyes. It hadn't occurred to me that there were still undiscovered superpowers pools in the southern underground of Tiannan province. However, at this moment, the General Secretary of the Southern Row Night Division of the Tiannan province was worried not about whose family would ultimately own the new Ultra Pool. What they were worried about was the shocking chaos that would erupt next, because at this moment, Mo Ran and the others could see it. In the nearby 3 major provinces as well as the Tiannan province proper, countless behemoths were converging, containing astounding high-dimensional species, as well as terrifying powerhouses with monstrous breaths, old undead, as well as former celebrities of great prowess in the past. 3 seniors, should we get involved as well? Help that person out? A terrifying figure from the General Division of the Southern Row Night Division of the Heavenly Southern Row Province opened his mouth and asked the 3 great seated level old men. Any more? That coat of cloth had helped the Walking Night Division by ridding them of the high-dimensional species that lurked within the General Division. However, the 3 major sitting level old men slowly shook their heads. Tianjiang is impacting the sacred realm. First ensure that he is not affected to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos. As for the supernatural pool, Ancient Qin had made a pact with all the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages that when a new supernatural pool comes out, the Xing Night Division will not be involved in the competition. Notify all the Nightwalkers in Tiannan that no one can approach the Pekyang region without permission. After the 3 sitting level old men finished speaking, they all glanced at each other, their hearts incomparably shocked. When they first saw that cloth coat for the first time, the 3 of them hadn't paid too much attention to it, yet at this moment, there was a considerable fluctuation. That man, perhaps, could really stir the pot one day. As for whether or not the Walking Night Division should intervene, actually, the 3 of them didn't count when they said it. The focus will also be on the one presence within the super tank. It was obvious that the one who hadn't taken a stance was helping Meng Tianjiang to impact sainthood at the moment. A few conversational gaps. The Pekyang City region was already filled with strong people, converging like an ocean, terrifying as it was. As time passes, the 3 of them, GUU, also arrived at Pekyang City, the top of a certain hilltop villa several miles away from Pekyang City. When GUU learned that the supernatural pool coming out was most likely related to that Qinbei, a different look gradually appeared in her beautiful eyes. Interesting, I didn't expect it to be so lively just after arriving in Tiannan. GUU looked at the transcendent martial artists, as well as the countless terrifying figures that continued to converge like locusts, and a smile spread across the corners of her mouth. And at her other end, the top of another neighboring peak, over the equally luxurious hilltop villa, a touch of a stunning young girl in a long black dress also stood under the night sky, quietly gazing at the more and more boiling Pekyang region, laughing so much that the flowers lost their colors. The black girl is also beautiful, rare in the world, but the style is very different from GUU. There was a spunkiness, a bravado, as well as an uninhibitedness about her that was visible to the naked eye. Obviously, this Heaven's Pride girl was one of the demonesses that Xiao Qing had spoken of, and had similarly come for that cloth coat. At some point, the 2 stunning young ladies with very different styles seemed to have sensed something, and they were all looking at each other across the air. The moment the 2 women's eyes intertwined, each other's expressions were immediately cold. There seems to be a hidden hostility permeating each other. Chapter 75:30, after all, has arrived. The emergence of the superpower pool caused the Pekyang region, a region that was originally relatively calm, to instantly boil up. Countless ordinary people began to leave Pekyung City in a tidal wave under the organization of Lu Long and the others. Even the clansmen of those ancient transcendent martial artist families were raising their clans to start. Some transcendent martial artists, however, chose to stay behind. The super energy pool came out, even though they were not qualified to fight for its final ownership. However, when the super energy liquid erupted, there was no seeing that there was no chance of obtaining a large amount of super energy. This was a fatal temptation for countless transcendent martial artists, especially against the backdrop of the imminent full-scale invasion of high-dimensional species. They were even more eager to be powerful. And while everyone was withdrawing from Pekyung City, there was a long convoy of cars, but it was going against the flow of people, slowly driving towards the eastern suburb of the villa. Inside the black commercial Mercedes at the front of the convoy, it's unbelievable that Mr. Chen has unearthed a superpower pool. Who would have thought that beneath the villa in the eastern suburb, there would be a superpower pool out there? I really can't believe my eyes. Brother Lu, when you bought the eastern suburbs back then, you wouldn't have known that spirit source liquid would be born under that ground, would you? Facing the inquiries of several good demons, Lu family's old man, Lu Tiannan, however, was frowning so tightly that he was almost about to wrinkle into a Chuan character. How did he know that there was any spirit source liquid in the ground? When he bought the eastern suburb, he only looked at the quietness there. It's not necessarily a good thing for the Supertan to be out in the world. Lu Tiannan had a worried look on his face, and with these words, all the good demons fell silent. They had naturally seen the changes in the Pekyung region, and they didn't know how many terrifying figures had come to the Pekyung City region at this moment. If it were before, they would have gotten away with it. But now, a group of good demons had all been subdued by Qin Bei, and there was a demon-subduing seal within their sea of consciousness, and now that the man had summoned them, they had to rush over. I don't know what the gentleman would do. A good demon opened his mouth and said, his tone extremely grave. Since attaching themselves to Qin Bei, the group of good demons had practiced the demon cleansing technique diligently, and together with the countless demon pills that the cloth code had gifted them, their Taoist skills had all skyrocketed. However, facing the Pekyung region at this moment, it was just a drop in the bucket, and it was impossible to withstand the countless terrifying figures. All listen to Mr. We can look forward to the great Tao, but also Mr. Karma. If he wants us to be in the same boat, the old man has nothing to say. All of the good demons nodded. If that coat of cloth demanded that all of them join together to guard the superpower pool, they would have no choice. The crowd was apprehensive. The convoy slowly drove into the eastern suburbs villa and finally stopped in front of the villa's gate. As soon as Lu Tiannan and the others stepped out of the car, they saw Lin Xiao, Mu Nanshu, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Yan Qixia standing in front of the villa gate. And beside Mu Nanshu, the cloth coat was standing with his hands behind his back, silently gazing at the night sky. Sir, after Lu Tiannan and the other good demons got out of the car, they first glanced at the spiritual source chi filling the air above the villa with astonishment, and then hurriedly walked towards Qin Bei. Qin Bei nodded slightly, then looked at the Lu family's old man and began to order matters. When the crowd of good demons learned that Qin Bei had called them over and was only responsible for escorting the 4 Yan Qixia out of the Fengyang territory, they all froze in disbelief. Master, a Dharma-robed Mu Nanshu stood beside the car, her beautiful eyes looking at Qin Bei. Wanting to speak, Qin Bei, on the other hand, signaled the crowd to leave. The farther away the better. Sir, why don't you let me stay with some of the good demons? Maybe I can help you. Lu Tiannan looked at Qin Bei, who was standing with his hands, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The crowd of good demons had originally thought that Qin Bei had asked them to come over to work together to defend the enemy. Unexpectedly, it was actually for the crowd to escort the 4 Yan Qixia to leave, while a group of good demons, but none of them were allowed to stay. In fact, even if they stayed, they would most likely just be sending them to their deaths. Perhaps they would have a certain role, but it would inevitably not be a big one. So Qin Bei naturally did not let them stay. Under the arrangement of Lu Tiannan and the other good demons, Lin Xiao, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Mu Nanshu all sat in the car. Mu Nanshu looked at the coat of cloth through the window glass of the car, biting her lips lightly, complex emotions flooding her heart. If he was stronger, he would be able to help his master. The other end. The dull-looking Yan Qixia at this moment in his subconscious seemed to have realized something in general as well, as he stood in front of the door of the car, quietly looking at that coat of cloth. Qin Bei similarly looked at Yan Qixia and smiled faintly. Little, watch out, watch out. Next moment, Yan Qixia was back to being confused, still mumbling until he got into the car. When the convoy started and drove away, he seemed to remember something and turned back to look at Qin Bei through the back window, as if he wanted to remind him of something, but he couldn't seem to remember. This caused the confused and dull Yan Qixia to actually become somewhat anxious and flustered. Chen Bei looked at the convoy that slowly disappeared at the end of the road, and the whole person took a deep breath. He didn't know what was going to happen next, but there was one thing he could be sure of. What happened that night on the 30th, he could not avoid, and through the deduction of the heavenly chance technique, even if he took the initiative to leave the eastern suburb villa, the huge changes would still center on him, as if he were a shadow. As it is, it's better to sit back and watch. Living towards death was Chen Bei's usual style of doing things. A deep look at the infinite night sky, Chen Bei slowly turned around and walked into the eastern suburb villa alone. Only by sending away Yan Qixia several people could he concentrate on dealing with the 30 giant changes. Time passes slowly. Several days passed in a flash. The spiritual source qi above the villa in the eastern suburb was becoming more and more dense. The eruption was becoming more and more violent. It wouldn't be long before the spiritual source liquid that was stored in the ground would inevitably rush out of the ground for a self-evacuating pressurization. At that time, it was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying havoc would erupt throughout the Pekyang region. And with a few days of time in a hurry, at this moment the peak of the city around the sun has already gathered I do not know how many horrible figures. Some monstrous breath is not to hide. Stands aside. In the meantime, Tiannan City's Huang family, and a host of other terrifying forces also came to the Pekyang region, and 7 or 8 strands of ancestor aura spread out, as if there was an ocean floating in a corner of Pekyang. Entry into the sacred breath? This night, even Ji Yu could not help but be dismayed. Those ancestor breaths of the Wang family were clearly the dying and lingering ancestors of the sacred realm, and the aura she sensed from the Sate realm was far more than just those few auras. What truly alarmed Ji Yu was those monstrous figures, the sacred realm entrants who were at their peak. Sensing these monstrous scents, looking again at the figure that had not left the villa in the eastern suburbs, Ji Yu shook her head with a bitter smile. Perhaps she didn't have to pull that one in. Although he didn't know why that person didn't leave, Ji Yu felt that coat of cloth was more than likely in a bad way. The Pekyang City region at this moment could be described as unprecedentedly lively, and for the first time ever, it was so terrifying. Perhaps it was sensing the terrifying changes over Pekyang City. At some point, boom, underneath the library of Peaksun University, the incomparably ancient demon locking tower violently trembled, and the tower body began to crack at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, with gusts of oceanic pressure emanating from within, and vast demonic power rolling out. Not only that, in the sky above the entire Pekyang region, there were sudden dark clouds covering the sky and thunder, as if there was some kind of earth-shattering change that was about to fall. Countless transcendent martial artists raised their heads to look at the suddenly changing dome of the sky, all of them frowning tightly as an incomparably heavy and depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire Pekyang region. And within the villa in the eastern suburbs, Chen Bei, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, and the runic light of the demon-slaying sword, which was placed horizontally on his knee, flickered, emitting a burst of sword chants. One person and one sword. In the very center of the storm, Chen Bei looked up into the windy sky. An inexplicable agitation kicked up in his mind. He looked silently into the depths of the night sky and exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. The 30th, the day, had come at last. Chapter 76, Melee, Crazy Cousin, Rumble. At some point, dark clouds shrouded the top of the dome of the sky. The wind and clouds shifted, and a dull ringing sound rang out abruptly. Countless transcendent martial artists all looked up with furrowed brows. Top of the hilltop luxury villa, Ji Yu similarly gazed at the dome of thick clouds, her beautiful eyes slightly condensed. What's wrong, miss? Beside Ji Yu, Xiao Chang watched a touch of gravity creep up on her own young lady's stunningly beautiful face, and she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. It's nothing. I'm just a little distracted. I always feel like something is going to happen tonight. Ji Yu shook her head. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She always felt that there was something different about the top of the dome tonight, giving people an extremely depressing and heavy illusion. Xiao Chang, on the other hand, smiled bitterly at his words. What nonsense are you talking about, miss? Something is definitely going to happen in this situation. Is it even possible to feel it? Xiao Qing looked at the endless, locust-like densely packed transcendent martial artists in the Pekyang region, and for a moment didn't know how to take Ji Yu's words. Those transcendent martial artists were both strong and weak. The weaker ones were merely in the 3rd or 5th rank realm. The strong ones are as terrifying as they come. Certain terrifying figures that stood silently in the night sky caused even little Green to feel a wave of uneasiness. Ji Yu, however, was not speaking. Naturally, she wasn't referring to what Green was thinking, but rather the inexplicable restlessness in her heart, always feeling that something bigger than the super tank coming out tonight would happen. In fact, Ji Yu was not the only one who felt something. Some of the horrors also sensed the unusual nature of the night. Tonight's sky dome. Some odd, That wind and clouds changing scenery. Not normal. And that rumbling muffled sound. Like thunder not thunder. As if in the foretelling of what general. In the middle of the villa in the eastern suburbs. A touch of uncontrollable agitation likewise rose in the bottom of Chen Bei's heart as he silently looked at the infinite void. Taking a step out, his figure surfaced at the top of the villa in the eastern suburb, his brows slightly furrowed, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Chen Bei's appearance immediately caused a commotion. All transcendent martial artists knew that the coat of cloth was the one who had discovered the transcendent pool, and was also the owner of that villa. This person has not even left yet? Does he think that he alone can hold the super tank? Just a fool's dream. Many transcendent martial artists were shaking their heads. It seemed to them that the coat of cloth was mostly unwilling to give away the superpower pool they had discovered. But in the face of so many terrifying figures, in the face of an ocean of transcendent martial artists from the 3 major provinces, wanting to take the superpower pool for oneself again was a bit of a fool's dream. Or perhaps it was just not self-conscious. Miss, what exactly is this Chen Bei thinking? He doesn't really want to guard that superpower pool and die, does he? Xiao Qing was very puzzled. At this time, he should just leave, avoiding getting involved as much as possible. This would be the wisest choice. However, what the crowd didn't know was that this was precisely where Chen Bei's brilliance lay. If he stayed away from the eastern suburb at this moment, he could indeed avoid the superpower pool havoc, but he could not avoid the changes conveyed by Yan Qixia. Quite the contrary. If he was at the very center of the Super Tan cataclysm, in case a huge change occurred, he could still borrow the power of countless transcendent martial artists to deal with it together. These transcendent martial artists voluntarily rolled in, and Chen Bei wouldn't bother to deliberately remind them that from the transcendent Tam perspective, these people were also considered enemies in a sense. If he could use the enemy's power to diffuse the change, Chen Bei didn't mind letting them participate in the huge change. Furthermore, Chen Bei wasn't the kind of person who casually gave away his own things. Wanting to take away the right to own the spirit source liquid in the underground of the eastern suburbs villa from his hands depended on whether or not these people had that kind of strength. Ji Yu heard Xiao Qing's words, and inwardly she was also a bit puzzled, feeling that she too was somewhat unable to see through that person, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. This person is really strange. Could it be that he had the backbone to deal with countless transcendent martial artists snatching up the superpower pool? Ji Yu didn't think that was realistic. Looking at Chen Bei's age, he did not differ much from himself, and a more heaven-defying heavenly pride would not be able to harden himself against everyone in such a grandiose scene. Of course, this was only Ji Yu's side of the story. On the contrary, the minds of those families of the king and general clan of Tiannan City were exactly the opposite of theirs. At this very moment, Pekyang City was outside of the city directly north above a certain mountain range. The corners of their mouths rose slightly as Wang, Huang, and the other several families' ancestors as well as countless terrifying figures silently looked at the cloth coat in the sky above the villa in the eastern suburb. The man does not leave. For them, happy to see it. Among several camps, when the superpower rushes out of the ground later, this place will be in chaos. At that time, I'll also ask a few ancestors to make a move to suppress that person and retrieve that divine sword. The old undead of several families were all looking towards several pale figures in ancient clothing that looked shaky and surrounded by deathly aura. These were the ancestors of several families, just awakened from the bottom of their coffins by their descendants, ready to radiate their last remnants. Several ancestors dropped a breath, at this time or closed eyes, although there are no words, but can come here, has shown the attitude, while everyone was waiting for the super pool to erupt. Finally, boom dash, a loud bang came violently, breaking the calm. But see the endless sea of forest not far from the villa in the eastern suburb. There was a sudden explosion and the ground shook, and at the very center of that explosion, a huge water column formed by the spirit source liquid rose up into the sky, 100 feet high. Superfluid, out. Rob, wow dash. The moment the spirit source liquid broke through the ground, the pupils of countless transcendent martial artists flickered out, their eyes filled with the light of greed. In an instant, countless transcendent martial artists spread out, either leaping, flying in the air, or running in the middle of the forest and sea, all rushing towards the water column formed by the spirit source liquid. My, I got here first. Screw this. A third-grade realm mole cricket dares to come and rob the superpower? Ha ha ha, I got it. I got it. So what if you grab it? Bring it to you. Boom. dash. The great battle was imminent, and countless transcendent martial artists directly fought in order to grab positions and compete for the spiritual source liquid. For a time, the entire Pekyang region was in chaos, with violent battles suddenly erupting everywhere. When a superpower pool comes out, it is usually accompanied by a superpower eruption due to the pressure in the ground that has been building up for a long time. Though the time does not last forever, and the eruption stops when the pressure in the ground is drained. Therefore, countless transcendent martial artists went crazy and grabbed for it. They didn't have the strength to fight for the ultimate right to belong to the supernatural pool, and the erupting supernatural energy became the only chance. What do you mean, cousin? A 6th grade realm transcendent martial artist had better luck and collected quite a bit of supernatural energy, and after filling dozens of glazed bottles, he immediately retreated backward. A dozen or so bottles of super energy was already a terrifyingly astronomical sum for some transcendent martial artists who cultivated in drops. In this world, many transcendent martial artists were not slow to cultivate, but their cultivation resources couldn't keep up, both in terms of not having enough superpowers. This 6th grade realm transcendent martial artist didn't have a big heart either, filling up a dozen or so bottles and preparing to retreat in one piece, but was stopped in his tracks by his own cousin. Cousin, it's not safe for you to have this superpower in your hands. Give it to cousin. Who will keep it for you? This cousin glanced at the center of the spirit source liquid eruption that had already been fought to a standstill, and swallowed hard and said, "Want superpowers unless you kill me." Cousin was filled with anger, so angry that his veins flared up, and instead of being intercepted by someone else, he met his own cousin. In that case, to each his own. Boom. Cousin grunted. The power of a transcendent martial artist of the 7th grade realm suppressed and blasted out at his cousin's head, pointing straight at the vitals, causing him to cough up blood and slam into the other end of the jungle with a bang. Chapter 77, The Void Boils. The Ancestor Strikes. The entire eastern suburb above was as crowded as the sea, constantly erupting with terrifying power fluctuations, and some strong transcendent martial artists, crazily snatching the spiritual source liquid, spared no effort in blasting all those who presumptuously tried to get close to them. On the other hand, some transcendent martial artists were far from the very center, guarding the outside, specifically intercepting those transcendent martial artists who were ready to flee after obtaining the spirit source liquid. In a matter of moments, the entire eastern suburb erupted into a great melee, with people constantly falling into the sea of forests. However, when the previous one fell, the next one immediately made up for it, rushing towards the spirit source liquid like a madman. Ha ha ha, wife, I got it. I got it. A burly man let out a loud laugh. After all the rushing and killing, he finally got close to the water column and collected quite a lot of super energy liquid. However, as the Hanyu turned back in excitement, he was just in time to see his wife being slashed down, dying on the spot, and plummeting toward the mountains. The strong man who had just grabbed the super energy liquid shouted up to the sky, his killing intent surging to the heavens as he both carried his longsword to kill those people. However, he was just about to avenge his wife's death, but suddenly his body stiffened and slowly looked down, but he saw that his heart was being pierced by a sword, dripping with blood. Go down and stay with your wife. Bang! Without waiting for the burly man to turn around, the superpower in his hand was snatched away, followed by a kick that sent it crashing down into the sea of forests in the same direction. The strong man's gaze before he fell to his death stared deathly at the figure that had sneaked up on him, a teenager with a terrifying aura. Passing quickly, the teenager was slapped on the head by another and fell off as well. Countless transcendent martial artists poured into the eastern suburb's forest sea. The boundless forest sea was like a white-hot battlefield. In just a few minutes, I don't know how many deaths there were. The mountains and forests were all dyed red. Countless dead and dying corpses sprawled out across the mountains and forests, unspeakably horrifying. And at the very center of the spirit source liquid eruption, there was even a 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist who struck out, waving his hand to fill up his vessel and turn around to leave, only to be intercepted halfway by other transcendent martial artists of the same realm. The endless sea of forest became a place of death, with countless transcendent martial artists fighting, scrambling, and cajoling, while around the forest sea, countless terrifying figures were quietly watching this scene without moving their bodies. Their purpose was to grab the final ownership of the super energy pool so that they could obtain a constant stream of super energy. Compared to a short-lived eruption of super energy, the super energy pool was the fatal temptation, something worthy of those giants. Over the villa in the eastern suburbs, Chen Bei was also quietly looking at the scene in front of him, without any waves in his ancient well. He's pretty calm about it. Xiaoqing looked at a cloth coat over the villa in the eastern suburb and couldn't help but say helplessly, "Time passes slowly." The entire eastern suburb was already littered with corpses. Some people were buried in the forest. Some people seized satisfying superpowers to return in one piece and flew away, while many more were still desperately plundering. And just then, wow dash! The spirit source liquid that had originally risen up to the sky was as if it had no power, and the 100 feet of water column began to fall and recede. Countless transcendent martial artists who were grabbing the super energy liquid were shocked when they saw this scene. It's bad. Get out of there. Those people are going to fight for the right to belong. Run! Run away! The transcendent martial artists who had already grabbed the madness all looked up and immediately woke up, their faces changing in fear. It was not true that once the new Super Tan was released, all the ancient transcendent martial arts families could compete for it. However, in order to circumvent unnecessary deaths and prevent them from fighting endlessly, ancient Qin also had explicit rules. As soon as the super energy eruption ended, the ancient transcendent martial artist families involved in the competition could make their move, and within one incense burner, whose family's flag could end up in the eruption and remain standing, then the super energy pool would belong to whoever's family it was. Moreover, for the sake of fairness, once the eruption was over, all ancient transcendent martial family that wanted to participate in the competition had to make a move within 3 minutes or lose their qualification for the competition. One time, the entire Pekyang region was surging with dark currents, and countless terrifying forces were ready to move. On the other hand, the countless transcendent martial artists who had grabbed the spirit source liquid before were quickly fleeing, as the real catastrophe was about to begin, a higher level of contention that was even more terrifying in its ferocity. At this moment, the eastern suburb of Linhai had long since been turned into a purgatory, and countless transcendent martial artists had already died in order to seize the spiritual origin liquid. However, some of the transcendent martial artists who had already been devoured by desire did not flee at the first opportunity, but instead quickly rushed towards the gradually falling spirit source liquid water column. It's not too late. It's definitely not too late. There were transcendent martial artists holding huge glazed bottles, desperately leaning over, but if they could collect hundreds or thousands of milliliters or even thousands of milliliters of transcendent energy, not to mention their own cultivation, it wouldn't be too much to supply a small family. For transcendent martial artists, the lure of superpowers was just too great, and among that crowd, there was a familiar silhouette. This silhouette was no one else. It was the proud daughter of the Chu family's heavenly pride, Chu Siki. Miss, go! A clan elder of the Chu family looked at Chu Siki, who had already collected quite a few superpowers, and sharply reminded him. Just now, several clan elders of the Chu family had escorted her all the way to Charge and Snatch, and had already collected quite a lot of super energy liquid. Chu Siki didn't stop when she heard that, when both turned around and fled. However, before she fled, she took a deep look at Chen Bei, who stood motionless in the sky above the villa in the eastern suburb, before leading the Chu clan members in a rapid flight beyond the Pekyang region. Originally, according to the order of the chief director of the Southern Nightwalking Division of the Tiannan province, all nightwalkers were not allowed to come close to the Pekyang region, but Chu Siki had no choice, and the declining Chu family needed superpowers too much. And although the Chu family had a small number of strong people such as Chu Tianxiong, however, their strength was not too much stronger than Chu Siki, compared to the heaven's proud daughter who had killed her way out of the otherworldly border. Those transcendent martial artists of the Chu family were not much different from bases, and there was a serious lack of combat experience. Naturally, the task of competing for the super energy liquid fell on Chu Siki, the only genius girl in the entire clan, a young girl with some talent, who had picked up the hopes of a clan on her weak shoulders, and for the sake of the Chu family, she even risked coming to participate in the fight. And it wasn't long after Chu Siki and a few clan elders were far away from the eastern suburb. The 3 minutes specified by Gu Qin had come and gone. Suddenly, boom dash, endless terrifying aura swept across the entire Pekyang region, and monstrous might swept across the Chenkuan. However, a huge force erupted violently in that oceanic region, and they swept towards the eastern suburb under the leadership of a terrifying figure, with countless experts on a clan-by-clan basis. Go! Countless transcendent martial artists were terrified. Some people who remained in the center because of greed were even more awakened, and the super energy liquid in their hands fell straight down. It was only at this moment that these people were like waking up from a big dream, and when they wanted to get up and escape, it was already too late. Clan elder, quick! Chu Siki, who was frantically fleeing, likewise had a pale face. Even though the Chu family's crowd had darted out far, far away, they still stayed away without looking back, and due north. It's now! Seize the sword! In the camps of the Wang and Huang families, several pale figures entwined with deathly aura violently opened their eyes, and they all rushed up to the sky, flying towards the eastern suburb villa with endless holy might. The others were aiming for the superpower pool, and they were aiming for Chen Bei to kill and seize the treasure. For a time, the entire void of the Pekyang region boiled over as countless terrifying forces steamed upwards and shot straight into the clouds, causing the night sky to become incomparably distorted. Gu and the others looked at this scene, all of them showing shock. It was not until this moment that the crowd realized how terrifying this supernatural Tam battle was, and around the side of the general division of the Southern Xing Night Division of the Tiannan province, which was far away from each other, a terrifying power fluctuation was also felt. However, at this moment, Jiuyu was more concerned about that cloth coat as much as that black-clothed stunning girl. In the meantime, underneath the library of Peak Sun University, boom dash, the ancient demon lock tower exploded open. The stone broke through the sky, endless demonic power fish out, destroying the sky and destroying the earth, impacting on the heaven and earth 2 poles above the 2 demon ceiling arrays, and the light of the arrays quickly dimmed. And the moment this scene took place, the demon-slaying sword that Chen Bei carried in his hand suddenly shone brightly, emitting unprecedented tremors and sword chants. But at the moment, Chen Bei no longer cared about the demon locking tower, for in the midst of that horrible boiling night sky, he sensed a killing intent as vast as an ocean. Kill. Chapter 78, without moving. It's shocking. The ancestors of the several great king generals of Tiannan City's clan carried a shocking might, and without any unnecessary words, they directly suppressed that coat of cloth and went away. Miss, that man may be finished. Green looked at the appalling scene and muttered, shaking her head. Although the ancestors of those families were only lingering and hanging on to their breath at the sacred realm, perhaps not exerting 10% of their peak strength, but with so many people joining hands to kill, unless the Chen Bei was the same as his own young lady, it would be very difficult to block the fatal blow. In the meantime, countless ancient transcendent martial family terrifying figures still exchanged hands, and the great battle was imminent. Little Lin. Is the Lin family also coming to compete with Old Man? There was a terrifying figure spilling out a smile, and an old voice resounded throughout the Pekyang region. Elder, you are old and still have to throw your head out for the family. Look at the late generation of good feelings but the supernatural pool out of the world. Anyone who can compete, the late generation can be offended. A horrifying middle-aged man with fluttering robes had a smirk spreading from the corners of his mouth as he bore the brunt of the attack, leading dozens of horrifying figures from an ancient transcendent martial family to step into the air. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces exploded, and the entire void trembled. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. In that case, let the old immortal take a look to see if your strength has grown over the years. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin also wants to see how much senior strength has degraded after many years have passed. The terrifying old man snorted coldly at his words, and the 2 of them rushed up into the sky, falling into the clouds as ripples of terrifying power swept across the sky, causing the void to tremble endlessly. Boom! The terrifying old man's fist blasted out. The wind and clouds changed drastically. The clouds boiled, and the monstrous power transformed into a 100-foot fist shadow, smashing with the momentum of 10,000 pounds towards the terrifying middle-aged man who had also failed to enter the other end of the clouds. Old undead, how long has it been since you didn't cut, and your strength is already so bad? The middle-aged man let out a long laugh. His robes flipped and he violently slapped out his palm. Rumble! At the top of the dome of the sky, amidst the clouds, the ocean-like vastness of power tore apart the sky and the earth, shaking and boiling the thick clouds, erupting with terrifying might. Countless people looked at the monstrous ripples of power sweeping across the firmament at the top of the clouds, and one after another was astonished. A powerful person of the sacred realm. Many people will judge at a glance that the top of the clouds, there has been into the saint realm extraordinary martial artists to fight the entire cloud layer above the deafening, straight to fight the sky and earth. The sun and the moon lost color. Just a few moments, the top of the clouds has been the momentum of the sky, roaring ear-shattering, as if the end of the general daunting, not shudder. The top of the clouds was the battlefield of the sacred realm of initiation. This was an unchanging unspoken rule for thousands of years. If this type of powerhouse were to fight on the ground, their terrifying destructive power would, I'm afraid, directly flatten the entire Pekyang region. There were already dozens of figures up there fighting in a big fight, terrifying as it was, and below in the void. Master Wu, congratulations. I haven't seen you for a few years, but I didn't expect the Wu family to give birth to another Peakzone Sure realm powerhouse. Brother Zhao isn't losing to Mr. Wu either. You and I have been competing for so many years as contemporaries. Why don't we take this opportunity to fight it out? Let's settle old scores with new ones. Kill. Boom. Below the entry sage, the sovereign realm struck, and this airspace was the battlefield of the sovereign realm. This kind of grand battle scene, around the 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist wouldn't dare to easily take to the air. In front of the patriarchal realm, the half-step patriarchal realm wouldn't be able to make a single move. However, transcendent martial artists below the sovereign realm had a crucial role to play. Although the battles at the sacred realm were the most terrifying, and the battlefield at the patriarchal realm had destructive power that could be described as devastating, yet the task of ultimately planting the flag at the mouth of the erupting spirit source liquid could only be accomplished by transcendent martial artists below the patriarchal realm. An incense stick of time would simply make it difficult for the sacred realm transcendent martial artist and the patriarchal realm transcendent martial artist to separate the final winner from the loser. a large number of these terrifying characters might fall in the melee, but it was extremely difficult to determine the winner in such a short period of time. Once someone powerful at the Sacred Realm tried to intervene below, the rest of the Sacred Realm transcendent martial artists would surely rise up in a group and attack. Everyone follow me. Flag. Whoever blocks the flag of our clan tree will be killed without pardon. This time, super power Tam. My clan will take it. That depends on whether or not you have the skill. Kill. Boom. In the middle of the eastern suburbs Forest Sea, countless 9th grade realm transcendent martial artists from ancient transcendent martial artist families rushed together in a scene that was comparable to an epic battle. Endless power ripples swept across the 4 directions. The destructive power of a battle between transcendent martial artists was unimaginable, let alone a super melee of this level. Countless forces entwined in battle, and the entire Forest Sea instantly turned into a meat grinder of life. No dash. Boom dash. Countless low-level transcendent martial artists who hadn't yet had the time to leave let out incomparable wails of despair, instantly being swept by the aftermath of the battle and engulfed, coughing up blood, and even some people perishing on the spot, being blasted into a bloody mist. And some places, half-step sect master realm transcendent martial artists are also crazy out. The Forest Sea tumbling, ancient trees collapsed, the entire eastern suburb of the endless sea of forest everywhere erupted shocking battles. Just a photo. I do not know how many transcendent martial artists died. They only have one incense stick to burn. Countless powerful members of the ancient transcendent martial family went crazy and rushed towards the center of the eruption. As soon as the battle started, it was white hot, far more terrifying and frightening than the mad rush for the spirit source liquid just now. There are battles at the top of the clouds. There were battles of the sovereign realm below the clouds and above the Forest Sea. A shocking melee also erupted in the Forest Sea. Countless transcendent martial artists who were far away from the Pekyang region watched this scene and all of them were angered. And in the meantime, kill. The ancestors of the Wang and Huang families killed. And several figures that were incomparably old. Half of the Qi of life. Half of the Qi of death. And the Qi of life that was rapidly passing away carried a horrifying pressure and chopped at the cloth coat in the sky above the villa in the eastern suburb. They either blasted away with a fist, slapped out with a palm, or stabbed into the void with a halberd with the help of a weapon. Rumble dash. Several streams of entry sacred realm power converged, surging and terrifying as it was, causing the void to become distorted, like a flood of water slamming into that coat of cloth. I underestimated these ancestors who are hanging on to their breath. Although the strength of the sacred realm played out is less than 1 in 10, it's actually so terrifying. Beside Gu, Xiao Qing said with a face full of horror. And just then, over the villa in the eastern suburbs, Chen Bei silently looked at the monstrous incoming power and merely narrowed his pupils slightly. A 9th order demon hunter, a 9th order cultivation, and a 99 fearful mana, could be more than just a simple promotion of 1 order. In the 10,000 demons continent, the 9th rank was a heavenly rift. It could be said that at this moment, Chen Bei's strength, if he had to be put on a level with the transcendent martial artists of the Blue Star continent, was equivalent to their sacred realm. Therefore, Chen Bei was not the least bit moved when he faced the attacking old ancestors from the Wang and Huang families. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Top of the hilltop luxury villa. Gu and that black-clothed stunningly beautiful Heaven's Pride girl similarly shrunk their beautiful eyes, and they couldn't help but ventriloquize in their hearts. The ancestors of the Wang and Huang families were already among the nearer ones, yet that coat of cloth was stalwart. Just as a few women were puzzled, Chen Bei moved. He picked up the demon-slaying sword, and the oceanic mana in his body was as terrifying as it was, madly injecting it into the demon-slaying sword, followed by a sweep of the sword. Boom! Chen Bei's seemingly simple sword sweep contained supreme sword intent. Terrifying golden power erupted from the demon-slaying sword like a tidal wave, pushing horizontally towards the equally vast power. What? Chapter 79, A Sword of Terror. The terrifying shock of entering the Saint Realm. The terrifying mana transformed into an oceanic ripple that merged into the golden sword intent and swept towards the group of old undead who were lingering in the Saint Realm. No! I should say that it was actually a group of old generation of old monsters of the sacred realm who had already died but were hanging on to their breath and unwilling to leave the world. However, when that sword swept across, the faces of the ancestors of the Wang and Huang families all changed drastically, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What a terrifying sword! This power? Into the sacred realm? What's going on? The ancestors of several families were all shocked and filled with horror, but at this point it was obviously too late to withdraw back. Boom dash! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the two oceanic forces collided in the void, erupting into terrifying ripples that instantly swept in all directions. And that's not all. Along with Chen Bei's sword, endless mana and sword intent swept across, instantly dissolving, devouring, and crushing the vast power of the ancestors of several families, followed by huge ripples of sword chi that swept across the thousands of armies. blasting a group of ancestors away with a single strike. Boom dash. Several family ancestors violently shot backwards, just like a flatboat in the golden wave. Our coughing blood, vitality quickly dissipated, and finally completely without a trace of vitality, like a falling leaf floating down to the back of the forest sea. The magnificent golden sword chi ripples chopped out several miles away, only to have its power sharply reduced and gradually collapsed. One time. What? How is that possible? A sacred realm entry powerhouse? He's an entry saint realm powerhouse? Whoa. The Pekyang region was in the middle of a mountain range in the due north direction. Countless transcendent martial artists from the Wang and Huang families stared blankly at that scene, each with their jaws agape and eyes filled with disbelief and incredulity. Saint entry realm. Actually a saint entry realm powerhouse. Ancestor Wang clan. We've been killed by you. Didn't you say that as long as the ancestors of a few clans made a move, they would definitely be able to subdue that person? Tiannan. Several great kings and generals of the clan's terror as such looked at the scene over the villa in the eastern suburbs. All of them stayed on the spot, just like a wooden sculpture of mud, and did not move at all. Entering the sacred realm powerhouse, that cloth-clothed seemingly simple and casual sword, surprisingly entered the strength of a saint realm powerhouse. Although the transcendent martial artists of the Blue Star continent did not know much about the cultivation level of a demon hunter, much less any ninth order cultivation level, yet the power of Chen Bei's casual sword was on par with that of a sacred realm entry powerhouse. In an instant, the old ancestors and family heads of several king and general clans in Tiannan City, as well as a large number of powerful people, all had their scalps tingling and their faces hardened to the extreme. Offending a saint initiation realm powerhouse was simply not knowing how to die. One must know that even they, the ancient transcendent martial artist lineage of the king and general clan, could not withstand the wrath of a powerful person of the sacred realm. Not to mention, it was still such a young sacred realm entry powerhouse. Wang bastard. The old Huang family has been victimized by you. Damn it, how stupid is my Huang family to take the initiative to mess with the Saint Initiator. The Huang clan's group of powerhouses were sincerely terrified. One must know that although they were an ancient transcendent martial artist family of the king and general clan, yet it was only the glory that their ancestors had once had. Nowadays, although the Wang and Huang families still had the name of the Wang and general clan, they had long since lost the brilliance of the Wang and general clan at their peak, and even had to rely on a few ancestors who had once entered the sainthood and were still hanging on to their breaths to hold down the scene. And at this moment, there were no saints in the clan in the first place, but they ran to offend an initiated saint. Suddenly, the foreheads of several king and general clans were drenched in cold sweat. Old man Wang, you're killing us. A few old ancestors of the Wang general clan some began to accuse the old ancestors of the Wang clan, but each one of them was like a scared bird, frantically fleeing towards the northern part of the Tiannan province, lest that one clothcoat suddenly strike and go on a killing spree. The three Wang family ancestors as well as several sovereign realm transcendent martial artists were similarly terrified. Long Hai, didn't you say that a while ago he was still a sovereign realm transcendent martial artist? How come he's an entry sacred realm powerhouse? The Wang family head's face was pale and bloodless, and he was breathing heavily. That's a sage realm powerhouse. If they provoke a sage, if the other party retaliates, even the chief secretary of the Night Division of the Heavenly South Line is afraid that they won't be able to stop it. After all, they are the ones who want to kill and seize the treasures. Family Master. Half a month ago, he was indeed a sovereign realm transcendent martial artist. Wang Longhai was similarly scared and gulped furiously, and when he thought that he had once fought with that coat of cloth, he couldn't even speak properly. How did you determine that he is a sovereign realm transcendent martial artist? An old ancestor of the Wang clan opened his mouth to ask as he was alarmed. I just saw him repel the half-step sovereign realm's long song with a single strike. So you've decided that he's a transcendent martial artist of the sovereign realm? Wang family people at the moment hate to slap this eight masters. If they let them know that the other party is into the Saint Realm powerhouse, is to borrow a few families 100 guts would not dare to come to the Peak Sun region in great numbers, much less dare to give birth to the heart of the killers to seize the treasure. Wang Longhai was also shocked and aggrieved. That day in the sky above the eastern suburb villa, after seeing Chen Bei kill the seventh master of the Wang family and that old man, he left the Pekyang region with his people as if they were fleeing. Although he had also seen Chen Bei strike back Long Song, a half-step sovereign realm transcendent martial artist of the Long clan, with a single blow before he left, yet he hadn't seen the scene where Chen Bei's sword had crushed the Long clan's oldest ancestor. Therefore, he estimated that the clothcoat was at most a Zhongsha realm transcendent martial artist. After all, he had once even fought with himself, and even if he had broken through the realm that night, he couldn't be so terrifying. Sins, you've harmed the Wang family and several king general clans in Tiannan City. There was an old man of the Wang clan in the half-step Zhongsha realm who was like a scared bird, and when he saw that coat of cloth slowly looking at this place, he fled in fear. A few of the major king generals and first clan families were also frantically moving away, fearing that Chen Bei would chase and kill them. The entry Saint Realm existence. That coat of cloth was an existence that could participate in a battle of that level at the top of the clouds, which was as terrifying as it was for the several king and general clans, and even the entire Tiannan province. The deterrent power of a Sage Entered was enough to make another ancient transcendent martial family that possessed the Sage Entered realm terrified, not to mention the king and general clan, which no longer had a Sage Entered sitting in their midst. The other end. Sacred Realm Entry? Miss, he's actually a powerful person of the Saint Entry realm? As Xiao Cheng watched that scene, a look of shock crept up on her pretty face. The one in cloth that was similar to the young lady's age was unexpectedly also a Sage Realm Entry powerhouse. Obviously, Gu, who was also a proud daughter of the heavenly pride of the sacred realm, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. At first, when she watched Chen Bei's various videos, she thought that the other party just had some godly arts. Unexpectedly, that person was actually an initiator of the sacred as well. An initiated saint at this age was no longer just worth the consideration of pulling in or not, but had the value of being recruited at all costs. A powerful sainthood realm entrant might not be considered so heaven-defying for the Yin clan's royal family, but a young sainthood realm entrant's future potential was difficult to estimate. What's more, that coat of cloth was still so godly to enter the saints. Miss Green's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated with intent. Her meaning was clear enough, hoping that her own young lady would recruit that person into the Yin clan's royal family. There's no rush. Look again. The more this time, the more Gu calmed down instead. That person was worthy of the royal family's pull to recruit them was already beyond reproach, but she still wanted to see what kind of price that person was worth for them to pay. Thinking of this, Gu couldn't help but look towards that black-clothed silhouette. The other party seemed to be stunned as well, but calmed down all the same. Obviously, they would have to observe and watch again to see how high Chen Bei's value could be. If that coat of cloth was really the pride of heaven, then not to mention the cost, even if they were to commit themselves to that person, I'm afraid that those clan elders of the royal clan would be able to do it. At the same time, the ones focusing on that coat of cloth were far more than just Gu and the black-clothed stunning maiden. There were also several ancient Qin royal clan stunning maidens who also ventured out at this time, all of them beginning to stare. Same time, after Chen Bei killed several half-dead sacred realm entry ancestors with a single sword strike, his gaze was gazing towards the direction of the Fengyan University Library, as if the battle at the top of the clouds did not have much to do with him as well. Compared to the battles in the eastern suburb of the forest and sea as well as in the sky above and even at the top of the clouds, Chen Bei was more attentive to the movements within the demon-locking pagoda, as well as always on guard against unknown changes. Finally, boom dash, an earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the entire Tiannan region. The earth seemed to be trembling, and the Peaksun University Library, which had long since been emptied of people, was violently shattered by a terrifying force and exploded with a thud, with an immense and unparalleled abyss surfacing underneath. And in that abyss, the endless demonic power that covered the sky and was as vast and terrifying as it was rushed straight up into the clouds, as if the gates of hell had been pierced open at this moment. Chapter 80 Demon Emperor emerges. Endless demon locking tower respawns. Blue Star continent sensationalized. Rumble dash. Terrifying demonic power impacted the two demonic ceiling formations at the two poles of heaven and earth. Finally, under yet another incomparably terrifying impact, the entire heaven and earth two poles 2 Dao demon ceiling grand formation collapsed, countless formation base runes rapidly dying out, the runic light suddenly plummeting, madly plummeting, and finally directly disappearing into nothingness. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 dash. How many years? 1 epoch? 2 epochs? Can't remember dash. Southern Emperor, back in the day when you sacrificed the Tao to seal the demons, this emperor was counted by you. Now endless years have passed. I, the Demon Emperor Devil Pro, have seen the light of day again. Ha ha ha. Endless demonic power surged out and went straight to the clouds, above the Peakyan University. In that void, rolling demonic clouds began to converge, and endless demonic chi surged from all directions. What's the situation? What a terrifying aura of a higher dimensional species. Oh my god. What's going on over there? For a time, countless terrifying figures and transcendent martial artists all looked in the direction of Peaksun University. But see where. The terrifying breath was monstrous. The devilish aura swept heaven and earth, devouring the sky and dome, frantically converging and growing, in the blink of an eye covering the entire Peakyan city, covering the entire vastness of the Peakyan city on top of the dome of the sky. Oh my god. What is that? Countless transcendent martial artists stared blankly at the scene at the top of the night sky in shock. Not good. There's an extremely terrifying high-dimensional species out there. How can there be such a strong high-dimensional species hibernating in the background of the human race? A large number of horrifying figures raged. That monstrous demonic aura, causing the soul to swing, and the body seemed to be unable to bear it and wanted to tremble. Boom dash, without waiting for everyone to react. Snapped. At the bottom of the Fengyang University Library, in that endless abyss, a shocking aura violently erupted. Inside, there was a vast demonic aura sweeping up from the ground, rushing towards the sky, merging with the demonic clouds, as if it wanted to envelop the heavens. Miss, is that top of the hilltop luxury villa? Xiao Qing's pretty face immediately became incomparably ugly, staring at the endless demonic clouds above Pekyang University full of shock and consternation. The evil inside made her feel as if her soul was trembling. Ji Yu also had beautiful eyes full of shock. At this moment in the sky above Pekyang City, she had also never seen such a terrifying demonic aura. And that's when, ha 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 dash, ha 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 ha, a loud laugh filled with bravado, spontaneity, exhilaration, resentment, and also righteousness, suddenly came to mind. At the same time, the eerie cheers of countless freed non-humans snapped. However, in the endless abyss, countless behemoths rose up into the sky, looming amidst the rolling demonic chi, and at the top of the thick, unbreakable demonic clouds, a demonic shadow with a demonic aura wrapped around its body, its forehead glowing with an evil aura, and standing on top of the sky slowly emerged. A ghostly evil smile hung at the corner of his mouth as his eyes scanned the tops of the clouds one by one. Next moment, boom dash, terrifying demonic power rippled heaven and earth, sweeping across a distance of 10,000 miles, and the entire ancient Qin seemed to be sensed at this moment. Top of the eastern suburbs villa, Chen Bei quietly watched this scene, his brows almost on the verge of wrinkling into a Chuan character. Demon that entered the demon. Demon Emperor? The super demon sealed within the demon locking tower caused Chen Bei to feel incomparably shocked. Surprisingly, the other party was not a heavenly demon or a demon immortal, but a demon emperor who called himself Demon Emperor Devil Pro. Even though now that he had been suppressed for endless years, his Daoan strength had fallen to the bottom, and his terrifying power was only the might of a heavenly demon. Yet the demon Dao fruit in his body was undoubtedly of the emperor level. Half a step into the emperor realm. Or rather, the demonic power preserved in Demon Pro was not even as good as a 10,000-year-old demon. However, no matter how much he fell, a demon emperor was a demon emperor. Half step to the emperor realm, and with the residual 10,000-year-old demonic power, he was still able to exert the strength of a heavenly demon, terrifying as it was. It was while Chen Bei was stunned. Phew! Devil Pro closed his eyes and greedily breathed in a mouthful of fresh air from the outside world, seeming to be unusually enjoying his freedom. After feeling the joy of getting out of the trap for a while, Devil Pro then violently opened his eyes filled with hatred, his gaze sweeping the entire ancient Qin realm one by one, as if he could penetrate the endless billions of mountains and rivers in general. Same time, boom 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 boom. Vast and boundless and incomparable vastness of the ancient Qin realm, countless territories, countless locks of the Tower of the Demon are rumbling loudly. The earth trembles. Countless were sealed in the Blue Star continent of the demon race as if there is a sense, by some kind of summons in general, began to frantically agitate it up. What's going on? What is it? For a while, countless regions, cities, mountains, or lakes and rivers, were all filled with terrifying fluctuations. The countless Nightwalkers and ancient transcendent martial family of ancient Qin were all startled, sensing the shocking agitation coming from the underground of the various regions of the ancient Qin earth realm, and each of them was filled with astonishment. The Demon Locking Tower. It's the Demon Locking Tower. In the southern part of the heavenly South Ro province, the chief division of the Ro Night Division, Mo Ran looked at the terrifying aura that kept emerging from all over the heavenly South Ro province, and his entire body was not well. The Demon Locking Tower? Pavilion Master Mo? What Demon Locking Tower? A puzzled Nightwalker opened his mouth to inquire. Mo Ran, on the other hand, had an incomparably ugly face as he informed the crowd about the news about the countless demon-locking pagodas that might be sealed underneath the entire Blue Star continent. Everyone froze on the spot at the words. The Demon Emperor Demon Pro's appearance caused the demon-locking pagodas in all the regions to begin to be violently impacted, though most of them remained impregnable. In the Pekyang region, over the ocean-like vastness of Pekyang City, a voice filled with disdain and anger rang out from the top of the dome. This emperor said back then that when my demon race sees the light of day again, it will be the day of the end of this continent. This emperor will personally lead my domain's demon race to exterminate your descendants, and will make this world, turn it into an inferno on earth. Devil Pro looked up to the sky and roared, as if he was conversing with some beings from so far back as to be unimaginable, even though those people no longer existed. Yet the monstrous anger of his Devil Pro was still not released. My children, the demons of my clan, all the demon ancestors, come forth, this emperor will not fall, my domain will not be destroyed. Follow this emperor in conquering the 10,000 worlds and bloodshed the earth. Rumble, accompanied by the demon emperor Demon Pro's words, his voice, as if it had reached the hearts of countless demon-locked pagoda demon clans, a demon-locked pagoda, erupted with astounding demonic power, crazily impacting the demon-locked pagodas all over the place. Sinner, cultivate with impunity. At the time when the Devil Pro summons 10,000 demons to come out of the world, the top of the dome of the sky, above the clouds, even a terrifying figure almost subconsciously stopped fighting and looked towards the sky above the peak Yang city with its demonic aura. At some point, finally, a sacred realm transcendent martial artist landed a palm and slapped it toward the rolling demonic clouds. Roar dash! Terrifying roars came from the demonic clouds, and countless demonic shadows loomed. However, in the midst of that rolling sea of demons, a demonic figure that had shaken the ancient world was sneering and full of disdain. Tiny mole crickets, how dare you take a shot at this emperor? You don't know how to die. Devil Pro smiled evilly, followed by a flash of his figure, stepping directly onto the clouds, ignoring the monstrous power of that Saint Entry Realm transcendent martial artist, appearing above the other party's head. Die! Boom! Devil Pro's palm fell, and when his figure stabilized, his large hand surrounded by devilish chi was already pressing on the top of the head of that Saint Realm, and the essence and vitality in the other party's body was rapidly fading away, being absorbed and devoured by Devil Pro. Not long after, an Entry Sacred Realm transcendent martial artist shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally transformed into a skin and bone dry corpse, which was thrown by Devil Pro to the forest and sea below as if he was throwing a dead dog. Too weak. Just too weak. You are weak compared to the human race of this world long ago, and compared to the demon hunters of that era. Not only humble, but small. What's the difference between an ant and a mole? Chapter 81 Tian Nantown Guard Envoy appears. Battle power ceiling. After devouring the essence and vitality of a transcendent martial artist of the sacred realm, Demon Emperor Devil Pro's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Devouring an initiator of the sacred was simply not enough for him to recover 1/1000th of his strength. However, endless transcendent martial artists watched this scene, but each one of them was sweating, terrified, and filled with disbelief and trepidation. That was a sainthood initiator, and he just died like that? And such a miserable death. For a while, everyone was greatly shocked. Even Guu, who had always been calm and collected, had eyes full of unspeakable shock at the moment. Suddenly, people seemed to have forgotten everything, forgot about the superpower pool, and stared in awe at the astonishing scene. Only Qianbei stood silently over the eastern suburb villa. Although he also felt disbelief inside, his complexion was far better than the crowd. Even Qianbei couldn't believe that among the great demons that had been sealed for an unknown number of years under the ground of the Pekyang University Library was a demon emperor. However, the good thing was that before the other party was sealed, it seemed to have experienced unimaginable battles, suffered heavy injuries, and the demonic power was also severely depleted. Coupled with the fact that it had been sealed for an unimaginably long time, the strength was obviously less than 1/1000th of its peak period. Such a terrifying existence, if it was at its peak, not to mention a small blue star continent. I'm afraid that devouring a world wouldn't be a problem, yet it was such a demon emperor, along with his demon clan. Surprisingly, he was sealed in the ground of this world. Qianbei didn't dare to imagine what a terrifying picture it would be if he was allowed to recover his peak. And even more so, he couldn't imagine just how dazzling the Blue Star continent had been ages ago. Countless transcendent martial artists had their jaws dropped at the same time. Devil Pro had already cast his eyes on the endless ocean of people, and in his eyes, these transcendentals that were beyond the reach of ordinary people were like endless lambs to the slaughter. Next, a feast for your revelry. Go on, howl. GGG. Accompanied by the fall of Demon Pro's words, countless horrifying demonic races within the endless demonic clouds let out strange laughter that was almost joyous, and then with endless demonic chi, transformed into a mass of demonic mist crazily shuttling between heaven and earth, pouncing towards the endless transcendental martial artists below. Boom dash, roar dash, some demonic clusters rushed into the crowd, and the demonic mist revealed the outlines of incomparably vicious demonic heads, which opened their bloody mouths and crazily devoured the living beings of this world. You seek death. Boom dash. A 9th grade realm transcendent martial artist saw a cloud of demonic mist attacking himself, when both burst into fury. A fist blasted away. Horrifying ripples of power swept away, but was instantly shrouded by the demonic mist, and an incomparably mournful and miserable scream was emitted. No dash. For a time, the sky-covering demonic fog was like a hellish demonic mass, weaving, devouring, and slaughtering among the endless transcendent martial artists. Humph. Sinner. if you want to devour the old man, it depends on whether or not you have the ability to do so. There were half-step sovereign realm veins rippling, power surging madly within their bodies as they battled with some demonic groups, and more transcendent martial artists were enveloped and entangled by the demonic mass, their vitality and essence being devoured point by point. No good. These things are getting stronger. At a certain moment, a strong transcendent martial artist realized that the beings within those demonic clusters didn't seem to be entities. Yet after they devoured a certain amount of essence and vitality, their breath was climbing rapidly. Not only that, some of the demonic clusters began to regather their physical bodies as they sucked in more and more essence. Locked Demon Tower, endless years of sealing and suppression, making these amazing demon race has long been withered and degraded. More than 90% of the evil demon flesh has almost been heaven and earth 2 poles 2 sealing arrays of array power wear out. However, the spirit of the demon but lingering to this day. The endless transcendent martial artists in the Peak Yang region today were undoubtedly a great tonic for them to restore their strength, and even to coalesce a new essence. In just a few moments, countless transcendent martial artists died at the hands of the demon core, and the entire Peak Yang region was like an invasion of the 9 hells of purgatory, with the aura of death filling the heavens and earth. And at the top of that cloud layer, in the midst of the endless demonic clouds, the demonic aura of the Devil Pro quietly watched this scene, looking up to the sky and laughing, as if all the grievances from endless years had been vented at this moment. What a terrifying evil aura! What kind of existence are they? At the top of the clouds, a group of sacred realm transcendent martial artists looked at the demonic shadow and felt their breath catch a little. And the other side of the clouds, Devil Pro didn't seem to look at this level of strong essence spirit at all, and didn't even bother to look at them. He slowly shifted his gaze to the top of the villa on the eastern outskirts of the city, gazing at a clothcoat that also stood silently beneath the night sky. I can't believe that in just a little over a month, you've been promoted to a 9th order demon hunter? A flash of surprise flashed through Devil Pro's evil-filled pupils, and then he said, "It seems that you are that much better than what this emperor thought, but it doesn't matter. This emperor has said that the day I shatter this cage will be the day you are buried." After the Devil Pro's words, the terrifying demonic power covered the sky and slowly headed towards the eastern outskirts. As he took one step at a time, the entire Peak Yang region was almost enveloped in demonic mist, and the gusts of imperial might pressured everyone to gasp for air. "Miss, what realm of high-dimensional species is this?" Beside Gu, Xiao Qing's face was pale, looking at the rolling demonic mist that filled the sky, her voice trembling a little. Gu shook her head at the words, but her beautiful eyes were flooded with huge waves. Although that demonic shadow strength had fallen out of the sky, yet she sensed an aura that looked out of the 10,000 worlds and looked down on the billions of living beings. This kind of aura, she had only seen it once at the otherworldly border pass. It was a figure taller than the sky. It stood on the other side of the distant high-dimensional world, looking down on the entire otherworldly border pass, looking down on this world, and although it did not put out a strike, it caused billions of stars to tremble, caused the heavens to boil, and caused the endless strong people of the border pass to feel despair. And at this moment, Gu surprisingly in the body of the Devil Lin, actually felt the same horror of the pressure. That is a kind of innate suppression, as if heaven and earth are going to collapse for it. Could it be that at its peak, this figure had also been a being of the level she had seen at the border? Could it be the Emperor? Gu's heart was almost ready to jump into her throat. That time the border havoc, she happened to be there, and had the honor of seeing the terrifying beings of the high-dimensional world projected once far away at the end of the sky, and countless high-dimensional species seemed to call the terrifying figure that was reflected at the other end of the high-dimensional world as Emperor. As for what kind of Emperor it was, she didn't hear it at the time, not in the entire border, and only vaguely remembered that it was some kind of Emperor. Thinking of certain possibilities, Gu's pretty face turned pale. It wasn't true that she was a sacred realm transcendent martial artist, and it wasn't true that she was the top heaven's proud daughter of the young generation of ancient Qin. However, that demonic shadow, even though it only had 10,000 years of Dao now, was able to exert the strength of a peak heavenly demon level, or even more terrifying. For a time, the entire Peak Yang region's transcendent martial artists all had their hearts thumping, feeling their mouths dry and having the illusion of wanting to lower their eyebrows in submission. At this moment in time, the Peak Yang region, the oceanic vastness of transcendent martial artists had long been enveloped by the demonic mist. The aura of death was getting thicker and thicker, and countless transcendent martial artists were madly devoured and sucked up by the evil demons under the hands of Devil Pro, and all of them were as if they were in the demonic realm. People rushed to the sky, wanting to escape from this place, but in the blink of an eye into the sky magic fog, this world was completely drowned by the magic fog. General Secretary of the Night Division of the Southern Row of the Tiannan Province. What's happening over there? Where did all that black fog come from? Countless rows of night people rose up in the air, staring blankly at that direction. The rolling demonic clouds that covered the sky, that horror as 1,000 miles of horrible demonic power. Even if it was the southern part of the Tiannan province rose of the night division of the general division of the boundaries, but also to see the scalp numbness, sensing the real. In the meantime, a figure slowly surfaced at the top of the general division of the night division in the southern part of the Tiannan province. He had white hair, white clothes that were snowy, gentle and elegant, with delicate skin, resembling a scholar, but with a few transcendent temperament. We have met the town councillor. In an instant, countless terrifying figures of the southern Tiannan province's Guan Night Division, along with all the Guan Night people, bowed to the gentle scholar in white. Ancient Qin Jinghua, the ceiling of the southern warpower of Tiannan province. It was obvious that this person was the same existence that had helped Meng Tianzhang impact the sacred realm, and Chen Bei had sensed a hint of a terrifying aura. The appearance of this person caused all the chief superintendents of the lineage night division to be stunned. One must know that aside from those few sainthood initiates and Meng Tianzhang, who was in the process of impacting sainthood, almost no one here had seen this one's true face. The current chief director of the Line Night Division in the southern part of the Tiannan province has not seen it, nor has the previous chief director, who was likewise not seen in the previous term. And at this moment, the town guard envoy himself appeared, which really made all the Nightwalkers startled. They realized at the same time, the seriousness of the state of affairs in the Pekyang region is beyond imagination. Chapter 82, The 6 Town Guards. I'll let go of my hands and fight. In the face of the Nightwalkers bowing, the gentle white-haired scholar paid no attention to it, but quietly looked at the monstrous demonic aura as well as the rolling demonic clouds over the Pekyang region. Next moment, however, he saw the white-haired scholar with a gloomy face, followed by a step, his figure disappearing over the southern part of the Tiannanro province's Rowan Night Division's general division, disappearing at the top of the night, heading towards the Pekyang region. Same time, boom, there were horrifying figures emerging from the general division of the Northern Night Division of the Tiannan province, as well as the general division of the 3 major nearby provinces, each of them standing at the top of their respective night divisions, all of them revealing a look of gravity, and then stepping into the air one after another. The 6 town criers. As the chief director of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan province and other terrifying figures looked at the terrifying figures that appeared at the end of the sky on all sides, all of their faces suddenly changed. In the past, it was almost impossible to see the town guard envoys, but today, they all appeared in unison, and it was the entire 6 town guard envoys. They were all rushing towards the Pekyang region, like 6 terrifying figures that were guarding one side and were on par with the king, slowly floating between this heaven and earth. Same moment, boom. In the southern part of the Tiannan province, at the bottom of the general division of the night division, a shocking aura violently erupted, and an old figure slowly walked out, appearing beside Mo Ran and the others. Brother Meng, you succeeded? Mo Ran as well as the group of nightwalkers from the general division of the southern nightwalking department of the Tiannan province were overjoyed as they looked at the figure. Mo Ran, in particular, looked at Meng Tianzhang with a gaze filled with disbelief. At this moment, Meng Tianzhang's strength was even more unfathomable. Merely standing there, it seemed as if it was like a huge mountain that didn't move and pressed people out of breath. Inside his body, the power fluctuations were as vast as an ocean, seemingly containing endless power capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Even the pale figure and the vitality within it seemed to be much younger all of a sudden. Congratulations, Brother Meng, for successfully entering the sacred. Beside the chief director of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan province, several terrifying figures opened their mouths to congratulate him, and around those 3 old men sitting in the supernatural pool, they also slightly cupped their fists at Meng Tianzhang, calling them brothers. These 3 old men were the real sitting figures of the general division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Tiannan province, and the hint of a breath beyond the 9th order that Chen Bei felt in the beginning was one of the 3. Although the 3 sitting level powerhouses were not as terrifying as the scholar-like town envoy, they had also stepped into the saint realm for many years. They used to stand tall and never took the initiative to talk to Mo Ran and the others. Even if it was Meng Tianzhang from before, it wasn't worth the 3 to look at them in a different way. However, this moment is different. Although Meng Tianzhang had just stepped into the sacred realm, his strength was not yet comparable to the 3 seated level elders. However, he already had the force to converse on an equal footing. That's the way the world is. Strength reigns supreme. Without strength, everything was empty talk. And even Mo Ran, who was hand-picked by the ancient Qin clan, did not have the qualifications to look down on the 3. Obviously, Shi Jian's teacher's position in the general division of the Southern Night Division of the Tiannan province was already equal to that of a sitting-level powerhouse, and was on par with the general director, and would be the second echelon of the pyramid in terms of both status and power of speech. The first echelon is naturally the town crier. Meng Tianjing sniffed and also bowed with his fists to the 3 sitting level powerhouses, and returned the salute to the chief director as well as the 2 chief deputy directors. The entire Southern Ro Knight Division of the Heavenly South Province's chief directorate excluding that town guardian envoy, and only these 6 sainthood initiates. Of course, now with the addition of Meng Tianzhang, there were 7 Sacred Realm initiates in the general division of the Southern Ro Knight Division of the Tiannan Province. After Meng Tianzhang greeted the crowd, his pale and godly gaze slowly gazed at the Pekyang region and also stepped into the air. A few major Sacred Realm powerhouses needed to sit in the superpower pool, and without an order, they could not leave the general division of the Southern Xing Knight Division of the Tiannan Province at will. However, Meng Tianzhang was different. He had just stepped into the Sacred Realm, and was not technically considered a sitting level, and was not bound to rush to the Pekyang region on his own. Furthermore, the Shijian duo was still in the Pekyang region, so he had to rush over. In the meantime, the Pekyang region, over the sea of forests in the eastern suburb, endless demonic fog enveloped the entire region, plunging heaven and earth into endless dimness. The top of that cloud, the Devil Pro rode the Devil Cloud and already stood above all beings. He looked at the cloth in silence. Demon Hunter. Haven't seen a demon hunter in years. Your Excellency, do you dare to fight with this emperor? Boom. Devil Pro finished his speech and looked down at Chen Bei. He looked at anyone here as if he were a great emperor looking down on ants, except for the hint of respect that flowed out when he looked at that cloth coat. It wasn't that Chen Bei was so terrifying. In the eyes of the demon emperor, a Ninth Order demon hunter was likewise undoubtedly the same as a mole cricket. The reason why Devil Pro exuded so much respect for that coat of cloth was not because of his strength, but because of his identity, demon hunter. The Devil's Prodigy finished his speech. Countless people, transcendent martial artists, were all indescribably shocked. GUU's several women were similarly full of incredulity. That demonic shadow whose emperors might pressured people to the point where they couldn't breathe, unexpectedly walked straight towards that person, and listening to the conversation between the two. They seemed to have some sort of beef, but how could such a demonic shadow have a beam with that person? In GUU's opinion, even if Chen Bei was no longer amazing, he was only an entry Sacred Realm powerhouse, and the aura on Devil Pro's body was probably on the same level of existence as that emperor at the end of the projected high-dimensional world in the otherworldly battlefield. And even if Devil Pro's strength had fallen to the lowest of the lows nowadays, he shouldn't be able to have a crossover with that coat of cloth. Unbeknownst to him, a month ago, it was this demon hunter in front of him that made the already broken seal of Demon Pro in his demon race. Hard delayed for more than a month before they got to see the light of day. To know, Lock Demon Tower can not only seal the demon race so simple. In the Lock Demon Tower, they have to bear endless torture, suffered to the 2 poles of heaven and earth, the power of the 2 ways of all kinds of crushing whip, a little bit of abrasion of its vitality. The kind of pain that is comparable to hell makes their days feel like years, and every minute is unbearably long. Devil Pro said, his eyes quietly staring at Chen Bei. There was no imagined killing intent rushing to the sky. However, there was already a killing chance showing. Chen Bei sniffed and looked at Devil Pro with the same murmur. The demon-slaying sword in his hand had long been trembling, emitting bursts of restless and agitated sword chants. After so many years of descending demons, I've never fought with a demon emperor, much less seen a living demon emperor, and I never thought that I, Chen Bei, would be lucky enough to see a demon emperor for a day. Even though your strength has fallen to the bottom, I am honored to be able to fight you. I just don't know if you count as a part of that change of heart. Intuition told Chen Bei. The appearance of Devil Pro was indeed surprising. However, the uneasiness and restlessness in his heart did not come from the appearance of Demon Pro. That is to say, the real change of heart has not yet occurred. However, before that, a battle between him and the Demon Emperor Devil Pro could no longer be avoided. Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. Since there is no way to avoid it, there is no need to avoid it. Chen Bei slowly raised his head and looked at the endless sky. It had been a long time since he had let go of his hand and fought. I'll let go of the battle for 1,000 changes. There's nothing like letting go of a battle to make it hurt. Next moment. Boom dash. Think here. Chen Bei's body shook as endless mana boiled up within his body, like a vast and calm oceanic plain that suddenly surged. He's beside himself. The demon-slaying sword also trembled madly at this moment. It seemed to have sensed its master's battle intent in general. A terrifying sword intent burst out. Chapter 83, Crazy Chen Bei. Heaven and Earth Without Limits. Jiankuan Borrowing Method. Boom dash. In the middle of the ocean-like vastness of the Pekyang region, the densely packed transcendent martial artists were as vast as an ocean, fighting with the 10,000 demons that covered the sky, and the entire Pekyang region was like a 9 ghosts purgatory. And just then, suddenly, a terrifying aura violently erupted from the top of the villa in the eastern suburb, as if it had swept up from the oceanic demonic realm. instantly sweeping across the entire Pekyang region, overriding the endless purgatory, startling uncountable transcendent martial artists and demonic groups. My God! Miss, how did he dare? Top of the hilltop luxury villa. Xiao Cheng flabbergastedly looked at the coat of cloth that erupted with astounding might. Her small face staggered beyond words. Just now, Devil Pro asked the man if he dared to fight, obviously placing a letter of war. However, that cloth coat even erupted into the Saint realm, and its meaning was self-evident. Ji Yu was also somewhat dumbfounded, staring flabbergastedly at Chen Bei at the top of the villa in the eastern suburbs. She also didn't expect that person to dare to answer the battle against the Demon Emperor. Even though it was a Demon Emperor whose strength had entered the valley, it was still an existence that they couldn't reach. Ji Yu had a feeling that even though she was the same entry Sacred Realm transcendent martial artist, it made her face the present-day Devil Pro, and she also had a shuddering feeling. Ji Yu had reason to believe that he definitely wouldn't be able to get through a single move in the hands of that demonic shadow. One must know that before this, Devil Pro had killed a Sainthood Realm transcendent martial artist in a single shot, and it was a Sainthood entrant who had obviously been a Sainthood entrant for a long time. In other words, the Sage entrant was simply unbeatable in the hands of that being who called himself the Demon Emperor. On the other hand, Chen Bei, who was also around the Sacred Entry realm, was full of wariness. At the same time, those who were shocked and stunned were also the stunningly beautiful young girl dressed in black as well as several other stunningly beautiful Heaven's Pride girls who had risen to the surface. Even those Sacred Realm transcendent martial artists at the top of the clouds were filled with shock. The means of the Devil Pro just now had scared them so much that they didn't dare to act rashly, let alone make a move. But that coat of cloth, where on earth did he get the strength? To dare to openly answer the battle. Compared to Ji Yu and other extraordinary martial artists who had entered the Saint Realm, countless powerful people throughout the Pekyang region were even more filled with shock and surprise. The crowd was in a difficult to understand and unbelievable stall. Boom! However, he saw that the clothes of cloth had brought with him terrifying mana and breath, and brought the demon-slaying sword up to the sky, and the endless sacred talismanic light didn't go into the top of the cloudy dome. There, it was the battlefield of the heavenly demon realm and above, the battlefield of the Ninth Order Demon Hunter, where Chen Bei was more able to comfortably utilize the power of the two paths of heaven and earth. The location that Chen Bei was in at this moment was obviously a step up from the airspace where the transcendent martial artists of the Sacred Realm had fought. It was truly the top of the clouds. Very well, let this emperor see what level the demon hunters of this world are today. Devil Pro looked up at Chen Bei, who had disappeared above the clouds, a wicked smile spreading from the corner of his mouth, and his entire body harnessed the oceanic devilish chi to vanish into the firmament. Countless people watched this scene, all of them breathing heavily, and around those terrifying figures at the peaks of the saints and sovereigns' realms, they also raised their heads in unison to look. Above the clouds, Chen Bei stood with his hands behind his back. The demon-slaying sword beside him seemed to be resonating with the sky and trembling with the earth, and the vastness of the sword intent engulfed the sky and swept through an unknown number of thousands of miles of emptiness. Demon-slaying sword intent? Somewhat interesting. A ninth-ranked demon hunter who has comprehended this realm. You are qualified to let this emperor make a move. In terms of height, although you are like an ant in this emperor's eyes, but now that this emperor's strength is less than 1/1000th of its peak, killing you is not an insult to my name. This emperor has the means to kill you. But don't worry, although I, Demon Pro, am a demon entering the emperor, but I am also a one-world emperor, and I will not deal with you by means that surpass the heavenly demon. If you can win me in the same realm, then you and I have a grudge, and from then on, it will be written off. But unfortunately, it's still hard for you to escape death. This emperor has met countless demon hunters whose talents have shown through the ages in his life, and he has never been defeated within the same realm. If those few hadn't designed to capture me back then, I, Devil Pro, would have stepped on this world long ago. Throughout the ages, epics have alternated, and nowadays in this world, I'm afraid there aren't many people who remember me. Devil Pro, the demon enters the empire as a demon, and the king comes to the world. This is the devil's advent. Devil Pro's long hair fluttered, also positive and evil, looking at a cloth coat in danger, murmured and opened his mouth, and in the latter few sentences, slowly raised his eyes, and his true feelings flowed out, as if he was remembering the past of endless years ago. A generation of demon emperors finished speaking. Once again, he gazed slowly at the cloth. Kid, this emperor's men don't die without a name. Report your name. Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly at his words. The demon in front of me. There seems to have been an extremely grandiose period of time. There are countless stories that belong to him, though a generation of amazing demons. But there is an air of spontaneity, daring, and topsy-turvy in his hands and feet. Chen Bei, facing Demon Pro's inquiry. Chen Bei returned indifferently. Good. It hurts. This emperor might remember you for a while. Emperor, say one thing. You beat me in the same realm. This emperor leaves on his own, and will never strike at you again in this life. Devil Pro's words are permeated with the confidence of a king in the world. After the words Chen Bei is a slight frown. One time, both of them were silent, staring at each other in death. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Yet suddenly, boom dash, Demon Pro violently raised his hand, and endless demonic power came out vastly, crushing the sky, causing this world to distort extremely. Looking up from the perspective of Guu and the others, only to see that above the clouds, at the top of the dome of the sky, a heaven-destroying power engulfed the heavens, making the entire dome of the sky seem to boil and burn. Oh my god dash! Hiss dash! Countless terrifying figures sucked in a breath of cold air. The terrifying pressure, like the might of heaven, made the crowd feel as if there was an unshakable mountain pressing on their hearts, making it unprecedentedly difficult to breathe. Enter the sacred absolute peak. To have exerted the power of a sacred initiate at the absolute peak, how is this possible? That demonic shadow, what exactly is its identity? A large number of transcendent martial artists couldn't help but take a step forward, their eyes filled with shock and terror. Entering the sacred absolute peak, Guu looked at the boiling dome of the sky as if it were being burned. The same face revealed endless astonishment. Xiao Qing heard the words as breathing directly stopped for a long time, before taking a deep breath. Miss, is that person really able to catch the power of an entry sacred absolute peak? It's quite compelling to wonder. Even though that sword of cloth that decapitated the ancestors of the Wang and Huang families was as terrifying as it was, yet in the end, it was only a sainthood entrant, and that demonic shadow at the top of the celestial dome, just by lifting his hand, he subdued and killed the saints, stepping into the saints' absolute peak. At the same time, those who sensed this aura were also the 6 Xinghua envoys who were stepping into the air, as well as Meng Tianzhong. Several terrifying figures were all gazing up from afar with indescribable consternation in their eyes. It's not just transcendent martial artists. At this moment, a certain piece of endless mountain range, the countless ordinary people of Pekyang City resembled a vast dragon that was going over the mountains. But at this moment, they all sensed something, and in unison, they raised their heads to look at the top of that terrifying as hell dome. The crowd, Shi Jian and the woman beside him, as well as Lin Sini and the others similarly looked up, their eyes full of horror, but saw that there, it was as if a demon had descended to earth, and endless demonic chi rolled and tumbled. They weren't the only ones who saw that scene. A long convoy of cars stopped above a certain highway. Lin Xiao, Mu Xiao, Mu Nanshu, Lu Tiannan, and the other group of good demons all got off the bus and stared blankly at the top of the dome. Ordinary people might not be able to see the figure above the clouds, but they could see the terrifying scene that looked like the end of the world. Master, Mu Nanshu's eyes gradually reddened as she watched the scene, looking at the entire world. The man in cloth, who had been fighting all the incoming enemies with the power of one man, was surprised that he didn't have a single person who could stand by his side. Boom dash, countless people are in a different frame of mind. Above the dome of the sky, the roiling demonic power is as violent as the sea, stirring up billions and billions of clouds, like a vast tide pushing out horizontally. That world, completely exploded. Someone saw a 10,000-foot spear piercing through the void, carrying a rolling demonic aura, tearing through the sky and destroying the heavens. The moment Devil Pro struck out, countless transcendent martial artists sucked in their breath violently, as if their hearts were in their throats. Such a terrifying power was simply not something that an initiate saint could withstand. No, the initiate saint Extreme Peak could not withstand it all the same. In the eyes of Guu and the others, Chen Bei would definitely be crushed and killed by this force when he was above that dome. Because of that power, the void was about to be unable to withstand it. And even though Demon Pro only had the strength of a heavenly demon left now, a demon emperor, after all, was a demon emperor. While everyone was thinking that Chen Bei would definitely die, thought that the cloth-clad terror was about to drink the northwest at the same time. Suddenly, a voice that was too familiar to be heard resounded over the Pekyang region. The voice, no longer soft, no longer bland, but more like a kind of madness. Heaven and earth are limitless. Jiankuan borrowing method. Chapter 84. 5 seals sounding together. Demon Pro's shock. Heaven and earth are limitless. Jiankuan borrowing method. The near-crazy voice resounded over the entire Pekyang region, exploding at the top of the firmament. The voice was as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens and descended into this world, along with the fall of Chen Bei's voice. At this moment, the two poles of heaven and earth in both channels were rumbling loudly. That vast and infinite river of stars, the two runic marks that belonged solely to Chen Bei slowly coalesced and merged into one. reflecting at the very center of the Star River universe, where billions and billions of stars violently trembled, shivering down the endless power of the two poles, converging towards Qianbei. Not only that, the deepest part of the vault of heaven, the end of the earth, the other two marks are slowly emerging. The heavens above and the end of the earth are equally tumbling and boiling. The horror of the power of the heavenly way is waved down. The power of the thick earth is vaporized. Horrible as it is. For a time, the two paths of heaven and earth echoed each other. The two poles of yin and yang complemented each other. Qiankuan reversed, and the void roared. The oceanic ocean-like power of the two poles of heaven and earth came like a tidal wave of fish, descending from all directions into the firmament, suppressing it, and using it for that coat of cloth. And inside Qianbei's body, Boundless knows no geometry within the endless sea of knowledge. A rune similarly erupted brightly in the sea of consciousness, and a gust of terrifying aura rippled out. Ha 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 dash. Good witch, to be able to communicate with the two polarities and two paths of heaven and earth. Turn Qiankuan into your own. Be recognized by the four paths of yin and yang of all heavens and earth. Cultivate the two polarities and two paths of heaven and earth seals, and the five seals resonate in unison with the talent shining through the ages. You have truly shocked this emperor to no end. Such talent. You can't stay. If I let you grow up in the future, you will be a great danger to my demon clan for ages. Looking at Qianbei, who had five seals in unison, Devil Pro let out a loud laugh, just like an invincible and lonely demon emperor meeting his match in chess. Soundly, the five seals sound in unison, the two poles and the two paths, the pole of yin, the pole of yang, the way of heaven and the way of earth. Even Devil Pro was overwhelmed with astonishment. The four seals of the two poles and two Dao. That one piece of cloth surprisingly all coalesced and was recognized by the two poles and two Dao. The heaven and earth resonated, and the stars and rivers responded. If that was the case, Demon Pro had also encountered many such demon hunters with extraordinary talent in his past life. However, what caused him to be dismayed in a million ways was that piece of cloth had even condensed a humane seal. The five seals are all together. All through the ages are rare. All are one side of the era of the Emperor Teacher of the Giant. Every birth of a almost pressed the heavens and the world cannot breathe. Shocked countless epics. This kind of talent demon hunter, even if the devil in that era. No, I should say further forward on several epics. Also did not appear five seals of the Emperor Teacher. Throughout the ages, the beginning of heaven and earth, endless years, long epics, but wherever there is a record of the last five seals of the road to become an emperor, but no more than 3 people. And the most terrifying and frightening point is that this type of demon hunter walks the path of invincibility and has an invincible heart. They are not afraid of all strong enemies. They are strong when they meet the strong. They are also strong when they meet the weak. The more they fight, the more courageous they become. And unless they drain the last drop of their blood, they will not give in, much less shy away from battle. Because this type of heaven-defying pride not only needs talent to shine through the ages, but also needs an invincible heart that lives towards death in order to cultivate the 5 major seals. This kind of person often after certifying as an emperor, overriding the 10,000 ancient imperial masters, a thought of destruction, a thought of new life, heaven and earth, Qiankuan, 2 poles of the power of all the roads are in a thought. Of course, as far as Demon Pro knew, most of such ancient demons could not grow up, and the occasional birth of one over endless years would be ruthlessly snuffed out in the cradle of tenderness. Furthermore, repair out of the 5 seals of unanimity, is not invincible. On the contrary, the road of the 5 seals, more terrible and more difficult, the early stage of the rapid progress, but the more to the back, the more difficult to take every step, especially after entering the holy stage, embodied in a more obvious. However, once they step into the holy stage, each step taken by this type of demon hunter is almost invincible in the same realm. Devil Pro didn't expect that after endless years, he would have the honor of meeting the legendary 5-seal demon hunter in the Blue Star continent. If this were to be placed in that era of Devil Pro where the demons were in chaos, the heavens were fighting for supremacy, and the emperor realms were fighting for supremacy, I'm afraid that it would cause shockwaves to ripple through the heavens. How could this not shock a generation of demon emperors? Kill. Boom dash. Devil Lin thought about this. The more he thought, the more shocked he was. He no longer stayed. His body's demonic energy rose. That pierced through the void and went 10,000 feet long spear. But also at this moment it became even more thick and terrible. Monstrous demonic power seems to be to burn out the dome of the sky. Qianbei's long hair fluttered and his robes tumbled as he silently looked at the terrifying spear that came devouring everything, suddenly appearing unusually calm. He who had been strengthened by the power of the 2 paths of heaven and earth, under the echo of the seal of humanity. At this moment, it was like melting into the firmament, becoming one with this side of heaven and earth. The moment, one sword to vanquish the devil. facing the Devil Pro's destructive strike. He had no fear, nor was he the slightest bit arrogant, when both the swords swept across the boom, accompanied by Qin Bei's swinging of the sword. A vast and boundless power like an ocean violently erupted within the demon-slaying sword, nearly tearing through the void, as the two shocking forces collided together, exploding above the firmament, sweeping through an unknown number of miles of land, and seemingly toppling the firmament by an arc. Oh my God! What kind of power is this? The power of heaven and earth, the power of the stars and rivers. That person is actually able to mobilize this kind of power? Could this be the demon hunter? The countless number of transcendent martial artists were dumbfounded one by one, all of them with their jaws agape, their eyes filled with shock, especially the initiated saints. They could sense the terrifying fluctuations of the power of the two paths of the two poles of heaven and earth, the power of the two poles of the stars coming from the vastness of the universe, the power of the heavenly Tao waving down from the deepest part of the vault of heaven, and the thick power that was rising up from the earth. Even the transcendent martial artists below the saint entrance, and even ordinary people, all had sensations, and stared blankly at the unprecedented battle that astonished the heavens at the top of the rolling demonic clouds, above the endless dome of the sky. From all visual viewpoints, one could only see that in the midst of the rolling demonic clouds, at the top of the dome of the sky, billions and billions of clouds were boiling. The endless void was distorted, and the aura coming from above was suffocating, as if the dome of the sky was collapsing down. Everybody see! Above those rolling demonic clouds, billions of gigantic sword shadows chopped through everything, and countless 10,000-foot spears pierced through the heavens. The oceanic monstrous demonic power intertwined and engulfed with the heavenly tilting power of the two polarities of heaven and earth, erupting into a heaven-destroying might. Within the sky-shadowing demonic clouds, an ancient rune covered the sky, and the sky's runic light illuminated the heaven and earth, shaking away the demonic fog. That world fought to a boiling point. The clouds were burned by demonic power, and the void seemed to be collapsing. What a terrifying technique! Is this his true strength? Beneath the dome of the sky, countless transcendent martial artists and 10,000 demons stopped fighting for the first time in history, and looked at the battle at the top of the dome, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, the transcendent martial artists seemed to have forgotten about the transcendent Tam. The 10,000 demons seemed to have forgotten about the massacre, and all the living beings looked at the shocking battle in the firmament. Even the 6 great town guard envoys that slowly emerged at the end of the sky stopped their terrifying figures and gazed there with eyes full of emotion. Chapter 85, Both lose, but I lose. What a terrifying power! How on earth did he do that? Outside the Peak Yang region, 6 terrifying figures that topped the heavens and the earth drove side by side, separated from each other by an endless distance. Yet it was as if they were very close to each other. The southern Jinghua envoy of the Tiannan province and the northern Jinghua envoy stood side by side, both staring flabbergasted at the horrifying scene at the top of the dome of the sky, and the two of them exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. Wanya scholar quietly watched that scene and muttered. That day when Chen Bei had traveled to the southern part of the Tiannan province to exchange superpowers at the General Division of the Night Division, he had paid attention to a glance even though he hadn't shown up. At that time, the cloth clothed, although the breath was not weak, it was not this powerful. He even skimmed over it without caring about it. Yet just a month had passed. The Wenya scholar was in a state of consternation. Phew! A pale but strong-breathed figure then appeared behind the 2 major Tiannan town guard envoys. Meng Tianzheng looked at the battle that was like a monstrous cataclysm, and his pale pupils were similarly filled with astonishment. There was no need to ask to know that the coat of cloth at the top of the vault of heaven was bound to be the demon hunter that Shi Jian and the others were talking about. It was just that Meng Tianzheng hadn't thought that that person would be so terrifying as such. At this very moment, boom dash, at the top of the dome of the sky, in the center of the storm of power that looked like an annihilating vortex, the two figures bombarded each other in a series of battles, and in just dozens of breaths, they had already lost count of how many rounds they had fought. Finally, at a certain moment, a loud bang was like a heavenly explosion, spreading over an endless distance, as 2 shocking forces collided and swept across, spreading across the vastness of the heavens. Devil Pro was forced back by the sword, and a strand of his devil hair slowly fell, and he received the chopped-off strand of hair, a touch of shock and consternation appearing in his eyes. That sword just now nearly cut his throat. At this moment, Devil Pro, there were already a few sword wounds on his body, and the wounds were trying to heal quickly, but one moment they had just finished healing, and the next moment they would fall apart again. It was obvious that if an ordinary weapon caused damage to him, then with its horrifying healing ability, he would be able to recover in almost the blink of an eye. However, the demon-slaying sword in Qin Bei's hand caused Devil Pro to frown. This sword, there's something wrong with it. This was Devil Pro's first thought. You know, he was once a demon emperor. even though their strength has plummeted beyond recognition nowadays, but the body was still the body of a broken demon emperor. And that sword, surprisingly, could give him such a terrifying killing power. This sword, it's definitely something big. It's not just as simple as the demon chopper. The other end. Chen Bei was equally staggered. The demon-slaying sword's restraint on the demon race far exceeded his knowledge of the sword itself, even to the point of incredulity. What Devil Pro could think of, he could naturally think of as well. The demon beheading sword was actually able to injure the demon emperor's body and suppress its healing? This caused Chen Bei's heart to be flooded with huge waves. He only knew that he was the 72nd generation master of the demon beheading sword. Yet before that, the demon beheading sword had also experienced 71 generations of masters. Chen Bei knew very little about the identity and background of the 70 generations of masters, their ancient origins, and even the heights they had reached, and a large portion of them could not even be traced back to their roots. And at this moment, this sword was actually able to injure and suppress the healing of the demon emperor's body. That is to say, it had once been nourished by at least the blood of an imperial master's heart, as well as having had its sword sacrificed by an imperial master demon hunter with the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth. Among the successive owners of the demon-slaying sword once upon a time, there were emperor master-level demon hunters who were born. How could Chen Bei not be alarmed by this? But right now, he couldn't care about tracing the past of the demon beheading sword. These could only be learned within the demon beheading sword after the sword spirit was strong. At this moment, Chen Bei, though it forced back Demon Pro, and yet, he himself has not been able to curry favor. There was a visible blaze of blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, and a few cuts on his body. The spear offered by Devil Pro, although it was only an illusionary spear shadow, its killing power was incomparably terrifying, and several times it nearly pierced through Chen Bei's fatal vitals. For a while, neither of them were striking out, but were quietly looking at each other. A strange calm seemed to have appeared in the center of the storm of power in the raging sky. This calm, however, was clearly the peace before the storm. Both of them were building up their strength, preparing for the strongest strike. The battle had already reached this point, and often only one move was needed to decide the winner. Although the two figures were both at the center of the storm of power in the dome of the sky, they were separated from each other by an unknown number of miles. Boom! At some point, the aura of the Devil Lin's body violently climbed, endless demonic power madly surging, his side of heaven and earth, as if it was boiling. The horrible demonic power made the dome of the sky completely distorted. Rolling demonic clouds collapsed the void, as if that side of heaven and earth could not withstand that power crushing. Behind him, a shocking spear slowly emerged, tens of thousands of feet huge. The spear exudes an aura that far exceeds the previous 10 times more than. Inside seems to have 10,000 demons hissing and roaring. There is a world-destroying power in the cohesion. The other end. Chen Bei's body mana also surged madly, oceanic surging and surging out. The 5 seals of light dazzling, monstrous heaven and earth, 2 poles of the 2 paths of the force converge. Like a river of stars poured into the demon-slaying sword, a heart-stopping horror pressure in the demon-slaying sword rapidly expanding. Not only that, around Chen Bei, an even more ancient rune emerged and surged towards the demon-slaying sword, landing on top of the ancient divine sword. And upon closer inspection, these ancient runes were actually exactly the same as those carved on the demon-slaying sword. With the influx of each rune, the ancient lines on the demon-slaying sword began to light up, as if reviving, and then the light of the runes fiercely shone brightly. And the ancient runes carved on the body of the sword were like a layer of burning golden flames steaming up. The demon-slaying sword let out an unprecedented sword chant. The endless power of the 2 poles of heaven and earth collapsed the void. The dome of this world likewise became extremely distorted and even collapsed. And where the peak of the sword stood, the void collapsed as far as the naked eye could see. Suddenly, boom dash, both of them raised their eyes fiercely as endless power erupted out, viewed from the perspective of countless living beings. But see the top of that dome. The tens of thousands of feet long huge spear and an equally huge and incomparable golden sword shadow blasted against each other from different directions. The spear and the sword cut through the heavens, carrying the might of annihilation, chopping at each other. Where the spear and the sword shadow passed, the void began to collapse in real. That's right, real collapse. Flesh collapses. For a time, countless people stared at this scene in disbelief, their mouths involuntarily opening into an O shape. At the top of the celestial dome, 2 horrifying forces slowly approached, causing everyone's hearts to rise in their throats. Obviously, this strike was the strike that would determine the winner. Would that cloth coat win? Or would that demonic shadow that had shocked the ages win? For reasons of being of the same human race, everyone hoped that the one in cloth would be victorious. While in that endless demonic mist, countless demon clans were hoping that their demon emperor would win. No, to be precise, the demon emperor would not lose. But knowing that this was the case, however, When the 10,000 demons felt the tens of thousands of feet of sword shadows at the top of the dome of the sky that were so terrifying that their minds trembled, they all stopped breathing for a moment. Finally, boom! Sword and spear collided. Like 9 days of thunder, like roar, shocked people's eardrums raw pain. Extinction of the worlds might suddenly erupted. Piercing light sweeping endless heaven and earth. People cannot open their eyes. There, an unimaginably terrifying storm of power exploded the heavens, and terrifying ripples engulfed everything, making everyone invisible to the center of the storm where that terrifying power raged. Vast ripples of power swept across the top of the entire Pyongyang region, spreading into the boundless sky. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, yet all the living beings below were extremely severely affected as their blood boiled and they had difficulty breathing. The minutes ticked by. It wasn't until a long time later that the power frenzy at the top of the dome gradually diminished, and as the ripples collapsed, people finally saw those two figures again. They stood silently, both their robes hunting and their long hair flying wildly. At some point, Chen Bei took the lead as a mouthful of sacrificial blood gushed out, and his body stumbled and fell back 2 steps before stabilizing himself. Devil Pro, on the other hand, calmly looked at Chen Bei, still looking down at the living world, the posture of the Demon Emperor undiminished. A large number of powerful people stared blankly at this scene at the top of the dome, their breath catching for a moment. Defeated? That coat of cloth. Defeated? It was obvious that Chen Bei seemed to have lost to that figure, but this result, Gu and the others could accept it. Everyone could accept it. After all, that smudge of demonic shadow, it was too terrifying. The 10,000 demons were also incomparably excited, but did not show much shock. After all, their demon emperor had never been defeated in his life. Yet at a time when all living beings are in a different state of mind, the top of the dome of the sky, however, resounded with a voice that spread throughout the Pyongyang region, seemingly without the slightest intention of trying to hide it. A toss-up. But I lost. The one who opened his mouth was Magic Pro. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. All of them felt their bodies shaken, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Lost? That demonic shadow. It actually lost? The demon emperor, lost to that demon hunter? How is that possible? For a time, both the human race and the 10,000 demons were all frozen on the spot, their hearts flooded with horrifying waves. Devil Pro, on the other hand, had a despondent look on his face. He had indeed lost. Although he didn't know why that person suddenly withdrew his sword at the end, but on the premise of not using the Demon Emperor's means, it was indeed that he had lost. Of course, Demon Pro naturally couldn't die in that sword, except that if he wanted to not be seriously injured next, he could only break his previous promise and use the means of a Demon Emperor above the Heavenly Demon. And without using the Demon Emperor's means, he was even worse than Chen Bei. In other words, he had lost to this demon hunter in the same realm, to Chen Bei, and that coat of cloth had broken the myth that he had never lost in the same realm. Why the sudden withdrawal of the sword? Devil Pro stared at Chen Bei, who had suffered a heavy blow, and his gaze was like a torch as he said, however, in the face of Demon Pro's inquiry. Instead, Chen Bei did not say a word, but instead, he looked towards the ground of Pyongyang City. To be precise, it should be looking towards the ground of the Pyongyang University Library. The reason why he had withdrawn his sword just now was because of a voice that had suddenly sounded in his mind. That was the secret sound transmission technique between demon hunters, and only those who were also demon hunters could transmit sound through the technique. And Chen Bei could sense that the person who had transmitted the voice was at the bottom of the Pyongyang University Library. It was that same voice. It made him collect the demon-slaying sword at the critical moment. For a moment, Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly. According to the deduction of the celestial chance technique, he had seen some images, and one of the forces that caused the void to tear apart came from the underground of the library of the Pyongyang University. He knows. The 30 in Yen check Ha's mouth. That change of heart against him had more than likely already begun. Chapter 86, If you become an emperor in the future. Yet that old voice. It seemed that Chen Bei was the only one who could hear it. The rest of them were still in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. Until this moment, Devil Pro's words were still echoing in the ears of countless living beings, exploding in their hearts. He actually won? At the top of the luxurious villa on top of the mountain, Gu and the others were flabbergasted, their beautiful eyes filled with incredulity, knowing that she was the one who had seen that emperor-leveled projections of the high-dimensional world at the border of the other world, and winning at the same realm. Wouldn't that mean that that coat of cloth possessed the potential to become an emperor level? For a while, the several Heaven's Pride women who had been ordered to come to Xianyang to try to contact or draw on that coat of cloth all had their hearts thumping. A demon hunter with this kind of potential, not to mention the former royal family. I'm afraid that those terrifying figures who had been sitting on the border for many years would also extend an olive branch. It was far more than just the human race whose hearts were flooded with huge waves. Beneath the dome of the sky, over the oceanic peak Yang region, the 10,000 demons similarly stood frozen in all directions, their inner emotions fluctuating even more tremendously and shaking than those of the human race. How could the demon emperor lose? No way. How is this possible? Amidst that sky-covering demonic fog, the countless 10,000 demons within the demonic clusters murmured and shook their heads repeatedly, looking at the tall and magnificent demonic shadow that stood at the top of the dome of the sky, calling out impossibly, and something seemed to have violently collapsed within their hearts. That's conviction. That's faith. Devil Pro in the hearts of 10,000 demons. Is the invincible existence? Is once belonged to the faith of that demon domain? A lifetime of the same realm to fight for supremacy. Never defeated. How can lose to that a cloth coat? Even though the demon emperor and that cloth coat were only fighting against each other at the same realm. Even if he suppressed himself and did not use the demon emperor's means, it was impossible for him to lose. The truth, however, was that their demon emperor was defeated, lost to that demon hunter under the same realm. No way. How could the demon emperor lose to him? It must have been worn down by the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth for too long and too long. How could my emperor's heavenly talent be defeated in the same realm? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's not true. This person can't stay. Mustn't let him grow up. Otherwise it will be a great danger to my demon clan's heart. All of you follow me and kill this person. Kill. Boom. In an instant, the 10,000 demons breathed in sharply, and after a brief moment of stagnation, they all rushed up to the sky and pounced towards the figure at the top of the dome. The 5 seals sounded in unison, defeating the demon emperor in the same realm. What kind of heaven-defying stance was this? The demon clan absolutely could not allow such a demon hunter to grow up, or else after countless years, another emperor master-level demon hunter would be born. Phew! Almost instantly, countless demonic mists engulfed the night sky, rising up from the ground, 10,000 demons advancing side by side, bringing rolling demonic clouds to cover the sky and rise up, blasting towards the cloth-clad figure. Never let them kill that man. Gentlemen, please fight with me and make sure to save him. As the vast demonic clouds flooded the dome of the sky, the Wenya scholar raised his head violently, his terrifying power shaking the void as he opened his mouth towards the other 5 major town guard envoys. The 6 terrifying powerhouses raised their heads in unison. Gusts of terrifying aura filled the air, and a single step was more than 100 miles away. Chen Bei's performance today had caused the 6 town guard envoys to feel overwhelmed and shocked. In a sense, that coat of cloth was on the same front as them, and if it could be preserved, it might be a powerful deterrent to the invasion of higher dimensional species. However, the 6 had just taken a step. At this point, stand down. Boom dash. Devil Pro looked at the endless 10,000 demons with the vastness of the breath ascending to the dome of the sky, when both cold snort, a wave of his hand, the ocean of demonic power to suppress and go. Hard to stop the monstrous demonic clouds under the dome of the sky. Lord, this person cannot be kept. Let's kill him. If this person becomes an emperor someday, my demon race will fall. Which? A huge devil shadow coalesced under the dome of the sky, looking at Devil Pro, who stood with his hands on his back, with a look of eagerness and unwillingness. This emperor said, within the same realm, if he wins, one right off. This emperor will not strike at him from now on. What happens to the demons of other demonic domains is none of this emperor's business, but none of the demonic spirits under my seat. Lord, if we don't kill him today, in the coming day he will surely threaten my lord and threaten my domain demon spirit. 10,000 demons were bitter and murderous. There was even a long ago demon ancestor who defied all odds, and in order to eradicate the aftermath for Demon Pro, he went so far as to disobey the emperor's order and burn demon blood, wanting to kill that piece of cloth. The 5 seals chiming together, the posture of the imperial master, the talent displayed by that cloth coat, shaking the ancient world. How could it not make them feel terrified and uneasy? However, those demon ancestors that burned demon blood were easily suppressed back by Demon Pro before they could even start their power. The pupils of the first-generation demon emperor narrowed slightly, stopping the 10,000 demons under the 2 of them, and quietly looking at the cloth coat. Although this emperor is a demon emperor, he has been bold and courageous all his life, and his words follow the law, and what he has said will never be changed. From now on, I will not initiate anything against you. In the future, if you become an emperor in the future, you can come and take this emperor's life by all means, and at that time, you and I will split the victory and defeat with our emperor-level bodies. Ha 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 ha. After the devil's Lin finished speaking, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed long and hard. He laughed extremely freely, almost maniacally. In his time, it was hard to meet an enemy in his life, and although he promoted the demon emperor to the demon emperor with a half step of the emperor realm, he never lost, and he never even met an Emperor Master being born in his entire life. Invincible. How lonely it is. That feeling of loneliness of not having an opponent for endless years made his power as if it had lost its meaning. As Devil Pro himself said, if those people hadn't designed to capture him back then, would he, Devil Pro, have been sealed for endless years? Endless years of invincibility had caused him to be on the verge of forgetting what it was like to have his blood boil. But today, he met that cloth coat, and there seemed to be a divine splendor in his demonic pupils once again. In the near future, perhaps he could have a painful fight, and even if he died at the hands of that coat of cloth, he would no longer be lonely. Devil Pro laughed out loud and laughed. That kind of laughter that came from the Demon Emperor's unrestrained laughter resounding through the Pekyang City region. Although he didn't know why the cloth-clothed man retracted his sword at the critical moment. Since the other party didn't want to respond, he didn't bother to pursue the question. And this was the character of Devil Pro. 10,000 demons looked at the Devil Lin, who stepped into the air and went away. Although his heart was unwilling, but also did not dare to go against the will of the Demon Emperor. When both turned into a rolling magic cloud, accompanied by the Devil Lin, and went away. However, this time, humph, how can it be so easy to come when you want to come and go when you want to go? Kill. Boom dash. As Devil Pro turned around and stepped into the air to leave, 6 terrifying illusory figures that topped the sky and the ground materialized. The 6 great town guard envoys struck out almost simultaneously. Some slapped their palms into the void, while others blasted their fists. The terrifying power rippled the sky, causing the void to explode with a bang. It's the town envoy striking. Someone exclaimed in shock. The town guard envoys, the sealing battle power of the major provinces. Their breath was monstrous and terrifying. And at this moment, the 6 of them joined hands, and straight away, the void trembled. However, humph, with just you and the others, you want to stop me? Compared to that person, you and the others are nothing more than ants in the eyes of this emperor. Chapter 87, Shocking Changes and Variables. Terrifying Side of the World. Devil Pro sneered. Between the wave of his large hand, the 10,000-foot spear carried a terrifying demonic aura that pierced through the heavens, blasting at the monstrous ripples that swept over. Boom! The Devil Spear blasted on top of the oceanic ripples, and endless power erupted out, directly shocking back the 6 top-heavy figures. But a town guard envoy shuddered and a mouthful of sacrificial blood spurted out, followed by a face full of shock. What? Wow! Same time, the pupils of countless transcendent martial artists were wide open, their eyes full of disbelief. In just a single glance, a town guard envoy was actually shocked to the point of spitting blood from his mouth. And this scene stunned the ocean of transcendent martial artists. Endless ripples spread in everyone's hearts, all of them thinking violently of that coat of cloth. That person was still able to win in the same realm. But the 6 town guard envoys, they were even defeated in one blow? In a flash, the crowd suddenly all woke up and seemed to understand what it meant to be a demon hunter at this moment. Transcendent martial artists who did not cultivate the power of the 2 polarities of heaven and earth to suppress the demon race. There are no strong people who have cultivated the arts. In front of the Demon Emperor, it was not worth mentioning at all. Couldn't even catch that random blow. At this moment, the spear that Devil Pro had casually struck was obviously only 10,000 feet huge, while the strongest strike of the same realm with Chen Bei just now was obviously tens of thousands of feet huge, and the aura was also more than 10 times as terrifying. And it was such a strike that actually shook back the 6 town guard envoys, 2 of which even coughed up blood on the spot. After the Devil Pro repelled the 6 with a single strike, he hardened the blocking might of the 6 and tore an opening, leading the endless demonic clouds and 10,000 demons away with a big smile. However, this time, Devil Pro's laughter was different from the kind of unrestrained laughter of just now, but it seemed incomparably wild and extremely arrogant. What a terrifying power! What realm is this? Beside the Wenya scholar, the northern town guardian of the Tiannan province looked at his colleague, his face filled with horror. He's not something we can suppress anymore. Leave it to Reigns. The Wenya scholar's face was stunned as he silently looked at the rolling demonic clouds that were quickly moving away from the sky. His breathing seemed to have slowed down by half a beat. Boom 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 boom. Along with the departure of the Demon Pro, the countless demon-locking pagodas in the Blue Star continent roared and trembled. And after the rolling demonic clouds left the Pekyang region, the 10,000 demons dispersed in all directions, heading towards one demon-locking pagoda after another. The oceanic transcendent martial artist felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the endless demons that had disappeared far away. But the next moment, everyone's gazes were directed to the top of the dome of the sky, to the coat of cloth that still stood at the top of the void. He stood quietly at the top of the clouds with his arms folded, but his gaze was dead set on the top of the dome of the sky, and the entire person was motionless. And that's when people are also gradually discovering the signs and sensing that something is wrong. At the top of that celestial dome, the eerie roar grew louder and louder. At some point, suddenly, rumble dash, shocking sounds rang out. This side of heaven and earth seemed to be trembling violently. The heavens trembled and the sky collapsed. There, at the top of the dome of the sky above Chen Bei's head, countless terrifying forces of order that belonged uniquely to this world surfaced and converged crazily. The dome of the sky bared its teeth, and the astonishing forces of rules and order formed a world barrier, erupting with unimaginable might. That might was enough to make all beings tremble and shudder. And around the 6 major town guard envoys, they were also dismayed by this sudden shocking change. The power of the rules and order of this world revived on its own, and the boundless power surged towards the top of that pale dome, seemingly stopping something. Finally, open, rumble, a heaven-destroying aura erupted from the top of the celestial dome, causing this side of the heavens and earth to collapse infinitely. And at the top of that celestial dome, a huge spatial crack was torn open, and a silhouette that seemed to be taller than the sky slowly emerged into the spatial crack, floating in front of everyone's eyes. But the next moment, whoa! The Star River-like vastness of the rules of order force violently erupted, madly surging to the sky. Hard to make that space crack closed again. 2 forces strong enough to destroy this world were fighting against each other. One was the astonishing figure from that spatial rift, and one was the power of the Blue Star Continent's rules and order. Drive me! Rumble dash! Along with the closure of the spatial crack, the force erupted once again, even more astounding, forcing the crack to tear open once again. Everyone watching that scene had their scalps tingling and their hairs standing on end. It was obvious that there seemed to be some kind of living being trying to tear down the world barrier and forcefully descend into this world. In every world, there are world barriers in every world, and there is the power of rules and order, which are derived from the rules and order, and do not possess a mind in themselves, but have the self-consciousness to protect this heaven and earth. Once the barrier was attacked, the entire rules and order of heaven and earth would repel and suppress it, expelling the foreign spirit, unless that figure could forcefully descend. And the more terrifying the being was, the more terrifying the force of rule and order it was subjected to, and the repulsive effect was even more drastic. The terrifying figure that was descending into this world at the moment had clearly reached the extreme, causing the power of the rules and order of this world to boil up and suppress it with all its might. Another demon emperor. Chen Bei quietly looked at the top of the dome of the sky, feeling the terrifying fluctuations of demonic power that poured from that day. His brows tightly locked, and a touch of unprecedented gravity appeared on his face, tearing down the barriers and triggering the full force of the power of the rules and order of the world on one side to suppress it. It was obvious that that terrifying figure was another demon emperor, and it was a demon emperor at his peak. Although Devil Pro was also a demon emperor, he was only a half-step demon emperor of the emperor realm, invincible in the world in the era that belonged to him. However, the figure that tore apart the firmament was a true emperor realm demon emperor at his peak. In theory, such an existence could easily tear apart the boundary wall and descend to another world with a single thought. However, the power of the rules and order of the Blue Star Continent was so strong that it was terrifying. And around the demon emperor, surprisingly, he could only tear open a crack and project this heaven and earth. One time, Chen Bei's heart was flooded with huge waves. In this world, just how many other things that have shocked the ancient world have not been discovered by him? The terrifying essence of the spirit source, the sealing array that was as big as the heavens, and at this moment, there was even a power of rule and order that even the demon emperor could not descend upon. All of this was unusual, not even in line with his cognition, and overturned all concepts. While Chen Bei was stunned, his face became incomparably ugly as that terrifying figure was clearly rushing towards him, and the killing intent that was so vast as to be incalculable was enough to devour the heavens and the worlds. And while Chen Bei frowned, some transcendent martial artists, however, were shocked, because they recognized that terrifying figure that was tearing through the void. Was it not precisely that emperor-level being that was invading the Blue Star Continent's high-dimensional world? Ji Yu was equally angry. She could never have imagined that the magnificent figure she had once seen at the otherworldly border could be seen again, and this time, it was in the back of the Blue Star Continent's human race. Regarding this terrifying figure, it was actually recorded in the ancient Qin ancient books. The first time he surfaced on the otherworldly border, it was to allow a higher dimensional species to invade the Blue Star Continent, and this time, surfacing at the top of the firmament, it seemed to be for the cloth. However, at the top of the dome of the sky, the power of rules and order intertwined and went, crazily repelling and suppressing. However, that great figure that stood on top of the sky stabilized the spatial rift. However, around that terrifying figure, there were several divine weapons with radiant light like the sun spewing out imperial might. Imperial weapon. Chen Bei recognized it at a glance and was filled with horror. Those weapons that were spewing imperial might were clearly an imperial level weapon. Emperor level divine weapons. the great emperor's forbidden weapons. It was said that the heaven-defying emperor soldier could exert the peak might of a great emperor, and under one strike, the worlds would tremble, the heavens would collapse, and the 10 directions would be destroyed, and it was most terrifying as such. Obviously, even that figure needed the help of multiple imperial weapons to hold up that crack. It could be imagined that the power of the rules and order of this world was so heaven-defying that if this were to be spread out, it would absolutely shock the 10,000 ancient epics, to the point that no one would believe it. Even Chen Bei didn't dare to imagine it. What kind of world was a place that could resist the entry of an emperor-level being? What kind of terrifying role did this continent play in the heavens and the worlds countless years ago? So much so that even the demon emperor was able to exclude it. This continent. There are too many unexplained secrets. There is so much that is unusual, completely beyond all impossible possibilities. As Chen Bei's heart rippled endlessly, the top of the dome, across an unknown number of thousands of miles in the middle of a huge space crack, that terrifying figure held up the spatial rift with one hand, resisting the force of rule and order, and controlling the emperor's soldier with one hand. His gaze slowly pierced through the endless stars and rivers, looking down at Chen Bei. "You, the changeling?" A grand and incomparably majestic voice resounded from the top of the dome, resounding through heaven and earth. Chen Bei sniffed and stared at the figure in death, his pupils contracting endlessly. He was equally puzzled. What on earth could make a peak demon emperor come at the expense of resisting such a terrifying force of rule and order? Could it be just for the sake of subduing himself? A ninth-order demon hunter? Who are you? Chen Bei's pupils narrowed infinitely slightly as he gazed at the figure and opened his mouth. The two appeared to be not far apart, but they were actually separated by an endless distance of stars and rivers. And that figure, at the end of this world, did not completely step in. However, in the face of Chen Bei's inquiry, the figure clearly had no intention of answering. Instead, they struck suddenly and very decisively, as if they had limited time. Kill. Chapter 88, The Might of Extermination. Kill. At the top of the dome of the sky, at the end of this universe, the terrifying demon emperor figure held open the spatial cracks with one hand, resisting the power of the endless rules and order, while at the same time lifting up one hand and slapping it toward the cloth-clad dress with a loud bang. Rumble dash. The sound of terror was deafening and resounded throughout the world. However, he saw that in the vastness of the starry river, at the end of this world, a large golden hand materialized and slapped violently towards Chen Bei. The large hand was unknown in height, unknown in width, unknown in number of miles, holding up the sky and collapsing the firmament, seemingly even more enormous than a small world. It slowly fell down with the might of annihilation. Wherever the golden palm prince passed, countless stars exploded into pieces, the massive galaxies turned into powder, and the entire deep space trembled violently. In the meantime, the countless rules and order forces of this world were intertwined like a tidal wave, trying to wear down that huge golden palm, while the rules and order forces that were so terrifying that they caused the gods to tremble were also crazily squeezing that spatial crack, rejecting and engulfing that magnificent figure. Not good. Run away. Get out of here. How come? Oh my god. That breath. Countless transcendent martial artists looked at the gigantic golden palm print that slapped down at the end of the universe, and one by one, their scalps went numb with fear and they frantically fled far away. Not just a bunch of transcendent martial artists. Even those transcendent martial artists at the sacred realm, as well as the 6 Xinghua envoys, likewise changed their faces drastically and were terrified. That irresistible force that destroyed everything was like trying to exterminate the entire Blue Star continent. For a moment, everyone was in a panic. Damn it, it's all because of that man. He's the one who brought about this shocking catastrophe. That terrifying being obviously came to kill him, and we've been caught in the crossfire. It's all his fault. This man should never have appeared. If it hadn't been for him, there wouldn't have been this calamity. It's horrible. That being is horrible. We all have to die. No one can live. Countless transcendent martial artists were filled with despair, and some even chanted. It wasn't until this moment that they finally understood. The source of it all was that coat of cloth. At the same time, countless transcendent martial artists' hearts were also flooded with endless waves, especially those sainthood entrants and town guard envoys. What exactly is the origin of that piece of cloth that could attract such beings to forcefully descend and project over to be chopped down without hesitating to carry the force of the rules and order? It was obvious that the figure was forcibly tearing apart the world barrier, and was also suffering a terrifying backlash from the power of the rules and order. Chen Bei's origin set off huge waves in the hearts of the crowd. Same time, in the middle of the endless mountain range, Shi Jian and the woman beside him, as well as Lu Long, looked at the scene in the firmament, and their eyes directly widened. Heavens! Just what else is Chen's origin, to have provoked such a terrifying being to come and kill him? Shi Jian's heartbeat was like thunder. That coat of cloth seemed to be far more terrifying than what they had imagined by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. As for Lu Tiannan and the others in the convoy, Mu Nanchu and the others stared blankly at that scene, similarly breathing heavily. Within the Pekyang region, countless transcendent martial artists were fleeing, and Ji Yu and a few other women were already frantically flying, scrambling to get away from this region. In fact, no matter how the crowd fled, when that horrible hand really shot down, I'm afraid that not only is there no living creature here that can survive, even if it's the entire Blue Star continent, it will also have to suffer a devastating blow. The Demon Emperor, one thought, destroys the world. Even if the power of the rules and order of this world is no longer terrifying, and the heaven and earth are no longer solid, even if the power of the endless rules and order has dissipated the uncountable amount of terrifying power on that palm, the Blue Star continent still can't withstand it. The huge palm traversed the endless distant stars and rivers as it fell towards this place. What's going on? Where did you get such a horrible aura? Oh my god. Has the Holocaust of annihilation descended? The entire Blue Star continent almost felt a destructive aura, as if this side of heaven and earth were about to collapse and destroy. This was the true might of a demon emperor, the power of a peak demon emperor, allowing billions and billions of rule and order forces to dissolve the block, but letting a trace of imperial might fall. Just a trace would be enough to cause this world to experience a devastating blow, and even turn it into a place of death. Suddenly, countless terrifying figures looked up from this vast and boundless continent, all feeling a gust of uneasiness, as if they were shrouded in death, and the next moment they would go up in smoke in the river of time. Along with the fall of the huge palm print, the depths of the Star River had begun to collapse and destroy, and the universe collapsed little by little, dismembering, separating, and finally coming to an end. Top of the eastern suburbs villa, Chen Bei still stood with his arms folded, quietly looking at the boundless and enormous golden palm print, but he could no longer help but reveal endless ripples in his pupils. Peak Demon Emperor. It was simply not something that he, a 9th-ranked demon hunter, could deal with. If it wasn't for the fact that the power of the rules and order of this heaven and earth was perverse and heaven-defying enough, if not for the fact that the architecture of this world is far beyond all imagination, that figure that stood at the end of this universe didn't need to make a move to suppress him. A mere thought would be enough for him to die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. One must know that although Demon Pro was also a demon emperor, he was only at the half-step emperor realm, invincible for an era, and had been sealed by the demon-locking pagoda for endless years, worn down by the power of the two paths of heaven and earth's two extremes for endless years. This demon emperor, on the other hand, was in his prime, at the peak of his prime. This strike could not be defused at all. The demon emperor had struck, and it was already a dead end. Chen Bei silently gazed at the figure, killing intent infinite in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do about it. He hadn't done anything, yet the other party wanted to kill him, but he could do nothing. He couldn't do anything at all. In front of that figure, he was as small as a mole cricket. It is impossible for a mole cricket to kill an elephant. There is absolutely no possibility. However, Chen Bei didn't think that he would die. Although he couldn't defuse the demon emperor's destructive strike, he believed in Yan Qixia and the female imperial master. If they themselves died in this havoc, then there would be absolutely no need for them to come without sacrificing their path. Chen Bei silently looked at that great figure. At this moment, he really did not struggle, and he was indeed powerless. But powerlessness does not mean resignation, does not mean compromise, does not mean that there is no resistance. He gazed at the figure, separated by an endless distance of stars and rivers, and his lips moved slightly. Chen Bei did not have any sound flowing out, even just a wordless lip movement. However, the magnificent terrifying figure at the end of the universe had its pupils narrowed slightly. That cloth-clothed, incomparably small mole in his own eyes at the moment didn't make a sound, yet through his lips, the terrifying figure read out a sentence that shook the emperor's heart. Today, if you kill me you will not die. I, Chen Bei, hereby swear by the two poles and two paths of heaven and earth, as long as I live, maybe 1,000 years, maybe 10,000 years, maybe it's further into the future, I must stand on greater heights than you, killing you, with my own hands. When reading the meaning expressed by that coat of cloth, the terrifying figure standing at the end of the universe couldn't help but tremble slightly. A chill actually inexplicably rose, feeling chills down my spine. Chapter 89, The Second Great Change, Shocking the World. At this moment, Chen Bei was unusually calm. There was no anger or holding back. This great world is like this. The strong are honored, the weak are eaten by the strong, and the enemy kills you, sometimes even without any reason. But Chen Bei is not the kind of person to be slaughtered. Treating the enemy, he has always practiced only one tenet: either you die or I live. Today that figure would be a mortal enemy no matter what reason it had to suppress him. And now perhaps he, Chen Bei, could not kill that figure. But in the future, Only one must live between them. Only today. That figure was afraid that it wouldn't be able to kill itself. Chen Bei had seen a glimpse of life in the heavenly chance technique. But since there is a silver lining in the realm of the dead, and where is the life? Intuition told Chen Bei that there must be more changes. Fruity. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly rang out. That voice, extremely vicissitude. It seemed to be too old to be true, but it resounded throughout the Blue Star continent, piercing through this side of the world and resounding through the universe and stars. I have spent my entire life in hiding, sitting in Feng Yuan. For today, Spirit Pang, you no longer belong to this realm. Back then, in order to prove yourself as an emperor, you did not hesitate to cut off your own karma to return to the demon realm, and you are already a mortal enemy of our realm. Back then, the old heavenly Qi had calculated that you would still make a comeback today, but alas, heaven's will was such that he had already broken through the ninth order, and the devil's progeny did not leave him heavily wounded and dying, leaving behind a hidden danger in his cultivation. You better go back where you came from. A voice so old that it was out of shape resounded throughout the Blue Star continent, as if it came from the bottom of the endless earth, and as if it came from a long time ago, which was heart-stopping. Chen Bei was similarly greatly shaken. That incomparably old voice was obviously from the bottom of the Blue Star continent, from under that amazing array, in the middle of the origin of spirit. It was at a time when countless people were shocked. A terrifying aura violently rose up from the ground of the Fengyang University Library. This aura was truly as vast as the sea, instantly covering this world, this universe, and the endless stars. And at the same time, a shockingly old figure slowly surfaced beside Chen Bei. To be precise, it was an illusory figure that was too old to be real, and the moment the illusory ancient figure appeared, buzz off dash, the demon-slaying sword in front of Chen Bei was suddenly taken out of his hand, and instinctively trembled madly, and there seemed to be a fading sword spirit in the sword that was rapidly coalescing and reviving. The ancient swords emitted gusts of chattering and flew around the old man non-stop, as if they were resonating. The illusory old man looked at the demon-slaying sword that was slowly hovering in front of his eyes, revealing an indescribable expression. He raised his illusory hand and caressed the sword. 17. I'm already dead. This is just a remnant of the 5 emperors who teamed up to make me leave behind back then. You should also leave. The pale figure slowly spoke, his eyes filled with a loving kindness towards the sword that he couldn't hide. Suddenly, boom dash, a touch of sword spirit was born within the demon-slaying sword, an extremely terrifying and frightening sword spirit. Chen Bei felt the terrifying pressure of the sword spirit. His heart was shocked. Even he did not know that the demon-slaying sword had an incomparably ancient sword spirit sleeping within it. It did not fade away, but it was detached from the demon-slaying sword itself, and was just inhabiting the ancient sword. The 17 in the mouth of the illusory figure that was so ancient that it was out of shape seemed to be referring to that smear of sword spirit. And what surprised Chen Bei even more was the incomparably old illusory figure. The ancient sword spirit revived, and the demon-slaying sword resonated. Wouldn't that mean this ancient illusory figure was once the owner of this demon-slaying sword? So he was the first owner? First generation? Or the second generation? Junior Chen Bei. Meet Senior. Chen Bei returned to his senses, when both bowed to the illusory figure. The old man, who was so old that he could not be seen, sniffed and slowly looked at this cloth coat, then nodded, and then sighed. He seemed to be trying to tell Chen Bei something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, and instead, he turned his gaze towards the huge golden palm print that was slowly falling down. The reason why the huge palm print was unusually slow was not that it was really slow, but that this universe was vast and immense, and the Blue Star continent was just a corner of the deepest part of Qiankuan. That horrible palm print pushed all the way across, already destroying an unknown number of galaxies, and if it continues, this world will be struck by destruction. Northern Emperor, lend me your sword. The illusory figure that was so old that it could not be seen left behind a sentence and then rushed up to the sky with Chen Bei's demon-slaying sword. For a time, the entire Star River trembled violently, as if it had come to life. The boundless Star River, billions and billions of stars trembling. Qiankuan shifted. Heaven and earth resonated in unison. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. One sword kills the immortals, and all demons are broken. The old man's voice wasn't intense. Instead there was some kind of a sense of sadness, yet it was endlessly gentle. However, the endless power of the two polarities of heaven and earth that almost filled this universe was frantically converging towards the Star River, and within the demon-slaying sword, the ancient sword spirit erupted with a shocking might, burning the body of the sword spirit and urging the demon-slaying sword with all its might. Not only that, beside the old man who was so old that he couldn't be seen, 5 other illusory remnant figures emerged, carrying monstrous breaths against the sky. It doesn't take much to figure it out. Those several illusory figures were all Emperor Master level existences, but now they might not be alive. Or there might be someone else alive. Just not in this universe. The power of the 6 Emperor Master level residual thoughts. The power of the peak ancient sword spirit. The power of the endless heaven and earth 2 poles and 2 paths. The power of rules and order. And the power of the demon slaying sword that had been catalyzed by an unknown number of %. All converged at this moment, only to receive the peak demon emperor's strike. Rumble. The monstrous runes reflected the starry river, and endless runic light rose up. Billions and billions of living beings all raised their heads and stared blankly at the shocking sight. Is that? What a terrifying power. Is that a being from my Blue Star continent? Gosh, the Blue Star continent actually has such an existence? Surprisingly, we didn't know about it? Why do I sense an incomparably long and ancient aura on him? What era of life is this? An endlessly distant place from the peak sun region. Countless terrifying figures were all gazing at the illusory figure that rushed away into the sky. They didn't know exactly what was happening there, but their hearts were like a flood in the sky. While some people were greatly shocked, others murmured down with eyes full of horror. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. A sword kills the immortals. All demons are broken. That incomparably pale figure is also a demon hunter. This world, has there always been a demon hunter in existence? If that was the case, then why hadn't they shown up after the Blue Star continent had been invaded for so long? Some truly terrifying people, however, sensed something and associated it with all sorts of possibilities. Perhaps endless years ago, this side of the world was not like it is now. If that illusory figure was a demon hunter, what kind of existence would it be at its peak? Was it on the same level as the terrifying figure that stood in the middle of the spatial rift, appearing incomparably great? At this moment, it seemed that all the terrifying figures of the Blue Star continent awoke and stared blankly at the world-destroying, world-shattering scene. In the meantime, above the vault of heaven, that illusory ancient figure, with the might of annihilation, vanished into the firmament, into the boundless universe, toward the huge golden palm print that covered it. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, and the top of the firmament, the end of the universe, the terrifying figure in the spatial rift, however, snorted coldly. Chapter 90, The End, a paper decree. All enemies of the realm. Humph. So what if it's an imperial master? Just a few wisps of residual thoughts. You want to stop my peak strike? Unconscionable. Not to mention that you are still just a mere remnant of an imperial master. That is, this is born again. I am also not afraid to fight. At the end of this universe, in the middle of the space rift, the terrifying figure that seemed to be taller than the sky coldly grunted, his face full of disdain. However, in the face of the horrible figure's disdain, the incomparably ancient and illusory figure of the old imperial master did not falter in any way, and still brought several supreme forces to meet the attack, disappearing into the infinite universe. Finally, boom dash, the two forces that were so terrifying that it was unimaginable collided together, and that side of the universe erupted with annihilating power. A piece of the galaxy obliterated in the ripples, the endless star rivers turned into powder, and the starry sky collapsed and destroyed. The shocking aura that was so terrifying that it caused billions and billions of living beings to tremble seemed to be sensed by all the heavens and all the worlds, causing all living beings to despair. Countless living beings looked at that scene dumbfounded, eyes full of horror to the extreme. Around the Devil Pro also raised his head to gaze at the top of the dome of the sky. There were endless emotions moving. However, when everyone thought that the peak demon emperor's strike had been neutralized, suddenly, boom, the might of annihilation came again. And that big hand violently passed through the terrifying ripples of annihilation, knocking the incomparably pale illusory figure all the way out of existence, and continued to shoot towards the Blue Star continent, shooting down towards that coat of cloth. But at this moment the huge palm print, obviously light dim, no longer golden dazzling, the power has sharply reduced by more than 50%. But even so, the great hand of annihilation still carried a destructive force above it, and its might collapsed the starry sky, shaking off the ages and shattering the world. Not even those incomparably old figures were able to stop it? Heavens, that figure taller than the sky. Just what level of being is it? It's over. It's all over. All must die. All must die. None of us can escape. In the Peak Yang region, the oceans of transcendent martial artists were all ashen, and one by one, they even gave up the idea of fleeing, quietly welcoming the arrival of death. Chen Bei's blood also boiled, and for the first time, he felt the horror of emperor-level beings. Realizing what it meant that under great emperors, all were ants. The great hand of annihilation destroyed the world, seemingly destroying a realm. Yet just then, boom dash, at the very edge of the vast and boundless universe, at the end of this side of the world, in another direction, there was a sudden rumbling and loud noise. and another wave of annihilating power came from it. However, at the top of the dome of another unknown number of galaxies apart, a huge ancient building reflected the edge of the universe, with an endless old and ancient atmosphere coming from it. It was an ancient city that was so huge it was unimaginable. Or rather, it was more like a long-ago border city, a vast and huge ancient city full of devastation, barren and desolate, devoid of life. And within that ancient and unseemly building, a figure that was also taller than the sky slowly emerged, and it seemed that within the vastness of the border city, only that ancient and magnificent figure remained standing. It was a withered figure that was old to the extreme, with a body that was as thin as a bone, yet it pressed down on the heavens. Next moment, originally withered old great figure, suddenly radiant, endless ancient runes in its surroundings emerged, runic light shining through the ages, making that piece of heaven and earth, that ancient border city, became incomparably sacred. Boom! The old and magnificent figure silently looked at the world-destroying hand. The terrifying power in his body coalesced out, and the oceanic-like realm of golden mana surged and surged, transforming into an extremely ancient rune in front of his body. The great figure sighed leisurely, followed by a big wave of his hand. Boom! The ancient runes carried the same destructive power, violently piercing through the infinite universe, and wherever they passed, the stars fell silent, the heavens lost their colors, and a piece of the galaxy was destroyed by the runes at a staggeringly fast speed. It was an incomparably vast and gigantic extermination character, outlined by an unimaginable emperor pattern in a line, and it carried an endless amount of emperor might as it violently blasted at the golden hand that was attempting to exterminate the world. Since there was no force of rule in order to stop it, the word extermination pierced through a slice of the galaxy, becoming more and more radiant, and its speed was astonishing. Boom dash! In the endless depths of the universe, the terrifying word extermination slammed into the golden hand, and the two streams of imperial might violently burst apart, sweeping across the infinite stars and rivers as the universe collapsed and cracks tore apart. The terrifying power of the ocean and the Qianquan, spreading across the boundless galaxies. Countless galaxies were swept away by the Emperor's might, and billions of stars exploded with a bang, turning into flying ash. The power spread all the way, rippling through an unknown number of galaxies before gradually dissolving, perhaps billions of galaxies, perhaps billions of rivers of stars. In short, that world-destroying hand was finally completely disintegrated, turning into a terrifying force to destroy the boundless universe. Diffused, that big hand is gone. Gone. In an instant, countless living beings in the Pekyang region cried out in joy, their eyes filled with horror while being so excited that they were on the verge of crying out. That big hand was gone, and finally someone was able to dissolve it. And that feeling of exhilaration after the robbery caused many living beings to burst into tears. However, Chen Bei could not help but step forward, because he saw that reflected in the top of the dome of the sky, full of devastation in the ancient giant city, the old and magnificent figure after a strike, the whole person directly to the silence, no longer a trace of life. Just now that destroy word seems to exhaust all the power and vitality in his body. At this moment completely withered down, no longer half a sign of life. Incomparably old and magnificent figure, still standing not, always maintained the posture after waving his hand. Obviously, that was the last blow. He tried his best to save the cloth. And the moment the ancient figure's vitality faded, in that devastated ancient giant city, the vast demonic shadows that covered the sky swept over the city. And in the already barren and broken ancient city, the scattered terrifying figures rose up into the sky, roaring and roaring, not hesitating to explode with the terrifying demon and die with it. There, it seemed that an extinction had occurred, and the reason for this was that the pale and magnificent figure had drained itself of all power and vitality after striking hard, and had fallen in the ancient city. Losing his seat, countless terrifying demons attacked the border city and bloodied the last remnants of the ancient city. And this scene was likewise seen by countless transcendent martial artists in the Pekyang region. For a moment, everyone was shocked, and the top of the firmament, the end of the universe. That terrifying figure similarly frowned slightly, a touch of anger showing on his face as he stared dead on at the fading reflection of the ancient city at the other end, his killing intent coalescing like substance. He stood quietly in the middle of the spatial crack, and then moved his gaze towards Chen Bei, but he did not strike again. Instead, he fully resisted the force of the rules and order of this world, the power of endless rules and order longitudinally there. The spatial cracks healed point by point, slowly isolating that terrifying figure. Obviously, the other party also seems to have only one chance to strike. Forcibly tearing the world barrier has already made it weak in the aftermath. Even if it can strike again, it will also be obliterated by the power of the rules and order of the complete awakening of this world, and it will be difficult to attack that continent again. Today, I count your life as a great one. I can't kill you by resisting barriers, rules, and order. But I do not believe, pouring a domain of demons, you can still live. The border has been broken. My domain of the demon race. When the death of this, even if you manage to escape the calamity of the border, on the day when the heavenly pass collapses, we will personally come to this realm and will kill you. All demons that have entered this realm, kill this son, and those who kill him with their hands will be given the emperor's fruit, and hopefully the emperor's position, which will be honored with me. The terrifying figure slowly retreated, but a legal decree resounded through this universe. For a time, somewhere in the vast and boundless deep space of the universe, in the border zone of the otherworldly realm, countless demon races all raised their heads in unison, and Chen Bei's portrait appeared in their minds. A legal decree, lifting the domain as an enemy, countless invading demons. I'm afraid that for the sake of that demon emperor's promise, all will not do everything to kill that person. After leaving the decree, the terrifying figure standing at the end of the universe didn't say much more, and eventually could only carry endless anger and unwillingness, gradually being rejected by the world barrier, and the spatial rift eventually healed completely. Until this moment, this huge change against that coat of cloth. Finally, the curtain has fallen. However, the entire Pekyang region was completely blown up. The countless transcendent martial artists stared blankly at the clothes of cloth, and after they calmed down, even more monstrous waves rose within them. Chapter 91, One night, he can make the world tremble. Along with the forced departure of the demon emperor, this universe finally gradually calmed down. The power of endless rules and order dissipated in the Qiankuan, and the billions of stars stopped vibrating. Even the dome of the sky had returned to its original state, as if none of this had happened. However, the figure still standing quietly at the top of the dome of the sky is to tell everyone that everything that happened just now really exists. That magnificent figure that topped the sky and stood at the end of the universe, supreme, nearly annihilated this world with a slap. If it wasn't for that ancient and out-of-shape remnant of the Imperial Master and the sudden change at the end of the universe, this universe would have already turned the world upside down and returned to silence at this moment. Countless people breathed heavily, and had a feeling of survival after the robbery, as if they had slipped on the bridge of Naiha and survived again in the midst of the end of the world. And I don't know how long it's been, until a certain point. Endless living beings were all looking at that cloth coat in unison, and their hearts were suddenly flooded with water. Who can tell me? That Chen Bei. What exactly is his origin? Is this person really just a demon hunter? Why do I feel that his existence seems to involve something extremely terrifying? What is his identity? Really? Countless transcendent martial artists looked at the top of the dome. What kind of background did that figure have? First, he had provoked that terrifying being to descend to a realm to suppress it. In the back, the remnants of the ancient Imperial Master were drawn to guard the area. Even at the end of that universe, there was an ancient Emperor Master who had run out of oil and had not hesitated to use up the last of his lamp oil to defuse the crisis for him. Suddenly, Chen Bei's identity suddenly became extremely mysterious and unpredictable as well as terrifying and frightening in everyone's eyes. What they don't know, however, is this. At this moment, Chen Bei was even more bewildered than these people, but he could probably guess something. In the future, one should have threatened certain people, or demons, or even the demon emperor, and changed something for endless years. That was why those people had come to suppress themselves by all means, but it was obvious that the other party hadn't succeeded. It seemed that there was another force that didn't want him to fall, and even though that force was clearly underneath, it was still as terrifying as ever. For example, that smudge of the remnants of the Imperial Master, the demon-slaying sword's former owner of a certain generation. Take for example the old and magnificent figure that struck at the end of the universe. Intuition told Chen Bei. That magnificent figure that stood on top of the sky was also an incomparably ancient Emperor Master level existence, but it had already run out of gas. What is that huge ancient city that reflects the end of the universe? The end of the universe? There was also the demon emperor who had descended to this world at any cost. Where was the heavenly pass he spoke of? Is the heavenly pass the huge ancient city that reflects the end of the starry river? Are all those demon hunters from endless years ago in the Blue Star continent at the heavenly pass? If so, what are they resisting? If the end of the universe is the heavenly pass, what about the demonic domains at the yonder pass? Are the heavenly pass and the border pass defending against the same demonic realm? Intuition told Chen Bei that it wasn't. The existence of the heavenly pass might have also stopped the invasion of the demon domain, but it must not only be because of stopping the demon domain. There must be some other shocking secrets in it. For if that great old city reflecting the end of the universe is the corner of the heavenly pass, that one heavenly pass with an emperor master guarding it, it was almost impossible for the demon domain with a demon emperor alone to make an incomparably ancient emperor master run out of gas. One time, Chen Bei was caught in a quagmire of mists. and there seemed to be too many things waiting for him to uncover. But the situation at hand was that he wasn't at that level yet, couldn't reach something. The priority is where he is today. A paper decree from the exotic demon emperor just now had directly brought him to the point of death. Chen Bei slowly raised his head and seemed to have sensed the oceanic killing intent coming from the boundless universe. The beings of the heavenly pass could not enter for the time being, but the border pass had completely collapsed, and the countless demon realm demon clans would bring about a catastrophe. And a paper decree had made Chen Bei the most dazzling target in a catastrophe. It was while Chen Bei was frowning slightly. Suddenly, buzz, an ancient sword descended from the sky, and the demon beheading sword slowly fell down, returning to Chen Bei's body, and the sword spirit inside, which belonged solely to the remnants of that imperial master, had completely dissipated. Chen Bei received the demon beheading sword and gently caressed the sword, followed by slowly gazing towards the oceanic sea of endless transcendent martial artists. Most of these transcendent martial artists were here for the Supertan, and now, he had to face perhaps the next oceanic invasion of exotic demon races, and was in dire need of the Terror Spirit Source liquid to boost his strength. This Ultra Tam, no one can give it to anyone, but to deter them, winning the Demon Pro was clearly not enough. These transcendent martial artists weren't stupid, and at this moment, they all saw the signs. Demon hunters were the nemesis of the demon race, but in the face of the human race, they were on the same starting line, and unless that coat of cloth could overshadow them in cultivation, it wouldn't produce that horrifying suppression. Chen Bei also understood that he wanted to guard this superpower pool. With his own strength, he was afraid that it would change from time to time, and he needed a force that was strong enough to deter a sea of transcendent martial artists. He is now a ninth-order demon hunter, facing the demon race, comparable to the realm of heavenly demons, able to use the power of the two polarities of heaven and earth to exert the strength of the absolute top of the saint of existence, while facing the transcendental martial artists. Although his cultivation is enough to be comparable to the saint of existence realm powerhouses, he is not considered to be the strongest. If one wanted to stand firmly in this world, cutting down demons and eliminating devils was far from enough, and having a terrifying force that deterred countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages was imminent. Where to find such a terrifying force for today? Chen Bei first turned his gaze towards the 6 Xinghua envoys. Those 6 people naturally represented the Xing Night Division. However, soon after, he secretly shook his head and turned his gaze to a certain highway, looking towards Lu Tianan and the other group of good demons. Clinging to the lineage Night Division would indeed preserve the supernatural pool, but in the end, it was not a permanent solution. As for taking in other ancient transcendent martial artist families, Chen Bei even smiled to himself. In his last life, he was used to seeing the hearts of people, and he preferred the endless goodness demon to the human race who possessed 7 emotions, love and hate, as well as innate greed. On top of a certain highway in the Pekyang region, Lu Tianan and the convoy also sensed something and subconsciously looked at the figure on top of the dome. At the same time, in his mind, Chen Bei's voice rang out. Blue Star Continent. How many good demons are there? What is their strength? Can you be sure to make them all come to the eastern suburbs and submit to me? Tell them that if they are willing to submit, I can wash away all demonic causes for them, cut off all demonic fruits, and pass on the demonic method of attaining the way. The spirit source liquid at the bottom of the eastern suburb, they can all use it as well, without any limitations, and in the future, half of the demon dawn of the evil demons I kill can be washed away from their sinful chi to help them cultivate. Boom! Chen Bei's words had not yet fallen. Lu Tiannan's entire body shook violently. Good demons have always been inextricably linked with each other, and once summoned, they are as terrifying as they are, and the entire Blue Star Continent. Good demons are spread all over the world. There are strong and weak. A small Pekyang city. Perhaps there is no horrible good demons, but the entire Blue Star Continent, even if it is comparable to the entry of the Sacred Realm transcended martial artists good demons, it is also an extremely horrible number. Not to mention, there were also peak heavenly demon realm good demons inside, and even demonic great powers. And the conditions that Chen Bei was offering at this moment were undoubtedly something that the good demons had dreamed of and begged for. What is the purpose of a good demon's single-minded pursuit of the Tao, but to one day attain the Tao and ascend? At this moment, if he were to tell Chen Bei's conditions, more than 90%, no, perhaps it was 10% of the good demons in the entire Blue Star Continent would come at the first opportunity. Good demon identity. Extremely special. The evil demon is not ashamed. The way of heaven is not allowed. The human race does not accept. The demon race dirt. A heart for good. But like a street rat, cannot kill, cannot plunder, even the evil demon cannot be suppressed and killed. However, once a demon hunter is willing to accept them, they will be recognized by the 2 paths of heaven and earth and the 2 poles, and they will be able to glimpse the great Tao. It could be said that Chen Bei's mere identity as a demon hunter was enough to make the good demons go crazy. Not to mention, he was also a ninth-order demon hunter. A demon hunter who could provoke the demon emperor to descend to kill him at any cost. One time, Lu Tiannan's breathing became incomparably rapid. Sir, how many good demons do you need? What realm of good demons need? The top of the dome. Chen Bei stood quietly, his eyes sweeping over the ocean of densely packed transcendent martial artists one by one. Since he wants to play, then he will accompany you to play bigger. After a few moments of slight contemplation, Chen Bei's flat and watery voice sounded in Lu Tiannan's mind. All good demons, regardless of strength, regardless of Taoism, as long as they are single-minded seekers, as many as there are, come as many as you can, come as you are, more is better. When these words came out, Lu Tiannan froze on the spot. Trance. He seemed to see an overwhelming number of powerful good demons converging from the vast and boundless Blue Star continent. The sight of a terrifying force spreading across this world overnight caused an endless sensation. If there was anyone who could bring all the good demons together, there was undoubtedly only one kind of person, a demon hunter. Lu Tiannan could hardly imagine that if all the good demons gathered in the eastern suburbs, not to mention the Tiannan province, not to mention these transcendent martial artists in the Pekyang region, I'm afraid that the entire ancient Qin region would be shaken by it. It would be a force far beyond their imagination. Terrifying enough to make all the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages tremble in fear and trepidation. And at this point, quite a bit of time had passed since the huge change. Countless transcendent martial artists also gradually came back to their senses from the panic, and some ancient transcendent martial artist families even began to move. The more the great world fell into desperation, the more they yearned to be powerful, and the more terrible their greed became. Feeling that oceanic transcendent martial artist aura, Lu Tiannan didn't hesitate and began to transmit his voice at that moment. Good demons were everywhere. They were like a huge net covering every corner of the Blue Star continent. If you have any news, you only need to pass the message and let it spread to the whole world in an instant with each other. This was also the point at which Chen Bei had looked at the good demon in the first place. At that time, though, he hadn't thought about taking in all the good demons, only that they were an invisible web of information. And now, it would be a terrifying force that would make the Blue Star continent tremble. With Lu Tiannan's voice transmission, one time, the good demons spread the news in the form of fission, instantly sweeping across the entire Blue Star continent. In just a few moments, that vast and boundless ancient Qin territory was completely boiling. Chapter 92 10,000 demons taking to the air. Ancient Qin shaking. The vast and infinite ancient Qin realm. Amidst billions of rivers, countless territories erupted into bursts of sensation, boiling over in an instant. Although the endless good demons hibernated in the Blue Star continent, yet most of them remained hidden in the deep mountains to cultivate. The good demons that were like Lu Tiannan and the others who had entered the mundane world only accounted for about 40 to 50%, as the news spread far and wide. In the oceanic Blue Star continent, the vast and sprawling regions of all walks of life, countless good demons violently opened their eyes with incredulity written in their eyes. A ninth-order demon hunter? Attracting the demon emperor to come down to kill him? Brother Lin, is this true? The news came from the good demons of a city called Pekyang City in the southern part of the Tiannan province, and the brothers nearby have confirmed that a demon hunter does seem to have been born over there. Demon hunter? Where in this world is a demon hunter? Brother Zhao, what do you think about this? If this is true, then what are we looking at? Go directly over there. Isn't the purpose of our dedication to the Tao to be recognized by the two polarities of heaven and earth? That's right. If there really is a demon hunter who is willing to accept us, then we will instantly be able to glimpse the great Tao and hopefully cultivate. The countless good demons were all greatly shocked. Most of the good demons were not in the mundane world and did not know much about what was happening outside. And when they heard that there were demon hunters in this world, they were all shocked. And hearing that it was a ninth-order demon hunter, it was even more so that a huge wave rose up in his heart. A ninth-order demon hunter might not be too strong for other beings, but for the demon race, it was already in existence comparable to the heavenly demon realm. Or rather, a ninth-order demon hunter, as long as they didn't pull across too much, could almost always hunt a heavenly demon-level demon race. However, this was not the most shocking thing that made the good demons. What really made them dismayed was that a ninth-order demon hunter had attracted the demon emperor to come down to kill him without hesitating to harden himself against the power of the rules and order of this world. The demon emperor himself came to suppress the killings. Why? Could it be that this person is the variant that those few from the demon domain have deduced? Some of the good demons from the invading demon domain snapped to attention and were shocked. The human race in this world might know very little about their demonic domain, yet some good demons with terrifying strength knew quite a few secrets. At the mention of those few inferred variables, some of the good demons' scalps tingled and felt chills run down their spines. In the meantime, somewhere in a deserted mountain range in the Tianan province. Boom dash. An aura as terrifying as this rose up to the sky, frightening away countless birds of prey, while billions of beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. However, within the vast and boundless mountain range, in a bottomless abyss, a huge object rose up in the air, with a body size of 10,000 feet. The being had a thick aura that collapsed the void, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Looking closely through the night, he saw that the behemoth was crystal clear, like a continuous mountain range of white snow. It has a body like a long snake, snow-white scales, a unicorn's head, a carp's tail, a long beard on its face, horns like a deer, 4 claws, and a majestic appearance. If someone was here, they would definitely cry out in shock, because that behemoth was clearly an Eastern divine dragon. To be precise, it should be a scaly dragon, covered with a cold aura. The dragon scales are as white as ice, and there seems to be a Holy Spirit's chi on the surface of the body that is hidden. But look carefully, it is not difficult to find that above the dragon head, there seems to be a dragon's horns did not fully formed. Limbs and claws also failed to separate. Obviously, this was a real dragon, cultivated by a heaven-swallowing python with painstaking efforts, and it was only one line of opportunity away from transforming into a dragon, and that was to be recognized by the two polarities of heaven and earth, the heavenly way rewarding the earth's resonance. The dragon is like a real dragon out of the abyss. When it rises up in the air, all the beasts tremble. Countless birds that cannot take off in time are also suppressed by the bloodline, crackling and falling to the ground. Instinctive panic and anxiety. Although the scaly dragon had not completely transformed into a dragon, it had already taken the form of a dragon and had a hint of dragon authority, far from the evil scaly dragon that Chen Bei had killed last time. For a time, this side of the mountain range roared with dragons, terrifying as it was, and the augur rushed up to the sky at the same time. Chirp dash. A spiritually intelligent beast chirped through the night sky. Another wave of terror rose from the ground. But see the other end of this side of the mountain range. A spirit, covered in red fire, like a blazing fire-like spirit also rises up to the sky. It was a dancing and beautiful flying bird, with a chicken head and snake neck, a fish tail and swallow jaws, with 5-colored patterned divine feathers, incomparably gorgeous, and it was as if it were in the midst of the heavenly fire, and suffered from karmic fires that burned its body without being extinguished. If someone were here, they would be equally shocked beyond words, because that breathtakingly beautiful bird of prey was clearly a phoenix, exactly the same as in the myths and legends. However, like the augur dragon, this phoenix's forehead crown was still flawed, and several of its divine feathers were also deficient. Ice dragon, did you receive news from Kirin as well? The phoenix lifted its wings, its body burning with fire and beauty, and looked at the ice dragon circling continuously in the boundless mountain range, and spat out human words. I received it, but it wasn't Kirin who told me. It was Bifong and Old Turtle who contacted me, and it seems that Green Ox knows about it as well. The ice dragon raised its large dragon head and looked at the beautiful and touching phoenix and opened its mouth. At these words, a flash of shock appeared in the phoenix's exquisite pupils. In that case, a demon hunter has really appeared in this world? And a demon hunter with 5 seals? The demon emperor descending to subdue. It shouldn't be false anymore. He's that variable. Just now you should have also felt that world-destroying might. Only when an emperor-level being strikes, will there be that kind of aura that destroys all realms? The news is mostly true. Ice Dragon eyes exploded on the blazing light. He has been cultivating for more than 20,000 years. As early as 1,000 years ago, he attempted to transform into a dragon. However, due to the fact that he is the cause of the demon race, and needs to bear the fruit of the demon race, the delay cannot get the recognition of the two extremes of heaven and earth and the two paths, and is unable to glimpse the 10,000 paths. If the demon hunter was willing to take him under his wing, it would mean that the two paths of heaven and earth would accept him together, and then he would have the opportunity to transform into a dragon and get rid of his identity as a demon, and look forward to the great Tao, transforming into the Eastern divine dragon, which is the common respect of all beasts. The phoenix was equally moved by what he heard, but there was still a hint of hesitation. Brother Long, what do you think about this matter? Should we go over there? Go, why not? The ice dragon when both responded. Phoenix sister, you and I have been practicing for 10,000 years. Isn't it for one day to achieve ascension? The Qilin and the old tortoise and Baifeng and the others have already rushed over there. If we miss this opportunity, I don't know how many years we'll have to wait again. Ice dragon words bitter. His mouth and the Kirin and other good demon. All is the peak of the heavenly demon realm of the demon race. Although the Kirin Baifeng and other holy beasts of the name, in fact, with the same two people, are all half-finished products only. No heaven and earth poles of the two road recognition cannot be counted as a true spirit of the holy beasts. There was no way around it. A good demon was still a demon after all. Putting aside the path of the demon hunter, the chances of them getting a glimpse of the Great Tao to be recognized were endlessly slim. If the ice dragon was allowed to cultivate on its own, he didn't know how many more years it would take for him to touch the opportunity of the Great Tao. Perhaps 100,000 years, a million years, or even never be able to glimpse it. There is no demon hunter pointing. Among the millions of good demons, it's hard for one to be born to achieve the way. Brother Long, could this be a premeditated plan? Phoenix was a little worried. No way. The ice dragon, however, was decisive and very certain. A ninth order demon hunter of the hall. There is no need to target good demons, much less kill them, because killing good demons will not benefit them in any way, and will not allow them to accumulate merit and advance in their realm. After hearing the words of the ice dragon, the Phoenix, who originally had a few doubts, was also firm. Not that she didn't trust the demon hunters, but she didn't trust the human race. In her heart, or in the hearts of the countless good demons, the human race is malicious, backstabbing and deceitful, and is the most untrustworthy race within the 10,000 races of the heavens. However, a ninth-ranked demon hunter was indeed, as the ice dragon had said, not so much as to design the good demon. Sister Fong, how about you and I traveling together? Good. In case something goes wrong, there's a mutual care for each other. When the Phoenix both agreed, the sky above the boundless mountain range was suddenly filled with dragon chants and phoenixes roaring in the 9 heavens. For a time, the entire Blue Star continent, endless good demons rose up in the air. Countless behemoths cut through the night, all rushed toward the peak sun region. The sudden horrifying fluctuations, so that the entire Blue Star continent triggered a huge sensation. Chapter 93. A storm sweeps through the sky, shocking the earth. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. It was a sleepless night for all of ancient Qin. First, the aura of annihilation swept across this universe, and the endless transcendent martial artists sensed it. All of them were incomparably shocked. At this moment, the whole world was even setting off monstrous waves, and countless living beings all over the world stared blankly at the scene at the top of the night sky, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Oh my God, what's going on? Where did the horrible fluctuations come from? What are those? Ancient Qin's countless territories, oceanic countless nightwalkers looked up in unison. They could feel that above the night sky, among the clouds, countless breaths swept by, covering the sky, astonishing the sky. Some transcendent martial artists even acted as if they were on the verge of an enemy, mistakenly thinking that the demon domain had fully invaded the human race's great rear, and were sincerely terrified. However, that overwhelming aura did not strike at them, and did not even stay too long, but swept past like locusts crossing the border. What's going on? What happened? Is it the Nightwalkers? I don't think so. These scents, they seem to be higher dimensional species? Some of the Nightwalkers were alarmed and noticed the end. The overwhelming aura seemed to be the power fluctuations of a higher dimensional species, yet something was not quite the same. What they didn't know was that as Nightwalkers and transcendent martial artists, the people of this world had always only suppressed and killed evil demons. And although they were in the same demonic domain, however, the difference between evil and good demons was extremely vast. Evil demons were evil. Their bodies were entangled with sinful chi, and their demonic power carried an evil aura. And on weekdays, they came into contact with almost evil demons. So naturally, they were quite unfamiliar with good demonic power. After all, the good demon had practiced for years without committing any evil deeds, and contact with the Nightwalkers and those transcendent martial artists of the ancient transcendent martial artist lineage was better than nothing. But even so, the entire ancient Qin remained completely abuzz. Not only were the Nightwalkers and transcendent martial artists able to feel the terrifying fluctuations at the top of the clouds, even the billions of ordinary people had their mouths open one by one at the moment. What are those flying in the sky? It seems to be some kind of living being. Oh my God, why are there so many of them? Dragons. Grandma, look, there are dragons inside the clouds. What's that head? Is it a phoenix? And the unicorn. Look over there everyone. What's that slow thing? Is it a big turtle? That's the Xuanwu divine beast. And that big one-legged bird standing on top of its head seems to be the Baifeng divine bird from mythology. Who can tell me what's happening in this world? How did so many divine beasts appear all at once? Billions and billions of living beings all looked up at the scene in the night sky. Since they were going to return to the demon hunter, the good demons weren't hiding their forms, but instead, one by one, they rose up in the air, directly illuminating their own bodies and breaking through the air. They swept over cities, crossed lakes, and tumbled over mountains, causing billions and billions of living beings to look up and stare. And in the midst of that wilderness of mountains and forests, even ordinary beasts raised their heads, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Men, check immediately. What kind of beings are these? When did they hibernate in the back of the human race? It's unbelievable. The countless heads of the Rowan Night Division felt their mouths dry at once, and their severe consternation knew no bounds. This kind of scene, around the Line Night Division army start also not so horrible picture, that the sky, above the clouds, more and more huge figures continue to join, growing lineup, amazing. No wonder the Nightwalkers were so shocked. The truth is that it was indeed terrifying. It was important to know that the Nightwalkers had been fighting evil demons for over 1,000 years without fail, and they had long been familiar with the demonic powers of evil demons. But the good demons hardly ever harm anyone, and the Nightwalkers are even somewhat unfamiliar with this type of demonic power. Not only that, for more than 1,000 years, although the evil demon hibernates a lot, but the Blue Star Continent walking night people perennial beheading, even if the number is still increasing day by day, but there are increases and decreases. On the contrary, the good demons, they were originally forced to invade this world, after coming in, not to harm people and not to expose, and to seek the way, to cultivate. With the accumulation of more than 1,000 years, now the number of good demons has long overshadowed the number of hibernating evil demons at the peak. So many high-dimensional species? When did they enter the human rear? Have you noticed that the power in these higher dimensional species seems to be quite singular and does not have that evil fluctuation? Where are they going with this? The Nightwalkers of the Endless Region and the Transcendent Martial Artists of the ancient Transcendent Martial Artist lineage were shocked and dumbfounded as they looked at the increasing amount of power gathering, and their foreheads couldn't help but drip with cold sweat. They were not the only ones who had a sensation, but also some ordinary families. Like here and now, in the middle of a certain city, there was a white-robed middle-aged man bowing slightly to his family. It wasn't until this moment that he finally told the truth and had the courage to inform his loved ones of his identity as a demon. This was because once he submitted to that demon hunter, he would no longer be a demon race, but a cultivator, and his identity would be recognized by the two polarities of heaven and earth and the two paths. From this moment on, he no longer needs to be hidden, no longer need to be like a street rat like Metaculpating. He can stand squarely in front of people, stand under the avenue, straighten his back. Perhaps one day in the future, he would even be ranked in the immortal class and become that high and mighty immortal. Honey, I'm going. After the man in white finished speaking, he plopped down on his knees to his wife and son and kowtowed heavily. This year, he is going to be honorable and be a righteous practitioner in the hearts of his wife and children. He is not leaving his wife and abandoning his children, but washing away the cause of the children's demon race, cutting off the demon race's fruit, and from then on, the demon race's cause and effect, in his place, completely dissipated. Daddy! In front of the man in white, the little girl and the little boy looked at their father with tears in their eyes. The man dotingly stroked the cheeks of the two clueless children with a smile like no other. Nini, Nan, Dad has sealed and suppressed the demon bloodline in your bodies. When Dad cuts off the demon karma, you will awaken your bloodline again. At that time, the two polarities of heaven and earth and the two paths won't ostracize you anymore, and you'll be true human beings, the real human beings, as long as he washes away the karma of the demon race in the first place, and the child awakens his bloodline in the second place. At that time, the bloodline in the child will no longer be demon blood, but the bloodline of a righteous cultivator, or the bloodline of an immortal. If he can certify the Tao and ascend to the rank of immortal, not only would this bloodline not be rejected by the great Tao, but it would instead be close to the great Tao and be favored by the great Tao shelter. The two children nodded obediently, though they listened hazily. The man in white slowly got up when he saw this, and looked at his wife and son as they slowly backed away from each other, full of reluctance to part with each other. Take care. Couples say goodbye to each other, emotions written in each other's eyes. In the end, the white-robed man turned his head and rushed up into the sky, quickly blending into the torrent of the good demon army at the top of the clouds. Once he was gone, from now on, his wife and children, all of them would be able to raise their heads to look at people and raise their heads to look at the sky, and they would even be proud and honored to have a righteous cultivator husband and a heroic father, and they would all be the pride of the sky, and the spirit of the great Tao's proximity. One time, in the vast and boundless ancient Qin land boundary, the sky-covering good demons swept across the entire heaven and earth, converging from all directions, shocking the entire Blue Star Continent. And while the entire ancient Qin was abuzz with excitement all over the place, the Peak Yang region knew nothing about it. In that oceanic night sky, countless people from ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were surging in the dark, and after the havoc was dissolved, their minds naturally fell on the transcendent pool. Unbeknownst to them, the outside world was already swept by a storm that shook the heavens. Chapter 94 Attitudes of the Parties. Wanting to fight again. The night shrouded the heavens. The Peak Yang region at this moment seemed to have returned to its original state. The pressure of the Demon Emperor's incoming attack became heavier and heavier in the hearts of every transcendent martial artist, and the news of the total collapse of the border passes became unusually intense at the moment. It was as if everyone had seen the overwhelming number of high-dimensional species descending on every corner of the Blue Star continent, and the horrifying sight of the apocalyptic cataclysm descending. With all these factors, it made the countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages move stupidly, and their desire to seize the superpower pool became even stronger. Family Master, do we still have to compete for the superpower pool? Some people from the ancient transcendent martial family opened their mouths to inquire. The color of fear in their eyes gradually turned to greed. Having a mouthful of transcendent pools was equivalent to having inexhaustible transcendent energy. The temptation. It was just too great. But according to the rules of the ancient Qin, one incense stick of time has already passed. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate if we were to strike again at this moment. According to the rules set by ancient Qin, but whenever a new super energy pool comes out, all forces can participate in seizing it. But the time is only for one incense burner. And after one incense burner, whoever's flag is planted at the place where the super energy erupted in stands, the super energy pool will belong to whoever it belongs to. On the other hand, if no one succeeds in standing the flag within one incense stick, then the super power pool will belong to the person who discovered it. And now that an incense stick has long since passed, none of the flags have been planted where the superpower erupted just now. In other words, this new Supertan is owned by the Ragged Man at the top of the vault. The moment these words came out, countless transcendent martial artist lineages fell into silence. If they still went to fight for it at this time, that would be not giving face to the ancient Qin Imperial clan, not giving face to the Xing Knight division, and those who broke the rules often ended up in a miserable situation. Yet times are different today. Now that the otherworldly borders are in total collapse, a catastrophe is coming, when the world will be in chaos, order will collapse, and all the regulations will be gone. Where are the rules when the great world is at war and havoc looms? This is a world where the strongest are honored, and now that the border has collapsed, it is not known how many people will survive in this world soon. So what rules are there to keep? The Xing Knight division is now preoccupied with its own affairs, and if our clan does not seize the opportunity to fight for it, how can it not be a kind of extinction if it is difficult to protect itself in the future? Not bad. In the end times, the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. This is an unchanging law from ancient times. Super power Tam, my clan will take it. For a time, the transcendent martial artists who had already frantically fled the Pekyang region once again slowly made a comeback. In the ocean-like vastness of the Pekyang region, countless ancient transcendent martial artist families in the 4 major provinces regrouped and were once again eager to take the plunge. In that void, a Saint Realm powerhouse took a step out and slowly came, followed by endless terrifying figures. Prior to this, they fought over the super pool, which was technically considered unclaimed. But at this moment, one incense stick has been burned. According to the ancient Qin regulations, the super power pool has been returned to the one in cloth. Therefore, countless people from the ancient transcendent martial family were all looking towards Qianbei. Right now, when they struck again, they were not fighting for the unclaimed object, but for the thing in the cloth. The top of the dome. Qianbei slowly landed and eventually stood at the top of the villa in the eastern suburb, quietly looking at the oceanic stream of people that resembled a transcendent army. His pupils could not help but slightly condense. Under the villa in the eastern suburbs, Lu Tianan and the others also drove back, and one by one, the good demons rose up in the air and stood behind Qianbei. For a time, the entire Pekyang region was at sword point, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily heavy. Miss, should we help him? Gu sighed. Has long been with their own young lady flying out of the unknown number of miles of the small green looked at the scene, cannot help but be stunned, but still opened the door. It was hard for her to imagine that even though that man was also an initiator of the sacred, where did he get the confidence to still dare to stand there in the face of so many transcendent martial families? However, until this time, Xiaoqing still remembered that the mission of several people rushing over was to get close to contacting and pulling in that coat of cloth. Hence this question. It was obvious that Qianbei had demonstrated an immeasurable value in his battle with Devil Pro. However, at this moment, the heaven's favored daughters from several parties coming over from Xianyang were hesitant. Even Xiao Chang, a little girl, understood the power of it. In terms of pulling value, that coat of cloth had been worth it. Not just worth it, but far more than they had even imagined at first. But now the form has shifted. If they recruited Qianbei into the Yen clan's royal clan at this time, then when the high-dimensional species invaded the rear of the human clan in a big way, they would definitely follow the decree of that terrifying being and focus on killing Qianbei. When it really came to that time, I didn't know whether it would be a blessing or a curse to recruit and draw this person in. Although this person is of terrifying value, the price to be paid to draw him in is too great. Ji Yuyu slightly shook her head. In her opinion, at this moment, Chen Bei was a hot potato. Whoever got it would fall into the spotlight and become the object of the demon domain's next key care. Once he pulled that coat of cloth into his clan, it meant that he would have to block the never-ending suppression of the demon domain for him in the future. The price, compared to the benefits he could bring, seemed to become worthless all of a sudden. Not only did Ji Yuyu think so, but the black-clothed stunningly beautiful Heaven's Pride girl and the others thought so as well. What's more, that person seems to really want to keep that superpower pool, want to draw him in, necessarily have to show sincerity. Ji Yuyu and other Heavenly Proud girl already don't want to get involved in this strife. Not to mention them, seeing that Chen Bei still stood on top of the villa in the eastern suburb, even the 6 town guard envoys could not help but frown. He doesn't seem to want to compromise on Ultratam. Old scribe, aren't we going to stick our nose in? Beside the Wunya scholar, the 5 major town guard envoys watched this scene, and all of their faces became ugly. It was obvious that those ancient transcendent martial artist lineages, obviously relying on the total collapse of the border, were already planning to do whatever they wanted. One must know that although the rules of robbing the superpower pool were set by the ancient Xining clan, the one responsible for enforcing them was the Xing Knight Division. Now that the 6 town guard envoys were standing here, they still dared to break the rules. It was as if they didn't put them in their eyes. If this had been in the past, no matter what angle they were considering, the several major town guard envoys felt that they all had a reason to step in. However, Wunya scholar was frowning, not hurrying to make a statement, and even sighed leisurely. The border has been broken. Now what order will quickly collapse? Ancient Qin must not tear their faces off with these ancient transcendent martial family at this time. When necessary, you and I will step in together, to protect that person is. As for the rules, the great world's struggle, let them go. After the Wunya scholar finished speaking, the 5 major town guards envoys all had their pupils narrowed slightly at the words, but they didn't say anything more. Being a party town crier, the Wunya scholar's concerns and helplessness were naturally understood by the 5. Chapter 95, New Rules, Deception. The old scholar is right. At this time, it's more important to find the delicate balance between the ancient Qin Xing Knight Division and these ancient transcendent martial artist families. And it's crucial to unite as much as possible all the forces that humanity can unite in order to deal with this Holocaust together. After the Wunya scholar finished speaking, a town guardian ambassador took over the words and muttered. The remaining few nodded their heads as well. The 6 have a lot of concerns, even aside from working together to deal with the Showa. Now the border is in total collapse. The army of Nightwalkers that had guarded the border for more than 1,000 years would inevitably return early as well. And in there were too many clansmen from too many ancient transcendent martial family clans, compared to the transcendent martial artists who fought at the border all year round. That was a terrifying force. And although these ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had long since ceased to be under the mobilization of the Lineage Knight Division, their truly terrifying power was almost always at the border. The return of the border army would, at that time, cause the strength of these ancient transcendent martial artist lineages to skyrocket indefinitely to a terrifying as hell. Against these people at the moment, the 6 town envoys might be able to deter them, yet they would also feel a gust of powerlessness in the face of those supreme powerhouses returning from the border. In the end, the border is where the true war power of the Blue Star continent lies, and in the event that the border army does not return, Wunya scholar and the others can determine the direction of the rear of the human race to a certain extent. But once the border army returns, it's almost like there's nothing left for them. The power of these ancient transcendent martial artist families at the border was not as strong as the night marching army, but it was not to be underestimated. After all, it was the border that had been a place of training for over 1,000 years, a place where strong people like experts came out of the clouds. Several forces had different attitudes at the same time. In the middle of an endless mountain range, Shi Jian and the others also had heart fluctuations. Does Mr. Chen really want this super tan? The woman beside Shi Jian was breathing heavily, feeling that the man was crazy. Bury your life for a super tan. Is it really worth it? Among the crowd. Sister, this friend of yours, what kind of person is he? Is he trying to make enemies with so many people? Beside Lin Xinyi, Lin Xingyue similarly raised her head to look at the coat of cloth, and the scene that had occurred over the villa in the eastern suburbs had been constantly floating in her mind. Especially at this moment, the oceans of countless transcendent martial artists rising up in the air was even more unbelievable to Lin Xinu. Beside her, Lin's father and mother were equally filled with shock. The 2 old men still hadn't been able to come back to their senses until this moment. How had they ever seen all the things they had seen tonight? What was happening at the top of that dome was so astonishing. Lin Xinyi, on the other hand, was quietly looking at that piece of cloth. In her heart there was a wave of emotions that she herself couldn't tell was inexplicably surging up. This kind of emotion, very complicated, with the messy, mixed with shock, surprise, unbelievable, as well as, a little bit of worry. Today's Pekyang region was no longer the Pekyang city that it once was, and if she could, she wanted to persuade Chen Bei to give up. After all, in the eyes of countless people, this superpower pool, Chen Bei simply couldn't defend it. Many transcendent martial artists even felt that that coat of cloth was a bit unaware of the sky in the sky, and that they did not know what they were doing. Over time, a sea of transcendent martial artists also once again descended around the eastern suburb, surrounding the eastern suburb villa, densely packed in a glance that could not be seen to the end. Although compared to ordinary people, the base of transcendent martial artists is very few, but the Blue Star continent is vast and boundless. The ancient Qin territory hundreds of millions, just a Tiannan province, as if a glance cannot be seen at the end. For ordinary people, it would be difficult for them to go out of the Tiannan territory in their lifetime. Not that the technology was not developed enough, but the mountains and rivers of ancient Qin were too vast, and just the high price of transportation would stop countless people from going there. It could be said that if an ordinary person wanted to leave the Tiannan province, even if they took an airplane all the way, they would have to fly for a year and a half, and the airfare for a year and a half wasn't something that an ordinary family could afford to pay. A single Tiannan province was so huge, and with the large number of ancient transcendent martial artist lineages in the 3 nearby provinces, the number of transcendent martial artists staying in the Pekyang region at the moment was astonishingly high, and at that moment, in front of that ocean of people, several pale figures stood out abruptly. One of them swept his gaze across the camps of countless ancient transcendent martial family lineages and leisurely opened his mouth. Gentlemen, as the saying goes, not by the rules, not a circle, the birth of superpower Tam here. You and I all want to get it. In that case, can we listen to the words of the old immortal first? After the old man finished speaking, the entire Pekyang region was silent. Senior Li Tsang. But there's no harm in saying so. A sacred realm transcendent martial artist was the first to pick up the conversation, silently looking at the several pale figures. It was obvious that Li Tsang and the others, all of whom were older generation sainthood entrants, had collectively come forward at this moment, and must have a suggestion that could more appropriately deal with the superpower pool. After all, once everyone doesn't abide by the rules set up by the ancient Qin, they will fight day and night. That kind of price, every family can't afford it. At this time, someone has to come out to establish new rules, and Li Tsang and the others were the most suitable as old generation figures with the strength of sainthood. Seeing someone echoing the sentiment, all of the sainted ones agreed as if they had discussed the matter. Li Tsang and the others nodded slightly at the sight, and after glancing at each other, the former said forcefully, "We have discussed the fact that everyone has the right to fight for the new superpower Tam when it comes out, but the change of events just now has resulted in none of the family's flags being on it. What does Elder Li Tsang mean? Re-establish the rules." Li Tsang lightly glanced at the 6 town guard envoys, then leisurely opened his mouth, his voice resounding throughout the Pekyang region. As for Chen Bei and the others in the sky above the eastern suburb, Li Tsang did not even look at them. That coat of cloth was indeed an initiator as well. However, in the eyes of Li Tsang and the others, it seemed to be dispensable. After all, that person was a demon hunter, restraining the demon race, and it was just the same starting line for the human race. Lin Xiao and the others watched this scene and each of them trembled with anger. According to the ancient Qin rules, this superpower pool, at the moment, was already owned by the eastern suburbs and owned by Chen Bei. However, a group of ancient transcendent martial artist lineages directly ignored them and began to make rules in public. It was an abject disdain. After all, Chen Bei had indeed shocked quite a few people quite a bit by killing several King General clan ancestors with a single sword and displaying the strength of the Entry Saint realm. Yet there were not a few strong Entry Saint realm practitioners from the 4 major provinces here. In comparison, an initiate was not that terrifying. Before Devil Pro had appeared, the battle at the top of the clouds at the Entry Saint level was still going on, and from that it was easy to see that the shocking power of that cloth coat, although strong in the eyes of Entry Saints and below, hadn't made the Entry Saints feel terrified. Deception. Countless transcendent martial artists kind of postured that was close to treating the crowd at the top of the eastern suburb villa as air. Around Lu Tiannan also felt a sense of suffocation and his face was furious. But even so, the group of saint initiates from the ancient transcendent martial family remained oblivious. I wonder what is the so-called rule of Elder Li Tsang? An entered saint opened his mouth and asked. The corners of Li Tsang's mouth spread a smile at his words, and he slowly looked his gaze towards the cloth coat at the top of the villa in the eastern suburb. It's very simple. We conserve our strength. There's no need for a big fight. And since the rules are going to be changed, then we'll follow ours. As the old man spoke, his gaze gradually turned cold as he lifted his dry hand and pointed at the coat of cloth. According to the ancient Qin's rules, The superpower pool has already belonged to him. Since that's the case, then our rules are. The old man's pupils contracted violently and became incomparably sharp. Later on, when the old man gives the order, we all go out together. Whoever kills this person first will be the final winner. As for the superpower inside, half of the production, but all the families that are present in the first 100 today, are distributed according to the ratio? What do you think? Whoa! The moment these words came out, countless transcendent martial artists were in an uproar. There were transcendent martial artists who were frowning, but there were transcendent martial artists who were energized. In this way, their top 100 family forces would have almost no casualties, not to mention that they would be able to get a piece of the pie no matter what the outcome was. Good. Ha ha ha. The latecomer will rely on what the senior says. The old man is fine with me. For a time, the ancient transcendent martial family with strength ranked in the top 100 responded and were happy to see it happen. In the past, the ancient Qin set the rules, in order to not let them collusion. There is a suspicion of letting them consume each other. After all, the line of night division is the most unwilling to see as the ancient transcendent martial arts family become more and more horrible, and even report to the group threatened to the ancient Qin peace and quiet. Therefore, the top 100 clans hardly objected. After all, if they really fought, even if they eventually seized possession, the cost would be unimaginable. As for the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages from 100 years back, although they were dissatisfied and angry, they dared not speak out in anger. The moment the old man's words fell, they immediately caused a burst of sensation. Even the 6 major town guard envoys at the end of the sky had their faces become incomparably ugly. It was obvious that a catastrophe was coming, and these ancient transcendent martial artist families had already completely broken away from the control of the Rowan Night Division, forming alliances intentionally or unintentionally. Elder Li Tsong is highly respected, so I hope it's fair. In that case, it's better to be early than late. Elder Li Tsong, you give the order. Boom. For a time, countless terrifying figures had monstrous breaths, and the pupils of the saint initiates plummeted, all of them staring deathly at that coat of cloth. Li Tsong, on the other hand, took a deep breath, exchanged glances with a few people around him, and slowly raised his right hand. As long as he pressed down with his big hand, countless forces would blast away, and that piece of cloth, white, suffered from an undeserved disaster, becoming the ultimate tool for the crowd to determine the superpower Tam. For a time, the entire Pekyang region was as silent as a needle, and countless people watched the scene in disbelief. Chen Bei, among the crowd, only Lin Sini couldn't help but step forward, her chest heaving as she looked at the figure with worried eyes. In fact, sometimes, Lin Sini was quite envious of Mu Nanshu and the others, who nowadays, even though their strength was weak to the extreme, were able to stand by the side of that coat of cloth, advancing and retreating together. Lin Sini knew that she might have really changed a bit, and she even wondered if she had really developed a different affection for that figure as her sister had said. And that's when Li Tsong slowly raised his eyes, his raised right hand flipped, to see when it was about to fall. Suddenly, boom dash, Chapter 96, The Fruit of the Spirit, Tears in My Eyes. Li Tsong's pupils narrowed infinitely slightly. In his eyes, whether that piece of cloth was alive or dead didn't have much to do with him. All he wanted was to get his share of superpowers. For the Leah. However, just as Li Tsong's large hand was about to fall, the hearts of countless people were in their throats, as Lin Sini's pretty face flushed with a touch of anxious worry that she herself did not notice, as Shi Jian and the other side, as the 6 town guard envoys prepared to step in, and as Ji Yue and the other royal forces chose to stand by and watch with folded arms. Suddenly, boom, behind the endless transcendent martial artists, at the end of the sky, in all directions, bursts of terrifying as hell aura came violently. What breath? The sudden terrifying fluctuation caused the Pekyang region, which was already as quiet as a cicada, to instantly burst into commotion, and all living beings turned around and looked behind them. The hand that was about to fall around Li Tsong also gave a slight lurch, and the pale figure could not help but turn back. It could be said that all the living beings in the entire Pekyang region couldn't help but look at this moment. It was because of the terrifying fluctuations that suddenly came from all directions, shocking the hearts and minds endlessly. However, it was fine not to look at it, but at a glance, the ocean of transcendent martial artists, as well as ordinary people, were all angered and filled with horror. What is it? What a terrible pressure! What are those? Countless people stared blankly at that scene, and one by one, their hearts set off monstrous waves. But see that in the night sky, the end of the sky, the top of the clouds, there seems to be something fast approaching. A large, black, dense, countless, like rolling dark clouds swept. When that black pressurized army of good demons approached the Pekyang region, countless transcendent martial artists stared in disbelief almost at the same time, each and every one of them frozen in disbelief. Countless good demons came from all directions, carrying monstrous breaths across endless mountains and rivers, eventually descending at the border of the Pekyang region. Gosh! Look! You guys! Those at the end of the sky! What kind of beings are they? What a terrifying aura! Where did these beings come from? Has the border been fully invaded? Impossible! The border army hasn't withdrawn back yet. They didn't reach the Blue Star continent that quickly. They should still be in the infinite deep space. It's not the borderlands. They have a power in them that's different from what we've been exposed to. Some transcendent martial artists were shocked and their faces changed drastically. Some suspected that the cataclysm had already begun, while others held a different attitude. The beings that came from the sky did not have that kind of evil power in their bodies, completely different from those evil demons that they had been in contact with for more than 1,000 years. Endless good demons came from all over the vast and boundless Blue Star continent, and the first to arrive at this moment were naturally the good demons from the countless neighboring provinces. They were like an army of good demons, spreading over the sky and covering the sky, like heavenly soldiers sweeping across the sky. As the countless transcendent martial artists watched this scene in disbelief, countless good demons had already passed by the top of the clouds above their heads like locusts in transit. The 10 million demonic forces that were so terrifying as to cause one's scalp to go numb converged together, shocking the world and causing each and every transcendent martial artist to stand up and sweat. Oh my god, what's going on here? Look, gentlemen, what are those? Countless people saw that at the end of the sky, at the top of the dome, countless behemoths loomed, and they disappeared into the clouds, so many that it was outrageous. Some people saw that within that cloud layer, there seemed to be a divine dragon swinging its tail, a phoenix burning the sky, a qilin running, a Baifeng whistling, a divine tortoise crawling, a snow tiger appearing, and all sorts of mythological beasts and holy beasts appearing in heaven and earth, shocking the world. Countless transcendent martial artists looked up at this scene and were frozen in place. Compared to the transcendent martial artists, some ordinary people were struck by lightning, followed by ecstasy and surprise. It's the divine dragon? Grandma, it's the Eastern divine dragon. The divine dragon has come to protect us. Phoenix, look, that's really a phoenix. Kirin, that red divine beast seems to be the Kirin from the ancient Qin myths and legends. Is that giant turtle a Genpu? There's also Baifeng, the heavy bright beast, the 9 vultures, the white zephyr, the 3-legged golden crow, the green ox, and the Tang snake. Koan Pang, look, that's the Koan Pang divine beast. It's the rock. Gosh, so many divine beasts. Are these the guardian gods of ancient Qin? They actually exist. For a while, countless ordinary people were greatly shocked. Among that ocean-like vast army of good demons, countless terrifying good demons were shaped like divine and holy beasts in myths and legends. Or rather, they were all existences that had the potential to become true divine beasts and holy beasts. It's just like the ice dragon and the phoenix. They are both just one step away from taking that step. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, they are already divine beasts and holy beasts undoubtedly. That is, the real and true head of all spirits, guardian spirit beasts. Compared to ordinary people, the countless people of the ancient transcendent martial world were even more incomparably shocked, because when that overwhelming, countless, and seemingly never-ending army of good demons flew over their heads, although they didn't attack the human race, they were sending out gusts of terrifying aura. A being of the sacred realm? Enter the sacred absolute peak. That ice dragon. What a terrifying aura. I actually felt a vast power fluctuation within him, an existence comparable to that of an old ancestor. No, an ancestor. There were terrifying figures who were so shocked that they gasped so loudly that their breathing seemed to have stopped. Among the millions of good demon armies that leapt overhead, a powerful being would occasionally emerge, with strength that caused even some sacred realm transcendent martial artists to feel shocked and terrified. What's going on? Old scribe? The 6-town guardian envoys were also looking at the sky full of good demons, too shocked to speak. There were too many, just too many, and there were some beings in there that made even the 6 feel sweaty around them. And while the crowd was stunned and full of caution, whoa, the countless good demons shook violently, and the power of the 2 polarities of heaven and earth shrouded them. However, this time, the power of the 2 poles of heaven and earth and the 2 paths was extraordinarily gentle. Just a sweep. The moment that kind of metaphysical power passed through their bodies, the entire heaven and earth roared loudly, and points of celestial light descended from the sky, merging into the brows of the 10,000 demons. The 2 poles of heaven and earth, the 2 paths, the light of the great Tao. Phoenix sister, the great Tao recognizes us. At the top of the clouds, the ice dragon's dragon body trembled, incomparably excited, and that crippled dragon horn, gradually flooded with a touch of vitality, just like spring bamboo shoots, seems to be ready to make up for that crippled dragon horn. The phoenix also trembled, followed by a mournful cry. Recognized. They are finally recognized by the two poles and two paths of heaven and earth. Countless good demons touched the great Tao at this moment, and even broke through in place, their strength skyrocketing. The 3,000 great roads, all for the two roads, chaos for one, a life of two, two born four, four into 16, 3,000 roads diffusion. All began in the two poles of heaven and earth and two roads. Once recognized by the two poles and two roads, it means that the 3,000 avenues will not reject them. Just waiting to wash away the karma of the demon race, they will be able to ascend, and from now on, they will change their destiny against the heavens. The avenue which, for a time, countless good demons burst into tears, trembling with excitement, as two lines of clear tears slid down from the corners of their eyes. Among them, some of them had gone through tens of thousands of years without being able to achieve the fruits of the way, and today, because of the acceptance of that coat of cloth, countless good demons had finally achieved the right fruits. And from then on, they came out of the gray zone. After a short period of calming down, the 10 million good demons all looked towards Qinbei, and then clattered and flew away. Beneath the night sky, the ocean of transcendent martial artists and ordinary people looked at this scene, their pupils wide open, eyes full of shock and bewilderment. Some terrifying figures even mistakenly thought that the 10 million good demons were there to compete for that superpower pool. However, the next scene was one that made the entire Pekyang region directly freeze as if it was a wooden chicken. Chapter 97, The Terror of the Eastern Suburbs. You only have one night, but see the ocean-like vastness of the countless good demons, spreading the sky to hide into the eastern suburbs, but stopped over the forest sea. What's going on? Why have they stopped? Countless transcendent martial artists from ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were breathing heavily as they watched the scene. Originally, they thought that these terrifying beings that suddenly came overwhelmingly were also here for the superpower TAM. Seeing the densely packed terrifying beings frantically surging towards the eastern suburb villa, countless transcendent martial artists had even brainstormed horrifying images in their minds, thinking that a shocking and tragic battle would immediately erupt there, and that coat of cloth would be crushed into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye without even needing them to make a move. However, after the endless figures reached the sky above the endless eastern suburb villa, they stopped in unison. Things don't seem right. What's going on? Aren't they here to fight over the super pool? For a time, countless transcendent martial artists had already associated it with something, but their hearts were flooded with huge waves, and they somewhat dared not think downwards. And just then, suddenly, wow dash, countless good demons stood in the sea of forests. All of them suddenly bowed down in unison and deeply worshipped at that coat of cloth. What? Boom! Countless transcendent martial artists watched the scene, their hearts flooding, almost all of them staring wide-eyed with disbelief. Endless terrifying beings, actually worshipping that piece of cloth? For a time, countless people were filled with shock, and their entire being was bad. Those beings, are they worshipping that coat of cloth? How come? No way. That's impossible. Some transcendent martial artists shook their heads and stepped back as if they had seen a ghost. However, the fact is, it is really so. That ocean-like vastness of the Pekyang region, black pressurized a horrible living beings, all worshipping that a cloth coat. For the good demons, the figure that stood on top of the villa in the eastern suburbs was their benefactor, and had recreated them. What's more, since they chose to come here, it meant subservience, and now that coat of cloth was their master. Perhaps 10,000 years later, 20,000 years later, he would return freedom to the 10,000 demons, but at this moment, he was the lord of the endless good demons. Even though they would not address each other with the word master, the relationship was real. However, what shocked the endless transcendent martial artists was that this was only the tip of the iceberg. As time passed, more and more good demons came from all directions, and they stood above the sea of forests in the eastern suburbs, on top of the clouds. When the eastern suburb of Linhai was not enough, it stood outside the eastern suburb, outside the Pekyang city, and over the entire Pekyang territory. In just a few moments, the entire Pekyang region on top of the black pressurized a large area, that dome of the sky. I do not know how many good demons gathered. People only knew that at this moment, the night sky of the Pekyang region was as if it was flooded by endless terrifying beings, and one could not see the end of it. And the transcendent martial artists that were originally as vast as an ocean, at this moment were so rare that their numbers were not even on the same level. One must know that the ones rushing to the Pekyang region at this moment were the entire Blue Star continent's good demons, whose numbers were as terrifying as they were. Although the first ones to rush over were the neighboring groups of good demons, yet there were already so many that one's scalp would explode. What exactly is this person's identity? Oh my god, how did this happen? Boom! A gust of terrifying aura swept down like a river of stars, and countless transcendent martial artists gulped furiously, their hearts nearly jumping out. As Li Tsang and the other saints looked at the terrifying figures roaming the sky, each one of them had the same shocked expression on their faces. And that's when, top of the eastern suburbs villa, Chen Bei slowly scanned the endless good demons that were even more terrifying and frightening than the ocean. His gaze slowly moving towards Li Tsang and the others, looking towards the countless transcendent martial artists. A faint voice resounded through the Pekyang region. I'm only giving you one night. Within one night, all people from the ancient transcendent martial family, no matter who they are, will leave the Pekyang region. Here, you are not welcome. Remember, you only have one night. Anyone who doesn't leave at dawn, all of them, kill without pardon. Boom. After Chen Bei's words, the entire Pekyang region was violently shaken in the sky. Endless horrible good demonic power was like a tidal wave suppressing down. The horrible pressure made endless transcendent martial artists like being struck by lightning. Their faces were pale, and each of them was full of horror. What do you mean? Could it be that all these beings? He summoned them? The state of affairs is already obvious. That sky full of terrifying beings was summoned by none other than that cloth coat. Shasta. Countless transcendent martial artists breathed like drums. Their hearts beat like thunder, and even trembled. It's horrible. How did he do it? One night, all leave or kill without pardon? Chen Bei's words exploded in the hearts of countless transcendent martial artists, echoing for a long time. Even those sainthood initiates from the ancient transcendent martial family were all panicking at this moment. That dome of the sky was black with millions of good demons. Their breath was like the cosmic stars and rivers, almost on the verge of overwhelming them. There were some terrifying beings inside that even made the saintly initiates feel incomparably dangerous. And they were all stunned. In the middle of the mountains, Shi Jian and the few others stared blankly at the terrifying beings that roamed the sky, each with monstrous waves in their eyes. And Lin Sini was also completely dumbfounded. Not to mention them, even Lin Xiao and Mu Xiaoxiao Mu Nanchu's eyes were filled with shock at this moment. In comparison, those of them were considered to be the closest to Chen Bei. But no one had ever known that godlike coat of cloth could summon so many terrifying beings with the wave of a hand. The other end. Ji Yu and the other proud daughters of the heavens also stared blankly at that scene, their beautiful eyes flooding with endless waves. The good demons that covered the sky. The living beings that were as terrifying as they were. If that coat of cloth wanted to, not to mention guarding the superpower pool, as long as he gave an order, I'm afraid that none of those ancient transcendent martial artist lineages would be able to escape. Miss, beside Ji Yu, Xiao Cheng wanted to say something, and her tone seemed to be laced with a hint of emotion. Miss if aptly did not choose to give up that piece of cloth, perhaps already recruited, even if not recruited, even if the friendship can be Ji Yu naturally knew what Xiao Qing meant when she wanted to say something. At this moment, she also revealed a flash of regret. It's too late for that. Ji Yu shook her head slightly, her eyes full of remorse. If she had stepped in to help that person before the endless good demon had arrived, even if she couldn't be recruited into the Yen clan's royal family, she would still be able to make friends. But now, it's too late. That person had superpower Tam and had a force so terrifying as this around him. Not to mention recruiting, the possibility of pulling him in was gone. Let's go. Leave the Pekyang region and return to Xianyang. Ji Yu sighed long and slowly turned around and stepped into the air. That coat of cloth has spoken. However, any transcendent martial artist who does not leave the Pekyang region within one night will be killed without pardon. This, naturally, also included her Ji Yu. For a time, countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were sincerely terrified. The situation at this moment has changed radically. At this moment in Pekyang, that coat of cloth says it all. Even the 6 major town guard envoys could not help but freeze in shock. The killing decisiveness of that cloth coat made the 6 people feel shocked, and the sentence of killing all without amnesty made all of them return to their senses for a long time. For a time, countless people from the ancient transcendent martial family looked at the terrifying beings roaming the sky, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, and they all quickly flew away. Countless transcendent martial artists took to the air, far away toward the outside world. Along the way, they can still see endless oceans of good demons converging toward the eastern suburbs, all feel a chill down their spine, and cannot help but disappear a few minutes faster. Under the night sky, some of the sacred realm transcendent martial artists were also filled with horror as they silently and quickly left. Li Tsang and other old generation saints are panicked. Just now a few people used Chen Bei's life to set up the rules, now naturally the most apprehensive. At this moment a few people, where there is still just now the momentum, are panicked and turn around, ready to rush to run. However, just at the moment when a few of the older generation of saint initiates turned around, Chen Bei's incomparably calm voice suddenly sounded behind himself. Elder Li Tsang, right? As soon as these words fell, several people from Li Tsang were shaken and directly froze on the spot. Chapter 98, My nephew helps me. Elders seek fortunes for yourself. The voice, it didn't take much to figure out who it was. It was the same cloth coat. For a time, Li Tsong and the others were all shaken, their steps stiffening in the void again. Several people raised their heads and glanced at the millions of good demons that were densely packed in the sky, as well as the terrifying figures with monstrous auras inside, and all of them swallowed their saliva fiercely. Li Tsong turned back to look at the figure. His breathing obviously shortened quite a bit, although it was not true that he was an old generation saint entrant. But old generation saints were not afraid of death? At this moment, the Pekyang region had undergone a sea change. Countless transcendent martial artists were just like being surrounded, with nowhere to escape. This kind of surroundings, or the kind of surroundings that had no door to heaven. Li Tsong tried to look as calm as possible, trying to suppress the emotions rolling around in his heart. What do you want? Li Tsong said with some bottoming out. In that scene just now, several older generation saint realms jumped out to act like a bully, and at this moment, they could be said to have placed themselves in an extremely awkward position. After all, they were the ones who had claimed the life of that cloth coat as the new rule of the superpower Tam fight, and they were the ones who had trapped the other side into death. Yet at the moment, it is still they who are holding themselves over the fire. But in the end, after all, it was an old generation character, a hallowed saint entrant, and a highly respected person, so he really couldn't pull his face out and beg for forgiveness. Hearing Li Tsong's pretentious rhetorical question, the corner of Chen Bei's mouth spread an extremely natural smile, without any killing intent in his eyes. Even the color of anger could not be seen for a single star. He just quietly looked at Li Tsong and the others and slowly opened his mouth. There is no need for old seniors to be so hostile towards Mr. Chen. In the end, I'm only a first-order demon hunter. I won't make things too difficult for you seniors. However, I have a not-so-good habit of doing unto others as I would like to do unto them. Appropriately, the old-timers used Chen Mao's life to make a new rule. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come and go. As a token of gratitude, Chen also has a new rule. After Chen Bei finished speaking, his gaze gradually murmured as he slowly looked towards the oceanic endless good demons, and his ancient, wave-free voice resounded throughout the Pekyang region. I have 2 causes cleansing pills here that can help 2 of you cleanse all causes and all fruits. After a quarter of an hour, all living beings may strike at Elder Li Tsong and the others. Whoever subdues them first will be the winner of the elixir. I've already seen that the hands of several seniors are more or less stained with some innocent blood. It won't aggravate the sinful chi on you. Whoa! The moment these words came out, the ocean of countless good demons stirred for a while, and the terrifying aura from the top of the clouds fell down, instantly locking Li Tsong and the others. In the middle of that cloud, a divine dragon with a snow-white body slowly stretched out its large and mighty dragon head and looked down. Cleansing causes pill? It said that with just one, you can wash away the identity of the demon race. Phoenix sister, seize the opportunity. The ice dragon hovered out, its pair of dragon eyes quite excited, not forgetting to remind the phoenix beside it. The phoenix follows the sound of a phoenix that also chimes in the 9 heavens. Washing the demon pill was almost a one-step opportunity for the endless good demon to ascend to heaven. This kind of elixir was something that could be encountered but not sought, and it was unimaginable that there were 2 of them on that coat of cloth. For a time, amongst the endless tide of good demonic beasts, a heavenly demon aura filled the air, and amongst them, there was no shortage of heavenly demon extremities. Li Tsong and the others were ashen when they saw this. Their faces swished and turned iron blue. Does your excellency want to kill everyone? Beside Li Tsong, an old saint entrant opened his mouth, calm and composed on the surface, but in reality, his mind was in a panic. Without waiting for Chen Bei to respond, Lu Tiannan and the others were already angry and laughing. Did you think about this when you took my husband's life to make the new rules just now? What? Now that it's the other way around, it's my husband who's in the wrong? After Lu Tiannan finished speaking, the corners of his mouth spread with a touch of ridicule. The good demon is just bent on seeking the way, not a Madonna bitch. Now that they had been recognized by the 2 paths of heaven and earth, as long as they didn't act recklessly and didn't slaughter innocent beings, they wouldn't be haunted by sinful chi. What's more, Li Tsong and the others also have killings in their hands. Killing these creatures will not only not harm the Dao fruit, but if they are killing evil demons, they will instead enhance their merits and cultivate their righteousness. Lu Tiannan's words echoed in the ears of the crowd, and he actually disliked Li Tsong for a moment so much that a few people could not answer. Chen Bei, on the other hand, slowly raised his eyes, his gaze self-composed, not faltering in the slightest, and instead kindly reminded him of a sentence. If you seniors want to leave Pekyang, I will never stop you, much less kill you, but whether or not you can walk out alive depends on the skills of a few of you. A quarter of an hour will soon pass, so help yourselves. This statement was made. Li Tsong and the others clenched their teeth, their pale hands nearly clenched into fists. Go! Phew! Li Tsong did not hesitate too much. when both turned and flew away. When a few people used Qin Bei's life to establish the rules just now, they had already doomed the end. Several pale figures flew quickly, but they only dared to escape far away in the low-altitude realm. And the moment a few great saintly initiates moved, above that dome of heaven, among the clouds, more and more heavenly demon auras followed like shadows. How could they not be shaken off? At some point, Li Tsong, you old undead, why are you following me? Old thing, you're looking for death yourself, don't drag us along. A few sainthood initiates saw Li Tsong and the others leaning towards them, when they both broke out into curses. Obviously, Li Tsong's group of people were old and cunning, intending to pull on these saints to fight together and share the pressure. However, the group of initiates were clearly not fooled, and when both dispersed in a flurry, a few virtuous nephews, no matter how, the old man and your father were once a forgotten friend, a few virtuous nephews to help us, as long as we leave the Pekyang region, we will have heavy thanks. Feeling the more and more gathered above the head of the sky demon breath, around as away from the Tsong several people are also anxious, although the sky demon and into the saint absolute top gap is not big, but cannot carry them may be a group beating No, it's a definite cluster ********. In desperation, Li Tsong could only ask for help from a few junior entry saint realm transcendent martial artists. As long as the entry saints of all the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were united, it was not without hope. However, old senior, my father said that you are only superficial brothers, not considered to be any ungrateful friends. My father also said that back then when you were competing for the other superpower pool, you even secretly stabbed a knife behind your back. Don't think that my father doesn't know. Old senior still seeks for his own happiness. After a junior sainthood entrant finished speaking, he frantically disappeared far away. Arrogant child. What are you babbling about? I've been bold and daring all my life. When did I stab your father in the back? Piss me off, you juniors. You're bullying people too much. Li Tsong was furious. The other party obviously didn't want to help, and believed in what he was saying. However, it was not the time to talk about this, and the anxious Li Tsong turned his gaze to several other junior saints at the same time, but without waiting for him to open his mouth. The several saints who had entered the Holy Spirit were all darting playfully away from each other. Countless transcendent martial artists were shivering as they watched this scene while hiding far away. At the end of the sky, the 6 great town guard envoys stared blankly at this scene, all of them looking at me and me at you, their eyes filled with astonishment. Does he really intend to kill Li Tsong and the others? It should just be a scare. After all, those few people are more than just the usual saint entrants of ancient transcendent martial artist families. Beside Wenya Scholar, the northern town guardian envoy of Tiannan province and the others were all breathing uncontrollably. Those few people, no matter what, were also saint initiates from an ancient transcendent martial family, especially Li Tsang. Identity and background are not ordinary. Of course, if Li Tsang and others as to the cloth and the death of his own treatment, he will also kill, but never really will be killed. After all, the strength of the ancient transcendent martial family behind those people was not normally terrifying. Not to mention, now that the border is in total collapse, the border army is about to return. Therefore, the 6 town guards felt that it would be enough to scare that one cloth coat to act as a deterrent. However, the 6 men's words had just fallen. Top of the eastern suburbs villa, Qin Bei stood with his arms folded, quietly looking at the figures of Li Tsong and the others in the next moment. Kill. Chapter 99 The Shock of the First Returnees. Boom. Accompanied by Qin Bei's words. Suddenly, within the ocean-like Pekyang region, at the top of the dome, above the clouds, countless strands of heavenly demon aura crashed down, and the terrifying power fell down fiercely, smashing towards Li Tsong and the others. No dash. I am the younger brother of the Easy King. You cannot kill me. Roar dash. Bang. In the oceanic vastness of the airspace, countless transcendent martial artists looked there dumbfounded, but they saw shocking power paving the way to hit the few people from Li Tsong, and one famous sage entrant was instantly blasted into dregs. According to reason, the saint entrance against the heavenly demons, more than a battle, but that the dome of the sky above, the number of heavenly demons is too much, far more than Li Tsong and others. The strength of the weaker saint entrance, on the spot, was blown into a bloody mist. How dare you? Humph. Even Mr. Life you dared to use to set up rules. Why wouldn't we dare? Die. Boom. Another saint initiator was beaten and fell by the group, and between them that part of the heaven and earth was like a flood. The power was daunting. An ice dragon swooped down from amongst the clouds, its huge dragon body sweeping away, directly slapping a less powerful sainthood entrant into mush, following which it teamed up with a fiery red phoenix shadow and closed in on Li Tsong. No dash. The last no was issued by Li Tsong, although he was the strongest among this group of saints. However, facing the ice dragon and phoenix that had already transformed into dragons and phoenixes. He simply had no power to fight. Among the 10 million good demons that were rushing here at the moment, the strongest ones were the ice dragon, the phoenix, and the Kirin, and a dozen or so other good demons that were biased towards the evolution of divine beasts and sacred beasts. However, it was clear that the ice dragon and the phoenix were slightly stronger in shortcuts. Boom! The two heavenly demon absolute peak realm beings made a joint strike, and within a few rounds, they took down Li Tsong, dead beyond repair. Why? Why did it come to this? Shouldn't have come. We shouldn't have come. Seeing the fall of the saints, countless transcendent martial artists looked at this scene. All of them were scared pale. Their bodies seemed to be trembling a little, and the speed of fleeing accelerated by a notch, itching to step out of the Peak Yang region, lest the cloth suddenly backtrack and let all of them be buried here. What ancient transcendent martial family? What ocean of transcendent martial artists? In front of the eyes of millions of good demons, overthrowing was just a matter of moments. The end of the sky. The 6 major town guard envoys stared in mute silence. All of them could not help but gulp. Really killed? The northern town guardian envoy of the Tiannan province was furious, and even if those people were sticking their necks out for them to kill, the 6 of them would still have to frown and weigh the pros and cons. And yet that coat of cloth was destroyed just like that? The 6 people looked at each other with shock in their eyes, with the endless transcendent martial artists desperately trying to vanish. For a while, the entire eastern suburb and even within the hundreds of miles around Pekyang City seemed to be quiet at once, yet not quiet. Above that forest sea, in the middle of that vast territory, a coat of cloth stood quietly, as if standing in the center of 10 million good demons, his surroundings, spreading for an unknown number of miles, densely packed, covering the sky, all the good demon figure. He was like an exiled immortal who commanded all the beasts, standing with his arms folded, surrounded by dragons roaring, phoenixes chirping in the 9 heavens, the Qilin accompanying his body, the Xuanwu crawling, and 10 million beasts and demons submitting. In the midst of the endless oceanic sea of beast demons, it was as if only that coat of cloth had the qualifications to stand on one side with its arms folded. In the middle of the mountains, countless ordinary people looked at the figure that was like a god. All of them were breathing extraordinarily throbbing, and there were even quite a few old people of the older generation who knelt down, worshipping the divine beasts that filled the sky as well as that figure. Just now, that figure had said that overnight, all the transcendent martial artists of the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had left the Pekyang region, but they were the only ones who had not been allowed to leave. In fact, not only the endless ordinary people, even if it was the people of the linear night division, that coat of cloth didn't contend. It was obvious that he was only targeting those ancient transcendent martial artist lineages. Among the crowd, Shijian's few people stared blankly at the horrifying scene that was as terrifying as it was, and the shock in their eyes was beyond words. And at that moment, a figure slowly descended and landed in front of Shijian's duo. Old teacher? Shijian came back to his senses, and when both recognized Meng Tianzhong, his face was elated. Meng Tianzhong waved his hand slightly, but his gaze stayed fixed on that coat of cloth. He's the demon hunter you guys were talking about? Chen Bei? Meng Tianzhong took a deep breath, and around him, the look of shock in his eyes was not much less than Shijian's and theirs. That person, too terrifying, especially this overwhelming good demon, this power, not to mention those ancient transcendent martial artist lineages in the fitful moment. Even if it was an attack on the Southern Ro Night Division General Division of the Tiannan Ro Province, it was unimaginable. The other end. Lin Ziyi looked at the figure standing on the top of the villa in the eastern suburb. Compared to the shock, there was more relief in her eyes, reassurance, and even revealed a touch of a smile that she didn't even notice herself. A smile of relief and relaxation after a tense worry. She quietly watched that increasingly towering figure, subconsciously happy for him at the same time. There seemed to be a flash of imperceptible loss. Unbeknownst to her, while she watched the figure, in some dark corner, the same cat watched her. The end of the sky. It was still in the night sky within the territory of the Peak Sun region. Go over and say hello. The 6 major town guard envoys were slightly stunned for a long time, and all of them laughed bitterly, looking up at the ocean of good demons above their heads that caused chills to run down their spines, and they stepped into the air and went away. Compared to before, this world seemed to be a lot cleaner all of a sudden, with only endless good demons. Ordinary people, the people of the Walking Night Division, and Chen Bei and the others remaining. The 6 town guard envoys flew slowly, surveying the endless good demons along the way, their hearts still incomparably shocked. Not for long, the 6 of them then arrived above the forest sea in the eastern suburb, all of them looking towards Chen Bei. Mr. Chen, in my name, I am the Southern Running Night Division General Division Townkeeper of the Southern Tiannan Province, Xu Chongqing, and this is the Northern Townkeeper, Empty Changlin. as well as the town keepers of the 3 major nearby provinces. Chen Bei. The 6 of them slightly clasped their fists at Chen Bei, all of them introducing each other and nodding their heads. After some brief contact, seeing that Chen Bei had no intention of rejecting them, the 6 of them no longer hid their faces. Instead, they opened their hearts and even kindly reminded Chen Bei. Some of the town guard envoys were even puzzled that Li Cong's several people had a special status, yet Chen Bei said that he would kill them. Could it be that Sir is not afraid of retaliation from those few strong men who have returned from the border? Not to mention, there's also a deep background in Li Cong. His teacher was a disciple of some horrible power, and was very involved. Chen Bei smiled helplessly at the words and looked up into the vast and boundless deep space of the universe, indifferently saying, I'm afraid that the beings who want to take Mr. Chen's life are already too many to count in that deep space, so what difference does it make if there is one more or one less? The 6 people of Shu Changlin were slightly stunned at his words, remembering the paper decree that the demon emperor had used when he retreated. They all came to a sudden realization. Fearless of all strong enemies, such vigor, it makes us sweat. All 6 of them smiled to themselves. Compared to the killing decisiveness of the person in front of them, they appeared incomparably forward-looking. After all, they needed to consider too much. A scene of the 6 town guards meeting Chen Bei in the night sky. Naturally, it also fell in the eyes of countless nightwalkers. Several of Shi Jian's people could likewise see it, but they were just too far away to hear what the other side had said. All the people knew was that the coat of cloth and the 6 town envoys entered the eastern suburb villa. Until half an hour later, it was only then that Shu Changlin and the others stepped out into the air. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several more days passed. In the past few days, many ordinary people of Pekyang City chose to return to Pekyang, while some chose to migrate with the Rowan Night Division. As for the 10 million good demons, the 2 of them, the Ice Dragon and the Phoenix, arranged for them to enter the various parts of the Pekyang region to cultivate. Not only that, Chen Bei even went so far as to lay down a spirit-gathering formation, allowing the terrifying spiritual qi under the ground to rise up and fill the entire Pekyang region. And now the Pekyang region was like a heaven and earth that was rich in spiritual qi. Transcendent martial artists in this world couldn't sense the existence of aura and could only sense spirit source liquid, but for endless good demons, it was an unimaginable cultivation resource. Of course, Chen Bei also did what he said he would do, personally allowing Lu Tiannan to lead a group of good demons, specifically responsible for going underground to bloom the spirit source liquid and distributing it to the endless good demons for cultivation. Endless good demons still voluntarily chose to subordinate themselves after the demon emperor's decree, and he naturally would not treat these good demons poorly. However, during this period of time, the Pekyang region was quiet, but the entire vast and boundless Blue Star continent was not calm. Everything that happened here had already spread to the ends of the earth at a terrifying speed, causing endless sensations, especially the people in the surrounding regions. In these 3 days, they could always see that the top of the dome of the sky, among the clouds, there has been a steady stream of good demons entering the Pekyang region in pieces. Every time it is like locusts crossing the border, covering the sky and densely packed. It was a good thing that the Blue Star continent was boundless. Even if it was a Pekyang territory, it was vast and deep into the dragon pool. Now there, it has long been a monstrous breath, unfathomable, terrifying as it is, and the initiated saint merely gazes at it, already gulping saliva furiously, as if his soul is trembling. And the 7th day of the Fengyang incident, the day dawned. Suddenly, rumble dash, the entire sky over the Blue Star continent roared loudly and deafeningly. However, an ancient warship slowly landed above that firmament, and endless nightwalkers and transcendent martial artists descended upon this world. The first batch of returnees at the border officially arrived at the great rear of the human race. This was a force so terrifying that it caused the void to tremble, and above that warship, a sainthood entrant rose up into the air, surging into the south and north of the heavens and the various domains as if it were a dumpling. In the meantime, in the sky above the Pekyang city region, there were likewise countless warships slowly landing from the top of the dome. Above these warships, an ancient flag was erected, emitting a terrifying pressure, the flag darkly scarlet as if it had been stained by countless blood. A few of the large flags were the most eye-catching, on which were clearly engraved large characters with a dragon's flight, namely, Qi, Chu, Dragon, Yen, Zhao, Wei, and Han, the 7 oldest transcendent martial artist families of Pekyang. Obviously, this was the battleship of the ancient transcendent martial family of the Pekyang region at the border, and on it stood a terrifying as hell transcendent martial family of the ancient transcendent martial family at the border. Although these people are not the Night People Army, not the ancient Qin Fixed Customs Division, but the same as the border fighting survived the strong. Now these people, as the first batch of border troops to return, naturally returned to their own families in the first place. However, just as countless warships slowly landed in the sky above the Pekyang region, suddenly, boom dash, the borderline powerhouses of the ancient transcendent Marshall family on the battleship all snapped their eyes open, their faces changing drastically, only to see that below the battleship, there suddenly came an oceanic entry sage aura that shot straight up into the clouds, so vast that it was disturbing. This breath? What's going on? Chapter 100 Brainwashed Brother Online. Brainwashed Brother Offline. What is this aura? In the sky above the Pekyang region, amidst the 10,000 feet of altitude, an ancient warship froze at once. Above the battleship, the countless border transcendent martial artists of the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were all slightly stunned, and then greatly shocked. What a terrifying sainthood aura! What's happening in the Pekyang region? How come there are so many power fluctuations from the sainthood entrance? The large number of returnees were startled, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Could it be that the latter clansmen of my clan have gotten a heavenly chance? Unlike this aura, although it's an entered saint aura, it's not a transcendent martial artist. What could that be? What's happening in the Peak Sun territory? What the hell is going on? Wouldn't it be nice to go down and see? All warships, enter Feng Yang. Whoa! A terrifying voice gave an order, and in an instant, countless warships slowly landed. Although the border warships of an ancient transcendent martial family were not as numerous as one might imagine, yet the convergence of countless Pekyang region ancient transcendent martial families together was a visual feast, terrifying as it was. However, just as the countless ancient warships slowly landed, suddenly, boom, beneath the 10,000 feet of airspace, in the ocean-like vast and boundless Pekyang region, a trembling and terrifying sainthood entry aura suddenly came from the airspace. The breath was as vast as a river of stars, destroying everything, and rushing straight into the sky, shattering the clouds and causing the void to distort. Stop! Stop now! As the terrifying entry sage aura suddenly rose, the countless transcendent martial artists returning from the border changed their faces drastically and were terrified. Rumble dash! Countless battleships were forced to stop above the firmament, and the people of the ancient transcendent martial family on board the battleships were all dumbfounded. What a heavy killing intent! That's right, murderous intent. In that vast and boundless Pekyang region, what came from just now? In addition to the shocking breath of entering the Holy Spirit, there was also a shocking killing intent that sent chills down one's spine, while the endless returning transcendent martial artists were in a state of shock. At that moment, a voice filled with coldness, solemnity, majesty, and mellifluousness suddenly came from below, resounding through the entire firmament. Anyone from the ancient transcendent martial family who enters the Pekyang region will, without exception, be killed. Boom boom boom. Along with the fall of this voice, in an instant, countless amounts of saint-entering auras were no longer hidden and violently erupted, causing heaven and earth to lose color, and the sun and moon to lose their light. The countless powerful members of the transcendent martial family that had returned from the border were all staring at each other with jaws agape and eyes full of disbelief. Looking from the 10,000 feet in the sky, looking from above that one ancient warship, they saw that in the middle of the vast and incomparable Pekyang region, a behemoth slowly appeared, holding all kinds of terrifying weapons, indifferently raising its head to stare at the sky and gazing at them. Heavens, when did the Pekyang region have so many sainthood entrants? Enter the sacred absolute peak, an aura that is infinitely close to surpassing the sacred realm. Who can tell me what is happening behind the human race? Countless ancient transcendent martial family members were greatly shaken, feeling the terrifyingly outrageous power fluctuations below them, hardening the battleships to pause in the void. But after some people frowned, they were disbelieving and even a bit furious. Really a joke. This seat is a disciple of the Holy Mountain, the ancient race into the holy. The world is so big. This seat want to come, want to go. Ancient Qingqing Night Division cannot help this seat. You and others with what? Although this seat doesn't know what happened here. But if you want to kill this seat, I'm afraid that not many people in this ancient Qin would dare to do so. I'd like to see if you have the guts to do so. On the orders of my clan, all warships, fall. A short-tempered terrifying big man at the very top of the sacred absolute peak both snorted coldly at that moment, and relying on his terrifying status and terrifying origin, he ordered the entire clan's warships to fall towards the Pekyang region. It's that cranky brainwashed brother of the hidden ancient transcendent martial artist family, the Long family, who entered the sacred absolute peak realm. Brainwashed brother? Rumor has it that this person has always been arrogant and cocky, relying on several layers of terrifying identity, and has always been used to being fearless, and today, when I see him, he really lives up to his name, but he does have the capital to run amok. Many people from the ancient transcendent martial family that had returned from the border were frowning. Clan elder, shall we also land the ship? There's no rush. Let's see what happens first. Some people from the ancient transcendent martial family that had returned from the border gate opened their mouths to ask if they had landed the ship, while their own ancestors shook their heads slightly. Without knowing the situation, it was naturally best to sit back and watch the situation unfold. As for the Lung family's sacred absolute peak, his cultivation talent was good, but he was notorious for having a bad brain. With a command from the large man at the sacred absolute peak realm, in an instant, rumble, several ancient warships of the Lang clan slowly crashed down, their aura like a rainbow. However, the dozens of sainthood initiates standing on the battleship were frowning. Stop. Finally, an entered saint of the Lang clan spoke up, ordering the ancient warship he was on to stop in midair. That brain-dead bigot is out of his mind, and they're not stupid enough to do that. Seeing the battleship stop, the helmsman of the remaining several ancient battleships of the Lang clan followed suit, with the exception of the entered Sage Extreme Peak Hulk's battleship which still fell towards the Peak Yang region. Humph. A bunch of cowards. With this seat here, who dares to make a move? What are you guys afraid of? The Jedi Peak big man coldly glanced at the several battleship helmsmen of his clan, his eyes filled with a stream of disdain. However, before his words fell, figures from his own battleship were constantly rising into the air and flying towards the rest of the ancient battleships that had stopped moving. The people with normal brains in this world were still in the majority, and even if they were clansmen, no one was willing to follow this sacred absolute top man, whose brain had always been iron and arrogant, to be a stone thrower, greedy for life and afraid of death. A bunch of wastes, in vain of killing at the border for so many years. Wastes. Seeing this, the great man at the absolute peak of entry sainthood was even more disdainful, controlling the battleship alone and falling towards the oceanic and terrifying Peak Yang region. For a time, the pupils of all the countless transcendent martial artists who had returned from the border were narrowed slightly. It is naturally good for them to have someone casting stones, not to mention, that person. Although his brain was worrying, his identity was indeed terrifying, and his origin far exceeded that of anyone here. If this person went down and was killed, then there was no doubt that the following was for real. However, most people didn't think that the forces below really dared to make a move. Even though the place was deep in the dragon pool, Brother Brainwashed's background had to give a few points to even the ancient Qin clan. Yet just as everyone was thinking of each, suddenly, kill, boom dash, in the midst of the endless oceanic Peak Yang region, a 10,000-foot illusory spear violently pierced through the sky, carrying monstrous might to kill the big man who had entered the sacred absolute peak. How dare you! Feeling the monstrous power on the illusory spear, the big man at the top of the Sage Entry Absolute Peak's face changed drastically as he burst out. Obviously, it was a shot of terrifying power that had been struck by several heavenly demon Absolute Peaks joining forces, enough to kill an entry sacred Absolute Peak realm transcendent martial artist with a single blow. The big man saw the situation, forehead cold sweat, want to escape, but it is already too late. Can only mobilize the body strength? Full resistance. Boom. A loud sound was deafening as the 10,000-foot spear exploded, directly blasting the big man into slag ash. Help me. Before he died, the great man at the absolute peak of sainthood looked back at the sky full of sainthood entrants and pleaded for help to his own clan, but it was already too late, and just as soon as he came online, he was forced to go offline. Too dead to die. Chapter 101, Strange Connection. Distant Calling. What? Wow dash. The death of the great man at the absolute peak of the entry saints caused the transcendent martial artists of the ancient transcendent martial family that had returned over the entire Peak Yang region to tremble. Just what kind of forces are down there? How dare they really make a move? That one actually died? For a while, cries of alarm came from countless battleships. One must know that that arrogant and prideful person was arrogant and prideful, but his identity was indeed terrifying. Even if he was placed at the border of the otherworldly realm, there were not many people who dared to take a shot at him. Not to mention, it's still the great backwater of the human race. The fact is, however, 1,000 times over, it was blown away. How come? Something's wrong. Something must have happened to the rear of the human race. Where are our people? Have they been? Many of the strongest members of the ancient transcendent martial family who had returned from the border were anxious. The Peak Yang region had obviously undergone a shocking change. So wouldn't their clansmen be in dire straits as well? It was at a time when countless transcendent martial artists were at a loss for words. Those from the ancient transcendent martial family above, quickly leave the Peak Yang region. Otherwise, they will all be killed. An even more terrifying sound resounded through the heavens. And compared to the last time, this time it was even thicker, and the breath was even more intense. Upon hearing these majestic words, the brows of many terrifying figures furrowed into a Chuan character. And that's when, finally, old ancestor, we're here, beyond the Peak Yang region, at the end of the sky, a figure rose up in the air and waved at those ancient warships across the endless region. above the ancient battleship. Countless returning transcendent martial artists were all confused as they sniffed and looked. Go over there and see what's going on. Rumble. Countless ancient warships slowly rose up in the air and flew towards the Pekyang region. But above the warships, the countless returning transcendent martial artists still felt incomparably shocked, especially during the process of leaving all the way. They could see that in the middle of that oceanic Pekyang region, countless terrifying figures loomed. Some of the auras that even they were overwhelmed with shock. And while the endless ancient warships departed, top of the eastern suburbs villa, two figures stood silently in the void and were watching all of this. It was two beautiful figures, a young man and woman. The man was dressed in white, with sword brows and starry eyes, and a dragon's might. The young girl was wearing a colorful red dress that looked like a blazing fire. Don't look at the surface of the two young. In fact, they are both good demons who have cultivated for more than 20,000 years. These two were no one else but the Ice Dragon and Phoenix after taking human form. Both of them were at the top of the heavenly demon realm at the moment, and there were hidden signs of a breakthrough, as if they might step into the king realm at any time and become a heavenly demon king. At the moment, the entire Fengyang region of the good demon is managed by two people. Just now that resounded the voice of the sky. Naturally, is also the Ice Dragon sent, because at the moment Shenbei is not at all in the eastern suburb of the villa. Time passes slowly. I don't know how much time has passed. Rumble dash. Only then did the densely packed ancient warships of countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages slowly land on the edge of the Pekyang region. Old ancestors, you have finally returned. Grand Clan Elder, you have to do it for us. Elder, we've been kicked out and can never go back. As soon as the countless powerful people from the ancient transcendent martial family returned landed on the ground, they were greeted by bursts of cries and shouts. What the hell is going on? It was fine when I came here. Why can't I go back? A returning person at the absolute peak of terror entry sainthood frowned and asked his clan members. They have been at the border for many years, and they have not received any news of the change of the clan in the rear, and they have not received any bad news until they returned from the border, and everything is still fine. So how is it that when they just got here, they told me that they couldn't go back? Old ancestor, it's like this. At the same time, countless people from the ancient transcendent martial family recounted all the things that had happened during these times one by one. And when the returnees had finished listening, one by one, they came to realize it afterward. Demon Hunter? Shenbei? One by one, they looked towards the Pekyang region and sucked in a breath of cool air. At this moment, the Pekyang region was like a bottomless chasm, and the aura emanating from it was astonishing. So that's how it is. Are there any casualties in my clan? That's not true. We didn't go into the fray. The man didn't go on a killing spree. He just kicked us out. Some people from ancient transcendent martial family were full of grievances and complained to the returners. However, most of the returnees smiled bashfully after hearing this. It's good that there are no casualties, and Fengyang doesn't have to go back. Old ancestor? What do you mean? Are we going to leave Pekyang and give up the industry we've managed for so many years? Someone wondered. Yet most of the returnees smiled helplessly. How can there be any industry to speak of when the border has been broken? We have already discussed this when we came here. From now on, the ancient transcendent martial family will form an alliance and work together to protect themselves in the end times. Even if you don't come out, we will take all the clansmen with us. The crowd sniffed in realization. Countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had already begun to make alliances on their way back, intending to gather their clansmen in one place and work together to fend off the cataclysm. As for the lives of ordinary people, that was something that Gu Qin and the Xing Night Division should be in charge of. These transcendent martial artists of theirs, they only wanted to report for warmth and work together to guard their own people. And in the midst of the end of the world, there was nothing wrong with everyone defending themselves, which in itself was not wrong. Many people from the ancient transcendent martial family heard that the returner Ben was about to take them out of the Pekyang region, and for a while, they also mentally balanced themselves. Some ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had even picked up all of their clansmen, and the battleships slowly lifted off into the air. However, there were some ancient transcendent martial artist lineages that were playing out a different picture. For example, within the temporary quarters of the dragon family, Boom Dash, a man who had entered the sacred absolute peak violently smashed the desk beside him with a palm, killing opportunities in his eyes. What did you say? He killed Big Brother and Father? After learning that Long Song and Long Shangtian had been killed, the man's eyelids fluttered wildly with rage. Second brother. It was father and fourth brother who led a siege to kill that man in the first place. Let's leave this matter at that. That man isn't that simple. I don't want to lose even you. So what? Even if father and fourth brother had led a siege to kill him, he shouldn't have killed someone from my dragon clan. A coat of cloth. A mere sacred realm entry. And he deserves to be compared to my dragon clan? This enmity is not shared. I will break him into pieces. Into pieces. Second brother. You're no match for him. Today's Peak Sun region is not the same Peak Sun region as it was back then. Not to mention breaking him into pieces. We won't even be able to enter the Peak Sun region. Humph. The sacred realm can't be entered. So what if it's an existence beyond the sacred realm? Under the martial king. All our ants. Big brother is the second batch of returnees. I'll go to the entrance of the Starry Sky Ancient Road and wait for Big Brother. Second clan elder. Grand clan elder he broke through the martial king realm? But it's just the martial king realm. The border strong. Never the back can be imagined. My dragon family in the border. Sitting in the town of a city of strong people have also been born. Dare to move the dragon family. I want to see how he died. Kill that Chen Bei and avenge the family head. I don't believe it. If he could break through the first time, could he still break through a second time in a row in such a short period of time? Humph. Chen Bei. My dragon clan. I will kill you this time. As the killing intent of the dragon family's temporary compound rushed to the sky, underneath the villa in the eastern suburbs, Chen Bei, at this moment, was standing on top of that astonishing array. Chen Bei's pupils were almost on the verge of narrowing into a line as he looked at this long-ago great formation that was almost as huge as the sky. Standing once again. The shocking great formation once again gained a sliver of contact with him. Standing alone for a long time. Finally, Chen Bei slowly prostrated himself. His body spread out horizontally on top of the grand formation as he slowly stretched out his right hand, little by little leaning towards the halo-flowing grand formation. The moment his finger touched the large formation's light curtain, suddenly, Chen Bei felt a dizzying sensation in his mind, followed by a violent disorganization of his consciousness, as if countless images and voices flashed through his mind. And some of those voices are so strange. Others are extraordinarily familiar, even straight from the heart. They seem to stand at the far end of the spectrum, surfacing one by one, seeming to call out at themselves, their voices over and over again. Northern Emperor, Master, Chen Bei, Bayer, Brother. Endless images flashed by. Those voices were far away and near. Chen Bei felt a splitting headache and could not help but grab his hair and gasp for air. But his eyes were flooded with endless emotions, and some trembling sounds even came out of his throat. Dad? Mom? Little sister? Is that you guys? My head hurts. In the end, Chen Bei threw his head back and let out an agonizing roar as endless mana rippled in all directions, terrifying as it was. Chapter 102, The Bottom of the Great Formation. Shocking discoveries. Chen Bei let out a roar, feeling a headache, as his terrifying mana swept the ground, sweeping across an unknown distance. Countless images flashed through his mind. Images that, at once strange and distant, seemed familiar. The feeling, as if it had once been experienced in person, was a shattering memory. But the memory only flickered, and then it was completely plunged into the deepest recesses of memory, as if it had never appeared. Chen Bei held his head with both hands until a long time later. He gasped for air, his body weak and drained, but his eyes were flooded with monstrous waves. What's that? The images? The sounds? What exactly are they? Chen Bei was very sure that he had not experienced the things in the images, but those images were like fragments of his real memories, only to be buried in the deepest part of his memory. And what triggered those memories was the trace of connection established by the amazing array in front of him. How come? With the memory fragments disappearing into the depths of the mind, Chen Bei also finally gradually eased up. Yet at this moment, he was inwardly shaken and in a fog. The voices that called to him just now were a new reflection, as if in the future and as if in the past, indistinguishable from the exact period. Could it be that this amazing grand formation in front of him had something to do with himself as well? Could it be that he was involved in the setup of the big formation? Or maybe this amazing formation was from his own future hands? But if it was the future, why would that great formation appear today? Is it possible that it's the past? Also, why did he see those people among the memory fragments the moment he established contact with the great formation and triggered it? What made Chen Bei's breath shorten even more was that in the picture, he saw his parents, his own sister. Can I go back? Or have I already been back? Chen Bei muttered. Returning to Earth was something he had dreamed of since he crossed over, and even if he could see them one more time, he would be satisfied. And aptly, those long-ago images, those voices, intuition told Chen Bei, though he didn't know what the hell was going on. But those memories that flashed in his mind just now were as if they had been buried in the depths of his mind, and he seemed to have experienced them and left traces of them. That is, he might, perhaps, have a chance to see his parents and sister again. One time, Chen Bei seemed to have caught something in nothing. The picture was blurring, the sound was fading, and everything seemed as if it had never happened. Flabbergasted, he looked at the astonishing array of light halos flowing before him. Chen Bei was caught in an endless fog, as if everything had nothing to do with him, and as if everything was developing around him. Alive. At some point, Chen Bei abruptly opened his mouth and heavily spat out 2 words. Live. Must live. No matter what. Always live. There seemed to be a belief in the underworld that told him that as long as he lived, all the fog would be lifted and the people he wanted to see would eventually be seen. At this moment, Chen Bei did not think about anything. He only wanted to live. And the way to live was to make himself strong. Incomparably strong. Strong enough to suppress that demon emperor. At that point, perhaps everything will be solved. Restabilizing his emotions, Chen Bei once again turned his gaze towards the shocking Grand Formation, and for the second time, he touched his fingers to the light curtain of the Grand Formation, or rather, to the long ago and ancient runes. This time, Chen Bei was not suffering from a splitting headache, and those images and sounds did not surface again. However, a scene that made Chen Bei surprised happened. Went through. Chen Bei was shocked to realize that his finger, in fact, passed through the astonishing formation. How is this possible? Chen Bei froze for a moment. This kind of large formation, capable of sealing the essence of the spirit source and locking the entire oceanic spirit source of the Blue Star continent inside, how could it easily allow living beings to pass through? Moreover, this was not the first time that Chen Bei had surveyed this astonishing array, which had a terrifying defense and would launch an attack on its own once it sensed a living being attempting to enter. According to Chen Bei's speculation, even if it was an Emperor Master-level demon hunter, I was afraid that it would not be too easy to enter within the Grand Formation, and there was even a possibility that he would not be able to enter. But at this moment, one of his fingers had, unintentionally, passed through in 1,000 different ways. There's only one possibility. The only person who could freely enter and exit the formation and not be attacked by the formation was one situation. One person, and that was the demon hunter who set up the formation, or the participant in the Grand Formation setup. Wouldn't that mean that Chen Bei's modest guess was correct, and that there was a high probability that this astonishing array that was as big as the sky had come from him, and that he had set it up in the past, or that he had participated in setting it up? Compared to the former, Chen Bei is more convinced that he is just a participant. This was because although the big formation had established a connection with him on its own, the connection was not particularly strong. If that was the case, then why had he been involved in laying this amazing formation in the past? Also, when did he arrive in the past? And why did he participate in sealing the Blue Star Continent's spirit source essence? What is the purpose of sealing these spiritual origins? The more I pondered, the less answers I had. Thinking 100 times, Chen Bei, nowadays, can only take one step at a time. Retract your thoughts. Chen Bei frowned slightly. The finger was able to pass through the big formation. Does that mean that I can too? Strictly speaking, the finger was Chen Bei, representing a part of Chen Bei. Then, he should be able to enter within the big formation as well. Think about it. Chen Bei slowly made contact. All the way his arm quickly entered the large formation, followed by half of his body. Not for long. Chen Bei's entire body passed through the Grand Formation and completely arrived at the bottom of the Grand Formation. And just the moment he entered the bottom of the big formation, rumble, the sound of horrifying waves came from a gust, and the rumbling sound of the endless sea flowing suddenly resounded in his ears. Not only that, a terrifying force instantly swept over Chen Bei's body as if it was going to crush him. Boom! Chen Bei was shocked and scrambled to mobilize his entire body's mana, which coalesced into a shield on the surface of his body to resist the monstrous force. The moment you pass through the big formation, Chen Bei felt as if he had arrived in another world. The endless and terrifying origin of spiritual source, flooded with a thick and heavy aura, slowly flowing, not knowing where it was going. Standing on top of the ocean composed of the essence of spiritual source, one would feel that he or she had suddenly become incomparably small, so small as to be in the dust, so humble as to be like a mole cricket facing the cosmic stars and rivers. In the midst of the ocean formed by that spiritual origin essence, it seemed that a single wave of spiritual origin essence would be able to collapse and blast him to pieces. Shocked, Chen Bei's pupils contracted violently as he made another discovery, his expression even more shocked. This is the power of time? After entering the large formation, he was shocked to discover that the flow of time here was as terrifying as it was. It wasn't fast to the point of being terrifying as hell, but slow to the point of being terrifying as hell. No wonder that the oceanic sea formed by that spiritual origin's essence seemed to flow extremely slowly. With the sensitivity of the time arts, Chen Bei roughly estimated that the flow of time here was 1/360 times that of the outside world. In other words, 1 year here, 1 day outside? This discovery stunned Chen Bei. Wouldn't that mean that if he practiced here for a year, it would be equivalent to only 1 day passing outside the formation? And what made Chen Bei's heart even more alarmed was that this place was filled with the essence of spiritual source. Not to mention that the speed of cultivation would multiply. That terrifying power would also keep hammering the physical body and consume mana non-stop. As Chen Bei slowly landed, the force became more and more terrifying. The oceanic sea formed by the origin of spiritual source under his feet appeared to be very close, but it was actually very far apart. Chen Bei visually estimated that it was roughly 10,000 feet tall. Obviously, the further down, the more violent and terrifying that force is, crazily crushing the flesh, seemingly to tear it apart. I wonder how deep I can go down with my strength today. Chapter 103, A True Warrior's Word is His Bond. Chen Bei muttered, controlling his figure and slowly landing. As he got closer and closer to the oceanic sea formed by the origin of spirit source, that terrifying power became more and more terrifying, crazily crushing, squeezing, and tearing his body. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, as Chen Bei descended to 10 feet. Boom! That unimaginable power came in torrents, crazily squeezing and crushing Chen Bei's physical body. He suddenly felt that his blood was boiling all over his body. His bones were crackling, his entire body had green veins, and it was difficult for him to breathe. It seemed that he could no longer withstand the crushing force. His body was already trembling violently and uncontrollably, and there were even threads of blood that began to soak through the surface of his body. It can't go any lower. Chen Bei was greatly shocked. Around the present day, he could only descend to a distance of 10 feet with full resistance to that force. After 10 feet, it was already difficult to move an inch, and his body was trembling so much that it seemed to have reached the limit of being crushed by that force, and if he forced his way down, he would probably be directly crushed into mush and explode to death. However, Chen Bei did not choose to leave. This is undoubtedly the best location for cultivation, with the terrifying power crushing, as well as the essence of the spiritual source, coupled with the almost heavenly flow of time, cultivating here again. Chen Bei didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. Now that the border has collapsed and the demon race is in full invasion, the immediate solution is to make oneself strong enough. Chen Bei sat cross-legged in the void, rejecting all distractions and devoting himself to cultivation. With the operation of the Gong method in his body, he saw that in the ocean formed by the origin of spiritual origin, a strand of the origin of spiritual origin vaporized and slowly entered Chen Bei's body. The moment the spirit source essence Qi entered his body, Chen Bei's body shook, countless pores opening up at this moment, and his entire body roared. If you were to stand outside the big formation and gaze at it, you would find that underneath that big formation, a figure was sitting cross-legged on top of the ocean. And due to the flow of time, you would see that countless amounts of spiritual origin essence rose up and were crazily absorbed by that figure, and his breath was rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 day outside the formation, 1 year below the formation. At this moment, Chen Bei's cultivation was growing so fast that it was astonishingly shocking. Time passed slowly, and a week passed. A week later on this night, the outside world has long been in turmoil and the great world is in turmoil. Within the villa in the eastern suburbs, Elder Lu. What is the situation outside nowadays? The ice dragon dressed in white looked at Lu Tianan, who had arrived in a dusty manner, and frowned inquiringly. During this week, ever since Chen Bei entered the underground of the eastern suburbs, there was no news at all, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Although the ice dragon and other good demons had the intention to search for it, they were unable to do so. After all, as demons, even though they were good demons, they were barely able to face the astonishing array below. Just the aura coming from above the great formation made the ice dragon feel terrified, not daring to approach at all. In favor of this time, a large number of strong people at the border returned. The entire Blue Star continent had seen a sea change in the situation in just 1 week, especially in the last day or two. The good demons in the entire Peak Sun region had sensed a terrifying aura hovering around the Peak Sun region. Those auras caused even the good demons at the top of the heavenly demon extreme to frown. As for the ice dragon and Phoenix, as the 10 million good demon managers, they needed to sit in the eastern suburb, so naturally they could not leave the Peak Yang region at will. Thus, the task of inquiring about the situation outside fell to Lu Tianan. Elder Long, the situation isn't too good. Lu Tianan fiercely poured a cup of tea, followed by a stony face. He looked at the ice dragon and Phoenix, as well as Mu Nanshu and the others, and his brows almost furrowed into a Chuan character. I went out this time and poked around and got a total of 6 messages. Firstly, the strong people from the otherworldly border are returning in full force. The ones who returned a week ago were the first batch, the weakest batch, mostly from those ancient transcendent martial family. The ones who are returning one after another now are the second batch, stronger than the first batch, and it is said that there are transcendent martial artists of the Martial King realm in there, and they're also in the second batch of returnees. When these words came out, both the Ice Dragon and the Phoenix's pupils narrowed slightly. Martial King realm powerhouses are equivalent to heavenly demon kings. And when a king is angry, he will ambush millions of corpses, and under the king realm, all are ants. Those terrifying auras that had been hovering outside of the peak sun region for the past day or two. It was thought that they should be the martial king realm powerhouses that had returned one after another. The great retreat at the border caused the situation in the entire human rear to change extremely quickly, almost one day at a time. In the past, the saint entrants who used to call the shots in the back of the human race now seemed to be worthless in front of the border army. Lu Tiannan paused for a little while and continued to speak. Secondly, I have inquired that long before their return, most of the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had already formed alliances, forming countless behemoths, and nowadays in the Blue Star continent, the forces are extremely chaotic, but basically forming a situation where 10,000 feet stand on top of each other, and the most powerful of them all are the 8 ancient race groups, as well as the 7 great kingly clans alliances. Thirdly, according to rumors, a few days ago, some hidden holy mountains also completely declared their emergence and recruited a large number of supreme powerhouses. And the strength of these holy mountains is much more terrifying than the 3 great ancient race groups and the 7 great royal race alliances. Fourthly, according to reliable sources, the border walking Nightman army has already started. In the first 2 batches of returnees, the number of the walking Nightman army was relatively small, but the third batch will be unprecedentedly large. The walking night division is trying to bring the human race together as much as possible, to deal with the next apocalyptic catastrophe together. The 5th one is about Demon Pro, that is, the ancient demon emperor under the Demon Lock Tower. This emperor almost released all the demon races sealed in the Demon Lock Tower in the entire Blue Star continent, and caused great casualties at the beginning, and fought with the ancient Qin Shing Night division to the extent that the mountains collapsed, and in the end, it was still the royal family who stepped in, and the situation was only brought under control. However, Demon Pro and the others, because of their strength not being able to recover in time, were already returned to the person's army joined forces and rushed to the South Ridge generation, where it has now been transformed into the Demon Ridge, becoming a forbidden land for the human race. As for number 6, it is also the one that is most unfavorable to us at the moment. Said here. Endless anxiety flooded Lu Tiannan's eyes. I've heard that 3 martial king realm powerhouses from the Dragon Clan will be arriving at the entrance to the Starry Sky Ancient Path tonight. I'm afraid this matter isn't good news for us. When these words came out, the Ice Dragon and Phoenix both looked puzzled. What does the return of the Dragon Clan's 3 martial king realms have to do with us? Senior Long and Senior Feng don't know. Not long ago, the old master of the Long family, Long Song, and the then head of the family, Long Shangtian, led a siege to kill Mr. After Lu Tiannan recounted the whole story, the Ice Dragon and Phoenix were directly dumbfounded. According to you, those 3 martial kings, they are coming for us? The Ice Dragon sucked in a breath of cool air. If this was really the case, then the Peak Yang region would be a wildstorm. Brother Long, what do we do now? Phoenix's beautiful brows were slightly furrowed. The King realm, unless she was promoted to Heavenly Demon King, she would not be able to block it at all. The Ice Dragon's face likewise changed drastically, but in the end, he clenched his teeth and said, if that's really the case, perhaps there's only one way. The Ice Dragon sighed deeply after his words. The Phoenix was also in a heavy mood. She naturally understood what the Ice Dragon was referring to, burning spirit blood and forcing her way into the king. And the consequence of doing that is to damage the foundation of both of them, and perhaps they will not have a chance with Ascension in the end, but the king is coming, and unless the Lord can break through, even if there are more good demons, they will only be turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Ice Dragon and the Phoenix glanced at each other, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. The cloth helped them to enter the Tao. Even though the forced entry into the king will lead to little hope of ascension in the future, at least they will be able to soar squarely between the heaven and earth and the Qianquan. No regrets in spite of the damage. And while the Peak Yang region was like an enemy, countless forces in the outside world were also watching, and even Jiuyu and the others were still hovering around the Peak Yang region, also paying attention to Qianbei's side were the king and general clan in the northern part of the Tiannan province, the ancient transcendent martial artist families such as the Wang and Huang clans, as well as the town guard envoys such as Shu Changqing and Empty Changlin. Of course, there was also Meng Tianjun Shijian and the others. The entire Tiannan province had been abuzz regarding the return of the 3 kings of the Dragon family, and the Dragon clan had even spread the word that they would kill Qianbei and destroy Fengyang. For a while, the deeds of that coat of cloth were also passed on among the countless returnees. Demon Hunter, Qianbei? This person is really sitting on a well and doesn't know how to live. He dares to kill the people of the ancient transcendent martial family at the border. The words can't be said that way, can attract the demon emperor not to hesitate to descend to kill. The ancient figure appeared in the transformation of the robbery, must also have a superiority. I heard that this person is godly. but also able to summon the divine beasts and sacred beasts. I'm afraid that the head is also not small. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he's just a first-order saintly ant. Can someone save him all the time? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Ji Yu sighed. Obviously, she also didn't expect the situation on the Blue Star continent to change so quickly. This feeling of watching his tall building rise and see his tall building collapse is very poignant. It's so unpredictable. I can't imagine that in such a short period of time, he's going to not belong to this world. Ji Yu shook her head to herself. In her opinion, that one cloth, insurmountable, unless he could create another miracle, but that was obviously impossible. And at this moment, within the general division of the Southern Ro Night Division of the Heavenly Southern Ro Province, Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin and the others were also seated among them, all of them discussing their strategies to deal with the situation. That day within the eastern suburb villa, we reached a consensus with him to help each other. Today he is in trouble. Are we helping or not? What do you all think? After Shu Chongqing finished speaking, his eyes looked toward the remaining town guard envoys of the three major provinces. That night the 6 town guard envoys entered the eastern suburb villa with Chen Bei. No one knew what they said, but all 6 of them still remembered. However, after Book Evergreen's words landed on the ground, the other 4 were silent, and no one chimed in. To put it bluntly, although they were the ancient Qin town guard envoys, they were not the absolute power of the ancient Qin Line Night Division, but additionally had another identity, the disciples of the hidden holy mountain. If it was placed in the past, a few people might still be able to deter the Dragon Clan with their status as town guard envoys and sacred mountain disciples. However, nowadays, those ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had allied themselves to form the 8 ancient clans group, and these identities didn't see much deterrent power left. Furthermore, the 6 major town guard envoys were all at the sacred absolute peak realm. Before the return of the border army, they could sit on one side, and after the return of the border powerhouses one after the other, the town guard envoy's power of speech had almost become virtually null and void. Seeing that the other 4 were silent for a long time, Shu Chongqing shook his head and smiled to himself. Alright, several people's attitudes are known to me in Changlin. Tianzheng, send off the guests. After witnessing the departure of the 4 major town envoys, Book Chongqing and Empty Changlin stood with their arms folded, both gazing at the Pekyang region. The two looked at each other and smiled, when both stepped into the air. A great man. Life is also why happy. Death is also why fear. The top of the sky. When a word 9 tripods. Empty brother. Have any regrets? Ha ha ha. Old brother has also lived long enough to be able to befriend brother Book in this life. It is not in vain to walk this life in the world. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 dash. The 2 men laughed and left. The entire night division was shaken and remained silent for a long time. Everyone had a different style of dealing with the world, and the style of action of Book Evergreen and Empty Evergreen was admirable and incomprehensible at the same time. Is it really worth risking your life for a promise? Perhaps for some, promises are not worth mentioning, yet for others, they are more important than life. Obviously, these 2 people are the latter. For the world to understand. Chapter 104, Terrifying Breath. Feng Yang is almost finished. The 2 of them, Shu Chongqing, rushed to the Pekyang region at the same time. Beneath the ground in the eastern suburbs, in the middle of the shocking heavenly array, above the endless ocean formed by the origin of Spirit Source, a figure sat in the void, and the endless origin of Spirit Source rose up from below, crazily being absorbed by it. At this moment, this side of heaven and earth seemed to be trembling, emitting bursts of roaring muffled sounds. If you listen carefully, you will find that the roaring sound actually came from within that figure. Not only that, on that coat of cloth, a breath as terrifying as this loomed. Sometimes as vast as a star river, sometimes introverted into nothingness. Compared to before, that breath had climbed an unknown number of notches, seemingly capable of destroying a party and collapsing mountains and rivers, as time passes slowly and suddenly. Boom! The overwhelming spiritual origin essence swarmed up like mad, like a tidal wave pouring into a river, desperately surging into that figure. At this moment, Chen Bei's eyebrows were wildly throbbing as his hands kept forming seals, getting faster and faster, faster and faster. And in the end, he directly transformed into a trail of residual shadows, which was astonishing to the heavens, and within his body, the endless mana was madly qualitatively changing, madly compressing, and his entire body was violently trembling and resonating. Within that sea of chi, endless mana soared crazily, and the breath filled the entire sea of chi, constantly being compressed and slowly rising upwards. Finally, at some point, break! Chen Bei shouted explosively, and as if the endless mana had self-awareness, it carried an oceanic power and blasted toward the top of the Chi Sea. Boom! Violent booms resounded within Chen Bei's body, causing his entire body to be shaken. And in the sea of Chi, It was even flooded with monstrous waves, the ocean of terrifying mana exploding at the top of the Sea of Qi, seemingly bombarding a certain layer of invisible barriers. Chen Bei knew that they were shackles. Break through the 9th rank and step into the shackles of the King Realm. Not yet? Seeing that the shackle barriers remained unchanged, Chen Bei could not help but frown slightly. 7 days outside. 7 years at the bottom of the formation. Strictly speaking, he had been practicing here for 7 long years, and the depth that could only drop 10 feet originally had come to 20 feet at this moment. As early as 6 years ago, Chen Bei touched the King Realm shackle barrier and showed signs of a breakthrough. However, he didn't expect that the 9th rank breaking through the King Realm was as difficult as climbing up to heaven, and after impacting for a year, the shackle barriers hadn't moved in the slightest, and were still as solid as a mountain. Again, I don't believe I can't break through. Boom! Endless mana madly changed in quality, compressed, and once again blasted with monstrous power towards the shackle barrier above the Sea of Qi. Boom 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 boom. Once, twice, 3 times 4 times. As time passed, Chen Bei could no longer remember how many times this was the first time he had bombarded the shackle barriers. Perhaps thousands of times, or perhaps tens of thousands of times. Each blast brought unimaginable damage to Chen Bei's fleshly body, but after repairing his flesh, he swept in again and blasted the shackles again and again. Non-stop cultivation, non-stop bombardment, mana time and time again quality change compression. Chen Bei could feel that the body's mana compared to 7 years ago has been horrifying unknown how many times. Although he hadn't stepped into the King Realm, he vaguely had a hint of kingly might. If he were to face the ancestors of those families who had killed him back then, he had a feeling that he would not need to perform the Supreme Sword Decree at all, and would probably be able to blast them into dregs with his terrifying mana alone. Around those transcendent martial artists at the sacred Absolute Peak Realm, he was confident that he could kill them with a single strike. This was thanks to the spiritual origin essence, which was incomparably violent and overbearing, and could be called the mother of all Qi. Coupled with the perennial crushing of that power, the current Chen Bei's strength had reached a point where he himself felt horrified. Chen Bei impacted the shackles of the King Realm over and over again at the same time. Outside the villa in the eastern suburbs. After many days, Lin Sini once again came to that familiar villa, but this time, she just looked there from afar. Since the Demon Emperor's attack, some people in Pekyang City chose to migrate away from here with the Xing Night Division at that time, but most people chose to stay, and Lin Sini's family was naturally among them. At this moment, her beautiful eyes looked at the villa and she couldn't tell what she felt. The villa is still the same villa, but today's eastern suburb has long since ceased to be the eastern suburb it once was. In fact, Lin Sini didn't plan to come over. She felt that she had no reason to come over again, but her classmates' words kept echoing in her ears, and she always thought that she should come over. Just aptly not long, Lin Sini was sitting on her bed in a daze when she suddenly received a call from a classmate. Sini, I heard that you're still staying in Pekyang City? Oh my god, I knew it. Why are you still there? Don't you know that? The Pekyang region is almost finished, so hurry up and leave. At that time, when she heard that the eastern suburbs were almost finished, Lin Sini didn't know what was happening, but her classmate's next words unsettled her for a moment. How come you don't know anything? It's all over the place out there. That demon hunter, that's the one called Chen Bei. Didn't he kill someone from the Long family some time ago? Now that the borderline powerhouses have returned, the Dragon family has already put out the word. They're going to step on the Pekyang region. It's rumored that in the second batch of returnees from the Dragon family, 3 Martial King Realm powerhouses have come. The Pekyang region is going to be finished. At first, Lin Sini didn't know what a Martial King Realm powerhouse stood for, but after hearing her classmate's explanation, she was instantly confused. Now that all the news of ancient Qin was open to the public, even ordinary people knew a lot of things. Lin Sini's classmate made this call and also suddenly remembered that she had such a classmate over here. And the moment Lin Sini hung up the phone, the first thing she did was run to the eastern suburbs villa. But now standing here, she was hesitant. Lin Sini, if you can receive a message, can't he receive it? Today's him, no matter which aspect, can be countless times stronger than you. This kind of information, he must have known it long ago, right? In Lin Sini's heart, she and the eastern suburbs villa, and Chen Bei, had drifted apart. Or maybe the two were no longer in the same world, at least as far as she was concerned. Holding the Qiankuan voodoo sword tightly in his hand, the past images with that cloth coat kept flashing. Hospitals, dilapidated factories, snack stalls, the outskirts of Pekyang City, Pekyang University, the eastern suburb villa, Tiannan City International Airport and so on. Even some of the details are incredibly clear. Lin Sini knew that she really liked that coat of cloth, and since her return to Pekyang City, her mind was filled with images of him. Regarding her affection, Lin Sini didn't deliberately deny it, but intentionally tried to avoid something. In the end, she took the ancient sword and silently turned around, ready to leave. And just then, Miss Lin, Lin Xiao, Mu Xiao Xiao, Yan Xixia, and the ice dragon came from not far away, and the former subconsciously opened his mouth when he saw Lin Sini. Miss Lin, are you here to see Mr. Chen? Lin Xiao and Mu Xiao Xiao naturally recognized Lin Sini and took the initiative to ask. The sudden inquiry caught Lin Sini off guard, and she subconsciously nodded her head. Lin Xiao sniffed and was about to say that Chen Bei wasn't there. Yet just then, the ice dragon beside Yan Shekha was the one whose pupils contracted violently, suddenly staring at a certain direction without letting go, eyes full of vigilance. The ice dragon's brows were almost on the verge of wrinkling into a Chuan character, and then he looked at Lin Sini. Ms. Lin, right, did you come to the eastern suburbs alone? Lin Sini sniffed and nodded. The ice dragon, however, had its pupils shrink even more. Just now, he sensed an unusually terrifying and frightening aura, one that caused him to feel terrified. And this aura, a hint of it could be detected in Lin Sini. It was at the moment when the ice dragon's gaze was like a torch. Suddenly, the breath erupted violently again. What man? Chapter 105, Cat Demon. Breaking the shackles. The ice dragon let out an explosive cry, followed by a flash of its figure, directly disappearing in place and quickly vanishing in the direction of that shocking aura. What's going on? Is something wrong? Lin Xiao and Mu Xiao Xiao looked at each other, all confused. However, this time, within the villa in the eastern suburb, the other three figures also flew out and landed beside a few people, all of them looking in the direction where the ice dragon had disappeared. These three people were no one else but Phoenix and Book Evergreen, as well as Empty Changlin. What a terrifying aura! What kind of being is that? I felt it just now. A flash of light but a chill down my spine. After living for so long, Mr. Empty has never sensed such a terrifying fluctuation. What's happening over there? The three of them all had their faces changed greatly, but they surrounded Yan Xixia's several people in the center, as if they were facing a great enemy. The other end. When the ice dragon reappeared, it was already miles away. The night breeze caresses, the leaves sway, but the surrounding area is silent, as if nothing has happened in general. Elder Dragon, you sensed it too? Around the ice dragon, a large number of good demons swarmed around it. The ice dragon nodded, and then his gaze went to the group of good demons. Who was over here just now? Back to Senior. It's the little demons who are practicing here. A few thousand-year-old lesser demons walked out of the crowd, but they were trembling, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat visible to the naked eye. Did you guys see anything? Back to Elder Dragon. We didn't see it either. A terrifying aura erupted all of a sudden. We have been scared silly, prostrate and trembling. The ice dragon sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes swept over the crowd one by one, and after seeing that the aura had completely disappeared into thin air, his entire being also frowned. But a little later, alright, all disperse, cultivate individually, and if you find anything, come and tell me at the first opportunity. Yes, the crowd of good demons scattered in all directions upon hearing the words, but they all had palpitations in their hearts. Ice Dragon was in the same heavy mood, and checked around again, and still found nothing. With nothing to show for it, he slowly took a step and turned back, passing by a cat demon and casually sweeping it without paying much attention to it. When he came over just now, this cat was here, but its breath was very weak, just a small demon with 200 years of Dao. Nowadays, there are millions of good demons in the Pekyang region, and it is not strange to have a cat demon. What the ice dragon didn't know, however, was that after he left, the cat's complexion began to become polarized. Look, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Do you really think we can't kill you? Inside the cat's body, a voice suddenly rang out, a voice that was cold, merciless, and even carried a hint of supreme majesty, but it was a female voice. After the female voice fell, another boy-like voice rang out. Linger, what just happened? It's fine. I accidentally let him release a trace of his breath, but I've suppressed it back. After the voice of a man and a woman fell, another voice sounded once again. Little doll, do you really think she can suppress me? It's just stalling for time. 3 more full moon nights and no one will be able to stop me. This voice was extremely vicissitude, but it carried a rushing evilness. What was even more surprising was that after the 3 voices fell, another voice resounded within the cat demon. Get out of my body, all of you. Get out. Get out. 4 courses in all. The last course was a faint to the point of being faint, but an exasperated female voice. A cat demon with 4 different voices inside. If Lin Sini were here at this moment, she would definitely be able to recognize that this cat was no other living being. It was none other than the Miki that she had raised for many years. the kitty that had been secretly following her around. Although 4 different voices resounded within the cat demon's body, the outside was silent and unchanged. The cat was still the same cat, its eyes sometimes confused, sometimes clearing up. The other end. As the ice dragon turned around and returned, the Phoenix and the others were already waiting here. Anything? Phoenix was the first to ask. The ice dragon shook his head, but his gaze towards Lin Sinny became different. Ms. Lin, are you sure you came alone? I'm sure. This senior. Is there something wrong? Lin Sinny tensed up all of a sudden as well. The ice dragon's words had made it obvious that something seemed to be following her. Although she still didn't know that the man in white clothes in front of her was the divine dragon. She was afraid that anyone who could come in and out of the eastern suburbs villa nowadays was an exceptionally powerful being. The ice dragon smiled and pondered for a little while, and said bluntly, just now, we sensed an extremely terrifying aura. This aura, even if it's us, we feel very uneasy and restless. If I'm not wrong, it should be an extremely terrifying existence. After the ice dragon finished speaking, his gaze was like a torch as he kept staring at Lin Sinny for a little while before continuing to speak. And you have a trace of the same scent. You should have been infected recently. Ms. Lin, have you been in contact with anyone recently? Or any living beings? Lin Sinny's pretty face suddenly became unusually pale as she followed the sound. She was followed by a terrifying being? She thought carefully. No, I haven't come into contact with any people since I returned to Pekyung City, much less any living beings, and have only stayed with my family. Lin Sinny's beautiful eyes moved slightly as she said truthfully. The ice dragon and Phoenix, several people all looked at each other when they saw this. It was obvious that the other party did not look like they were lying. What now? The Phoenix looked at the ice dragon and said with a grave expression. The ice dragon looked down and pondered for a little while, then shook his head. The other party doesn't know if it's a foe or a friend. If it's a foe, it's hard to imagine the consequences. If it's possible, Ms. Lin, can you stay for the time being, and wait for the Lord to come back before you make a decision? Demon hunters have demon chasing techniques, so when that coat of cloth returns, they might be able to find out what's going on. Although the ice dragon did not trace the source of the aura, it was nonetheless certain that the aura was, by no means, a human, but a demon that did not know how terrifying it was. After all, that aura was only fleeting, flickering twice, and based on that alone, the ice dragon and the others were unable to judge the other party's strength and cultivation, and could only determine that it was exceptionally terrifying. Lin Sinny followed the voice while she froze, and after considering it for a while, she still nodded. And that's all. Chen Bei all knew nothing about it. At this moment, he was still frantically impacting his cultivation level. Above the endless ocean, the thick breath seemed to collapse the mountains and rivers. Break! Boom! Chen Bei once again impacted the shackle barrier, his body trembling violently as his terrifying mana blasted into the transparent shackle. Finally, catching dash! A tiny cracking sound resounded in the sea of chi. But on top of the transparent shackle barrier, silk cracks began to emerge, but it still didn't collapse. However, this scene caused Chen Bei's mind to be shaken. This is a sign that the shackles are about to be broken. 7 years, 6 years of hard work, 1 year of impact, and finally hope. Chen Bei didn't hesitate. When both of them were in a flurry of energy, he crazily absorbed the spiritual origin essence, transformed it into mana, and continuously bombarded the barriers, with one blast after another. The cracks in the shackle barriers at the top of the Chi Sea gradually widened and began to spread throughout the entire Chi Sea, like glass that was about to break, covered in spider web-like cracks. Chen Bei looked inwardly at this Chi Sea of his own, and his breathing began to become rapid. King Realm, he was only one step away from being a King Master. This was something Chen Bei couldn't even dare to think about. 7 years of King Master level Demon Hunter with a King Master realm cultivation. This was something that was simply impossible if it was placed in the 10,000 Demons continent. Yet here he did it, under heavy reinforcement, for 7 years the King's division. Not only that, cultivating here, Chen Bei's fleshly body reached an incredible strength, and the changes were simply incomparable. Boom! With another shock. Finally, the shackles on the top of the Sea of Chi shattered with a loud bang, and the entire shackle barrier fell apart and disintegrated. Chapter 106, King Master Chen Bei. Another great terror. Boom! The moment the shackle barrier shattered with a bang, Chen Bei's body shook. His Chi Sea trembled, and endless qualitatively compressed mana rushed to the sky, instantly disappearing into the top of that layer of shackles, and disappearing into the endless dome of the Chi Sea. The Sea of Chi was equivalent to another small world within a demon hunter's body, where all the essence of a demon hunter's power was gathered. Not only that, the moment the shackle barriers shattered, suddenly, the oceanic spiritual origin essence rose up from that oceanic sea and was crazily devoured and absorbed into Chen Bei's body. After the endless spiritual origin essence entered the body, after running through several large circumference days, it transformed into a stream of terrifying mana that poured into the sea of Qi. At this moment, the mana cultivated by Qin Bei utilizing the spirit source essence Qi was far more terrifying than before by an unknown number of times, and the shocking aura contained within it was incomparably astonishing even around Qin Bei. Not only that, in the past, when he was cultivating, mana was a colorless and formless kind of energy body, but nowadays, he could see it through his inner vision. That trace of terrifying mana seemed to begin to materialize and take on a color visible to the naked eye. Only this color, still somewhat transparent, like watercolor, but exudes a world of power, as if visible and touchable. Rumble. Qin Bei's surroundings were roaring loudly as endless spiritual origin essence Qi gathered around his body, so thick that it could not be melted away, and his physical body, which was like a voracious abyss, kept devouring these spiritual origin essence Qi. At the peak, however, it was staggering to see that the ocean was covered with a continuous stream of spiritual origin essence rising from the ground. And after the endless spiritual source essence Qi transformed into an ocean of mana, it madly surged into the dome of the Sea of Qi, where bursts of annihilating power erupted, and it seemed that something power coalesced and took shape. Qin Bei's inner vision felt his own scalp explode as he looked at the starry river of upwelling mana. Before this, he was only a ninth-order demon hunter, and although he knew that the King Realm was terrifying, he didn't expect such a shocking and drastic change to occur. Qin Bei still remembered that when he was promoted from the 8th rank to the 9th rank, the gap that was like a rift in the sky had been astonishing. Unexpectedly, the promotion of the 9th rank to the King Realm gave off a feeling that could not be rivaled by countless heavenly rifts put together. Time passes slowly. Qin Bei no longer remembered how long he had been absorbing the spiritual origin essence, not to mention how much qualitatively different mana had surged above the Qi Sea Vault. Until a certain point. Rumble. The Sea of Qi roared loudly in the dome of the sky, and a destructive aura violently erupted from above, terrifying as it was. Next moment, Qin Bei saw a drop of crystal-clear water droplet, crashing down from above the dome of the Qi Sea. As that drop of water droplet dripped down, a monstrous breath filled the Qi Sea, eventually settling on top of it with a boom. Qin Bei couldn't help but be moved at the sight. The terrifying power emanating from the drop of crystal-clear water bead as he examined it with his inner vision was astounding. It's actually coalesced into liquid form? Qin Bei was shocked. He thought that he had read all the ancient books in the 10,000 Demons continent, and had seen descriptions of the King Realm, and had even read the breakthrough epiphanies and phenomena left behind by quite a number of King Masters, but he had never heard of anyone who would condense a water bead after a breakthrough. Or rather, it was mana fluid, something that had never existed before. Qin Bei's mind moved slightly as he tried to mobilize the power inside. In an instant, boom dash, a force that seemed to collapse the void erupted from within him, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, terrifying to an unbelievable extent. And this, just mobilizing a sliver of power inside the mana liquid. Just a sliver. Yet it gave off a feeling that seemed to be able to collapse 100,000 mountains. Is this the power of the King's Master? Even Qin Bei was surprised. Or rather, it was a power that was even more terrifying than the King's Master. Obviously at the King Master realm, his power was astonishingly terrifying and had far exceeded the descriptions in those ancient books. Could it be because of the spirit source essence and that power? Were they the ones that caused a qualitative change in my cultivation? This is the only explanation for the factors that have shaped this situation. What Qin Bei was using to cultivate at the moment was spirit source essence Qi, and throughout the ages, he had barely heard of anyone who was cultivating with this kind of heaven-defying Qi. What countless people cultivated were all auras, which were under the spiritual source liquid, which were below the spiritual source Qi, which remained under the spiritual source essence. In other words, the reason for the formation of this mana liquid was most likely the spirit source essence, and if absorbing the spiritual origin essence to cultivate was already so terrifying, would it be even more perverse to be able to absorb the spiritual origin essence to cultivate both the oceanic spiritual origin essence liquid below to cultivate? Think about it. Qin Bei slowly got up and cast his gaze down to the ocean below. At this moment, his entire person had undergone a shocking change. Merely standing in the void, he already gave off a terrifying invisible pressure. This kind of pressure, not the pressure generated when releasing cultivation mana, but as if it was an innate king's might, even if it was just a sweeping glance. The soul was trembling. The king's division Qin Bei, rise, stare a little. Qin Bei slightly raised his hand and lightly shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying power swept across the endless airspace, like a thunderbolt falling into the ocean below. Rumble. For a time, this side of the earth and sky trembled, and the endless ripples of power were like the power of extinction, piercing through the void and surfacing in that oceanic sea. A drop of seawater seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, detaching itself from the surface of the sea and coming out, slowly rising up amidst the endless waves. However, it only left the surface of the sea by less than 10 inches and suddenly fell down again. Along with the fall of that drop of seawater, the entire ocean sea instantly rolled up in monstrous waves, and there seemed to be endless fluctuations in the power of great terror, causing a great world to tremble violently. What a terrifying spirit source essence! Just one drop, but it's so powerful? Chen Bei's face changed drastically. Even if it was him nowadays, the King Master Chen Bei, surprisingly, he was unable to make that drop of seawater soar upwards, and as the seawater fell, the great terrifying power inside it even caused the entire ocean to have a chain reaction. Is this the truly terrifying aspect of the spirit source essence? Chen Bei's heart was flooded with monstrous waves, and he had an illusion. If a drop of seawater could be taken out and then thrown from high altitude to a world, I am afraid that world would be crushed, and it would be a realm that would be crushed. For example, the 10,000 Demons continent. This made Chen Bei's heart flutter. How does the world withstand something so horrible? Chen Bei felt his scalp tingle. A drop of spirit source essence liquid had such power, and the spirit source essence liquid underneath the Blue Star continent's ground was an endless ocean. What kind of power would it have to be? And not only was this world not collapsed by this great terrifying force, not to mention, it was even able to catch this oceanic sea and let it flow silently. What kind of substance would have to be beneath the ocean to withstand this great terrorizing force? For a while, this world was no longer as simple as just a continent in Chen Bei's eyes. Everything here was far beyond his perception. Or rather, far beyond the world's perception. Chapter 107, The King's Mighty Pressure. The lightning struck Book Evergreen, standing alone for a long time above the ocean. Only then did Chen Bei gradually withdraw his thoughts, and the more he understood the terror of the spirit source essence, the more his heart had some conclusions. Perhaps the real catastrophe of this world was not the demon race that was invading it all, much less that demon emperor. The true great catastrophe was behind the heavenly pass mentioned by the demon emperor last time, behind the ancient city pass that had reflected the end of the universe in order to deflect the demon emperor's blow for him. Until then, Chen Bei looked at the terrifying to the point of palpitating the sea of spirit source essence under his feet. Suddenly it seemed to catch something, associated with something. He clearly remembered that last time, behind that ancient city that reflected the end of this universe, a shadow that pierced the sky seemed to have appeared above the distant skyline. That shadow enveloped the entire ancient city, and at first, Chen Bei didn't care, thinking that that ancient city was that sight, thinking that it was equally night there. But at this moment, when I think about it carefully, the ancient city pass at that time had a little bit of light in certain corners. That is to say, the heavenly pass at that time was light. It was daytime, and the shadow that held up the sky was not night, but some kind of being blocking the light, plunging the entire vastness of the ancient gateway into gloom. Think about it. Chen Bei's entire body pores were slightly open and he felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of beings could envelop a demon emperor and a side of the imperial pass? Was it also here for this ocean of spirit source essence? Or was there some other secret that he didn't know about? Chen Bei was once again in a fog, but he quickly shook his head. These were not within his reach for the time being, yet he could never help but think about them. After discarding these thoughts, Chen Bei once again looked towards the endless ocean. King Master Realm. I wonder what position I can descend to nowadays. Mumbles for a while. Chen Bei mobilized his mana and slowly fell towards the bottom. The spirit source essence couldn't get it up. If he could go down to the surface of the sea, he could likewise use the spirit source essence to cultivate. However, after only going down 100 feet, that terrifying force was even more terrifying and horrifying. Around the present day, he could only descend to 100 feet under his full strength. In the future, it will be possible to cultivate at 100 feet. I wonder if the speed will be faster. And the spiritual origin essence absorbed here is also much purer than the aptly located one. After a moment of emotion, Chen Bei slowly soared, his body going all the way upwards, gradually withdrawing from this heaven and earth, withdrawing from the shocking great formation. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue cultivating, but now that he had been here for 7 years and 7 days had passed in the outside world, it was time to go out and have a look. Furthermore, while his cultivation had stepped into the king realm, his merit had not increased, strictly speaking. At this moment, Chen Bei was only stepping into the king realm in terms of cultivation, and the merit he had accumulated was still at the 9th rank, not counting as a true king master, only by continuing to subdue demons and eliminate devils, and accumulating enough merit, could he advance to the king realm demon hunter in one fell swoop? If in the future, we can also allow the millions of good demons of Peak Young to enter and cultivate inside, in time, it might be a force so terrifying that it's unimaginable for me. Taking a deep look at the shocking grand formation, Chen Bei's thought flickered away, followed by a flash of his body and disappeared into the ground of the eastern suburb, and at this moment within the eastern suburb of the villa, Still can't reach His Excellency? The phoenix frowned slightly and looked towards the ice dragon. Appropriately, after a few people brought Lin Sini to the villa, they continued to try to get in touch with Chen Bei. Logically, the ice dragon and the others had the demon subduing seal in their heads, so as long as they weren't at the ends of the earth, they would be able to get in touch with Chen Bei. A few people, however, did not know that the astonishing array that was as big as the sky was capable of severing all connections. The ice dragon shook his head as he sniffed. He had been trying to establish a connection with Chen Bei all this time, but he was slow to do so, and it was as if that coat of cloth had disappeared from this world. But violently, the ice dragon and the others all raised their heads in a heck of a way. There, several people were suddenly overjoyed. That subtle connection between the demon hunter and the subjugated good demon suddenly reacted at this moment. The Phoenix and Lu Tiannan, several people could also sense Chen Bei's presence, and one by one, they suddenly breathed a huge sigh of relief, and were preparing to transmit Chen Bei's stall through the demon subduing seal. Suddenly, Mr. Chen? Lin Xiao, who was standing at the entrance of the villa, suddenly opened his mouth. The crowd followed the sound and looked, but they saw a coat of cloth from the depths of the night, slowly walking. However, when the ice dragon and the others saw the figure, they were all slightly stunned, and then their eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, Chen Bei was like a lotus flower with each step, and with each step, invisible Tao rhythms blossomed on the soles of his feet, and an aura of a human king came over him. His cloth clothes moved slightly, walking idly, the night wind blew up 3,000 hair, and the horrible pressure seemed to be able to suppress all the enemies in the world. Every time Chen Bei took a step, that side of the night sky seemed to tremble and resonate, as if endless living beings were paying homage. This was the King Realm, or rather, this was the King Realm that belonged uniquely to Chen Bei, and a single drop of mana liquid was enough to collapse a side of heaven and earth. The crowd was stunned. With a step of several miles and a few slight steps, that coat of cloth had already descended on the villa in the eastern suburb, and that's when, Barta, Lin Xiao outside the villa looked as if he was crushed by some kind of pressure. His legs bent uncontrollably, and he suddenly plopped down on the ground, his face extremely pale and powerless. Not only that, even a few people in the villa, but also by the king's might pressure to gasp, almost to kneel down. If not the ice dragon release a trace of dragon gas wrapped around the crowd, inevitably will really be the king's might pressure bend the knee. King Realm, the realm of the king, the human king's aura is born, but all beings who step into this realm will have a king's aura, or a king's domain, around their body. However, any spirit that stepped into the king's domain would be enveloped by the king's might and kneel down uncontrollably to worship the king of men. Chen Bei's brows furrowed slightly at the sight, and he quickly realized what was going on as he hurriedly collected his breath and concealed the king's mighty pressure. It was only until that invisible pressure dissipated that Lin Xiao was relieved and directly paralyzed on the ground. Are you okay? Chen Bei waved his hand and struck out a trace of soft mana, which surged into Lin Xiao's body, and only then did the latter ease up. But in his eyes there was a look of shock. Appropriately that kind of feeling. He did not know what is going on, only know that when Mr. close to his own, his body as if he did not listen to the general. Autonomous kneeling, that is an indescribable and indistinguishable suppression. And that's when, King's pressure, my lord, you've broken through the King Realm? The ice dragon and the others had long been dumbfounded, their hearts flooding with huge waves. At this moment, after Chen Bei had collected his breath, he had truly returned to the basics, and the entire person looked like a mortal. No, I should say it looked more like a mortal than a mortal. There was no power fluctuation on his body, even his breath. It was endlessly calm. Chen Bei smiled faintly at the crowd as he sniffed, then stepped inside. However, the people were all frozen on the spot, their eyes filled with shock. Beside the ice dragon, the two great Jinghua envoys, Xu Changqing and Empty Changlin, were even more dumbfounded, with unprecedented shock written all over their faces. That's right, even the two major town guard envoys had sensed that pressure just now, and it was truly the king's pressure. It wasn't just a king's pressure, it was a king's pressure that was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. That kind of invisible field is trembling, from the depths of the soul wanting to worship. If the ice dragon had not released its dragon chi just now, they had the illusion that they were no better than Lin Xiao. Under kings, all are ants, and saints at the top of the heap have to bow down. Seeing Chen Bei naturally smile, everyone was struck by lightning. Mr. Chen, you really stepped into the King Realm? Book Chongqing, long before swallowing a mouthful of saliva, suddenly felt dry mouth, eyes full of horror. One must realize that for Chen Bei, he was in the 7th year of the King Realm, but for Book Evergreen Ice Dragon and the others, it was only a week that had passed. In 1 week's time, a king is born. How could this not shock a few people? Seeing Chen Bei smiling without saying anything, the crowd immediately understood everything. He, indeed, stepped into the King Realm. 7 days, King Realm. Oh my. How is this possible? Chapter 108, The Crippled Demon Emperor. Oh my god. How is this possible? Book Evergreen's entire body froze in place, half speechless. A few days ago, he was still in the sacred realm. Although those magical arts were able to exert the power at the absolute top of the sacred realm in the face of the demon temporal period due to the power of the two paths of heaven and earth's two poles suppressing the demon race, but when facing the human race, he was truly in the sacred realm, and he had just stepped into the sacred realm not long ago, and with years of experience in the sacred realm, Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin could be sure that this coat of cloth was the early stage of the sacred ones, but it had only been a few short days since he had disappeared, and he had unexpectedly leaped into a King Realm powerhouse. How can this not let Book Changqing and Empty Changlin feel shocked? No, this is no longer shocked can be described. Two people at this time deep inside, has long been flooded with huge waves. The brain is a blank. This breakthrough speed was like a deification, so terrifying that it was unbelievable and even a bit frightening. One should know that the two of them, in addition to being a party's town envoys, were also the children of the Saint Clan, and around those Saint Clan terrorists, it was impossible for them to have such a fast breakthrough speed, and it should be said that this would never happen. He, Shu Changqing, had stepped into the sage entry for so many years without ever touching the King Realm shackles, but the person in front of him, terrifying, too terrifying. Mr. Chen, how on earth did you do that? This is simply impossible. Empty Changlin for a long time back to God, until after a long time, only then straight call impossible. Look at Chen Bei's eyes as if looking at monsters in general. It's so mystical. It's like listening to a mythological story. And the shock was far more than just Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin. Those who felt incomparably shocked were also the Ice Dragon and Phoenix, as well as Lu Tiannan and the others, especially the Ice Dragon and Phoenix. The two had already reached this level, and back then, when they were in the demon domain, they had come into contact with the Heavenly Demon King, and knew how terrifying the King Realm was. The Heavenly Demon King was already the king of the heavenly demons, the head of all demons, and his strength, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, was so terrifying that it caused millions of demon clans to tremble. And I'm afraid that a King Division level demon hunter is even more terrifying to the point of being unimaginable. Furthermore, the sight of a king in the world as Chen Bei walked in just now had been lingering in the minds of the two. The Ice Dragon and Phoenix could be certain that this king master in front of them was far more terrifying than all the kings they had come into contact with in the past. Heart for a long time cannot be calmed at the same time. The Ice Dragon and the Phoenix glanced at each other, or from each other's eyes to see some kind of emotional fluctuations. A strange thought rose in both men's minds: follow the right person. For the shock of Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin and the others, Chen Bei didn't explain too much. In fact, the moment he broke through the King Realm, he himself felt very shocked. After a short period of horror, although the crowd's hearts were still in turmoil, they slowly calmed down, but their gazes toward the cloth coat all underwent a shocking change. By the way, my lord, just now we were trying to contact you. Viciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the Ice Dragon took the initiative to speak, looking at Chen Bei with a gaze filled with respect. This was a king master. Even though he was about to transform into a dragon, he still felt a burst of fear. Let alone, this was an existence that had entered the king in 7 days. Contact me? Is something wrong? Chen Bei frowned slightly at the words. He naturally knew that astonishing array could isolate all connections. Even for him, once he entered under the array, he had lost some sense with the outside world. The Ice Dragon didn't hesitate when he heard this, and immediately told him everything that had happened recently. The dragon race? 3 King Realm transcendent martial artists returning? Chen Bei's brows furrowed slightly when he heard this. It was this dragon race again. The first time it was Long Tsong and Long Shangtian, the dragon clan's oldest ancestor, and now there were 3 more dragon clan kings. And after hearing that the dragon clan had already threatened to step on the Pekyang region, Chen Bei's face turned even colder. Tell the dragons, again and again and again, I don't want to be an enemy of the entire dragon clan, but that doesn't mean they can come and commit crimes. If he Dragon Clan still has people who won't listen, as long as they step into this Pekyang region, I, Chen Bei, will kill them all. Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. Chen Bei walked the Tao of Invincibility. The 5 seals sounded together, and now that he had advanced to the King Realm, his strength was not what it used to be. Not to mention, what was the heart of the Tao of Invincibility? Not fearing all powerful enemies, not fearing all life and death, and living towards death. Furthermore, take a step back. If it was before, Chen Bei might still take into account the return of the strongest people at the border. But now, even if the strongest person in this world personally descended, so what? If the big deal was to be done, it would be difficult for the 10,000 demons to enter the bottom of the astonishing formation. and it would be difficult for the powerhouses of this world, or the powerhouses of the heavens and the worlds, to shake that formation, even if the Demon Emperor were to come in person. This was undoubtedly Chen Bei's biggest card, his biggest dependence, and he had absolutely no worries. Although the Grand Formation had a repulsive effect on the demon race, and it wasn't that simple for Mu Nanshu and the others to enter, Chen Bei had established a connection with the astonishing Grand Formation, and through some means, it wasn't difficult to enter. This is just like the locking tower. The demon race want to go in and out, unless the strength and the establishment of the locking tower of people even more horrible. Otherwise it cannot do in and out of the free. But if by the layout of the locking tower of the demon hunter, bring the demon race in or released, are not a problem. Shocking array is the same reason, only that array, not only for the demon race, all races as long as they try to attack or enter, all can trigger the array to blast and kill. Of course, Chen Bei wouldn't do that as a last resort. The bottom of the shocking array is dead silent, and with all the restrictions, it is an excellent place to practice, but by no means is it the best place to live. The Ice Dragon and the others all responded with promises. Now that Chen Bei had stepped into the King Realm, he naturally did not need to worry about the Dragon Race's King Realm powerhouses coming to commit crimes. Yet another matter could not be ignored. My lord, there is another matter that is perhaps even more tricky and terrifying than the Dragon King's attack. Ice Dragon and the others told each and every one of the events that happened just now outside the eastern suburb villa. An aura of supreme terror? After hearing the Ice Dragon and the others describe that aura, Chen Bei's brows were almost on the verge of wrinkling into a Chuan character. An aura that could cause a living being that was only a hair's breadth away from transforming into a dragon to feel terrified. It was hard to imagine what level of existence that could be. What realm demon race do you guys think it will be? Chen Bei looked towards the Ice Dragon and Phoenix. Both of them were of the same demon race and were beings that came over from the demon domain. So naturally, they were doubly familiar with the power of the demon race. After all, the demon race that was invading the Blue Star continent had demons of all levels, and even demon emperors had appeared across world barriers. The Ice Dragon and Phoenix glanced at each other at the words, and then blurted out, "We suspect that it is the aura of the Demon Emperor." After the Ice Dragon spoke, the Phoenix nodded. "Before Brother Long and I came over to the Blue Star continent, we were once over in the demon domain, and we also felt the aura of a Demon Emperor. And if we didn't sense it wrongly, that should be a Demon Emperor. But it's a crippled Demon Emperor, although that breath was not very complete. With defects, the Ice Dragon and the Phoenix could roughly feel it. And it was precisely for this reason that the two just now would look so frightened and apprehensive. However, when these words came out, Shu Chongqing and Empty Changlin were shocked. Demon Emperor? Could it be the same level of being as the one that stood at the end of the universe to suppress Mr. Chen that time? Empty Changlin directly exclaimed in shock. The thought just popped up. Both of the two major town guard envoys were filled with horror. Chapter 109, The Demon Emperor reappears. Both of them dumbfounded. When Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin sensed that terrifying aura just now, they also felt a chill down their spines, as if their souls were swinging. However, the two were ultimately transcendent martial artists and did not understand the demon race as well as the Ice Dragon and Phoenix. They only knew that the original owner of that scent was very scary, but they couldn't tell that. However, at this moment, when they heard the two Ice Dragons say that the aura was suspected to be released by the Demon Emperor, they froze on the spot. Don't misunderstand the two lords. We're just suspicious. Moreover, he should only be a crippled Demon Emperor, and naturally can't be compared to the one at the end of the universe that day, the Ice Dragon explained. Phoenix, however, was of a different opinion, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's weak. Although that breath was just a flash in the pan, I always had a feeling that it wasn't a breath that he took the initiative to collect. It was more like there was another force that forcefully suppressed it back to him, because the breath appeared off and on twice. After the Phoenix finished speaking, the Ice Dragon also caught something and its face changed violently. If the Phoenix was right, then that meant that the other force might be even more terrifying, or at least a force that could suppress that crippled Demon Emperor's aura. For a moment, Chen Bei's pupils narrowed slightly as well. Could it be the Devil's Advent? Does the crippling aura of the Demon Emperor, Demon Pro count? Strictly speaking, it should count, but Demon Pro was a half-step Emperor Realm Demon Emperor, and his strength had fallen to a low point nowadays. In response, both the Ice Dragon and the Phoenix shook their heads. Regarding the news about Devil Pro, Lu Tiannan went to confirm it. Devil Pro had been driven to the South Ridge generation by the Yin clan's royal family in conjunction with the returning transcendent martial artists since the return of the border martial artists, turning the place into the Devil's Ridge, and shouldn't have come over to the right place. Furthermore, with Demon Pro's temperament, if it was really his arrival, he would definitely stir up the party and walk into the Pekyang region brightly. If it wasn't Demon Pro, Then wouldn't that mean that there was still a second crippled demon emperor hidden in the Blue Star continent? Not only that, this crippled demon emperor's power seemed to be different from Demon Pro, with a high probability of having quite a bit of demon emperor power. And that force that was suspected to be suppressing this crippled demon emperor, what was it? A third crippled demon emperor? Or a demon hunter? Think about it. Chen Bei's eyes had the slightest hint of a strange light flickering in them. If that was the case, then this crippled demon emperor must have survived a long time ago as well, and he might know quite a few of the Blue Star continent's secrets. With regards to this continent, Chen Bei was now in a state of doubt, and if he could, he would have loved to sit down and talk with these crippled demon emperors. It is like a demon coming. Chen Bei already had plans. We'll find a time in the future to pay a visit to the South Ridge. From Devil Pro's mouth, he might be able to know quite a lot. For example, which demon domain he came from, what kind of people sealed him long ago, where those people went nowadays, and how much he knew about that astonishing great formation, whether he had heard of the Heavenly Pass, etc., etc., etc. After the last encounter, Chen Bei felt that this demon emperor had the opportunity to communicate, but it was just that it was in the midst of the 30th mega change, and since he didn't understand the other party, he didn't have the chance to inquire. However, now that Demon Pro hadn't even made contact there, the aura of a crippled demon emperor suddenly appeared again. This continent is really getting interesting. As Chen Bei was secretly pondering, Lin Sinny, who was on the side, but her pretty face was pale and bloodless. Nowadays, even if she was stupid, she knew what the demon emperor stood for, and the chatting of a few people just now had undoubtedly pushed her into a certain state. And when Chen Bei heard that Lin Sinny also had a trace of that aura on her, he couldn't help but look at the other party. In fact, when he first came to this world, he sensed a trace of a different kind of demonic aura in Lin Sinny. However, at that time, Chen Bei did not think much about it. After all, that trace of demonic chi was very weak, and at that time, Lin Sinny was not related to him. Plus he had just arrived at the Blue Star continent, so it was better to do more than less. It's a bit surprising. I didn't expect that it would be a trace of Demon Emperor level demonic chi. Even Chen Bei was a bit surprised at this moment. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ice Dragon and the Phoenix had detected the crippled Demon Emperor's aura today, it would indeed be difficult to associate the faint trace of demonic aura on Lin Sinny's body with the Demon Emperor. After all the breath are based on the strength of its performance and thus determine the strength of the other side. Who would have thought that so weak a trace of demonic chi, but there is such a big head. After a brief frown, Chen Bei didn't hesitate and immediately raised his hand slightly, casting a spell to try and track some. Boom! In an instant, within the villa's hall, countless golden runes emerged, and those golden runes nowadays, one by one, were bright and dazzling, like a round of dazzling blazing suns, condensing out of thin air. At the same time, on Lin Sinny's body, a trace of demonic chi that was invisible to the naked eye was extracted and integrated into the endless runes. However, Chen Bei could not help but frown. Untraceable? The crowd was stunned at the words, but they couldn't trace it, and the original owner of the silk demonic chi was as if it no longer existed. How come? The Ice Dragon and the Phoenix also looked incredulous. The tracking spell of a King Master level demon hunter. There was even a time when it failed? There's only one possibility. He is not within the body. Or rather, the body has been destroyed, and it is only the demon soul that has parasitized some being. Chen Bei muttered that this was the only possibility to escape the demon hunter's tracking spell. Let's see whose body you're parasitizing. Whisper a word. Chen Bei did not hesitate and immediately recast the demonic chi reappearance technique. This is a demon hunter's demon recognition technique. If a demonic soul seized other living beings and parasitized its soul in a certain living being, then by virtue of its demonic aura, it could reveal the physical appearance of the parasitized living being through its magic spells. As soon as Chen Bei said this, Lin Sinny on the side instantly tensed up, her heart thumping and feeling her mouth dry. Appropriately, the Ice Dragon had already asked her what people she had recently come into contact with, and the implication was already clear, that the crippled Demon Emperor was by her side. Or rather, it was a being that had recently come into contact with her, but Lin Sinny could never recall who she had come into contact with. If I had to say who I was in contact with, it would be my parents, and my younger sister, Lin Xinyue. Other than that, who else? But none of that mattered. The cloth was about to reveal the answer. Don't show yourself yet? It was accompanied by a soft cry from Chen Bei. Suddenly, boom! But see the endless runes vibrate. A trace of demonic gas rises up, gradually half virtual and half illusory materialized in the void. Immediately after that, the demonic aura twisted and distorted, slowly molding a figure. Starting with a petite head, erect ears, and a furry neck, followed by a body, claws, and a spirited furry tail. When the illusory being was molded, the crowd fixed their eyes on it and were all slightly stunned. Why a cat? That's right. What was reproduced was an extremely cute kitten, and the cat's demeanor was alive and well, just like a real living thing. However, the moment the kitten appeared, there were two figures that shook violently, staring there with eyes full of disbelief, their entire being shocked beyond words. These two were no other than Lin Sinny and Ice Dragon. Mickey, is it? Chapter 110, Tracing the Past. Mickey? It's him? Lin Sinny and the Ice Dragon opened their mouths almost at the same time, both of their faces written with incredulous shock. It was obvious that the kitten's shaping had caused both of them to show extreme consternation. Only the two men are not in the same line of shock. How could it be? How could it be Mickey? Lin Sinny stared blankly at the figure of Michi that came alive in the void. Although what Qianbei had reproduced was only an illusory spirit, yet with just a glance, she recognized Michi's identity. The cat, a pet she had had for years, had been with her since her brother's accident. To be precise, the cat should have been bred by Lin Sinny's younger brother, but after his death, she left Mickey behind. The reason why Lin Sinny was able to recognize Michi at once, apart from the fact that they had been together for many years, there was also the small pendant hanging around Mickey's neck. It was a festive concentric knot, a birthday gift from her brother on his birthday, which later hung around Mickey's neck. For a while, all sorts of things about Michael began to surface in Lin Sinny's mind. Team Lin, this cat of yours is so strange. It's been raised for many years, right? How come it feels like it hasn't changed at all? As if it won't age. The words of a coworker once rang in my ears. Little girl, there is something wrong with that cat of yours. Once I saw it, it was actually writing, and after it finished writing it erased it for itself. Really? Auntie didn't lie to you. Why don't you, a little girl, believe it? The words of the neighbor lady also resurfaced again. Not only that, Lin Sinny even recalled a certain time when she was on the phone with her mother. Sinny, is Mickey back? I saw Mickey today, in your brother's room. Mom, how can that be? I'm thousands of miles away from our home. Besides, I just fed it in the morning, and now it's right next to me. Are you looking at it wrong? Was I wrong? Sinny, but I really saw Mickey, and it was still standing on your brother's bed, just looking straight at me. Mom, maybe you're looking at it wrong. It should be the neighbor's. It looks very similar to ours. You must be mistaken. At this moment, when she recalled the conversation with her mother on the phone, Lin Sinny felt her scalp tingle and her body was covered in goosebumps. On top of that, a scene from the past was awakened in Lin Sinny's memory. She clearly remembered that once Qianbei had handed her a bell, which had ended up being given to Michi and disappeared afterward. There was also Mickey's look when he saw the bell at that time. Lin Sinny didn't care at that time and subconsciously ignored the past, but now when she recalled it, that look, it was such an image. The bell, most likely it gave it away. There's also the Qiankuan voodoo sword. Lin Sinny clearly remembered that Michi had disappeared after she had returned from Tiannan City, and on her trip to Tiannan City, Qianbei had given her an ancient sword, the Qiankuan voodoo sword. It was scared away by the Qiankuan vermilion sword, or rather, it was the Qiankuan vermilion sword that made it hide. The purpose was to keep itself from discovering its identity as a demon. After all, the Qiankuan vorpal sword might not be able to hurt it, but it could react. For a moment, Lin Sinny strung it all together and figured out everything, her entire body so stunned that she could barely speak. In other words, a suspected crippled demon emperor had been following him around for several years, and even though it was hiding because of the Qiankuan vermilion sword, it was still hiding in the shadows. What was its purpose in following itself around? Why do you keep following? Lin Sinny felt a chill run down her spine. Even if it hadn't harmed herself, being followed by a demon suspected to be the crippled demon emperor, and you still didn't know of its existence, it was a person who would feel apprehensive and uneasy, especially if it was also present around your loved ones. Lin Sinny was stunned and feeling terrified at the same time. The ice dragon similarly rippled inwardly. The moment the kitten's physical appearance appeared, he immediately associated it with something. Brother Long? What? You recognize it? The phoenix was also surprised how the ice dragon had gotten out of the way. The ice dragon sniffed at this and then after self-consciousness, he spoke out the experience he had just now. Strictly speaking, he didn't recognize this crippled demon emperor, but he had seen this cat demon, and just now, when he was chasing that scent, he had swept the other party. It was only because that cat's cultivation was weak at the time that he had overlooked it. Now that I think about it, it is it undoubtedly. At that time, all the good demons were trembling with fear. Only its demeanor seems to tend to be calm, although there is also a pretense of panic. But a glance can be seen. How did I leave this point out? The ice dragon was dismayed and at the same time felt some self-condemnation and pity. But things have come to this point. Mist is mist, and really want to find out at that time. What will happen is still not clear. Around the ice dragon may not necessarily be able to leave the other side, and may even have accidents. Tell all the good demons that once they find this cat, don't do anything rash and tell me immediately. Chen Bei's face changed slightly. A crippled demon emperor lingering in the Pekyang region was like a time bomb. Not to mention, nowadays it was unknown how strong that crippled demon emperor was. For a while, all the good demons in the entire Pekyang region received the cat demon's image, causing a momentary sensation. However, millions of good demons, but there is no longer a trace of the cat demon. It is like evaporation of the general. Chen Bei, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again. Lin Sini looked at Chen Bei and the others who were full of gravity and wanted to speak. If she had known that there was such a horrible creature beside her, she wouldn't have come to the eastern suburbs villa. But now, she didn't help, but instead brought trouble. Ms. Lin, this has nothing to do with you. I'm curious to know why it keeps following you. Just now, you said it was Mickey? Mickey is the name of this cat demon? Chen Bei looked at Lin Sini, a touch of doubt flaring up in his eyes. It didn't make sense for a crippled demon emperor to follow an ordinary girl, and if he did, it meant that the girl wasn't ordinary or something had happened to her. Lin Sini didn't hesitate when she heard this and immediately told everything she knew. So, the cat was owned by your brother? And the cat has been following you since your brother left? After Chen Bei finished speaking, Lin Sini nodded. In that case, this may be out of your brother's place. Ms. Lin, could you fetch me some of your brother's relics from his life? Perhaps we can discover something. Chen Bei opened his mouth. According to Lin Sini, if her brother died at the hands of the demon race, it was most likely related to this cat. And maybe it was also related to that crippled demon emperor. If there hadn't been the appearance of the crippled demon emperor's aura, Chen Bei wouldn't necessarily pay attention to Lin Sini's brother. But at this moment when he appeared, there was a need to get in touch with the contact. And perhaps he didn't need to go looking for Devil Pro to know quite a bit of information from long ago years ago. Yes, my brother used to wear a watch. I took it off after the incident. Thought I'd keep it as a souvenir. I'll bring it next time. Lin Sini immediately agreed. Long before this, she wanted to know what exactly happened on the day of her brother's accident and who the murderer was. Now that Chen Bei was going to check on the crippled demon emperor, he might also check on her brother. So naturally, she had no reason to refuse. However, Lin Sini's words had just fallen. Chen Bei, however, spoke up. No need for a next time. I'm coming with you here. You give me the stuff and I might be able to retrace my steps back to that time. Intuition told Chen Bei that something else must have happened on the night of Lin Sini's brother's accident. Otherwise there was no reason for a crippled demon emperor to keep following her. However, the moment Chen Bei's words fell, Lin Sini was somewhat caught off guard. Going to my house? Chapter 111 News. Concerns from all sides. Lin Sini's so-called home was naturally not her old home in Tiannan City, but the house she was renting in a hotel in Pekyang City at the moment. Since she had brought Lin's father and mother and her sister Lin Xinu to Fengyang City, she had found a hotel in Fengyang and moved there herself. At this moment, when she heard that Chen Bei wanted to go over, Lin Sini was stunned, but she didn't refuse. While the crowd rushed to a certain hotel in Fengyang, Ice Dragon had also arranged for Lu Tiannan and the others to spread Chen Bei's words. Said to spread, in fact, is the good demon between the transmission of information. Just a moment less, the news will be like a hurricane swept away. What did you say? Fengyang has just sent out a message? It was passed out. Once the news spread, it instantly swept across the entire Tiannan province. That one named Chen Bei said, again and again and again and again and again, that if any dragon race powerhouse dares to take another step into the Pekyang exotic region, all of them will be suppressed and killed. Hiss dash. Really? So domineering? Where did he get the courage to say that? Why doesn't it sound real to me? Are you kidding? Does he really think he's a god and kills whoever goes? Not even a king realm powerhouse? Oh, this is the biggest joke I've heard this year. This Chen Bei, is he crazy? The kings might even dares to desecrate it? No, this is already provocation. Is there a possibility that it's the dragon family that's provoking people? But I've heard that it's always been the dragon family that's trying to kill that Chen Bei. No matter who provokes who. It doesn't matter. What's important is that a king realm transcendent martial artist, that's a true king, the king of the human race. Even if it's placed on the border, it's still an existence that suppresses one side, threatening to kill the king. Does he have some kind of misunderstanding about the king? Although this person old man did not see with his own eyes, but I think it must be just a credulous generation. Ignorant children, just sitting in a well, not knowing the height of the sky. In vain, the king of our clan is still considering whether or not to help him, thus pulling him into our group's camp. Now it seems that it's just a rat-eyed generation that doesn't know the horror of the king. and may not even have come into contact with the King realm powerhouses. And those who have come into contact with the king would not be so loud and proud? Nowadays, information is super advanced. Although the border gate is completely collapsed, endless border gate transcendent martial artists return to the Blue Star continent. However, the information network has not been destroyed. Many transcendent martial artists received the news at the first time, and when they heard the news coming out of the Pekyang region, they all felt incomparably absurd, especially those transcendent martial artists who had seen the battle between Chen Bei and Demon Lin in Pekyang. Each one of them was as if they were listening to a joke. An entry Saint powerhouse. It had only been a few short days. What made him say such grandiose words? Mr. Chen, times have changed. A few days ago, a sacred realm entry powerhouse could indeed walk horizontally in the great backwaters of the human race. But nowadays, many transcendent martial artists secretly shook their heads, yet some were in deep thought. Do you guys think it's possible that he does have the means to subdue a king? When these words came out, they instantly set off waves. Brother, what are you talking about? The means to suppress a king? Do you think a king is just a title? That's a real king realm supreme. Under a king, all are griffins. What's a griffin? The likes of you, me, and the likes of him are all mole crickets. But have you ever thought that even if he really has not come into contact with a king realm existence as you all have said, could it be that there are so many sacred realm entering beings in the Pekyang region, as well as so many divine beasts and sacred beasts, that they haven't come into contact with them either? Don't forget, that night, there were dragons chanting and phoenixes singing, Qilin stepping into the air, and Xuanwu crossing over. As soon as these words came out, countless transcendent martial artists froze as well. Right, even if that one clothcoat was sitting in a well and watching the sky, but with so many saintly beings, as well as dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, it couldn't be that the entire Pekyang region was full of ignorant people. Does he really have the means? For a time, countless transcendent martial artists were shocked. It was simply unimaginable for the rear forces of the human race to subdue a king. Of course, there are those who maintain a different attitude. Is it possible that it's nothing more than a bluff? Knowing that the three kings of the dragon race have returned, and wanting to make use of their former fame to cover up the kings, so that the kings won't dare to make a move easily? It's not impossible, but king, is it really that easy to be bluffed? While countless transcendent martial artists were discussing, various forces were also watching from the other side of the river. Now that the catastrophe was imminent, whether it was the 8 ancient races group, or the 7 great princes alliance and the sacred mountain forces, all of them were recruiting strong people to protect themselves, and that clothcoat as a demon hunter. Although it was not considered much stronger in the eyes of some of the terrorists returning from the border, but those demon hunting techniques and means were worth being taken seriously. In the middle of a certain Du city in the southern part of the Tiannan province, you've been in close contact with that Chen Bei. What do you think about this matter? The old man sitting in the upper seat closed his eyes and did not look at Jiu, but his pale voice resounded throughout the hotel hall. Opposite the old man, Jiu bowed slightly, then shook her head. Clan elder, I don't think that person can withstand the king realm, let alone subdue a king. I was at the scene when he fought with that demonic shadow a few days ago, and although he is a demon hunter with magical techniques, his strength is that he is only a strong sainthood realm entrant, and he should be at the early stage of the sainthood realm, and has just stepped into the sainthood not long ago. Jiu carefully analyzed that it was simply impossible for an entry sacred realm transcendent to block the king realm. As for the old man in front of him, he was a clan elder of the Yen clan's royal clan, Ji Wushan, who had just returned from the border and was also a king realm. Aha! The old man nodded slightly at his words, but he was not speaking. Seeing this, Jiu exchanged a glance with Xiao Chang and stopped speaking. It was obvious that the Yen clan's royal family still hadn't given up on the idea of recruiting that demon hunter, and had even made a special trip to the king realm for this purpose. If this was placed before the return of the strong men at the border, I'm afraid that Yen would not have much hope if he wanted to recruit them. But now that the king had returned, and there were even more powerful figures descending behind him, it wasn't without hope to recruit that coat of cloth at this time. Also drawing attention was the sight of the black-clothed heaven's favorite lady who had stayed at Pekyang that day. And even the 8 ancient clan groups and the 7 royal clans alliance were also involved. For a while, countless transcendent martial artists were paying attention to the Pekyang region incident. Some sat on the sidelines and watched the fire. Some began to plot. And some still wanted to look at the situation again to wait for an opportunity to make a move. And the outside world was abuzz at the same time. Pekyang region. Inside Pekyang city. Within an ordinary 3-star hotel. Xinu. Where did your sister go? Lin mother brought the food and after placing it on the dining table, she looked at Lin Xinu and said, I don't know. Took a phone call and rushed out. Don't know what for. Lin Xinu held the brush in her hand. and after finishing the last stroke, she held the painting up to examine it and casually replied. What was drawn in the little ninja's painting was clearly the Chin Kuan voodoo sword. Lin Xianyu looked at the ancient sword she had drawn and held her chin in contemplation, then stared at the opening of the painting, as if she was talking to herself, and as if she was questioning Lin Mother. Mom, you said that Mr. Chan and sister. What kind of relationship is it? Didn't your sister tell you everything? Lin Xinyue sighed at his words and whispered. You say, how good it would be if he were my brother-in-law. What's a silly girl thinking? How could it be? A man like him shouldn't be able to look at an ordinary family like ours. And we, Cindy, can't climb up the ladder. Lin's mother shook her head and laughed before shattering her own words. Just then, however, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. I think it's your sister coming back. Go open the door for her. It's time to eat, Lin's mother urged. Lin Xianyu put down her paintbrush and got up to walk towards the door of her room. However, the moment the door of the room opened, the little ninny was the whole person froze, blinking her eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 112, No One Dares to Move. Lin Xianyu stared blankly at the several figures standing outside the door, the expression on her pretty face indescribably wonderful. But see, outside the door, beside Lin Cinny, stood a dress of cloth, like an exiled immortal descending to the earth, and behind him stood these four figures, which were the Ice Dragon, the Phoenix, the Book Evergreen, and the Empty Changlin. The four of them were also curious about that crippled demon emperor, so they followed along together. Lin Xinyue stared blankly at Chen Bei as countless images flashed rapidly in her mind. From the demonic beheading over Tiannan City, to the battle with Demon Pro in Pekyang City, and looking directly at the demon emperor, and so on. Although Lin Xinyue hadn't been able to get a good look at Chen Bei's appearance during these several shocking events, she had seen that coat of cloth from afar, coupled with the fact that Chen Bei was now standing beside Lin Cinny. She naturally recognized the person in front of her at the first moment, the very same immortal from the Pekyang region who was like a god. That's right, in Lin Xianyu's opinion again, Chen Bei was an immortal master. This was the thought of most ordinary people in the entire Pekyang city. After all, that coat of cloth was an existence that could command endless divine and holy beasts. If it were in the past, people would naturally not believe in any immortal masters, and someone who said they were an immortal master might even be scolded for being a charlatan. But today, to this day, even the divine dragon Phoenix Qilin Xuanwu these have appeared. The word immortal master naturally became. Mom, Lin Xianyu looked at the door flabbergasted. For a moment she did not know how to express the emotions that suddenly surged up in her heart. She could only subconsciously call out to Lin Mother, her words even stuttering a bit. Lin Mother sniffed and looked over as well, but due to the fact that Lin Cinny and Chen Bei and the others were standing in the blind spot of her vision, she wasn't able to see the scene that her youngest daughter had seen in the first place. Luna, what are you waiting for? Get the door out of the way. Lin Cinny looked at her frozen little sister and said with a bitter smile spreading across her face. Only then did Lin Xianyu react to the words and scrambled back 2 steps, allowing the line of people outside to walk in. The moment Lin Mother saw Chen Bei, her entire body also gave a slight lurch and froze for a moment. Mom, little sister, let me introduce you. This is Chen Bei, Mr. Chen. And these people? After Lin Cinny had introduced Chen Bei, she was about to introduce the Ice Dragon and the others, but she suddenly realized that she didn't seem to be familiar with any of them, and didn't even know each other's names. The Ice Dragon and the others seemed to have seen Lin Cinny's dilemma as well, and all of them glanced at Chen Bei, and then one by one, they took the initiative to open their mouths. Ice Dragon, Phoenix, my name is Shu Chongqing, I am Empty Changlin. When the 4 of them said this, Lin Cinny and Lin Mother didn't feel anything. However, Lin Cinny's beautiful eyes widened. Ice Dragon? Phoenix? Could it be that this man and woman in front of them were the Eastern Divine Dragon and Phoenix that they had seen on the top of the Sky Dome that night? As for Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin, although Lin Cinny couldn't hear their identities from their names, it wasn't hard to imagine that those who could stand with the Ice Dragon Phoenix, I'm afraid that their identities were as terrifying as they were. Only when the 4 introduced themselves, all of them only had one name, and Book Chongqing and Empty Changlin didn't even mention the words of any town envoy. After all, they would be insignificant compared to that coat of cloth, which was a kingly master, a human king. Oh, that. Lin's mother suddenly became a bit at a loss for words. A pair of hands didn't know where to put them. In the eyes of ordinary people like them, this coat of cloth was a celestial being, high above the world. Who would have thought that a celestial immortal master would be able to come to her home? Something that Lin's mother had not even thought about. That, Mr. Chen, you, hello. Lin Mother wiped her grease-filled hands while apprehensively coming to the front, reaching out to Chen Bei in greeting. She did not have any mental preparation and did not know what to do for a while. Meeting and shaking hands seemed to be the etiquette that was engraved in the bones of the ancient Qin people. Lin Sini looked at her sister and mother, who were at a loss for words, and bit her lips tightly. I blame myself for forgetting to bring my cell phone when I was in too much of a hurry to get out. It wouldn't have been so sudden if I had brought my cell phone and notified them in advance. However, when she saw her mother extend her somewhat greasy hand to shake hands with Chen Bei, Lin Sini's heart inexplicably throbbed for a moment. She didn't know why, but she was a little scared at the moment, afraid that Chen Bei would dislike it, afraid that her mother would be psychologically harmed. But the next moment, Chen Bei, however, gave a rare smile, reached out to shake hands with Lin mother, and said with incomparable cultivation, "Hello auntie, it's a surprise visit for us. Oh, no offense, Mr. Chen. Oh, no suddenness, Mr. Chen. All of you quickly inside. Please sit, Xiao Yu, what are you waiting for? Go move the stools. Hey. Lin Xinyue also came back to her senses this time and hurriedly greeted Chen Bei and the others as they sat down. Lin Sini looked at the appropriate Chen Bei's behavior, a hanging heart finally put down. She did not dare to covet anything, do not expect certain things, but was afraid that Chen Bei hurt his parents' heart. It was obvious that he seemed to still be the same person. Even now that he had become a king master, he was still the same Chen Bei. Chen Bei sat down after a few people sat down. "Sonny, you have a visitor?" Lin's father, wearing an apron and holding a soup spoon in his hand, walked out from the kitchen. And when he saw the coat of cloth, the whole person couldn't help but be stumped on the spot, frozen like a wooden chicken. "Mr. Chen, this is Sini's father, the child's father. This is Mr. Chen." Lin's mother hurriedly introduced herself. Lin's father froze slightly at his words, then with a look of returning to his senses, he called out to Chen Bei as Mr. Chen. Chen Bei nodded his head and hugged with a smile, but in the next moment, Lin father was dragged into the kitchen by Lin mother and said that they were preparing dinner. "So if you don't mind, you can have a casual dinner here." In response, the ice dragon and the others all looked towards Chen Bei. After seeing Chen Bei nod his head after pondering for a little while, Lin Sini gave the former a grateful smile. It wasn't long before the meal was served, and the table looked a little awkward, except for Lin father and mother and Lin Xinu who had a face of warm hospitality. "Mr. Chen, try this. This is our family old Lin's best dish. Added now. We don't have much to entertain you with, just these rough meals. Sir, don't mind," Lin mother said, some imperceptible color in the bottom of the eyes, mainly because now Chen Bei in the eyes of ordinary people, the status is too high. These things, Lin mother feels that the other party may not even look at it, but it is the greatest ability they can do. However, Chen Bei looked at the table full of steaming hot meals, but there was a trace of wetness in the corner of his eyes that was hard to detect. The busy figure of Lin's father and mother just now, as well as this table of food, reminded him of countless past events, and it seemed that for a moment he had returned to a time when he was in a small family with a mother, a father, and a younger sister. "Auntie, you can just call me Chen Bei. There's no need to always call me Mr. It's weirdly hard to hear, although the words were said so. However, nowadays, Chen Bei's identity, where did these two old men dare to call him by his name?" In response, Chen Bei did not force himself, but instead wore a smile on his face. However, in the next moment, he realized that all four of the ice dragons were looking at him, and their chopsticks were not picked up. "What are you all looking at me for? Eating? What's wrong? Isn't auntie's cooking good?" Chen Bei looked at the ice dragon and the others and let out a bitter smile. Yummy, smells great." The four ice dragon people smiled awkwardly at the words before they dared to move their chopsticks, smiling on the surface, but in their hearts they were bitter. "My lord, hey, if you don't move your chopsticks, how dare we?" Chapter 113, Loneliness and Tremor. Familiar figures, accompanying the meal. Seeing that Chen Bei did not have the slightest shelf, the crowd gradually relaxed, and a dinner went on happily. Half an hour later, Chen Bei stood on the rooftop of the hotel, gazing at the endless starry sky, and sighed deeply, as if recalling something else, sighing with emotion. "It's been a long time since I've had a dinner like this. Ms. Lin, sometimes I really envy you guys, having your family around you, having your parents and sisters with you." "Ha!" Lin Sini froze at his words, looking at Chen Bei's deep eyes, and was touched for a moment. There seemed to be a touch of loneliness hidden in those deep eyes. It was a loneliness that no ordinary person could understand. Alone, traveling through the other world, year after year, day after day. No one understands themselves and there is not even a family member around to keep them company. So many years, the stronger Chen Bei became, the more lonely he felt instead. His glory, his accomplishments, no one could share them. No one would be proud of him. Those closest to him, blood relatives, could only meet in their dreams. "You can always come over for dinner later if you want. You're always welcome at our house. Lin Sinny perhaps sensed the sense of boundless loneliness in Chen Bei's body and subconsciously opened her mouth. Chen Bei smiled faintly at the words and did not respond. Instead, he took the watch handed by Lin Sinny and proceeded to slowly walk towards the center of the rooftop. The other side of the rooftop. Ice Dragon and the others stood quietly. But Lin Father and Mother and Lin Xin were breathing heavily, and there were even hidden tears in their eyes. Appropriately, Lin Sinny had already told them that the purpose of Chen Bei's trip was to trace back what exactly happened to her brother back then. For a while, Lin's father and mother's eyes gradually reddened. Chen Bei, on the other hand, was holding the watch that Lin Sinny's brother had brought with him before he was born. Standing in the center of the rooftop, his robes windless, the heavens know and the earth knows. You know and I know that I am unknown. All things are remembered. The stars are viewed. All things are recalled retrospectively, and the past is revisited. Chen Bei closed his eyes and cast the traceability technique. This type of magic, although not a demon hunting, but the demon hunter essential skills, with the help of magic communication between heaven and earth, 2 poles and 2 channels, extract the memory of the stars and all things. Retrospective past, reappear on earth. Of course, such retrospectives can only go back 30 or 40 years or less, to what happened somewhere in the recent past, and they require a certain medium, accompanied by Chen Bei's murmuring. Suddenly, the entire rooftop was abruptly windy, blowing everyone's robes, and above the watch in Chen Bei's hand, a touch of breath that was already extremely faint rose slowly and floated toward the top of the dome. The breath disappeared into the night, into the void, into the firmament, and most of all into the boundless star river, pointing toward the stars. Next moment, Chen Bei snapped his eyes open, his gaze gazing at the billions and billions of stars. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. The stars retrace their steps and reproduce the past. The elephant comes. Boom dash. After Chen Bei finished speaking, a runic seal emerged in that star river, and the endless stars trembled, followed by pouring down gusts of secret power that were invisible to the naked eye. When the oceanic retrospective force enveloped the rooftop, suddenly, the surrounding void distorted, the scenery gradually faded, and was soon slowly replaced by another scene, as if everyone was in another heaven and earth. For a while, Lin Sinny's family all felt their scalps go numb, because the surrounding scenery was not his land. It was the home of several people in Tiannan City, and at this moment, they were standing in their brother Lin Nan's room. It was a young man with a clean-cut appearance, his face still brimming with youthfulness. He sat in front of the bed, shivering, muttering something the whole time. The crowd listened carefully before they could hear the mutterings from the teenager's mouth. Why don't you all believe me? She really is a demon. Sis, even you don't believe me? Why? Listen to the words of the teenager. For a while, Lin Father and Lin Mother tears fell involuntarily. Lin Mother covered her mouth and fell into Lin Father's arms crying silently. Lin Father was already rolling his throat and could not help himself. The second old man had only one son, but Lin Sinny was even more tearful, bearing down her face, especially when she heard the sentence sis, even you don't believe me? Why? When she heard that sister, even you don't believe me? Lin Sinny's delicate body had already trembled, and she almost let out a loud cry. And just then, suddenly, a demonic wind rattled the window and blew the teenager's window open. The teenager's face was pale and his eyes were full of terror as he looked up at the window with a look of endless trepidation. The crowd sought the teenager's line of sight, but they saw a demonic shadow floating beyond the window, seemingly gazing at the teenager. Or rather, it was a soul, a spirit, Demon Emperor's soul. The moment Ice Dragon and the others saw that smear of soul, each of them sweated. The soul was shrouded in a layer of celestial energy that they couldn't see through either, and they could only vaguely make out a silhouette. Peak Demon Emperor's soul. How is this possible? Phoenix's equally beautiful eyes were wide open, shocked and speechless. That smudge of soul was clearly the soul of a peak demon emperor. How could the soul of a peak demon emperor appear here? Chen Bei was similarly a bit stunned, but do not give the crowd a chance to react. That smear soul has appeared in the room. The teenager stared at the other side. His eyes are full of panic and fear, but cannot send a sound. The body cannot move, as if the other side is fixed in general. Born with a demon spirit's prana, devouring your soul should be able to break through quite a bit of strength, right? Jia. The demon emperor's spirit let out a burst of evil laughter, followed by a large hand pressing on the teenager's body. At this moment, that teenager's vitality withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing an incomparably agonized expression, a tender face becoming twisted and hideous due to enduring unimaginable pain. It wasn't long before the teenager was transformed into a dry corpse, and the demon emperor's soul's large hand slowly retreated, pulling the teenager's soul out hard. And a close call. Bang! The door to the teenager's room was violently kicked open, and a red silhouette appeared within the doorframe, holding a cat. Lin Nan? The young girl first glanced at the teenager whose vitality had already dried up with eyes full of worry, and then she became furious, her pair of crimson pupils fiercely becoming blood-red in staring at the Demon Emperor's soul in death. You seek death. Phew! Demon Emperor's soul saw the red-clothed girl barging in, too late to devour the smear of the teenager's soul, when both with the soul into a black aura, toward the window to hide away. Give me back Lin Nan. The young girl saw the situation similarly transformed into a flash of red, chased away, and even this cat disappeared together in the room, leaving behind only the corpse of the teenager's vitality depleted. Oh my god! The Demon Emperor! The moment the girl in red appeared, the Ice Dragon and Phoenix had been dumbfounded. Originally they thought that having the soul of a Demon Emperor was already terrifying, but they never thought that another Demon Emperor would appear. That's right, it was a Demon Emperor. That little girl, a living Demon Emperor, and it was a demon of the Emperor realm at its peak. Even the Ice Dragon and Phoenix couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. While Lin Sinny's family saw the little girl, they subconsciously opened their mouths. Little Red? That little girl in red, the very girl that Lin's father and mother had adopted, was about 15 or 14 years old, and it was hard to imagine that a little girl in red was a peak Demon Emperor. However, the crowd did not realize that the moment the little girl in red appeared, there was one person whose body violently trembled, and this person, surprisingly, was Chen Bei. Chen Bei's breathing became incomparably rapid all of a sudden, his chest heaving. It was because that little girl in red was actually an acquaintance, and an acquaintance that Chen Bei had never even thought about. She was not someone from this world, nor was she someone from the 10,000 Demons continent, but rather, the figure from Chen Bei's hometown was an incomparably familiar figure. Is it really her? How did she become the Demon Emperor? But how is this possible? One time, Chen Bei's eyes were angry and he felt that his mouth was dry. Chapter 114, Heart-Stopping Conversation. Chen Bei's shocking movements. The crowd looked differently at the occasion. Phew! The entire space began to distort and another sight emerged. Lin Sinny and the others were still standing still, yet it was as if the surroundings had changed to a different world. It was a deserted suburb, surrounded by mountains stretching out horizontally as far as the eye could see, and there seemed to be night winds whistling and withered grasses bowing down. All of them stood in the middle of the endless withered grass, and on top of that withered grass, two figures stood silently, confronting each other, and a kitten had been squatting in the shadows of the withered grass, shivering. Lin Sinny's family looked at the little girl in red with a complicated look in their eyes, especially Lin Sinny, who at first suspected that Xiao Hong was the culprit, the real culprit of her brother's death. Unexpectedly, it was someone else, and the little girl that Lin's father and mother had adopted had even tried to protect Lin Nan. The Ice Dragon and the others were quietly watching this scene. The appearance of two Demon Emperors truly shocked them. Moreover, judging from the aura of the two, the Ice Dragon and Phoenix were almost certain that these two Demon Emperors were definitely not that demon of the demon realm that was invading the Blue Star continent. After all, the Ice Dragon two people originally came from that demon domain. Everything in that world is extremely familiar. Each world has each world's different. Whether it is inside the cultivation of the demon or other living beings, there is a big difference. And these two Demon Emperors were different in many ways from the demon race that was invading the Blue Star continent. First of all, the origin souls were worlds apart. This could only mean one thing. They were Demon Emperors from another demon domain that had entered the Blue Star continent. And they were Demon Emperors that were so long ago as to be unimaginable, as the ancient traces of age on their bodies were too obvious. And when Chen Bei looked at the little girl in red again, he was angry. The whole person seemed to be bad, and his breathing became extremely rapid, because this little girl in red turned out to be her own hairdresser, or rather, her sister's best friend. Her name was Lai Xiaohong, and she was very close to Chen Bei's sister, almost to the point of being inseparable. And because of that, Chen Bei had also crossed paths with Lai Xiaohong a lot for his sister's sake, and had even treated the girl as if she were his own sister. The three could be said to have grown up playing together, and every time Chen Bei sent his sister something, she would ask him to also send Lai Xiaohong an identical one. Coincidence? Could it be a coincidence? Chen Bei stared at the 14 or 15-year-old little girl in red. His heart and mind were all messed up for a moment. Was it just a coincidence that the two just looked more alike? And when that little girl in red appeared within sight again, Chen Bei's entire body froze, because on her hand, she was carrying a red rope that Chen Bei was familiar with. He remembers it clearly. It was a peace rope he had purchased for Lai Xiaohong and her sister during one of their temple shopping trips, one for each, and the rope was tied by him for the two little girls. And the two sisters had agreed that it was a testament to their friendship and that they would never take it off for the rest of their lives. At the moment that red figure was wearing such a peace rope on her hand, in other words, she was really red for the 1000th time. and even her name hadn't changed. How could it be her? Chen Bei's eyes widened with disbelief. Lai Xiaohong was from the same world as himself, a native of Earth, and after he crossed over, he never thought he would still see someone he cared about or was familiar with over here. However, Lai Xiaohong's appearance, breaking Chen Bei's thoughts completely. Did she cross over too? And a demon emperor? That is, she traveled through a timeline that was older than her own? Does that mean that the younger sister might have crossed over together as well? After all, the two little ninjas have always been inseparable, and no matter where they go, it's the same as being tied together. If so, where is the sister? Also, when touching the shocking grand formation, inside those images and sounds, there seemed to be Lai Xiaohong's as well? One time, Chen Bei felt his heart beating out of his chest. If he could, he would love to rush up and ask the figure what the hell was going on. What had she gone through to get here? Had her sister come over as well? But Chen Bei couldn't, because it was only the past that had been traced out, and those picture scenes as well as the people in the scenes were just an illusion, something that had already happened in the past. Chen Bei was breathing heavily at the time. Those two demon emperors, however, had their swords drawn. Red Leaf, is it worth it to make an enemy of this emperor for the sake of a mere mortal? The demon emperor's soul, which was covered in celestial energy, hovered at the top of the endless dry grass and spoke indifferently. Although the crowd couldn't see his face, they could feel that he was staring at the little girl and read to death. Whether it's worth it or not is none of your business. I'll only say it once. Put down Lin Nan and return his soul and vitality to me. Otherwise, die. The red pupils of the girl in red flickered, and a wave of terrifying pressure emanated from her body. It was obvious that the two demon emperors seemed to know each other and were not very harmonious with each other. Give it back to you? Joke. This emperor has waited so many years to raise such a demonic spirit soul. How would he give it back to you? The demon emperor's soul's demonic aura filled the air and said with a cold smile. The red-clothed girl sniffed the infinite killing opportunity in her eyes, and slowly condensed a red long sword in her hand, and the terrifying emperor's might was hidden. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to return it? Don't forget, you are nothing more than the soul of a demon emperor, a crippled demon emperor. Do you still think you are at your peak? I don't really want to kill you, but if you dare to harm Lin Nan, I will personally handily kill your emperor's soul, so that you will never be able to live in hell. The girl's tone was firm and irrefutable. However, the demon emperor's soul let out a loud laugh at his words, laughing in an extremely arrogant manner, arrogance tinged with remorse, as well as unwillingness. After the demon emperor's soul laughed to itself for a while, it suddenly roared, Red Leaf Emperor, Lai Xiaohong, don't forget, it's all because of me that you are where you are today. What? After so many years, do you want to kill your teacher? Ah! After the demon emperor's soul finished speaking, Lai Xiaohong's eyes more or less fluctuated, but they quickly firmed up. I don't have a master like you. You don't deserve it. We haven't had you as a master since the time you used a trick to send Tiny to the Nine Realms demon region. Not to mention, in order to seek the emperor fruit back then, you fell into the devil's path, sucking demon souls in essence. Even your own disciples are not spared. Back then, so many masters and brothers. In the end, only Xiao Xiao and I are left. If we did not break through to the emperor realm before you, perhaps Xiao Xiao and I would be dead as well. Are you still a human being? Nope, you're not a human being at all. Either. Are you worthy of my senior brothers and sisters? They trusted you so much in the beginning, even being tricked into the 10,000 demons pit by you and still treating you like a father. The kind of expression they had before they died. Wouldn't you dream of it? The more Lai Xiaohong spoke, the angrier she became, and even her petite body gradually trembled. Unbridled. That's enough. Shut up. You shut up. The demon emperor's soul exploded at his words, seemingly equally furious. Humph. If you dare to do it yourself. Are you afraid I'll mention it? Sinful disciple. This emperor destroys you. Boom. The demon emperor's soul demonic chi rippled and undulated, and a heavenly aura enveloped him, and he had thought that he was going to break up with Lai Xiaohong in a fish death net with such words. Unexpectedly, there is only thunder but no rain. It looked like it was about to strike, but it violently turned into a black aura and rushed towards the shivering cat, blinking into its body. Chapter 115, The Return of the King, Mighty on Earth. The demon emperor's soul obviously knew that he was no match for Lai Xiaohong at his peak. Therefore, it is a camouflage, foreign dress attack, but in reality, the body of parasitic cat demon. Ha ha ha, Red Leaf. Even if you become a demon emperor, so what? That's right, you're at your peak, and this emperor is no match for you. But if I enter this demonic body, what can you do to me? Well, kill this cat demon? If you kill it, your Lin Nan won't be able to return. Unless you give up your body and come in with the soul of a demon emperor, there's nothing you can do. But are you willing to let go of your original body? as long as your demon emperor's soul leaves your body, this emperor will definitely trap you in the cat demon's body, so that you will never be able to return to your original body again, and be a crippled demon emperor just like me. After the demon emperor's soul entered the cat demon's body, it concluded that it was impossible for Li Xiaohong to give up her own body for the sake of a mortal, and her voice was incomparably arrogant as it traveled out of the cat demon's body. The shivering kitten, on the other hand, had a pained face, but soon its eyes became blank. The art of taking over. As long as the demon emperor's soul wore out the cat demon's original conscious soul, this body would belong to the demon emperor's soul. At that time, even if Li Xiaohong was a peak demon emperor, she would not be able to force out the soul of a demon emperor without injury, and once forcibly forced out, it would inevitably hurt the cat demon, and the demon emperor's soul inside might not be destroyed. Yet Lin Nan's weak mortal soul was likely to go up in smoke. Vile. Li Xiaohong's crimson pupils suddenly contracted, and a heavenly killing intent swept across this side of heaven and earth, causing heaven and earth to lose color. Yet she stood still for a little while, but she made an amazing decision. However, when he saw the little girl in red's body, a touch of the demon emperor's soul detached from his body and rushed towards the cat demon without hesitation. Red Leaf, are you crazy? Seeing that Li Xiaohong really gave up her body to enter the cat demon, the demon emperor's soul inside was greatly alarmed. However, Li Xiaohong pressed for words, and was even somewhat righteous, until that smear of the red-clothed demon emperor's soul also disappeared into the cat demon. In an instant, whoa, the demon emperor's body, which still stood at the top of the endless withered grass, violently trembled, and then transformed into a heavenly ancient tree that towered into the clouds, rooted in the center of the endless sea of barren and withered grass. It was an immense and incomparable red maple tree, an ancient and long-standing demon emperor's essence. The branches of the red maple tree grew and soon covered hundreds of miles in a circle, covering the entire sea of grass almost inside. When the image reached here, it was frozen, slowly illusory, and eventually the void distorted. All illusions dissipated, and Lin Sinny and the others once again returned to that hotel rooftop. Or perhaps the crowd had never even left the hotel rooftop, and this was all just a retrospective image of the past. However, although the image dissipated, everyone was frozen in place. Naturally, Lin Sinny's family didn't need to say much. Each one of them was in tears, yet ecstatic. Lin Nan's soul and vitality was brought into the cat demon by the soul of the demon emperor that did it, while Li Xiaohong followed and merged in. In other words, Lin Nan was most likely not dead, not in the true sense of the word. Combined with the various reactions of the cat demon following her around over the years, Lin Sinny had even determined that her brother should still be alive, and that Little Red had suppressed that demon emperor's soul. Otherwise, for so many years, it would be impossible for the cat demon to stay by her side peacefully if it was being controlled by that demon emperor's soul. The Ice Dragon and the others, on the other hand, were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The battle between the two ancient demon emperors was actually because of a mortal, and these two demon emperors, they were still the relationship between their masters and disciples from endless years ago. This is so surprising and dismaying. However, it was Qin Bei who was the most shocked and moved, and even had the greatest emotional fluctuations, especially Li Xiaohong's words that echoed in his ears for a long time. Ever since you used a trick to send Xiao Xiao to the Nine Realms demon region, we don't have you as a master anymore. Tiny, who's the Tiny Li Xiaohong was talking about? Is it your sister Tiny? Intuition told Chen Bei that Xiao Xiao was his own sister. Chen Xiao Xiao. She traveled to this world with Li Xiaohong, or another demonic realm from long ago. Later on, he worshipped that demon emperor's spirit as his teacher, and then later on, not knowing what happened, his sister was sent to the Nine Realms demon region. Nine Realms demon realm. Ice Dragon. Is the demon realm that you are invading the Blue Star continent the Nine Realms demon realm? Qin Bei's voice trembled a little as he looked towards the Ice Dragon. When these words came out, both the Ice Dragon and the Phoenix looked puzzled, and only then did they notice that Qin Bei's mood didn't seem quite right. Back to my lord. The demonic domain that is invading the Blue Star continent is now called the Demon Underworld domain. But I once heard a heavenly demon king mention that a long time ago. The original name of the Demon Underworld domain seemed to be the Nine Realms demon domain. After the Ice Dragon spoke, the Phoenix also took over the words. I also remember that there seems to be this name. An old powerhouse in my clan once said that the Demon Underworld domain once saw the birth of 9 demon emperors, who divided the Demon Underworld domain into 9 and drew the land to rule it. But later, for some unknown reason, several demon emperors died all at once, and so the name of the Nine Realms demon domain was not mentioned by anyone anymore. Listening to the words of the Ice Dragon and the Phoenix, Qin Bei's pupils suddenly contracted as he violently guessed something, and his heart was instantly in turmoil. Soon, however, he forced the emotion down. Pass the order down. All good demons, Make every effort to track down that cat demon's trail, and once you find it, report it to me immediately. Chen Bei's breathing was still a little short, feeling as if he had caught something all of a sudden, but all of this could only be finalized after meeting with Lai Xiaohong. If his sister was really in the Nine Realms demon realm, I should say demon underworld realm, then in the future, no matter what, he would have to find out what was going on. According to Li Xiaohong's words, if the Xiao Xiao she spoke of was her own sister, she would have stepped into the ranks of Emperor realm powerhouses ages ago, and her life should not be threatened for the time being. An Emperor-level powerhouse, wanting to completely kill, not so easy, as long as the mind wants to escape, almost impossible to be killed. Around the half-step Emperor realm of the Devil Pro, after sealing endless years, still lingering, the most important thing Chen Bei wanted to do at the moment was naturally to find that cat demon and talk to Lai Xiaohong's side. The other end. Nan is alive. Dad. Mom, Nan is probably alive. Lin Sinny's family wept with joy. The cat demon was still there, and all the signs were proving that Lin Nan might still be alive. In another sense, looking at Lin Sinny's family, Chen Bei slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He also didn't expect that a trace of a crippled demon emperor's breath would involve so many things. In fact, if that cat demon didn't have 4 souls in its body, Chen Bei could still trace its trail through his arts. However, 4 souls in one body, and 2 of them were the souls of demon emperors. With such a formation, as long as they wanted to evade the demon hunter, no spell would be useful, which was why Chen Bei was unable to track even if he got that hint of the demon emperor's soul on Lin Sinny. For today's solution, the only thing to do was to cast a wide net and hope that the cat demon would show up earlier of its own accord. It was while Chen Bei was gradually recovering his emotions. Suddenly, boom dash, somewhere, 3 monstrous auras violently descended on the Blue Star continent, descending on the vast and boundless mountains and rivers of the entire Tiannan province. The appearance of the 3 auras instantly covered the endless mountains and rivers, causing the entire Tiannan province as well as the 3 nearby provinces to be sensed. They were like 3 gods descending into the world, reigning over the world, terrifying as they were. It's the 3 kings of the dragon race. The dragon family's king realm has returned. One time, the 4 major provinces all woke up with a jolt. Endless beings all looked up. Billions and billions of people felt a wave of kingly might ripple through the earth. It was almost overwhelming. Chapter 116, 3 Kings Attack. All parties boiling over. The king of the dragon race has arrived. In the endless city outside of the Pekyang region, Ji Yuyu raised her eyes and sat down in the hall to look out. Even the Yen clan's king, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and gazed in a certain direction at the top of the dome of the sky, as if he could penetrate billions of miles of rivers. The 3 holy dragon sons of the dragon clan, Long Tongue, Long Hua, and Long Fei. The Yen clan king murmured. He was also a king realm that had just returned from the border, and was naturally incredibly familiar with some of the kings over there. Just by sensing those 3 strands of king's might, the old man recognized the visitor at first glance. Holy dragon son? Clan elder. What holy dragon son? There's this kind of distinction for people of the dragon clan? A man beside Ji Yuyu spoke out to inquire, seemingly having an unusual relationship with that clan elder, but obviously hadn't been to the border and didn't know much about this. At this time, Ji Yuyu's beautiful eyes gently opened, glanced at the old man, and took the initiative to explain for the man. This is an honorable appellation for those ancient transcendent martial family at the border, and it also represents the high status of the person who receives this appellation. The Dragon Clan has been stationed on one side of the border for many years, and is considered a terrifyingly ancient great clan. They stayed at the border for 1,000 years, and quite a number of supreme celestial pride have been born in the clan. According to their sequences, the dragon race now has 3 major sequences, which are the 12 holy dragon sons, the 8 divine dragon sons, and the 3 true dragon sons. These people, all of them are the dragon clan's most terrifying supreme prides. Among them, the true dragon sons are the most rebellious. The dragon clan compares them to true dragons. Their strength and talent are extremely terrifying. One of the true dragon sons is already a helmsman of the dragon clan. Second is the 8 divine dragon sons. Nowadays the 8 divine dragon sons have all grown to be stomping influential figures at the border. Following the 8 divine dragon sons is the 12 holy dragon sons. Don't ever underestimate these 12 holy dragon sons. The 3 Long Tang brothers are ranked 8th, 6th, as well as 4th respectively, yet their strength is incomparably terrifying. Especially that one named Long Fei is the most perverted of the 3. He was born the latest, and the latest to step into the king realm of the kings, but is the fastest progressing one of the 3 brothers, and is now at the 10 square king realm, with unlimited potential, and will likely be promoted to a true dragon son in the future. And all 3 of these brothers are the descendants of that old ancestor from the rear of the dragon clan, the son of the old dragon clan master Long Tsang. and the sibling brother of the previous clan master Long Shangtian. After Guyu's explanation, the man nodded slightly, coming to a realization. No wonder such a terrifying kingly might. This is kingly wrath. The man was stunned, sensing those 3 strands of king's mighty pressure. His heart rippled. According to this, that Chen Bei, wouldn't he die 10 deaths? Xiao Qing also subconsciously opened her mouth at this time, but as soon as she spoke, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the old man. In front of the king, which had the qualifications of a little girl like her to interrupt. It was good that the old man didn't count on it. It was Jiyu who nodded, recognizing Xiao Qing's words. It wasn't just the Yan clan's royal family that was shocked at the same time. There were also the 8 ancient race groups, the 7 great royal alliances, and some of the holy lands that were close by. For a time, the entire Tiannan province directly boiled over. Countless transcendent martial artists from ancient transcendent martial artist lineages raised their heads to look up at the heavens, shivering as they felt that kingly might. Under the king, all are mole crickets, around those terrifying figures at the sage absolute peak realm. At this moment, they were also terrified, and the billions of living beings were even closer to kneeling down by the king's might. Tenant City, the king and general clan, the Wang clan, the Huang clan, the Wu clan, the Long clan, the Lai clan, and a host of other ancient transcendent martial artist lineages likewise had kings returning. At this moment, the Wang family residence. Demon-slaying sword? Are you saying that at that time? That incomparably pale remnant of a thought carried the demon-slaying sword of this person named Chen Bei and defused the strike of half of the peak demon emperors? Within the Wang clan's deliberative ancestral hall, the brows of several strong King Realm members who had returned from the border were slightly furrowed. The ones sitting here at the moment were all kings from several families. Before the border gate didn't fully collapse, their strongest men in the back of the human race didn't even have a single saint initiator. But after the full return of the transcendent martial artists from the border gate, they were able to put together a few king realms. Listening to the words of the clansmen, several kings were in deep thought. That sword was able to shock the endless demon clans, and even survived the peak demon emperor's strike intact. Such a divine weapon. No wonder those ancestors of the several king and general clans were willing to blossom their last light. Although the lingering ancestors of the Wang and Huang families were completely destroyed by that cloth coat with a single sword, it was an even greater witness to the extraordinary nature of that sword. If that sword is truly so divine, it would be good to give it a try. The king of the Wang clan looked at the remaining few kings and opened his mouth. However, a king disagreed and said, "What you can set your eyes on? I'm afraid that more than 1 or 2 families have set their eyes on it nowadays. And now that the 3 kings of the dragon family have returned, they will definitely take the sword with them as well after they kill that person. The most important point is that our clan of kings and generals is already in decline. We are no match for those great clans that are in the ascendant, and even if we get that sword, it won't necessarily belong to us. I don't think so. If there is a chance, we can find a way to bring the sword over. Although we can't guard that sword, we can take it with us and defect to the ancient clan group. In this way, we also have a backer that we can rely on." A king from the king and general clan analyzed it. Don't look at the fact that they were once a clan of kings and generals, but in fact, they were already quite declined, although they were able to put together so many kings after the return of the borders. However, compared to those ancient transcendent martial arts lineages that were at their peak, they didn't even have the qualifications to join the ancient clan group. But once you have that sword, you have the opportunity to join the ancient clan group. And now that the cataclysm is approaching, all forces are reporting to the group. I agree. Take advantage of the fact that there aren't many king realms returning around the southern provinces today to seize the sword and cast it into the city. But we can't be reckless. We need to wait for the opportunity. And even more so, we can't forcefully take it. We need to wait for the opportunity. Everyone nodded at these words. As for the matter of the cloth coat that had decapitated several ancestors, it had already been cast aside because in their eyes, Chen Bei was already a dead man. In the meantime, the other direction. 2 pale figures were stepping into the air, entering this vast and sprawling region from the borderline of the Tiannan province. As soon as the 2 of them first stepped into the borderlands of the Tiannan province, they immediately frowned slightly. Looks like we've come at the right time. Those 3 little ones from the dragon clan have returned. An old man with a head full of white hair and white beard gazed at the southern vault of the Tiannan province and gently stroked his beard. Another equally pale silver-haired old man took a deep breath and said, "What? Brother Li wants to help that person? I didn't say that. If he is really the one we are looking for, he can naturally live. If not, what should be done? I had to bring the things back to the imperial city of Xianyang and give them to the king of Qin, and I didn't have to hand them over to him anymore." The white-haired old man's face suddenly became grave at his words, and an image seemed to flash in his mind. It was the ancient Qin imperial city. looking at the Dragon Terrace, and on a certain ancient stone pier, there were two ancient scripts engraved, which were more like a person's name than a script, and today the two have arrived to verify certain things. Let's hope that the one the old lady divined back then is really him. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he slowly took a step out and his figure was already 1,000 miles away. Chapter 117, The King's Appearance. Shocking the world. The two old men rushed towards the Pekyang region at the same time. The entire surrounding area of the Pekyang region completely exploded. Near that endless Pekyang territory, densely packed with countless transcendent martial artists came, as well as an ocean of nightwalkers. This time, the transcendent martial artists who had come to spectate were far more than the ones who had come last time when they had fought for the supernatural pool. And in the true sense of the word, they were spreading across the sky, as far as the eye could see, in a large black swath, spreading across an unknown number of miles of mountains and rivers. These transcendent martial artists weren't coming to see some peak showdown, but they wanted to see what kind of scene the king's rage was like. Countless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages in the great backlands of the human race had never seen a king realm posture before, and even more so, they had never seen a king make a move. And today, before the king had descended, the king's might had already crushed the oceanic vastness of transcendent martial artists. What a terrifying pressure. Is this a king realm powerhouse? A party of kings is already as terrifying as this. I heard that among the three major king realms of the Dragon Clan that returned this time, one of them is already a 10-faceted king realm that presses down on the heavens and the earth. A king is a king. Under the king's might, I feel surprisingly small as a mole cricket, humble as dust. The king realm, it's too terrifying. Many terrifying figures were shocked. The kingly might that descended from the top of the dome was almost on the verge of causing billions and billions of living beings to prostrate themselves on the ground. Even those characters who had entered the sacred absolute peak felt their scalps tingle and chills run down their spines. One step of the king realm, looking down on the living. This was not said for fun. The anger of a king, if there was no king realm to withstand it, billions and billions of living beings would be coated and ambushed in endless territories. Among the transcendent martial artists that covered the sky, out of those who had come to admire Wang Wei, there were also quite a number of people from the ancient transcendent martial artist families that had had problems with Chen Bei in the Pekyang region in the first place. For example, the forces behind the several saints of initiation who used Chen Bei to establish the rules in the first place. When the several saints of initiation used the life of that cloth coat to establish new rules, thus awarding the right of ownership of the superpower pool, and were later forcefully suppressed. Now that the kings of these ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had returned, they had also arrived outside of the Pekyang region. But since the dragon race had become this outcast, they naturally planned to surround themselves first. Of course, more transcendent martial artists simply wanted to take a look at the king's demeanor. When the king realm strikes, not an inch of grass will grow. This was a rare spectacle in the great backlands of the human race. This one named Chen Bei. I'm afraid he'll be in trouble today. I heard that this person had just released words just now, saying that he would suppress all dragon family kings if they dared to take a step into the Pekyang region. I wonder if it's true or not. There was indeed news circulating, but the slap in the face came too quickly, and just as the news swept through the Tiannan province and the three nearby provinces, the king of the dragon race descended. This Chen Bei is only said to be a sacred realm entry powerhouse. Do you guys think that he would have been scared silly at this moment? It's hard to say. Maybe it's hiding in some corner shivering or not. After all, the three great kings descending at the same time, not to mention a small Pekyang region, or sweeping across the entire Tiannan province. As long as those returning kings don't make a move, it's more than enough. Many transcendent martial artists were talking. All of them were not optimistic about the Pekyang region, and some even mocked the one in cloth who didn't know the heights of heaven and dared to provoke Wang Wei. They really thought they wouldn't die fast enough. Compared to the countless number of transcendent martial artists, the same ocean of starry nightwalkers had arrived outside the Peaksun territory. When they gathered together, they were much more numerous than the people of the transcendent martial family. After all, the accumulation of ancient Qin for over 1,000 years was still the most terrifying of the Nightwalker armies. And at this moment, the countless Nightwalkers looked at the Pekyang region. All of them did not say a word. And only after a little while did someone open their mouths. Mr. Chen, it's a pity. Such a good person. If it's possible, I really don't want him to fall. There was a long sigh from a Nightwalker from the General Division of the Southern Nightwalking Division of the Tiannan Province. And it seemed like yesterday when Chen Bei used the sinister chi bells to find out for them the scene of the evil demons hibernating in the back of the human race. Yet in just such a short period of time, the heavens and earth have changed dramatically. The border has collapsed. The king has returned. And today, the path of that coat of cloth may have come to an end. Large swathes of the Nightwalkers also shook their heads slightly, even though many of them had returned from the border. They had heard quite a lot about Chen Bei's deeds during this period of time. Such a demon hunter, in a sense, stood with the Nightwalkers, only now, he was going to fall, and along with him, the millions of good demons within the Pekyang region would be reduced to ashes under the wrath of the king. It's a pity that the strongest members of my Nightwalker army were responsible for breaking the back at the border. And to this day, surprisingly, not a single king has returned. Otherwise, I'm sure that the Nightwalker division won't stand by and watch with folded arms. Some of the Nightwalkers were overwhelmed with emotion, and if those strong men of the Nightwalker army returned, someone would surely come forward, such as Shi Jin's teacher's teacher, both Meng Tianjing's teacher. Another example was the elders of the Holy Land above those town guards. As long as they fought for it, it wasn't completely hopeless. However, what made the countless Nightwalkers even more puzzled was that such a demon hunter, although his strength was only at the Saint realm, he should have alarmed the ancient Qining clan's royal family. After all, the identity of a demon hunter alone was already very precious. However, all sorts of events had happened for so long, but the royal family's side had remained silent, not even sending a single person over to negotiate. What the crowd didn't know was that the two old men representing the Ying clan had already blended into the sky full of transcendent martial artists and Nightwalkers, silently watching all of this. If the clothes did not fall, they would personally show up to verify something. If they fell, the two old men would also roll up and go back to Xianyang. At the same time, those who arrived outside the Pekyang region to watch. Naturally, there were also Jiuyu and other forces from various parties, as well as the kings of those families of the King and General clan in Tiannan City. In addition to these forces, there were countless ancient forces that had never ventured out that were also paying attention to this place. Even the endlessly distant South Ridge, I should say the top of the Magic Ridge, Demon Emperor Devil Pro also stood above the dome of the Demon Ridge, watching the Tiannan province. Yet the outside world is abuzz. The crowd, however, steeply realized that the Pekyang region seemed to be unusually calm, even calm in a somewhat sinister way. It was as ancient as ever, as if nothing had happened there, but it was as deep as a dragon's pool. And that's when, boom dash, a terrifying pressure swept across the earth, the king's might suppressing the heavens and earth, and a sea of transcendent martial artists and Nightwalkers, as well as billions and billions of living beings, all raised their heads to look. However, it was seen above the endless vastness of the mountains and rivers, at the end of the sky that was endlessly distant from the Pekyang region. A figure walked slowly. That side of the heaven and earth seemed to boil up. He took one step and one rhyme, 3 steps and one lotus flower, collapsing the endless void, just like a king on earth, walking with his hands since that side of the world. Around him, the king's domain was vast, endless illusions surfaced, mountains and rivers collapsed, the sea flowed into the river. The king's might was vast, and all beings worshipped. A king, as if arriving across the long river of time, the aura of the king spread out in full force, and wherever he passed, hundreds of millions of living beings fell to their knees and shivered, shocking the world. Chapter 118, The 5 Directions King Realm. Who is Chen Bei? Come out and die. The king descends, and all beings tremble and prostrate. That figure walks slowly, and wherever it passed, all the living beings above the billions of mountains and rivers could not withstand that kingly might, and were enveloped by the kingly field, their bodies kneeling down uncontrollably. Only some terrifying figures at the absolute peak of sainthood were struggling to support themselves, but they were also suffering from cold sweat on top of their heads and their bodies were trembling non-stop. And as that figure traveled through the air, the transcendent martial artists as well as the Nightwalkers in the entire ocean-like vastness of the Tiannan province all changed their faces slightly. It's one of the 12 sacred dragon sons of the dragon family, the 8th-ranked 5-square king realm, Red King Long Tongue. When both recognized the dragon race king who had arrived first in the southern part of the Tiannan province, the 8th son of the 12 holy dragon sons of the dragon race, the 5-square king realm Dragon Tang. Even some of the kings who had returned from the border felt an invisible pressure. Although they were both kings, yet there was a gap between kings and kings. According to the Blue Star Continent's perception of transcendent martial artists, after a transcendent martial artist had entered the sacred, once he stepped into the king realm, he was a king on one side no less. However, the king is not the strength are not very different. On the contrary, the strength between the king is less than half a catty. More is the difference between clouds and mud. Only the king himself knew clearly that above the entry saints was the king of the 10 directions. In other words, the kings ranged from 1 party to 10, with 1 party being the weakest and 10 being the strongest, like a heavenly rift. Of course, under a king, all are ants. Even the weakest party of kings in the king realm, between the lifting of their hands, they could exterminate a piece of the strongest of the sainthood absolute peak, and even destroy a party of the world. As for the king realm, most of them were around the tripartite king realm, and above the tripartite, They were the King of Kings. At this moment, the one walking through the air was none other than the Red King, the 8th ranked of the 12 Holy Dragon sons of the Dragon race, the 5-square King Realm. The Holy Dragon son of the Dragon clan truly lives up to his name. Among the crowd, the pupils of the returning king of the Yen Ji clan narrowed slightly. While he was at the same 5 directions King Realm, he sensed an aura of danger in Long Tang. Compared to the Yen clan's Ji clan kings, the group of kings from the King and General clan in Tiannan City were frowning slightly, their minds unsettled. Huang, a few king generals a clan put together a king. Most of them were around the tripartite King Realm. Only one quadrilateral king. Against the Red King Long Tang. A few people joined hands did not see that they could be suppressed. A few kings were still like this, so one could imagine how the beings below the kings felt. This is a true King Realm powerhouse. Too terrifying. Some transcendent martial artists were breathing rapidly, and their hearts were beating like thunder under the Wang Wei, frantically mobilizing their strength to resist the pressure. But it was not helpful. Fortunately, at this time, a king among the vast crowd made a move to dissolve the king's might in the void, and only then did the countless transcendent martial artists and the Nightwalkers minimize the impact they suffered. But even so, there were still people with low strength whose legs bent and nearly fell to their knees several times. Boom! At some point, the king's figure, which was like a god king descending to the earth, stepped into this side of the sky and earth. The entire void trembled violently, and the king's might filled the 4 directions of the Qinkuan in the sky and the earth. Whoa! Wherever Long Tang passed by, the ordinary people and livestock in the countless giant cities in the southern part of the Tiannan province all knelt down with a roar and trembled, as if their entire bodies were being pressed down by 100,000 mountains, unable to straighten their backs at all. Boom! Another step was taken. The second step was taken on the occasion. That King Realm figure had already descended into the Pekyang region. Standing in the void, the king's might suppressed, countless good demons were shaken. Even if they had 10,000 unwillingness, they still kneeled down with a bang. However, he saw that figure's long hair flying, not angry, and the aura of a king swept through heaven and earth, suppressing everything. It was a man with sword brows and starry eyes, his hands and feet full of supreme majesty. One glance and one eye were the power of a king, looking out of the world. Long Tang slowly raised his eyes as he gazed towards the eastern suburbs villa. Where is Chen Bei? Come out and die. Boom! That figure faintly opened, but every word, are like the dome of the sky exploded thunder, so that the sky and the earth lost color, so that the sun and the moon have no light, so that the ocean of onlookers' chest tightness and shortness of breath, deafening. After Long Tang finished speaking, his eyes swept over the entire Pekyang region one by one. He came in a hurry. He only knew that the person was in the eastern suburb of the Pekyang region. As for what he looked like, he hadn't had the time to memorize it yet. However, this did not affect the killing intent of a king. And at the same time, in the midst of the endless giant city of Fengyang, on top of the rooftop of a certain hotel, as Lin Sini's family looked at the king that stood at the other end of the Pekyang region, each of them was shocked and filled with astonishment. Only Chen Bei's 5 people appeared calmer, all of them gazing away. What a strong king's might, but compared to your lordship, it's still too weak. The ice dragon opened its mouth to comment. He had to admit that this Red King of the Dragon family was indeed as terrifying as it was. Yet compared to Chen Bei's kind of king's field that suppressed all the enemies in the world, it was not even close. After all, the 10-square King Realm was the realm division of the transcendent martial artist of the Blue Star continent, while the Demon Hunter realm, there was no such thing as several square King Realms, only the initial mid-late stage as well as the grand completion. Although Chen Bei was only a Demon Hunter at the early stage of the King Master nowadays, yet the King Master who had made a breakthrough from the Spirit Source Essence, coupled with the 7 years of crushing of that power, as well as the Sealess Qiming's natural talent and constantly refined flesh, were all incomparably terrifying. And the most important point was that the mana liquid that Chen Bei had condensed was a kind of King Master realm that had never been seen before, reaching a point that Chen Bei himself was shocked by. Book Changqing and Empty Changlin also nodded in agreement. The two of them, even if they hadn't stepped into a king, had seen the sight of a human king when Chen Bei exited the gate. In comparison, that dragon race's 5-faceted king realm didn't seem to be quite enough to look at. Chen Bei, on the other hand, had his pupils narrowed slightly as a flash of killing intent flashed across his eyes, and he was about to step into the air. And just then, phew, a residual shadow suddenly flashed away from the street below the rooftop. Chen Bei's 5 sensed something and all of them looked down violently. It's the cat, my lord. It is it. The ice dragon and the phoenix were the first to open their mouths, and even though it was only a slight glance, both of them spotted a cat at the same time. Chen Bei did not hesitate when both his figure flashed and appeared above the street. The 4 ice dragons also took to the air and looked around. Compared to Long Tang, Chen Bei was more concerned about the cat because inside the cat, there was Li Xiaohong. And the appearance of Li Xiaohong was likely to concern his younger sister, Chen Xiaoxiao. There. Phew. The five of them stood in the middle of the street, but they saw the cat's figure flickering away once again within an alleyway. Chen Bei did not hesitate at all and immediately chased after him, and the five tracked the cat demon at the same time. The surroundings of the Pekyang region were however abuzz as countless people began to murmur in low voices. In the vastness of the sky above the Pekyang region, Long Tang's pupils also contracted as his eyes scanned the entire Pekyang region one by one. Who is Chen Bei? Come out and die. An even more grandiose voice resounded throughout the entire Tiannan province, and countless voids collapsed. With the fall of the grand voice and the sight of the endless void collapsing, the Pekyang region was surrounded by a sea of transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers that looked like an ocean. And for a time, it completely exploded. Where is that Chen Bei? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is it possible that the person is long gone from the Pekyang region? You mean, people run away? Many transcendent martial artists began to speculate and looked at each other. Chapter 119, Present before the collapse. Famous after the collapse. Most likely it's really run away. Some laughed bitterly, but others did show understanding. It's normal to run away. After all, the king is attacking. If it were me, I would definitely run for my life as well. I thought it was so powerful, but I didn't realize that in the end, it ran away? Mud, your pants are off and this is the last thing you show me? Wasn't it quite powerful before? It said that any dragon king who dares to take a step into the Pekyang region will be suppressed and killed. So why don't you suppress them anymore? But it's just a false name. I thought that an extraordinary character had really appeared at the back of the human race. Many transcendent martial artists shook their heads in succession, a touch of disdain hanging at the corners of their mouths. Around the two old men hidden in the crowd, they also secretly sighed. Brother Li, it seems that you and I, these two old undead, I'm afraid that we have to make a trip for nothing. This thing, or to bring it back to the Xianyang Imperial City. The silver-haired old man let out a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. The white-haired old man sniffing then stood quietly within the crowd, a pair of pale eyes staring tightly at the Pekyang region. Could it really be that we are mistaken? Or is the old Taibu mistaken? Perhaps the old Tabe was mistaken at the beginning. Or perhaps, there will never be such a person appearing at all. And back then, the old Tabe said that only to appease the people. A flash of gloom also flashed through the silver-haired old man's eyes as he said. However, the white-haired old man was still holding a trace of hope, or a trace of unwillingness. He slowly turned his head and looked at the silver-haired old man, still unwilling to give up. If the old Taibu was appeasing the people back then and left that prophecy, then it means that the prophecy is false. But Brother Wang, have you ever thought of one thing? What? The silver-haired old man asked. Do you still remember the two words left by the old Taibu on the dragon watching platform? As soon as the white-haired old man's words fell, the silver-haired old man shuddered, his eyes bursting into life once again. You mean Chen Bei? The silver-haired old man looked like he had caught something, and his pale pupils were filled with dismay. If old Tabe really said that back then to appease the people, then it was a lie. But old chap, have you ever thought that if it was a lie in itself, then those two words, why did they happen to be exactly the same as his name? Could this also be a coincidence? Also, do you remember what the old Tabe said back then? After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he gazed at the silver-haired old man and asked rhetorically. The silver-haired old man lowered his head in contemplation, raised his head a little, and tried to recall. Now before the collapse, the name after the collapse, the three kings came to attack. The dragon fell and the king was destroyed. A sword sealed the sky. All the kings trembled. The blood of the Ying clan burned the ancient road. The sun of the ancient world shone in all the heavens. While the silver-haired old man muttered to himself, his eyes changed again and again, eventually turning to horror. The words left behind by the old Taibu back then have been so long and so far in the past that many people have long since subconsciously forgotten them. And at this moment, the white-haired old man reminded. The silver-haired old man just recalled out, but was frozen on the spot. Exactly the same. Actually exactly the same? The silver-haired old man's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the white-haired old man for a long time, unable to speak. He didn't know how the latter was, but those previous sentences were fulfilled one by one on that coat of cloth. Now before the collapse, meaning before the total collapse of the border. The name is after the collapse, meaning after the total collapse of the border. The three kings coming to attack refers to the three great kings descending to attack and kill, and the return of the three kings of the dragon race refers to the three kings coming to attack. The white-haired old man also just now remembered the words of the old Taibu back then, and the more he dismantled them, the more alarmed he felt. If that's the case, then what's the next line of the old tab? The dragon falls and the king is destroyed. One sword seals the sky. All kings tremble. As soon as these words fell, A flash of disbelief spread across the eyes of both of them. Dragon refers to the dragon surname. King is the three kings. Perish is death. A sword seals the sky. The kings tremble. In other words, that person would personally kill the three great kings of the dragon race and seal the heavens with a single sword, causing the kings to tremble? How is that possible? As the two had rushed from Xianyang, they had already learned everything about that coat of cloth. He was clearly in the sacred realm, so how could he behead kings with his own hands and cause them to tremble? For a moment, the two old men with terrifying origins couldn't help but look towards the Pekyang region, ripples already spreading in their eyes. In the meantime, including Ji Yuyu, Xiao Cheng, Meng Tianzheng, Chu Siki, and the representatives of the 8 ancient race groups, the 7 king race alliances, ancient hidden forces, and kings returning from ancient holy lands, all shook their heads. Even the demon emperor Devil Pro, who stood quietly at the top of the demon ridge, sighed leisurely. That man, after all, couldn't grow up, and it seemed he had misjudged the man. Thinking about this, the Devil Lin eyes flashed a touch of despair. If I had known that today, why not kill him at first? Died in the hands of the demon emperor. At least can afford to that 5 seals resonate with the talent of the ancient world. The parties are in a state of divergent demeanor. Above the endless peak sun territory, this king's patience has a limit, and for the last time, if you come out on your own, this king can leave your body intact, sparing Pekyang's life and souls from being coated. But if you still cower and don't come out, then this king will exterminate this domain. Boom! After Long Tang finished speaking, the king's divine might violently erupted. The entire Pekyang region was trembling at this moment. Countless good demons' faces changed drastically, and countless ordinary people were endlessly terrified. A trace of kingly might visible to the naked eye slowly fell, pressing down on that vast and boundless Pekyang region. Although the Pekyang region was vast and boundless, yet it was rumbling loudly. The mountain peaks trembled, and the river boiled. The ocean of transcendent martial artists as well as the Nightwalkers looked at this scene, and all of them waved their heads, and some even turned around and stepped into the air. It was obvious that the coat of cloth would not appear, and the Pekyang catastrophe had been inevitable. Rumble. Along with the fall of a trace of substantial king's might, the earth shook crazily, and around Pekyang city, it also shook violently. Some intersection in the middle of a vast city. Chen Bei, who had chased him here, frowned tightly and slowly looked up as his pupils contracted to the extreme, and not far ahead of him, a cat demon stood across the room, its eyes sometimes confused, sometimes elated, sometimes at a loss. Chen Bei once again locked eyes with the cat demon. He could sense that the cat was sometimes Lai Xiaohong, and sometimes it was other souls controlling the cat body. When her eyes were ecstatic, it was Lai Xiaohong, while when her eyes were confused and clueless, it was Lin Nan or the cat demon's original soul. Yet at the moment, Chen Bei, however, could only put down this cat for the time being, and instead, he stared at the sky above the Pekyang region with a deadly stare. If he let that trace of substantial Wang Wei fall, even though he wouldn't be injured. However, the entire Pekyang region's endless good demons were afraid to suffer, and even the Munanchu people in the villa in the eastern suburb would also be killed by Wang Wei. Eventually, Chen Bei could only choose the latter first, and his entire body rushed up into the sky, accompanied by Chen Bei's rebellion against the heavens. Suddenly, boom dash, endless transcendent martial artists suddenly felt a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from within the Pekyang city. Against the sky, the king's field spread out violently, instantly filling the entire vastness of the Pekyang region like a sea, rising up from the ground. That power pressure, although backwards, was as vast as a starry river, like a boundless universe, terrifying as it was, instantly causing countless figures to raise their heads in a heck of a hurry, and several kings to be greatly alarmed. Chapter 120, A Needle Can Be Heard and Silenced. Boom! Terrifying kingly might rose up from the middle of Pekyang city, filling the entire Pekyang region, rising up against the sky, as vast as a river of stars, instantly dissolving the kingly might of that king of the dragon race into nothing. In the sky above that Pekyang region, an invisible king's field was confronting, intertwining, and devouring each other. Although there was no earth-shattering roar that erupted, no rumble that penetrated the ears, and even more so, no power ripple fluctuations could be seen. There as if nothing happened in general, surprisingly calm, even calm road to some unusual, but there is the naked eye visible void in the silent collapse. All the transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers were shocked and their faces changed drastically when they saw this. That airspace has been transformed into a king's forbidden zone at this moment. It looks like an ancient well, but it is actually 10,000 times more dangerous. If a living being mistakenly breaks into it at this moment, even if it is a strong person who has entered the sacred absolute peak realm, it will be turned into flying ashes in an instant, and be crushed by the king's power and dissipate into thin air. when the king's might rose from the ground, the millions of good demons in the entire Pekyang region felt that their bodies were lighter and were no longer suppressed by the king's might, as if they were relieved of their burdens. Compared to the millions of good demons, the transcendent martial artists of the endless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages as well as the forces of the Nightwalkers and other parties were violently shaken. Even those transcendent martial artists who had already turned around and left were now turning back with shocked faces, staring blankly at that part of the world. This breath, another king. When Wang Wei violently erupted from the Pekyang region, the eyes of many transcendent martial artists changed drastically, filled with disbelief and incredulity. The king's pressure. There are kings in the Pekyang region? Heavens, how is this possible? Where did they get a king realm powerhouse? Could that person have invited a king to sit in the Pekyang region? No wonder the bottom line is so strong that he dares to release words like suppressing a king. It's really surprising that he was able to invite a king realm powerhouse. It seems that I've underestimated this person. Countless transcendent martial artists from ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were greatly alarmed, while some terrifying figures whispered in their stomachs. No one would have thought that there was a king hidden in the ocean-like vastness of the Pekyang region. King? Beside the Yan clan's royal family, the king of the Ji clan, Ji murmured, and there was quite a bit of consternation in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Qing was similarly incredibly surprised, looking at the endless kingly might rising up, her eyes filled with surprise. That person even has this kind of terrifying existence beside him? This is too unbelievable. Miss, what exactly is his origin? Little Green felt that this was too unrealistic. For a sainthood realm powerhouse, who wasn't even a sainthood Jedi, to be able to invite a king to come and sit in the town. This was simply unimaginable. One must know that all under kings are ants, not to mention one sage initiate ultimate. Even if there were 100 or 1,000, it would be difficult to invite a king to make a move, let alone having a king face off against a king. If there was really someone who could invite a king to make a move, it must have been at an unimaginable cost. Or, it was that the identity of that individual was already as terrifying as it was, and could mobilize a king realm powerhouse. The former was obviously unlikely. The sacred realm was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the king, and no matter what kind of price was paid, it was not enough to shake in the eyes of the king. Then there was only one possibility, that the factor that moved the king in that coat of cloth was not the cost, but the identity. After Xiaoqing's words, Ji Yu's beautiful eyes also flooded with a touch of strange color. She was also an entry sage, and was also a direct descendant of the Yan clan's royal family, a heavenly daughter, but even she, Ji Yu, was unable to mobilize any of the Ji clan's king realm. Wouldn't that mean that Qin Bei's identity was perhaps even more terrifying than hers? It wasn't just the Yan's Ji family that felt heartbroken at the same time. There were also representatives of the kings from the 8 ancient race groups, as well as the 7 king race alliances, and the ones who were most shocked were Meng Tianzheng and the others. At this moment, in the southern part of the Tiannan province, several figures stood at the top of the Xingyi division, gazing at the vastness of the Pekyang region, their hearts rippling. Shi Jian and the two of them were naturally here as well, and at this moment, he flabbergastedly looked at the Pekyang airspace where the void was constantly collapsing, and couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. That coat of cloth always shocked him. Not only that, but in a certain remote village outside of the Pekyang region, the Chu family's crowd raised their heads to look at the black press of onlooker transcendent martial artists as well as the Pekyang region, their hearts steaming with endless waves. That person is far more terrifying than we imagined. At that time, it was fortunate that Missy came back, or else my Chu family would have been doomed. The Chu family's transcendent martial artist muttered. Chu Siki sniffing is a complex mood. Chu family decline. Now simply cannot find, can rely on the forces. After leaving the Pekyang region, and even can only stray in the remote village. At one point, a thought struck her. Perhaps, it was possible to take the clan to defect to that coat of cloth. Even if her hopes were not necessarily high, she still wanted to try. Or else the Chu family would simply not be able to withstand it once the catastrophe came. While the forces of all parties were stunned, the ocean of transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers were shrinking their pupils in anticipation. I wonder who that king, could be? The pupils of some kings returning from the border were narrowed slightly, all of them wanting to see which one of the kings invited by that coat of cloth would be. Everyone was waiting to see who it was. A king, no matter who it is, must be a famous person. What kind of king is willing to help that person resist a king realm powerhouse? Here, will the Battle of Kings take place? For a time, the pressure of the king's might rising from the Pekyang region pushed the event to another new level. It was while the crowd was concentrating and breathing heavily. Finally, boom! The crowd saw that within the vastness of the Pekyang region, within the oceanic Pekyang city, a figure slowly stepped into the air, walking step by step towards that king of the dragon race. He was dressed in cloth, His style was magnificent, just like an exiled immortal, traveling from the mortal dust, and his kingly might covered the world. He is clearly cloudy and clear, not happy and not angry. The surrounding void is crazy trembling, as if that side of heaven and earth cannot withstand his every move. He was just like a Gaijin king who appeared in this world. Chen Bei slowly stepped into the air, his brows slightly furrowed as his gaze fell on that dragon race king, killing intent flickering in his eyes. As he said, again and again and again, as a demon hunter, he did not want to be an enemy of the human race, but he killed once and twice, and still could not make the other party retreat. Since this is the case, then we will kill until there is no heavenly pride in the dragon clan. Come one, kill one, come a pair, kill until the dragons are invincible, and the world will naturally be cool. And with the moment the cloth-clothed figure stepped into the air, the moment the countless number of transcendent martial artists as well as the Nightwalkers got a good look at that figure, suddenly, everyone's eyes widened. Their eyes, from the initial anticipation, curiosity, and awe gradually changed to surprise, dismay, amazement, shock, and finally eyes full of disbelief, as well as astonishment. The moment Chen Bei appeared in everyone's line of sight, this side of the world, as if all of a sudden quieted down. A needle could be heard and it was as quiet as a cicada. Chapter 121 Terrifying Astonishment. King Confrontation. How is he? Boom. Everyone suddenly felt their heads explode, as if a thunderbolt had torn through the firmament, a bolt from the clear sky. Obviously, quite a few people recognized that coat of cloth, and they all froze on the spot one by one, with indescribable shock flooding their pupils. Chen Bei? How is he? How is this possible? For a time, countless people were struck by lightning, staring blankly at the silently standing figure in the air above the Pekyang region, feeling their brains go blank. Among the crowd, in a certain direction, Ji Yu and Shao Qing, several people directly stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with astonishment and unbelief. Especially Shao Qing. Her entire delicate body trembled as if she had seen a ghost staring at that person. Miss, am I mistaken? How could it be him? How is this possible? Qing felt like her three views had collapsed, and those who were shocked were far more than just the two Ji Yu, but countless transcendent martial artists. General Secretary of the Night Division of the Southern Row of the Tiannan Province, Meng Tianzheng and Shi Jian and the others were also shocked beyond words. That silhouette that stood in the void was not some king who had been invited to sit in on the town, nor was it some king realm that guarded that one piece of cloth, but rather, that was that one piece of cloth. How is that possible? He's a king? In the middle of the remote village, Chu Siki also couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, a pair of beautiful eyes almost about to see through the void. Her complexion no better than Ji Yu's several people, and among the endless crowd of transcendent martial artists, the king in yellow, several horrifying figures of the king and general clan of Tiannan City were even more frozen on the spot, especially Wang Longhai, that 8th master of the Wang family, as well as the 9th and 10th masters. The three people's expressions were directly fixed at that moment of shock, and they did not move for a long time. The representatives of the 8 ancient race groups, the 7 king race alliances, and some hidden holy lands were each equally filled with endless shock. Around the endlessly distant place, the Devil Pro who stood at the top of the Devil Pro, also had his pupils infinitely expanded at this moment. Master Wang? The shock in Devil Pro's eyes was even more to a point of no return. Others might not know much about the King Master. However, as a half-step Emperor Realm Demon Emperor, he naturally knew how terrifying the King Master Realm Demon Hunter was, especially for the demon race. Everyone was stunned at this moment. That terrifying king's pressure was actually erupted by that person. Brothers, I have just returned from the border. Who is this man? Why are you all reacting like this? A transcendent martial artist who had just returned from the border opened his mouth to ask. Some transcendent martial artists had hurriedly heard about it, and although they had heard a lot of words about that demon hunter, they had yet to see him in person. He's that demon hunter. Chen Bei. What did you say? He is Chen Bei? Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? That person, no. That king, is that demon hunter? There's no mistaking it. I'm a local of the Pekyang region. I was there when the demon emperor came to attack a few days ago. There's absolutely no mistaking it. What's going on? Didn't you guys say that this person is a saint initiator? Why is it a king? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A few days ago, he was clearly still in the sacred realm. It's only been a few short days. How did he suddenly become a king? The countless transcendent martial artists who participated in the huge change that night stayed in place. The whole person was bad. All of them were as motionless as if they were wooden statues made of clay. Not only did their bodies remain motionless, even that incredulous look on their faces seemed to freeze at this moment. King Realm? There's no way he could be in the King Realm. No, this isn't right. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. In just a few days, breaking through the king realm. This is simply impossible. If he was at the absolute peak of sainthood entry, I would still be able to accept it. But he was clearly at the early stage of sainthood entry that night. Many people shook their heads in succession, feeling that this was too heavenly to be realistic. However, the cloth on top of that peak young territory was truly a king at the moment. And not only that, on his body, the king's might was incomparably thick and terrifying as hell. It was simply impossible for a non-king realm powerhouse to appear in the center of that king's might confrontation, even if they were at the top of the sacred absolute. Once this statement was made, those who had learned the accurate information were also completely dumbfounded. Are you guys saying that a few days ago, he was still at the early stage of sage entry? Upon receiving the reply, everyone was dumbfounded, feeling their scalps tingle and a wave of goosebumps spread over their bodies. A few days in the king realm. This is completely impossible. But the cloth did, almost turning the impossible into fact and placing it in front of everyone. However, some people suddenly remembered something and their faces changed again and again. Do you guys still remember that when the Dragon Clan brought people to besiege that person for the first time? He seemed to have broken through as well, and he even pressed his sword against the Dragon Mansion, forcing the Dragon Clan's oldest ancestor to cough up blood repeatedly. What do you mean? This person has continuously broken through 2 major realms in just over a month, and has also become a king? Oh my god, how is this possible? Many people sucked in a breath of cool air and felt chills running down their spines. In the crowd, the 2 old men were also breathing heavily, and their gazes toward that figure were like floods. Brotherly, maybe it's him, it's really him, we have found the right person. The old Taibu did not miscalculate. This person has really appeared. Tell His Majesty, tell the sovereign, he must be the one we are waiting for. It must be him. While the silver-haired old man's eyes were filled with horror, he was so excited that he was incoherent and was about to go forward. The white-haired old man also had a heaving chest and a dry mouth, but he still pulled the silver-haired old man back. His eyes kept staring at the coat of cloth, while his mouth said repeatedly, "Don't be in a hurry, old fellow, wait a little longer. This matter is of great importance, and it concerns 1,000 years of ancient Qin. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Not sure before, do not dare to easily make a decision. This decision once made, will stir the dynasty. Yes, 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 I'm in a hurry, I'm the one in a hurry. Look again, look again." The silver-haired old man nodded his head repeatedly at his words, but the tension and excitement on his face could no longer be suppressed. In the meantime, in the middle of Pekyang City, somewhere above the intersection, a cat demon stood by the side of the road with one paw raised, also staring blankly at the cloth coat. Soon, however, its eyes lost their emotion-laden gleam and once again returned to blankness. Over the Pekyang region, Long Teng couldn't help but frown as he looked at the coat of cloth that stood across from him. Wasn't it said that it was a sainted griffin? How is it a king? The dragon race king's pupils narrowed slightly as he stared at Chen Bei dead in the face. From the other party, he could feel that terrifying kingly might. The other party was obviously a king as well, but how strong it was not yet known. The other party's aura was very different from the transcendent king realm, and it was not too good to judge it before making a move. However, both sides were kings, and Long Teng was even in the 5 directions king realm, so it was not so much that he retreated without a fight, but rather, the king's might became more and more horrifying and terrifying. Chen Bei also did not say a word as he silently looked at this dragon king realm, a flash of killing intent flashing under his eyes. When enemies meet, there's no such thing as bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When kings fight each other, there is only one thought in each other's eyes, to kill each other. Although the two did not have a conversation, yet the confrontation of the king had already begun. For a time, that void collapsed, that heaven and earth roared loudly, and countless people held their breath, staring blankly at that world, where 2 kings faced each other, and a kingly battle was about to kick off. Who will lose and who will win? It is still unknown. Chapter 122 Prestigious and Famous. Scared of kings. For a moment, everyone held their breath. The Battle of Kings. This was a spectacle that had not been seen for over 1,000 years in the great backwaters of the human race. Boom dash, accompanied by a loud sound. That side of the heavens and earth collapsed point by point, and the endless kings might collapsed the void, causing the sky above the entire Pekyang region to tremble with the naked eye. Although the crowd was still caught up in the shock of the moment for a long time, but at this moment, all of them were also wide-eyed, looking at the scene, lest they miss any detail. However, in everyone's heart, even if that coat of cloth broke through the king realm, even if it was shocking and earth-shattering, yet in the end, it was only a king who had first entered the king realm. Could it be that he could still suppress the dragon king realm? It should be known that Long Teng was a 5-faceted king realm that had returned from the border. killing and suppressing one side for many years. Whether it was his realm and battle experience, he was much stronger than that coat of cloth. Will he win? Guu thought darkly in her heart, not very hopeful. Even if he won by a fluke, there were still 2 kings of the Dragon Clan who hadn't arrived, and once they converged, 3 kings against 1. Even if that person had the ability to take over the heavens, it would be impossible for him to survive the siege of the 3 kings. In Guu's opinion, Long Tang was at the 5 Directions King realm, so he might not even need Long Hua and Long Fei to arrive to defeat that person. At the same time, Guu was not the only one who had this idea. Almost everyone thought so, except the white-haired old man and the silver-haired old man who were full of anticipation. The entire Pekyang region outside was silent. A needle could be heard, and countless transcendent martial artists as well as nightwalkers were all staring intently at the place. At some point, it's moving. The king of the dragon family has moved. Finally, boom dash. However, beside Long Tang, a square sky painting halberd slowly rose up, with terrifying fluctuations coming from it, shocking people's hearts and souls. The moment the square heavenly painted halberd appeared, a heaven-destroying aura swept across the void, causing countless people's faces to change drastically. That square sky painting halberd, is it a king's weapon? What a terrifying aura! Worthy of being the 12 holy dragon sons of the dragon race, the 5-faceted king realm, and just the king's soldiers have caused that world to collapse. It is not the weapon that is strong, but the person who uses it. This is too scary, isn't it? Many terrifying figures felt the power fluctuations on that pole of weaponry and instantly changed their faces drastically. And some of the kings who returned from the border were even more greatly shocked. Early on at the border, I heard that the 12 holy dragon sons of the dragon family had heaven-defying talents and were almost invincible in the same realm. And today, at first sight, it's far more terrifying than we imagined by more than a few times. This isn't a king. This is the head of the kings. Those existences at the top of the pyramid of the 5 Directions King realm. It seems that I still underestimated the Dragon Clan's people. This person's strength, even when placed in the king realm, is a premier existence, at least below the hexagonal king realm. He already has an invincible stance. A king who had returned from the border gate muttered, his eyes filled with a look of suppressed astonishment. It was obvious that Long Tang was even more terrifying than the legends. This was an unimaginable king, both in terms of talent and the kingly power that it erupted from. It almost made even the king's heart palpitate. How come it's so strong? Beside Guu, the returning king realm of the Yin clan's royal family also had slightly dilated pupils, seemingly greatly shaken. Guu several people followed the sound and were even more shocked. Even the old generation character who was a king issued such an evaluation. That proved that this Long Tang, his strength had been terrifying to the extreme. A single Long Tang was so strong. Then that Long Hua and Long Fei, wouldn't they be even more unimaginable? Aside from the king beside Guu commenting, a few kings were also shaking their heads. But what they were commenting on, was that coat of cloth? It's a pity. This person is indeed shocking enough to break through 2 major realms in a row in a month. It does make me feel incredulous, although I don't know what method he used to break through so fast. But today, I'm afraid it's hard to escape. It's hard. After all, there are very few kings that can survive under that square sky painting halberd. But any king realm that has fought with the 12 holy dragon sons of the Dragon Clan have almost all been decimated. According to reliable information, back then at the border, this 8th Saint Dragon Son had been surrounded by 5 high-dimensional kings and did not die, and even counter-killed 2 high-dimensional kings and wounded 3, causing them to flee. This person's heavenly talent, the human race's backward breakthrough of the king's realm, I'm afraid that in its hands can't get through a single move. And this person has just broken through the king realm. Even if he is more heaven-defying, he can't escape his fate. The crowd of kings slowly shook their heads, and although they were shocked at the promotion speed of that piece of cloth, and even suspected that he had some secret method to rapidly increase his strength, they were not optimistic. The 12 sacred dragon sons of the Dragon Clan, each one of them was a person of great prestige at the border, not to mention that Long Tang was also ranked 8th. Furthermore, the vicious battles at the border were continuous. There was no lack of heavenly demon kings coming to attack, and one of the 12 holy dragon sons of the Dragon Clan had not fallen, which already explains certain reasons. The Dragon King realm was as terrifying as it was. This ancient transcendent martial artist family might not have such a high prestige in the great backlands of the human race, but in the otherworldly borderlands, it was a giant, a true behemoth. And with this return, the Dragon Clan was still one of the helmsmen of a certain ancient clan group. The ocean of transcendent martial artists all sucked in a breath of cool air as they listened to the words between the kings, especially those transcendent martial artists who had returned from the border. Even without the kings opening their mouths, they knew how terrifying Red King Long Tang was. That coat of cloth is bound to die. However, This was not important. What mattered was that even the most mediocre king was still a king realm, and was not that easy to be subdued. A battle of kings was about to be staged. This was also the reason why countless transcendent martial artists followed the sound. Watching the battle of kings would help with strength breakthroughs and epiphanic cultivation, although they were returning from the border. However, in the border, the battlefield of the king realm was not in the same place as the battlefield below the king realm, and it was rare to see the king realm make a move. After all, if a king realm powerhouse were to fight in a battlefield below the king realm, all living beings below the king realm on both sides would be tragically affected and slaughtered, and no one would be able to withstand that kind of extinction strike. It was at the moment when the crowd was looking at it differently. Suddenly, boom! Long Tang struck out. But see that holy dragon's son holding a square sky painting halberd. A halberd stabbed out the whole person even with the halberd and went. Wherever he passed the heaven and earth changed dramatically. The void crumbled and collapsed. Layers collapsed. Kill. Accompanied by the Red King's soft drink. The Endless King's power collapsed the Qianquan, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth along the way, and stabbing towards that coat of cloth. Who dash? Before the human halberd arrived, the terrifying power had already made the opposite side of Chen Bei's robes fly, his long hair fluttering and hunting. The terrifying battle halberd caused this world to tremble crazily, carrying the power of supreme kingly might and twisting the void to boil continuously. However, Chen Bei was quietly looking at the shocking halberd, not moving a muscle. Finally, as the war halberd pierced through the void and collapsed the ages, stabbing towards that cloth-clad head, when the distance entered the range of 1 meter. However, he saw Chen Bei violently raise his hand, spreading his 5 fingers wide and launching out with a pong. Buzz. In an instant, a kingly power as vast as a river of stars swarmed out, enveloping this heaven and earth. As for Long Tang's square sky painting halberd, it shook violently and was suddenly fixed. Along with himself, it was also fixed in the void, fixed at 1 meter away. Looking carefully, he saw that the tip of the square sky painting halberd was already less than a centimeter away from Chen Bei's hand, but it was no longer difficult to advance an inch. Chapter 123, all shocked, all petrified. What was fixed at the same time was not only the square heavenly painted halberd in Dragontang, but also the kingly power that was as terrifying as it was. At this moment, it was as if the ever-collapsing void had also solidified all of a sudden, maintaining its collapsed general shape. In the sky above that peak Yang region, it was as if it had been frozen in time, and everything seemed to have stood still. Suddenly, what? Wow dash! Countless transcendent martial artists from ancient transcendent martial artist lineages all had their faces change drastically and their expressions froze in a flash. Even those kings who had returned from the otherworldly borders were all wide-eyed, the shock in their eyes suddenly rising. What's going on? That side of heaven and earth, it seems to be fixed. There were terrifying figures with eyes full of disbelief. Their faces changed 180 degrees, and their entire minds went blank. It's like it's really fixed. Oh my god. How is that possible? How come? In an instant, countless transcendent martial artists, as well as the Nightwalkers, were dumbfounded, and the entire ocean-like vastness of the crowd took a step forward in unison, their eyes glaring. Ji Yu, Shao Cheng, Meng Tianzheng, Chu Tianxiong, Chu Siki, Shi Jian, the woman beside Shi Jian, all of the night rowers of the Southern Night Row Division of the Tiannan Province, the black-clothed Heaven's Pride daughters, the several King and Yellow families, the 8 ancient race groups, the 7 King alliances, the representatives of the Holy Lands, and the endless transcendent martial artists and night rowers were all dumbstruck on the spot. The ocean-like vastness of the transcendent martial artists and the Nightwalkers, their faces and eyes changed drastically at the same time. Their shock, beyond words, could not be described in words, and any language describing the shocking color in their eyes at this moment, all seemed incomparably pale and powerless. Even the millions of good demons in the Peak Yang region raised their heads and stared blankly at the airspace above them, feeling that their mouths were dry and their hearts were racing. The Ice Dragon and Phoenix, as well as Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin, were also stupefied. Even though the 4 had already known that Chen Bei had stepped into the kingly realm and was an incomparably terrifying king master, and had also seen that astonishing kingly might. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were still too shocked to speak. As for Lin Sini and the others, although they didn't know what kind of existence and identity the terrifying man holding the square heavenly halberd was, it wasn't hard to imagine that it must be a shocking figure, and they similarly wore stunned faces. Even the Mu Nanshu sisters and Lin Xiao within the eastern suburb villa were completely dumbfounded. For that stillness, a stillness visible to the ordinary eye, a stillness of space, a stillness of time, where it was as if everything stood still. In addition to the millions of good demons in the Peak Yang region, there are still endless ordinary people still lingering here, and at this moment all of them are raising their heads one by one, and even if they don't understand what that scene actually represents, they still feel that it is shocking to the world. In the eyes of ordinary people, simply making everything stand still was enough to make them feel godlike. In the middle of the Pyongyang airspace, the one who was most shocked was the Dragon Tang King Realm King, who ranked 8th among the 12 holy dragon sons of the Dragon Clan. Longtime only felt that a king's pressure that was far more terrifying than his own countless times enveloped this area of heaven and earth, confining himself in the void and unable to move. The 8th Saint Dragon son of the Dragon Clan was filled with shock and horror. His eyes were flooded with monstrous waves, as if he had seen a ghost staring at Chen Bei. But there was only one Yu. The entire person was shocked beyond words within. And that's when Chen Bei silently looked at this king. His killing intent flickered in his eyes. As I said, anyone from the Dragon Clan who dares to take a step into the Pyongyang region will be killed without pardon. The words had not yet fallen. Chen Bei's big hand shook, and the endless terrifying mana was violently powerful. But he saw Long Tang's square heavenly painted halberd, point by point, crumbling, starting from the tip of the halberd, spreading all the way, and eventually completely exploding into point-by-point fragments, and that big hand suddenly covered the top of its head. No dash! Long Tang let out a growl of unwillingness and trepidation, fear and panic of death written in his eyes. And that's when, boom dash, another even more terrifying kingly might shook the heavens and the clouds boiled. However, a terrifying figure flew across the endless distance to the top of that dome, and when it saw the scene under the dome, its face suddenly became incomparably ugly. Stop! The terrifying figure let out an explosive cry as the endless kingly might crossed the airspace and fell towards the Pyongyang region. Compared to the aura on Long Tang's body, that king's pressure was even more terrifying and palpitating, as if the entire dome of the sky was trembling, truly collapsing the boundless heaven and earth. How dare you! The person who came burst out shouting repeatedly, his eyes red, itching to descend down in an instant, but he was too far away, so he could only take the lead. Chen Bei slowly raised his head at the words and coldly looked at the terrifying figure, but his eyes grew colder and colder. Heir, listen, if thou dares to do so, our clan will pour out a clan's strength to suppress Heir and exterminate the entire clan. Rumble dash, accompanied by the terrifying figure's furious shout, the entire dome of the sky rapidly collapsed, and endless kingly might swept across the heavens. Another king of the dragon race, the 6th-ranked Yin King of the 12 sacred dragon sons, the king of the 8 directions, Long Hua, the ocean of transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers all looked up, instantly filled with astonishment. The person who came was no one else but the 6th of the 12 holy dragon sons of the Dragon Clan, the 8-faceted King Realm powerhouse, Wang Hua. And Wang Huaran has not yet arrived. The voice first anger, obviously love brother heart, and even go so far as to threaten to raise the name of the family. For a time, countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers were all rippling and surging inside. The Dragon Clan was already a behemoth at the border. The 12 holy dragon sons were already so terrifying and frightening, and above them were the 8 divine dragon sons, the 3 true dragon sons, as well as the old generation of terrifying powerhouses. If they really threatened to raise their clans, around the 8 ancient clans group and the 7 royal clans alliance, and even those hidden sacred lands and royal clans, they would have to consider it. Suddenly, endless gazes landed on that coat of cloth. Does he still dare to kill? Dare not. Right. This Chen Shu also should be at this moment to stop. After all, will be a horror of the ancient race completely offended and turned into a mortal enemy, is a big enough to pressure people to gasp for air. Even the white-haired old man and the silver-haired old man in the crowd were shaken at this moment, somewhat disbelieving that the coat of cloth would really subdue Long Tang, or dare to subdue Long Tang. Yet the next moment, boom dash, Chen Bei's gaze was still looking at the Long Hua who was rushing from the firmament, but his large hand shook violently, and even the drop of mana liquid in his body trembled slightly, and the void, bang, accompanied by a muffled sound. The Dragon Clan's 12 sacred dragon sons, who ranked 8th in the 5-square king realm, exploded with a bang, transforming into a blooming mist of blood. What? The instant this scene occurred, countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers were directly petrified, their eyes filled with horror almost reaching its peak. Kill? He actually gave it a kill? White-haired old man and silver-haired old man this scene, but in the eyes of the endless appreciation of the light and shock, killing and decisive, unthreatened, fearless of strong enemies, it must be him, it must be him. The white-haired old man took a rare sharp breath and gasped for air, as if he saw something that had been waiting for endless years. Everyone stared dumbfounded at that cloth coat. Their breathing was about to stop. No, it was stopped outright. Compared to the two old men, the rest of the transcendent martial artists and the nightwalkers were numb all over, from head to toe, the body's instinctive reaction when one was shocked to the limit. At this moment, they completely froze in place, even as if they could hear their own racing heartbeats thumping and thumping between heaven and earth. Chapter 124, beating two kings in a row, sealing the sky with one sword. How dare he? The vast ocean of transcendent martial artists all had their chests heaving, their hearts greatly shaken while indescribably shocked colors flowed from their eyes. No one had expected that the man in cloth, who said he would kill, was still in front of the sixth Saint Dragon Son. Bastard dash. At the top of the celestial dome, the belatedly arriving Long Hua saw the scene, and his entire body instantly stormed out. As the sixth Saint Dragon Son of the Dragon Clan who was a fanatic in supporting his younger brother, this person's feelings towards Long Tang were so good that it was beyond compare. Seeing that his brother had been decapitated in front of him, Long Hua was almost on the verge of blacking out in place. You seek death. Take a life dash. Rumble dash. The sixth sacred dragon son was furious, his pupils blood red as he finally descended above the dome of the Pekyang region. However, when he saw that he had sacrificed an ancient bell, the ancient bell suppressed and the endless void collapsed completely, and the entire sky seemed to be shattered by the terrifying king's might. Not good. The eight directions king realm strikes with all its might. Crazy. This Long Hua is crazy. Is he trying to destroy this heaven and earth? Everyone, retreat, quickly. Some terrifying figures exclaimed out sharply, their faces changing drastically, and around those kings returning from the border, their faces also changed slightly, and they retreated madly and quickly. Jiyu and the others were also led by the kings of the Yen clan's royal family to quickly withdraw, retreating an endless distance in the blink of an eye, their speed staggeringly fast. And endless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers. Is like a scared bird like desperately hiding away? Originally they just come to admire the king realm shot, did not want to think, evolved into the king of the battle, and now it is even more into the king of the fight for their lives. The point was that no one would have thought that things would have evolved to this point, that the Dragon Clan's sixth sacred dragon son would disregard the living souls, or even the pressure of the Imperial clan, and turn this place into a battlefield of kings, storming out on the spot. The consequences of an all-out strike from the eight directions king realm would be difficult for them to bear. And this king of the Dragon Clan, obviously stimulated, had already defied all odds and wanted to suppress that coat of cloth. Run! Get out of here! As far away as you can! The overwhelming number of transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers fled, their faces pale and bloodless. The ancient great bell brought with it the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it blasted down. Thinking of the Pekyang region's rapid fall, and wherever it passed through, the void collapsed completely. Yes, it was a complete collapse. At this moment, billions and billions of living beings felt that world-destroying might and shivered as they watched the shocking scene on the dome of the sky. There was one person, however, who quietly watched that world-destroying power. Qin Bei's pupils suddenly contracted, no longer retaining his strength, but summoning the demon-slaying sword, his body's mana surging, the sea of qi trembled, and the drop of mana liquid within the sea of qi also erupted with horrifying might, constantly delivering a steady stream of world-defying mana, and the king's might rippled over the entire Pekyang region. A sword seals the sky. Boom! Accompanied by Qin Bei's soft drink, the demon-slaying sword shone brightly as it swept across the sky, the oceanic annihilation power going against the sky, the terrifying sword qi chopping the sky, wide open. Endless living beings but saw a 10,000-foot sword qi chopping against the heavens, carrying unimaginable power to block off the heavens and earth, pushing across the ages. Not only that sword qi surged madly, from 10,000 feet, skyrocketing into 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet, and eventually skyrocketing to an unimaginable level, as if it was going to cut the sky off and tear the heavens apart. The terrifying power fluctuations caused the transcendent martial artists of the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages that had fled like an ocean, as well as countless nightwalkers, to be unable to resist looking back. Around those who returned from the border, the representatives of all the forces, the returning kings, and the people of the Holy Land, they also turned back and raised their eyes. And the moment the crowd saw that heaven-cutting sword qi, all of them had their scalps tingling and their faces changed in shock. Now that Qin Bei was at the King Master realm, breaking the king's shackle, the power of the demon-slaying sword that he was able to utilize was also on a higher level, so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Although the demon-slaying sword had the greatest restraint on the demon race, yet its sword might was equally astounding. Without waiting for the endless living beings to react, that heaven-slashing sword qi had already cut through the sky and struck that huge ancient giant bell. Boom dash! Endless annihilation power erupted above the dome of the sky. Annihilation ripples swept across billions and billions of emptiness. And that ancient great bell was directly split by the sword qi, splitting into two. Not only that, although the sword qi's light dimmed quite a bit, it was still chopping towards the holy dragon sun whose aura was monstrous. Rumble dash! The heaven-slashing sword chi cleaved the Dragon King of the Octagonal King realm, allowing the other party to strike out with all their might. But just like that ancient great bell, an arm was cleaved in half, spilling blood into the sky. What? Wow dash! Those who were the first to be shocked at this moment were the kings who had returned from the border, each with their jaws agape and their eyes wide open. Fast, just too fast. The heaven-splitting sword chi that seemed to be able to split the heavens was so fast that it was unimaginable, and in just a sudden moment, it had already caused a king to break off one of his arms. For a while, those kings who had returned from the border, each of them stood frozen on the spot, their eyes nearly falling out. But even so, that terrifying sword chi still didn't completely dissipate, but kept a few percent of its light and disappeared into the top of the sky. Countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers looked at this scene, and their original fleeing forms were fixed in place, feeling their scalps explode, and the hair on their heads and sweaty hairs on their bodies seemed to have stood up one by one. However, no time was given to the endless living beings to be shocked. The ragged coat had rushed to the sky, seemingly to decimate the world. The life force of a king realm powerhouse was extremely vigorous, and even if an arm was severed, there was still a chance that it would grow out again and recover to its peak. Qianbei generally did not move to kill easily, but once he did, he would not leave any chance for the enemy to turn the tables and would go all out to suppress the kill, especially if the Dragon King was such a supreme pride. If he gave the other party a heavenly chance, he would probably threaten himself in the future, and this kind of threat, always only directly strangled in the cradle, so as not to sow trouble for the future. Kindness to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. Dash. Above the sky, the middle-aged man with a majestic and domineering face let out a miserable scream. Looking at the arm that fell straight down, his face was hideously twisted and his body was trembling. Yet the next moment, that coat of cloth had appeared in the firmament, and the endless kingly might shattered the firmament as he slapped his palm at the sixth Saint Dragon son of the Dragon Clan. Long Hua felt the terrifying power and raised his head violently. His eyes were filled with horror and fear of death. His expression was not far from Long Tang's earlier. However, right at the stall where Qianbei's palm fell and slapped away with a shocking power. Suddenly, behind Long Hua, the void distorted, and a great figure broke through the air, instantly pulling the sixth Saint Dragon's son behind him. As the star-like vastness of power engulfed the four directions, the man extended his palm and his terrifying power erupted violently as he blasted the palm against Qianbei. Boom dash! A far more terrifying power of extinction erupted between the three of them. The dome of the sky completely cracked open. A huge scar of heaven emerged, and the ripples of extinction swept over 10 million miles of airspace. Chapter 125, A Battle of Fame. The Imperial City waits. Terrifying world-destroying ripples exploded, sweeping across the airspace above the dome of the sky. But, after the figure that suddenly appeared received Qianbei's palm hard, the entire body shook and a mouthful of blood directly gushed out, as if his internal organs had been shattered. The person who came was no other than the Dragon Clan's fourth Saint Dragon son, the astonishing king of the 10 Square King realm, and the Dragon Clan's most promising divine dragon son, Long Fei. After Long Fei blasted a palm, his eyes were flooded with shocking waves, and despite spitting out blood, he immediately flew backwards with Long Hua Jingli, who had broken an arm, and frantically fled. It's not that easy to leave. The crowd, however, saw that the coat of cloth snorted coldly at the sight of the situation and waved his big sleeve. Rumble. Endless power of annihilation swept in all directions. Ripples rippled out and pushed horizontally towards those two figures in the blink of an eye. In the vault of the sky, the fourth saint of the dragon tribe Dragon Son's face changed greatly. Forced to turn back and slap out again, two shares of horrible power in the void exploded. The latter is once again coughing up blood. The body stumbled and swayed, but still want to use the power to escape, towards the peak of the Yang region outside the fly. And that's when, buzz dash, an ancient sword broke through the void at almost the same time, and a sword fell. The demon-slaying sword shone brightly, chopping at the two with its world-destroying sword intent, and the Dragon Clan's fourth Saint Dragon son was too late to return the attack, sensing the terrifying sword power coming from behind him and instinctively dodging. However, he had dodged it, but that ancient sword had struck Long Hua with a single blow, directly blasting a king into a bloody mist. Seeing this, Long Fei's eyes were filled with disbelief, and then he rushed up into the sky, his figure escaping out of the peak Yang region, the whole person breaking through the air and quickly disappearing at the end of the sky. As soon as the Dragon Clan's fourth Saint Dragon son had disappeared far away, Qianbei's figure appeared at the very edge of the peak Yang region, and he received the demon-slaying sword, gazing at the figure with a slight frown. Appropriately, this fourth Saint Dragon son of the Dragon Clan seemed to have used some sort of secret method. His figure directly crossed the endless rivers and disappeared into the end of the sky, and even the demon-slaying sword did not react. Count on you to run fast. but with such serious injuries, let's hope you're still alive. Chen Bei muttered for a while, then exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as his gaze slowly swept over the ocean of transcendent martial artists outside the Pekyang region. The other end, the borderland of Tiannan province. Long Hua's figure descended from the sky and landed on top of the cliff below. His body stumbled unsteadily, one hand propped up on top of a boulder, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. This fourth sacred dragon's son covered his chest and looked behind him with eyes full of fear and shock, then rushed up to the sky and continued to disappear far away. But the more he flew, the slower he flew, and finally fainted and fell in the middle of a mountain range. But the other person seemed to have crushed something on the eve of fainting, like a kind of communication object. In the meantime, within the infinite stars, in the middle of the universe that was endlessly far away from the blue star continent, a certain lofty and grand old palace was slowly crossing the star sea, an ancient and simple hall that was so large that it was unimaginable. Within that ancient palace, an old figure sat cross-legged, and a terrifying aura filled the air between exhaling, causing the void to collapse. This figure was dressed in ancient robes, motionless, sitting in the center of the hall like a stone sculpture, but as if it had merged into heaven and earth. Instead, at a certain moment, the pale figure was violently opening its pale eyes with a grief-stricken expression. No dash! The old man raised his voice to the sky. The entire palace shook violently. A terrifying force swept across the universe and stars, endless stars obliterated, and a galaxy roared and trembled. While the ancient palace trembled, in that vast universe, an ancient aura probed and came out in astonishment. The Black Dragon Hall of the Dragon Race. It's that being. What happened to that one? It seems to be very grief-stricken, and there is a horrible killing intent in the grief emotion. Could it be that a supreme pride of the dragon race has fallen? More than likely, that one must have sensed something, and that's why he's so grief-stricken. Black Dragon Hall. What kind of supreme heavenly pride does the Black Dragon Hall lineage of the dragon race have? Could it be Long Fei, the fourth ranked of the 12 holy dragon sons? Long Fei? Hasn't this person already withdrawn to the human race's great rear? How could something happen in the rear? Many ancient figures frowned slightly, but soon, they all slowly settled down and fell into silence once again, each harnessing a different ancient behemoth and heading towards the blue star continent. These people were sitting on their knees, without joy or sorrow, with a bland expression, but their bodies were emanating a shocking aura. Some harnessed a palace, others a holy mountain, some harnessed an ancient city, and some had their feet on a giant star. And right now, Blue Star Continent, southern Tiannan province, outside the Pekyang region, the endless stream of transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers stared blankly at the coat of cloth that slowly disappeared into the night sky, all of them dumbfounded as if they were wooden chickens, staring blankly at this scene. This time, people didn't show any more exclamations of shock, not even any skepticism, not even at no way how is this possible, because at this moment, the transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers of Wangyang vastness had completely froze. The floods in everyone's hearts were so great that they were almost fixed there, not moving at all. Time passed minute by minute, until a quarter of an hour later, all the people just gasped, breathing heavily, but one by one, turned around, just like the Walking Dead to leave, toward the south and north of the sky scattered, even if Guu extremely beside the return of the king, but also stood still in the void, a long time without saying a word. It's not that they don't want to talk, but they've been shocked to the point where they seem to have briefly lost the ability to speak. While some of the kings who returned from the border were trembling inwardly, especially the king realm powerhouses of the Wang and Huang families. At this moment, one by one, their foreheads were drenched in cold sweat, and when they thought about the initial calculations of a few people, they were all scaring themselves to death. The overwhelming number of transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers were all silent, and one by one, they walked back. It was only until they were far away from the Pekyang region that everyone came back to their senses from that world-shattering king's might. But their eyes were endlessly flustered. Dead. Red King Long Tong, Yen King Long Hua, all dead. Some people murmured. The surface mute, but the heart is a huge wave. Like the world collapsed. A long time cannot be calmed. Some of the border kings, on the other hand, at one point, deeply sucked in a breath of cold air and gradually recovered from their shock, still not saying a word. However, half an hour later, the entire Tiannan province practically exploded, with all sorts of shocked beyond measure voices rising and falling. Not only that, almost overnight, what happened here was spread rapidly, like a hurricane, instantly sweeping across the entire ancient Qin realm, sweeping across the entire vast and boundless ancient Qin realm. Billions and billions of mountains and rivers all over the world cried out in shock. What did you say? One person decimated 2 kings in a row? The 10 Directions King realm fleeing with serious injuries from a single blow? Chen Bei? Demon Hunter? Oh my god. The overwhelming news traveled through various channels to the south and north of the ancient Qin sky. The name Chen Bei was also memorized by countless people overnight. Compared to the transcendent martial artists in the great rear of the human race, the transcendent martial artists returning from the border gate were even more astonished when they heard the news, and as the news reached the imperial city of Xianyang. However, I saw that under the dragon watching platform, a large black pressurized ancient Qin's truly terrifying characters stood quietly, all looking up and gazing at something. Compared to suppressing the two kings, the imperial city seemed to be more concerned about something that was about to potentially happen. Have Elder Li and Elder Wang arrived at the Pekyang region? Back to the king. By all rights, it should have arrived. Someone responded carefully. When these words came out, the entire imperial city was silent. Countless pale figures stood under the dragon watching platform, their breathing becoming more and more rapid. Even the white-haired old man with a black robe, mighty, and a king's crown was staring closely at the dragon watching platform, as if he was waiting for something. Chapter 126, The Divine King appears, acting on his behalf. As the ancient Qin imperial city waits for the news, beyond the Pekyang region, even though the king's battle had ended, however, there were quite a few transcendent martial artists who still lingered around, unable to calm down for a long time. There was no lack of kings returning from the borders of the 8 ancient race groups, kings returning from the borders of the 7 kingly alliances, and king-level powerhouses from the major hidden holy lands. The king-level representatives of all parties stood quietly on one side, gazing at the Pekyang region for a long time. The man in the cloth coat, who had killed 2 kings in a row, a 5-Fang King realm and an 8-Fang King realm, had not been able to last a single round in his hands. Even the Dragon Clan's prestigious 4th Saint Dragon son, Dragon Fei, at the 10-Square King realm, did not have the power to fight, and after receiving only 1 palm, he was struck to the point that he spat out blood from his mouth and desperately tried to escape far away. Such unscientific strength is simply not common sense. That coat of cloth was so terrifying that it was palpable, even heartbreaking, fearful, and terrifying. It was only after a long time that various afterthoughts resounded around the Pekyang region. This person can no longer be judged by common sense. In the king realm, I'm afraid he's already invincible. It's simply unimaginable. Having just broken through the king realm, he is already invincible. How did he do it? This is too shocking. Breaking through 2 major realms in a row in over a month. Is this a godman? Countless terrifying figures stared blankly at the Pekyang region that had already regained its calmness, and thunderbolts exploded within their hearts. That area was calm, but the ocean-like vastness of the transcendent martial artists as well as the Nightwalkers were inwardly flooded with monstrous waves. Not only them, the entire ancient Qin realm, the vast unknown billions and billions of miles of rivers above the earth, similarly set off a fierce wind in huge waves. Chen Bei's name, gradually known by millions of living beings, a person to the king realm of the posture of the battle against the 3 kings, even beheaded 2 kings and repelled a 10-Square King realm, making it seriously injured and fled in a state of distress. This is what kind of astounding battle results. The top of the Devil's Ridge. A generation of Demon Emperor Devil Pro also stood still for a long time before coming back to his senses, muttering alone, his eyes glowing. You really didn't let me down. This emperor is even somewhat looking forward to it. Looking forward to fighting you at the peak. Ha 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 ha. After the Devil Lin finished his words, he let out a loud laugh, laughing extremely comfortably. That sense of fulfillment of not looking at the wrong person instantly filled his heart. Outside of the Pekyang region, the king representatives of the various forces also reacted, and a scorching light emanated from each of their eyes. Our holy land. We must do our best to pull this person in at all costs. A sacred land king-level powerhouse muttered and took a step out, preparing to head to the Pekyang region to recruit that piece of cloth. The king-level powerhouses of the various terrifying forces were also slowly moving their bodies, revealing gazes of endless desire. The cataclysm was coming. If their own forces could get that cloth to join them, their strength would soar a lot. After all, a king, plus millions of good demons. It was an amazing force that was hard to cultivate. Not to mention, that person broke through 2 realms in a row in January, killing a king with a single strike and heavily hitting the 10 Directions King realm. These 2 heaven-defying accomplishments, no matter which one of them, were enough to cause their hearts to feel urgent. Around the Yen clan's royal family, the king of the Ji family, also once again walked slowly, bringing Ji Yu and the others back again. And in the meantime, old man, it's our turn. In the middle of the crowd, the white-haired old man looked at the king-level powerhouses coming from all sides in clouds and said softly to the silver-haired old man. The silver-haired old man nodded heavily at his words, but his breathing became rapid all of a sudden. The 2 of them looked at each other and then took a step out. Boom dash. In an instant, 2 terrifying auras swept beyond the Pekyang region and straight to the top of the sky. The moment the two pale figures released their breath, the entire Tiannan province was shocked, and even those king-level powerhouses were all fixed in their figures, staring blankly at that part of the world. This is a God-King realm powerhouse? A king-level powerhouse exclaimed in shock, looking at the two pale figures with a gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. What? God-King realm? Around the white-haired old man and the silver-haired old man, countless transcendent martial artists who originally stood beside the two men were even more shocked when they heard the words, and stared blankly at the two old men. God-King. Those two pale figures were actually two God-Kings. When the two of them had collected their breath just now, they thought that the other party was just an ordinary transcendent martial artist who had come to join in the fun. Yet at this moment, you tell me that these two seemingly weak old men are actually God-Kings. After a brief moment of stagnation, countless transcendent martial artists were struck by lightning, each petrified in place, especially some of the transcendent martial artists in front of the two old men. A few of them even pushed the two old men behind them to keep them from blocking their line of sight at the time of the Pekyang region king battle. But now, the white-haired old man and the silver-haired old man looked at each other and smiled at the situation, ignoring the several people in front of them who had already been struck by lightning, but instead rose up in the air and soared towards the border of the Pekyang region. The appearance of the two caused all those king-level powerhouses to stop their steps in the void, each with eyes filled with horror. Divine King? Which force's Divine King powerhouse is this? Some king-level powerhouses' faces changed drastically. The white-haired old man and the silver-haired old man showed up at this time. It was obvious that it was very likely that they were here for that cloth coat. The Divine King stepped in. What a treat! Just which side of the force had gone out of its way to allow God-Kings to come, and two of them at once? Is it the top of the ancient clan group? Or the top level of the Seven Princes Alliance? Or the Holy Land? Regardless of which side, a king realm powerhouse that had two God-Kings personally come out was an unprecedented situation. It's very likely that it's the God-Kings of those holy places. There were kings with furrowed brows. If the God-King realm stepped out, then there would be nothing for them to do, at least until the God-Kings of the various forces had personally descended. They, the kings, would have little to no say in the matter. God-King, the king of the power of heaven and earth into the God-Dragon see the head and not see the tail. This kind of God-level characters, all are the head of a party giant. A God word, has explained everything. It was at the time of countless people's astonishment and suspicion. Instead, the white-haired old man and the silver-haired old man stepped into the air and finally stopped at the border of the Pekyang region. Following, an incomparably old voice slowly entered the Pekyang region. The voice was gentle, without the slightest hint of a God-King's stance. The old man Li Tangfeng. I, Wang Changbai, take the king and visit Mr. Feng Yangchen. Wow dash. Before the white-haired old man and the silver-haired old man's words fell, there was a commotion outside the entire Pekyang region. Countless transcendent martial artists from ancient transcendent martial artist lineages all had their pupils glazed over, their eyes filled with shock to the extreme. God King Li Tangfeng? God King Wang Changbai? Oh my god. It's two old God Kings. Countless transcendent martial artists were breathing heavily, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even the kings of the 8 ancient races group and the 7 royal races alliance were rattled, and even those from the hidden sacred grounds revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 127, the pioneer of the Lineage Night Division, representative of the human emperor, God King Li Tangfeng, God King Changbai, one of the 2 oldest divine kings of ancient Qin. Countless transcendent martial artists could be said to have heard of him like thunder. It had been an unknown time since the last time the 2 great God Kings had appeared, perhaps 100 years, or perhaps 200 years, or even 300 years. However, as things stood, the 2 old God Kings reappeared, but in the Pekyang region, for that one cloth coat. For a time, the transcendent martial artists of the endless ancient transcendent martial artist lineages were all greatly shocked and filled with dismay. But after a brief moment of dismay, everyone reacted. In an instant, wow dash, the endless rows of night people are all brushing their knees and bowing down. Although nowadays it is a technologically advanced society, ordinary people meet the king does not need to perform rituals. However, for the 2 God King, endless rows of night people are willing to bow down. What they worshipped was not the God King, but the great deeds of war. God King Li Tangfeng, founder of the ancient Qin Night Walking Division, founder of the Night Walking people, the first generation of border guardians, and the early guardian deity of the human race. God King King Changbai, ancient Qin King Division to set the sea, Qin Army ancient military soul, the first generation of the border guardian, the early guardian god of the human race. Greetings to the divine king, greetings to the chief priest ancestor. The endless rows of night people whispered in unison, their faces full of excitement, their voices converging like dragons and rushing straight into the sky. Seeing this, The transcendent martial artists of the Oceanic ancient transcendent martial artist lineage also bowed in panic and clasped their fists in unison as they opened their mouths. We have met Senior Divine King Li. And we have met Senior Divine King Wang. For a time, outside the entire Pekyang region, the entire area was blackened and worshipped. Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai looked back at the group of nightwalkers behind them, both with kind and helpless eyes. All rise. Thank you, Suzu. The ocean of nightwalkers rose one after another, all gazing at the pale figure from afar with indescribable reverence and respect in their eyes. Li Tangfeng looked at the endless borderline returning nightwalkers and sighed quietly. Then his face looked at the endless ancient transcendent martial family of transcendent martial artists without ripples and nodded slightly, but without any words, and even a touch of dissatisfaction flooded in his pale pupils. Back then, when the God King created the Xing Knight Division, the predecessors of countless ancient transcendent martial artist families were also Xing Knight people, but later, because of various reasons, they detached themselves and were fueled by selfishness, and eventually evolved into endless ancient forces, and even had a tendency to separate themselves from the imperial court. It's all because of the old man who sowed the seeds of trouble. Li Tangfeng muttered a cry, his eyes full of self-reproach and coldness. After muttering to themselves for a while, the two God Kings no longer paid attention to the crowd, but instead turned their gazes towards the Pekyang region. In the meantime, elders, my lord has an invitation. The voice of the Ice Dragon came from within the Peak Sun region. Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai looked at each other when they heard this, and then they stepped away, heading towards the eastern suburb villa. After the two of them entered the Pekyang region, they immediately converged on their God King aura, resembling two windswept, aged figures strolling through the void. And the moment the two of them just entered the Pekyang region, the endless good demons all received orders to bow slightly to those two God Kings as a sign of respect. This was Chen Bei's intention, and a trace of respect had inevitably risen in his heart after he had learned from Lu Tianan and the Ice Dragon about the contributions of the two old God Kings to the human race just now. Chen Bei asked himself, if he were in his place, he wouldn't necessarily be able to be like Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai, selflessly dedicating their entire lives for the sake of the human race, especially after learning that when the demon domain was just invaded 1,000 years ago, the two men died defending the border, as well as later on, they created the Xingyui division, casting the flooding Qin army and so on, and almost all of their lives were contributed to the human race. Beyond the Pekyang region, the transcendent martial artists of the Oceanic ancient transcendent martial artist family looked at the two pale figures that slowly walked into Pekyang, but each of them had a dry mouth. How did the two old God Kings appear here? A transcendent martial artist breathed heavily and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask, mostly for that Chen Bei. Do you mean that the two old God Kings came here for that piece of cloth? Isn't it obvious enough? The God Kings are all here. Just what kind of god is this Chen Bei? There were transcendent martial artists who were incomparably shocked, and the moment the two old God Kings appeared, everyone was stunned, disbelief written in their eyes. One must know that it was the first God King and the second God King born in ancient Qin, and countless people would not necessarily be able to see the two old God Kings in their entire lives. And now for the sake of one person, it was a God King in person, and it was also these two old God Kings, which had almost never happened in the ancient Qin Earth realm for more than 1,000 years. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as the old God King. Some terrifying figures, on the other hand, thought of something and their scalps tingled. What do you mean? Someone was puzzled and opened his mouth to ask. Think about it, what is the status of the old God King? And who can mobilize two old God Kings at the same time? Looking at the entire ancient Qin, who can there be? You mean, two old God Kings? What do they represent? There's no need for me to say more about this, right? The Imperial Clan. It's the ancient Qin Imperial Clan. Some people came to a realization, but they were struck by lightning. Looking at the entire ancient Qin, the strongest strength must not be Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai. Yet in terms of virtue and respect, the entire ancient Qin, in addition to the human emperor Qin Wang, is also these two. It could be said that the old God King was the Imperial Clan, representing the attitude of the Imperial Clan. And the fact that the two old God Kings arrived at the same time further demonstrated the attitude of the Imperial Clan towards that coat of cloth. In an instant, countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers all raised their heads in a heady manner, staring blankly at the Pekyang region. Those representatives of the behemoths who had originally wanted to recruit or draw on that coat of cloth also froze in place one by one, even though they were no matter how powerful and the forces behind them were no matter how terrifying. Yet in front of the Imperial family, they were not considered orthodox after all. And the appearance of the old God King represented human Emperor Qin, the 9 and 5 of ancient Qin, the supreme being, the human emperor, king of Qin, on the other hand, represented the entire Imperial Clan, and even the entire ancient Qin. Suddenly, Countless transcendent martial artists' eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even if that coat of cloth was powerful, even if it was invincible at the King realm, it was not worthy of such attention from the human Emperor Qin Wang. A peerless king with such a battle record was indeed astounding. Enough to shake ancient Qin to its core, but the ancient Qin border was full of terrifying celestial pride. Far from enough to cause the human Emperor Qin King to personally send an old god king over. Could it be that this person has some other identity? Countless transcendent martial artists were angry and wanted to crack their eyes. And around the Dragon Clan members who were already shocked speechless at the border of the Pekyang region, they were also like being struck by lightning, just like a bolt from the blue. Once the Imperial Clan got involved in this matter, it would not be good news for the Dragon Clan, to the point that it would be extinction. Human Emperor Qin Wang, the first strongest of the ancient Qin imperial family, the 9 dragons supreme, although he has gray hair and is old, yet no one has ever dared to question the strength of the human emperor. Although those super holy places and terrifying ancient clans also had strong people comparable to the human emperor level. However, the human Emperor Qin King had the source power of his endless children to add to his body, and as long as he was within the ancient Qin, he could be considered invincible in the imperial realm. Even if source power was put aside, the human emperor was still invincible. And that wasn't the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing was that behind the human emperor, there was the entire imperial clan, there was the lineage knight division, and there were billions and billions of Qin troops. The imperial clan, the first ancient clan of all time. Even if it was a super hidden holy land, it had once been exterminated by the royal family due to its heinous crimes. However, at this moment, that coat of cloth seemed to have received an invisible shelter from the royal family. In the middle of Pekyang City, Old God King, representative of the imperial clan, Book Changqing and Empty Changlin's eyes dropped to the ground as they stared blankly at that scene. Lin Sini's family also gazed at the 2 pale figures that slowly stepped into the air, and their eyes underwent a shocking change. Although they didn't know who those 2 old men were, they heard the phrase acting on behalf of the king, coupled with the fact that Book Changqing and Empty Changlin exclaimed out in shock at the side. They naturally had some knowledge. That's a representative of the ancient Qin Wen clan's royal family. At one time, even if that coat of cloth was stronger, it only affected one side, a party overlord. And now, once the royal family recognized it, then his identity would be even more terrifying. And compared to the crowd, Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai appeared to be more nervous, because the purpose of their trip was to confirm one thing. If that is confirmed, the entire royal family will tremble. Chapter 128 Deadly Enemy of the Demon Region. Portrait in painting. After Qianbei killed the 212 holy dragon sons of the Dragon Clan, he did not return to the eastern suburbs villa, but landed in the middle of Pekyang City, on the rooftop where Lin Sini and the others were. After resolving the 3 long-tongued people, he was still hung up on the cat demon in his heart. To be precise, he should be hung up on Li Xiaohong and his sister. However, when Qianbei returned again, the cat demon had already disappeared without a trace. Coincidentally, the voices of Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai rang out at that moment, and after a brief moment of thought, he was still prepared to meet these 2 old god kings first. The other end. Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai stepped into the air and looked from afar at the coat of cloth that stood on the rooftop of the hotel, and both of them couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. That a cloth coat back to basics, convergence of breath when it looks more mortal than immortal. However, a closer look, the other body but an unspeakable temperament, just stand there with his hands, will give a feeling of unfathomable. The 2 old god kings slowly descended into the oceanic Pekyang City, and after glancing at each other, they both suppressed the undulating fluctuations in their hearts and stepped into the air. The old man Li Tangfeng, I, Wang Changbai, on behalf of the king, I've come to visit Mr. Chen. Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai landed on top of the rooftop and slightly arched their hands at Qianbei. The 2 old god kings are visiting. Qianbei should have welcomed them personally, but it's not because today is not peaceful, so I've slowed down the 2 old seniors. Please don't be offended. Qianbei is here to greet you. Qianbei similarly arched his hand, his words carrying a few moments of respect, admiring such 2 old god kings from the bottom of his heart. 2 people for the ancient Qin people to contribute a body, for the human race, blood and iron horse, blood on the frontiers, die defending the border, the dying years and personally created the Line Knight Division, training the Line Knight People Army, casting the ancient Qin military soul, toiling for a lifetime, selfless dedication. These various deeds casually take out one, are called a generation of great men. No wonder in the endless rows of night people's minds, has an irreplaceable position. And at that moment, Shu Chongqing and Empty Changlin also hurriedly saluted and bowed slightly. In my name, I am the town guardian of the General Division of the Southern Walking Night Division of the Tiannan Province. Shu Chongqing. In my name, I am the town guardian of the General Division of the Northern Running Knight Division of the Tiannan Province. Mt. Chanlin. Greetings to the two old god kings, the two men said, full of piety and respect. Book Changqing and Mt. Changlin. Although the people of the holy race, however, is also the side of the walking night people town guard envoys, but all the town guard envoys, almost all will be approved by Li Tangfeng personally. They may not always have seen Li Tangfeng, but Li Tangfeng must know the two like the back of his hand. Otherwise he wouldn't have handed over a provincial territory to the two to sit on. Lin Sini's family also bowed when they saw this, although they didn't know who these two old men were. They were able to tell from the demeanor of Shu Changqing and Kong Changlin that the other party was from a very big place, and that they were from the royal family. Ordinary people had an innate fear and adoration for the royal family. The winners, the Ice Dragon and Phoenix, similarly bowed slightly, and it was only natural that they wouldn't take offense to someone Chen Bei honored. There is no need for you all to be polite. The two of you have worked hard for so many years guarding Tiannan. Seeing this, Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai signaled the crowd that there was no need for etiquette, and even somewhat deliberately avoided the identity and great achievements of their own old god kings, but instead turned to look at Chen Bei, with a hint of astonishment showing in their pale eyes. I have heard that Mr. is full of righteousness and vastness, and today I see that he is really extraordinary. Wang Changbai took the lead and spoke from the heart. Li Tangfeng is also carefully scrutinized Chen Bei. The more scrutinized, the more feel in front of this dress cloth extremely familiar, and even a strong nod at his head. Just like, this statement was made. Wang Changbai also reacted and nodded his head in agreement. Indeed it is too similar. Old fellow, we should have found the right person. The old Taibu heavenly fortune teller. There really is such a person. The two old god kings' faces were agitated, and their pale bodies trembled a little. The Ice Dragon and Phoenix, as well as Book Evergreen and Mt. Changlin, Lin Sini and Lin Xinyue, and the others were baffled. Chen Bei also could not help but frown slightly, somewhat unsure. Could it be that the two old-timers have seen Chen Bei? Chen Bei opened his mouth. Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai first froze at the words, then looked apologetic and embarrassed. Oh, it's us who are abrupt. Our two old guys naturally got to see Mr. Chen for the first time. This matter also has to start from 700 years ago. 700 years ago, the last old Taibu of the ancient Qin had told a fortune for the earth. Li Tangfeng one by one. The crowd then understood. It turns out that 700 years ago, from the demon domain invasion of the Blue Star continent has been hundreds of years of history. When the border emergency, the entire ancient Qin into a piece of despair, but good thing that the two old god king came out of nowhere. Die defending the border, defuse a catastrophic crisis, but even so, the ancient Qin ancestors knew that the border would collapse one day. The demon domain was unimaginably powerful, and if it wasn't for the force of the laws and order of this world that had been blocking the strongest people from over there from coming over, perhaps this continent would have fallen more than 1,000 years ago. So at the time when despair enveloped the entire continent, the last of the ancient Qin old woman divination at the expense of life divination, for the future of a fortune-telling, and the content of the trigram was that before the total collapse of the border, there would be a person who would appear in this world, and that after the total collapse of the border, when the three kings came to attack, the dragon fell and the king was destroyed, and the sword sealed the sky, and all the kings trembled, and their names trembled in the heavens, and this person, though not a savior, is immortal with the demon domain. Because of this, the appearance of this person invariably let the entire Blue Star continent in the catastrophe to survive. Although the catastrophe makes this world full of holes and devastation, but the ancient Qin fire is therefore to continue. Not only that, but when the old Taibu was dying, she drew a picture based on the trigrams, and it was the very portrait of that man. Li Tangfeng said, taking out an ancient yellowed portrait. In those days, technology was not as advanced as it is now, and there were no photographs to speak of. This portrait, which was drawn entirely by hand, was exceptionally well preserved. When the crowd's gazes turned to the ancient portrait, they all couldn't help but stare. But I saw that the painting depicted a coat of cloth, which held a sword in one hand and lifted up the sky in the other, standing on the devastated and depressed border, killing the demon domain alone and confronting several blurred figures. The figure in the painting appeared incomparably magnificent, looking down on the earth, emanating an invincible aura, as if it could suppress all the enemies in the world. And the painting of the cloth and Chen Bei surprisingly has 8 points of similarity. Perhaps it was the reason that the technology was not developed. Or perhaps the old Taibu painting skill is not too good. The person in the painting did not reach the point of lifelike. However, when the crowd looked at it, they were full of dismay. Even though there was only an 8-point resemblance, it was still not difficult to see that the one in cloth inside was truly Chen Bei. Chen Bei also felt quite surprised. He could ascertain that he had never met with the old Taibu in the mouth of Li Tangfeng and the two of them. Yet the other party was able to accurately draw his portrait, and even his facial features were extremely similar. Two old-timers. Even if the person in the painting is really a mortal enemy of the demon domain, how can you be sure that the person in the painting is my lord? The ice dragon questioned that although the portraits were similar and the probability of coincidence was low, it could not be completely ruled out. And that's when Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai glanced at each other and seemed to look extremely grave. But soon, Li Tangfeng then carefully held out an item in his arms, looking extremely nervous. Chapter 129, Descendant of Yan Huang, Imperial City shakes. Li Tangfeng's move, immediately attracting the attention of the crowd. The ice dragon and the others cast puzzled gazes into its hands, but it was a square-shaped artifact wrapped in a yellow robe. Li Tangfeng slowly untied his yellow robe, following which he revealed a square box. The box was cast in an unknown material, black in color, with 9 divine dragons carved on it, and the divine dragons coiled above the box in a mighty and domineering manner. The key to verifying if the person in the painting is Mr. Chen is inside this box. Li Tangfeng slowly raised his head to look at Chen Bei, his gaze filled with apprehension and excitement as he said, "This is the box left behind by the old Taibu. What's inside? Is the ancient Qin human emperor's seal? The human emperor's seal is psychic, and only the human emperor's bloodline can revive the human emperor's seal." Human emperor bloodline? The phoenix's beautiful brows frowned slightly. Old God King, since it has to be the bloodline of the human emperor in order to revive the human emperor's seal, how can it prove that my lord is the person in the painting? Everyone nodded secretly at these words. Human emperor bloodline. That must be the Ying clan's royal family, and it is the future human emperor candidate. Chen Bei and the Ying clan are not even close to each other, not to mention the bloodline. In theory, this is indeed the case, but old Taibu said back then that although the human emperor seal can only be awakened by successive human emperors and the human emperor bloodline, however, that person is the exception, and he has the Yan Huang blood of a certain world flowing in his body, and endless years ago, the human emperor seal was forged by the descendants of the Yan Huang, and that person's blood is equally capable of reviving the human emperor seal. Boom! Li Tangfeng's words fell. The ice dragon and the phoenix and even the book Chongqing Air Chanlin and the others did not react. However, Chen Bei was shaken and raised his head violently, his breathing becoming rapid in an instant. Old senior, what did you just say? The human imperial seal of this world. Who forged it? Chen Bei's scalp tingled and he couldn't help but step forward. This world was called the Blue Star Continent, a completely different world, although there was also ancient Qin here, and the Ying imperial clan. However, it was two universes that had no connection with one's own hometown. Yet at this moment, he was hearing words that made his scalp tingle. Yan Huang descendants. Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai were both confused at the sight. However, the former still explained, according to ancient records, it was cast by the descendants of Yan Huang endless years ago. Rumble. Hearing these words again, Chen Bei's body could not help but tremble. The descendants of Yan Huang? Which Yan Huang descendant? In the face of Chen Bei's question, the eyes of the two old god kings gradually changed. We are not very clear about the specifics. We only know that they call themselves the children of Yan Huang and are not from this world. According to their own words, they come from a distant cosmic galaxy, and their hometown seems to be called something. Li Tangfeng thought hard, but never could remember. Can only turn the tables and said, of course, these are just what we saw in the ancient books. The place where the human emperor seal appeared. There is a stone monument, which records its origin. The two old god kings looked puzzled. They only knew some minor origins of the human emperor's seal, and they weren't very clear about the specifics. However, just after the crowd thought the topic was turned over, is that distant cosmic galaxy, that homeworld they speak of, called? Chen Bei suddenly opened his mouth, and when he said this, the entire person's breathing had become more and more rapid, and his body was slightly trembling visible to the naked eye. Eventually, he spat those two words out. Is it called Earth? After Chen Bei finished speaking, a pair of eyes that he didn't know how to describe stared at the Li Tangfeng duo as his chest continued to rise and fall. The moment the two old god kings heard this name, they immediately came to a realization. Yeah, like it's called Earth. What seems to be, as the old man remembers, that's the name. Boom dash. The words of the two old god kings were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, frantically exploding in Chen Bei's mind. Inferno, Earth. These four words were constantly magnified in Chen Bei's mind. Not only that, but for a moment, he associated it with many things. The ancient demon-locking pagoda, the link to the world-shattering Great Formation, those inexplicable broken memories, Li Xiaohong, the descendants of Yan Huang, the ancient Qin, the Ying clan and so on and so forth. And in the meantime, Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai and the others also reacted, all of them looking up sharply. Ancient Qin human emperor seal. is a symbol of the human emperor's identity. Its origin is the secret of the ancient Qin. Even though the entire ancient Qin know the secret of the human emperor seal is absolutely no more than 10 people. And how did the man in front of me know that name? One time, both Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai's pale bodies jolted as they stared blankly at Chen Bei. Chen, Mr. Chen, how do you know what the hometown of the Yan Huang descendants is called? Could it be that you've also seen that stone tablet? Listening to Wang Changbai's shocked words, Chen Bei tried to calm his mind and slowly shook his head. I haven't seen that stone tablet. Then how did you learn about Yan Huang's hometown? Could it be? Li Tangfeng exclaimed out in shock. He had already thought of something. For a while, the Ice Dragon and Phoenix, Book Changqing and Empty Changlin, as well as Lin Sini and the others, all looked at Chen Bei flabbergasted. Chen Bei's pupils showed a trace of emotion as he slowly looked at a few people, and then looked a bit forlorn. Because, it's also my hometown. What? Boom! When Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai and the others heard the words, there was a loud boom in their heads, and this time, a few people were struck by lightning in their stead, especially the two old god kings. After a long period of shock, Li Tangfeng's breathing became unsteady. Mr. Chen, you are also a descendant of Yan Huang? When this was asked, Li Tangfeng's expression could not be described as shocked at all. Others might not know what the word Yan Huang stood for in this world, yet the two men were as good as thunder. Because the two were fortunate enough to have been to the place where the human emperor's seal came out, the grandeur and greatness of the place was still fresh in their minds. Seeing Chen Bei's slight nod, the two old god kings froze on the spot, their eyes filled with shock. Both of you old-timers, can you both inform Chen Bei where this human emperor seal was obtained from? Is it possible to bring me over to take a look? Chen Bei opened his mouth and asked. According to the two old god kings, the human imperial seal of this world was not cast by the beings of this universe, but by people from another world, descendants of Yan Huang. The two old god kings looked puzzled when they heard this. Mr. Chen, it's not that we're unwilling to do so, but to enter there, one must have the approval of the human emperor seal. Only the human emperor seal can bring people from the outside in, and the number of ancient Qin people who have been approved by the human emperor seal is no more than 20 people so far. The current human emperor, King Qin, counted as one, and the two of them were considered to be the two outside the column, having received some recognition for their monumental feats, as well as the future human emperor, naturally, and the 14 generations of King Qin, who had already passed away in immortality. How do I have to get the human emperor seal's approval? Chen Bei opened his mouth and asked. No matter what, he wanted to go to the place where the human emperor seal had appeared to have a look. There might be a way to be able to go back, or there might be traces of Chen Xiaoxiao and Lai Xiaohong coming to this world. No harm in checking it out if you can. Li Tangfeng and his duo looked at each other after hearing this, then quickly said, according to the words of the old Taibu, if Mr. Chen is really that person, then he must be able to revive the human imperial seal, and if he is able to revive it, he will naturally be recognized as well. The two old god kings tried to calm the shock in their hearts and explained how to recover. It's very simple. It only requires a drop of Mr. Chen's blood, and if it's truly a Yan Huang bloodline, the human emperor seal will naturally revive on its own. If it could be revived, it would also prove that this cloth coat in front of them was the one they had been waiting for. Chen Bei merely pondered for a moment and did not refuse. The imperial clan had no reason to harm him, when both followed the method of the two old god kings and forced out a drop of blood. In the meantime, ancient Qin Xianyang Imperial City, Wanlong Terrace, densely packed with pale figures gazing tightly above. The entire imperial city was silent. A needle could be heard. In front of the crowd, the magnificent old man with a head full of white hair and wearing a king's crown stared silently at the dragon-watching platform, his vicissitudes of eyes gradually flooding with disappointment. It was obvious that they had been waiting for too long, but what they were waiting for was late in coming. Gradually, gusts of disappointment rose in the eyes of all the pale figures, and their eyes slowly lowered. And at some point, snapped, the entire imperial city suddenly and abruptly changed drastically. Chapter 130, Terrifying Background, Helpfulness, Rumble Dash. The imperial city of Xianyang. Just as everyone fell into disappointment and silence, suddenly, Rumble Dash, the entire Dragon Watch platform suddenly trembled violently, and the densely packed white-haired old figures all looked up, their eyes showing surprise, excitement, and all kinds of complex emotions. However, on top of that dragon-watching platform, 9 divine dragons cast from unknown materials were circling together, forming the momentum of 9 and 5, and at this moment, the 9 black dragons trembled crazily. And even this entire imperial city shook along with them. For a time, in the imperial city, excluding the densely packed white-haired old men under the dragon-watching platform, there were countless figures standing, and countless people were raising their eyes and breathing heavily, along with the violent tremor of the dragon-watching terrace. At some point, however, on the 9 sinuously circling black dragons, dots of golden light continuously crossed the dragons' bodies in strips, forming a strong contrast with the black dragons' bodies. Gradually, the tremors became more and more intense, the more light appeared, and the eyes of the countless white-haired figures grew tense. Finally, rumble! The dragon-watching platform all shook violently, and the golden runic light shot up to the sky. And not only that, the entire imperial city also shone brightly, illuminating the vast and boundless imperial capital with a golden splendor that was incomparably sacred. At the same time, the crowd but saw that the top of the dragon platform, 9 black dragon as if alive, the original silence of the dragon body slowly wriggling, countless black blocks crackling fall, the dragon body then quickly free up, blink of an eye rushed to the sky, the 9 dragons took to the air, disappearing into the clouds with a golden glow, soaring over the heavens and earth with a dragon's roar at the top of the imperial city. In an instant, a wave of imperial might rippled out, enveloping the entire imperial city and sweeping in all directions. And in that imperial city, countless carved dragon-shaped patterns also glowed in all directions at this moment, as if they were lifelike. For a time, on top of the billions of rivers and rivers of ancient Qin, the vast and boundless land, countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers, as well as the people of the Holy Land, the members of the imperial family, the ordinary people, and billions of living beings all looked up in the direction of Xianyang, their faces startled. Imperial might is vast. Is it the human emperor? What's going on in the imperial city? Countless terrifying figures stood with their arms folded, standing all over the ancient Qin's billions and billions of territories, all of them feeling that sacred and inviolable imperial might. The top of the imperial city of Xianyang, above the dragon-watching platform, the magnificent old man standing alone on top was also full of excitement, and his old body seemed to be trembling a little. He opened his hands and looked at the 9 divine dragons that kept soaring and circling, letting out a loud laugh, with some heavy and relieved turbid tears welling up in his eyes. The great old man seemed to use all his strength and shouted out to the dome of the sky, his figure, full of excitement, full of hope, and even some trembling. 10,000 years of great Qin, 10,000 years of great Qin, 10,000 years of great Qin, 10,000 years of great Qin. Countless old men with white hair and beard were equally excited that their bodies trembled, madly following the human emperor Qin Wang shouting great Qin 10,000 years. And more members of the royal family, even if they were not in the imperial city, likewise looked at Xianyang from afar, their eyes full of shock, for the words left by the old Taibu back then. The royal family kept it strictly confidential and few people knew about it, so no one knew what happened in Xianyang. However, there were quite a few members of the informed imperial city who were feeling that 9 dragon imperial might and were too excited to be themselves. It is fulfilled. The words of the old dowager are fulfilled. That person has appeared. Ha 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 ha. The heavens will not fail me. Ancient Qin. The heavens will not fail me. Ancient Qin witch. Ha 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 dash. As the imperial city shook. Same time. Pekyang region. Above the rooftop of the Pekyang City Hotel, Li Tangfeng held the human emperor seal with his hands, which had a shocking imperial might. And at this moment, the light on the human emperor seal was shining brightly, and within the translucent imperial seal, there seemed to be 9 divine dragons roaming around inside. Since Qianbei forced out a drop of blood onto the human emperor seal, the originally silent human emperor seal revived violently, and even this imperial city reacted. It's him, it's him, it's him, it's really him, old boy, it's him. The 2 old god kings were thrilled beyond belief, their pale bodies trembling from excitement, until the light of the human emperor seal converged and fell silent again. The 2 of them then put the human emperor seal within the unknown box, and then they could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai looked at each other and both bowed deeply to Qianbei. What are you 2 old-timers doing? Qianbei helped the 2 of them up with a slight frown. Mister's appearance has rekindled my ancient Qin's fighting spirit. On behalf of the billions and billions of living beings, on behalf of the imperial clan, and on behalf of the ancient Qin's 3 armies, I would like to pay my respects to Mr. Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai, eyes full of indescribable complexity. If this trip in front of this cloth did not make the imperial seal recovery, that for the ancient Qin, for the entire royal family, will be an unimaginable blow. Qianbei is a demon hunter. It is his duty to subdue the demons and eliminate the devils. The invasion of the demonic domain has treated me as a mortal enemy. Qianbei and the evil demons are irreconcilable. It would be Qian's honor to fight side by side with the royal family. There is no need for both of you to be like this. 2 old-timers. Qianbei picked up the 2 Taoists, his gaze slowly gazing at the sky, where countless demon clans had already swept in. Not to mention, there was also the Demon Emperor's decree. At this moment, Chen Bei was already on the opposite side of the demon domain. In fact, even without the Demon Emperor's decree, he was still a demon nemesis, incompatible with fire and water. Chen Bei naturally would not believe that the royal family would change in any way because of the old woman's divination, or that he would be at the head in the future, which was obviously impossible. Even if he was really the man in the painting, he was only incidentally allowing this world to be preserved. However, in the future, in this world, in the Blue Star continent, he would have the opportunity to get closer to the royal family. Mr. Chen, when the two of us came here, my king had already dictated that in the future, if Mr. Chen needs the help of the royal family will definitely help. And if Mr. Chen arrives in Xianyang in the future, the human emperor will definitely receive Mr. Chen in person. When Wang Changbai conveyed the human emperor's oracle at that time, once these words came out, Xu Chongqing and Empty Changlin as well as Lin Sini's family were all shocked. The royal family's words were already obvious. In the future, if Chen Bei needed it, the royal family would be his backing. A word of great help. A gentleman has no words. It could be said that right now, this coat of cloth, even if it was only a party of kings nowadays, however, it already had a royal family background, with the three ancient Qin armies and endless rows of night people as backing. This background, in ancient Qin could be considered as terrifying as it was. As for Chen Bei's desire to visit the place where the human emperor's seal came out, this two old godkings still needed to go back and ask the human emperor for instructions. After all, the human emperor's seal was a symbol of ancient Qin's imperial power. Only the human emperor had the right to use it, and Chen Bei's desire to enter that place required the human emperor's seal to accompany him. But this must not be a difficult task, and the human emperor would not refuse. After a few people reached a consensus, Li Tangfeng and Wang Changbai both bowed and turned around to go back to resume their orders. The Ice Dragon and the others looked at the two people who were slowly leaving. All of them were in a complicated state of mind. The two old godkings came and went in a hurry. Just stay a little while, then they turned back on the road again. Chapter 131, The Old Man Meets Me. Until he watched the two old godkings disappear at the end. Mr. Chen, since Feng Yang is unharmed, we should also take our leave. At this moment, both Book Changqing and Empty Changlin turned around and addressed Chen Bei. The two of you are going back to the general division of the Line Knight division? Chen Bei opened his mouth and asked. These two were able to fulfill their promise and rushed to help when the three kings attacked. This love, he naturally remembered in his heart. The arrival of Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin was actually a surprise to Chen Bei. At that time, the two did not know that he had stepped into the king realm, knowing that it was a death but gladly went. This style, admirable. Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin, on the other hand, both sighed bitterly as they smiled. The chief division of the Xing Knight division no longer needs us to sit in on it. The two of us are originally from the Holy Land, and once we go on this trip, we will naturally be returning to the Holy Land. Now that the strongest people of the border passes had returned, the Rowdy Knight division naturally had more powerful people to guard it, and nowadays, in front of the border pass army, they were only at the top of the Entry Saints' absolute peaks, and their status was naturally in a state of flux. The two of you to help the love, Chen Mao in mind. In the future if you two have difficulties, just send a notice. Chen Mao even in the ends of the earth, will also be rushed to help. Chen Bei slightly clasped his fists as a way to return this favor. The three didn't technically have much love to speak of, yet this incident was a subtle change. Book Evergreen and Empty Changlin glanced at each other upon hearing this, and did not make any pretense, following which they slightly bowed and stepped into the air one after the other. After the four left, Chen Bei and the Ice Dragon Phoenix also bid farewell to Lin Sini's family, following which they rose up in the air and flew towards the eastern suburb villa. 2 hours later, the hall on the first floor of the eastern suburbs villa, Mu Xiaoxiao and the others had already rested due to the late night. Chen Bei, on the other hand, was sitting alone within the hall, silently waiting for something. He knew that the cat demon had Li Xiaohong's demon emperor's soul inside her, and that stare down at the crossroads of Pekyang City. Chen Bei was almost certain that Li Xiaohong recognized him. Therefore, he didn't need to search for the cat demon anymore. He just needed to wait for the time when Li Xiaohong's demon emperor's soul took control of the cat demon, and she would more than likely come to find herself as well. A gentle breeze ruffles the forests of the eastern suburbs. The endless leaves of the tree shook slightly. At some point, in the middle of the forest sea, on top of a sky-high ancient tree, a kitten sat crouched between the branches of a tree, its blank pupils gradually regaining their vigor as it gazed at the unfathomable villa, seemingly caught in a tangle. Are we really going? He's a demon hunter now. We're demons, and in his eyes, you and I are evil demons that are at odds with the demon hunters. Are you sure he's the same person you know? Inside the cat demon's body, a faint female voice rang out. The soul of the cat demon's body. At this moment, the 4 souls in the cat demon's body, in addition to that demon emperor's soul being suppressed by Lai Xiaohong, the other 3 souls, including herself, are all free spirits, only that the souls can't get out of the body, but the 3 will control the cat's body uninterruptedly. The one controlling the cat body at the moment was naturally Lai Xiaohong, but the cat demon body soul had some scruples and was obviously unwilling to face that coat of cloth. Even Lin Nan was a bit worried. Red, are you sure that person is someone you know? In case it's not, aren't we just throwing ourselves into the net by going there? According to Lai Xiaohong's description, even though that piece of cloth was promoted to a king's master, she was the demon emperor's soul, and the other party couldn't do anything about it. The fear is that, in case that coat of cloth is not the one she recognizes, when the king's master strikes and she is distracted to deal with it, it is inevitable that the other demon emperor's soul will not take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble. At that time, she would have to face more than just a king master. There was also that suppressed demon emperor's soul. Once the chaos was born, she would be fine, but Lin Nan would most likely fall in the melee. Furthermore, now she is also a crippled demon emperor. The demon chopper sword in the hand of that demon hunter. Let her also feel scorn. Now the other party promoted to the king master can play the power of the sword is not what it used to be. All kinds of constraints. She is also a bit entangled. I don't know if it's him, but there's something about him that's familiar to me, Lai Xiaohong muttered. She indeed could not be sure if that coat of cloth was that person. The crossroads she just hurriedly glimpsed, coupled with the fact that in her previous life she had seen the person cremated with her own eyes, she did not dare to hastily identify it for a moment. But after dwelling on it for a little while, whether it's him or not, I'm going to find out. A ripple rose in the cat demon's eyes. To Lai Xiaohong, that person was Chen Xiaoxiao's own brother, and also is Lai Xiaohong's own brother. In her last life, as an orphan, she felt the warmth of home in the human world because of her best friend. The Chen family did not treat her as an outsider. The 3 siblings grew up together, and she had long since treated them as her own relatives. In her eyes, the 3 were closer than blood, even though they were not related. In this world, Chen Bei is lonely. How was she ever not? Since Chen Xiaoxiao also left herself, Lai Xiaohong has been alone in this strange world wandering for an unknown number of years. Make up your mind. We can't be your masters anyway. The soul of the cat demon's body hummed. For the 3 to enter its body, it was always repulsed. But compared to that evil demon emperor's soul, the 2 of them, Lai Xiaohong, were much better. And after so many years of getting along, the 3 of them were able to strike up a conversation. Lai Xiaohong sniffed and took complete control of the cat demon's body, and proceeded to weave through the jungle. A kitten darted close to the eastern suburban villa, eventually landing on top of the trees beyond it. Same time, Chen Bei also sensed something and slowly raised his head, looking beyond the villa. A man and a cat just looked at each other across the sky. Time passes slowly. Finally, it appeared to be somewhat empty in the middle of the hall. Beyond the gate of the villa, a cat demon fell into the courtyard. It raised its eyes and carefully walked towards the villa hall. Lai Xiaohong looked at the coat of cloth sitting in the hall, and all sorts of memories began to surface in her mind. He treats himself as if he were his own sister, sometimes even better than he treats his own sister in order to take care of his emotions. Of course, in his heart, he was definitely still important to his own sister, but in Lai Xiaohong's heart, he was also very important, and had long since treated him as his own brother. Looking at the cat demon that slowly walked into the hall, Chen Bei's emotions also rose and fell at this moment. The fact that it could come meant that he hadn't misjudged, and that she really was Lai Xiaohong. Wouldn't that mean that the Xiao Xiao she spoke of was really her own biological sister, who, it seemed, was in the 9 realms demon domain, or the demon underworld domain? The cat demon lightly lifted its cat steps, finally stopping between the door frames of the gate, one front paw slightly raised, its pupils staring flabbergasted at the coat of cloth. One man and one cat just stared at each other at close range, until after a long time. Is it really you? The voice of the soul sounded in the middle of the hall. The voice was a bit trembling. Ordinary people could not hear it, but Chen Bei heard it truly. After the cat demon finished her speech, she quietly looked at the coat of cloth. Finally, it's me. Boom. The moment Chen Bei's words rang out, the cat demon's body visibly shook. Breathing also seemed to have stopped. After a long time, brother, a mist rose in the cat demon's eyes, tears bearing down her face, and with some disbelief she attempted to call out. Chen Bei sniffed the bridge of his nose, and his endless emotions finally could no longer be tensed at this moment, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Brother! Upon confirming that the person in front of him was really that person, the cat demon let out a cry full of emotion and proceeded to pounce on that coat of cloth. Chapter 132 Lai Xiaohong's Crossing Experience. Chen Bei's Stunner. Lai Xiaohong's a brother. It was as if Chen Bei was pulled back to the past at once, and all sorts of images from before he had traveled through the past flashed rapidly at this moment. The love of his mother, the great figure of his father, the laughter of his two little nieces, the carefree days of his childhood, and all the experiences he had had. The cat demon was in Chen Bei's arms, tears falling like rain, a pair of small cat pupils full of emotions that should not be there. In this unfamiliar world, meeting people who were close and dear to him, that feeling of inner trembling was something that only Chen Bei and Lai Xiaohong could experience at this moment. Chen Bei felt the trembling of the cat demon's body, and instead of rushing to open his mouth to ask about his sister's news, he gently stroked the cat demon to calm it down. Li Xiaohong in the heart of Chen Bei has long been undoubtedly with the pro-sister, brother and sister, three people from childhood to play, the kind of affection that spends time together, and blood is thicker than water. There is no difference. Oftentimes, people have feelings that don't have to be blood related, and even if they don't, they can still be the most important one in their life, a loved one. The cat demon kept touching Chen Bei with its head in his arms. Nowadays, Lai Xiaohong was not a human body and could only express her emotions in such a way. Brother, it's really you. Great, I finally found you. Lai Xiaohong's soul voice rang in Chen Bei's ears. However, nowadays, both of them were not ordinary people. Li Xiaohong was a demon emperor and Chen Bei was a king master, so they quickly calmed down their emotions, but they were still overjoyed. It's joyous and rewarding to meet loved ones in a strange world. After Li Xiaohong calmed down, Chen Bei looked at the cat demon in front of him. He had too many questions. Little Red, how did you appear here and become a demon emperor? And where's Little? Did Little also come here with you? After a long time, Chen Bei still opened his head and asked what was on his mind. Lai Xiaohong stopped her tears at the words and nodded heavily. She knew that at this time, Chen Bei must want to understand what happened even more than she did. Thus, Lai Xiaohong hurriedly collected her emotions and stood on top of the coffee table, recounting them one by one for Chen Bei. Things had to start after Chen Bei crossed over. Since Chen Bei's accidental crossing, Lai Xiaohong and Shen Xiaoxiao had often washed their faces in tears whenever they thought of him, and whenever they were on vacation, they would go to the place where Chen Bei had an accident to pay tribute to him. One day, when Xiaoxiao and I went to pay our respects on the cliff where my brother fell back then, a voice suddenly rang in our ears that day. Tiny and I both thought at first that we were hallucinating because we missed our brother so much, and neither of us paid any attention to it, but the voice got louder and louder, and finally I asked Tiny if she had heard anything. I was just thinking of asking at first, but Tiny was looking at me with a shocked face, so obviously she heard the voice too. She just thought she was hallucinating just like me, so she didn't say anything. Then we both matched the words of that voice and realized the content was strikingly similar, and we both froze at once. When Lai Xiaohong said this, Chen Bei's brows furrowed slightly, almost on the verge of wrinkling into a Chuan character. Voices? What sound? Intuition told Chen Bei that it didn't seem to be a coincidence that Lai Xiaohong and Shen Xiaoxiao had come to this world. It's a somewhat raspy voice, like an old man's, but it's weak and gives the impression that it's on the verge of running out of gas. Lai Xiaohong carefully recalled the voice. When the voice resounded from the top of the cliff, seeming to come from above the dome of the sky, and also seeming to come from beyond the 9 heavens, hovering and reverberating in the ears of the two sisters for a long time. Not only that, but the voice seemed anxious and eager. What did he say? Chen Bei's brows frowned even tighter. It was obvious that Lai Xiaohong and Shen Xiaoxiao had been pulled over by some kind of living being. As for who it was, even they did not know. He told us that our brother wasn't dead, that he had just gone to another world, in the middle of another universe, and that our brother needed our help, and that we should hurry over there, or else our brother's life would be in danger. At first we didn't believe it, but in the void, images appeared, and those images were, indeed, brother. Xiaoxiao and I saw through the screen that my brother had become a demon hunter in a place called the Deqin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. Accompanied by Lai Xiaohong's description, Chen Bei's eyes became gradually surprised, because the picture described by Li Xiaohong was not fictional, but had actually happened. Even some of his deeds in the Demon Suppression Division were told by Lai Xiaohong. This caused Chen Bei to be shocked. Wouldn't that mean that the person who had hauled the sister general to this world knew all about his past? At least the time in the Demon Suppression Division was well known. This man, who is he? The more Chen Bei listened, the more he was alarmed and felt a chill down his spine. If this was really the case, wouldn't that mean that his every word and action could be watched? And then later, Little and I obliged the voice, and he seemed to recite something like an incantation, and then a spatial rift appeared in front of us. I walked in with Tiny Ghost. When Lai Xiaohong said this, Chen Bei interrupted with a sudden voice. A spell? What kind of spell? The cat demon sniffed and tilted her head in thought. I should say it was Lai Xiaohong who tilted her head in thought, and then blurted out. It seems to be, heaven and earth are limitless. Jianquan borrows the law. Yin and yang are reversed. The technique starts time and space. Open it for me. Rumble dash. At these words, Chen Bei looked up sharply, his eyes filled with dismay. And that's when. Heaven and earth are limitless. Jianquan borrows the law. Yin and yang are reversed. The art of starting time and space. Open for me. Above the second floor of the villa, there came a crazy hoarse voice as well as Lin Zhao's unusually helpless but patient voice. Elder Yen, you should rest. Listening to the sounds coming from upstairs, Chen Bei inexplicably felt his scalp go numb. Instead, the cat demon's body trembled at the sound. Lai Xiaohong's voice filled with shock and disbelief rang in Chen Bei's ears, her voice laced with boundless astonishment. That's the sound. That's the sound. Red. What did you say? Chen Bei's entire pupils narrowed slightly as he heard this, and endless ripples spread in his mind. Lai Xiaohong was exceptionally certain. Brother, before I crossed over with Tiny, this is the voice I heard, and I'll never forget the vocal line in which he recited this incantation. It's the right voice. Chen Bei's entire body jolted to its feet, staring blankly at the second-floor stairway. Yan Shekha did not go downstairs and seemed to have been taken back by Lin Xiao. However, Chen Bei's heart was flooded with shocking waves. If what Lai Xiaohong said was true, wouldn't that mean that the person who had dragged her and Chen Xiaoxiao to the side of the universe was Yin Xixia? Red, are you sure that's the voice? Brother, I'm sure. That's the voice. Chapter 133 News, Terrifying Killing Intent. Lai Xiaohong was almost certain that the one who had dragged her and Chen Xiaoxiao over in the first place was this voice no less. Chen Bei sniffed but stood in place for a long time. The person who brought the two sisters here is Brother Yen? And what's his purpose? According to Lai Xiaohong, Yin Xixia had brought the two over for the purpose of helping him. But two sisters, how can they help him? And what do they help him with? Also, if it was indeed Brother Yen who brought them to this world, then why was the only image shown to them on the cliff at that time the past of the Demon Suppression Division? Intuition told Chen Bei that he should have been in the future when Yin Xixia hauled the two sisters over, and sent them to the past when he hauled them. For a while, Chen Bei was clueless, feeling that these timelines were too chaotic. First of all, Yin Xixia, who had clearly entered the space rift with him since the 10,000 Demons continent, but had returned to the present from the past. Everything, Chen Bei felt unusually confused. What exactly was the connection between these timelines? However, now was not the time to dwell on this. Now that Yin Xixia was muddled, it was impossible to ask anything at all. The most important thing at the moment was what had happened after Lai Xiaohong and Chen Xiaoxiao came over, and why the current one had become a demon race, or an ancient demon emperor. And my sister, Chen Xiaoxiao, where is she now? When we traveled through that spatial rift, we were attacked by some kind of living being inside, and our physical bodies were destroyed inside, with only our souls drifting out. Lai Xiaohong continued to talk about the experiences of the two sisters. The two didn't manage to come over in their physical bodies, and only their souls came to this side of the universe, and Lai Xiaohong's soul entered a red maple tree by mistake. As for Chen Xiaoxiao's soul, it entered a small plant under the red maple tree. Unexpectedly, that small grass turned out to be a symbiotic order grass of heaven and earth. In the beginning, the two just came to this world, do not know anything, do not even know how to cultivate, can only be so always accompanied by each other. It wasn't until 5 years later that a heavenly demon came to that canyon, took the two as his disciples, and instructed them on how to cultivate. Receiving the nudging from the heavenly demon king, Chen Xiaoxiao, whose body was order grass, was the first to take human form, and in the following 500 years, a young girl could often be seen guarding under the red maple tree in the middle of that canyon, inseparable from each other. Time flew by, and as the days and months accumulated, Chen Xiaoxiao's strength became more and more terrifying, and Li Xiaohong finally succeeded in transforming into her form after 1,000 years. Then later on, the two of them, although the heavenly demon king practiced together, originally thought that they had met a good master, never thought that the reason why the heavenly demon king accepted so many disciples was only for the purpose of devouring them in the future to achieve the emperor realm. However, the other party had counted on everything, but hadn't counted on the fact that Li Xiaohong and Chen Xiaoxiao's talent was unbelievable, and had actually entered the emperor realm one step ahead of them. In that era, the Blue Star continent wasn't like this. According to Lai Xiaohong's recollection, at that time, the Blue Star continent was still peaceful between humans and demons. The laws were complete, the spiritual source gas was abundant, and the number of demon emperors and emperor masters were equal, with a demon emperor or emperor master being born every few thousand years. The imperial master checks and balances the demon race from committing sins. Demons have demon territories, and humans have human boundaries. One day, however, everything changed. It was on the night that Lai Xiaohong stepped into the emperor realm. This universe began to tremble as she saw countless evil demons pouring into this world. and saw endless demon hunters and the demon clans of this world rushing up into the sky. I saw the demon emperor fall. I saw the imperial master roar. And I saw that at the end of the universe, there was a top-heavy figure confronting some kind of living being. That night, the originally peaceful Blue Star continent was completely thrown into panic. The sky was covered with runes. The Star River crumbled, and endless figures frantically swooped towards the end of the universe, seemingly wanting to block something. Then after that, she was sealed in the Red Maple Valley by a mysterious force, and it wasn't until endless years later that the force dissipated. However, when she came out, everything in this universe had changed. The spiritual origin Chi had disappeared, and the entire universe was full of holes and devastation. Demon hunters who were once extremely bright died and were injured, and the once brilliant and incomparable native demon race was left with only scattered figures. But the good news was that Chen Xiaoxiao was still alive, and the bad news was that she couldn't find any trace of Chen Xiaoxiao. Then later, a lot more happened in this world, and I was injured by a demon emperor and fell into a deep slumber. Lai Xiaohong slept for this time, but she didn't know how long. But she knew that during that time, people would often come over to instill her with spiritual source Qi. I can feel it. That's Tiny. She's the one who sends me spirit source Qi every once in a while to keep me alive. But one day, that familiar figure never appeared again, and Lai Xiaohong knew that Chen Xiaoxiao had most likely had an accident, but she was still in a deep sleep, with only a faint glimmer of consciousness. It wasn't until endless years had passed that she completely awakened. However, at that time of the Blue Star continent, already cannot see any traces of the demon race, and even the demon hunter, also in this piece of continent extinct. This side of the world as if suffered a devastating blow in general. The world depression, countless living beings extinction. In those days, the world was lonely, and few of the human race survived. The awakened Lai Xiaohong walked on this continent, hardly seeing any living things, and all she could see was an astonishing demon-locking pagoda. She went crazy looking for traces of Chen Xiaoxiao, spending hundreds of thousands of years, running through the entire Blue Star continent, as well as the infinite deep space, the vast universe of stars and rivers, but always came up empty-handed. Then after that, with the passage of endless time, this piece of earth began to sink. The mountains and landscapes changed drastically under the passage of time, and the densely packed demon-locking pagodas were gradually buried deep in the ground. This world also once again regained its vitality, and the human race began to multiply, all the way back to the rise of ancient Qin and the invasion of the Nine Realms demon domain. Before Lai Xiaohong finally found out the clues, it's him. He made an agreement with the demon emperor of the Nine Worlds demon region at some point, and as early as endless years ago, when I was still asleep, he used a trick to deceive Xiaoxiao, saying that brother was on the other side of the world. Lai Xiaohong's him here still refers to the other demon emperor's soul inside the cat demon. At that time, Chen Xiaoxiao did not know the ugly face of this master, so she believed in the truth, walked out of this world, walked out of the end of the universe, and stepped into the 9 realms of the demon realm. However there were several demon emperors waiting for Chen Xiaoxiao to throw himself into the net. This world rejected the invasion of outside beings, but did not reject the beings of this realm from going out, and because of this, they lured Chen Bei with the news of Chen Xiao, allowing Chen Xiao, the demon emperor, to walk into the trap himself. They want to use the order grass of this world to hold open the door of invasion of this world, and the tiny essence, which is the order grass, is the order spirit of the laws derived from the order of the rules of heaven and earth in this world. That is to say, the reason why the demon underworld domain was able to invade the Blue Star continent at this moment was because they were using Chen Xiaoxiao's main body as their output to forcefully resist the force of this world's rules and order. This kind of resistance would cause Chen Xiaoxiao's vitality to slowly drain away, suffering from hellish pain and suffering. Brother, we must save Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao is over there. Life is worse than death, Lai Xiaohong said, already in tears. Although she is a demon emperor, also more than wants to kill the border. However, the other side has several peak demon emperors sitting in the mouth of the invasion. Although they temporarily cannot pass Li Xiaohong but also cannot save Chen Xiaoxiao, countless times to no avail, seriously injured to return. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Sinyi's family had saved her by chance at a certain time when she was seriously injured, forming an unbreakable bond. After listening to Chen Xiaoxiao's words, with a flash of Chen Bei's figure, he had already arrived at the top of the villa in the eastern suburb. He stood above the night sky, gazing at the vast and infinite universe of stars and rivers. At this moment, it was as if he saw that border gate, and saw the tortured Chen Xiaoxiao behind the demon underworld domain invasion entrance behind the border gate. Chen Bei was trembling, his eyes were red, and the killing intent in his eyes was unprecedentedly terrifying. At some point, a mouthful of blood gushed out from Chen Bei as his entire body half-kneeled in the void, feeling a sharp pain coming from his heart. Ah! He raised his voice to the sky, his body's mana surging out, horrifying ripples sweeping across the mountains and rivers, and his heavenly killing intent engulfing the heavens and earth, startling countless living beings. The moment. The countless good demons in the Pekyang region all raised their heads in shock, staring blankly at the figure that roared repeatedly, their hearts shaken beyond measure. The Ice Dragon and the Phoenix and the others also showed up at the eastern suburb villa, looking at the nearly frenzied Qianbei and feeling the unprecedented killing opportunity. Their hearts were shaken. Around the entire Tiannan province, almost all of them felt the killing intent that was as deep as the vast ocean, and endless beings looked up, their eyes showing boundless shock. Chapter 134, What is the Devil? What is the way? At this moment, almost the entire Tiannan province could feel the killing intent that was terrifying to the extreme. The killing intent engulfed the heavens and earth, spreading for an unknown number of miles, and an ocean of countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers were all staring blankly at that part of the heavens and earth, their scalps tingling. What's going on? What's going on in the Peak Sun region again? What a strong killing intent. Is it emanating from that cloth coat? What's happening inside? Why did such a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupt? In the southern part of the Tiannan province, the general division of the Night Division, Meng Tianzheng and the others stared blankly at the skyward killing intent that erupted within the Pekyang region. Around the 8 ancient clan groups and the 7 royal clans alliance that had yet to leave, as well as the people from the various hidden sacred grounds, they all felt their hearts startled. They had never felt such a horrible killing intent. If killing intent could take a person's life, I am afraid that the Tiannan province would have been devastated at this moment. At this very moment. Within the villa in the eastern suburbs. What's wrong with your lordship? Why has such a strong killing intent suddenly erupted? The Ice Dragon looked at the suit of cloth that stood on top of the villa in the eastern suburb, his eyes filled with horror. Phoenix similarly had monstrous waves in her beautiful eyes. That killing intent on Qianbei's body made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, as if a coolness had come over her. Master? Mu Nanshu similarly stared at Qianbei, wanting to say something, although she did not know what had happened to Qianbei. Yet the murderous intent and aura of sadness on her master's body made her heart feel very uncomfortable. Inside the city of Fengyang, Lin Sini came to the balcony and looked at Qianbei, who hissed in the void, and was also inexplicably sad, especially the monstrous anger on the body of the cloth, and the anger seemed to be mixed with endless desolation. Brother! Lai Xiaohong stepped into the air and silently looked at Qianbei's figure. She knew that at this moment, his heart must be in great pain. Like a knife twisting, Qianbei raised his head and gazed at the sky, his body trembling as his eyes were gradually consumed by hatred and killing intent, his pupils, more and more blood red, his sanity, in a little bit of dissipation, his heart demon is quietly breeding. Not only that, all around him, threads of demonic chi began to coalesce, and his entire person looked about to be demonized. Brother! My lord? Master? For a while, as the Ice Dragon and the others watched the scene, all of their faces changed drastically, and around Lai Xiaohong, her eyes also showed anxiety. She knew that Chen Xiaozhao's position in Qianbei's heart was very important, but she did not expect that it would be so important that she would vomit blood from her mouth and even become demonized. At this moment, on Qianbei's body, countless demonic chi was slowly rising, and the vast and righteous chi was rapidly flowing away, but his breath was getting more and more terrifying. Not good. Your lordship is going to enter the devil. Ice Dragon face changed greatly. Once into the devil. Although the strength will soar in a short period of time to an extremely terrible state. However, people will also gradually lose their sanity, become phagocytosis into sex, obliterated, and may even be reduced to a killing tool, a set of only know how to kill the walking corpse. Demonization is also divided into many kinds, and is not the same as the devil pro and other demons that have entered the devil. They have fallen into the devil cultivation, and take the path of the devil, both good and evil, and if it is halfway into the devil, it is the devil of the heart, once completely controlled by the devil of the heart. Devoured by the devil's thoughts of the heart and soul, the consciousness will be sporadic, and become a devil in the true sense. At that time, Qianbei will be replaced and obliterated by the demonic thoughts. After entering the devil, he only has killing in his mind. Only revenge obsession remains. Man is not human, not a ghost. That is him, maybe still him, maybe not him anymore. Ah! Qianbei let out a hideous roar as he looked up to the sky. His endless killing thoughts surged and surged, and his entire person became even more demonized. All around him, an overwhelming demonic field shrouded the void, isolating everyone and everything. The entire heaven and earth trembled, the 5 seals dimmed, the power of the stars and rivers began to break off, and even the power of the 2 poles and 2 paths was rapidly collapsing and being discarded by him. It's the field of demons. The Ice Dragon and Phoenix had completely looked dumbfounded. their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. The field of devils, the demonized realm of extremes, surrounded Chen Bei at this moment. No one could enter it, or even wake him up. The only possibility to stop Chen Bei's demonization was only one, and that was to kill him. At this moment, Chen Bei was on the verge of becoming a demon. As a demon hunter, he naturally knew the pain of hell that Chen Xiaoxia was suffering at this moment. It was a torture that was worse than death. This heartache and the rage-filled killing intent gradually engulfed everything in him. In Chen Bei's world, even a demonized version of himself appeared. Kill them all. They're torturing Tiny. That's your only family in this world. She's here because of you. And those people, they even used her to resist the power of the rules and order. Her vitality was draining away, and she was enduring the most agonizing torture in this heaven and earth. Unleash it, destroy it, make those people pay. Kill them all. Kill them all. In Chen Bei's world, another self that exuded an evil aura was frantically channeling at a cloth coat, trying to make him step into the devil's path. Accompanied by the enlightenment of evil Qi Chen Bei, the originally vastly righteous Chen Bei began to be flooded with hints of demonic aura. And evil Qi Chen Bei watching this scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although the Ice Dragon and the Phoenix and the others could not see the other evil Chen Bei in Chen Bei's inner world, they could see that in that void, the rolling demonic aura had almost become too thick to melt. For a time, all of the people in the eastern suburbs villa were anxious, and Lai Xiaohong was even so anxious that her delicate body trembled. It was obvious that she still underestimated Tiny's place in his heart. Just as Chen Bei was about to completely enter the devil, suddenly, bam dash, in the midst of the devil's field, an inconspicuous transparent jade pendant hanging on Chen Bei's waist suddenly glowed with a gust of light, and a terrifyingly vast and righteous aura spread out. At the same time, a white shimmering light erupted from the jade pendant, and the light vanished into the void, then transformed into an illusory figure. This figure was clad in cloth robes, his beard and hair were white, immortal and Taoist, holding a whisk in his arms, with kind brows, as if righteousness shone through the ages. With a flick of his duster, the illusory figure turned around and silently gazed at the coat of cloth. North. The illusory figure spoke softly. His voice was old and magnetic, like being awake on earth, and an inexplicable force penetrated everything and entered Chen Bei's ears. Master? This voice seemed to pull Chen Bei back from the demonic realm as he looked at the kindly old man in the void and subconsciously opened his mouth. This illusory figure is no one else. It is the head of the Demon Suppression Division of the 10,000 Demons continent, the only teacher Chen Bei has had since crossing over, Xing Wei Taoist, with unfathomable Taoist skills. The one who appeared here at this moment was naturally not Xing Wei's original body, but rather a remnant of his thoughts that was attached to Chen Bei's jade pendant. Bei, are you sure you want to become a demon? Xing Wei looked at the coat of cloth in front of him, without joy or sorrow, appearing incredibly calm, like a bystander. Master, what is a devil, and what is the way? I can't even protect my own flesh and blood. What's the use of practicing the way? Chapter 135. Overnight, the Pekyang region that had gone into hiding. The two Chen Beis looked towards Xing Wei's illusory figure. What is the devil? What is the way? Road can be road. Very road. Road demon only in a thought. The heart is quiet. There is no devil. No road. The heart is calm. There is no positive and no evil. Positive in addition to the devil, but also kill the heart. Justice from the man-made. All things are opposites. There is no definition of the boundaries. People have happiness, anger, sadness and joy. The moon has cloudy and sunny. Everything is difficult to complete. The cultivator. Repair red dust. Repair 6 desires. Repair obsessions. Repair merits. Repair the 2 poles. Repair the 4 elephants. Repair the 8 trigrams. Repair everything. Repair everything. There is a road in the heart of both the devil. The heart of the devil is the road. Chen Wei's voice was peaceful, as if he had seen through everything in the world, and his voice was in his ears and his words were in his heart. Chen Bei's eyes reddened as he sniffed, and his obsession grew more and more intense. Master means that I should let go of the red dust? Cut off my family ties and look at my sister while seeing death? With the question out loud, the more dense the demonic aura on Chen Bei's body became, the more the light of the 5 seals dimmed, and he was about to detach himself from the 2 poles of heaven and earth. Xing Wei shook her head slightly when she sniffed. The red dust obsession. The root of man. My generation cultivation. Cultivation is the 7 feelings and 6 desires and red dust ties. And why should we be obsessed with cutting off everything? People are not grass and trees. The road is not emotionless. How can everything be empty? People born in the world, monastic or mundane, are all mediocre. Illusion is born from the heart. See through. Know deeply, so as to control emotions, not to magnify the evil, not to shrink the good small, in order to find the right way. The devil's way is a thought. Entering the devil can relieve the suffering of the moment. but not the fruit of human desire, letting go into the devil, not as one wishes, but the consequences are endless which, after Chang Wei finished speaking, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the illusory figure seemed to consume all his residual thoughts, slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. Chen Bei, on the other hand, stood in his own world, his eyes mesmerized and muttering, to have the way in one's heart is to have no devil, and to have no devil in one's heart is the way. People are not grass, the Tao is not emotionless, and how can all things be empty? To let go into the devil is not as one would wish, but the consequences are endless. The red dust obsession, the root of man, and why be obsessed with cutting it off? How can we find the right way without magnifying the evil and minimizing the good? Master is right, even if I become a demon, what can I do? Could I just charge to the border, kill the demon domain, and leave Tiny behind? Entering the devil can relieve a moment's suffering, but not the fruits of human desire, and will not save Tiny, but will instead cause me to be doomed as well. Illusions are created by the mind? To see through, to know deeply, to cultivate are the 7 passions and 6 desires, the red dust ties, and how all things are empty. To have the way in one's heart is to have no devil, and to have no devil in one's heart is the way. As Chen Bei murmured, he seemed to have caught something in a trance. It was an esoteric and mysterious enlightenment that seemed to become clearer and clearer. The demonic aura on his body was also dissipating rapidly, and the 5 seals gradually regained their radiance, even more radiant. It didn't take long for that sky full of demonic chi to completely disappear without a trace. Even that evil Chen Bei in Chen Bei's world looked at him and revealed a pleased smile, followed by slowly dissipating into smoke and eventually returning to nothingness. At this moment, Chen Bei, standing quietly in the void, entered a state of calmness, as if there was something metaphysical and mysterious surfacing, germinating, and growing in his heart. That heavenly killing intent also collapsed between heaven and earth, but it didn't disappear. Rather, it was collected by him and temporarily buried in the deepest part of his heart. Chen Bei slowly raised his head and gazed at the vastness of the starry river, and it seemed that he could still see Qin Xiaoxiao behind the entrance of the border gate, as well as those terrifying figures. His eyes, however, were devoid of uncontrolled killing intent. However, the killing intent in the depths of his heart did not diminish in the slightest. Xiao, wait for brother. Brother will definitely bring you back and will definitely destroy them with his own hands. Chen Bei's eyes were moist. Endless heartache and anger flashed in his eyes, as well as a firm killing intent. But he did not storm out and lose control again. He would not cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Just as his master said, this is the root of man, his heart. At this moment, there is hatred, there is light, there is anger. The same has a rushing murderous intent, only to be balanced by him in a delicate state, not to let himself go out of control into the devil. Chen Bei also came to his senses at this moment. He was only at the King Master realm. Even if he became a demon, he could not save Qin Xiaoxiao. He and the demon emperor were still far from each other, and his power was not enough to shake the demon underworld domain. When the ice dragon and the phoenix and the others saw Chen Bei fade away his demonic aura and recover, their hearts, which were originally hanging in the air, were all relaxed. Lai Xiaohong even had tears in her eyes. If it was because of Qin Xiaoxiao's news that Chen Bei had gotten into the devil, she might not forgive herself in this lifetime. But until this moment, Lai Xiaohong also finally knew the gap between her and Qin Xiaoxiao. In Chen Bei's heart, even if she was treated as a relative, it was still exactly no better than Xiaoxiao. As realistic as this was, Lai Xiaohong could gladly accept it. With Lai Xiaohong's obstruction, the ice dragon and phoenix and the others did not disturb Chen Bei, but instead stood quietly within the eastern suburb villa, silently watching the figure. The minutes ticked by. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, Chen Bei adjusted his mindset, and his ancient voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Ice dragon! The ice dragon sniffed and panicked, rising up in the air, coming to the side of the one in cloth and bowing slightly. My lord! Chen Bei slowly turned around, without any sadness or joy. No anger or killing intent could be seen in his eyes, but it was so quiet that people felt scared. His gaze slowly swept across the vast and boundless Pekyang region, scanning the millions of good demons one by one. It took a few moments before the decision in his heart was spoken. Gather all the good demons, and after half an hour, follow me into the underground of the eastern suburb. The ice dragon sniffed in bewilderment, not understanding what Chen Bei wanted to do. After all, he knew nothing under the shocking heavenly array. I don't know. This decision made by Chen Bei at this moment would change the lives of millions of good demons. If in the past, Chen Bei only wanted to protect himself and only wanted to defend against the incoming demonic domain, what he was thinking about in this moment, then, was a counterattack. Even if it was for the sake of the Blue Star continent and hundreds of millions of living beings or not, for the sake of accumulating merit and subduing demons, Nowadays, he only wanted to kill into the demon underworld domain, save his sister, and make those demons pay a painful price. At this moment, a seed of hatred had been quietly planted deep within Chen Bei's heart without his knowledge. He was just a demon hunter, not some saint. The demon underworld domain can move him. The demon hunter and the demon race are originally incompatible. We each have our own abilities. But moving Chen Xiao? No. And if he wanted to counterattack the demon underworld domain, relying on the strength of just one person was obviously not the wisest choice. He needed a force that was strong enough to stir the heavens. My lord, all the good demons? All, leave none behind. Yes. Although the ice dragon didn't know what Chen Bei was going to do, he immediately bowed and promised upon hearing his words. Suddenly, within the Peak Yang region, countless good demons were all stirring, rushing towards the eastern suburb of the Forest Sea. Half an hour later, Chen Bei laid down a single teleportation array underneath the ground in the eastern suburb, while the overwhelming number of good demons slowly appeared in the area. They could not directly enter the bottom of the Great Formation, yet Chen Bei was able to let millions of good demons enter inside through various means. Time passed slowly, and as the night gradually dispersed, the Peak Yang region became unusually quiet. But the Peak Sun region was quiet, yet the entire outside of the Peak Sun region was completely boiling. This was because countless transcendent martial artists suddenly realized at a certain moment that the Peak Yang region seemed to have undergone a drastic change. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so calm there? Quite a few transcendent martial artists uttered out in shock, not knowing since when. They seemed to be unable to sense those terrifying auras within the Peak Yang region. Not sense, is directly no. Originally as deep as a dragon pool Peak Yang region. Originally like a sea of terror like millions of good demon. Overnight, seems to have evaporated from the earth. Completely disappeared. With the dawn comes, more and more transcendent martial artists had noticed the situation and had gathered. They stood at the border of the Peak Sun region, their eyes filled with shock and incredulity, as well as disbelief. Chapter 136, digging 3 feet into the ground. No trace in sight. As the dawn shines over the vast expanse of land, beyond the Peak Yang region, the ocean of transcendent martial artists were all looking at the calm as water territory in front of them with eyes full of incredulity. Confused. Where have all those living beings in the Peak Sun region gone? Why can't I feel any breath anymore? There were terrifying figures frowning slightly. Couldn't figure out what was going on in the Peak Yang region. Around Meng Tianjiang and the others who had also arrived at the border of the Peak Yang region, they were all uncertain. Last night, the entire Tiannan province felt that terrifying killing intent, and even felt that heavenly demonic might, and countless transcendent martial artists even saw the astonishingly heavenly demonic aura in the sky above the Peak Yang region. However, since that killing intent dissipated not long ago, the entire Peak Yang region was completely changed. The heaven and earth that was once as deep as a dragon's pool was as if it was empty at the moment. Strange. Last night I saw countless horrible figures inside. How come overnight they seem to have disappeared from the earth? Someone stepped into the air, his pupils narrowing slightly as he stared intently there. It's not quite right. Where did all those beings inside go? More and more transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers gathered around, all of them stretching their necks to look inside. But they found nothing. There were even King Realm powerhouses who carefully released their spirit stones and probed away, but still found nothing. For a moment, everyone froze. It's not really vaporized, is it? Some people began to question, while others frowned, but none of them dared to easily set foot in the Peak Yang region, even if they couldn't sense the aura of that piece of cloth. Everyone still remembered Chen Bei's words. However, any martial artist who stepped into the Peak Yang region would be killed without amnesty. It was a shock, an invisible shock, especially after the 3 kings came to attack. That coat of cloth was different in the hearts of countless transcendent martial artists. However, as time passed, there were terrifying figures who were already almost certain that the inside was indeed empty of people, and apart from the billions of ordinary living beings, they had not sensed a single trace of an unusual aura. This bizarre sight caused a strange emotion to flood the hearts of countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers, the territory that was as terrifying as it was the last moment. How come overnight? It couldn't sense any breath. This was too abnormal. Even if it was a 10-square king, it was impossible to conceal the aura of so many terrifying beings at once. Finally, some bold transcendent martial artist was filled with doubt and couldn't hold back any longer. If you want to know what's going on, don't you just try and find out? An impatient transcendent martial artist couldn't endure the restlessness within him and slowly walked out, heading towards the Peak Yang region. The next moment, however, he was grabbed by the hand of the person beside him. You don't want to live? Have you forgotten what that person said? But any transcendent martial artist from an ancient transcendent martial artist family will be killed once they set foot in the Peak Yang region. Some people dissuaded the transcendent martial artist, Yet the latter shook his head and smiled. Brothers, thanks a lot. I don't have much time left, so it would be considered an honor if I could die at the hands of a king. The martial artist's face was pale. It was not true that he was an impatient person. More importantly, he was also a sainthood entrant who had just returned not long ago, although he had returned to the great backlands of the human race. In reality, he had already been heavily injured at the border, and his days were numbered. The reason why this person held on to his breath to return, the purpose is to see a loved one. Now the loved one he has also seen, even if he can still survive. There are not a few days to live, so it does not matter that a coat of cloth set the rules. Instead, the overnight change in the Pekyang region made him curious, not believing that so many terrifying beings would disappear overnight. Gentlemen, everyone's misgivings, the late generation will solve them. Ha ha ha. The transcendent martial artist scanned the endless stream of transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers and laughed twice before taking a step towards the Pekyang region. For a moment, everyone's gazes converged on that transcendent martial artist, and their pupils all contracted infinitely. But see, stepping in the air is a face as pale as paper, pugilistic man, big man, vitality weak, at a glance as to have suffered a serious injury. At any time the lamp may run out of oil, people. It is no wonder that do not fear life and death. The pugilistic man, under the attention of all, approached the Pekyang region step by step, but when it came to the border, around he also took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. The big man slightly raised his eyes and gazed at the vast and boundless territory. Then he raised one leg and after a moment of hesitation, he stepped into the Pekyang territory. When he stepped 1 foot on top of the land of the Pekyang region, his entire body closed its eyes tightly, as if it was ready to meet death. However, a breeze on the face, the imaginary killing machine did not appear. The surrounding is still ridiculously quiet. The big man froze slightly, then opened his eyes, full of disbelief. After freezing for a moment, the pugilist lifted his other foot and his entire body went completely inside. He even rose up into the air and flew up quickly over the Pekyang region, heading towards the deepest part of Pekyang. Surprisingly, there's no response? How could this happen? Have they really disappeared from heaven and earth? Seeing that the pugilistic man was unharmed, the ocean of transcendent martial artists and the nightwalkers were all shocked, finally believing the scene they had witnessed with their own eyes. Until the big man's figure faded away at the end, countless transcendent martial artists looked at each other. Not long after, some bold transcendent martial artists also tried to enter inside, all without being attacked. Seeing that nothing happened even if so many transcendent martial artists went in, for a while, more and more transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers poured into it. Even those kings as well as Meng Tianzheng and the others stepped into the air. All of them were like locusts passing through the sky over the Pekyang region. People flocked to various parts of Pekyang to try it out in all directions, but they were all astonished by the sky. Half an hour later, oh my god, how is this possible? It really all disappeared overnight. Many transcendent martial artists' eyes were filled with disbelief. Overnight, millions of good demons even disappeared out of thin air under everyone's eyes. This is so unbelievable to countless people that it is too heavenly. Where did they go? A King Rome powerhouse frowned, casting his gaze to the ground of the Pekyang region, the first thing that came to his mind. However, when many powerful people came to the underground through various means, they still found nothing. What the crowd didn't know was that the amazing array, in addition to blocking the essence of the spirit source, had a terrifying illusion array attached to its surface. And the reason why Qin Bei was able to see the vast ocean at the bottom of the array in the first place was because of his identity as a demon hunter. The illusion formation is also from the hand of the Imperial Master, but for some unknown reason it does not shield the demon hunter. In other words, Qin Bei was able to see the scene under the astonishing grand formation, while those who were not demon hunters could only see the flowing grand formation. Comparatively speaking, transcendent martial artists naturally couldn't see the 10 million good demons such as the ice dragon that were currently frozen under the great formation. Not only that, but in order to avoid surprises, after Qin Bei sent the ice dragon and the millions of other good demons into the bottom of the amazing grand formation, he established a connection with the grand formation and shifted that weak point, causing the so-called superpower pool in this place to be shifted outside of the Pekyang region. Now that he was able to enter the bottom of the great formation, he naturally didn't need any superpower TAM. The result of this was that the ocean of transcendent martial artists failed to discover any trace of the ice dragon and the others even after digging 3 feet into the ground. And that completely dumbfounded everyone. Chapter 137, A Great Change in the Wind and Clouds. The Coming Catastrophe. When it was determined that millions of good demons and that coat of cloth had all disappeared, the entire oceanic vastness of transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers were dumbfounded, and one by one, they were completely frozen in the sky above the Pekyang region. How did so many terrifying beings disappear without a trace overnight? It's not scientific. It's just not possible. My God, how did that man do that? Everyone's hearts were flooded with huge waves, and ripples went straight to their hearts. Those terrifying beings obeyed the orders of that cloth coat, which meant that it was highly likely that it was because of him that millions and millions of terrifying beings had disappeared in one night. But how can this be done? Even if it's a divine tactic, it's impossible that there aren't any traces of it. Some people felt their scalp numb. That coat of cloth was too mythical, breaking 2 major realms in a row in 2 months, transforming into a king from the sacred realm of Entry, and killing the 5-square king realm in a single strike. Even the 10-square king realm could only flee in defeat. And now, again, in one night, disappearing under the eyes of an endless number of powerful people, and with so many terrifying beings disappearing. These kinds of deeds are like myths that are unacceptable. Some, however, were brainstorming and speculating wildly. Do you guys think there's a possibility that they're all dead? Wow dash. The moment these words came out, countless people were shaken. You mean, some people also associated it with something, though endless ripples rose in their eyes. What this brother said is not impossible. Everyone should have sensed what happened here last night, right? You mean the killing intent? Some transcendent martial artists came to their senses. The rest of them also came to a sudden realization, remembering at this moment the skyrocketing killing intent from last night, their own terrifying to the point of palpitating heaven-swallowing demon chi. Last night, when Chen Bei nearly became a demon, the demonic aura over the entire Pekyang region was so great that it almost covered half of the sky. The terrifying aura and movement of a king who had become a demon caused even those kings to feel their hair stand on end. Chen Bei's king realm was already unscientific, and under the enhancement of the mana liquid, that demonic might was astonishingly heavenly, and the king felt a chill down his spine even as he watched from afar. Could it be that last night's terrifying killing intent and demonic aura was a certain great terrifying being that descended upon this domain and gave all the living beings in that coat of cloth? Boom! When these words came out, everyone's hearts were shaken. It was not impossible. That killing intent and demonic aura last night was indeed far beyond their imagination, and the King Realm powerhouses at that time were extremely uneasy and panicked. In retrospect at the moment, it's not unlikely. That is to say, something extremely terrifying happened in this place last night, and a supreme being struck, and that's why they all died? It's unlikely, isn't it? Such a huge base, and it was all killed in one night? And there are no traces of it except for that heavenly killing intent and rolling demonic aura? Many transcendent martial artists questioned it, feeling that it was too much bull ********. Yet the terrifying figure with a borderline return jumped out. How is it impossible? Brother, you haven't spent any time at the border. You don't know how terrifying some of the terrifying existences are. I've seen them once at the border. This brother is talking about the incident 300 years ago, right? It is said that 300 years ago, several border towns at the border gate had been enveloped by an unknown demonic aura, and in one night, the entire garrison of the towns went up in smoke, and no traces could be traced. This I also know. It is said that decades later, there are strong people inadvertently found thousands of miles away in those cities' garrison army white bones. This thing had caused a huge sensation in the border, and later or the top of the strong people to take action, only to stop the event of further fermentation, but only to force back that evil spirit, did not succeed in killing. You guys mean that the incident in the Pekyang region this time was also the work of that terrifying being? When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked. Combining the sights of the Pekyang region last night and the signs at this moment, it seemed to be extremely similar to the evaporation incident that happened at the border gate. Moreover, now that the border was in total collapse, it made sense that that terrifying being would be able to come to the great rear of the human race. Suddenly, such news was spread wider and wider, and countless transcendent martial artists returning from the border were convinced. And this news instantly swept through the Blue Star continent, and people were on edge. If the millions of good demons in the Pekyang region and that cloth coat were really killed by the terrifying beings overnight, wouldn't that mean that the cataclysm had already spread to the Blue Star continent? After all, at the same time as the borderline Nightwalker army withdrew, it was not seen that no demon realm beings had already arrived here. For a time, the entire Blue Star continent was on edge, and countless forces began to gather in preparation for the doomsday cataclysm. Time passes slowly. Another half a month passed in a flash. For half a month, there was not the slightest news from the Pekyang region. Chen Bei and the others were as if they had truly disappeared from the earth, and the countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers gradually dispersed. The only family in the entire Blue Star continent that knew what had happened was Lin Sini's family. At this very moment, within Pekyang City, on top of the hotel rooftop, the Holocaust is coming, and it's another time for the living. Lin Sini sat on the edge of the rooftop, followed by a small cat, who gazed up at the reddish dome and muttered. This cat was naturally Niki, and the one who opened her mouth at this moment was also Lai Xiaohong. And logically, Lin Sini had no way to hear the voices of the several souls in the cat demon's body. But Qin Bei gave Lin Sini's family a few soul notes under Lai Xiaohong's plea before leading the ice dragon and the others to enter the underground. As long as this kind of talisman was activated, Lin Sini's family would be able to receive the sound of the soul within the cat demon. As Lin Sini listened to Lai Xiaohong's words, a gush of worry flooded her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, sis, Red will watch over you. And me. Lin Nan also opened his mouth at this time, and under the effect of the soul note, he was finally able to recognize and get in touch with his loved ones as well, and lived 15 happy and cozy years. Lin Sini nodded as she sniffed. The reason why Lai Xiaohong did not go with Chen Bei and the others to the bottom of the shocking great array was that time had lost its meaning for the demon clan of her realm. Not to mention, there was still a demon emperor's soul within the cat demon's body, so going down hastily was lest it create an opportunity for the other party. For a while, both the cat and Lin Sini gazed at the sky, looking there with eyes full of gravity. And just then, rumble dash, the entire firmament roared loudly. Countless living beings all looked up. However, in the firmament, countless figures and warships emerged, swarming in like pouring rain, covering the sky and densely packed. Not only that, one could see that in the middle of that dome of heaven, a huge object lined up the clouds and slowly fell down. These behemoths were as terrifying as they were. There were huge and incomparable ancient sacred palaces. There were millions of feet of holy mountains that shone with golden light. There were ancient cities that looked like a small world, and so on. These behemoths, the seats of terrifying figures, slowly landed in the vast and boundless territory of ancient Qin, guarding one side. At the same time, the entire Blue Star continent changed drastically, as countless terrifying forces converged towards these behemoths, pulling up amazing defenses. At this moment, everyone knew that the border had been fully withdrawn, and that day, after all, was coming. Chapter 138 Ancient Tomb Elder, Lord of the Lonely Island. Another judgment of Chu Siki. No dash. Endless transcendent martial artists returned at the same time. At the border of the Tiannan province, in the middle of a certain endless mountain range, a huge ancient palace was suspended above the mountain range. And the mountains. A saddened growl came from her. However, he saw an ancient robed old man hugging a cold corpse, looking up to the sky. The ancient robed old man's body's terrifying power swept across this side of heaven and earth. The surrounding mountain peaks collapsed, the ancient trees turned into powder, and endless living beings were instantly shaken into a mass of blood mist. Who dash? The ancient robed old man roared repeatedly, wrapping his arms around the corpse with bloodshot eyes, as if he had gone mad. The cold corpse that the ancient robed old man was cradling was naturally not someone else. It was none other than Dragon Fei, the 10-faceted king realm powerhouse who was ranked fourth among the 12 holy dragon sons of the Dragon Clan. The old man, on the other hand, was a Tai Shang elder of the Dragon Clan, the helmsman of a certain lineage of the Border Dragon Clan. Who was it? Who killed my Feier? Feier, tell Grandpa Ancestor. Who is it? Who the hell is it dash? The ancient robed old man's veins rippled, his eyes full of killing intent, and the boundless mountain range rumbled and collapsed, as if he wanted to exterminate this area. Until a certain point, boom dash, another monstrous aura enveloped the heavens and earth, dissolving that monstrous force into nothing. Brother Long, rest your sorrow and anger. At the top of the mountain range, two great figures slowly landed. The same two terrifying figures with a breath as terrifying as this. It was an old and a young figure. To be precise, it should be a gray-haired old man, as well as a majestic and domineering middle-aged man. Among them, the white-haired old man stepped on a mysterious ancient tomb. The grave was strangely large, not much smaller than the monstrous palace of the Dragon Clan's ancient robed old man. As for the other person, the middle-aged man who appeared to be magnificent and majestic on the surface, he had his feet on a lonely island. Instead of a lonely island, it is more like a small world, in which the mountains and rivers are 10,000 miles, and the ground is shrunk, just like the dry land in the sleeve, the sun and the moon in the pot. The reason why I said that the middle-aged man is the surface looks like middle-aged, is because the other party's body's breadth of years? Extremely thick. He is also an old immortal. Obviously, these two were terrorists who had just returned from the border. However, the ancient robed old man was oblivious to the words of the two men, his eyes full of horrible killing intent, and his anger seemed to want to burn the dome of the sky into nothingness. At some point, the ancient robed old man's eyes stared, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly looked somewhere, but he saw two big words engraved there. The ancient robed old man fixed his eyes, his gaze like a torch, and his blood-red pupils contracted violently. It wasn't hard to tell that it was a person's name, Chen Bei. The moment the old man's gaze touched the handwriting, the killing intent in his eyes suddenly skyrocketed countless times. almost squeezing out the name from between his teeth. Things are already obvious. These 2 words were left by Long Fei, the 4th in the ranking of the 12 holy dragon sons of the Dragon Clan, a name that could make him carve it out even on his deathbed. The ancient robed old man didn't need to think to know that Fei must be trying to tell herself that the person who killed him was named Chen Bei. Chen Bei, I'm going to kill you. No, I'm going to break you into pieces. Break you into pieces. I'm going to set you back. Set you back. Let you die without a burial place. Ah dash. Ancient robed old man's speech after holding the cold body to the sky, long whistling. Horror power crazy surge, ravaging the world. The earth collapsed. If not 2 horrible characters out to dissolve, do not know how many miles of rivers and mountains to ripple. Even those 2 terrifying figures were frowning at the sight. Chen Bei? The old man with his feet on the mysterious ancient tomb muttered. This was the first time he had heard of this name. The magnificent middle-aged man standing on top of the isolated island also looked bewildered. Upon hearing this name, both terrifying figures exuded puzzled gazes, and even incomparable consternation. Obviously, in the hearts of the 2, there was no such figure as Chen Bei. In the 2 people's opinion, the person who dared to suppress Long Fei was at least at their level of existence, and should be someone they knew, or worse, should have heard about him for a long time. These 2 words, however, were exceptionally strange. For a while, both the old man of the ancient tomb and the lord of the lonely island came to be interested in this name. Same time, with the border fully withdrawn. Half a month ago, the bustling Pekyang region was like a corner of barbarism at the moment. Apart from the countless ordinary people who couldn't leave, there were almost no transcendent martial artists who chose to stay here, and they all converged on the forces they had joined. It's extraordinarily peaceful here, compared to half a month ago. It even looks somewhat depressed and desolate. This is a territory that was briefly forgotten by the world. However, there was a small portion of transcendent martial artists that were heading towards Pekyang City. This portion of transcendent martial artists were all those ancient transcendent martial artist families that had fallen into the dust, and they were the only ones who chose to stay here for the reason that their own forces were so weak that no forces were willing to receive them. Under the Doomsday, resources are scarce, and all forces will only accept forces that are additive to themselves. With nothing else to do, they chose to return to their homeland, and even if they died, they would die in their homeland. And the Feng Yangchu family was one of them. Eldest Miss, are we really going back to Pekyang City? The Chu family members were filled with worry. At this time, but any transcendent martial artist who could leave, almost all of them drew closer to the territories of those terrifying forces. Even if the other party didn't accept them, they could still cling to the surrounding area. Chuschi, on the other hand, had a firm face when she sniffed. We don't have a choice. If we don't come back, what can we do? Going anywhere is death. Returning to the Pekyang region might still have a chance of survival. Chu Tianxiong and the other clansmen were all silent at his words. They understood what Chu Siki meant. Missy still had hope for that coat of cloth. Everyone thought that person might be gone, yet their Missy was convinced that person was still alive after all the analysis. And Chu Siki's reason for being certain that Chen Bei was still alive was not out of thin air. In the end, the Chu family was after all a great family of Pekyang, and even if it had declined, it still had a lot of connections. Plus, the Chu family has been dealing with ordinary people a lot more since they've fallen out of the picture. The main reason why she believed that the cloth coat hadn't already fallen as rumored, was because she had learned through some ordinary people's connections that the family named Lin Sini was still staying in Pekyang City, and judging from all the behavior of the Lin family, there was definitely no accident in that coat of cloth. Not only that, Chu Siki also learned that although the Pekyang region had gone out of sight overnight, however, there were 2 people in the eastern suburb villa who were in Lin Sini's house. These 2 people were no one else. Naturally, they were Lin Xiao and Mu Xiaoxiao. Compared to the ice dragon and the others, the 2 people did not have any cultivation and had no mana in their bodies. Even if they went in, it would not help, and they might even be torn apart from their flesh by the terrifying pressure inside. With all of this information above, especially the sightings of Lin Xiao and Mu Xiaoxiao, Chu Siki concluded that not only did that coat of cloth not have any accidents, but it might even have something big up its sleeve again. Otherwise it would be impossible for all the terrifying beings to have disappeared. And only the eastern suburb villa had 2 people unharmed. Have to say, this great lady, Chu Siki, did indeed have something to offer, gutsy and dictatorial. More than once, the Chu family has pulled back from the Ghost Gate. Of course, this was actually a helpless move on Chuschi's part. Although the Chu family crowd knew that the coat of cloth had said that any transcendent martial artist who stepped into the Pekyang region would be killed without pardon, but the Chu family this force, if it is pulled out, when the cataclysm comes the same death without burial. Instead of going out to die, it was better to fight for a chance of survival. No matter what, she had also had a meeting with that coat of cloth. and they had not been involved when the Dragon Clan and other ancient transcendent martial artist lineages had besieged the eastern suburbs. Therefore, Chu Siki was gambling. Gambling to win. There is a ray of life. Gambling to lose, but also just to death. And die in the havoc, no difference. Chapter 139, He Can't Protect You. Come out of the gate collectively. At the same time that the Chu family's crowd returned to Pekyang City, the three terrifying figures of the Dragon Clan's ancient Robe Elder and ancient Tomb Elder as well as the Lord of the Lonely Island were also inquiring about news regarding Qianbei. That night, the entire Pekyang region was sensationalized. People saw a strangely large and incomparable ancient palace descending into this vast and boundless frontier, and a murderous aura filled almost the entire Tiannan province. However, the ancient robed old man was unable to find anything, and even though he dug 3 feet into the ground, he was unable to find that cloth-clad figure. The entire ancient Qin was spreading the news that the Pekyang region had been exterminated by a terrifying being, and with the fact that the search was indeed fruitless. In the end, the ancient robed old man could only leave with a grudge. When the terrifying ancient palace descended on Pekyang City, Lin Xini's eyes were filled with worry. Although she didn't know what realm the ancient robed figure that stood in the middle of the palace was in, her intuition told her that it was an existence that was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. But fortunately, the ancient palace seemed to leave filled with indignation after staying at the top of Pekyang City for the night, just when Lin Xini thought that this heaven and earth would finally be calm for a while. However, the following morning, the arrival of several figures was what broke the calm of the Lin family. Who are you looking for? The one who opened the door was Lin Xinu, and she looked at the several men and women with extraordinary aura outside the door, her beautiful brows slightly knitted. For no other reason, Lin Xinu felt that the condescending look of the few people in front of her was very uncomfortable. These were 5 men and women, each with a thick aura. Although they were somewhat poised when facing ordinary people, although they did have a stern aura about them, it was obvious that these were the transcendent martial artists who had returned from the border. At the head of the group was a man with a sword brow and a pair of judging eyes with a touch of indifference hanging in them. Is this Lin Xini's house? The man at the head of the group opened his mouth, and his words had the flavor of looking down on him. I'm Lin Xini, may I ask who you are? Lin Xini sniffed and walked over, and behind her, stood Lin Xiao, Mu Xiao, and several people from Lin's father and mother, and on the windowsill to the side, a kitten lazily lay there, lifting its pupil to faintly scan a few people, and then no longer pay attention. Without waiting for the man in charge to speak, while Lin Xini's few people were wondering, a surprised voice was the one that rang out. Cousin? The person who opened her mouth was Mu Xiao, and the moment Lin Xinu opened the door to the room just now, she had actually recognized it. The man in charge sniffed and looked behind Lin Xini, then walked into the living room with large strides. Dawn, you're really here. The man walked towards Mu Xiao with an excited look on his face. Ms. Wood, this is your cousin? Lin Xiao was slightly surprised to see this. Just now he was wondering what this group of men and women were and even showed a hint of caution. But after hearing Mu Xiao open her mouth, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mu Xiao seemed surprised as well, but quickly introduced herself. The man at the head of the group was named Xiao Ming, a cousin of the Wood family sisters. Not too close, but there was some relationship. After hearing that it was Mu Xiao's cousin, Lin's father and mother hurriedly invited several people into the living room. Although Lin Xini and Lin Xinyu still frowned slightly, they didn't say anything more. Cousin, what brings you here? As everyone sat down, Mu Xiao opened her mouth and asked, not seeming very impressed with this cousin. I've been inquiring about you guys since I came back from the border, and as soon as I got a letter, I came over to find you in Nanshu first. After the cousin named Xiao Ming finished speaking, he coldly glanced at Lin Xini's several people and continued, Xiao, I'm here to take you guys out of here. Truth be told, my cousin has already joined the 8 ancient clans group, so you guys will be much safer if you follow me over there. After Xiao Ming spoke, Mu Xiao could not help but feel a condensation in her heart. Perhaps others would think that this Xiao Ming was a good person. On the eve of the doomsday catastrophe, he still knew to take care of this brother and sister. However, Mu Xiao was aware of what this man was selling in his gourd. The two sisters have always been dependent on each other, and in the past, when they had no one to turn to, they did not see this cousin lend a helping hand. Until 2 years ago, this cousin from the border wounded returned to the human race back home to recuperate, inadvertently saw his sister Mu Nanshu's photo, so see color, and even door to propose marriage, but both sisters refused at the time, and then for some reason, this cousin was never heard from again. Now that I think about it, I think it was back when I was recuperating from my injuries and then I was transferred to the border. Now that he had traveled a long way to find him, guarding the two sisters was a lie, and I'm afraid that wanting to get Mu Nanshu was real. However, Xiao Ming's arrival still caught Mu Xiao a bit off guard. Think about it. She smiled inwardly to herself, but her face remained thankful. Cousin, thank you. I've taken note of your kindness with Nanshu, but now that Nanshu has a master, at this time, she won't go with you. If it was before, when the havoc was coming, for the sake of her sister's safety, Mu Xiaoxiao might have chosen to compromise. However, now that her sister already had a dependence, with her temperament, it was absolutely impossible for her to abandon her division and live on when the cataclysm came. As for her, this sister, wherever her sister was, she was naturally there as well. Not to mention, nowadays, Chen Bei had long been a godlike existence in the hearts of Mu Xiaoxiao's few people, and there was no trouble that person couldn't solve. However, after Xiao Ming heard Mu Xiaoxiao's words, he shook his head and smiled, the corners of his mouth spreading with a touch of disdain. I know who you're talking about. Nanshu's master. Is that the demon hunter named Chen Bei? Speaking of Chen Bei, Xiao Ming and the others shook their heads even more and smiled. Xiao, do you think that he can really protect you all in the world of havoc? I know, he is indeed magical, but the magic is only temporary after all. He can't protect you guys. By the way, perhaps you don't have a good understanding of the borderlands, and you also know nothing about the true power. In front of the 8 ancient race groups, he is too far away even if he is a king. Among the group of ancient clans, although kings are also at the top of the pyramid, in the end, they are only the third echelon. An ancient transcendent martial family, as long as it is not a fallen ancient clan, has quite a number of kings sitting at the border. Take for example, the border dragon clan that he offended, the 12 sacred dragon sons, all of whom are strong at the king realm, as well as the divine dragon sons, true dragon sons, the supreme elders, the old ancestors, the ancestors, and other truly terrifying figures, not to mention, the ancient clan group, which is made up of countless ancient transcendent martial arts lineages, with powerful figures like the clouds. Only in the middle of the ancient clan group's territory will your safety be guaranteed. In the end, even if he has a large number of sainthood initiates by his side, in the end, there is only this one king realm powerhouse. Do you really think that they will be able to survive in the midst of the cataclysm? Xiao Ming thought that after explaining the powerful relationship, Mu Xiaoxiao would compromise and bring Mu Nanshu to leave with him. Actually, Mu Xiaoxiao had underestimated this cousin's psychology. The reason why he was willing to come over was indeed because he couldn't get enough of Mu Nanshu, and when he returned 2 years ago and accidentally saw Mu Nanshu's picture, this cousin was out of control. What he wanted, though, was not just Mu Nanshu, but the 2 sisters. After all, compared to the countless mediocre powder, the Wood family sisters grew up together. Whether it is temperament or appearance and body, are first-class rare on earth. But unfortunately, Xiao Ming was destined to be disappointed. And while this scene plays out in the home of Lin Sini, another scene was taking place underneath the eastern suburb villa. Boom 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 boom. Millions and millions of good demons were sitting on their knees in the void, and a heavenly demon king was being born one after another. 15 days outside, 15 years underground. During these 15 years, the good demons at the top of the heavenly demon extremity continued to make breakthroughs, and even some of the good demons in the middle and late heavenly demon stages saw their shackles break through. The terrifying pressure and flow of time, coupled with the spirit source essence, their cultivation speed here was as terrifying as it was. Some good demons were even able to descend more than 100 feet as well, while Chen Bei had already descended 300 feet. The deeper the descent, the purer the spiritual origin essence, the more terrifying that pressure became. And what's even more frightening is that as the depth of descent increases, the flow of time increases exponentially. Now that Chen Bei had dived down to 300 feet, the flow of time was 3 times that of the beginning, meaning that one day in the outside world was 3 years at 300 feet. The ice dragon and the others cultivated for 15 days, which was equivalent to 15 years, whereas Chen Bei's 15 days were comparable to 45 years. But unfortunately, even after the past 45 years, he hadn't been able to touch the Divine Master shackles, and was merely at the peak of the King Master. Of course, the peak of the King Master here referred to cultivation, and merit had not reached this realm. But this is not important. When the catastrophe comes, the demon domain will take care of him in the middle of the year, and at that time, it is going to be the merit that is required. And his accumulation of merit may even catch up with his cultivation overnight. Yet at the moment, Chen Bei, however, slowly woke up and turned around. With a pair of deep pupils, gazing in the direction of the dome of the sky, he could sense that the terrifying demonic aura like the seawater pouring in the boundless sky dome had already struck, so thick that it could not be melted. The Holocaust is coming. Chen Bei should also make plans for this, and it is impossible for the millions of good demons to keep practicing here. This place is too horrible for the physical body to be squeezed, and after breaking through every big realm, they need to go outside to consolidate their Tao. Furthermore, on the eve of the catastrophe, there was one thing that still needed to be done, and that was to receive the descendants of the millions of good demons to the Pekyang region. Only then can they fight without fear. In other words, it was time for the millions of good demons to go out en masse, traveling as fast as they could to the south and north of the heavens to bring their descendants back here and protect them. Chen Bei thought that he was not a saintly mother, yet he would not treat the good demons that followed him poorly. The human heart is always the first of the imperial arts. Chapter 140, Terrifying Power. Stronger than ever, my lord. At the bottom of the shocking Great Formation, the Ice Dragon and Phoenix both bowed slightly when they saw Chen Bei slowly stepping up into the air. The two had now stepped into the King Realm, two heavenly demon kings in the true sense of the word, and were considered to be the strongest batch of good demons amongst the millions of good demons. Of course, Shilin Baifeng and other good demons were not too far off from the Ice Dragon Phoenix, but there were still some gaps. How many heavenly demon kings are there among the good demons now? Chen Bei swept his gaze over this heaven and earth one by one, but he saw that in that void, there were endless figures sitting on their knees in the ocean-like sea, and from time to time, the movements of the good demons breaking through came from within. Some good demons were promoted to heavenly demon, while some good demons broke through the heavenly demon realm and stepped into the heavenly demon king. A heavenly demon king was comparable to a king of the human race. To be precise, they were even more terrifying than human kings, and the demon king realm was divided into the first, middle, and late stages. It could be said that a heavenly demon king, even at the early stage of the realm, was enough to rival the three parties and even the four directions of king realm powerhouses, together with the environment that the millions of good demons were in at the moment that made it possible, as well as the absorption of the spirit source essence. The battle power of this group of heavenly demon kings was far more terrifying than that of the human king realm powerhouses. Back to your excellency, we've done some preliminary counting, but almost all of the good demons at the heavenly demon extreme peak realm have broken through to the king realm, and now the heavenly demon kings that we have are around 300 or so, more than 300 heavenly demon kings. The corner of Ice Dragon's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he spoke this figure. This was a stream of scenes that he had once not even dared to think about, and it was almost impossible for good demons to touch the great Tao to advance to heavenly demon king before they were recognized by the two polarities of heaven and earth. And now that Chen Bei accepted them, along with the recognition of the two polarities of heaven and earth, plus the cultivation environment, as well as Chen Bei's guidance from time to time, over the past 15 years, quite a number of heavenly demon extremities had stepped into the king realm, becoming a truly meaningful party of heavenly demon kings, the so-called heavenly demon king, both the king of heavenly demons, if placed in the 10,000 demon continent, more than one side of the demon hegemony, the lord of 10,000 demons. It is worth mentioning here that amongst the millions of good demons, not all of the heavenly demon extremities were promoted to become heavenly demon kings, and some of the good demons were slow to take that step due to the interference of their obsessions. They were worried in their hearts about their descendants out there, and it was difficult for them to calm down and make a breakthrough. So they have been plagued under the shackles for a long time and have not been able to break the barriers. The Ice Dragon looked at some of the figures amongst the millions of good demons and slowly sighed. In fact, this is understandable. The demon domain is about to invade a large area. In the catastrophe, almost no one can be spared, and their descendants are still in the south and north of the sky today. It is normal to have some obsessions in their hearts. Even those good demons who had broken through to the heavenly demon king woke up from their cultivation from time to time with a flash of worry in their eyes. However, compared to the more than 300 heavenly demon kings, the Ice Dragon and Phoenix were more surprised by Chen Bei's sudden progress. A short 15 years had passed, and their lord, already at the peak of the King Master, was seemingly only a night away from breaking the King Master's shackles. Over 300 heavenly demon kings? Even Chen Bei's eyelids couldn't help but jump wildly when he heard this. What about the number of sky demons? The good demons of the heavenly demon realm are around 7,000. 7,000 or so? Chen Bei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This figure was out of his expectation. 7,000 or so heavenly demon realms were equivalent to 7,000 sacred realm transcendent martial artists. One must know that when he crossed over, he could only flee in fear when faced with an attack by a heavenly demon. But now, under his hands, he actually possessed a battle force of more than 7,000 heavenly demons, as well as more than 300 heavenly demon kings. Even though these were because of the environment underneath the amazing formation, it was still too crazy. Of course, the reason why the millions of good demons could break through so much in a short period of time was that they themselves had a very good foundation, and many of the good demons within were originally not very far away from that step in the first place. This was a big collective breakthrough, and after this, the promotions behind it were expected to slow down a lot. These Chen Bei naturally understood that these 15 years had only given them an opportunity to make a breakthrough, and the promotion behind them would require day-to-day cultivation. However, under the amazing flow of time at the bottom of the surprising formation's ground, the cultivation speed of these good demons would also be astonishingly fast for the ages. At this time, the ice dragon continued to open its mouth to report the data for Chen Bei. Among the more than 7,000 heavenly demons, 1/3 of them were actually originally in the heavenly demon realm, and there are even more than 1,000 of them inside that have already stepped into the heavenly demon absolute peak and are ready to break through at any time. It was only that these heavenly demon extremities, due to their worries about their descendants, missed the opportunity to break through time and time again. Some good demons even nearly fell into the abyss at the critical moment of breakthrough when they were in a trance. Chen Bei nodded as he sniffed. In other words, as long as the worries in their hearts were resolved, in a short period of time, at least around 1,000 more heavenly demon kings could be ushered in, plus the 300 or so in front of them. Chen Bei was able to have over 300 more heavenly demon king powerhouses in his hands all of a sudden. More than 300 equivalent to more than 300 human kings. If this were to spread out, the ice dragon himself wouldn't dare to imagine what kind of sensation it would bring to the Blue Star continent. As long as it wasn't a divine king making a move, this power was enough to sweep across billions and billions of rivers. Putting aside the divine king realm and the powerhouses above the divine king realm, even those ancient clan groups, king clan alliances, and the various holy lands did not have such a large number of king realm powerhouses. Even a divine king would probably have to have his scalp numb when he saw so many king realm powerhouses popping up out of nowhere. Now that Chen Bei wanted to counterattack the demon underworld domain, the more powerful good demons under his hand, the better. These 1,000 or so heavenly demon extremities, if they could all successfully break through into heavenly demon kings in a short period of time, they would naturally be a terrifying force that could help him. And the way to make them break through quickly is to address the concerns in their mind, so that they can break through wholeheartedly. Pass on my order. All good demons, immediately come out of the gate. Go and fetch all their descendants. As long as they are not evil demons, not evil people, and those who are not surrounded by sinful qi, all of them are allowed to stay in the Peak Yang region, Chen Bei commanded. When these words came out, both the ice dragon and the phoenix were slightly stunned, and then they were filled with joy. All right, my lord? Phoenix's face smile, although she does not have any descendants, however, had closed the place. There are some open spirit good demon, if it can be brought over to protect, indeed can fulfill a wish. Since you have followed me, your descendants, naturally, should also be under your shelter. Pass the order down, but remember, I only give 3 days. Within 3 days, everyone must rush back to the Peak Yang region, otherwise, they will only be able to protect themselves. Yes, the ice dragon and phoenix when both bowed and delivered the message. The reason why it was only 3 days was Chen Bei's deduction that with the advancement speed of that heaven-pouring demon chi at the top of the vault of heaven, it would more than likely be able to reach the Blue Star continent in 3 days. 3 days would also be enough for millions of good demons to pick up their descendants. Not to mention, nowadays, they have long been different from what they used to be, and their speed would naturally be terrifying as well. When the crowd of good demons learned of Chen Bei's meaning, for a moment, all the good demons were slightly stunned, and then with eyes full of gratitude, they all woke up from their cultivation and made a deep obeisance to that coat of cloth. With a command from the ice dragon, in an instant, the good demon chrysalis that covered the sky came out and rushed up through the various terrifying great formations. Chapter 141 Pre-War Preparations. Xiaoming's shock. At the bottom of the ground of the shocking great array, excluding the endless good demons, there was also a silhouette quietly sitting on her knees. She was beautiful in her vestments, with clear eyebrows and eyes. The stunningly beautiful young lady was no one else but Mu Nanshu. 15 years of hard cultivation. Nowadays Mu Nanshu has undergone an amazing transformation, whether it's temperament or appearance, as if it has been given an unimaginable boost. She sat on one side with her knees crossed, like a fairy who didn't need earthly fire, and wasn't affected by the awakening of millions of good demons. Chen Bei quietly glanced there and nodded his head in delight. Worthy of being a Yining body, a girl who could become a generation of imperial masters in the future. In just 15 years, Wu Nanshu's cultivation strength has been close to the 8th order demon hunter, whether it is talent or effort, are far higher than the 10,000 demon continent countless demon hunter. And now, Mu Nanshu had also condensed 4 of the 5 seals. Only the humanity seal seemed to be untouched. However, a 4-seal emperor master was already a rare demonic pride in the ages, and indeed had the stature of an emperor master. Master? At the same time Chen Bei looked over, Mu Nanshu seemed to have sensed something and opened her beautiful eyes, a magnificent face looking towards Chen Bei. Chen Bei nodded slightly. Well, you cultivate well here. There is no need to worry about your sister. I will arrange everything, and when you advance to the 8th rank, You need to go out and consolidate your cultivation. And by the way, you will accumulate merit and officially become a demon hunter. Although Mu Nanshu's cultivation had reached the 7th level, he had not truly subdued demons and eliminated devils. And to become a demon hunter, he needed to accumulate merits and obtain the support of the 2 polarities of heaven and earth before he could borrow the power of the 2 polarities of heaven and earth. Hearing Chen Bei mention his sister, a touch of warmth flashed through Mu Nanshu's beautiful eyes. Master had even thought of this for her. It could not be said that she was not touched. Master, I will definitely cultivate hard and live up to my master's expectations. Mu Nanshu nodded his head and gave Chen Bei a respectful smile. Chen Bei sniffed and no longer paid attention to the other party, but instead took a step out and left the eastern suburbs underground along with the millions of good demons. It was indeed necessary for him to go out this time. One was to consolidate his strength and allow his body to adapt to the fallout after leaving the shocking grand formation. Secondly, Chen Bei intended to do a little pre-war preparation. In the midst of the catastrophe, the demon race of the demon underworld domain will definitely treat him as the primary target of suppression when they receive the demon emperor's decree, and a vicious battle will be inevitable. Although nowadays, the strength of the ice dragon and other good demons has skyrocketed. As long as the good demons pick up their descendants, after having no worries, they will also give birth to more than 1,000 heavenly demon kings in a short period of time, and this power has been terrifying to the extreme. Yet in the face of the Holocaust, there are still shortcomings. In the eastern suburbs, there was a lack of a more terrifying powerhouse to sit in the town, and only with an untouchable powerhouse in the Pekyang region could he let go of his hands in the midst of the cataclysm. Therefore, a terrifyingly strong person sitting in the town was imminent, and as for how strong it was, it should at least be stronger than Chen Bei himself at this moment. The point was, where should he go to find such a strong man to sit in? The royal family? God King Li Tangfeng? God King Changbai? Or is there an even stronger existence in the imperial clan? With the previous promise of the human emperor Qin Wang, nowadays, if Chen Bei were to seek the help of the imperial clan, he would naturally be able to borrow a strong person to sit in the town. But even the strongest strong person would not necessarily be able to straddle the fence. What's more, even if one really borrows a God King level powerhouse or even a figure comparable to a human emperor, what is borrowed is ultimately borrowed without any bundle of benefits, and it is hard to make people feel at ease. Actually, for that matter, Chen Bei already had a candidate in mind. This person, or rather the other party, wasn't a person. It was a demon and a devil. The candidate in Chen Bei's mind was naturally the generation of Demon Emperor Devil Pro. One has been in contact with each other. The second was that although Demon Pro was the emperor of the demons, however, through the last brief engagement and the other party's character of keeping his word, Chen Bei was able to affirm that this demon emperor was not unavailable. But before that, he had to make a trip to Lin Sini's house to meet Lai Xiaohong. The last time the two of them met, he didn't mention Devil Pro too much due to his sister. However, it was not difficult to know between Lai Xiaohong's occasional words that she seemed to understand some of Devil Pro's past. After all, Lai Xiaohong had survived for endless years despite being sealed by inexplicable forces for a long time. According to Lai Xiaohong, Demon Lin, this demon emperor, has a tearful story. At first this emperor-level power, not into the emperor of the devil, the reason why become today, is forced to helplessly, leaving the empty ancient long sigh. Sure, it wasn't that Chen Bei hadn't thought about letting Lai Xiaohong sit in at first, but in the end, she was only a crippled demon emperor now, and she also had to suppress the demon emperor's soul in the cat demon's body, so she couldn't exert much battle power. But Demon Pro was different. Although he was lingering on, worn down for endless years by the heaven and earth two-pole two-Dao demon sealing formation, he was a complete demon emperor, possessing an emperor body and an emperor soul. If the other party was given enough time to repair his emperor body and emperor soul, he would definitely be able to exert a rather terrifying battle power in a short period of time. Furthermore, the means of a demon emperor were far more numerous and terrifying than any powerhouse in this world. With Devil Pro sitting in the Pekyang region, before the demon underworld domain demon emperor could come over, the safety index of the Pekyang region would not be low. The reason why Chen Bei did this was also a helpless move. Nowadays, he had millions of good demons by his side, as well as Li Xiaohong, Mu Nanshu, Yan Qixia, and others. The well-being of these people must be guaranteed at the very least. It was just that before heading to the Demon Ridge, he still wanted to know something about Demon Pro before knowing something about it, to further judge whether this ancient demon emperor could be used or not. Mental note. Chen Bei took a step out and his figure appeared above the eastern suburb villa, walking slowly towards Pekyang City. At the same time, the millions of good demons that covered the sky also rushed up and left the eastern suburbs underground. And at the same time, endless good demon chrysalis on the occasion. Pekyang City, in the middle of a certain hotel, within the living room of the suite that Lin Sini's family had temporarily rented. Xiao Xiao, today you have to leave or not. I'm in charge of this. Xiao Ming complained bitterly for a while, and when he saw that Mu Xiaoxiao was still unmoved, his face became gloomy. After learning that Mu Nanshu wasn't here, he compromised and only intended to take Mu Xiaoxiao by force, and the two sisters had to play to at least one. And after all, the Zhou Xian, Lin Xiao and Lin Sini's few people also seemed to have heard quite a bit and roughly understood Mu Xiaoxiao's situation. Finally, Mr. Xiao Ming, since Sister Xiao Xiao is not willing to go with you to some ancient clan group territory, you don't have to be persistent. Respecting someone's choice is also a form of respect. Lin Xinyue couldn't help but open her mouth. For these few men and women, she could not talk about hostility, nor could she talk about fear. It was natural that that coat of cloth could allow Lin Xiao and the others to stay in the Lin family. It was not unreasonable. Don't forget that in Lin Sini's house, there was still a lazy kitten that existed, although Lai Xiaohong was restricted. Yet against Xiao Ming's several people, she did not even bother to make a move. This point was also known to Lin Xinyue, so she dared to open her mouth. However, Lin Xinyue's words instantly annoyed Xiao Ming, who had already lost his patience. What are you? Do you have a right to interrupt here too? Xiao Ming's dislike caused everyone to look ugly, and Lin Xianyue also bowed her head with a face full of aggression. She just couldn't stand to look at the other party's searingly aggressive look and kindly spoke up for Mu Xiaoxiao. Lin Sini also frowned slightly when she saw the other party angrily rebuke her sister. Mr. Xiao Ming, right? If you forcefully take away Miss Mu, aren't you afraid that Miss Nanshu's master will blame you? Nanshu's master? Xiao Ming smiled both coldly when he heard this. Once a person has a huge backer, after spending a long time in an environment where experts are like clouds, it is as if he or she is also an overwhelmingly strong person. You mean that Chen Bei? Oh, just by him? How dare you blame the ancient clan group? Xiao Ming shook his head, and a touch of disdain even rose in his eyes. It's just a person in hiding, let alone the fact that he's not here nowadays. So what if he is? It's not his turn to block whoever my ancient clan group wants to take away. Mu Xiaoxiao, don't give your face away. Now, immediately, come with me, Xiao Ming said, and without a word, he got up, grabbed Mu Xiaoxiao's jade hand, and was about to forcefully take it away. Above the windowsill, the kitten that had been lazing around also slowly opened its cat pupils at this moment. But just as Lai Xiaohong was about to strike, as Xiao Ming grabbed Mu Xiaoxiao's jade hand and prepared to forcefully drag it, suddenly, boom dash, an oceanic and terrifying kingly aura rose up to the sky. Terrifying as it was, the entire Pekyang region was like a long drought river ushering in a flood, and fluctuations as vast as the stars and rivers came violently. One time, Xiao Ming's several people all stiffened, feeling the vastness of the overwhelming aura, their eyes filled with horror. Chapter 142. Looking straight at the king, scared paralyzed Xiao Ming. What's the situation? What's going on? What a terrifying aura. This is... Xiao Ming's several faces all changed greatly, and they could not help but raise their heads to gaze in the direction of the eastern suburb. Just now, at the right moment, as he was preparing to forcefully take away Mu Xiaoxiao, suddenly, the entire Pekyang region suddenly underwent a huge change, as countless ocean-like breaths filled the air, instantly enveloping this area of heaven and earth. Around Xiao Ming several people also feel palpitations incomparably, dumbfounded staring in the direction of the eastern suburbs. Go out and look. Someone opened his mouth, and after speaking, his figure flashed, quickly heading towards the rooftop of the hotel. Seeing this, Xiao Ming also dropped Mu Xiaoxiao's hand and quickly headed for the rooftop with his companion. This sent Lin Sini couldn't help but open her mouth. It's Mr. They're out. A flash of excitement spread across Lin Zhao's face, and knowing the general situation, the first thing he thought was that Chen Bei and the others had come out of the gate. Around a few people, they could also feel the fluctuation of the breath that was astonishingly heavenly. After a few people glanced at each other, they all took steps and followed Xiao Ming and the others out, running towards the rooftop. A little later, still the same hotel, still the same rooftop, as Lin Sini's family and Mu Xiaoxiao as well as Lin Xiao rushed up. Xiao Ming's few people were already dumbstruck, foolishly looking in the direction of the eastern suburb, too shocked to speak. But there, the millions of good demons that covered the sky were rushing up to the sky, like heavenly maidens scattering flowers to the south and north of the sky. The ice dragon and the others did not hide their breath, but one by one, they disappeared into the top of the clouds in the sky, pouring out their nests, each rushing in a different direction. Oh my god, those are Sacred Realm entry powerhouses, and those figures are a King Realm powerhouse? Xiao Ming's several people stared blankly, angry eyes, as if they had seen a ghost, staring blankly at the top of the eastern suburb of the forest and sea, almost too shocked to speak. Several people were transcendent martial artists, and they were transcendent martial artists who had returned from the border. so it could not be said that they were unfamiliar with the aura of powerful people. Obviously, the millions of good demons that were densely packed in the sky were all emitting a terrifying aura, and there were some figures inside that had kingly might swirling around, hidden and horrifying. Hoo. An ocean of good demons rose up from the villa in the eastern suburb, and they cut across the sky above the endless sea of forests, whistling from above Pyongyang City and whistling over the heads of Xiaoming and the others. What's with all the saints? There are still king realm powerhouses. Where did so many terrifying kings come from? Xiaoming's several faces were filled with astonishment, shocked beyond words, with monstrous waves rising within their hearts, their eyes filled with indescribable disbelief. Regarding the various legends of the Pyongyang region, several people had heard of them before they arrived, but in the rumors, it was clear that there were only quite a few saint initiates under the hands of that cloth-clad man. However, at this moment, amongst the terrifying figures that covered the sky, there were countless entry saints' auras coming from them. Of course, what caused Xiaoming's few people to be struck by lightning was the more than 300 heavenly demon kings inside. How many kings must this be? Besides Xiaoming, several men and women who accompanied him opened their mouths wide and gulped furiously. One of the men was already shivering, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. After all, a few people entered the Pyongyang region before, but they know certain powerful, such as that a cloth had said, but all super martial artists step into the Pyongyang region will be killed without amnesty. A couple of people took a slight breakdown. In just a few moments of fine counting, the data had already surpassed 200. For a while, Xiaoming's few people were all stiff and gasping for air, especially Xiaoming. Once he thought of what he had done just now with his mouth, his face turned pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Appropriately, he dared to speak out of turn due to the fact that the Pyongyang region was quiet and silent, due to the fact that Chen Bei and the others were out of sight, due to the fact that he had the ancient clan group behind him as a backdrop, and due to the fact that he was facing a group of mundanes from Lin Sini. However, in the end, he was only an 8th grade realm transcendent martial artist, and there was still a gap of 108,000 miles between him and sainthood, and in front of a sainthood entrant, he couldn't even be considered an ant, not to mention the densely packed army of the sacred realm entry, as well as hundreds of kings. An initiated saint would kill him as if he were stepping on an ant. More than 7,000 for the initiated saint realm was enough to scare him to death alive. Not to mention the kings, a king would not even look at him. In the meantime, at a certain moment, Lin Zhao's few people also showed joy on their faces. Mr. Chen, it's Mr. who has come out of the gate. Lin Zhao looked at the sky above the eastern suburbs villa, his face overflowing with exhilaration. Now that the cataclysm was approaching, he and his loved ones were in Pyongyang City, and Chen Bei and the others' emergence from the gate was naturally a reassuring pill for him, so how could he not be excited? Xiaoming's pupils narrowed slightly when the few people heard this, and they all followed the sound. But see the sky over the villa in the eastern suburbs. A coat of cloth came slowly. He was magnificent and his kingly might was astonishing, like a king among kings, approaching Pyongyang City step by step, and all around him, above his head, behind him, endless good demons rushed through the sky. More than 300 heavenly demon kings and more than 7,000 sacred realms as well as millions of good demons were like a background wall, reflecting that figure as supreme. Is he the rumored one in cloth? This aura, so terrifying and frightening. Why do I feel that he is more like a king than any king? He's that demon hunter Chen Bei? The hearts of the few men and women beside Xiaoming were flooded with monstrous waves, floods of fear and trepidation. With just a single glance, that coat of cloth gave the illusion of suppressing the ages, as if the might of a god king was nothing more than that, and even overshadowed the god king by one step. Of course, this is just might, not strength. But for a king realm powerhouse to be able to exude such might, it was enough to show how invincible and terrifying he was. This was a true kingly demeanor. Even with just a single glance, he had the appearance of being unrivaled in the world under the God King. The crowd froze for an opening. Chen Bei had already entered the oceanic Pyongyang giant capital as his figure slowly fell onto the rooftop. Along with Chen Bei, there was also Lu Tiannan who landed here. The Ice Dragon and the Phoenix and other good demons all had descendants and family members who needed to be picked up. Compared to them, Lu Tiannan's family members were all in Pyongyang City, so he naturally didn't need to travel elsewhere. Therefore, Lu Tiannan volunteered and intended to follow Chen Bei at his disposal. Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Bei come close, Lin Zhao's few people saluted in a panic. Xiaoming and the few others were breathing heavily, looking at the coat of cloth and gasping for air. Chen Bei naturally saw Xiaoming's few people and could not help but frown slightly. And that's when, "Sir, you're just in time. These guys." Lin Zhao didn't have any hesitation when he saw Chen Bei's arrival, and when both informed him of what had just happened one by one. "Miss Mu, things are indeed as Lin Zhao said?" After hearing Lin Zhao's words, Chen Bei turned his gaze towards Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao also did not hide, when both Xiao Ming's intentions as well as words were told one by one, although some of the words were said in a more euphemistic manner, but Chen Bei probably understood everything just by listening. After listening to the description of the two men, Chen Bei's frown tightened. He slowly shifted his gaze to Xiao Ming's several people. There was no joy or sadness in his eyes, but it caused several people to feel a gust of coldness come over them. Seeing that coat of cloth looking at him, Xiao Ming's several people immediately went limp, directly paralyzed on the ground, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat, scared out of their wits, now standing in front of the two, but a king, looking directly at the king, as if looking directly at death. After all, the king cannot be dishonored. Chapter 143, Not a World at All. Chen Bei still did not say a word. However, Xiao Ming's few people had already collapsed in front of him, shivering and being scared out of their wits. It's almost hard to escape death when you punch a king. At this moment, the several people, where there is still aptly strong and proud, the whole person is enveloped by fear, and even the courage to even open their mouths to defend themselves. Chen Bei looked at this scene and secretly shook his head, then looked at Mu Xiaoxiao. You are Nanshu's sister, and he's coming for your sisters, so it's up to you to decide what to do. For Xiao Ming's several people, Chen Bei naturally didn't bother and threw it to Mu Xiaoxiao while he himself stepped away. His purpose of coming here was to look for Li Xiaohong and inquire about the past of Demon Pro. Seeing this, Lu Tianan also silently glanced at Xiao Ming's several people and hurriedly raised his steps to follow. While Mu Xiaoxiao sniffed, she quietly looked at Xiao Ming and sighed slightly after a little while. Go away and never let Nanshu when I see you again. In the end, Mu Xiaoxiao still couldn't hold back and intended to let Xiao Ming's several people leave. Xiao Ming's several people followed the sound as a relief, but still trembling terribly, even rolled and crawled away. Even thank you did not have a sentence, lest walking slowly that a cloth coat will be reversed. As soon as the several people left the hotel, they went crazy and ran wildly towards the outside of the Pekyang region. It wasn't until he was far away from Pekyang City that he came back to his senses from that fear. Several people looked up at the terrifying figure that kept whizzing by overhead, not daring to breathe a single breath. How come? Xiao Ming's eyes were unusually disoriented as he stared blankly at the scene, his chest heaving. Beside him, several men and women were equally palpitating, their faces bloodless, constantly wiping away the cold sweat. The feeling of coming back from a ghostly journey was terrifying. Xiao Ming, didn't you say that person was dead or pinned down and hidden? What's going on here now? Several men and women stared at the scene above them, and at the moment had not been able to get out of their fearful minds. No way. How is this possible? Xiao Ming shook his head frantically, although he didn't know much about Chen Bei, yet he was well aware of all the things that had happened before in the Pekyang region. 15 days ago, the strongest person in this heaven and earth was that man in cloth, the King Realm. But in just 15 days, how did so many King Realm powerhouses appear? This is unbelievable. The ones who felt shocked at the same time were far more than just Xiao Ming's few people. The entire Pekyang region sensed the star-sea-like vastness of that terrifying aura at this moment. Of course, there were very few transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers lingering around the Pekyang region today, failing to create a huge stir. But inevitably, some people noticed that side of heaven and earth, and all of them were astonished one by one. General Secretary of the Night Division of the Southern Row of the Tiannan Province. Gosh, what's the situation over at the Pekyang region again? It's appeared. Those terrifying figures have appeared again. Countless numbers of nightwalkers stood above the General Division of the Nightwalking Department in the southern part of the Tiannan Province, staring flabbergastedly at that part of the world. Endless good demons left the sky, just as if they had come from the sky that night, in black. The scene was unbelievable, and unlike the last time, this time, the aura emanating from that roaming good demon caused the entire Tiannan province to be shaken. A King's Realm powerhouse? The void. Meng Tianjun's pale pupils were flooded with horrified shock, his eyes full of indescribable shock and disbelief. Teacher, are you saying that those are King Realm powerhouses? Shi Jian was shocked at his words. The Ice Dragon and the others had been cultivating for 15 years at the bottom of the shocking Grand Formation ground, but for the outside world, only 15 days had passed. And 15 days ago, there was only one King Realm demon hunter in the Pekyang region, Chen Bei. It had only been 15 short days, so how had another King Realm powerhouse been born? Unbeknownst to them, the 300 or so heavenly demon kings and the 7,000 or so saints who had entered the sacred realm at this moment had tightened their aura since leaving the Pekyang region, concealing their kingly might in sacred realm aura. Like Shi Jian's and other less powerful transcendent martial artists, once the higher realm beings converged to hide their strength, they could barely see any traces of it and only knew that the other party was more powerful than they were. At this moment, Shi Jian was naturally quite shocked when he heard Meng Tianzhang mention King Realm powerhouses. What was even more shocking, However, were the next words of Meng Tianjing's few people. Why are there so many King Realm powerhouses? Meng Tianjing's pupils contracted infinitely, and his horror was unmatched. Not only him, but now sitting in the southern part of the heavenly South Ro province, the chief division of the Southern Ro Knight Division was a powerful divine King Realm warrior who had returned from the border. The old god king looked at the roaming good demons, and his eyes were also filled with disbelief. At a first approximation, it's around 300 or so King Realms, and about 6 or 7,000 Saint Entry Realm powerhouses. What kind of force is this? What? More than 300 King Realm powerhouses? Shi Jian and the others' faces changed drastically when they heard this. Their hearts were like a thunderbolt exploding in their minds as they couldn't help but cry out heavens. Over 300 King Realm powerhouses. How is this possible? Teacher, really more than 300 King Realm powerhouses? But how is this possible? In just 15 days, hundreds of kings had appeared in the Pekyang region. This was more heavenly than heavenly. Shi Jian felt like his entire being was confused. Could it be that piece of cloth could batch build King Realm powerhouses? Even if it could be built in bulk, it would still require endless years of accumulated precipitation. But this was only less than half a month. For a time, the entire Southern Ro Knight Division General Division of the Tiannan Province were all frozen in place. The mouths of the endless Ro Knight people were dry, and the shock of that completely unacceptable mind was extremely strong. And compared to the people of the General Division of the Southern Ro Knight Division of the Tiannan Ro Province, the scattered transcendent martial artists who stayed within the Pekyang region at this moment were directly petrified, especially the Chu family transcendent martial artists such as Chu Siki. At this very moment, Chu Siki and the others stood dumbfounded in the middle of the Pekyang region, looking at the figures that covered the sky. Each one of them was as motionless as if they were wooden statues made of clay. The Ice Dragon and other good demons only converged their breath after leaving the Pekyang region, but when they were in the middle of the Pekyang region, the terrifying breath was filling up the heaven and earth, causing Chu Siki and the others to be thunderstruck from a clear sky. The last time when the three kings of the dragon race came to attack, that kind of kingly aura was more than familiar to them, and just now, the direction of the eastern suburb villa violently erupted countless strands of aura similar to that of the three kings of the dragon race, and it was even better. In other words, those breaths, all of them are kings. A King Realm powerhouse. A King Realm powerhouse. Someone among the Chu clan's transcendent martial artists' face changed in shock as they cried out in alarm. That's right, it was a King Realm powerhouse no less. Chu Siki also had countless ripples in her beautiful eyes. No, it should be terror ripples. She stared blankly at the roaming good demon, completely shocked by the means of that cloth coat. Oni-chan, that person really isn't dead. None of them are dead. And surprisingly, heavens, that demon hunter named Chen Bei, is he a godman? How did he make those beings' strength skyrocket so much in such a short period of time? Unbelievable. This is incredible. The Chu family's group of transcendent martial artists gulped furiously, the shock in their hearts simply unable to be described in words. At this moment, they stood in the middle of the vastness of the mountains and forests, suddenly feeling so small and humble. The endless horrifying figures in the clouds of the sky, casually coming down waving their hands can make the entire Chu family be destroyed, completely perished. Thinking of this, Chu Tianxiong and the others felt a chill down their spines and a gust of fear. Where did we get the courage to even think about participating in that siege back then? Chu Tianxiong and the other Chu family elders all gasped for air, and when they thought of all the things that had happened, at this moment, their backs were actually gusting with a cloudy wind, and Chu Siki's beautiful eyes were filled with endless waves. That coat of cloth was not even in the same world as them. Chapter 144 Devil's Landing. If I enter the devil, the king will be in the world. The few transcendent martial artists who had stayed down, such as the chief division of the Southern Ro Knight Division of the Tiannan Province and the Chu family, were shocked in a million ways at the same time. The ordinary people within the entire Pekyang region were also ecstatic. Immortal Master Chen Bei hasn't abandoned the Pekyang region. He still guards us. It's Immortal Master Chen. It's really Immortal Master Chen. Second brother. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The person who just landed towards the rooftop of the Hailan Hotel was really Immortal Master Chen Bei Chen? There are ordinary people naturally also saw Chen Bei fell to the rooftop of the hotel. Although at first there are all kinds of video about Chen Bei can still be found on the internet. But due to the long distance shooting, coupled with each time the appearance of the sky is also a runic light, C is not very clear. However, when Chen Bei removed the demon from the street, there were still quite a few ordinary people who had witnessed it up close and naturally recognized the cloth coat. After learning that Chen Bei had not left the Pekyang region, countless ordinary people burst into tears. At first, the disappearance of Chen Bei and the others had caused them to mistakenly think that the one clothed in cloth had left the area, abandoning the entire Pekyang region. In the hearts of the ordinary people of endless Pekyang, Chen Bei had become the guardian of this heaven and earth. A transcendent demon hunter. A guardian god. That's why a lot of ordinary people choose to stay. Furthermore, it wasn't that most ordinary people actually didn't want to migrate away, if conditions permitted. They would want to follow the promise of the ancient Qin Running Night Division and rush to the Southern Running Night Division's General Division in the southern Tiannan province to seek refuge. But the ancient Qin billions of rivers, vast and boundless, just a peak Yang territory, has been vast. Not everyone can rush over. Plus the transportation means is so much. Even if the Line Night Division overtime transportation, it is impossible to escort so many people to a safe place. In fact, as early as many years ago, ancient Qin had already fully developed transportation, making preparations for this day. But ancient Qin's legacy of endless years, the number of people far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, it is not as easy to collect as ideal. What's more, not everyone is willing to leave their hometowns, and not everyone is willing to choose the Line Night Division. And in the face of the catastrophe, its Line Night Division may not be able to protect them, and can only do as much as possible for the human race to leave behind the fire. After all, places where there were Nightwalkers didn't necessarily have much safety. Quite the contrary. Those places might even be the center of the storm of the cataclysm, the target of the demon underworld domain's focused attacks. Ordinary people, though they are ordinary, are not devoid of thought, and they can think of this. Therefore, most of the mortals in the Peak Yang region chose to believe in that coat of cloth, even if he hadn't given them any promises. This, a belief. That coat of cloth was the faith of the entire Peak Yang region with millions of good demons, and as the entire Peak Yang region in Tiannan province boiled over, in the middle of the living room of the hotel rented by Lin Sini, brother, I don't know much as far as the rest goes. After Lai Xiaohong told her knowledge of the demon progenitor one by one, a pair of dark-colored cat pupils silently gazed at Chen Beidao. Chen Bei nodded as he sniffed. According to this demon emperor, was once the lord of a certain peaceful demon domain, guarding a world that was uniquely his. Chen Bei muttered. According to Lai Xiaohong, endless years ago, after Lai Xiaohong broke away from the seal, the Blue Star continent at that time, demon hunters were still frequently active, although it was no longer as bright as it was at its peak, and couldn't even be comparable to 1/10,000,000th of the peak period. But there had been Emperor Master level demon hunters born during the long years. It was also at that time that countless demonic domains tricked Chen Xiaoxiao with a plan, and began to use the order herbal body to counteract the power of the rules and order, formally opening the curtain on the invasion of the Blue Star continent. Among the countless demonic domains, the one that was the most terrifying and the most urgent to enter this world was the Nine Realms Demon Domain, which was now the Demon Underworld Domain. The Demon Domain where Demon Pro is located. Compared to the Demon Underworld Domain, the overall strength is much weaker. So this Demon Domain has been controlled by several major demon domains, forcing it to be the vanguard cannon fodder for several powerful demon domains. Even less coincidentally, back then, since the Demon Pro was invincible in his own demon realm, he forcibly crossed the cosmic void and descended to other worlds in search of a rival, not to start a realm war, but only to but a defeat. When the Devil Lin seek fruitless returned to their own demon domain, but found that the entire demon domain empty, that side of the world empty, just left a little undeveloped spirit of life. After a bit of investigation, Demon Pro realized that the demon domain beings he was guarding had been forcibly taken away by the Nine Realms Demon Domain and were being forced to attack the Blue Star continent. It is said that at that time, the Nine Realms Demon region used his descendants' relatives as well as his people for living sacrifices to the boundary barriers to start some sort of powerful grand formation, thus invading the Blue Star continent. And as for those who were not sacrificed alive, they were forcibly sent into this world to serve as cannon fodder. When this demon emperor learned of what happened, he became furious and came across the world barriers at all costs, killing in the midst of the Nine Realms Demon Domain. What must be said is that although this demon emperor was promoted to the demon emperor at a half-step of the emperor realm, yet his talent and strength are rare in the ancient world and extremely terrifying. He killed 7 times in the Nine Realms Demon region, and it is rumored that he nearly killed a demon emperor until several demon emperors of the Nine Realms Demon region joined forces to force him back. Then later on, in order to save all the demon races in his domain, this demon emperor seemed to have used some kind of extremely terrifying forbidden magic weapon, and hardened the world barrier. And the demon emperors of the countless demon domains also led the endless demon race to take advantage of the opportunity to invade the Blue Star continent on a large scale. And this universe was flooded with a large number of emperor-level beings all of a sudden. At that time, the Demon Pro who entered the Blue Star continent was attacked from 2 sides, with the vast demon hunters in front of them, and the countless demon domain alliance armies behind them. As a last resort, this demon emperor led his demonic people to demonize in situ and become enemies in all 10 directions. fighting a bloody battle against the demon race represented by the Nine Realms demon region while fighting against the demon hunter's army, as well as being immortal with the native demon race. Devil Pro's name at first wasn't called Devil Pro either. This name, it is said, was a substitute for the name he notoriously used in all directions when he was forced to become demonized in the Blue Star continent. Devil's Landing, meaning, if I become a devil, the king will descend upon the world. And this demon emperor, Devil Pro, did have the aura of a king on top of the world, at one point causing that era to tremble. Ever since this demon emperor was forced into demonism, he has led his own demon realm demon domain in the battlefield. At his peak, he once stood undefeated against the 6 demon emperors by himself, and was finally sealed within the demon locking tower by the joint design of several emperor masters, in a magnificent manner. The era when Demon Pro came to the Blue Star continent was a time of chaos. While the countless outer realm beings are encroaching, they don't seem to be on the same side as each other, and they are also fighting amongst themselves. Lai Xiaohong continued to describe all the information she knew, telling Chen Bei everything he could about Demon Pro. Chapter 145, he is Demon Hunter Chen Bei. The forces at that time were extremely chaotic. There was the Blue Star Continent's Demon Hunter Legion, the 10 demon realms represented by the 9 realms demon realm, the demon realm of Devil's Prosperity, the Blue Star Continent's native demon race, as well as several strands of unknown demon realm alliances. It was an extremely dark era. The demon emperor fell. The emperor master was surrounded and killed, and this universe was almost crippled. Speaking of that era, although Lai Xiaohong hadn't witnessed the extent of the tragedy at that time, she had seen the thousands of holes and devastation at that time. Sometimes, instead, she was glad that she had been sealed by that unknown force over and over again, which allowed her to skillfully avoid havoc after havoc, and until today, still survived in this world. For those who were there, it may have been a destruction, an unimaginable catastrophe. However, fortunately, the final result ended in a disastrous victory for the Blue Star continent, with the Demon Pro's demon realm sealed and countless demon locking pagodas and the rest of the demon realm repulsed. Of course, these are only the information that Lai Xiaohong later obtained through various testimonies, and she actually did not participate in that era. This, however, is only one of several times of havoc in the Blue Star continent. The most horrible and tragic is the years at the beginning of the sealing of Lai Xiaohong. As for Skygate, Lai Xiaohong wasn't very clear either. She even went so far as to wonder why all the demon hunters in this world had gone extinct, much less where they went and why they developed into what they are today, completely vaporized. After listening to Li Xiaohong's narration, Chen Bei slowly got up, his pupils becoming incomparably deep. It is obvious that perhaps in the near future, the havoc that was once upon a time will come back to this universe. However, endless years ago, there are still endless native demon races here, as well as endless demon hunters, when the Blue Star continent was extremely bright, but even so, still nearly extinct. Nowadays, the entire Blue Star continent only had transcendent martial artists, and the Imperial Master-level demon hunters and native demon emperors of that year had both ceased to exist. If a catastrophe like that were to strike again, the world would have no chance of saving itself, no chance of saving the world. The more this happened, the more a touch of worry spread in Chen Bei's heart. If this was placed in the past, he could not pay attention to it. Soldier to soldier. The big deal was that he was also like Yan Xixia at the time, casting another time and space art, tearing a spacecraft to enter into it, and then penetrating to another universe. But times are different nowadays. Nowadays in this side of the world, someone he cares about has appeared. Lai Xiaohong, Yan Xixia, and Mu Nanshu. Of course, the most important thing that Chen Bei could not let go of was Chen Xiaoxiao. Moreover, as a demon hunter, it was Chen Bei's vocation to subdue demons and get rid of devils. He may not be great, not a savior, but if he can contribute to the living, he will not be stingy. After all, this is also a kind of accumulation of merit. Slowly collect your thoughts. Chen Bei rose slightly and walked to the window, gazing at the sky. A little later, he slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Lai Xiaohong, which should be that cat demon to be precise. That is to say, the demon domain where Demon Pro is located is not a group of 10 evil demons. They were just unintentionally involved in the invasion back then and were used as a gun. In that case, this demon emperor, indeed, could be used. Not only could it be used, but it had a great use. This demon emperor was far more terrifying than what Chen Bei had imagined. If he hadn't come over today to look for Li Xiaohong to understand the situation, Chen Bei wouldn't have known that this demon emperor had such a past. Especially the talent and strength of Demon Pro. Stepping into the demon emperor as a half-step of the emperor realm, yet being able to stand undefeated, and even killing 7 in and 7 out of the 9 realms demon domain, at one point facing 6 demon emperors without losing. Brother, do you really want to use him? Lai Xiaohong sniffed with some concern. Chen Bei's intention was naturally clear to her, and she also knew that this was indeed a good choice. If she could let Devil Lin come to sit in the Pekyang region, as long as she gave him enough time, not to mention God King, I'm afraid that an ordinary human emperor-level powerhouse would have to hide far away with his tail between his legs when he came. Not to mention, there was also such a terrifying time flow rate and spirit source essence at the bottom of the eastern suburb. These two heaven-defying conditions were enough to allow Devil Pro to recover his emperor body as well as repair his emperor soul in a short period of time. Of course, even with these two conditions, it wasn't that easy for a demon emperor to recover to his peak. The emperor body could be restored. The emperor's soul could be repaired. However, if one wanted to restore the demonic power that was enough to destroy the great realms of the heavens, it was not that fast. However, these are not impossible. For example, when the demon underworld domain invaded in a big way, Demon Pro could absorb the demonic power of billions of evil demons. At that time, as long as the demon domain was strong enough and powerful enough, it was possible to bring Demon Pro back to the top overnight. With such a demon emperor staying by his side, Lai Xiaohong was somewhat worried for Chen Bei. Chen Bei, on the other hand, already had a trade-off in his mind. He was forced to enter the devil back then, which means that deep down, he didn't want to enter the devil and had the same rejection of the devil. Instead, I was able to weed out his demonic nature and help him enter the bottom of the great formation to recover. And exchanging such a condition for a cooperation from him has never been difficult. For the devil's advent, Chen Bei naturally wouldn't think of conquering a demon emperor. It was a thing that was simply impossible. But the possibility of entering into a partnership with the other side is still very high, and in the end, it's just a matter of getting what you want. According to Lai Xiaohong, the Demon Pro and the Nine Realms Demon Realm were in the same shape as water and fire. That is, the demon underworld realm nowadays. That meant that they had a common enemy. And back then, it was the Nine Realms Demon region that made Demon Pro lose his home and his loved ones, and watched as countless of his own family and friends were sacrificed alive along with the demon race's subjects. This kind of hatred, I am afraid, is even worse than Chen Bei ever had. Right now, the Nine Realms Demon region was likely to fully invade, and it was only a matter of time before the emperor-level beings over there came over, and it was impossible for the power of the rules and order of this universe to block it for endless years. If the other party obtained any more forbidden magic weapons, they would also be able to follow the exact example of Demon Pro back then and forcefully tear apart the boundary barriers. Therefore, nowadays, what this demon emperor craves and wants the most is naturally to hurry up and recover his peak strength. And this was exactly what Chen Bei could satisfy the other party. Knowing the conditions of cooperation, Chen Bei didn't want to bind each other. That's impractical. But in the case of his own opening of various conditions, letting the other party guard the Pekyang region for 100 years shouldn't be a difficult task. The 100 years here naturally refers to 100 years in the outside world. 100 years in the outside world. 3,000 years. 6,000 years. 30,000 years, 60,000 years, or even longer, might have passed at the bottom of the amazing array. So many years were completely enough for Chen Bei to rise. After understanding all of this, Chen Bei was even more certain of the candidate in his mind. You take care of Miss Mu and the others. I'll go meet this ancient demon emperor for a while. After making up your mind, Chen Bei instructed Lu Tiannan. Yes, the old man of the Lu family bowed slightly at both. Everyone was also looking at Chen Bei, until the other party's figure flickered and disappeared into the hall. In fact, no one knows if this trip will lead to an agreement. After all, he was demon hunter Chen Bei. It was difficult for the demon race and the demon hunters to reach cooperation other than subjugation. After all, their positions were different. Demon emperors who had not been subdued would be reduced to an ancient curse for the demon race once they joined forces with the demon hunter. The demon emperor, on the other hand, would never be subdued. Chapter 146, Demonic aura fills the air. Crossing the mountain and river, looking at Chen Bei who was soaring away, Lu Tiannan stood in front of the window for a long time. Following that, he slowly looked at the sky, but saw there, dark clouds, black clouds shrouded, black pressure, and above the thick clouds, the top of the sky, the vast and boundless demonic chi was like a tidal wave pouring out of the sky towards the blue star continent. Endless demonic chi gathered together, devouring and obscuring the universe, spreading billions and billions of stars and rivers, and covering the vast and boundless blue star continent. Lu Tiannan gazed at this scene and sighed deeply, randomly turning to look at Lin Sini and the others. Ms. Lin, the catastrophe is coming. You and your family should hurry up and pack up. Follow us to the eastern suburb villa, and after this period of time, let's talk about the rest. After Lu Tiannan finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at the cat demon, Li Stohong. Now that millions of good demons had left, the eastern suburb villa was unguarded. According to Chen Bei's intention, Lai Xiaohong was bound to go to the eastern suburb, and with Lin Nan in the cat demon's body, coupled with Lai Xiaohong's relationship with the Lin family, Lin Sini's family could also go to the eastern suburb to take refuge if they wished to do so. As for the endless ordinary people of the Pekyang region, they could also immediately move and head to the eastern suburb of the forest and see to be stationed there. Elder Lu. Thank you. Lin Sini cast a grateful gaze at the words, although she knew that it was most likely the meaning of that coat of cloth. But she was grateful that Lu Tianan could say it in the first place. Mom and Dad, you guys also go and pack up a bit, and later we'll go over with Elder Lu and the others. Okay, kids, come over here and help me. Lin father and mother's hearts were flooded with joy and gratitude at the words. At this time, being able to travel to the eastern suburb villa was undoubtedly a kind of tranquilizer for their family. Mom, let me help you. Seeing this, Lin Xinyue also went up to lend a hand, and the family packed up their daily necessities with 7 hands and 8 feet. Let's also go and purchase some more supplies and send them to the eastern suburbs together. There's no telling how long this havoc will last. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Xiao and also opened her mouth to propose. Ever since Lu Tianan had put her in charge of food, clothing, and shelter in the eastern suburbs villa, Mu Xiaoxiao had always been in charge of the living materials over there. In fact, when it comes to purchasing, it's just a trip to the upper valley to pull it. The Lu family had accumulated many years in Pekyang City, and the materials they had hoarded were countless. Plus Elder Lu came from the demon underworld domain, and had known that there would be such a day, so the materials they had hoarded were even more unimaginable. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Lin Xiao nodded his head in response to the voice. Reasonably speaking, when he was first arranged by Lu Tianan to be by Chen Bei's side, it was to make it easier to deal with some things. However, it was only later that he realized that he, the bodyguard that he thought was second to none at first, was not useful at all in front of Chen Bei and the rest of the people. Over time, Lin Xiao also took on the role of a housekeeper. I'll send someone over to help you later. Casually send everyone from the Lu family to the eastern suburb near the villa. There are many things you may need to deal with next. Try to settle everything as much as possible. Lu Tianan looked at Lin Xiao and Mu Xiaoxiao. These two can have this position today. It is also a kind of fate. So many capable people in the upper valley. The main reason why he let these two follow Chen Bei in the first place. The main reason is that the two people have the least contact with that coat of cloth. Lin Xiao and Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect at that time that with just one side, Chen Bei had unintentionally completely changed the fate of the two of them. One time, the entire hall of the Lin family was busy, and Lu Tianan took a step to leave the place. The cataclysm was approaching, and he also had a lot of things that needed to be done. There were millions of ordinary people in Pekyang City, and the Pekyang region was even more countless. Trying to settle all of these was not an easy task. This was also the thought of the millions of good demons in Chen Bei. Since they chose to stay, they were speaking of their own lives to them. This situation, on the other hand, would greatly strengthen the merits of the crowd, and would even generate the power of faith, the source power, for Chen Bei. This kind of power, slightly better than nothing when the number is scarce, but a base that is incomparably large, will be a guarantee that is so terrible that it is unimaginable. Not only that, Lu Tianan also asked the good demons scattered in all directions to notify the ordinary people around Pekyang along the way, but all those people who were not capable of leaving, or who were too late to retreat towards the general division of the night division of the Xing night division, as long as they were willing to do so, they could all enter the territory of Pekyang, and converge towards the Pekyang city as much as they could. This message is out. Suddenly, countless ordinary people came towards Peaksun like an ant march. Of course, most of these people were ordinary people around the Peaksun territory, and some of those who were too far away could only attach themselves to different forces. These forces that were willing to take in ordinary people were invariably the local line night divisions or a very small number of ancient clan groups. Nowadays, the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages of ancient Qin had collectively formed an alliance. Although it was the 8 ancient clan groups that were the most massive and vast, however, under the 8 ancient clan groups, there were also countless small alliances. The strength of some of these ancient race alliances was likewise not to be underestimated. For example, there were 2 major ancient race alliances in the southern part of the Tiannan province. One of them was willing to take in ordinary people from the neighborhood. After all, after the Showa, ordinary people were also fundamental. The other, on the other hand, only guards its existing ordinary beings and is unwilling to take in too many more. Endless ordinary people moved towards Pekyang at the same time, the borderland of Tiannan province. Chen Bei took one step and his figure flashed away, crossing the endless mountains and rivers. Now that he was at the peak of the King Master realm, the speed of stepping into the air was incomparable. Each step was a shrinking of the ground, a step of 10 million rivers. In just over 100 breaths, He had already left the boundaries of the heavenly southern Ro provinces, heading in the direction of due north. According to the information given by Lu Tiannan, the Devil Ridge that Devil Pro had established nowadays was in the northernmost primordial mountain range of ancient Qin, located in the border zone between ancient Qin and ancient India. Without any hesitation, Chen Bei quickly rushed towards the Demon Ridge. He crossed countless provinces, not lingering along the way, and occasionally a terrifying figure would be disturbed, but it was not made difficult. The main reason was that the aura on Chen Bei's body was so vast that even a king wouldn't dare to block it. However, now that the border was fully withdrawn, a terrifying figure crossing billions and billions of rivers did not cause much of a stir. Nowadays, the ancient Qin territory was like a vast territory as deep as a dragon pool, with strong people inside as terrifying as clouds. Catching up on the road, Chen Bei had even seen the ancient clan group region, where powerful people were present, and some of the auras were so vast that they made his scalp a little numb. Of course, for these places, Chen Bei did not choose to cross over. Most of the ones that could be avoided were avoided, and those that could not be avoided were passed through quickly, and the forces of all parties were busy dealing with the havoc, so they did not make things difficult. Moreover, countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers had only heard rumors about Chen Bei, and even though there were some countless videos on the internet, they were all too far away to see clearly due to the shooting distance. Therefore, when Chen Bei crossed the river, more than 99% of the strongest people just thought of him as a king who had returned from the border and did not pay too much attention to him. Chapter 147 Magic Mist Like Haze. Kind reminders from young men and women. Time flies. A day passes in the blink of an eye. Chen Bei was wearing stars and moonlight all the way and rushed fast. Finally, early this morning, he gazed from afar and was able to see the true face of the Devil's Ridge. However, it was an endless expanse of vast, primitive mountain ranges that stretched on and on. A vast area of endless territory, and in the sky above that mountain range, the demonic aura rushed to the sky, the demonic fog shrouded it, and the entire primordial mountain range was pitch black, just like a dark night without dawn. Ever since Devil Pro had established the Devil Ridge, he had released the words that any living being in the Blue Star continent who stepped into the Devil Ridge would be killed without pardon. Although the endless demons of Demon Entry under the command of Devil Pro had hunkered down in a single region and had not stepped out of the Demon Ridge for a while, however, in order to prevent that ocean of demonic demons from causing the destruction of life, the ancient Qin Imperial clan sent endless armies as well as nightwalkers to guard the perimeter of the Demon Ridge. Rumble dash. As Chen Bei stood at the top of the ancient trees several miles away from the Demon Ridge, a loud boom came from the entire firmament. He looked up and frowned. A short day passed. The dome of the sky strong on the demonic gas has been more and more gathered, more and more dense. Even if it is an ordinary person, can see with the naked eye that almost cannot be melted demonic gas shrouded this side of the world, is a little bit of the fall. So soon? Chen Bei gazed at the demonic chi that was so terrifying that anyone's heart would tremble and muttered. It was obvious that at this moment, the invading army of the demon underworld domain was infinitely close to the Blue Star continent, and in 2 days at the most, this heaven and earth would be transformed into a cultivation inferno. Chen Bei was not the only one gazing at the sky. At this moment, countless living beings were looking up and gazing, with that apocalyptic aura that pressured people to breathe. Prior to this, endless living beings were terrified, and it was difficult to sleep, and they were in a state of fear. However, when this day is really close to coming, countless people are relieved. Compared to the havoc directly coming, the process of waiting for the havoc is more tortured. Today, however, all were released, as if they had been able to face it openly, and death seemed less frightening to them. But is it really unafraid? To say that it was impossible not to be afraid was impossible, but rather the endless beings had known deep down that it was inevitable, and instead had become candid. Of course, that feeling of looking directly at death still makes people feel desperate, especially ordinary beings. Chen Bei took a deep breath and didn't focus on Tianyu anymore. What should come would always come. No one would be spared. The only thing anyone can do is survive the havoc. Phew. Think about it. Chen Bei took a step out and his figure slowly landed towards the border of the Demon Ridge. It was early morning at the moment, and although the dome of the sky was shrouded by living demonic chi, and endless dark clouds boiled and tumbled, yet the light was still very bright. However, at the Demon Ridge, it was as if there was a dividing line that split heaven and earth in two. This end of the demarcation line was bright as day, while the other end was as dark as ink. Standing outside the Devil's Ridge, one could only see the rolling demonic gas enveloping the mountains and forests, so dark that one could not see anything at all. And right now, beyond the Devil's Ridge, several figures with strong breaths were standing on the periphery of the Demon Ridge, all of them constantly surveying the scene inside. Is this the Demon Ridge? The demonic domain established by that devil? These were a dozen young men and women, each with a terrifying aura. and despite their young age, they were already transcendent martial artists of the sacred realm. 2 of them were even at the sacred absolute peak realm. The one who opened his mouth was none other than one of the 2 sainthood absolute peaks, and that was a young girl named Xiaomei. Several people are also from the border back to the strong. This young can step into the saint of the absolute top. Strength and talent are hanging countless older generation characters. Xiaomei's few people were originally the best of the younger generation in the Nightwalking Great Army, and the reason why they appeared here was to cooperate with the Imperial clan and the ancient Qin army to guard the periphery of the Demon Ridge, preventing the demonic demons inside from coming out to cause chaos. However, a few people had just returned not long ago after all, and there was some curiosity about the Demon Ridge, and they came here as that these demonic demons who had entered the devil had already been driven into it, and that most terrifying demon emperor had even laid down a boundary. The one inside. What kind of existence is it? It can actually make even the royal family not dare to easily attack. Besides Xiaomei, another eagle-eyed male youth frowned slightly. He knew very little about the one inside, only that it was an extremely terrifying devil. The orders they received were only to guard the periphery, preventing the demonic demons inside from coming out to wreak havoc on the earth. And as for attacks, they were ordered to be forbidden, not allowing anyone to enter the Demon Ridge rashly. Of course, when the general is outside, the king's orders are not respected. And it's not like some transcendent martial artists with terrifying strength haven't attempted to enter the Demon Ridge, and the consequences can be imagined. Even if a King Realm powerhouse stepped inside, there would be no return. Xiaomei's beautiful eyes moved slightly when she heard the eagle-eyed man's words. I heard the Chief Secretary Senior say that it seems to be a demon emperor from a long time ago, once sealed within the ancient demon locking tower. Some time ago, I don't know what the reason was, this demon emperor broke the seal, thus releasing the sealed demon race of the entire Blue Star continent. And in the end, it was still the human emperor who personally made a move to lead the imperial race along with the countless night rowers as well as the ancient Qin army, before forcing it to retreat back to this place. Xiaomei said, ripples spreading across her pretty face. Nowadays, almost everyone knew that so-called high-dimensional world, those so-called high-dimensional species, were nothing more than the demon domain and the demon race. As soon as Xiaomei's words fell, the dozen or so young terrorists beside him all had their faces change suddenly, and when they heard that it was a demon emperor from ages ago, they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. It was at the moment when consternation was flooding the hearts of the crowd. Suddenly, however, a figure was seen slowly descending, eventually standing not far from the border of the Demon Ridge, only tens of meters away from the Demon Ridge. Chen Bei looked up at the rolling demonic fog, which was like a black night with no fingers to be seen. After only gazing for a short while, he lightly lifted his steps and walked towards the rolling black mist, and this scene happened to be seen by Xiaomei and the others. At that moment, the dozen or so people were all frowning and alarmed. Friend! Xiaomei and the others both opened their mouths to call out at that moment. Chen Bei turned around following the sound and couldn't help but look. After the crowd got to see the unusual appearance of the cloth-clad man, they were first slightly stunned, and then their eyes lit up. But see that a cloth coat, cloudy and clear, falling out of the dust, all seemed to have an indescribable temperament. After a short period of being stunned, Xiaomei was the first to speak. My friend, that is the Demon Ridge demarcation line there. It's treacherous inside. We can't go any further. The rest of the crowd heard also have to remind. Although that a cloth is landing and down, also cannot see what realm. But now that the border is fully withdrawn, it's not surprising that there are such people. Not to mention, even if a King Realm powerhouse goes in here, he'll die 10 deaths. Just a short while ago, Xiaomei had also witnessed an old man of the great circle of the 10 directions King Realm step into it, and did not come out again. Not to mention the kings, even those god kings guarding the periphery, no one dared to easily walk in. The demon emperor's methods were as terrifying as they were. The crowd saw that the cloth coat in front of them, although the temperament is extraordinary, however, the age is similar to them. Think because it should be the same generation of characters, and then strong cannot be strong to wear, so they opened their mouths to remind. Chen Bei followed the voice and also smiled faintly, slightly nodding his head at Xiaomei and the others. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked towards the 10,000 feet of demonic mist, still lightly lifting his steps as he slowly traveled. This scene caused all the young men and women to furrow their brows into a Chuan character. Chapter 148, Returning from the Dead and Becoming a City Overnight. What an ignorance. Forget it, life is someone else's. What can we do if he won't listen? Besides Xiaomei, several young men and women were silently shaking their heads. The least lacking under the sky is arrogant people. That a cloth coat can come in the air. I think it must not be an idle person, only to so rashly try to step into the Demon Ridge, more or less not knowing the heights of heaven. However, Xiaomei is still beautiful, eyebrows slightly knit, but also did not say more. The companion is right. Other people's lives are not valued by themselves, and she has nothing to do with it. Kindly remind a sentence. Has been rare. It's a pity. At this age, it should also be a party of heavenly pride. Accounting for it is somewhat unworthy. The crowd secretly shook their heads while their gazes stared unblinkingly at the figure. At some point, that coat of cloth finally arrived in front of the mountain forest shrouded in demonic mist, but he was seen lifting his steps and taking one step inside the demarcation line. Boom! In an instant, endless demonic chi surged, and the entire demonic fog within the demon ridge seemed to tremble. It's over. Beside Xiao Mei, a young man shook his head and smiled. It was not the first time he had come to gaze in front of the demon ridge, and he had also seen a king take a step in, and instantly be completely swallowed up by the demonic fog, and finally disappear without a trace. However, the next moment, the crowd's pupils contracted violently, their eyes full of incredulity, because just at the moment when that cloth-clothed man completely stepped into the demon ridge, suddenly, all around him, sudden runic lights were shining brightly, and Dao runes coalesced, emitting a terrifying radiance, and the instant that the incomparable runic light of the Holy Spirit lit up, the endless demonic fog was dispersed by the light, and the area within a 10-meter radius of the cloth was clear, revealing the scene inside. What? He was actually able to dispel those demonic mists? What's going on? Those runes on him? For a while, a dozen young men and women were all filled with dismay, staring blankly at the figure. He was like a god emitting divine light. Wherever he passed, the demonic mist avoided and the evil aura collapsed, and a vast and righteous aura shook away the endless demonic aura. Shasta, Xiao Mei and the others all reacted. I know. He's that demon hunter. That's right. It's a demon hunter. Could this person be the demon hunter Chen Bei who was rumored to be a demon hunter some time ago? Is he? The dozen or so young men and women all came to a sudden realization, their eyes full of indescribable surprise. Although the crowd had never met Chen Bei, they had recently heard many rumors about that demon hunter, especially half a month ago. The deed of that one cloth coat beheading 2 kings in a row and repelling 10 king realms had long been like a hurricane blowing across the ancient Qin territory. However, it was later rumored that on that day, demon hunter Chen Bei did not behead 2 kings in a row, but 3, as it was later confirmed that the Dragon Clan's 12 sacred dragon sons, who were ranked 4th in the 10 square king realm, also ended up dying from serious injuries. Not only that, that horrible character of the Dragon Clan had also harnessed a huge palace to land in the Pekyang region, looking for that cloth coat to take revenge, but unexpectedly returned without success. Logically speaking, since the border had been completely withdrawn, news such as beheading 3 kings in a row would not be enough to get everyone's attention. But Chen Bei was different. He was a demon hunter, and the mere identity of a demon hunter could attract the curiosity of countless transcendent martial artists and nightwalkers. It was because of this that Xiao Mei and the others had paid attention to Chen Bei, and had even watched those videos that had been rumored. It was also in conjunction with the footage from the video that the crowd recognized those runes as resembling the scene in the video when that demon hunter had performed the demon surrender technique. It's really that demon hunter. Wasn't it said that he, along with the entire Pekyang region's terrifying living beings, suffered an attack from unknown creatures and had evaporated? How could he appear here? I've heard about it too. Isn't it rumored outside that this person is dead? How did he suddenly appear in the demon ridge? Xiao Mei and the others were all bewildered and unsure. Since the Ice Dragon and the millions of other good demons had disappeared with Chen Bei, the entire ancient Qin billions and billions of rivers were spreading the news that he had been devoured and subdued by unknown terrifying beings. Coupled with the fact that the terrifying figure from the Dragon Clan who had harnessed the ancient palace had also failed to find any traces of Chen Bei, this rumor had almost been accepted by the outside world. However, at this moment, Xiao Mei several people can almost be sure that this cloth coat in front of them is the demon hunter. Whether it is its clothing and body outline are extremely similar to the video. Immediately notify the Imperial Clan and those few. Tell them that that demon hunter has appeared here, and that he's entered the demon ridge. The young man beside Xiao Mei immediately instructed another green-shirted transcendent martial artist, who heard the words and both rose up in the air and flew towards the ancient Qin army station near the demon ridge. The so-called royal family and those few people were naturally the members of the royal family who were responsible for blockading and guarding the periphery of the demon ridge at this moment, as well as the several great commanders of the Nightwalker army. Along with the departure of the green-shirted man, Xiao Mei and the others could not help but take a step forward, staring flabbergasted at the cloth that slowly disappeared into the demon ridge. After Chen Bei went deep into the demon ridge, the original demonic fog that had been shaken apart closed in again, and that part of heaven and earth was still thick with demonic fog, so thick that he couldn't reach out and see anything, which also caused Xiao Mei and the others to lose sight of the cloth-clad figure. What's he doing in the demon ridge? The crowd was all confused, not understanding why that demon hunter had entered inside. And many more were curious as to whether or not the man would be able to walk out again after he went in. After all, since the birth of the Demon Ridge, the Demon Emperor inside will turn the entire Demon Ridge into a forbidden place for the human race, but anyone who breaks into the boundary inside, so far no one can walk out unharmed. In the meantime, after the green-shirted man left this place, he soared all the way in the opposite direction. It didn't take long for a huge tented military camp to emerge on the horizon. It was a military camp formation that stretched for an unknown number of thousands of miles, a glance that could not be seen, both in terms of length and width, all as vast as the sea. And in front of the endless military camp tents, a magnificent ancient city was connected into a line, holding up heaven and earth horizontally, seemingly isolating the Demon Ridge from the rear. That one ancient city was naturally not a temporary construction. It was a frontier protection border city that the imperial family terrorists moved from elsewhere after the birth of the Devil's Ridge. That's right, it is from elsewhere to move, not temporary construction. As such a mobile ancient city, the ancient Qin imperial family has billions and billions. Once where the war, these ancient cities will rise up, in the means of horrible people, shifting the shape of the river, hard across billions and billions of miles. It could be said that as long as the ancient Qin imperial clan was willing, even in the middle of the desert, a vast and sprawling city of defense could be built overnight. Instead of flying towards the vast military camp at the back of the city, the green-shirted man flew towards the nearest magnificent ancient city. In the ancient city, terrifying figures sitting on their knees could be seen everywhere. These people's breath was thick. They didn't move at all, and their bodies were permeated with a murderous aura, which was chilling to the eyes. Chapter 149 Hundreds of millions of heroes. Demon ancestors shocked. Obviously, those figures sitting on their knees in various parts of the ancient city are all one of the ancient Qin's underpinnings, and they are sitting here at the moment, defending the airspace above their heads. And the battlefield of this type of strong person is not on the ground, but on the top of the vaulted clouds. As for the billions of army camp tents behind the ancient city, it was the three ancient Qin armies as well as the Nightwalker army that were stationed there. The green-shirted man entered the nearest magnificent ancient city shortly after. What did you say? Demon Hunter Chenbei? He entered within the Demon Ridge? In the middle of the ancient city, in the middle of a majestic palace, the domineering middle-aged man sniffed and was stunned. Are you sure that the man who went in was him? The middle-aged man breathed in sharply. As a member of the royal family, he naturally knew something powerful. When both reconfirmed, 8th Prince. We can see him clearly. He is dressed in cloth. His body is swirling with talismanic light, dispelling the demonic mist. There should be no mistaking that it's him, no less. The green-shirted man said with a look of certainty. The 8th Prince's brows knitted slightly at his words, but the look on his face grew more and more dismayed. How did he get here? This is not the Pekyang region, nor is it the Tiannan province, but the northern border of ancient Qin separated by billions and billions of miles of rivers. Why did the man arrive alone after such a long distance? The person who was called the 8th Prince was no one else, but one of the royal family's kingfirsts, a true king, an ancient Qining clan member, and at the same time, a divine king realm powerhouse, one of the peak combatants in charge of guarding the Devil's Ridge this time around. Divine King Ying Lian. Immediately notify all the nearby generals above the king level as well as the commanders. Tell them that person has come to our place and has entered the Demon Ridge alone. Have everyone gather, as well as, order the three armies to be ready to meet the enemy. Ying Lian took a deep breath, and while he prepared himself for everything, his heart grew a bit expectant. As a royal clan member and a God King realm powerhouse, he naturally knew quite a bit about some of the royal clan's secrets. Ying Lian had always been very curious about the Demon Hunter, but he didn't have the chance to meet him. Today, he was very curious as to whether or not he was as magical as he was said to be. The man in green shirt heard the words when both promised to go. A little while later, the entire ancient city that stretched for an unknown number of miles was boiling up. And inside, a terrifying figure rose up to the sky. The war drums were sounding in unison, and hundreds of millions of Qin troops and the Nightwalker army were all quickly assembling, and heading towards the Devil's Ridge to open up. A quarter of an hour later, boom! At the border of the endless Demon Ridge, the dense and terrifying army was neatly aligned, booming and stuttering, and stood outside the Demon Ridge in a black pressurized piece. Billions and billions of Qin army and the Night People army of iron and steel, swallowed 10,000 miles like a tiger. Just stand there. It is like the heavenly soldiers and generals in general. The murderous atmosphere rushed into the sky, suppressing the Qianquan. Make the world for the loss of color. This is the division of the ancient Qin, is truly from the border fighting back to the division of the king, its vast camp, neat and tidy, immobile as a mountain, endless war flag in the gale hunting, a sea, and in front of that king's division, countless great figures stood with their arms folded. These people exuded a terrifying aura. That kind of aura, filled with majesty, swirling with coldness, daunting to look at. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying army, hundreds of millions of lions, couldn't hold back the border demon region. This, however, was only one of the ancient Qin's star-studded army, just the tip of the iceberg. Compared to those transcendent martial artists of the ancient transcendent martial artist lineage, the ancient Qin's division was the righteous division that set the world in motion and subdued the four seas. Of course, it wasn't as if the countless ancient transcendent martial family members didn't have the strength to call the shots with the imperial family if they were gathered together. It was only that trying to unite all the ancient transcendent martial artist lineages under the sky into an army was equally impossible. At this very moment, billions of lions ahead. 8th Prince. Just now the following came to report that the one is said to have entered the Demon Ridge. There are God King realm powerhouses who come from far and wide. Nowadays, with advanced technology, although the ancient Qin division is still as ancient as ever, they are all equipped with advanced communication technology. Therefore, many terrifying figures were the first to arrive when they heard that Chen Bei had arrived. Whether it's him or not is not certain, but according to what's being said down there, it's not much more than 8 or 9. Ying Lian gazed at the Demon Ridge and muttered. As soon as these words came out, countless Qin division generals and Nightwalker commanders all became short of breath for a moment. Since that day when the royal family had determined Chen Bei's identity, although countless people still didn't know what that coat of cloth meant. However, the strongest people whose strength had reached a certain level had uniformly received a number of secret orders. At this moment, hearing that that person had come to this place, all the terrifying figures were filled with eyes of indescribable surprise and shock. What is he doing entering the Demon Ridge? Could it be that he wants to suppress that existence inside? Some of the terrorist commanders were stony-faced. Most of them did not know the full extent of their deeds. After all, this place was too far away from the Tiannan province, and they did not know much about some of the situations. Not to mention, Chen Bei's name of the Great Spread is derived from the 3 kings of the dragon tribe to attack, as well as the royal family of 2 old God King in person and go. As for the original Chen Bei and the Battle of the Devil Lin, is at the time of the return of the border, the endless locking of the Demon Tower to break the seal, so did not set off much of a ripple, although it was also once a storm, but did not reach the point where everyone knows. After all, the billions and billions of rivers of ancient Qin were simply too vast, and not everyone would pay attention to the shockingly big events that occurred almost every day. Therefore, countless terrifying figures were not aware of the details, not to mention understanding the purpose of that coat of cloth entering the Demon Ridge. Even most of the terrifying figures were making preparations for that person to enrage the Demon Ridge, preventing a great battle from occurring at any time. Same time, in the middle of the Devil's Ridge, along with Chen Bei's deeper penetration, the endless demonic aura surrounded him, becoming denser and denser, but it was difficult to get close to him. And in that magic fog, an ancient and terrifying figure with an ancient and terrifying breath hid in it, all watching every move of that cloth coat, but did not launch an attack on it. This was because as early as the moment Chen Bei approached the Demon Ridge, their demon emperor had already sensed it and conveyed the order not to attack. At this very moment, in the deepest part of the Devil's Ridge, the Devil's Pro, who had a monstrous devilish aura, stood with his arms folded, quietly gazing at that world as if he could penetrate through endless rivers, waiting for the arrival of that coat of cloth. Chen Bei likewise had a torch-like gaze, taking one step for 10,000 miles of territory, while going deeper into the Demon Ridge, while constantly surveying the surrounding ocean of demonic demons that had entered the demonic realm. For others, that endless demon of demonic entry was hidden in the demonic mist, making it difficult to detect its true appearance. However, for Chen Bei, those demonic mists were like a void, and a terrifying figure was as if it was exposed to the line of sight. Chen Bei traveled all the way until a quarter of an hour later, when he crossed the endless mountain range and saw the great demonic shadow waiting for him from afar. And the more he stepped into the deep ground, the more terrifying the demon of demon entry beside Demon Pro was like this. Some powerful demons of demonic entry. Even Chen Bei could not help but frown. And while he frowned, the demon of the wandering ocean's demons of demonic entrapment was also narrowing his pupils slightly, and his eyes were even flooded with gusts of shock. Some demon ancestor-level existences were even breathing heavily, their eyes full of disbelief. One must know that when they first broke the seal, that coat of cloth was still a ninth-order demon hunter. Now only a short month or so has passed, and now the breath on the other side is causing all the demons to be frightened and shocked. That person was like a king, slowly walking in the 9 hells of purgatory, with a cloudy and clear air, suppressing everything. Chapter 150 Trial and Satisfaction. In the midst of the endless demonic fog, only that cloth coat of talismanic light shrouded, all laws inviolate, step by step towards the deepest part of the Devil's Ridge. In the middle of the mountains, Devil Pro gazed at Chen Bei quietly, without any sorrow or joy. his face without any ripples. It was obvious that the other party was not here to pick a fight, and there was no killing intent on his body. Finally, as the two were miles apart, Chen Bei slowly raised his eyes and silently looked at that demon entrant demon emperor. A month gone, the devil Lin obviously recovered a lot of strength, compared to the day of the broken seal, more terrifying as such. Even Chen Bei, also somewhat unable to see through the strength of the other party. Hello again. Looking at the clothes of cloth staring at him, the corner of Devil Pro's mouth rose slightly, spreading a smile that was also positive and evil, and he opened his mouth. Chen Bei smiled back with a painless smile as his faint voice resounded in this part of the world. How about a little talk? When they finished speaking, they both looked at each other in all directions. In Chen Bei's eyes, it was as if Devil Pro saw an inexplicable heart-to-heart. It was a state of invincibility. He was the invincible demon emperor of that era. As for Chen Bei, although he was only a king division level demon hunter now, yet he walked the path of the 5 seals, the path of invincibility, and possessed an invincible heart. One demon hunter, one demon emperor of demon entry. Talk about it? Devil Pro shook his head and laughed, then spoke. Aren't you afraid that if you have the life to come in, you won't have the life to go out? If this emperor backtracks and tries to kill you, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out. Since Mr. Chen dared to come, he has certainty in his heart. If you wanted to kill me, why did you wait until I came in? Chen Bei had a bland face and did not show the slightest bit of fear. What he said was also the truth. If Demon Pro regretted wanting to kill him, there was no need to wait for him to throw himself into the net. A complete demon emperor, even if his strength fell to a low ebb, it was still not something that a king division level demon hunter could fight against. Not to mention, if Demon Pro was a demon emperor who was not faithful to his words, he actually had the means to be able to subdue himself as early as the night the two of them fought. Not bad. A bit of fun. What do you want to talk about? How about coming up here? Devil Pro sniffed and scrutinized Chen Bei for a little while before suddenly letting out a loud laugh, followed by making a gesture of invitation. Chen Bei did not hesitate when he saw this, and when both took a step. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, the distance of several miles was nothing more than a stone's throw away for Chen Bei. However, the moment Chen Bei was taking a step, suddenly, boom dash, a terrifying pressure came violently, like a tidal wave enveloping this side of heaven and earth, enveloping Chen Bei. Devil Pro looked at Chen Bei with a meaningful expression on his face, and that terrifying pressure was naturally his intention. What? Older brother Chen doesn't want to come up? Seeing Chen Bei's figure tremble and stop in place, Devil Pro could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The endless demons who had entered the devil were also watching this scene, and the corners of their mouths were all flushed with a smug look as they assumed an attitude of watching the show. It was obvious that this was a test from Demon Pro, and compared to the first time the two had fought, this demon hunter was now at the peak of a king master. He wanted to see if the heavenly talent at the peak of the seal-less king master was as terrifying as he had imagined. Just don't let me down, Devil Pro said secretly in his heart. And the other end. That pressure was incomparably vast and enveloped the moment it came down. Chen Bei's figure then fell a little bit, and the surrounding runic light also suddenly dimmed a lot, as if it was going to be suppressed. The body seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and it was difficult to move an inch. It's a kind of test, and an invisible contest, and it doesn't have to be a big fight to know if someone is strong or not, and how much potential they have. Of course, the pressure that Devil Pro was descending at this moment was the same pressure of a peak heavenly demon king, competing in the same realm. If Chen Bei could walk under this pressure, there was naturally no doubt about it, but once Chen Bei couldn't walk, I was afraid that the conversation between the two would end here. If you call me Elder Brother Chen, then it wouldn't be too much for Mr. Chen to call Elder Brother Lin, would it? Since Big Brother Lin has issued an invitation, then how can Old Brother not go on? The corner of Chen Bei's mouth spread into a smile. The other party was the first to call out this old brother, is a kind of recognition, although the two identity is the opposite of the enemy. However, neither of them is a rotten generation. Furthermore, even though Demon Pro was a demon that had entered the devil, he was forced to enter the devil, and since the other party was a demon emperor and had lived for endless years, it wouldn't hurt for Chen Bei to call him Big Brother, since he had come to reach cooperation. Frankly speaking, he was begging others to a certain extent, so he would not put on a show, and Chen Bei had never been the kind of person to put on a show. Ever since he learned about Demon Pro's past from Li Xiaohong, this demon emperor seemed to have become less evil in his heart. After all, according to Li Xiaohong's words, even after Demon Pro had become a demon, he didn't go on a killing spree against ordinary people, and this demon emperor's hands were stained with the blood of the demon underworld's demon clan the most. Chen Bei finished speaking, followed by a tremor in his body. Next moment, snapped. Boom dash. Terrifying kingly might rippled out as the mana within Chen Bei's body surged out, and the surrounding runic light soared violently, sweeping away that mighty pressure. When Devil Pro saw this, a flash of essence glowed in his pupils. What a strong pressure and mana! Old brother Chen, I really wasn't wrong about you. Along with the fall of Demon Pro's words, however, an even more terrifying pressure enveloped him as he fiercely stepped on the void. Chen Bei didn't hold back either, and with a wave of his sleeve, the starry river-like vastness of the king's might rippled through the void, turning that gravity into nothing. As the endless demons and demon ancestors who had entered the devil looked at this scene, all of their complexions changed drastically. How come it's so strong? Is this still the pressure of a peak King Master? Why do I feel that it's more than 10 times more terrifying than the peak of a King Master? This is the Demon Hunter with 5 seals in unison. It's a bit too terrifying. The endless demons of demon entry stared blankly at the cloth coat. All of them were shocked beyond words. Although that person was only at the King Master level, yet the pressure he displayed was such that the crowd of heavenly demon kings who were also at the king level felt their hearts chilling. This kind of invincible posture, they had only seen it on Demon Pro back then. No wonder the Demon Emperor was bent on fighting with him. It was indeed unprecedented. The other end, Chen Bei's body was filled with runic light, dispelling the demonic mist, and the two king-level pressures intertwined and resisted in the void. And when he took a step, it was as if that part of the heaven and earth trembled. A sea of entranced demons watched. That coat of cloth walked slowly, one step at a time, towards the devil's progeny. Not only that, while the Devil Pro's mighty pressure came, Chen Bei also released his endless king's might and suppressed the other party. Sensing the terrifying pressure, a blazing light burned in Devil Pro's eyes, as if he wanted to have a big battle right now. But in the end, he held back. Ha ha, old brother Chen, please. When Chen Bei came close, Devil Pro laughed twice and completely collected his breath, not exerting pressure. Just now, the two of them were dueling at the king realm, and they were neck and neck, with no one being able to help anyone. This also caused Chen Bei to be very dismayed in his heart. Worthy of being the ancient demon emperor, even though he had cultivated mana liquid and had all 5 seals in unison, the other party had managed to flag, which was really surprising.